The civilian girl made just one phone call, but unexpectedly drew the attention of senior military officials. Tens of thousands of Special Forces soldiers cancelled their exercises, entered a state of readiness, armed helicopters provided support with ammunition, and tanks swiftly surrounded the city. Just because at the moment when you succeeded in developing the space elevator for the Dragon Kingdom, your phone, which had not rung for a whole 6 years, received a cry for help from a little girl. Upon hearing your voice, the little girl started crying even more. Daddy, someone is bullying Dodo. Dodo is going to die. I miss Daddy so much. Hearing a snap, the phone slipped from your hand and fell to the ground. In that instant, your whole body trembled, feeling short of breath. Could it be her? 6 years ago, you met a girl named Lin Qingran. When the West learned that you were going to join the space elevator project, they sent a large number of agents to assassinate you, causing you and her to fall into the sea during a date. However, when you luckily survived, you did not call Lin Qingran immediately, and even deliberately deleted her contact information. You felt that the enemy was lurking in the dark, ready to take your life at any time, and did not want your beloved woman to face such danger. After you left, Lin Qingran became pregnant with your child and, despite the family's opposition, raised the daughter alone. The tender voice of the child on the phone just now melted your heart. That is your daughter, but now her life and death are uncertain. The next moment, your body trembled, blood sprayed out of your mouth, and the people in the base looked at you with anger in their eyes, quickly asking, Commander Qin, what happened? Ignoring them, you shouted, Quick, prepare the fastest plane for me. I need to go back to save my child. I have worked diligently for this country, but I failed to protect my wife and daughter. I deserve to die. With that, you tore off your work clothes and rushed out of the research base. Chief Commander Yuan Fanhua of the Science Alliance immediately reacted to the situation. Contact the higher-ups immediately. Damn it, what are those guys doing? Why wasn't Commander Qin's family situation reported to anyone? More than 20 scientific leaders in the base were all extremely angry. General Qin, in charge of the Dragon Nation's missile defense, silently held his ground in this desolate uninhabited area. Now, his wife and daughter are being persecuted and facing life-threatening danger. Who could be so audacious? A few minutes later, a military officer, his hands trembling, picked up the walkie-talkie and let out a beast-like roar. Everyone, assemble. In an instant, tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers quickly converged on the target location. Just now, I received accurate information that General Qin's wife and daughter are being assaulted by criminals in the city of Hai Island. Can we tolerate this? At this moment, tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison. We cannot tolerate this. Please give the order. Commander, this indignation must be avenged for General Qin. Everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Eager to rush to the city of Hai Island, the officer immediately issued the order to halt all aircraft on missions, deploy supersonic fighter jets, and ensure General Qin returns to Hai Island at the fastest speed. Additionally, 5 elite troops were selected to accompany General Qin on armed helicopters. At this moment on the plane, you looked out the window, tears uncontrollably streaming down your face. You hated yourself for only knowing about your daughter's news so late. If it weren't for the call from Dodo today, perhaps you would have been kept in the dark for the rest of your life. In the sky, a squadron of supersonic fighter jets was flying towards the island city at the fastest speed. Dodo, Qingran, you mother and daughter must be safe. We will never be apart for the rest of our lives. Inside a rented house in the island city at this moment, Lin Qingran, in a sorry state, was beaten with a swollen nose and bruised face, tears constantly falling from the corners of her eyes. A scar-faced man looked coldly at Lin Qingran. You despicable woman, you have no shame. It's a privilege for any woman to be noticed by our Bai Shao. How dare you, a woman, refuse him? Lin Qingran at this moment was staring intently at your photo on the wall. Qin Yang, will I ever see you again? It's been 6 years. I miss you so much. Seeing Lin Qingran silent, the scar-faced man slapped her directly. Your daughter is still in our hands. If you want her to live, you better listen to Bai Shao. At this moment, the bound Dodo suddenly said loudly, Mom, don't be afraid. Dad and I made a phone call. Dad is coming to rescue us soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran's originally lifeless eyes suddenly lit up and looked at Dodo with a clear gaze. Even her mind subconsciously tensed up. However, soon her expression dimmed again. The man she loved had died 6 years ago. On the other side, the phone on the desk of Jiang Jingming, the director of the Public Security Bureau, rang. Jiang Jingming, you've got a situation. There is a woman named Lin Qingran renting a house in Sanwang village in your island city. Not long ago, a group of mysterious people broke into Lin Qingran's house and beat her and her daughter. This incident alarmed the big shots behind Lin Qingran. Now, I order you to temporarily suspend all your work and investigate and handle this matter with full force. Immediately mobilize all armed forces in the island city, all with live ammunition. No need to ask for permission when facing suspects. Just shoot to kill directly. Be sure to ensure the safety of Lin Qingran and her daughter. If you don't handle this matter well, you'll lose your position as the director. Jiang Jingming's face instantly became serious. What kind of background does that woman have to make the leaders give such instructions? Just as he was about to go out on the mission, his subordinate next to him stopped him. The director must not act rashly. Do you know who did this? It's the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family has been pursuing Lin Qingran for over a year, and now it seems he is getting impatient. Jiang Jingming was somewhat relieved by the reminder from his subordinate. Wouldn't it be offending the Bai family if they took direct action? The Bai family is powerful in High Island City, with a complex network of influence, truly like a local emperor. Jiang Jingming sighed helplessly. Boss, you really have given me a difficult task. After much thought, Jiang Jingming slowly said, arrange for 2 police officers to go to Sanwang village and have them be cautious. We can't let this matter escalate. What he didn't know was that behind Lin Qingran was not the Lin family, but the entire country. Inside the dilapidated houses of Sanwang village, a bald strong man with a sly smile walked towards Dodo sitting on the ground. At this moment, a greeting came from outside the door. Brother, what's going on? The black-clothed strong man outside frowned slightly, blocking the 2 police officers sent by Jiang Jingming, saying, it's better for Bai Xiao to know less about this matter. Captain Li Luo scratched his head and smiled. Of course, Bai Xiao's matters are the most important. We are just here to go through the motions after receiving a report. However, there is something we want to tell you incidentally. It's best not to cause any fatalities because this matter has already attracted attention from higher-ups. So, try not to use excessive force. The strong men frowned even more at the words. They were just hired muscle. If something really happened and there was a strict investigation from above, the Bai family would definitely abandon them to protect the leader. Just then, Daodu inside the house also heard the commotion outside. She pushed open the door to her room and ran out while the bald man stood by the window, watching the outside. Uncle help! Uncle Sheriff help! Save Daodu! Seeing Daodu run out, the burly man outside the door's face changed slightly. Take it easy little girl, what's going on here? With a face full of kindness, Ri Luo crouched down. The redness on Daodu's cheeks was getting darker and darker in color, and she was still clutching her dad's picture in her hand and raised her hand to point at the 2 big men. Uncle Sheriff, not only did they take my mom, they tried to kill me. Help! Ha, that's right, but little girl, do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you can't prove that the 2 of them are bad guys, and then Uncle can't help you. Well, go home now. Uncle has business to attend to and is leaving too. Whoa whoa whoa. Uncle don't go. Help! Uncle! They really are bad people. Daodu didn't lie. Uncle I beg you. Save Daodu. Save Mom. Accompanied by wailing, Daodu was clamped under his armpit with one hand by the bald man and watched as Captain Lai led his team away. In that instant, from the eyes of a 5-year-old girl, a rare color of despair that didn't belong to that age group was revealed. Because of her mother's teachings to her since childhood, she always thought that the world is beautiful. Even if there are bad people, they will be punished. But now, the reality has given her a heavy blow. Slamming the door back shut, the bald hunk pulled out the rolling pin the thickness of a baby's arm from the kitchen. Little girl, you've got some guts. How dare you run away? But you're considered lucky. Someone has explained that they're going to keep you alive, but you won't be able to keep your arms and legs. From now on, when you go to the orphanage, don't mention your mother's name again. Do you hear me? The bald man raised his rolling pin and violently swung it in the air a few times. Daodu clutched her father's picture and stepped backward with a face full of panic. I'm asking you again, do you hear me? Answer me. The bald man let out another sharp cry as he took a few steps forward and squatted in front of Daodu, lifting his hand to slap Daodu's swollen, unresolved cheeks one by one. Although the bald man didn't exert much force, Daodu was still frightened and cried out with a wow. No, don't hit Daodu. Daodu is scared. Dad, where are you? Why haven't you come to save Daodu? The bald man was full of cold smiles as he swept a glance at the photo that was clutched in Daodu's dead hand. Little wild seed, not to mention that your father won't be coming. Even if he does, the White family won't let him go. The woman that Bai Xiao has his eye on. How can he allow her to have another man living in this world? If this were to spread out, wouldn't it be a joke? With that, a hostile color flashed in his eyes, and the rolling pin in his hand slowly raised. Rumble. But just then, a sudden roar came from the sky, like the roar of a lion awakening. It swept towards this place. In the clouds, a helicopter quickly drops from the sky. Bean also heard the commotion outside. She surreptitiously raised her head with a hopeful look in her eyes toward the window. Could it be? Dad? Mommy says that Daddy is a big hero, and when I'm old enough to listen, He'll come down from the sky to meet us. Rumble. The helicopter descended to a relatively safe altitude before hovering in the air. The propeller spun rapidly, a stream of air that stirred up the dust on the ground nearby. On the helicopter, Qin Yang looked towards the window of the dilapidated bungalow as if his heart was in the right place. What came into view at that moment was a little girl with a dirty face. At this moment, she was opening a pair of big, bright and expressive eyes, and was looking at herself with full of hope and expectation. Those eyebrows, like Lin Xingran's, were soft in their softness, a small, delicate and lovely nose. Above all, it was the stubborn look in her eyes, which was practically carved out of the same mold as herself. As he watched, Qin Yang's remaining light suddenly spotted two other big men in black. One, arms wrapped around him, blocked the doorway and looked at the helicopter in consternation, and another was standing on the other side of the beam, in the shadows of the house, and hostilely holding a long rolling pin, like a butcher's knife, high in the air. Suffocation, anxious, anger. At this moment, Qin Yang felt as if there were tens of thousands of poisonous insects inside his body that were biting him. The pain was incomparable. That's my daughter. How dare you? Stop. Dodo, quickly duck. Daddy's coming. Qin Yang didn't care if Dodo could hear him or not. He just pulled open the hatch with one hand and hissed and yelled. When the pilot saw Qin Yang's disoriented behavior, he was afraid that he would jump down regardless, so he shouted in a hurry. Quickly protect Team Qin. The other helicopters that were traveling with them had by now lowered their aircraft to a distance of 3 meters from the ground. In the airplane, through the window, Company Commander Yang also vaguely saw the two figures in the house. The little girl, he knew, would be the chief's family. Only, at this moment, he had a rare lack of thoughts of taking credit, because the only thing that filled his entire being was unspeakable rage. On the way here, he briefly communicated with these northern frontier warriors for a few moments. From these people's cryptic words, he vaguely learned that Qin Yang was someone who was truly useful to the country, a key figure who could lead the country to take a big step forward. But now, he protects the country, and they, the soldiers who protect the people, fail to protect his daughter. Damn it! Yang Company Commander's eyes widened angrily, as if he wanted the boundless anger in his heart to erupt out of his eyes. Soldiers of the 7th Company, below is Chief Qin's daughter, now being persecuted by thieves. Come down with me and protect Chief Qin's daughter. Jump! With a roar, Company Commander Yang picked up his sidearm on his back and leapt down through the open hatch. At this moment, he couldn't even care about putting down the rope, much less have time to consider this height suitable or not for jumping. He didn't have much to think about, only knew that if he could save a second, that little girl in the house would have one less crisis. The rest of the fighters also picked up their rifles and leapt down from the hatch without hesitation. Bang on, land on the ground, even if someone accidentally breaks their foot. But still clenching his teeth, he righteously picked up his sidearm and charged towards the bungalow. Drop your weapons and stop it. The pilot of the helicopter Qin Yang was yelled. Lower the rope ladder for Team Qin first. He doesn't have the relevant training. He'll get into trouble if he just jumps. Everyone else, jump! Along with the roar, a silhouette leapt down once again. The men, one after another, turned on the safeties of their sidearms, in a moment before they had even hit the ground. In their minds, they all involuntarily floated two images. One pair, since the inception of the Northern Territory Stairway Project. In that deserted 1,000 miles of yellow sand, the always clean-loving Qin team, in order to an experiment, a piece of data, exhausted himself alive in the research institute, all day long to live a pimply life. But even so, he has never given up. 6 years ago is so. 6 years later is still so. The other image is of the tenderness shown by Team Qin in the helicopter, as he looks at his daughter. These two images flashed in the eyes of all the northern border warriors in constant alternation. At this moment, they swore that no matter what price they paid, no matter who was in the way in front of them, they, all of them, were going to do their best to get this justice for Team Qin, even if it meant paying for their lives. After the warriors all jumped down, Qin Yang also quickly followed the rope ladder and climbed down, and in front of the bungalow at this time, including the bald man who had been in the house earlier, he came to the door. After seeing the scene in front of them, their entire body was dumbfounded, not daring to make the slightest move, just staring at what was in front of him with dull eyes, looking at the helicopter hovering in mid-air, looking at the gun-toting warrior who, without fearing for his life or death, leapt from the helicopter without taking any measures. With a roar, they were aimed at by a dozen rods of blackened guns. Then he was pounced upon by several limping warriors and roughly pressed to the ground, not daring to put up the slightest resistance. They were completely confused about what was going on. The twilight sun shone through the window of the bungalow, shining on Dodo's delicate face, basking in the sunlight. Bean also froze, because, I think she saw it. When she was in the greatest danger, these uncles, who looked like heavenly soldiers and generals, descended from the sky in the twilight's afterglow, saved himself from himself, and an uncle, eyeballing himself, crying his eyes out. Is he a dad? Dodo sat on the ground, propping up his head, curiously surveying the tear-stained man who was walking quickly toward him, and when he got a good look at him, he suddenly shouted out, "Daddy, is that you? Mommy says that Daddy is a superhero, and that if Dodo does what he's told, Daddy will fall from the sky and come to Dodo. Bean is very obedient now. So, Dad, it really was you who fell from the sky and came back to save us?" Tears welled up in Dodo's eyes, and she hurriedly climbed up from the ground, seemingly like a swallow throwing itself into the forest, running towards Qin Yang outside the door. She would, this time, make no mistake about recognizing it. For as long as she could remember, her mom had held up a photo and told her that the man in it was her dad, and told her that her dad was the best dad in the world and a superhero. Therefore, upon seeing Qin Yang's appearance, Bean was overwhelmed with the confirmation that this was her dad. Her dad's back. Her father, whom she had longed for and never seen in the 5 years since she was born, was back. She was not half as raw as she should have been, for under her mother's upbringing, a father had long inhabited her young mind, and she had been living, in her heart, with her father for 5 years. Dodo snuggled into Qin Yang's arms like a wombat, hugging him tightly. "Dad, hey, Dad's in." Qin Yang sobbed in a low voice. The way she understood and relied on herself made Qin Yang's heart ache immensely. "Yes, not light. It's all Daddy's fault. I'm sorry. It's my fault I didn't know about you guys sooner. It's my fault. It's all my fault." At this moment, Qin Yang was incomparably remorseful and chagrined, and in the face of his own daughter, he couldn't say anything but apologize. "Daddy, don't cry." Dodo raised her head and used her delicate little face to rub off the tears that spilled from Qin Yang's cheeks. "Daddy's a superhero. He can't cry." Qin Yang nodded, forcing back tears and squeezing out a smile as he looked at Dodo in his arms. Suddenly, he saw the redness on half of Dodo's cheeks, and his heart, it hurt even more. When he'd seen Bean in the helicopter earlier, he'd thought it was dirt, but now he realized that it wasn't. "Okay, Daddy won't cry. So tell me what happened to the bruise on your face. Does it still hurt?" Dodo lifted her head from Qin Yang's arms, then reached out her small hand and handed out the photo that she had been clutching in her hand, beaming. "It's this, a picture of Dad. They tried to grab Daddy's picture, but Bean wouldn't have it, so they slapped Bean. But Bean didn't give up because it was the only picture of Dad that Bean had to protect. On the photo, it was a photo taken at the spot when Qin Yang and Lin Qingran were climbing the mountain together. It was also the only photo he left for Lin Qingran. But these thieves and thugs, they even want to rob this. Even slapped Bean. Dodo didn't give up. He must be protected." It was as if these words had produced echoes, and they continued to reverberate in Qin Yang's mind. His eyes, which had just been filled with tenderness, were once again covered with anger and hatred. "Damn it! Whoever's behind all this, wait for it. I am bound to uproot you even if I have to turn the entire island upside down." Qin Yang's heart was incomparably angry, and even more so, he felt a slight sweetness in his throat as he covered Dodo's eyes and a stream of blood was violently spat out. 6 years of working day and night not only depleted his brain power, but also caused his body to accumulate illnesses. In these short 10 minutes today, his mood was like riding a roller coaster, with big ups and downs. This caused him to fail to hold back for a moment, and his chi and blood churned before he eventually spat out a mouthful of blood. "Dodo, plug your ears, then wait for me in the house for a while and don't come out for a while." Qin Yang placed Dodo on the ground and said softly, "Okay, Dad." With that said, Bean covered his ears and obediently stood at the original. Qin Yang, on the other hand, came to the door alone. His face was gloomy as he looked toward the two black-clothed burly men. "Tell me where you came from." With that, he looked sideways at Company Commander Yang. "Gun." Yang Company Commander tangled slightly. "Chief, don't dirty your hands. We can do it for gun." "Yes." Receiving Yang Company Commander's automatic rifle, he skillfully loaded and suppressed the bullet. Then he raised the muzzle of the gun and pressed it against the bald man's chest. "I'm going to ask again, where you came from?" The bald man seemed to have sensed that Qin Yang's mood was not too stable and hurriedly said, It's none of our business, Chief. We're all working for young Master Bai, and besides, isn't there nothing wrong with your daughter right now? Why don't you just let us go? After all, this is a society of law and order, and murder is no small offense. Moreover, our white family, our power in the Sea Island is not something that can be underestimated. I believe that you, the chief, should know something about it as well." Qin Yang's face was expressionless as he asked again, "Where's Lin Qingran?" She was taken away because young Master Bai had his eye on her. Qin Yang's gun muzzle, once again, slowly raised, this time pointing straight at the bald man's forehead. The bald man sat on the ground in shock. Don't kill me. I'm a member of the white family, and I still have a use for it. You are also a person who wants face. Killing me, you will definitely be implicated. Bang bang bang. Qin Yang didn't want to listen anymore. His eyes were crimson. He hooked his index finger, and in an instant, the automatic rifle began to spit out a crazy tongue of fire. Bang 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 bang. The whole shuttle was all shot up. The bald man who was just halfway through his sentence had already been beaten like a sieve. Magazine. Qin Yang growled, and then set his eyes on the other strong man in black next to him. This gaze that seemed like it came from hell directly scared this black-clothed strong man to the point of shitting his pants. No! You can't kill me. I'm Xiaobai's man. Bang on. After changing the magazine, Qin Yang's face was grim as he pulled the trigger again. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by the intensive strafing, Qin Yang couldn't help but yell, "I'm going to make all the characters within this city that are related to this matter pay the price of blood." Inside the house, Qin Yang finished venting and picked up Daodu, who was obediently standing in place waiting for her. He covered Bean's eyes, and when he stepped over the bloody field in the doorway, he whispered, "Okay, you can open your eyes, but don't look back." Behind them, Company Commander Yang and the others quickly followed, and while walking towards the front, Company Commander Yang worriedly edited out a text message. He's going to report what happened here. Of course, he didn't mean to snitch, but to inform his superiors of the aftermath. Next to him, the pilot suddenly whispered without a head, "Company Commander Yang, you opened your mouth earlier because you wanted to do it yourself and fight the punishment of murder for Team Qin, right?" Yang Company Commander nodded inside. "Yes, after all, so many of us are following, and to be disciplined for something like this, you can't let Team Qin take it personally." The pilot heard this, but shook his head. "No, it won't be, just the lives of two scum in the district. You're overthinking it. I can give you a precaution in advance. This time, even if Team Qin turns the whole island upside down, there won't be the slightest bit of disciplinary backlash, because Team Qin has long ago already dedicated everything he has to the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably not negative him, no matter who is in the way." What horrible background. Just Team Qin needs the countless warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, even if they have to pay with their lives. We'll certainly cut those people down in front of Team Qin. Company Commander Yang was stunned and looked at Qin Yang's back in shock. The pilot also similarly looked toward Qin Yang, only different. His eyes are reverence, protector of the country's merit, how can be lightly insulted? Wait to see a good show. These two people's lives are just for the big show. Pulling open the curtain, Company Commander Yang's scalp went numb. Along the way over, he briefly inquired about some news, thinking that he could more or less surmise the energy behind this Qin team, but now it seems far from enough. Outside the village of Three Kings, Captain Lai and a few police officers were cowering inside the car, which had long since been turned off. They trembled as they watched Qin Yan walk out of the Three Kings village with a group of warriors, until after seeing military personnel, in military vehicles, picking up all these people, it was only when Captain Lai and the others dared to sit up straight. Just now, they saw an unbelievable scene. Several helicopters, flying from the sky to the Three Kings village, then hovered in mid-air, and one by one, soldiers with loaded guns, fearless of life and death, leapt down from the airplanes. Most importantly, they saw the leader, saw the mysterious young man, personally holding an automatic rifle, killing two of Bai Xiao's men on the spot. Team Lai, it's over. We're finished. Lai Luo was pale and six-faced, completely at a loss as to what to do. Team Lai, think of a way. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid that Bai Xiao has kicked an iron plate this time, but if we really want to pursue the matter, we can't run away. Once that little bastard is cheap and says that we have been there before, but left again. When that happens, it's bound to follow the trail to us, and if that happens, we're all screwed. Yes, Mr. Lai, hurry up and give us a suggestion. We've been listening to your command throughout this trip. You can't just leave us alone. Li Luo's face was pale, more and more annoyed. Bastard. Good thing grabbed on. Back Black Pot remembered me? Team Lai, don't say anything angry for a while. Let's think of a countermeasure first. I always have the feeling that the sky is about to fall on our island. That's a helicopter, as well as military power. What the hell is this guy's deal? Li Luo didn't answer, but looked down in thought, and after a few minutes, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, "Do you guys think that, with Bureau Qin's ability and status, can you bail us out? No kidding? That's military power." Li Luo shook his head. However, this trip to the Three King village, but the Jiang administrator's arrangements, if he cannot protect us, Then for himself, I am afraid that it is also a clay bodhisattva over the river. Own difficulties. Several of the officers sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. When he thought of those iron blood warriors who were covered in fierce aura before, his expression shriveled up a few points as much as he could. Then what should we do? Should we contact Administrator Jiang in advance to see if he has any ideas on how to handle this? Some trepidation also rose in Ri Luo's heart, and he nodded. Well, that's the only way. Inside the First People's Hospital of Sea Island City, the doctor was using gauze, wrapping half of Doubta's red, swollen cheek, and at this moment, Qin Yang stood outside the hospital room, and after thinking left and right, he still took out his cell phone and made a call. Teacher, it's me, Qin Yang. The character on the other side of this phone call was on the outskirts of Yanjing, in a bungalow that was tightly protected by military forces. That was the only one in the Dragon Kingdom who had taken the Nobel Prize for Physics, the Titanic scientist, academician Sun Miao, in the envious gaze of the world's best scientists. After hearing the voice coming from the phone, Sun Miao said in a deep voice, Son, I'm clear about everything. I'm waiting for your news. Qin Yang said after a slight silence. Teacher, I need your help. No problem. Sun Miao agreed without even thinking. You are much stronger than me. If I am the cornerstone of the rise of Dragon Kingdom technology, then you are bound to be the one who can pick up the big beam to carry the tripod. I will never allow you to be wronged in any way. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yang was grateful in his heart, and after thanking him, he continued. The other party is called Bai Hai, and behind it is a family that is rooted in the Sea Island proper. And from what I've learned so far, this family is in the Sea Island, and it's quite extraordinary. Sun Miao asked with some curiosity. A local family, even if it is no longer ordinary, should be like flies and ants fleeing for their lives in a hurry in the face of you. After all, with your status, even a person with the general authority of a feudal official in our Dragon Kingdom would need to be courteous and respectful after meeting you. Such a sesame-sized clan, you can overthrow it with a stretch of your fingers. Right, so why would you think to ask for my help? Teacher, you're right. If it's only to such an extent as overthrowing a family, with myself, I can easily handle it. So what you're saying is, saying that, Sun Miao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his tone. No, child, what exactly do you want to do? Qin Yang looked cold. Overwriting a family of this level is easy for me. But what I want to do is not just overwriting, but destroying. General Su of the Northern Territory has already cleared all the passes, and it won't be long before thousands of loaded and heavily armed Northern Territory warriors rush to the island. And at that time, I'm going to make all the characters related to the White family disappear from this world. I've heard that in the Sea Island, there are countless people who have a coupled relationship with the White family. So I'll follow the slender coupled threads and pull them out one by one. I heard that the Sea Island, the White family rooted for many years. The whole Sea Island from top to bottom. No can't see the White family's veins. Then I'll subvert the whole Sea Island. The Sea Island from the inside to the outside. A good cleaning again. Sun Mo was silent. He sensed a strong killing intent from Qin Yang's tone. After a long time, Sun Miao said in a solemn tone, these years, the Dragon State has developed rapidly. To the present day, even in the international arena is still able to gain a firm foothold, exempting the people from the threat of war and bringing about a stable and harmonious existence. However, with rapid development, it is inevitable that some social vipers will be bred, and these people, with power and money in their hands, feel that they are superior, and feel that ordinary people can be bullied and abused at will. It was like he was persuading Qin Yang and himself. Son, I'll help you. I'm old. I don't have a few years to live. And this time, it's a way of releasing the last remnants of my life for this country in the last years of my life. In fact, Sun Miao understood that his most outstanding student didn't really need his help. It was only out of respect for himself, out of fear of involving himself, that he solemnly called this number to tell himself what he thought and what he intended to do. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Yang hung up the phone. Then it was immediately plucked to a former old schoolmate. Hey, Li Wu Tone. It's me, Qin Yang. Well, old classmate, what's the situation on your side now? Tell me, what do you want me, a classmate serving in the national security, to do? The man's name is Whitehaven. Bai Hai? I have an impression. His father seems to be the contemporary Bai family's head of power, called Bai Yinchuan. The Bai family not only holds several large companies with tens of billions of market capitalization, but in terms of the political system, the Bai family is also developing in tandem, in which the highest climber has the status of a senior governor of the Sea Island province. It is because of the synchronized development of politics and business that they dare to be unscrupulous and fearless on the island, claiming that they are the earthly emperors of the island. Well, thanks. In addition, I would like to ask you to help me. From now on, I need 24 hours. at all times to locate the cell phone signals of everyone in the White family. I want to make sure that I will not miss any of the White family. And, most importantly, I want to know Qingran's cell phone location. No problem. Wait a moment. I'll immediately go arrange for someone to inquire. Thanks. Don't mention it, old classmate. After knowing that something like this has happened around you, all of us, classmates, are waiting for your call, and all of us will step up to help you whenever you need it. Thanks. All said don't be polite, and our leader not long ago, the same seriousness told me, no matter what request you make, you have to help with all your strength. The protector of the country's merit, not to be insulted. Just after hanging up the phone, Qin Yang received a real-time location link. The page that opens is a map with red light spots. At this point the red dot is moving around. That red dot should be Lin Qingran's location. As he was checking it out, at that moment, Li Wu Tong, who had just passed the phone, suddenly called again. Qin Yang, be careful with everything. We just found out that Lin Qingran's cell phone positioning is overlapping everything with Bai Hai, and is still moving towards the northwest. Aha! No! The most crucial thing is that there are more than 100 cell phone signals generated next to them, which means that Bai Hai is following at least 100 people around him on this trip, so you must pay attention to your safety. I know. Ending the call, Qin Yang temporarily handed Daodu over to the care of the two warriors from the northern border and softly said, Daodu, good boy, you first rest in the hospital away. These two uncles will stay with you. Ah, where's Daddy? Daddy, are you leaving again? Daodu looked at him tearfully. Leaving again. These words caused Qin Yang's breath to stutter as he let out a forced smile. No, Dad is going to get Mom back this time, and by then, our family will be reunited. Really? Daodu looked at him skeptically, then broke into a smile. Then Daddy, come back soon. Don't make Daodu wait too long. Okay, I promise. Go and come back soon. After saying that, Qin Yang lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek before turning around to leave. As he walked out of the hospital corridor, Qin Yang looked sideways at Company Commander Yang. Is it enough with only these people? Puzzled, Company Commander Yang inquired. There are a lot of people on the other side? Well, the information we got is that there are nearly 200 people, and whether they are armed with firearms and other equipment is unclear for the time being. Yang Company Commander's face was hard to see. If it was a surprise attack, not to mention 200 people, doubling it wouldn't be a problem, but this is a rescue operation we're doing. After all, MS. Fong is in their hands, and I'm afraid. While he was talking, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. Hello, this is Qin Yang. There was a roar on the phone, and the cacophony of noise was interspersed with a yell. Good day, Chief, Sea Island Military Region, 7th Armored Company. Come to report, Chief, at the order of the Commander-in-Chief of the Sea Island Military Region. We have now arrived in Sea Island City and will be at the command of the Chief at all times. Qin Yang's brows loosened for a few moments as he said in a deep voice. Hard work. Hanging up the phone, Qin Yang stepped into the helicopter once again and, with a roar, the plane flew towards Lin Qingran's cell phone signal display. While on the plane, Qin Yang's cell phone was ringing once again. Good day, Chief, Sea Island Military Region, Sharp Dagger Special Brigade. Reporting to you. Report to the Chief. Receiving the order from the Commander-in-Chief of the Sea Island Military Region. We have arrived at the Sea Island, and some of our team members are traveling in the Black Hawk helicopter, following behind the Chief, waiting for the Chief's orders at any time. Hearing this, Qin Yang looked through the window towards the outside. Sure enough, in the vast sea of clouds, two helicopters, just like sharp knives, broke through the haze of clouds and fog, following closely behind them. Only unlike the helicopter he was traveling in, these two helicopters, all painted with green stripes, looked particularly domineering, and underneath the two helicopters, vaguely visible, were machine guns and gun ports, and at the hatch, a rope ladder was diffusely raised. The most incredible thing is that, on the rope ladder, hanging several body camouflage, with a variety of weapons and equipment of the special forces. They look even without the slightest protective measures, so rely on the strength of both hands, hanging above the rope ladder, seemingly at any time are ready to rapid airborne general. Seeing this scene, Qin Yang gratefully said, "Thank you," on the other end of the line, but the tone was frenzied. "You're welcome. Before coming here, our Commander-in-Chief said that our Dragon Kingdom's first aircraft carrier was designed and supervised by UN academician Sun Miao, personally, which exponentially increased the deterrent power of our Navy. Moreover, the long-range remote sensing intelligent robots in our army are also designed and developed by you personally, which allows us, the soldiers, to stop piling up human lives when facing dangerous missions. These compact robots have reduced the mortality rate of our soldiers by 80%, and it is us who should say thank you. Also, including the microlight scope in my hand, which is likewise from you. Moreover, the commander-in-chief also said that you are now burdened with an even more important, greater, and grimmer project, that you have worked hard, and that in our hearts you are the greatest protector of the nation, and even more so, the god of the army, military god. This is a heavy enough statement, although Qin Yang does not have a military position, and even more so, he has never been on the battlefield, but every development he's been involved in has significantly reduced casualties among warriors, where once many dangerous missions could only be stacked with human lives. Today, there will be no more sacrifices. He developed weapons and equipment. Not only let the strength of the fighters have been greatly enhanced, but also the entire dragon country's national strength, up more than a chip, so that before many of the vast land of the dragon country, coveted the country, and no longer dare to have the slightest idea. This can also be called the military god in the hearts of warriors. Yang Company commander's breathing all jerked as he once again shocked inexplicably looked at the man in front of him who had a young appearance but a tired face. Because of him, just because he's alone, the commander-in-chief of the military district sent an armored company to be deployed by him, and, even then, the commander-in-chief didn't think it was enough, and even sent the most mysterious unit in the Sea Island military region, the Sharp Knives Special Brigade. And this Sharp Knife Special Brigade, which had always been eyeing the top of the mountain, actually looked like they were wildly adoring. They, in fact, called him a military god, call him a protector of the nation. Microscopic scopes are his work. The aircraft carriers that deterred several countries had his involvement. The remote telemetry intelligent robots that have greatly reduced the mortality rate of soldiers are also from him. What on earth is he? How can he be so powerful? Yang Company commander sighed in his heart. At first, when he saw Qin Yang for the first time, Yang Company commander thought that Qin Yang was just a second-generation military man whose identity and background were enough to reach the sky. But when he saw those precious pilots, who even gave up their fighters, only to accompany Qin Yang to protect him and temporarily act as his guards, at that moment, Company Commander Yang knew that he was not only a second generation, but definitely had other identities. It wasn't until he was on the plane and briefly communicated with those northern frontier warriors that he realized that he was a protector of the nation and even more so, a peerless nationalist. Later on, when he saw that Qin Yang did not hesitate to shoot down two thugs with his gun, Yang Company commander was still worried about Qin Yang, considering that he would be disciplined. But the pilot reminded him that the protector of the realm, the peerless nationalist, must not be bullied. At that moment, Yang Lianshan thought that he had heard and understood the words, as well as this man's status and value in the Dragon Kingdom. But now, the armored company is here, all at his command and mobilization. The mysterious Sharp Knife Special Brigade came and likewise listened to his command and mobilization. Moreover, the captain of this special brigade, surprisingly, looked as if he was reverent and fanatical towards him. They, even, called him the god of war. But Company Commander Yang knew that they hadn't called it wrong. Nearly 20 years of military career, Yang Company Commander knew better than anyone else. Those technologies that sharp captain said in his mouth had brought about what a great change for the Dragon Kingdom, and even more so, had greatly reduced the mortality rate of the soldiers. How fortunate it is to be able to travel with the military gods and to be able to do the work of the state soldiers. This was the exclamation in the heart of Yang Company Commander. At this moment, even if he asked Company Commander Yang to die for Qin Yang, he would not frown, only for the word military god, just for the word nationalist, just for the belief in your heart. Sea Island. Inside the Maple Forest Villa on Yunluo Mountain, Bai Yinchuan, the contemporary head of the Bai family, was sitting on the eunuch chair in the first-floor lobby. His face gradually became ugly as he listened to the words that kept coming from within the phone in his hand. With a couple of fighters? You saw it with your own eyes? Well, I didn't see it, but my men saw it with their own eyes. They saw it with their own eyes. The man took a couple of fighters with him, and then he shot the two men with his own hands. The head of the fighters next to him tried to stop them, but he didn't listen. He just shot them. Bang! Bai Yinchuan raised his hand and slapped a heavy palm on the solid wood tea table next to him, his face hazy as he roared. Not too small. Ah, who are those soldiers? Not quite sure, but I heard him say that he is a company commander stationed on the island in our island military region. As for some of the others, it's even more unknown, and their clothes have never been seen. Company commander? Yang Yi? Bai Yinchuan frowned slightly, his eyes full of solemn killing intent. Really don't know how to live. A small company commander. How dare he kill our Bai family? Who gave him the guts? Even his top boss, Captain Kong, has to be courteous when he sees me. How dare he? A mere company commander? On the phone, the Sea Island Municipal Bureau Director, Changjiang Gingming, said with a bitter smile, Bai family master. In my opinion, This matter is better for everyone to take a step back. Why don't we talk about it openly, and try to put the matter to rest as well as possible? To put things to rest? Oh, Bai Yinchuan sneered. He killed someone from our Bai family, and you're asking me to put things to rest? He all but raised his hand and struck at my Bai family's face. And you're telling me to put things to rest? In the boundaries of this sea island, there is no one who can make our Bai family suffer and still keep their mouths shut. Even if the King of Heaven comes to the sea island, he will still have to make an honest apology to our Bai family. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. At this time, a middle-aged woman dressed in a beautiful dress came in from the lobby door. Yinchuan, what's the matter? I heard it from far away. Just halfway through his words, Bai Yinchuan violently raised his hand and swung over with a slap. What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask. And it's not the baby boy you taught all day long. You just know how to cause trouble. And this time, it's even caused me big trouble. So I'm afraid that I've kicked the can down the road. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she didn't care about the pain on her face and hurriedly asked, did Xiao Hai mess with someone he shouldn't have? It's unclear for now, but the other party came to the island in a helicopter, and accompanying them was Yang Yi, the company commander stationed on the island. Now has shot 2 of Xiao Hai's men. He dared to directly shoot to kill. You say, is not kicked to the iron plate. Moreover, the other party can also directly give the sea island high-level conversation. Even the provincial director Li have called to inquire about this matter. Enough to see that his head is not small. After hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face revealed a fierce anger. He still dares to kill people? He is so bold. Does he think that just because he has some relationship with the province, he can be lawless on the island? And that Yang Yi counts as that onion, that he's planning to go against our Bai family? Bai Yinchuan glanced at her obliquely. Yang Yi is estimated to want to climb upward with the relationship of the province behind him, but he did not expect that the boy is a complete rash. After taking his gun, he directly dared to kill people. I guess Yang Yi didn't expect it, or else when he knew that those 2 were from our Bai family, he wouldn't have said anything to come. It's just that he can make the province come out, and it's not small to come out. This time, Xiao Hai is indeed in big trouble. The middle-aged woman looked anxious. What then? Something can't happen to Xiao Hai. Bai Yinchuan's face revealed a scowl. Don't worry, if he hadn't killed our Bai family, I wouldn't have minded letting Xiao Hai suffer once, so that he'd learn from his mistakes and cause less trouble for me in the future. However, the other party crossed the line. The last thing he should have done was to kill someone, and kill someone from our Bai family. Even though those were 2 hitmen, they were still hitmen bred by our Bai family. And in the eyes of outsiders, it was no different from hitting our Bai family in the face. Now this is no longer just about Xiao Hai alone. It's about the face of our Bai family. The middle-aged woman was slightly relieved to hear this. In her mind, as long as it was on the island, as long as his man, the Bai family head, was willing to make a move, then nothing would definitely happen to her son. As far as she could remember, no one had been able to walk out of the sea island unscathed after offending the white family. Bai Yinchuan continued. Since he dared to cross the border, regardless of killing our Bai family people, offending our Bai family, then do not want to come out of the island peacefully. I do not care what his origin. This time, even if the provincial leaders to say mercy, I will not agree. However, after this incident, the small sea must be grounded to me, without my permission, not allowed to leave the island. This time, our Bai family seems to be active. The woman stood aside, not daring to speak. At this moment, Bai Yinchuan looked towards housekeeper Su who had been waiting in the lobby. You make a call to remind Xiao Hai. Don't be careless and fall in the gutter and fall into the hands of the other side. Tell him to be careful and protect himself. Yes. The butler nodded and turned to leave. Bai Yinchuan, on the other hand, leaned back in his Taiwanese chair and took out his cell phone after a slight contemplation. He wanted to first figure out what the identity of this ruffian was, so that he could decide on what means to use to deal with him. If the source is not big, then he won't be able to get out of the island. But if the source is particularly big, then we have to use discretion. But at least we have to cut off a layer of his skin. With this thought, Bai Yinchuan made several calls in a row. However, after these few phone calls, he realized that none of these few high-powered friends of his could tell the background of Qin Yang's identity. And the weirdest thing was that he realized that it seemed as if these few friends of his were deliberately avoiding the issue. As if afraid of getting into some kind of trouble. The phone hung up. Bai Yinchuan frowned highly. It seems to be really not small. Even let these wallflowers are showing a lopsided trend. Afraid of getting into trouble. However, the bigger you come from, then the more outstanding the effect of our white family's prestige will be after resolving you. He flexed his fingers and tapped the tea table, his mind silently calculating the fall of these wallflowers, so that he was in a worse mood. In his opinion, this time the trouble The same is a good time to establish authority. If it can be solved beautifully, then later on what happened? These people, necessarily will not be such an attitude. It takes time to make a statement, and right now is the best time. After contemplating for a long time, Bai Yinchuan flexed his fingers and snapped them heavily on the desktop as he dialed a call once again. After a long time, the call was answered. I told you not to call me unless it's crunch time. A low voice came from across the room. Bai Yinchuan smiled sardonically. Big brother. At the moment, although it is not particularly urgent. Don't call me big brother. Since I joined the Su family, I no longer have anything to do with the Bai family, and I've long since stopped being your big brother. Call me Minister Su. A flash of disdain surfaced in Bai Yinchuan's eyes, but he still smiled sarcastically. Although it's not at a critical juncture, right now the White family is indeed facing a crisis of life and death. Minister Su, this time if you don't reach out and pull a hand, after the Sea Island, there is no more White family. We become homeless floating together. There was a long silence before a ghostly response came over the phone. Speak. Bai Yinchuan told the story as it was. After that, there was silence on the phone again for a full 2 or 3 minutes before he spoke. Arriving at the island by helicopter, accompanied by Yang Yi, the company commander stationed there? Exactly. If that's the case, then you're thinking too simply. It's not just relying on provincial connections anymore. Bai Yinchuan frowned. What do you mean? The province's top brass can't do a direct order to the garrison, and Yang Yi will only act if someone from the Sea Island military region gives the order. In other words, the person you're talking about has the same military background. Bai Yinchuan frowned. Some coldness flowed out of his eyes. I didn't expect or underestimated the other party. Even in the military also have someone. Minister Su paused for a moment and then said, but he's only mobilized a company commander, and his energy isn't that great. And in Sea Island, I do have a godfather who has now reached the position of Secretary General of Sea Island Military Region. Even the Commander-in-Chief of the Sea Island Military Region has favored him, so I'll contact him later and ask him to step in and help smooth this matter out. This, Bai Yinchuan was shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that my own big brother, who hadn't returned to the island for more than 10 years, was getting more and more powerful. It's really too powerful. Sea Island Military Region. He himself is only just a chief just, but I did not expect this big brother. The moment he opened his mouth is the Secretary General. It's like a handful. Bai Yinchuan's heart was even more secretive. Must properly hold on to his big brother's thigh. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yinchuan continued. By the way, that person seems to have a relationship with the provincial high level as well. And before that, Director Li even personally called to inquire. It's fine. I'll take care of it, Minister Su said, full of concern. Although I'm only the Minister of Propaganda, after all, I'm serving in Yanjing, and the higher-ups in the province, they'll all give me a few points of face. That's great. Thank you, big brother. It's still big brother. When big brother steps in, anything is no longer a problem. Don't say nice things. Managing by high is better than anything else. Also, this is the last time. In the future, if your son causes any more trouble that the Bai family can't handle, I won't ask about it anymore. So as to save me from being careless someday and causing a monstrous trouble, which would involve the Bai family, not to mention that, and even pull me down as well. Bai Yinchuan raised his eyebrows and smiled sarcastically. Big brother, you're talking too seriously. Xiao Hai is just a child who hasn't grown up. You're a minister who is far away in Yanjing City. How he pulled you down. You think too highly of him. I'm not kidding. Keep an eye out for yourself and discipline yourself. Well, I will. I'm already planning on grounding him. He won't get a chance to get off the island. So that should ease your mind. Staying on the island, he couldn't have gotten into trouble with some handful of characters, could he? And in the meantime, the provincial highway on the western outskirts of the island, a Mercedes sports car, leading more than 40 Mercedes BMWs, was speeding along the provincial highway. Inside the sports car, Bai Hai slowed down the car and listened to housekeeper Sue's phone call, and his face became needy and gloomy. Damn, could it be that her backer is here? How dare you kill someone? Did you find out who it was? Was it the Lin family? It's not small to have the guts to go against our Bai family for a smelly bitch. Are you tired of living? On the phone, housekeeper Sue patiently advised. Young master, right now you'd better go home to take shelter. Gather as many people as you can and protect yourself. The family head is contacting someone to deal with this matter. In the meantime, you mustn't plant yourself in the other party's hands, or else it'll be too late to say anything. Bai Hai subconsciously nodded and hung up. With his own little life at stake, Whitehaven was still very attentive. He took his cell phone and, without even thinking about it, called those brothers of his. Keiko, I'm near the provincial highway in the western suburbs. Bring more people over to meet me for a bit. Bring your guys with you. As many as you can. Someone's going to have trouble with me. What the fuck? Looking for trouble from you? Are you kidding me? Someone is even looking for trouble from you. Young Master Bai. On the island? Has he eaten a bear's heart? Or a leopard's gall? After making several more calls, Bai Hai's lifted heart dropped quite a bit. Back he looked at the 100 or so minions surrounding him. And then he thought about the 100 or so that would be arriving soon. And his sense of security returned once more. At that time, with the escort of nearly 300 people, he didn't believe that the other party would still be able to overturn the sky, and he was curious as to who was coming, what their status would be, and what they were going against him for. Is it really for Lin Qingran? If that was the case, then he would definitely make the other party look good, daring to steal a woman from himself, simply not knowing how to die. In the Sea Island, their Bai family was the sky. This was a perception that had been inherent to him since he was a child. He might suffer a momentary loss, but as long as the Bai family was around, no one would be able to do anything to him. Moving him, Bai Hai, would be the same as slapping the face of the Bai family. His father would not agree, and the Bai family would certainly not let the other party go, but for insurance purposes. Right now, he also stopped rushing towards his lair. He didn't know if the other party had found out about his lair, and if they had already ambushed him there. So, simply stayed where he was and waited. Only when all the people had arrived would he have the courage to continue his journey. And at this moment Lin Qingran, who stayed in another car in the convoy, looked blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings. She was inwardly terrified, not knowing what was going on and not daring to ask, just worried if Bean is okay now, worrying about what kind of downfall you'll face next. She wasn't afraid of death. She'd suffered through it for so many years, and death was even sort of a relief of sorts for her. But what she was afraid of was what would happen to Doudou after she died. Doudou was still too young to be able to take care of herself. She was relieved, but she couldn't find the slightest way to live. Deep despair and powerlessness welled up in her heart at the thought. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the roar of vehicles, dozens of cars arrived one after another, waiting for more and more people to converge around him. Bai Hai's heart, which had been hanging in the air, completely relaxed. He greeted the visitor and exchanged pleasantries for a while before arriving at the car where Lin Qingran was. Bitch, it seems that you're not a small person. In the Sea Island, there's someone who's willing to come to my trouble for you. Say, is it the Lin family? Did you beg them to come? For me? Lin Qingran's heart shook. In that moment, ghostly, she remembered the words that Doudou had shouted out just before she was taken to the car. I've called my dad. He'll definitely come and save us. Is it him? Is he really alive? At this moment, Lin Qingran's face appeared in her mind as Qin Yang's face appeared, and images of the two of them when they were together appeared. But thinking about it, Lin Qingran sighed, because she couldn't convince herself. She was afraid that she had reported too much hope and ended up being disappointed. As for what Bai Hai said, the Lin family, that shouldn't be realistic either. Not to mention the fact that he had never contacted the Lin family at all. But even if the Lin family knew about his situation, the chances of them coming to their rescue were not great. I should say no, because to the Lin family, she was only the Lin family's first lady if they felt they had value to use. However, the one who kidnapped himself now was the young master of the Bai family, and according to the thoughts of the Lin family's elders, then they must have hid as far away as possible, pretending not to know anything. Thinking about it, Lin Qingran was also confused. The Lin family only had profit in their eyes, something she had seen through long ago. But who was the one who came to her rescue? Could it really be him? He's, really alive? Thinking of this possibility, two clear tears began to flow down Lin Qingran's cheeks. When he was in his most desperate time, he met him, and his appearance gave him back his hope for life, and made his desperate self feel happy and hopeful for life once again. Now, in his most difficult pass, in his most desperate moment, will he show up? Bai Hai saw that Lin Qingran did not say anything for a long time, but just inexplicably began to cry. His heart was a burst of annoyance. Bitch, lousy talking to you, play nymphet dumb, rumble. As he was talking, from the sky in the southwest, there was a roaring sound, and it was getting louder and louder. Bai Hai frowned slightly and looked up in that direction. Only 3 helicopters appeared in the sky and were flying rapidly towards this side. The nearly 300 or so minions present similarly stopped talking and raised their heads towards the sky. In the car, Lin Qingran also heard the roar, and she raised her head, looking towards the high altitude 100 meters away. The next moment, the line of sight seemed to penetrate the obstruction of space, and she saw it. A youth was seen in the helicopter, poking his body out of the hatch, full of anxiety and nervousness. It's him. It's Qin Yang. It's my lover. He's coming. He's coming to take me home. Lin Qingran laughed, with raging tears and a pearly smile. She remembered the story she had told her daughter about her dad being a superhero who would always fall from the sky and punish the bad guys. Here we go. It's really just like in the story. He's here. From heaven. Lin Qingren couldn't hold back any longer. She violently pushed open the car door and rushed out of the car like a madman, running in the direction of the helicopter, trying to wave her arms just so that she could make her lover see her. On the airplane, Qin Yang also cried. With clear tears in his eyes, he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliarly beautiful figure below. Much thinner, but looking more mature than ever. The tenderness is still there, and it's more resolute. It was just that the cloaked head and face were covered with an ebony look. It made Qin Yang's heart, once again, enveloped in killing intent. Qingran, I'm coming. Wait for me. Qin Yang roared. Hearing Qin Yang's voice, Lin Qingran let out a wow and cried out. She couldn't say a word under the overexcitement in her heart, just waving her arms towards Qin Yang with more vigor. Bai Hai only reacted when he heard the cries. His heart trembled dramatically. Hurry up and come a few people. Hurry up. Get this bitch back to me. Nima even came in an airplane. What's this man's status? He's not small. Bai Hai wasn't stupid. Anyway, the person had already been offended. Now he could only control Lin Qingran for the time being so that he wouldn't be in a passive position. There was a little brother next to him who was dumbfounded. He exclaimed, Bai Shao, those people seem to be special forces. Right. They have guns with them. They have guns. Bai Hai cursed angrily. What's wrong with having a gun? This is an island. Facing me, does he dare to shoot? I'm the young master of the Bai family. If I shoot, unless he doesn't want to live. When the crowd of juniors thought about it, they were right. The White family was no joke on the island. And what's wrong with the other side having guns? There's so many of them. Can they all be killed? When he thought of this, some of his juniors immediately rushed towards Lin Qingran, but at the same time they moved. The click sound of a sniper rifle being loaded sounded from the two helicopter gunships at the same time. The captain of the Sharp Daggers Special Brigade roared in his headset. Speed drop. Protect MS. Fong, all bandits who want to get close to MS. Fong, shoot them directly. Yes. Bang bang. The voice that resounded through the sky came. It was the sound of a large caliber sniper rifle firing, so loud that it briefly overshadowed even the roar of the helicopter. On the ground, two of the juniors who were rushing towards Lin Qingran had their heads blown off by the powerful sniper rifle on the spot. The helicopter landed sharply and gunfire was heard. In an instant, on the ground, in the vicinity of Lin Qingran, a large swathe of crimson red appeared. At a cursory glance, at least nearly 20 people collapsed helplessly. Lin Qingran, however, was oblivious to all of this, only lifting his head and looking at the sky. Regardless, at the figure that had been separated for 6 years, Qin Yang was anxious and waited until the helicopter's height was only about 10 meters before he quickly climbed down the rope ladder at the first opportunity. Stepping in the crimson blood, he quickly ran towards Lin Qingran. In the middle of the process, some of the punks who still had a breath left wanted to reach out and grab Qin Yang, but before he could explore his hand, he was discovered by the northern frontier warriors behind Qin Yang, and straight down raised his hand with 2 shots, completely killing him. And at this moment, Qin Yang didn't even have the mood to look back for a moment. He only had Lin Qingran in his eyes. Stepping over the pool of blood, Qin Yang flew to Lin Qingran. At this moment, both of them had longing and excitement in their eyes. Qin Yang violently raised his hand and surged Lin Qingran into his arms with force. Is that you? It's really you back. Qin Yang, I miss you so much. This isn't a dream, is it? Qin Yang, hold me tight. Don't ever let me wake up. Don't leave me again. Lin Qingran cried as she spoke, her tears wetting Qin Yang's lapel. Over the years, she had accumulated countless grievances in her mind and hardship towards life. She was an adult, unlike Daodu, who had a mother to fall back on when she was tired, worn out, and sad, but she didn't. The Lin family, who viewed her as a disgrace, kicked her out of the house, and after so many years, she relied on herself to bring Daodu up to such a great age on her own. No matter how bitter or tired she is, no matter what gossip she hears, she always carries it on her own, because Qin Yang is not around. She doesn't even have someone she can complain to. All the suffering and difficulties, she only carries it. She can only carry it. And at this moment, in the arms of her beloved, at the side of her beloved, she finally felt a long-lost reliance. Finally found a long-lost sense of security. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm the one who came back too late. I'm sorry. Qin Yang's voice was hoarse as he hugged Lin Qingran tightly. If I had known all this earlier, I would not have let you suffer so much. My identity is rather special. After that incident happened back then, I was worried that you would be hurt because of me, so I quietly left. I just didn't expect that my departure would lead to all of this happening today. I'm sorry, Qingran. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Xingran listened quietly, and when she saw Qin Yang blaming himself so much, she suddenly smiled and lifted her head from Qin Yang's arms. Then he raised his hand to embrace Qin Yang's face and kissed him fiercely. Next to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, high in the sky are hovering airplanes. Not far away was the constant sound of gunshots, and the hissing of the punks crying and screaming. All this, however, could not disturb them in the slightest, and they just kissed deeply, which they owed to each other. After a deep kiss, Lin Xingran swept a glance at the warriors who acted as a human wall, surrounding them in the center, and asked a question that had long been hidden in his heart. It's about time you told me who you are after all these years. Don't give me the slip of the tongue. Tell me who you are, where you come from, and if you disappear again, no matter where you are, I'll take Dauda to find you. Qin Yang scratched his head, and before he could say anything, the young company commander next to him suddenly yelled, "Military god! He's our Dragon Kingdom military god! Even more so, the Dragon Kingdom's protector of the nation, the peerless nationalist." After saying that, Company Commander Yang suddenly raised his hand and made a standard military salute to Lin Xingran, saying respectfully, "Hello Miss Fong, Sea Island Military Region, 3rd Regiment, Company Commander Yang Yi of the 7th Company. I apologize to you." Ha! Lin Xingran was first shocked. For the other party to report her lover's title, she instinctively felt a hint of unreality and illusion, immediately followed by some bewilderment. Bewilderment? Wondering why the other person wanted to make amends for himself? Yang Yi had a hidden guilt in his eyes. Failing to protect you is the greatest sin of us warriors. Lin Xingran was puzzled and turned her head back to look at Qin Yang up and down. A military god? Soldier of state? A man of honor? What's all this nonsense? At this time, the captain of the Shark Dagger Special Brigade, who had been commanding the battle, came over. "Chief, some of the bandits escaped in their cars. Please instruct." Qin Yang's line of sight crossed the wall of people and looked at the wicked people who were so scared that they held their heads and cried out. Then he turned back to look at Lin Xingran, whose face was covered in a dark green and who couldn't stop sizing him up. His eyes were filled with sullen killing intent. Bai Hai must not escape, much less die. I want it alive." At that instant, everyone felt Qin Yang's deep sullen killing intent. "Roger that. Run for your life. Run for your life." Oh my god. They really dared to shoot. They really dared to kill. Damn. That's a sniper rifle, right? I can't believe they even have sniper rifles. Damn White Sea. What kind of people did he mess with this time? Too ruthless. All the little brothers. At this moment, all of them held their heads and cried in pain. They just hate their parents for not having 2 legs. Just now, after they saw the brother, who had been talking and laughing not long ago, froze with a bloody hole in his head after a loud bang. At that moment, the crowd was emboldened. No one could keep their composure when that scene, seen only in movies, was actually in front of them. They thought it was just a fight, and they assumed that these people would inevitably take into account the intimidation of the White family. They thought that, with so many of them, if there was any more wrongdoing, it would be the law, and the other side wouldn't do too much. But next, that succession of gunshots dashed everything they thought they had. At that moment, it was as if they had been hung by the scythe of death on their necks, and all, without fear. The White Sea, at this time, has driven to escape. The car, his body cannot stop trembling. Who is it? Who the hell is he? Definitely can't be a Sea Islander. Sea Island doesn't have this one. Damn it. He actually dared to shoot regardless. I have to go home. I have to go home quickly. Only by going home can I guarantee my safety. On the island, I don't believe that someone would dare to kill someone in the Bai family. Bai Hai sports car drove extremely fast as he got off the provincial highway in the western suburbs and drove onto a relatively narrower road that was the closest highway to Yunluo Mountain. The closer he got to home, the more hopeful the light in his eyes grew, and the fireworks of vengeance in his heart intensified as he secretly vowed to make this man pay for his actions. However, it was at this time, ahead of the road, a strange rattling sound suddenly came. Johnny, sitting in his car, asked, "What's that noise? An earthquake?" Bai Hai shook his head, and before he could think about it in detail, the sky behind him, too, resounded with the familiar roar of a helicopter. His mind was in turmoil and he could only increase his speed and drive forward. But the next second, just after he drove around a corner, several vehicles that he had only seen in movies appeared in front of him on the road ahead, causing his liver to explode. The thing, topped with a long cannon, was parked side by side in the road ahead. Hinama, a tank? Keiko was confused. Parked in front of them was, quite literally, a tank painted in camouflage. Crap, where did the tank come from? Seriously, why is the tank parked here? Is there any mistake? Just after turning the corner, the moment he saw these behemoths, Bai Hai directly slammed the brakes on. I'm afraid that the car is going too fast. and if I'm not careful, I'll hit it. Up ahead, a tank was parked side by side, completely blocking the road ahead. Bai Hai's face turned ugly, but even though he had the guts, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of these behemoths, and seeing that these tanks were quietly parked on the road, he could only slowly start to back up his car and move towards the back. Chang Zi murmured with a pale face, Bai Xiao, this tank isn't coming at you too, is it? How come? These are tanks, it's not like we're going to war. Who could easily mobilize so many tanks, at least in the entire island? No one can do it, including our Bai family. I think it's supposed to be on some kind of mission, or else it's just a pullout. With those words, he wasn't just placating Keiko, it was more like he was convincing himself. After all, it was too weird that these tanks had inexplicably appeared here, and the fact that they happened to be blocking his way home was something he couldn't help but think about a little more. But this tank should not be rushing towards himself. He is not just picking up a woman. It is even if he drove a helicopter to catch it. This tank is absolutely impossible. It's too exaggerated. Haven't heard of anyone who was caught with a tank for picking up a woman. He backed up and put a little distance between him and these tanks, then planned to turn around, rejoin the provincial highway, and go home the other way. But at this time, just from the reversing mirror towards the back, they found a few very familiar Mercedes-Benz cars, is speeding towards the side, has not far from their own. Shit. Those were the cars that his minions had left at the scene, but now those cars were the tools of his urgency. What should we do? It's hard to escape. We mustn't fall into each other's hands. These people are too ruthless. Bai Hai was restless in his heart, and when he thought about what happened to those juniors before, he couldn't help but have a lot of fear rise in his eyes. He didn't dare to go back any further. The other side must have come to arrest him. As long as he met up with them, his car would definitely be shot to hell. He swore that when he went back, he must replace his car with the bulletproof kind. He redirected the car forward to the vicinity of the tanks, poked his head out of the window, and shouted loudly at those tanks, I am Bai Hai of the Bai family of the Sea Island, and I am the son of the Bai family's head. Big brothers, please make way, please, there are people behind me who want to kill me. Can you let me go through first? And we, the Bai family, will surely have a heavy thank you afterward. Click. At the sound of his shouting, a couple of the tanks parked at the front. The topmost lid opened, and he was so pleased that he thought his shouting had worked. He anxiously opened the door of the car, walked to those people and quickly said, Big brother, I'm a person from the White family of the Sea Island. The head of the White family is my father. Quickly, move the tank a little bit to let me pass. There are some people in the back who want to kill me. When I'm back in the White family, I will definitely let our White family thank you properly. But in the face of his words, the few soldiers who came out of the tanks looked as if they hadn't heard him. One by one, they stood like javelins in front of the tanks, their gazes fiery as they looked at the Mercedes-Benzes that had come close. In the next second, when those Mercedes-Benz cars were parked, Qin Yang stepped down from one of the Mercedes-Benz cars. Those few soldiers standing in front of the tank suddenly made a military salute towards Qin Yang in unison. Good day, Chief, Sea Island Military Region, 7th Armored Company, reporting to you. Please give your instructions. Boom. This moment was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, splitting straight across Bai Hai's head. Chief, giving instructions? These men, these tanks, did he get them? Bai Hai looked blankly at the behemoth in front of him, and immediately felt that the air had thickened a few times, and breathing became difficult. Qin Yang returned a military salute at the saluting soldiers, then said loudly, I want to live. Yes, a dry reply. Baek Hei is still trying to drive away. The fighters raised their guns in unison and shot the tires right out of the sports car, then came close to the front. The gun but forcefully smashed in the car glass. Not a few times. It will be nearly 10 million luxury car glass. Smashed, shattered open. Inside the car, Whitehaven was horrified as he slapped at the palms poking toward him. Instead, they were dragged out of the car by these fighters like chickens. Thus, this trip to rescue Lin Qingran was considered a successful conclusion. As for those minions of Bai Hai, Qin Yang didn't spare a single one of them. Some of those who attempted to escape by car had already been killed by the snipers on the helicopters, and the rest were being guarded by some of the fighters who had stayed in place. Inside the villa on Yunluo Mountain, Bai Yinchuan's face suddenly changed as he listened to his men's report. What did you say? Hai was captured? Good dog guts. How dare you really touch my son? I want you dead. Qin Yang arranged for Lin Qingran to be sent inside the hospital with layers of protection so that she could take care of Douda first, and the reckoning between him and the White family had just begun. Somewhere in the western suburb, Bai Hai was kneeling on the ground with his hands and feet bound by ropes, but even so, he was still looking at Qin Yang with a fierce face. I advise you to better let me go. I am Bai Hai, the eldest son of the Bai family, and even more so, the only soul seedling. If you dare to hurt me in the slightest, our Bai family will definitely destroy you even at any cost. You are also considered a person of great importance. You should know more or less the energy of our Bai family. To be honest, I think that there is no deep hatred between us, and there is no need to spell it out according to the 2 defeats. I admit, it's my fault for taking your woman, but haven't I done nothing yet? You've also killed so many of my people. So we're clear. For superior people like us, isn't the most important thing to look at is not profit. A woman is just a woman. Not so much that we will make a big fuss with each other to hurt ourselves, and end up being benefited by others. Superior? Oh. Qin Yang gasped and laughed. He shook his head and said in an icy voice without looking back, "Knife." The northern frontier warrior beside him directly drew out the short military knife he was carrying and handed it over. Bai Hai raised his head and looked at the expressionless Qin Yang, who came to his side with a short sword in his hand. At that moment he panicked again in his heart and wanted to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness. But suddenly he thought that if he saw that he was weak and scared and felt that the Bai family was easy to bully and not that powerful, would he kill himself on the spot? With this thought in mind, Bai Hai shouted out, "Don't think you can bluff me. I'm the young master of the Bai family, and you and these stinking pawns, how dare you kill so many people? You're indiscriminately killing the innocent. It's a massacre. You're finished. If you do not let me go, turn back, public opinion will definitely explode out. At that time, even if you come to the head again, the background is deep. No one can protect you. The group anger. You do not have a little to live. Now let me go. I can guarantee that, to arrange for the White family, to help you deal with this matter, to ensure that this news does not pass out of the, pain. You deserve to die." As he was talking, Bai Hai suddenly screamed miserably. The voice was exceptionally mournful. But of course, for Su Yu, it could be considered pleasing to the ears. Put. As Bai Hai screamed miserably, Qin Yang pulled out the short knife that had just stabbed into his crotch. Crimson blood, erected on the short blade that was smooth as a mirror, dripped down towards the ground. Qin Yang looked at Bai Hai, who was screaming like a pig, then took out the cell phone that he had seized from him earlier and directly called Bai Yinchuan. "The White Sea is in my hands now. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. After Bai Hai's death, all the people related to this matter all confessed to the crime and you personally came to make amends, and this matter will be considered over. 2. Perhaps, you can try to avenge your son's death, and see if your entire White family has the strength to do so." On the phone, Bai Yinchuan's breathing intensified, and after a long silence, he finally exploded. "Who gave you the nerve to hold my son hostage? I'm telling you, if there is any damage to my son, I will surely set your bones to the ground and leave you dead. Trying to get tough with my Bai family on the island? Who the hell are you? You're looking for death." Qin Yang listened to Bai Yinchuan's angry yell and said with a calm expression, "As expected, you still chose the second path, so you can now listen to your son's last words." Saying that, he placed the phone in front of Bai Hai, who was already dying of pain. "Ouch! Help! Help me! Dad! You've got to help me! Dad! He castrated me! Dad! Kill him! Make sure you kill him! Cuckoo!" As he was saying that, Qin Yang had already stood on his side and stabbed out with a knife, and after the cold aura swept through, the short knife went straight into Bai Hai's neck. Before today, he was a student, a scientist, a researcher, and he had never killed anyone, but within one day today, counting White Sea, he had killed 3 people in a row. Once you set foot on the bloody road, you're not destined to come back. Xiao Hai, what's wrong with you? Talk, what's wrong with you? What have you done? Xiao Hai, damn it, you answer me. What did you do? On the phone, Bai Yinchuan seemed to anticipate something and hissed eagerly. Qin Yang's expression was cold. "As you expected, I ended his suffering. Also, let me remind you that since you chose the second path, Bai Hai's death is just the beginning. From this moment on, the Sea Island White family, in name only, you can mobilize all your energies to seek revenge on me, or wait for me to come to your door. By the way, my name is Qin Yang." After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone and turned around to leave. On the ground, the blood flowed like a stream of White Sea, has been out of breath, the whole person powerless, paralyzed on the ground, slowly in fear, waiting for death to come. Yang Company commander, who had been waiting by the side, saw that Qin Yang had finished his business. He came forward and took out a tightly packed USB flash drive. Seeing Qin Yang faced out, Yang Company commander explained, "This is recorded in the White family these years in the island of the accumulated crimes committed. Among them, just to Bai Yinchuan and Bai Hai, this pair of father and son committed murder, rape, etc. No less than 100. At the same time, which recorded part of the White family money laundering, tax evasion, bribery and other illegal and criminal behavior. Why didn't you give it to me first thing in the morning? Qin Yang frowned slightly and reached out to take it. Yang Lianchong smiled bitterly. The Bai family has a deep accumulation of power. Not only is it entrenched in the Sea Island, but it also has a certain relationship in the province. And it is even rumored that even in higher positions, there are people from the Bai family. And I don't dare to take this out easily without confirming that I can definitely trip up the Bai family. After all, the opportunity may only be once. Once these things reveal themselves and have not yet produced the corresponding effect, then again want to collect so much incriminating evidence. But it is much more troublesome. Moreover, I do not know how many people will have to die. Qin Yang nodded, did not pursue too much, in the entire island city, not, in the entire island province, issued a press notice. From this moment onwards, regardless of anyone, as long as there is evidence of the White family's crimes, as far as possible to send to my mailbox, I Qin Yang to them to ensure that, within 3 days, will be the entire White family uprooted. The moment he made this decision, the island, already meant to change. A major earthquake is coming. Previously, all the ranked families and forces on the island, hearing that someone was looking for trouble with the White family, had only shaken their heads and laughed lightly, sighing with a sigh of not knowing the heights of heaven. But at this moment, because of Bai Hai's perishing, the entire Sea Island was like a pot of boiling water. It was difficult to maintain calm again, and all the Sea Island families and powerful nobles who received this news were completely stirred up. The Sun family of the Sea Island, a top-tier luxury family with assets amounting to nearly $10 billion. Master, big news, absolutely explosive big news. Sun family's old family head, leaning on his crutches to stand in the doorway of the inner hall. Don't be shocked. What big news can there be? The Sun family's butler was holding a cell phone, his face still in disbelief. Master, the only seedling of the Bai family was slaughtered. Really slaughtered? Died in the western suburb. It is said that when the body was found, even the lower body was castrated. After seeing the corpse, the Bai family head was so enraged that he was so angry that he vomited blood, threatening to make the other party pay the price in blood. What? Hearing this news, even the old master's son, who had been cultivating his body for many years, let out a fierce cry of surprise, and his heart, which had long been experienced in the world and rippled, could not help but jump wildly. It wasn't that their Sun family and the Bai family had any close connection, but as the same family from the same island, he knew the terror of the Bai family. For someone to dare to move the White family, but also directly to the White family's only seedling to slaughter, this makes his inner shock incomparable. How many years no one dares to provoke the White family. This time it is even more directly to the sky to poke a hole. Elder Master's son suppressed his shock and took a deep breath. Who is it? Who exactly is this Qin Yang? The entire Sea Island city, or even the entire Sea Island province hasn't heard of any big family, any powerful person with the surname Lin? Where did this guy come from? Doesn't he know who the White Sea is? Doesn't know how terrifying the Bai family is? To kill him just by saying so, and even castrate Bai Hai, this is simply stabbing the sky. More than stabbing the sky. Master, I think he just wants to overturn the sky of this island, the butler also said with a face full of shock. What do you mean? Elder Master's son asked. Master, our entire island province, no matter if it's a family or a powerful person, even some wealthy merchants with a little bit of money, have all received an email signed by Qin Yang, and our Sun family has just received it as well. The email said that he will collect all evidence of offenses and crimes related to the White family. Send him an email with whatever you have, and that he wants to wipe out the entire White family within 3 days. What? Elder Master's son was once again shocked. This is a situation where the problem is directly laid out in the open, intending to go through thick and thin with the Bai family. How dare he? Qin Yang? Killed by Hai, he still did not quickly go. The first time to leave the island, to avoid the wind, and now even dare to openly provoke. This is when the White family does not exist, when the Bai family will not be angry? Elder Master's son murmured softly. Overthrowing the sky that shrouds the Sea Island? Could it be that the Sea Island is really going to change the sky? Master, I think this is an opportunity. We have not been bullied by the Bai family over the years. We have not been suppressed by the Bai family. And every year we have to pay a part of our Sun family's income to the Bai family. And even one of the Bai family's subordinates dares to flaunt his power in front of you. Master, if I say, it just so happens that we have some evidence of the Bai family's crimes. Right now that mysterious and unpredictable Qin Yang is collecting these things. This is a good opportunity for us to bring down the Bai family. Do you think we want to, this time? Shut up, son, old Master Low roar. Then face showed disappointment. These decades, reported the Bai family of people. Not thousands of people also have hundreds of people. But those people, to date, you can still see a few? Even if some people have quietly run to Yinjing to report, but how many can return? Those of them, It's like they've evaporated. And in the more serious cases, even their families have disappeared. Can't you see the problem? As he spoke, Elder Master's son shook his head, his face full of pity, although the matter this time is a big deal, but all the same, it also offended the Bai family to death. Killing the only seedling of the Bai family, angering the Bai family, and collecting evidence of the Bai family's crimes throughout the province is a frontal declaration of war against the Bai family. But is the Bai family something to be messed with? This time, the enraged Bai family will definitely launch a thunderous retaliation. And I can already predict what will happen to that one called Qin Yang. What he faces will definitely not be as easy as death. The butler's face turned slightly white, as if he had remembered the horrors of the Bai family, but he still asked with some reluctance, could it be that there is no one who can rule the Bai family? How many more years are they going to be the earthly emperors of the Sea Island? When will the Sea Island see the light of day again? Ugh, who knows? Old Master's son bowed his head and sighed. He thought of a scene from over 20 years ago. At that time, he was at the height of his ambition and in the midst of his great marriage, but on the eve of the wedding, his fiancée was taken by the then Bai Yinchuan, and then, the other party went so far as to openly send people to take his fiancée captive. After the family knew about this, although they were angry but hindered by the intimidation of the Bai family, they could only choose to compromise and give up on the wedding. As for himself, although he had a full of lonely courage and traveled to the Bai family alone, he ultimately failed to save his fiancée. By the time he was in to see his fiancée, the other was down to her last breath. He remembered the last words his lover had stammered out back then, covered in crimson blood, upon seeing him. In your next life, don't know me, okay? She didn't compromise, it was suicide. She lived her innocence. He, however, did not protect her. In the meantime, the Lin family. It was the Sea Island Lin family that had driven Lin Qingran out of their home. At this moment, Lin Chang, the head of the Lin family, was holding a family meeting. I heard that someone openly declared war on the Bai family and killed the only seedling of the Bai family, stabbing the sky. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lin Qingran's third uncle, his face shocked, picked up. Wait and see what happens. Declaring war with the Bai family isn't important. What's important is that he killed Bai Hai. This is like completely offending the Bai family to death. It's already a deadly enmity between them. There's not the slightest possibility of backing down. Regardless of the other party's identity, the Bai family is bound to get rid of them. But have you thought about it? This Qin Yang, he dared to kill Bai Hai. He dared to declare war on the Bai family so blatantly. Doesn't he have a little bit of backing? A little bit of background? Dependency? Background? Don't joke. His background is even bigger. Even if there are his people in the province. But the Bai family doesn't have any? Or do you guys think that the Bai family's background can only go as far as the province? This Qin Yang, he shouldn't be a local. He doesn't know the terror of the Bai family. And he's acting a bit recklessly. So he probably won't have a good ending. Family master, you make the decision. This time, will you continue to remain neutral? Or get involved in this strife? Lin Cheng's eyes were thoughtful. I think it's better to remain neutral and pretend that I don't know anything. This time, the matter is too serious. As the only seedling of the Bai family, Qin Yang said to kill, without any consideration. And, bang bang, bang 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a heavy knock on the door of the family's conference room. When his speech was interrupted, Lin Cheng's brows furrowed and he yelled at the door of the room. Who's so unruly? Don't you know that there's a family meeting going on? Family master, it's me. At the door of the room, the Lin family's butler called out eagerly. Family master, I have something I need to report. Something very important. It's really especially important. You have to hear it. Family head. Lin Cheng suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. The butler was an old man of the Lin family and knew the rules. It seemed that there was a real emergency. Come in. Family master. You instructed me to look into the identity of that Qin Yang. And I found some clues as to why he declared war with the Bai family. And I feel that I must report it to you at the first opportunity. The Lin family members were immediately interested. Wow, what's the reason? This Qin Yang, who was previously unknown, suddenly appeared and killed Bai Hai in one fell swoop. There must be a reason. Yeah, either he has some deep hatred with the Bai family, or else he wouldn't have struck out at Bai Hai for no reason, offending the powerful Bai family for nothing. The housekeeper shook his head with a bitter smile. It's the eldest miss. It's because of the eldest miss. It's because of Miss Qinran. What? What did you say? The crowd exclaimed. The conference room exploded directly. Because of Lin Qingran? Because of that degrading woman? Are you sure? Lin Cheng violently stood up from his chair. Hearing this name, he still had anger in his eyes. Are you sure it's because of Lin Qingran? There's no mistake in checking, right? Yes, I'm sure. Very sure. It was because of Miss Qingran that Qin Yan killed Bai Hai and declared war with the Bai family. The butler had a bitter smile on his face. Now the entire Sea Island's large and small family forces have basically spread the word, because Ms. Qingran was being pursued by Bai Hai, but was repeatedly rejected, and when she couldn't get what she wanted, Bai Hai kidnapped her, intending to use force, and also to have Ms. Qingran's daughter killed. But no one expected that it was because of this that Qin Yang was lured here. First he rescued Miss Qingran's daughter, then he killed Bai Hai, and then he openly declared war on the Bai family. The butler briefly told the Lin family members what had happened. After hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and an eerie silence fell over the conference room. Everyone had previously deliberated on pretending to know nothing, remaining neutral, and letting them dogfight as they pleased. No matter who won, it wouldn't have any effect on the Lin family anyway. But now it was good. Because of Lin Qingran's relationship, their Lin family was directly swept into it and became a player in the game. This time, one must take sides. Bang! Anger erupted in Lin Chang's eyes as he raised his hand and slapped it hard on the desktop. Damn it, Lin Qingran, why don't you go die? 6 years ago, I ruined my Lin family's reputation, making all the big and small families and dignitaries of the entire island laugh at my Lin family, bringing shame to my Lin family, and now you've caused such a big mess. The White family, that's the White family. The White Sea is looking at you. Why didn't you just honestly obey him? Why did you refuse? Bai Hai is also a waste of space. Why didn't he just get that bastard killed in the first place and break that bitch's mind? Lin Chang's stern shouts under his violent anger made some members of the Lin family unable to listen. Third uncle shook his head, frowned and persuaded. Big brother, things have already happened. Qingran is also an adult. How to choose? That is her own decision. Moreover, Daodu is also Qingran's daughter after all, is your granddaughter. Put your mother's ass on the line. I don't have a granddaughter like that. The furious Lin Chang was like a hedgehog, stabbing anyone he could find. A little bastard. Who deserves to be my granddaughter? Who does she think she is? Who is she? Uncle Sam is depressed. My mother is not your mother. If she is alive, she will not be a big mouth to whip you. The butler stepped in and advised. Family head, make a decision quickly. Right now the entire island, even including some of the powerful people in the province, have already turned their attention to our Lin family as much as they can, wanting to know how our Lin family will respond. This time, these family powers, it seems that none of them are in a hurry to take a stance, wanting to see our Lin family's choice first. We can't remain neutral this time. I'm afraid. The butler's words made Lin Chang's breath catch. Damn bitch, if I had known that, I shouldn't have evicted her from the house in the first place. I should have forcefully dragged her to the hospital to abort that wild seed in the first place, and then find some random guy to marry. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Lin Chang's chest rose and fell violently. After a few minutes of slowing down, he took a long breath before saying with a bitter face, choice, but the Bai family, is that something that can be messed with? Third uncle's brow furrowed. Big brother, the Bai family is certainly not to be messed with, but after all, the matter was caused because of Qingran. Moreover, it seems that now, in all likelihood, that Qin Yang is the man that Qingran has never shown up. No matter how much anger you feel, this is a fact that you can't change. I think, why don't we just side with Qingran this time, and send those evidence we have of the Bai family breaking the law and committing crimes to Qin Yang? Alas, Lao San, you are thinking too simply. The Bai family is so powerful that you can't even imagine it. If you really want to unite the front with that bitch, then when the time comes, it's not impossible for our Lin family to be annihilated even if we do. The third uncle also showed a difficult expression. But that Qin Yang, he doesn't seem to be one to be messed with. His background is too mysterious. No one can say where he came from. And with the current situation where he and the Bai family are immortal, if we fall to the Bai family, he will definitely not spare us easily either. This matter must be seriously considered. Lin Chang shook his head and said, followed by him taking out his cell phone. In this case, I'll give that bitch a call first. Three Kings Village. At the dilapidated bungalow, dozens of special forces, as well as more than 100 warriors surrounded this bungalow with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the entire passageway in and out of Three Kings Village was also monitored by several warriors in the dark. Inside the house, Qin Yang's family of 3 was completely reunited. Earlier within the hospital, after Lin Qingran had done some checkups and applied some bruising and pain-relieving potions, he confirmed that there was nothing serious, so he brought Dauda back home. At this time, Lin Qingran was burning rice on the stove. Originally 10 fingers were not touched by the spring water. In these years, she not only learned to take care of the children, even cooking and laundry, as if she was untutored, she became good at it. Every now and then she looked back at the father and daughter who were playing. Until now, she still felt something unreal. The joy, however, was tangible and arose in the heart. Mommy, What are you doing? Daddy's back. Can we have meat today? Dodo hasn't eaten for a long time. Dodo pulled Qin Yang and came to the stove. She was not big enough to see what Lin Xingran was frying. Little glutton. All you know how to do is eat. But you're right. You do need to eat something good. Never mind. Let's not fry it yet. You wait. Mom will go buy it now. Qin Yang's heart suddenly ached when he heard the conversation between the two of them. He knew they might be having a bit of a hard time, but he didn't think it would be so hard that they couldn't even afford to eat meat. For them, this sparse conversation. But in Qin Yang's opinion, the reason for everything is attributed to his own departure. If at the beginning, he did not leave, then they mother and daughter would never have such a hard time. He looked around the room, then walked over to the corner of the room, the yellowed and worn refrigerator. Reaching down, he pulled open the refrigerator door. Inside were 2 cabbages, and a couple of potatoes, and several bottles of milk. Other than that, nothing else. Okay, don't look. Lin Xingran smiled sarcastically and walked over to him, her head lowered, her appearance a little uneasy. Has it always been like this? Lin Xingran nodded her head in a hasty manner, like a child caught stealing candy. I want to give Dodo the best, but my ability is limited. I can't make much money. I've tried my best, but I'm still living in a mess. Yes, I'm sorry. With that, her hot, rolling tears, bearing down her cheeks, fell towards the ground. Apologize? She's actually apologizing to me? Lin Xingran's 3 words of sorry sounded like thunder in Qin Yang's ears, shaking his entire body slightly. He felt that his heart was being slowly squeezed by an invisible hand, and a sense of suffocation tightened around him. He never blamed her, so why apologize? It was clearly all his own fault, clearly caused by his leaving. He held back his tears and held Lin Xingran in his arms with all his might. No, it's not. It's not because of you. It's my fault. Xingran, it's all because of me. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have had such a hard time. Xingran, Qin Yang, swear that I will make sure that you and Dodo live a life that is the envy of the world. Let Dodo grow up like a princess, and let you become the happiest woman in the world. And I will definitely do it, because I am Qin Yang. Lin Xingran stopped crying and looked up at Qin Yang, who swore solemnly. She broke into a smile and reached out to stroke Qin Yang's cheek, smiling like a flower. She whispered, I already feel the happiest when I can see you every day. What about me? What about me? Is Dodo going to be a princess? Really? Dodo hugged Qin Yang's thigh and giggled. So will we get to eat something delicious once a day and go to an amusement park once a month? Qin Yang froze slightly and subconsciously looked down at Dodo. Wow, can't you? Bean sucked on her finger, her little eyes rolling straight up as if she was calculating something. Well, how about having it once a week? Go to an amusement park every time you have a birthday? I haven't been to an amusement park yet. My classmates say it's so much fun. Dodo has only seen it in front of the amusement park. Dodo wants to play too. Qin Yang picked up Dodo as soon as he could, his heart feeling even more guilty. Play? Have to go play? Not only that, Dad turned around and built the world's biggest amusement park just for you, so you can have fun. Really? Dodo's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course it's true. Qin Yang looked at Dodo with a gentle gaze. Do you know about aircraft carriers? I know. Wow. My teacher said, aircraft carriers? Super awesome. And do you know what Daddy does? Daddy is Daddy, and Daddy is a superhero. By the way, Qin Yang squinted at Lin Xingran and continued. Then Daddy tell you, our country's aircraft carrier, is Daddy and Daddy's teacher together teamed up to design it. Turn around, Daddy take you on board the aircraft carrier. Let you feel it, cloak the thorns and open the river to break the waves. That can be much more fun than going to the amusement park. And our country's newest type of launch vehicle, also developed by Dad, is not only fast, but also the world's first in terms of load capacity. Dad can take you whenever you want to play and no one will stop us. Wow. Really? Dodo's eyes grew bright. Dad, you're amazing. When are we going? Dodo can't wait. Unlike Dodo, Lin Xingran only felt a sharp shock all over his body. Lin Xingran did not question these words of Qin Yang in the slightest. She instinctively chose to believe them, because no matter what she corroborated from every angle, there was no reason for doubt. She looked in shock at the man who had crouched down and was coaxing Bean. There was shock, adoration, and love in the eyes. In this moment, she seemed to understand the truth of that ambush back then, understand why he was obviously alive but suddenly left without a word. Qin Yang quietly observed Lin Xingran's reaction and then said, Dodo, so do you know what Dad is working on now? Rocket? Nope. Airplanes? Aircraft carriers? And it's not right. What's that? Dad. Working on the ladder. Know what a ladder is? At that moment, the pilot manning the door was full of tangled and nervous faces. Team Qin, Xin Yang looked back at him. This is my wife. My daughter. They have the right to know. But Team Qin, this is classified after all. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Get out. The pilot's face was torn, but he eventually gritted his teeth and backed out. Lin Xingran was first briefly puzzled, but quickly reacted. Xin Yang was afraid that what he was going to say out was a shocking secret, with those high techs that Xin Yang had just spoken about. I'm afraid that this secret was extremely important to the Dragon Kingdom, and it could be some kind of unimaginable research and development project. Xin Yang, Daodu is still too young. Why don't you? First, Xin Yang shook his head and said with a beaming smile, since I'm planning to say it, I've naturally thought of the price of saying it, but that's nothing. What's important is that in the future, our family of 3 will be together for eternity. So what is there for you to care if you know it or not? When Lin Xingran saw that Xin Yang had said so, she could only bite her lips and stop trying to persuade him. But to be honest, she was also quite curious. Geez, Dad, come on, what ladder of heaven? Ha ha ha, Dad told you that what Dad is developing is a sky ladder that really goes straight to the sky. A project that uses the Earth's gravity and spinning force as a launcher, linking the space universe. By then, when the development is complete, this project, which can utilize the Earth's gravity and spinning force, can launch any object into space. When this project comes out, it will become much easier than before for our Dragon Kingdom to launch satellites, build space stations, or conduct cosmic exploration. As long as we are given the time, when the time comes, our Dragon Kingdom will be able to launch countless global satellites and complete the construction of space stations directly in the sky. And our Dragon Kingdom's footsteps will step out of the Earth step by step, and carry out the exploration of the universe with a technology that is decades ahead of this world. This is the Heavenly Ladder. The Heavenly Ladder that can truly send everything up to the sky. It took 6 years to build. It's like the divine dragon of our Dragon Kingdom. There's still a month left. It's going to be released. When that time comes, the world will be shocked when they know about it, and all the countries all over the world will resound with the name of my Xin Yang. Daodu happily applauded. She didn't understand anything, but she always felt that her dad was talking as if he was very powerful. Dad, then when the time comes, can Daodu also ride on the Heavenly Ladder and go up to the sky to go up? Ha ha ha, can ah. Xin Yang smiled and rubbed her little head. When the time comes, I'll give you a nice astronaut suit to wear, and Daddy will take you and Mommy with him, and we'll go exploring space together, and even go to the moon to have a look. Wow, Daddy, can we really go to the moon? Mommy says the moon is very, very high up. Higher than the sky. Daodu blinked his big eyes, a leap of faith on his little face. Sure, Daddy never lies to you. Xin Yang reached out and hooked the tip of the little girl's nose and said with a smile, yeah. Receiving Xin Yang's affirmation, Daodu danced around and was overjoyed. Seeing Daodu so happy, Xin Yang was also happy. He smiled and asked, Daodu, how about that amusement park Daddy was talking about? Do you want to play? Want to play? Daddy, Daodu wants to play now. Daddy is awesome. Daodu's favorite daddy. Mommy was right. Daddy really is a big hero. Ha ha ha. Xin Yang laughed out loud. As long as Daodu was happy, he would be willing to do anything he was asked to do. As a dad, he wants to make up for all the years of missing fatherly love. Next to him, Lin Xingran also laughed. Xin Yang said amusement park. That is really the top version. Xingran. Xin Yang held Daodu with one hand while the other stopped Lin Xingran in her arms. He stroked Lin Xingran's hair and said softly, I remember 6 years ago you always asked me what I did for a living, but I never told you and didn't dare to tell you the truth. You were very angry, and we had a few fights over it. That's 6 years gone by. Now, I've told you everything. Who I am, what I do, everything about me. Do you, by any chance, know what I do for a living? In her embrace, Lin Xingran's body trembled violently. She buried her head on Xin Yang's chest, closed her eyes, and couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. She got it. Everything. She knew why the man in front of her had never dared to tell her the truth 6 years ago. Now all the mysteries are solved. Over the years, the entire Sea Island city had been speculating about Xin Yang's background, Xin Yang's identity. They say Xin Yang is a man of this and a man of that. However, no one could imagine that Xin Yang's background was the entire country. As for Xin Yang's identity, he was a peerless nationalist, a scientific titan that the entire world would be in awe of. I know all about it. Lin Xingran was already sobbing uncontrollably. Tick-tock. Suddenly, Lin Xingran's cell phone rang. Seeing the phone number displayed on her cell phone, Lin Xingran's face suddenly changed and her expression tightened. It was a phone number she hadn't contacted in 6 whole years. Who called? Seeing Lin Xingran's expression, Qin Yang hurriedly looked at his cell phone. It's my dad. Lin Qingran sighed and said, it's okay, connect it. Qin Yang patted Lin Qingran's shoulder and said with a smile, good. Lin Qingran nodded, then picked up the phone and put it on speakerphone. Soon, on the other side of the phone, a middle-aged man's voice that was hoarse with anger rang out. You still know how to answer the phone? Dad. Lin Qingran's face darkened and he shouted in a low voice. Dad, who's your dad? I don't have a daughter like you. The voice on the other side of the phone. Qin Yang could hear it clearly. His brows furrowed. What kind of tone was this from Lin Qingran's father? Was this what a father should say to his daughter? Without waiting for Lin Qingran to speak, on the other side of the phone, a grumpy and angry voice soon came again. You are the bogeyman of my Lin family. Tell me honestly, is the matter with the Bai family because of that little wild seed of yours? Click. Hearing what Lin Qingran's father said inside the phone, Qin Yang's face instantly sank in anger. Afterwards, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly looked at the cell phone in Lin Qingran's hand. Lin Qingran's face also turned unusually ugly. You'd better watch your words. Respect is mutual. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of apparent silence. Lin Cheng obviously hadn't expected that Lin Qingran would dare to talk to him like this. His face sank as he angrily shouted, what kind of attitude is that? Over the years, is this how you've learned to speak to your father? Lin Qingran snorted. Didn't you just say that you don't have a daughter like me? Moreover, haven't you forgotten that we severed our father-daughter relationship 6 more years ago? Don't use the term father to suppress me again. You're not worthy. What did you say? You dare to say it again? Lin Cheng's face was as gloomy as water, his body trembling with anger. Previously, the daughter who was well-behaved and obedient in front of him had now become like this. He was a bit unable to accept it for a moment, but there was nothing he could do about it. Lin Cheng, however, had never thought about who, exactly, beside Lin Qingran had become what she was now. It's him as a father. 6 years, 6 whole years. If he could have pulled his daughter Lin Qingran up when she was in trouble, even if just once, why would their father-daughter relationship be so deadlocked as it was now? After a few minutes, Lin Cheng sighed and said leisurely, Qingran, in the end, father is doing this for your own good. I am Ni's father. Can I harm you? What kind of behemoth the Bai family is? You should know it very well. That wild boy you love, can he mess with the Bai family? It's not too late now. You go apologize to the Bai family and that wild boy has to be handed over to the Bai family to deal with. Quite understand. Lin Qingran smiled coldly. This father of hers, does he really think she's stupid? Could she not see her father Lin Cheng's true purpose? It's not true when it's for her good. It's true when it's forsaking her. Lin Cheng's purpose was nothing more than wanting to sacrifice her and Qin Yang as a way to preserve the Lin family. Even if she did hand Qin Yang over to the Bai family, could the Bai family spare her? Apparently not. At this moment, Lin Qingran was utterly disappointed in her father, in the entire Lin family. Even what had been the last glimmer of hope had been worn away. Lin Qingran said with a bitter smile, you finally said what's in your heart. After saying so much, it's nothing more than wanting to discard me, right? I'm not the simple me I used to be. There are some things that you might as well just say. It turns out that I am just a pawn that can be discarded at any time for you. For the Lin family. You. Lin Cheng was obviously choked for a moment. Immediately afterward, he continued, you are my daughter. How could I abandon you? However, this matter was caused by you. You are not unaware of the power of the Bai family. Do you think that our Lin family would be a match for the Bai family? Besides, you may not really be in danger. Whereas if the White family were to go after the Lin family, the wealth that would be lost would be incalculable. Lin Qingran smiled miserably. The more she heard, the more desperate she became. Lin Cheng said, Qingran, you are also a part of the family, and this matter is because of you. Shouldn't you contribute to the family? Could it be that you are willing to let the entire family be implicated and let the Lin family's efforts for so many years go up in flames? I'm sure that you wouldn't be so cruel. Even if that wild boy is powerful, can he be as powerful as the White family? If you piss off the Bai family, you're dead. The Bai family has been able to reign supreme in Sea Island City for so many years. Do you think that all they rely on is those assets and money? The Bai family has their hands in the air, even in the capital. They have backstage. That rash young man has a lot of guts. How dare he kill the Bai family's hoe? The White family's son was killed. Does he know how serious the consequences are? Even if Bai Jia Hao is an animal, that's not something that wild boy can afford to offend. How dare he? Such an impulsive person. What great things can he accomplish? After all, he's not from a big family. He has a thin base and little knowledge. If the Bai family moves their fingers, they can crush him, you know? Qin Yang snorted with laughter. He's rather belittled for being impulsive? Lin Qingran also laughed coldly. Bai Jiahao deserved to die. It's really ridiculous. You don't know anything about him at all. Just based on some people's words, just based on a few rumors, you dare to conclude what kind of person he is. You are quite capable, so capable that you would discard your daughter like a pawn in a moment of crisis. Is that what you are capable of? Still so toothy. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chang's face instantly turned gloomy and said in a cold voice, 6 years have passed. Your mouth has become very good. Don't talk about these things. Immediately take Qin Yang to the Bai family to make amends. If you go early, you may still survive. If you go late, not to mention you, even the Lin family, you'll also have to suffer from the disaster. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Lin Qingran didn't speak, but laughed, and as she laughed, tears came to her eyes. She was disappointed in her father. At this moment, Lin Qingran hated why she was born in the Lin family. If she had a choice, she definitely didn't want to be the daughter of the Lin family. How dare you laugh? Obsessive, stupid. To tell you the truth, the White family's operation will begin soon, and you guys know nothing about the White family's terror. Do you really think that just because you have a few big-headed soldiers, you can fight against the White family? I'm telling you, you'll regret it. You lack too much reverence for the real gatekeepers. This is your last chance, or don't recognize me as your father. Toot toot toot. Before Lin Chang could finish his words, Lin Qingran directly hung up the phone and then collapsed into Qin Yang's arms. The current Lin Qingran felt like she didn't have any strength left. Qin Yang, I'm sorry, Lin Qingran said timidly. The Lin family's attitude really disappointed her beyond measure. Why do you have to say you're sorry? The Lin family is negative towards you, and I promise, they'll regret it soon. In the future, you don't have any semblance of relationship with the Lin family. You are my Qin Yang's woman. No one can do anything to you. Qin Yang hugged Lin Qingran tightly and looked at each other speechlessly. At that moment, a pilot walked in. Commander-in-Chief. At this time, of course he didn't want to come in and disturb Commander-in-Chief Qin, but there were just some things he had to report. You say. Qin Yang's expression was gentle. The pilot hurriedly said, latest news. The 5,000 soldiers dispatched from the northwest side are about to land at the Sea Island airport. Please give your instructions. Just in time. Qin Yang's gaze was like a torch as he said in a chilling voice. Next, I'm going to uproot them. The Bai family had been rooted in Sea Island City for many years, and could be considered the earthly emperors of this land. Moreover, over the years, the Bai family had continued to radiate their influence to the surrounding area, even in the capital, and had a protective umbrella. As Lin Chang, the head of the Lin family, had said, the Bai family, indeed, claimed to have their hands full. Therefore, in order to completely wipe out the White family's power, the evidence that those powerful and noble gateways of the Sea Islands had channeled was especially important. Of course, with or without that evidence, the Bai family, Qin Yang would uproot. What follows will be the end of the White family on the island. However, Qin Yang's purpose was far more than that. Not only did he want to destroy the Bai family, the umbrella behind the Bai family, those intertwined evil forces, he also wanted to destroy them altogether. You have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. But in order to do that, you need to have enough evidence, and everything needs to be about a master's name, so that the negative impact can be minimized. Qin Yang believed that those powerful and noble gatekeepers would definitely try to find a way to hand over the evidence to him. The Bai family had controlled Sea Island City for so many years and had also suppressed them for so many years. How could they not have anger? How could they not have hatred? They may be hesitant now, but right away, their attitudes will be as firm as ever. Qin Yang would show them his strength and would make them understand who, truly, has his hands full. As the news spread quickly, the entire island city became abuzz. At this moment, in a certain high-class private conference room, many powerful big shots in Sea Island City were gathered. This meeting today was personally presided over by the Song family's Elder Song. Elder Song looked at the crowd present with an eagle's eye and said in an urn, since everyone is sitting here today, I think everyone already knows what has happened. It's been a long time since something this big happened in Sea Island City. Everyone knows very well that none of us can do it alone. And everyone knows the power of the Bai family very well. However, the mysterious young man who has recently appeared out of nowhere is similarly not small. Who should we choose? Let's discuss it together. We are grasshoppers on the same rope. No matter who we choose, it is only right that we all stand firmly together. Just as Elder Song finished speaking, a big boss in the entertainment industry took over and said, Elder Song is right. Right now, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. We have to advance and retreat together. Right now, we are facing a big gamble. Life and death are just a thought away. I would advise certain people who want to be wallflowers and fall on both sides to save themselves before it's too late. Inside the conference room, there was a hubbub and a lot of chatter. The story is clear to them. Now that Qin Yang and the Bai family, it's already an incompatible you and me situation. Qin Yang was determined to destroy the Bai family. Not only that, but all the people and forces related to the Bai family would also be liquidated together. If they didn't choose Qin Yang at this time, then when the Bai family really collapsed, they would probably be implicated as well. Over the years, they had managed to accumulate a large amount of wealth, and if they were liquidated, all their lifelong endeavors would have gone down the drain. But if they really chose Qin Yang, then in case the Bai family chose to fish out of water, would the Bai family let them go? It wasn't that no one had ever provoked the Bai family before, and the end result was more miserable than one. The majesty of the White family is something that has been built up step by itself, and now that they wanted to rub out the fear of the White family in their hearts, it was naturally not a simple matter. In the end, they were not clear on how strong Qin Yang really was, whereas they had a clear understanding of the Bai family's influence. Over the years, the Bai family has grown step by step in Sea Island City, becoming the soil emperor of Sea Island City, and all of their industries have been gradually eaten up by the Bai family, but they dare not speak out in anger. It couldn't be helped. The White family was so powerful that they could rub them on the ground just by moving a finger. Who among them present, these merchants and dignitaries, didn't want to bring down the Bai family? They all dream of it, but they're scared. If they got on Qin Yang's boat, and in the end Qin Yang couldn't defeat the Bai family and was killed off, with the Bai family's style of behavior, would these people be spared? The Bai family would surely find a way to make their family broken. The White family has done this kind of thing many times before and has long been familiar with it. With the terrifying power of the White family, if they wanted to exterminate them, they wouldn't need to send any assassins at all. Just operate a little and they would be finished. At this time, in the conference room, everyone was caught in a dilemma, and for a moment, it was difficult to choose. After all, it was the moment when lives were at stake, betting on the rest of their lives, and a heated discussion began. In fact, the fact that they were able to come here today had already shown their attitude towards the Bai family. Over the years, the Bai family had been rampant and vicious, offending them all over, and they had no good feelings towards the Bai family, and hated to see the Bai family destroyed now. In the hands of the vast majority of the people present, they all possessed evidence of the White family's related crimes, in order to be able to put it to use one day, but they were still too scared to ever take that step forward. So what's the attitude of you guys? We can't keep spending time like this, can we? Elder Son let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, I didn't really run out of time. Just a moment ago, the one from the White family gave the old man me an ultimatum, asking me to make sure to make a trip to the White family within 2 hours. He's forcing me to be perverted. He also told me that I had to be there in 2 hours or suffer the consequences. Fucking hell. He let me go too. So he talked to everyone. What the hell do we do now? Damn. I can't wait to stab him. What does he take us for? He comes when he's called and goes when he's called? If we are really pushed to the limit, isn't he, the Bai family, afraid that we will die in a fish trap? So, are we going, or are we not? Going my ass. Of course we can't go. If we go to the Bai clan, wouldn't that be telling Qin Yang that we've chosen to side with the Bai clan? If that Qin Yang wins, we're dead meat. Damn it, I've been squeezed by the Bai family badly enough. Is it possible that I'll have to accompany the Bai family in the end? 2 hours? That guy just didn't want to give us time to hesitate. Ugh, it's neither good to go nor bad to go. What the hell should I do? As Elder Son's words fell, the entire conference room was directly in chaos. Each and every one of these powerful businessmen and women present felt like their heads were going to explode. On the one hand, they wanted to finish off the White family, but on the other hand, they didn't dare to gamble. A moment of dilemma. At this time, a well-presented female entrepreneur with boxy eyes raised her head and asked, do any of you know? What exactly is the identity of that Qin Yang? We all know what strength the Bai family has, and since Qin Yang dares to be very hard on Bai Lai, I guess it's not a small head, right? Humph, I do think that no matter how powerful that kid is, he's not as big as the Bai family. In the end, he's a young kid who is impulsive and acts erratically, and doesn't know the heights of heaven. A burly middle-aged man snorted coldly and said so. Go on. The middle-aged man paused and continued, with what we know now. What are the forces behind Qin Yang? One is that Yang Lianchang. Any bigger? It's just provincial connections. But what about the Bai family? The Bai family has connections all over the capital. Can this be compared? In the conference room, everyone's faces darkened. It was the Bai family's connections in the capital that scared them the most. The information we have now, in the end, can't represent the whole picture. The Bai family has power in the capital. So what if Qin Yang has it too? We don't know anything about him yet. Someone said in a muffled voice. Someone else soon chimed in. That's right. Maybe Qin Yang is just showing a corner of his power right now. We still can't be too arbitrary. Stupid. The burly middle-aged man slammed the table and said, even if Qin Yang also has power in the capital, will it be greater than the power of the Bai family? If it does, once those big shots in the capital are involved, have you thought about what kind of way it will end up? Do you guys think that those big shots will fight to the death over the people below them? If it really comes to that, it's us poor bastards who will suffer in the end. Brush. As the middle-aged man's words fell, everyone's faces sank. They've been in the mall for so many years. Which one of them is not an old fox? A little goes a long way. The key here was quickly figured out. In that case, in the end, no matter which side they chose, wouldn't they all end up in a bad situation? What's to be done about this? Is there really no other way? Someone said with tears in their eyes, wanting to cry. Of course I have. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If that Qin Yang doesn't only have a background in the capital, but also has connections in the military, in the whole country, and even internationally, the Bai family naturally can't fight. It's just that. He shook his head and said no more. It's just not going to happen. Who could have that kind of influence? It's a no-brainer. Everyone else stopped talking, apparently not believing it at all. However, what they wouldn't have expected was that Qin Yang happened to be such an existence. No, Qin Yang was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Qin Yang's classmates were either capital city dignitaries or feudal officials. He would be endlessly admired in politics, in the military, even in the international arena. He is a prestigious and highly regarded presence, just because he's a scientist. No, to be precise, he was the youngest scientific titan in China, the peerless nationalist. For Qin Yang, what background power, what wealth and power. He did not put them all in his eyes. What he pursued was to make the Dragon Kingdom stand on top of the world, the vastness of the cosmic stars. Really, what is Qin Yang's background? His background is the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom. All he needed to do was to raise his arm and the 1.4 billion subjects of the Dragon Kingdom would stand firmly behind him and protect him. This, then, is the influence of Pin Yang. This, then, was Qin Yang's background. While everyone was at a loss as to what to do, a sharp knock sounded outside the conference room. Not long after, the Song family's steward trotted in, looking anxious and panting. Family master, it's bad. Something bad has happened. What's the hurry? Slow down a bit. What's the big deal? Elder Song was already burning inside, and at this moment, seeing the steward like this, he didn't give any good face. Tell me, what's going on? The steward hurriedly said. Just a short while ago, Lin Chang, the head of the Lin family, persuaded his daughter, Lin Qingran, to take Qin Yang and head to the Bai family to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Going to the White House to apologize? In the conference room, everyone froze when they heard the steward's words. That Lin Chang is at least the head of the Lin family. In the island city is also a figure with a face. I didn't expect to be a cheap bastard. They knew a lot about the Lin family's daughter. Lin Chang's daughter, Lin Qingran, almost let Bai Jiahao scourge her. That little granddaughter of Lin Chang's was even almost killed by Bai Jiahao's men. What kind of deep hatred is this? And now, Lin Chang even wanted her daughter to take the man who saved her daughter to the Bai family to thank him? If his daughter did go, would the Bai family let his daughter go? Lin Chang obviously also rooted the consequences of doing so, but he did it anyway. Just because you fear the power of the Bai family, you let your own daughter go to her death? Is this a fucking man? The crowd was very displeased with this Lin family head's style of doing things. It was simply a disgrace to the man. That Lin Chang, I used to think he was a character, but I didn't realize that he was a soft bone. Even his own daughter, he dared to give it away. What a little knife-pulling ass and opening eyes. What a bitch this is. If someone dares to trash my daughter, I'll just spell out this old life and use all means to make the other party pay. Even if it's the Bai family. This Lin Chang is a loser. It's so humiliating. What a fucking diaphragm. He's pushing his own daughter into the fire. Humph, that Bai family one is the one whose own son died. Does that Lin Chang really think that sacrificing a daughter will keep the Lin family safe? The Bai family will definitely not let the Lin family off the hook. The crowd was talking. Elder Song listened to everyone's tirades the entire time and didn't say a word. At this point, he couldn't help but think of himself, had he not, at one time, been the same? Elder Song muttered in his heart. In the past, I was as wimpy and weak as Lin Chang today. Everyone is right. A man can't be too wimpy when he lives a life. I've been a wimp for most of my life. At this time, should I continue to be a wimp? Elder Song's cloudy eyes slowly turned sharp. He knew that this time, perhaps, was his last chance to resist. Hopefully, Qin Yang was really strong enough to shake the Bai family's position, and he would stand firmly on Qin Yang's side and cheer him on. Just as the people in the conference room were talking, the steward from earlier put down his cell phone and reported once again. Family master, just now, we got the latest news that Lin Qingran rejected Lin Chang's offer. And after this, Lin Chang personally took the Lin family members and went to the Bai family. Moreover, the Lin family has also released the news that Lin Chang, the head of the Lin family, has completely severed the father-daughter relationship with Lin Qingran. And, moreover, the Lin family has also stated that they will stand on the side of the Bai family, even if it means destroying their family in a big way. Not only that, the Lin family also intends to cooperate with the Bai family and utilize all their forces and connections to eradicate Qin Yang. Quiet. When the steward finished speaking, the entire conference room was suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. The eyes of the powerful men flickered and their minds were divided. Now, with the Lin family joining them, the power of the Bai family was obviously a few points greater. At this time, a big-bellied bald boss finally made up his mind, stood up, and said in a faint voice, "I've figured it out. I'll choose the Bai family. That kid Qin Yang can't shake the behemoth that is the Bai family. You guys fend for yourselves." After that, he was ready to leave, as if he couldn't wait a moment longer. "Mr. Nyo, this matter cannot be rushed. We'd better discuss it again." Elder Song was interrupted by the other party before he could finish his words. The bald boss snorted coldly and said, "Elder Song, is there any need for further deliberation? I've already made up my mind. What do you guys think? That Lin Chang, is he a fool? Since he dared to put out the word to defect to the Bai family, he must have already investigated Qin Yang's background clearly. The Bai family let us go over. It's obvious that they want to give us a chance. I have to seize it. The Bai family is still the same behemoth. That Qin Yang can't shake it, and we can't afford to offend it even more." DDT. Just then, Chief Nyo's cell phone suddenly rang and a text message was sent over. At the same time, in the conference room, the cell phones of all the powerful people rang. Mr. Bull frowned and opened the text message to read it. "It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Once you look at it, Mr. Nyo's nerves instantly tighten up." Only the text message reads, "Lin Jiahao's body was found outside the city. In addition, the surveillance camera captured that Lin Jiahao's men were shot dead by Qin Yang. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Director Jiang ordered the entire city to set up controls, blocking off all imports and exports in the city, utilizing all the police forces in Sea Island City, and making every effort to arrest the suspect, Qin Yang, and anyone related to Qin Yang can be arrested directly, without having to report." Everyone saw the text message and their scalps went numb. "See, the Wang family is starting to fight back. What are you all hesitating for? Now that Qin Yang is already a wanted criminal, when we catch him, what waves can he make? That brat is finished. Daring to take on the White family, does he deserve it? The White family is really true to their word." A text message that directly frightened and emboldened the powerful people in the conference room. "This is the strength of the White family. The whole city is blocked in minutes. I thought Qin Yang was some kind of character. This hasn't even started gaming yet and he's a wanted man? The whole city is blockaded. Where else can he escape to? When he's caught, he's a dead man walking. And even if the God of heaven comes, he won't be able to save him. The Bai family is still that Bai family after all. It's not something we can mess with. Administrator Jiang must know something. Even he is helping the Bai family. What are we waiting for? I don't have time for this. I need to go to the White House now." Earlier, those powerful nobles who were still hesitant about which camp to choose were now directly ready to depart for the White family. They didn't dare wait any longer. Soon, only Elder Song was left in the entire conference room. Ugh! Elder Song sighed, a feeling of powerlessness in his heart. This is the reason why everyone obviously has evidence of the White family's crimes, but they never dare to bring it out. People casually hook their fingers and lose everyone's soul. Now, Elder Song finally knew why the Lin family had gone out of their way to defect to the Bai family. In the past 2 years, the White family's power had grown even larger. Under the office building, just as the crowd was waiting for the car to prepare for the White House, someone suddenly shouted, "Did you not hear anything? Voices?" Everyone froze, and then, in unison, they looked to the sky. It does have a sound. Also, the sound was coming from the sky. Crap, what is this? Helicopters? Oh my god, why are there so many helicopters? Holy shit, what the hell is going on here? And can someone tell me why there are so many helicopters out there? Everyone looked at the northwestern sky with shocked faces, shocked and speechless, only to see an army green helicopter gunship flying through the clouds in the sky dome to the northwest. At first glance, there were at least 100 of them. Due to the close proximity, the crowd also saw that on the fuselage of each helicopter, there was also a three-dimensional motorized howitzer unit. At that moment, the helicopters were coming in rows and rows, roaring with a loud roar. On the left side of the helicopter, the words Dragon Country Aerospace were written in large letters, and on the right side, it says Northwest Pale Wolf Regiment. The Dragon space is not unfamiliar to everyone. and on every rocket launched out of the Dragon Kingdom, there are 4 big words Dragon Space. As for the Northwest Crowned Wolf Regiment, fewer people knew about it, but some of the powerful people present still understood some of it. Northwest Kang Wolf Regiment. This time is responsible for guarding the northwest frontier of the Dragon Kingdom. Stationed in the Kangmang Gobi Beach, the 1st Army Corps, even in the world, is a famous and frightening. A powerful person who understands the Northwest Kang Wolf Regiment shivered and said, "Oh my god, what do I see? On these helicopters, not only are they labeled Dragon Country Aerospace, but there is also the Northwest Kang Wolf Regiment. These helicopters, who are they really for? And these helicopters, whose will do they represent? Northwest Coyote Regiment helicopter gunships, or more than 100. What the hell is going on here? This is the first time I've seen so many helicopters. What are they doing in Island City?" More than 100 helicopter gunships, row after row, circled over their heads in a neat and orderly fashion, swarming and whistling away. Sure enough, they're coming to Sea Island City, and the direction they're going is Sea Island City Airport. Mr. Nyo said with a frightened heart, being shocked beyond words. It was the first time he had seen such a big scene. What was the military up to? Why would the military come to Island City? We're not an army base here either. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Look guys, gosh, hundreds of military helicopter gunships over here had just flown by when someone suddenly pointed at the sky and shouted again. The next thing I know, the crowd's eyes are twitching hard again. Rumble, rumble. Above the dome of the sky, the thick clouds were lifted, only to see 2 large army green military transportation planes appear in the sight of the crowd, and the 2 military transport planes, too, were heading toward the island airport. This is our Dragon Kingdom's Transport 20A. It's a military transport plane. Oh my god, what do I see? On the fuselage, it looks like it's equipped with live ammunition. Is this going to be a war? You guys look at the logo on the transporter. This is also the Northwest Kang Wolf Regiment, another Northwest Coyote Regiment. Elder Song's heart and body tightened, and his body subconsciously began to shiver. First, there was a large group of helicopter gunships from the Northwest Coyote Regiment. At this moment, there came another large military transport from the Coyote Regiment. When had he ever seen such a big scene? It's almost scary. The Northwest Coyote Regiment. They're not stationed in the Great Northwest. What are they doing in Sea Island City? What the hell is going on here? On the ground, each of these powerful men looked nervous as they watched a military airplane fly over their heads. At this moment, they finally realized how small they were. In Sea Island City, although they couldn't talk about calling the shots, they were still powerful and wealthy, upper-class people, and high up in the hierarchy. But at this moment, looking at the great power tools that kept flying by on the dome of the sky, they felt like shit. What self-confidence, all crushed to pieces. Not to mention them, even if it was the Bai family, a big shot in the province, compared to such a horrible power. What was it? This, then, is the power of the Dragon Kingdom. Under such a terrifying power, they were as small as dust. At this moment, the entire island city was struck by a massive earthquake. In Sea Island City, everyone looked with shocked faces at the helicopter gunships whizzing past in the sky dome. Scenes like this they had only seen on TV before. No, even on TV, they'd never seen such a big scene. The citizens of Sea Island felt like their hearts were going to jump out of their chests, and each one of them was too shocked to speak. In the sky, on a certain helicopter. Come on, fly faster. We must hurry. The deputy commander-in-chief of the Space Elevator Project, this titan of the Chinese scientific community, was constantly urging the helicopter pilot. He was distraught. Their comrade, the young nationalist who had bowed and scrapped for the Dragon Kingdom, had suffered an injustice, and his wife and daughter had been bullied by evil men. Something like that, he would never allow to happen again. Below, the outline of the city of Sea Island City has become increasingly clear. Yuan Fanghua stretched out his dry palm and took out the cell phone in his pocket. Comrade Qin Yang, we've arrived. Don't worry, we will never let you and your family suffer. Those evil people, one by one, will have to pay the price. The scientists of my Dragon Kingdom will never allow themselves to be trampled on. Yuan Fanghua then picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. I'm already in Sea Island City. Qin Yun, you know what I'm here for this time. You have to come over. Soon. A warm voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, we're old classmates and old brothers. What's more, this is still the matter of my Dragon Kingdom's national hero. Of course I have to rush over. Definitely can't let my Dragon Kingdom's heroes suffer any wrongdoings. I won't allow it, and the country won't allow it even more. After receiving your call, I set off and am almost there now. I have to say, you scientists can be really scary and intimidating. What do you mean? Yuan Fanghua froze. This matter, but it has triggered a great earthquake in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only do I know about it, my colleagues, my leaders, all of them know about it. At the same time as I leave, the feudal officials from all over the country, and the various powerful people from the capital, are all going to see Island City. Really? That's not all. The news has spread. Besides the capital, many local officials are also rushing towards Sea Island City. Everyone is holding the same belief. We can't let the hero suffer. Yuan Fanghua listened in awe. Now he sort of realized that at the same time he made the call, the other scientists were contacting the bigwigs on all sides through their respective contacts. The anger in the hearts of those scientists was by no means less than his. They were all people who had spent time with Chief Commander Qin, who was the youngest scientific titan in the Dragon Kingdom. How could they not be angry when the family of such a peerless nationalist was being bullied? At that moment, a voice came over the phone again. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that even the bigwigs from all sides of the Dragon Kingdom's business community have been alarmed. I've made a preliminary estimate. At least more than $300 billion asset businessmen, and more than 50 group bosses with assets over $100 billion, are all heading to Sea Island City. I've also heard that there are a few big names from the international community who are preparing to enter the Dragon Kingdom as well. This Chief Commander Qin of yours is really too powerful. I'm a little envious. In the entire Dragon Country, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find a second person who is as handy as he is. Hearing his old classmate's words, Yuan Fanghua froze and said, what does this have to do with those businessmen? Also, how come the international community is coming too? That's because of your scientists' connections. Of course. The voice on the other end of the conversation laughed and said, you scientists, you all seem to be low-key, but one by one, your connections are simply frightening. Politics, military, business, teachers, lawyers, doctors, major elite levels, domestic and foreign bigwigs. There is no one you can't contact. Right now, they're all alarmed. Right now, Sea Island City doesn't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at it. Such a small city. Now it's the land of the laws of the wind and clouds. Old classmate, honestly, I can't wait. Sea Island City is going to be turned upside down. DDT. On the helicopter, after hanging up the phone, Yuan Fenghua's mind was still unable to calm down for a long time. He sat down on his ass, looking dazed. He knew that this time, it was a big deal. The current Qin Commander-in-Chief, I'm afraid, still doesn't know what kind of wildstorm he has caused by his return this time. Right now, Yuan Fanghua only hoped that the Sea Island White family was not some small shrimp, but a behemoth. The power of the Bai family had better be really handy. If it was just a local powerhouse, when it came to so many big names, wouldn't that be a punch in the cotton? Previously, Yuan Fanghua felt that with her connections it was enough to solve the crisis at hand, but he did not expect that those other scientists were so fierce, and did not leave any stone unturned to use all of their own relations, which directly led to a major earthquake in the Dragon State. In a short time, Sea Island City will be covered by a violent storm. The entire Dragon Kingdom will be shaken. The other side, since Administrator Jiang issued the arrest warrant, the police are everywhere in the entire island city, especially in the vicinity of Three Kings Village. Hundreds of police officers were placed on guard duty around the clock. At this time, a limousine. Administrator Jiang is sitting in his car smoking a cigarette. He frowned and said, the decision I made should be correct, right? What kind of heavenly background can a young kid have? He can't really hold the behemoth that is the Bai family, can he? Sitting next to the head of the Lai said with concern, leader, you do not think too much. That kid, but the murderer he really killed someone. Even if he has a provincial background, we have solid evidence. The above cannot do anything. Although Lai said to the long words of certainty, but in his heart, he always felt a little panic. It had come to this, and he had no chance to regret it. If that Qin Yang wasn't apprehended, then he would really be finished. If Qin Yang really had his hands full and had really defeated the Bai family, wouldn't it be just a matter of words to deal with a small shrimp like him? And he's dead. After all, he really did commit an unforgivable sin. At that time, he would have been able to save Lin Qingran's daughter Daodu. However, he hadn't done so, and instead, he had even become an accomplice in hurting Lin Qingran's daughter. How could the other party forgive himself? It would be nice not to skin him. At this point in time, Mr. Lai knew that he had no way back, and could only follow the Bai family and walk down one road. Not only that, he also had to pull in Administrator Jiang. Even if he had to die, he couldn't just die alone. Administrator Jiang was originally wavering in his heart. However, once he heard Captain Li's words at this time, his heart sank. Previously, the one above had already informed him, but at that time, he hadn't taken it seriously at all, which had allowed things to develop into what they were now. When the time comes, if there is accountability, then he will be the first to deal with it. So, at this time, he must not hesitate. Fortunately, he was lucky. That kid Qin Yang is young in the end. Young and impulsive. He actually killed Bai Jiahao and 2 of his men directly. It's easy to kill someone, isn't it? Is he going to help a murderer? At that time, if the higher-ups pursued the matter, he could completely use the excuse of murder to block back. When it's over, his position as administrator is still secure, and no one can do anything to him. Thinking of this, Administrator Zhang's heart relaxed, the corners of his mouth hooked, and his previous concerns disappeared into thin air. Moreover, he also believed that with Qin Yang, a young kid, he couldn't flip the sky of Sea Island City. Mr. Lai was keeping an eye on Administrator Zhang's expression. At this moment, he saw the corners of Administrator Zhang's mouth hook up, and he followed suit and relaxed. Just as he was about to speak, a very nervous voice suddenly came from the intercom in his hand, reporting to the captain. There's an emergency up ahead. There's an emergency up ahead. What happened? Captain Lai asked in a hurry. Outside the Three Kings village. It's blocked off by a regiment of soldiers, and all vehicles and pedestrians are not allowed to pass through. It's those pawns again. At those words, Captain Lai's face instantly turned ugly. These pawns, they're really shady. Originally, he thought, it was only by this time that all those pawns had left. Who would have thought that not only did he not leave, but instead blocked the entire Three Kings village? What a nerve! Three Kings village was sealed? I'd like to see who gave them the right. What kind of place do they take Sea Island City for? Administrator Zhang's face darkened when he heard the voice on the intercom. He led Captain Lai and the others out of the car towards the village entrance of Sanwang village, only to see that the entrance to the village was indeed blocked by a group of soldiers. These soldiers, each with a loaded gun and a cold face, all around. Many of the commoners of Three Kings village were watching the fun. Director Jiang mood irritable. So many people watching here. This police commissioner, if he lost face here in the future, cannot really raise their heads. Thus, Administrator Jiang stepped in and coldly shouted with a dignified face. Currently, we are tracking down the clues of Qin Yang, the suspect in the murder case in the outskirts of the city, and there is a high possibility that Smug Bother is hiding in Sanwang village. Are you guys blocking this place up to obstruct the law enforcement? Who gave you the guts? Why don't you lift the blockade and get out before it's too late? If I tell your superiors about this, you know the consequences. What Administrator Jiang didn't expect was that the soldiers in front of him not only didn't move out of the way, but also laughed. At this time, Company Commander Yang came forward, expressionless, and said in a deep voice, "We have been ordered by our superiors to temporarily classify Sanwang village as a military control zone, with an all-around blockade, and no one is allowed to enter the area." Administrator Jiang, do you understand? What did you say? You call me a loafer? Dare you say it again? Administrator Jiang stormed and cursed. I'm the police commissioner of Sea Island City, and I'm here to apprehend murderers, to maintain law and order in Sea Island City, and I can't even go in here? In the Three Kings village, there is no murderer as you said. Administrator Jiang, you'd better go back, Yang Company Commander said calmly with an expressionless face. Bullshit. At this moment, Administrator Jiang was so enraged that his face turned red and he directly began to burst into foul language. Surveillance shows that the suspect Qin Yang entered Three Kings village. The evidence is overwhelming. And you're telling me he wasn't in there? Company Commander Yang gave Administrator Jiang a deep look, then leisurely said, here in Three Kings village, there is a person named Qin Yang. However, he is not what you would call a murderer, but rather a special protection object instructed by his superiors. As soon as Yang Company Commander's words fell, he took out his pistol from his waist, pulled the trigger, and started shooting at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. No one expected Company Commander Yang to fire suddenly. At the sound of the gunshot, all the police officers subconsciously took 2 steps back, their faces pale. Administrator Jiang was even more agitated and sat on his butt, his lips turning white. Around them, the commoners who were originally watching the fun, each and every one of their faces changed and fled in all directions. Crap! The soldier shot. What's going on? What's all the shooting for a good reason? It scared the hell out of me. This is downtown. Didn't they say no shooting is allowed downtown? Daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? Hurry up and run? Where had these commoners seen such a battle? And soon the onlookers disappeared cleanly. At this time, Administrator Jiang also reacted and was helped up by Captain Lai. It was just, more or less, a mess. Administrator Jiang pointed his finger at Company Commander Yang and said in a colorful voice, how dare you shoot? Do you know what this place is? You've got a lot of guts. Who is your superior? I want to report you. Who knows? Yang Company Commander didn't pay any attention to Director Jiang at all. He said in a chilling voice, just now, it was the first warning. All idle people, back off. Click, click. The sound of a bullet being loaded rang out. Brush up. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically and they backed away like crazy. They don't dare to bet on it. This guy, he really dares to shoot. Administrator, go. Captain Lai's face was tense, and he hurriedly pulled Administrator Jiang back. Although Administrator Jiang knew that it was a loss of face to back off, but now, he did not dare to head iron. Downhill, back off. The first warning just now was to shoot for the sky. This second warning could be a shot towards a human leg. He was still in his prime and had a great future ahead of him. He didn't want to become a cripple. If it's a third warning, it's a straight shot with consequences. Outside the cordon, Administrator Jiang was furious, pointing at Yang Lianchang and saying angrily, "Do you know what you're doing now? Harboring a murderer. Threatening a government official. How dare you ignore the law of the land? You're finished." Yang Company commander frowned slightly with a face of impatience. He really hated this Administrator Jiang. "So," he said in a faint voice, "you said that Qin Yang is a murderer. Does Director Li know about it?" Director Li? Administrator Jiang's mind sank, and panic rose in his heart. This matter, no matter what, can't let Director Li know about it. If Director Li stepped in first and revoked the arrest warrant for Qin Yang, he would be finished as the Director of Public Security. Therefore, he had to hurry up and catch Qin Yang before Director Li stepped in. When the case is closed and the dust settles, there will be nothing anyone can do to him. Myself, I can't afford to wait. Administrator Jiang's face sank, and a ruthless color flashed under his eyes. If it's really not possible, even if we force our way in, we'll have to catch that Qin Yang out. He didn't believe it. There were so many of them. He was also the Director of Public Security of Island City. These big-headed soldiers, they really dared to shoot at him? The change in Administrator Jiang's expression was keenly noticed by Company Commander Yang, and immediately, he shook his head and took the walkie-talkie handed over by his subordinate and spoke 2 words in a low voice. Soon, in this area, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Like an earthquake. What's going on? What's going on? Is this an earthquake? The sudden change caused Administrator Jiang and the others to be stunned. Then, suddenly, someone shouted, That's a tank. How did the tank get here?" Administrator Jiang and Captain Lai also looked over, and in the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that on the opposite side, there were 2 earth-colored tanks rumbling out. Then the gun rotated and aimed at them. Being aimed at by the tank's muzzle directly caused Administrator Jiang and the others to stiffen in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. That's a tank. That shot came down, and they were pieces of meat. Can anyone tell him why there are tanks out here in Three Kings Village? Is there any fucking justice in this world? At the moment, Jiang Administrator's mind is thinking, that Qin Yang, in the end, what is the identity of the tank can be pulled over? And, right out of the gate came 2 of them. Administrator Jiang's scalp tingled. However, where would Administrator Jiang have thought that what came today was not just 2 tanks, rather, the entire armored company? Snap! At this time, the lid of one of the tanks lifted, and a man with the rank of company commander revealed his head and said with a dignified face, "We have been instructed by our superiors to protect Qin Yang with all our might. From now on, those who come near the red line will be dealt with as treason and will be directly blasted to death without the need to report." Treason? Treason? At this moment, Administrator Jiang even thought that he had heard wrongly and backed up like crazy. Beads of sweat continued to roll down his face as his mind roared. This is crazy. Arresting at Qin Yang becomes treason? Can you just lay this charge? So what kind of identity is Qin Yang? Arresting him means treason? Administrator Jiang felt like his outlook on life had collapsed. Administrator Jiang growled, "Do you guys realize what you're doing? I'm arresting a murderer. You're harboring him, you know? And treason. I think you guys are the ones who are treasonous, moving tanks at will. I am going to report it to your leaders. How dare you people? How dare you?" Administrator Jiang cursed like a madman. He was scared now, overwhelmed with worry. What exactly is this Qin Yang's background? However, right now, he couldn't think about that. Right now, he had to catch Qin Yang to the Public Security Department as soon as possible. If this matter spreads to the province and Director Li knows about it, Director Li will definitely not let him arrest anyone again. If he couldn't catch Qin Yang in this, he would be completely and utterly finished. If the people at the top go after him, what is he going to say? He's running out of excuses. Just then, Administrator Jiang's phone rang. He took out his cell phone and almost threw it out in shock. Coincidentally, the person who called was no one else but Director Li. He rushed to the phone. "Hello, Director Li." On the other end of the line, an unmistakably angry voice soon came out. "And you know how to answer the phone. I thought you'd forgotten about me as director. Tell me, Why are you answering your phone now? What the hell are you doing as sheriff's administrator? Leader, I'm really sorry. I had some urgent matters on my side. I didn't pay attention. Administrator Jiang whispered. Of course he wouldn't dare say he'd been drinking. That would be a death wish. Emergency? What kind of urgent matter? I'd like to hear what urgent matter you're dealing with that's more important than the task I've given you. Director Lee growled angrily. I could hear that he was really angry. Immediately afterward, Director Lee continued. Let's not talk about this first. The task I gave you before. Asking you to lead people to the Three Kings village to rescue Lin Xingran's mother and daughter. Did you go? Leader, Administrator Jiang gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore. So he said in a deep voice, Director Lee, things have changed. That guy called Qin Yang killed 3 people in one breath in Sea Island City. One of them is also the youngest master of the Bai family, Bai Jiahao. Now, I have listed him as a wanted criminal, and have cordoned off the whole city. Now, we traced that he is now hiding in the Three Kings village. Who would have thought that there is a group of soldiers flouting the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and blocking us from entering? Which is simply, what did you say? Say that again? On the other end of the phone, Director Lee, who was sitting in the car and was about to arrive in Sea Island City, suddenly felt a dizzying sensation in his brain. What did he just hear? At this moment, Director Lee even thought he had heard wrong. Qin Yang was even listed as a wanted criminal, and now he's wanted all over town? So much. What the hell is going on here? How dare you? A little sheriff's deputy? Who gave you the courage? Director Lee panicked. He was completely flustered, his heart pounding. Qin Yang, that's the person the minister personally called and mentioned. It was the minister who asked him by name to send someone to protect Qin Yang's family. As a result, now, the director of public security of Sea Island City not only didn't bother to protect Qin Yang's family, but instead made him a wanted criminal? Director Lee felt like the sky was falling. He growled into the phone. Jiang Jingming, do you know what you're doing? I'm telling you, you're finished. After hanging up the phone, Director Lee lowered his head. His eyes were red, and his body trembled endlessly. He kept pounding his thighs and looking grim. The driver, who was driving, and his entourage did not dare to say a word or even move. They had never seen the director in such a state of demeanor. A few minutes later, Director Lee shouted, Go to Sanwang Village. Get to Sanwang Village as fast as you can. Hurry! Notify the traffic police and clear the roads. I want to get to Sanwang Village as soon as possible. Fast. Yes, Director. The staff rushed to the traffic police department and dialed the number. Soon, traffic police who were on duty nearby rushed over and started clearing the road. With the full cooperation of the traffic control department, a green light was given along the way and all vehicles avoided it. There was a lot of talk among those drivers who avoided it. What a big show! Which big shot is this? What's going on here? Driving that fast? Mamma mia! Is something wrong with the island? Also Sister heard honey, look at the sky. Why are there so many helicopters? A helicopter? Yet. The drivers who were traveling on the highway all saw the military helicopters flying in the sky towards Sea Island City. Hundreds of helicopters, row after row, were flying at low altitude towards Sea Island City. This kind of formation almost suffocated them. Island City. This is going to turn the world upside down. On the other side, Director Lee also saw the scene on the dome of the sky. As a director, he knew very well that the drones in the sky were not ordinary drones, but military helicopter gunships. Hundreds of military helicopter gunships. This kind of big scene was something that even he, who was in a high official position, had never seen before. Director Lee was alarmed. Could this be Qin Yang's background? No wonder even the minister was alarmed and had to come here personally. This Qin Yang, what kind of person is he? Oh my god, that is Transport 20. What kind of heavenly background is this? Finished. Jiang Jingming, I hate to strangle you now. Drive faster. Rush to Sanwang Village at full speed. In the car, Director Lee growled loudly and spitefully. Right away. The driver had a tense look on his face, trembling with fear, and cold sweat kept falling down his face. Tick-tock. At that moment, Director Lee's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Director Lee hurriedly took a deep breath and carefully answered the phone. Hello, Minister Chen? Director Lee, have you arrived in Sea Island City yet? My special airplane will be landing at Sea Island Airport soon. 2. Arrived? Minister, and I've just arrived. Just arrived? Minister Chen said in a cold voice. Regarding Qin Yang's matter, you know how important it is. Why are you only arriving now? Did you not take my words to heart? No, it's not. Director Lee hastily shook his head, his heart pounding. Immediately afterward, Minister Chen continued. How is the situation in Sea Island City now? I asked you to send someone to protect Qin Yang's family. Are they safe? Qin Yang isn't in danger, right? Director Li fell silent, not daring to speak. Director Li, are you mute? Minister Chen's voice came out coldly. At this moment, Director Li's entire body was shaking. He's scared. He was genuinely scared. Right now, how should he respond? Tell the minister that he didn't send anyone to protect Qin Yang's family? Tell the minister that Qin Yang is now a wanted man in Sea Island City? The police department is looking for him? He wouldn't dare say that. On the other side, Minister Chen's majestic voice sounded again. Director Li, what are you gawking at? Speak up. Qin Yang and his family, what's going on? Are you deaf or dumb? In the car, Director Li shivered his lips and trembled. Minister Chen, I am ashamed of your trust. Director Li's tone was so humble that he was close to crying. As a matter of fact, he did want to cry right now. That stupid bastard Jiang Jingming was really going to screw him over. What the hell is going on? Tell me. On the other side, Minister Chen's heart fiercely trembled, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Qin Yang, did something happen? No, Qin Yang absolutely nothing can happen to him. Thus, Minister Chen hurriedly pursued. I called you earlier and asked you to send someone to protect Lin Qingran's mother and daughter. Have you sent anyone yet? Director Li said in a timid manner. After you made the phone call, I rushed to notify the administrator Jiang of Sea Island City. Who knows? That Jiang Jingming, he even took my words as a whisper. Minister Chen completely couldn't suppress the fire in his heart and said angrily. That means that no one was there to protect Lin Qingran's mother and daughter. Tell me, Qin Yang and his family, did something happen or not? Answer me. Minister Chen almost growled out the words. If he had a heart condition, he'd be pissed off right now. Director Li hurriedly said. No surprises, leader, no surprises, no surprises. On the airplane, Minister Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also didn't know if Qin Yang and his family had an accident or not, but at this time, he definitely couldn't say he didn't know. Immediately after, Director Li said slowly in a low voice, however, Jiang Jingming said, he said Qin Yang killed 3 people in Haidao City, and now, Jiang Jingming has listed Qin Yang as a wanted murderer and has blocked off the whole city to make arrests for him. What did you say? Minister Chen's heart fiercely trembled, and his eyes glared round. At this moment, he even thought he had heard wrong. He must have misheard me. Qin Yang, listed as a wanted man? This peerless nationalist, a scientific titan who has been rooted in the Northwest Gobi Beach incognito for 6 whole years, is now being wanted all over the city? How dare they? The audacity! The audacity! Minister Chen roared angrily, then hung up the phone. Then, in a low voice, he said, how much longer will it take to get there? At this moment, Minister Chen's voice turned hoarse and his face was constantly shaking. So one could imagine how angry he was right now. He'd never felt as pressed for time as he did now. Is it too late? At this time, the staff hurriedly said, Minister, we've arrived over the island, but can't land. Unable to land? What does that mean? Minister Chen froze. The staff member said in a deep voice, we have received the latest news that soon, 2 large transport planes carrying 20 and 132 military helicopter gunships coming from the northwest will land at the island's airfield, so we must wait for our orders in place. Minister Chen didn't say anything, but looked out the window at the scene that shocked him. The Northwest Kangwolf Regiment is here they come. On the other side, inside an extremely luxurious clubhouse, the powerful businessmen and women of Sea Island City were looking out the window in unison with a shocked expression on their faces, only to see that on the street outside the clubhouse, I don't know when all the vehicles were emptied and the road was blocked. Then, the ground suddenly began to tremble and smoke filled the air. Under the horrified faces of these powerful men, a tank came from the distance, regal like a 6-headed steel monster, and behind these tanks, thousands of yellow armored cars followed closely, a torrent of steel, roaring. The tops of these armored vehicles were all equipped with large-caliber firearms, and the blackened holes exuded a strong murderous aura, a torrent of steel and loaded guns. Jesus, what the hell is going on? It's a whole armored regiment coming, isn't it? Is this going to be a war? Can someone tell me why the military people are here? This is Island City. It's not a war zone. Could it be about that too? Inside the clubhouse, all the powerful people were scared to death. Huaxia Spaceflight, Northwest Kangwolf Regiment, and now even the military's armored force. This is to stir up the rhythm of Sea Island City. That's crazy. That's just crazy. These powerful and noble people, who were usually high and mighty, were also existences who were used to seeing big scenes, but the big scenes they've seen are nothing compared to this one. At this time, a flat-headed middle-aged boss said with fear and trepidation, I know that the Bai family has their hands in the air, and they all have people in Yanjing City. However, no matter what, I didn't expect that their background is so big. The Bai family has backstage in the military. Surprisingly, that Qin Yang is finished. The White family, after the flat-headed middle-aged boss reminded them of this, all the powerful people physically weakened. Yes, in the whole of Sea Island City, only the White family can make such a big move. They know that the White family background is horrible, but did not think that the White family background is so horrible. The military forces, even can casually mobilize. This is really through the sky connections. They were really just like little shrimps in front of the big mountain that was the Bai family. Unbeatable. Can't offend the Bai family. Absolutely can't offend the Bai family. A female boss said with a panicked expression. This is a warning. The Bai family is not only here to deal with Qin Yang by sending out such a big battle, but also to hammer us. This is telling us that if we make enemies with the Bai family, we will die. Right, the evidence we have. We absolutely cannot hand it over. The Bai family is too terrifying. It is not something we can fight. I'm afraid, this isn't the full extent of the Bai family's strength. That brat Qin Yang, how did he dare? How did he dare to provoke the Bai family? Humph, that kid killed the son of the Bai family master. He's dead, but we're different. Let's go to the Bai family now and tell the Bai family about our attitude. Only then can we have a chance of survival. The powers that be looked sad. Some of the resistance that had been born now was now gone. On the side, Elder Son looked forlorn, as if he had aged another 10 years or so in an instant. He was desperate, utterly desperate. The White family didn't put them in their eyes at all, and it didn't matter at all what they stood for. With the strength of the Bai family, even if they handed over the evidence, it would have no effect on the Bai family. They, on the other hand, would die without a burial place. I was the one who was too confident in him. Elder Song cried out in despair. Before, he had actually wanted to bet his fate on Qin Yang. In hindsight, it was just stupid. Qin Yang, what's he got against the Bai family? No matter how much hatred there was in the past, now Elder Song didn't want to resist. Let bygones be bygones. Something's not right. You guys. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Something's not right. You guys. Among the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out, directly silencing the entire clubhouse. All of these powerful people were heading towards the door, ready to move to the White House immediately. At this time, everyone had their eyes on one person. What do you mean? Mother Boss? What's wrong? Mother Boss looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. The people from the military? Maybe they weren't found by the Bai family. Think about it. If the people from the military are here, what are the people from the space agency doing here? Those scientists are in charge of the country's most important projects, and they spend their weekdays doing research. What do you think they're doing here? Would they be related to the Bai family? As Mother Boss's words fell, everyone's hearts and minds trembled violently, instantly coming to their senses. Mother Boss has a point. Why would the space agency come here? They're in academic research. What are they doing here? Moreover, the space agency is directly belonging to the highest level of the country. Even if the Bai family background is bigger, it is impossible to manipulate the space agency. Just now, when they saw such a big scene, they were all terrified inwardly, and they didn't think about it at all. It wasn't until this time, reminded by the Mother Boss, that everyone came back to their senses. So what's going on here? An old man frowned and said, since these military visitors are not the means of the Bai family, they are Qin Yang's? Although he said that, it was clear from the tone of his voice that he didn't really believe it. As the old man's words fell, someone quickly denied it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's the Aviation Bureau. What are you thinking? That's right. Do you know what the space agency represents? The ones gathered there are the top scientific titans of our Dragon Kingdom. How old is Qin Yang? Isn't this funny? But it's neither the Bai family nor Qin Yang. So what is this all about? It's always impossible for someone from the military to come here for no reason, right? What if it really is the means of the Bai family? The Bai family hand and I, in Yanjing City have connections. To say that they are involved with the space agency, it is not impossible, right? We can't afford to gamble. All the powerful people were silent. Yeah, who's to say that the space agency really isn't the White family's handiwork? Though, that's a little too outrageous. No, it can't be the White family. With a sharp look on her face, Mother Boss shook her head and said in a deep voice, compared to the Bai family, I'm more willing to believe that this is Qin Yang's background. Qin Yang? Mother Boss, this is no time for jokes. Yeah, Mother Boss, a brat. How could he possibly hook up with the space agency? Instead of believing that this is Qin Yang's background, I'm still more willing to believe that it's the Bai family. A kid in his early 20s. This is simply impossible. It's outrageous. I wish it was Qin Yang's tactics. But but I really can't believe it. The powers that be argued hotly. In good conscience, they certainly hoped that the people from the space agency and the military were all from Qin Yang's background. In that case, would it not be easy to exterminate the white family? But the thing is, it's too far-fetched for them to think about. After all, this was a major event that concerned their fate. One wrong step. No one could afford to gamble. Qin Yang not Qin Yang. This matter, in the end you have something to do with it? Elder Song's mind is also a mess. For a moment, actually do not know what to do to be good. If these tactics were really done by that kid Qin Yang, then he was a little too terrifying. What kind of background was it that could move two such terrifying forces? Elder Song couldn't imagine it. If it was really Qin Yang's background, Elder Song would definitely hand over the evidence he had in his hands to Qin Yang. Inside the clubhouse, everyone was considering it, struggling internally. No matter what, they had to take sides as soon as possible. Trying to be wallflowers was simply impossible. But who exactly is standing? If they were on the wrong side of the line, what awaited them was doom. Talking both ways, on the other side, the white family, inside an ancient tea house. Family master. Something bad. Butler Joe rushed into the tea house like a madman, yelling and screaming with a horrified look on his face. At this time, Bai Yinchuan's mood was already bad. He just died his son. At this moment is harboring a bellyful of fire. What's with all the yelling and screaming? I just lost my son. Are you trying to scare me to death too? Butler Joe shivered in fear, subconsciously backed up 2 steps. Then, he hurriedly pointed to the window outside, said anxiously, "Family master, you quickly look over there. How come there are so many helicopters?" Wang Yinchuan frowned and looked up towards the outside. Afterward, his face instantly just changed, and with a miso sound, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the tea house, only to see the sky. At least hundreds of army green armed helicopters were hovering and flying. Although the distance was still far away, Bai Yinchuan could still feel a murderous aura. Not far away, a woman with a diminutive figure rushed over, and said with a face of fear, "What is going on here? Yinchuan, where are so many airplanes? They won't be coming to find us, right?" The woman was shaking with fear as she spoke. Bai Yinchuan stared at the sky without moving, not replying. At this point, he was wondering the same thing. Why are there so many helicopters in Sea Island City? And it looks as if they're still military aircraft. A whole 100 military planes. That's a lot of money. Who can mobilize so many helicopter gunships at once? Anyone with that kind of power would have to be at least a military commander, right? Bai Yinchuan thought in his mind. This is a very scary force. Suddenly, Bai Yinchuan's mind thought of someone like an electric shock. In the next moment, Bai Yinchuan couldn't help but laugh lightly and muttered, "Second brother. This scene. 1T be your handiwork, right?" If it really was his second brother, it all made sense together. Second brother? Yinchuan, you mean the one who betrayed us and joined the Wang family? Don't say it. Bai Yinchuan interrupted the woman's voice and said with a smile, "Not to talk about this now. I heard that he recognized a godfather in Yanjing City, and that godfather of his, he is said to be a rather powerful deputy commander of the military region. These iron lumps should be his handiwork." Godfather? Deputy commander? The woman sniffed and looked surprised. That loser back then, did he really make a name for himself by eating soft food? How could he recognize such a powerful godfather? Even their white family has to rely on that once villain now to be able to do so? The woman felt very dreamy. Yes, it must be. Next to him, Butler Joe also laughed and hurriedly said, "This must be that person's tactics. In the end, they are blood relatives, with the military opportunity to deter. After today, who would dare to provoke the Bai family?" More than 100 helicopter gunships came to help. This is a row. Simply too big. From today onwards, the white family will be even more powerful and unshakable in Sea Island City. The woman beside her looked similarly agitated, and she hurriedly said, "In the future, Sea Island City will be the backyard of my Bai family, and we, the Bai family, will be the absolute authority. After all, they are blood brothers. I didn't expect that second brother would be really considerate. Yin Chuan, this friendship, we must take note of it. We must thank second brother properly. A lot of things that are fungible. In the past, the Bai family's second oldest betrayed the Bai family and went far away to Yinjing City to eat soft rice. But now it's different. This second master has now climbed to a high branch. And that's not the same. Nothing in this world is set in stone. The previously frosty relationship can naturally be eased. With an army background, that could be too important for their Bai family. You're right. It's a good way to thank him." Bai Yinchuan laughed. From today onwards, the white family's position in Sea Island City would be taken to the next level. In Sea Island City, The Bai family was the only giant family that no one could shake. The future, a bright one. Thinking about it, Bai Yinchuan suddenly snorted coldly, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Jin Chuan, what are you thinking? The woman next to him asked in a hurry. Bai Yinchuan said in a chilling voice, of course I'm thinking about that murderer who killed my son. In Sea Island City. How dare you kill my child and provoke the Bai family? That wild boy. He'll soon learn who can be the master in Sea Island City. Let's just hope he doesn't regret it next. He'll definitely regret it. And right now, he's probably scared to death. That kid doesn't even know how powerful our Bai family really is. The woman smiled coldly and said, a brat also wants to destroy my Bai family? What a laugh. However, Yin Chuan, even though that brat of his deserves to die, we can't be too cheap for him to do so. Hey, don't worry ma'am, I see. Ah, that kid saw such a big battle. At this moment, he might be rushing over to our Bai family to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Butler Joe said with a heated smile, his expression relaxed. Three Kings Village, outside the cordon. Administrator Jiang looked at the cell phone in his hand, his heart pounding with panic. He's scared now, especially scared. A great shadow was looming over him. Administrator Jiang had never been so flustered as he was now, his face as white as a dead man, a soulful look. After hearing the last words Director Li said to him, Administrator Jiang suddenly realized that he had probably made the most regrettable decision of his life. On the opposite side, holding a walkie-talkie, Yang Company Commander looked majestic, looking without even glancing at Administrator Jiang. He knew that the other side was finished, and soon, this Administrator Kong will have to pay the price. He had no idea what kind of big shot he had offended. It was only after a few minutes that Administrator Jiang reluctantly came back to his senses. Then, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to become determined inside. At this point in time, there was no way back for him, and since he was going to die either way, it would be better to take a gamble. Director Li will be here soon. Now right or wrong, there was no longer any significance. He had to catch Qin Yang. He had to make Qin Yang confess as soon as possible. In this way, he might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, death is certain. Thinking of this, Administrator Jiang took a step forward, grinning and shouting angrily, you big-headed soldiers, law illiterate, do you know how much of a crime it is to harbor a murderer? I will definitely bring you all to justice. You are finished, you guys wait, I'll call and sue you right away. You're dead, okay? Although Administrator Jiang forced himself to calm down, he still looked like a madman at this moment. How could he look like the Director of Public Security? Administrator Jiang was dizzy, feeling that heaven and earth had flipped over. He trembled and took out his cell phone, ready to make a call, though, he didn't know exactly who to call. Just at this time, Administrator Jiang's cell phone suddenly rang. DDT. Administrator Jiang looked down and his eyes lit up slightly. It was a call from the Bai family. So, he hurriedly picked up the phone with his hands in a frenzy. Hello, Butler Chen. This is Zhang Jingming. What can I do for you? Soon, Butler Chen's voice came from the other side of the phone. Butler Chen said leisurely, Administrator Jiang. What's wrong with you guys? You're moving too slowly, aren't you? Our family head can't wait to see that Qin Yang. What's the situation on your side? Administrator Jiang looked up at the tank machine gun in front of him and looked at the loaded soldiers across the street. After a short silence, he said in a deep voice, I've encountered some trouble on my side. I'll have to wait a little longer. Trouble? What trouble? On the other side, Butler Chen said with a smile, with my Bai family covering you, what kind of trouble can you have? Director Jiang, did you see those armed helicopters in the sky? Those are my Bai family's means. Now, do you still think there's any trouble? Snap. Subconsciously, the cell phone in Administrator Jiang's hand slipped into place, but he couldn't be bothered to pick it up. Instead he looked up towards the sky. Did he hear right? Just now, Butler Chen said that the group of armed helicopters in the sky is the means of the White family? That was sent by the White family? But if that's the case, what is this scene in front of us? Then why are these soldiers still blockading Three Kings Village and why are they protecting that murderer Qin Yang? Administrator Jiang was confused. What the hell? What's going on? Administrator Jiang had just picked up his cell phone when he heard Butler Chen's voice. Administrator Jiang, this is the last time I talk to you on the phone. Hurry up and arrest Qin Yang, the family head. He doesn't have that much patience. I hope you don't let the Bai family down. DDT. The phone was hung up. Administrator Jiang was dumbfounded and hadn't reacted yet. After a few minutes, he took a deep breath and walked toward the front. However, seeing the tank's gun barrel and the machine gun aimed straight at him, Administrator Jiang panicked again and hastily backed away. Suddenly, Administrator Jiang's eyes lit up as if he had finally figured something out. These soldiers, he felt, might be the ones that Qin Yang had paid for and found connections to bring in. As for this young company commander, he's just a junior officer. However, the Bai family is different. The Bai family has a background in the capital. These armed helicopter formations in the sky are likely to come from the capital. Before the two, are they comparable? That pure and simple is crushing. At this moment, Administrator Jiang was incredibly glad that he had chosen the Bai family. The White family didn't let him down, and he made the right bet. Compared to the power of the Bai family, these big-headed soldiers in front of us are nothing. After figuring it out, Administrator Jiang didn't panic at all. He looked at Company Commander Yang and snorted. There are only 2 tanks. See what you guys can do. I'm telling you, you guys are finished. How long do you think you can protect that murderer with just a few of your minions? Administrator Jiang sneered. Now, he wasn't panicking at all, and his heart was in the right place. Of course, he still didn't dare to rush straight in now. After all, these guys really dared to shoot. However, he didn't believe it, that Qin Yang could hide in Three Kings Village for the rest of his life and not come out. Right now, the entire island city was blockaded by the regiment, and as long as Qin Yang left the Three Kings Village, he would soon be able to apprehend the other party. With a thought in mind, Administrator Jiang turned his head to look at Captain Lai behind him and said in a raised voice, "Tell them to keep their eyes open. Strengthen the police force at all major traffic junctions, and arrest the suspects as soon as they are found." The other side, inside the village of Three Kings, in the room, Qin Yang was staying with mother and daughter Lin Xingran, enjoying a rare warmth. Lin Xingran always had a smile on his face. 6 years, 6 whole years, and today was the happiest day of her life. The man her heart had longed for was by her side at the moment to keep her company. Just then, the pilot from before walked in to deliver the message. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, "I've gotten the latest news that Carrier 20 has landed at the airport, and the Northwest 5000 Wolf troopers are at your disposal. Also, the scientific titans, who came by helicopter, are arriving. What should we do next? Is it coming so soon?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang smiled and stood up, saying, "Depart. Go to the airport to pick up the plane." Understood. The pilot nodded and rushed out to get ready. "Are we leaving?" Lin Xingran looked at Qin Yang and said in a soft voice. Lin Xingran was very shocked in her heart. She had just heard what that pilot had said. 5,000 soldiers. 5,000 soldiers have come? There are also scientific titans. And none of those who can be called titans are peerless men of state. All these people, are they here for them? Bean, let's go. Qin Yang picked up Daodu, then took Lin Xingran's hand and said in a warm voice, "Let's go. I'm going to introduce you to those friends of mine." Seeing Qin Yang come out, those soldiers outside who were on guard saluted at once. Outside the door, there are already armored vehicles waiting. "Get in the car." Qin Yang took his wife and children and entered the armored car. Behind them, there were a whole 6 armored vehicles accompanying them for protection, and the 7 armored vehicles drove in a well-ordered manner towards the outside, heading for the airport of Sea Island City. After the armored car reached the entrance of the village, Company Commander Yang hurriedly ordered the roadblock to be opened. All soldiers salute respectfully. From the beginning to the end, they didn't pay any attention to Administrator Jiang who was next to them. Administrator Jiang's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be dripping water. What's his status? The Director of Public Security of Sea Island City. He is so powerful in Sea Island City that he doesn't know how many people curry favor with him every day. But now what? He was just ignored. These big-headed soldiers. How dare they look down on him? You think he's a mascot at this point? God damn it. Just then, a staff member walked into Administrator Jiang and whispered, "Administrator, the suspect wouldn't be in the armored car, would he? Crap, what's the point of asking?" Administrator Jiang said angrily, "Who else could it be but that kid? Idiot." He looked at the distant armored car and gritted his teeth. What arrogance! I, the Commissioner of Public Security, was guarding the entrance of the village, and that kid dared to leave just like that boldly. Does he really think that he can be a rival of the White family? Afterward, Administrator Jiang looked at the police officers in front of him and instructed, "Where's Captain Lai? Tell him that the suspect has left Sanwang village, and tell him to catch the suspect no matter what. There's no need to report it before shooting. Go quickly. Open fire." The police officer was shocked and said in a hurry, "Administrator, the other party also has a weapon, and it is still in the city. Will it be? Is I the administrator or are you the administrator? Do whatever I tell you to do." Administrator Jiang kicked the police officer and cursed, "No matter what the cost, we have to catch that kid before Director Li arrives. You guys remember, I have no good fruit to eat, and all of you will be finished." At that moment, Captain Lai came back from peeing. He nodded his head and hurriedly said, "Yes, Administrator, I'll order it right away." At this moment, in the armored car, Qin Yang did not know that the arrest order for him had already reached the city's police officers. He was chatting with Lin Qingran's mother and daughter in the car, and there was a lot of laughter. Soon, they arrived at the Sea Island City Airport. Just after arriving at the airport, Lin Qingran's mother and daughter were shocked. As far as the eye could see, the airport was black with loaded soldiers, a whole 5,000 soldiers, standing in perfect order. Their aura rushed to the clouds, and behind those 5,000 soldiers, there were two large transport planes that looked like steel monsters parked, which were the Dragon Kingdom's Transport 20. So many soldier uncles. Daddy, why are there so many soldier uncles here? Dodo blinked his big eyes, shocked and curious. Qin Yang touched Dodo's head and asked with a smile, Dodo, do you like these soldier uncles? Dodo likes it. Dodo, red-faced and excited, said, Uncle Soldier is the one who protects us. Dodo loves soldier boys. Mommy said that soldier boys are heroes. Big heroes like Daddy. Armored car driver's seat. The driver suddenly straightened his spine, and a proud look couldn't help but appear on his face. So, does Dodo want to go over there and take a look? Qin Yang smiled and pointed outside. Bean couldn't wait. Want to? Good. Then Daddy will take you there now. Qin Yang held Dodo in his arms. Lin Qingran looked at the father and daughter duo of Qin Yang with a smile on her face that had never been put away. Such a cozy scene. She didn't know how many times she had fantasized about it in her dreams during these 6 years, and now the scene appeared before her. At the same time, Lin Qingran was looking forward to what? Exactly. The man she was so proud of was going to do next. When the car stopped, the driver got out and opened the door in a hurry. Commander-in-Chief, please. Qin Yang smiled and nodded before leading mother and daughter Lin Qingran out of the armored vehicle. The moment Qin Yang got off the bus, on the airport, 5,000 soldiers moved. The entire 5,000 soldiers, in unison, turned around and saluted towards Qin Yang. Hello Chief. This voice is solemn and loud. This voice shakes the 9 heavens. It was a voice that made everyone's blood boil. Lin Qingran watched this scene, mesmerized. Dodo blinked her big eyes and shrank behind Qin Yang with a curious face. Lin Qingran was thrilled inside. Was this the kind of influence her man possessed? 5,000 soldiers came from the northwest, full of anger, only to return justice to Qin Yang, only to guard the safety of their family. Da-da-da-da. In the ranks, an officer stepped out, gave a military salute, and reported aloud, all soldiers of the Northwest Crown Wolf Army, report to the chief. Please instruct the chief. The commander-in-chief has ordered that the Northwest Kangwolf Regiment will be taken over by Chief Qin for the time being, and we will unconditionally obey your orders and protect you and your family's safety. Chief, what to do? You order. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, the gazes of the entire 5,000 soldiers all looked towards Qin Yang, waiting for his orders. This scene was just too shocking. In the rear, the rushed-over Yang Company commander looked at the scene in front of him. His heart stirred and he felt his blood boiling. He had been a soldier for so many years, but he had never seen such a big scene. This scene in front of him, I'm afraid that in this lifetime, he would never forget it. Company Commander Yang was able to see that these 5,000 soldiers, their respect and loyalty to Qin Yang was from the bottom of their hearts, not simply obeying the orders of their superiors. Yang Company Commander muttered in his mind, Tank Company, Armored Regiment, Special Forces, Armed Helicopter Formation, and now, even the legendary Northwest Kangwolf Regiment has come. Chief Qin, is this your energy? It's a scene that will last a lifetime. On the other side, Lin Qingran and Dodo mother-daughter duo were even more shocked beyond words, their brains blank. Lin Qingran was filled with pride inside. This is the man she chose. At this moment, she suddenly thought of the father who severed the father-daughter relationship with her. If he saw the scene now, I wonder if he would regret it in his heart. Qin Yang nodded and returned the military salute. Afterward, he turned his head to look at Company Commander Yang beside him and said in a deep voice, Company Commander Yang, you go ahead and lead them to meet up with the Sharp Dagger Special Operations Unit. Understood. Company Commander Yang answered and then walked towards the head of the Northwest Kangwolf Regiment. A few minutes later, on the airfield, a whole force of 5,000 men began to move up. However, Company Commander Yang did not leave at the first opportunity, but chose to stand at the very back of the group. Naturally, he had his purpose in doing so. Only Yang Company Commander raised his head with anticipation and looked towards the sky, his eyes shining brightly. Rumble. Soon, over the airport, there was a loud roar that shattered the clouds in the sky. Qin Yang and the others looked up. Soon, a helicopter landed at the airport. The cabin opened, and an old man with gray hair slowly walked down from inside the helicopter, accompanied carefully by the staff. Qin Yang, you brat, how's it going? The old man was so excited that he started to say hello before he even approached. The moment he saw the old man, Qin Yang hurriedly walked over and then embraced the old man. Both men burst out laughing. Lin Qingran was holding Daodu, and the mother-daughter duo looked at the old man with a curious expression. Then, she saw that after the old man had spoken a few words with Qin Yang, he jerked his head toward them. Seeing the old man's gaze, Lin Qingran's face blushed slightly, and her complexion suddenly became nervous. She didn't know what the hell was going on. Why did it feel like she was meeting her parents? Just as she was shy, Qin Yang walked over, grabbed her by the waist and introduced her with a smile. Elder Yuan, this is the Qing Ren I told you about. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Fenghua's eyes brightened and said with a smile, your kid's luck is really good. This girl is a good match for you. Beautiful and gentle. You have to treat people well. The first time Yuan Fenghua saw Lin Qingran, she felt that this girl was very pleasant to the eye, and the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Lin Qingran hung her head slightly, her heart rejoicing. Qin Yang joked, Elder Yuan, see what you're saying, I'm not lucky, it's clearly because I'm too good, okay? Afterwards, he introduced Lin Qingran. Qingran, this is the chief commander of the Dragon Country Science Alliance and the deputy commander of the Space Elevator Project. Yuan Fenghua, academician Yuan, and an elder I respect very much. To me he is a predecessor, a teacher, and a friend and family member. Lin Qingran was very surprised in his heart and his face was respectful. She did know something about the Science Union. It was the most well-known scientific research organization in the Dragon Kingdom, and the old man in front of him turned out to be the chief commander of the Science Union. Moreover, there was also an extraordinary relationship with Qin Yang. Thus, Lin Qingran hastily bowed and greeted. Hello, Jenin. She also followed Qin Yang's call. No need to be so polite. Yuan Fenghua didn't have any stance at all, always smiling and very kind. He then looked at the little girl behind Lin Qingran. At the moment, the little girl was watching him with big dark eyes. Thus, Yuan Fenghua smiled and asked, this is Daodu, right? Gu, this child is so cute looking. Qin Yang picked Daodu up and smiled. Daodu, do you know who this is? Qin Yang thought that Daodu would recognize him, but who knows? Daodu unexpectedly blurted out. I know, this is Grandpa Yuan. Grandpa Yuan is good. Hey, Daodu you too. Daodu is too good ha ha ha. Hearing the words Grandpa Yuan, Yuan Fenghua immediately burst into laughter. This kid, he could love so much. It is said that relatives of different generations, although Daodu is not his own granddaughter, but he is now treating Daodu as his own granddaughter. That's a good kid to teach. Yuan Fenghua sighed. He knew that all these years, it was Lin Qingran who raised her child alone, and in such an atmosphere, she still taught her child to be so well behaved, which was enough to prove that Lin Qingran, the mother, was excellent. Yuan Fenghua also thought of the heartbreaking sound of Daodu's heartbreaking sobs that he had heard in Qin Yang's phone call when he was in the northwest earlier. Luckily, Qin Yang came back just in time, and both of them, mother and son, were safe and sound. Rumble, rumble. At that moment, the sound of helicopters roaring across the sky came back. Qin Yang's few people hurriedly raised their heads and looked over, only to see that on the dome of the sky, there were another 6 or 7 helicopters flying towards this side, getting closer and closer. The hearts of those present were all slightly shaken. It was clear to them that this was another big shot. The passengers in these helicopters are, each and every one of them, big shots. The crowd wondered what other big names would come after that. A few minutes later, an airliner was the first to land at the airport. The small airliner bears a very distinctive green logo. It's an evergreen tree. This is the logo of the Dragon State Science Alliance, an evergreen tree that represents the healthy and sustainable development of science and its perpetuation through the ages. The hatch was quickly opened, and one by one, the elderly were carefully assisted down by the staff. Eventually, 8 whole old men came out of the airliner, 5 old men and 3 old women. The identities of these people, needless to say, were none other than the academicians of the Dragon Science Union, the titans of the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. Each of them, in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world, had a significant influence. Looking at these old men walking over, Yuan Fenghua had an excited look on her face. He laughed openly and met them with open arms. As he walked, he shouted, "Old guys, you're finally here." He walked faster and faster, with an athletic stride. These old people, they are all his old classmates. Since they attacked different fields of scientific research, it was difficult to see the above on weekdays. Later, he was ordered to carry out the space elevator program, which went to the Northwest Gobi Beach, is a full 6 years. Doing the math, he and these old classmates hadn't seen each other in over a decade. Now that they were meeting, Yuan Fenghua could be too excited. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red and it was hard to hold herself. He's old, and so are all these old classmates. And at their current ages, how long will they live? The face of this world is to see one less than the other. And every meeting is precious. Can't say the next time we see each other will be at some old guy's funeral. Qin Yang quietly watched this scene, very touched, and couldn't help but smile along. These old scientists hugged each other, greeted each other, and each of them was so excited that they kept wiping their tears. Old thing. You're a real old thing now. Still talking about me? How come you've aged like this after not seeing me for over a decade? I've missed you guys. Good for you all. These top scientists of the Dragon Kingdom were gathered together at the moment, talking like children. At this time, they were not scientific titans, not peerless statesmen, but just the most ordinary old people. Around them, everyone stayed quiet and didn't disturb them. Everyone had a smile on their face, and some even couldn't help but shed a tear. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the old people didn't forget the purpose of their visit. They all set their eyes on Qin Yang. Yuan Fanghua hurriedly led these old classmates towards Qin Yang's side. Qin Yang also picked up Daodu and looked at one of the old men in front of him and began to introduce Daodu. On the other side, Company Commander Yang quietly watched the scene, inwardly shocked and curious at the same time. These old men in front of him could all be the peerless statesmen of the Dragon Kingdom, the titans of the Dragon Kingdom. They are of honorable status and are rare to see on weekdays. Yet now, they were all gathered around Qin Yang. Qin Yang was like the stars arching over the moon. This made Company Commander Yang even more curious about Qin Yang's background. Just how terrifying was it? The current Qin Yang had become even more mysterious to Yang Lianchang. Thinking of the Bai family, Yang Lianchang couldn't help but sneer. Who gave the Bai family the courage to call the shots with Chief Qin? Who on earth gave them that confidence? That's just out of character. This is just plain tired of living. The White family, do they want to die that badly? Now, Yang Company Commander was beginning to look forward to how the Bai family would react when they found out about all this. That expression, it must have been wonderful. Rumble. Just as Yang Company Commander was mourning for the White family in his heart, the roar of helicopters came from the sky once again. Brush! Yang Company Commander's eyes were sharp, and he raised his head fiercely, looking towards the dome of the sky. Here we go again. Yang Company Commander was shaken silly as if his heart had turned over. I'm afraid that all that came before is just the beginning. Chief Qin's background is much more than that. What does it mean to have a good eye? Now that's what I call a handful of eyes. Yang Company Commander's breath was shortened as he looked at the dozen or so helicopters that had just landed on the airport. Soon the helicopter hatch opened and someone stepped down. This time, it was a group of middle-aged people who came. Each of these middle-aged men had an imposing and extraordinary aura. A powerful aura that could only be cultivated after a long time in a high position. Yang Lianchan didn't recognize these 7 middle-aged men. But, just by the aura of the other party, it wasn't hard to guess that these people must be of extraordinary status, the top group of bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom. When these 7 people appeared, they walked towards Qin Yang. Behind them, those who came from behind looked respectful and took the initiative to make way. Only one of the middle-aged men walked up to Qin Yang and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Northeast General Chao Jin." When the middle-aged man's words fell, this area, in an instant, was quiet. A pin drop can be heard. General Tohoku, the Tohoku general himself? It's a fiefdom. And this northeastern general, even called Qin Yang a national scholar. The other side, Administrator Jiang, who had already left Three Kings Village, was hurrying. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Administrator Jiang hurriedly picked up the phone, and on the other end of the line, a police officer's message came through. Administrator, the suspect Qin Yang's trail has been found, and he's currently at the airport in Sea Island City. Finally found it. Administrator Jiang was subconsciously delighted, but it was very messy. He reacted. The airport? That kid's making a run for it? Administrator Jiang snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Go to the airport as soon as possible and apprehend him." The police officer said, "Don't worry, Commissioner, he can't run away." Just a short while ago, the airport issued a notice that all flights were grounded, with a resumption time to be determined. Ha ha ha, what a help from heaven. In the car, Administrator Jiang slapped his thighs and laughed out loud in excitement. Qin Yang, Qin Yang, this is God not wanting to help you. With the airport grounded, I'd like to see where else you can run. Go to the airport. I want to personally arrest the murderer Qin Yang. I'll show him what it costs to ignore the sheriff's administrator. The officer driving the car responded, intent on driving as fast as he could towards Sea Island Airport. Along the way, sirens were blaring and all cars were moving out of the way. Sea Island Airport. Everyone was still in shock at this point. This middle-aged man who spoke was a northeastern general, a feudal official, so the identities of the other few were obviously self-evident. Crazy. It's crazy. The Dragon Kingdom's feudal lords. 7 of them at once? It's a fiefdom. Head Qin, your background, just how big is it? Company Commander Yang looked at Qin Yang and worshipped him. The Special Operations Forces, the Tank Armor Regiment, and the Northwest Kangwolf Regiment were already shocking to him. But then came a group of scientific titans from the Dragon Kingdom. When he thought that was all of Qin Yang's background, he was surprised to see 7 more feudal officials. What kind of face is this? It's not like anyone else is coming, is it? Young company commander muttered in his mind. However, just then, rumble. Yes, the familiar roar of the propellers sounded again. For this kind of voice, young company commander simply couldn't be more familiar with it. Surprisingly true. There, young company commander looked over as a helicopter was about to land. In the helicopter, there was a figure leaning over and looking down constantly, looking anxious, looking at the other person. He couldn't even resist jumping right out of the helicopter if he could. After seeing the other party's appearance, Yang company commander's face changed once again. Crap! Is that Minister Chen from Yanjing? Even Minister Chen is here? The other side. On the helicopter, Minister Chen hurriedly shouted after seeing Qin Yang. Chief Commander Qin? Chief Commander Qin. His face was anxious, and in his voice, there was a sense of urgency, completely disregarding the face of being a minister. Finally, in a gust of whistling sound, the helicopter landed smoothly, and Minister Chen appeared directly on the ground with a single jump, walking towards Qin Yang's side. As soon as Minister Chen rushed to Qin Yang's side, he looked Qin Yang up and down carefully in the midst of all the people's stunned and strange gazes. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Qin Yang, Minister Chen became excited and completely relieved. Commander-in-Chief Qin, God bless. Luckily nothing happened to you. As he said that, on Minister Chen's face, a smile appeared, devoid of the nervousness that he had just felt. As long as Commander-in-Chief Qin is fine, everything else is fine. And at this moment, the people around were also sizing up Minister Chen. They all noticed the Yanjing logo on this helicopter, and it was clear that this person in front of them was a big shot from Yanjing. As for who exactly it was, they didn't know, but it was certainly of superb status and terrifying as hell. While they were secretly pondering, Minister Chen looked solemn, took a step back, and said solemnly, Chen Tianrui, the highest-ranking Minister of Law and Order of the Dragon Kingdom, has arrived. Please give your instructions. Crap! As Minister Chen's words fell, this space, once again, boiled over as the crowd looked shocked. What did they just hear? The highest-ranking Minister of Public Security in the Dragon Kingdom. He's here in person? The crowd was stunned and filled with disbelief, only feeling that all of this was so fantastic. Before any of them could react, they only heard Minister Chen say once again, after what happened, as the Minister of Public Security, I should have been the first to arrive. This is a dereliction of duty on my part. I apologize, and I will accept the state's punishment after this incident. But before that, please don't worry, leave things here to me. I guarantee your satisfaction. The crowd looked at Minister Chen's respectful face, and each of them couldn't close their mouths in shock. This was the highest-level Minister of Public Security of the Dragon Kingdom. Ah, the Dragon Kingdom had a few big names with great power, but to face a young man so respectfully? Qin Yang looked at Minister Chen, but did not blame him. He smiled and said, I don't blame you, and you don't have to atone. In Qin Yang's opinion, Minister Chen must have rushed here at this time of the day, and must have hoofed it over as soon as he found out what was going on here. He was full of sincerity, so how could Qin Yang blame him? Qin Yang thought so, but Minister Chen thought otherwise. He hurriedly said respectfully, please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief Qin, I will definitely protect your safety as well as that of your family, and the state will not spare any of the culprits who are related to this matter. Minister Chen said word for word, his expression cold and sharp, desperate. He didn't come here to represent his will alone, but the will of the entire nation. The state scholar is the linchpin of the Dragon Kingdom. It is because of their existence, it is because of their anonymity and silent dedication that the Dragon Kingdom is able to stand at the top of the world, and the family and the country are thriving. Anyone who insults a national scholar is provoking the authority of the Dragon Kingdom. The crime is unforgivable. The other side. Inside a car outside a park somewhere in Sea Island City. Tick-tock. Administrator Zhang's cell phone rang again. Administrator Zhang picked up the phone, and the voice of a police officer soon came. Administrator, according to the latest observation, the suspect is still hiding in the airport and hasn't shown up. Our men will be here soon. Well done. Administrator Zhang smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, make sure he is apprehended. Administrator Zhang hung up the phone, then looked at the police officer driving the car and asked, why haven't we arrived at the airport yet? The police officer driving the car hurriedly said, don't worry, Commissioner, it'll be quick. Soon. That's what you fucking just said. Administrator Jian was angry and cursed. I want you to drive to the airport as fast as you can. Do you understand or not? 8 minutes. I'll give you 8 minutes. Yes, administrator. Hearing the administrator give an ultimatum, the police officer driving the car gritted his teeth, pressed down on the gas, and drove directly to 200 meters. Whoosh! The police car disappeared down the road in a puff of smoke like a stray arrow. All around, all the car owners were taken aback. Damn! You're going to hell in a handbasket? Don't want to die. Ha! The people on the road were scared out of their wits. Even if the police car was on a mission, that's a bit too outrageous a speed, isn't it? Island City. Still inside the same clubhouse. The road outside the clubhouse had long since been filled with a fleet of armored vehicles, blackened and connected, with a murderous aura. Inside the clubhouse, there were powerful people who saw this scene and their lips trembled in fear. Tick-tock. At that moment, someone's cell phone suddenly rang, and all the gazes of all the powerful people looked to one place. It's the mother boss's cell phone. The mother boss looked at the caller ID on his cell phone and cursed. It's the Wang family. The Wang family is calling again. The crowd's brows furrowed at the words. However, at this time, they did not dare to say anything more. The mother owner of the Wang family's phone is still afraid not to answer it now, so he plucked up his courage and cautiously picked up the phone. He had just picked up the phone and there was just a voice on the other end of the line soon after. Everyone was able to hear since the mother boss was on speakerphone. Mother boss, it looks like you don't want to live. Give you a chance and you're no good. Give you a chance and you're no good. Now, the time left for you can be the last 20 minutes. Are you sure you don't want to come to the Wang family? Speak. Brush. The mother boss's face instantly paled down, holding the phone with both hands and stuttering. Go, definitely go. I should have arrived a long time ago, but I didn't expect that a group of armored cars suddenly came on this road. And yes, there are tanks. The road is blocked. I can't go this armored cars and tanks? On the other end of the phone, housekeeper Joe subconsciously asked. The mother boss quickly said, it's true, Butler Joe. I swear to God, there's really a bunch of armored cars here. It's estimated to be more than 100. It's too scary. He thought it was Butler Joe who didn't believe what he said. Who knows? On the other end of the phone, Butler Joe was full of concern and said with a smile, what's the panic? I didn't say I don't believe you. To tell you the truth, the formation of armored vehicles you saw, as well as the formation of armed helicopters in the sky, are all the handiwork of my Bai family. Butler Joe's tone of voice was filled with pride. Immediately after, he continued, you know the second master of my Bai family, right? Second master, his godfather, is a big shot in the military region. Now, do you understand? Butler Joe became more and more excited as he spoke, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Bai family had made such a big gesture, and as a part of the Bai family, he also felt honored. The White family's tactics? Hearing Butler Joe's words, Boss Mother was so scared that the cell phone in her hand almost fell to the ground. These tanks and armored vehicles downstairs, and those helicopter gunships in the sky, are all the means of the White family? Hiss! The mother boss sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart and was filled with despair. The White family's methods were a bit too terrifying. Their previous guesses seemed to be right. These people from the military region were really because of the White family. The Bai family's background is so spacious. Who else can resist them? The funny thing is that just now they were wavering. With that brat Qin Yang, how could he be a match for the Bai family? What would he take against the Bai family? That wild boy. He's a dead man. At that moment, Butler Joe's voice in the cell phone rang again. Butler Joe smiled and said, I say Boss Mother. Now, you know the terrifying influence of my Bai family, right? Time waits for no one. The family head, he is not that patient. Remember, you only have this one chance. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. I know you're with all those guys. Tell them all about it too. Ha! After saying that, Butler Joe hung up the phone. The White House. Butler Joe lay on a chaise longue, bathing in the warm sunlight and smiling coldly. These mole crickets, now, are probably scared to death. In Sea Island City, the Bai family has one hand over the sky, and whoever wants to fight against the Bai family is dead. Boss Joe put down the phone with a look of despair, not returning to his senses for a long time. Afterwards, his body stiffened as he twisted his head to look at the dignitaries in the clubhouse and said with a pale face, what Butler Joe just said. You all heard it clearly, didn't you? I don't know what you guys think, and I don't care. Anyway, I have to go to the White House now. There's no time. There's really no time. Snap. As the words fell, the mother boss had already left the clubhouse. But soon, outside the door, there was a sudden roar from the mother boss. Inside the room, the faces of all the powerful nobles were more ugly than one another. They had heard what Butler Joe had said just now and, moreover, heard it loud and clear. Someone cried out and said, oh my God, the armored cars outside. The helicopter gunships in the sky, they are really all the means of the Bai family. The Bai family, it's just too scary. At this time, what the hell is the hesitation? I'm going to the White House. 2. I don't want to die yet. Soon. Several more figures left in the clubhouse. This time, they didn't have any hesitation and their eyes were firm. Someone who led the way in front of them, and behind them, more people left. Soon. In the clubhouse, only Elder Song and a few others were left, looking at each other at a loss for words. The White family. The White family. Looking at these departing silhouettes, Elder Song's heart was filled with sadness and despair. He certainly despised the powerful men who left like dogs, but understood them. Not to go at this time is to die. The Wang family is too scary. They have a background in the military. Casually, they sent on such a powerful military force, simply to scare people to death. How is this going to work? How can this be? The few that were still left were equally panicked. They were terrified. However, they were very unwilling in their hearts. They hated the Bai family immensely and were unwilling to submit to the Bai family just like that. That's why they didn't leave first. They dreamed of the White family's downfall, and they couldn't wait for the White family to be brought to justice. But this was just a thought. And in fact, not only did the White family not fall, but their power grew bigger and bigger every day. Trying to take down the White family is out of the question. Originally, like Elder Song, they still had some hope for Qin Yang. However, the phone call from Butler Joe just now directly caused them to fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet. Completely despairing. Their previous understanding of the White family was still too small. The power of the Bai family almost suffocated them. Master Song, what do you think? Some gazes went to Elder Song, and the gazes of others were also cast over. They had always been on Elder Song's side, following his footsteps, and at this time, they also wanted to see Elder Song's attitude. Although they had, in their hearts, already made some guesses, they still wanted to ask. So much for just putting a stop to the so-called unwillingness within myself. Come on, what else? You guys go too. Elder Song looked at these people in front of him. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed and said with a sigh full of helplessness. He uttered these words as if with the last of his strength, and his whole body instantly shriveled up, his head hanging low. The crowd stopped talking as they nodded and then all headed outside the clubhouse. They are very clear. This door out, they will not be able to turn back. In the future, will be completely subjugated to the White family? Only desperately lick the White family, in order to have some way to live. But they have no choice. On the other hand, Yanjing, somewhere in a plainly decorated room, a middle-aged man was standing by the window and was listening attentively to his subordinate's return. The latest news. Currently those 8 old academicians of the most sensational level of the Dragon Kingdom Science Union. The 7 Protector Generals of the Dragon Kingdom. The highest level Minister of Public Security of the Dragon Kingdom as well as dozens of officials in the military and political sectors, big and small, have all arrived in Sea Island City. That Chief Commander Qin is receiving them. In addition to this, the business community has also taken action. More than 200 merchants with assets of over $10 billion and more than 50 presidents with assets of over $100 billion. In addition, the medical community lawyers and other celebrities from the 4 directions of the Dragon Kingdom are likewise rushing towards Sea Island City. Sea Island City has been in the center of the storm, converging the eyes of the entire Dragon Kingdom. In front of the window, the middle-aged man said with great surprise, "This influence, it's really terrifying." This youngest national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom truly lived up to his name. Seemingly thinking of something, the middle-aged man hurriedly asked, "The Special Operations Forces, and the Northwest Crowned Wolf Regiment, have they arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate was briefly silent before replying. The Sharp Knives Special Forces have long been deployed to Sea Island City in advance. However, the Northwest Kang Wolf Regiment, it will take some time before they can arrive, which means they haven't arrived yet. The middle-aged man said angrily, "Don't you know the importance of Chief Commander Qin Yang and those old academicians? Never allow any accidents to happen. Anything happens to any of them, it's a great loss to the Dragon Kingdom." Understood. I'm going to rush it. The subordinate nodded his head busily and then hurriedly left the room. He then dialed the number to the General Director of the Northwest Military Region. On the other hand, Sea Island City Airport, led by Company Commander Yang, the 5,000 soldiers marched in good order towards the outside of the airport. As for Lin Qingran and Daodu mother-daughter duo, they also returned to Three Kings Village under Qin Yang's arrangement. After Company Commander Yang left, there was now no one close to Qin Yang to protect him. Thus, Minister Chen took a step out and stood behind Qin Yang. Next, it would be him who would protect this youngest national scholar in the history of the Dragon Kingdom closely. Next, everyone was ready to leave this side of the airport, and under the arrangement of the airport staff, Qin Yang and the old academicians of the Dragon Science Union were all in special cars, heading towards the outside of the airport. When Qin Yang and the others left, these airport staff, with their tightened hearts and minds, only then put their hearts down. Some people were even directly kneeling on the ground, panting, their faces constantly sweating. On a normal day, where would they be able to see such a big scene? Every single one of those who had just arrived, those were all big names with great reputation, existences that could scare people to death just by hearing their names. And today, all of these big names surprisingly appeared at the Sea Island City Airport. The person in charge of the airport looked at the departing special car and muttered in his heart, "It seems that the sky of Sea Island City is really going to change." Of course, that's exactly what he's looking forward to. Better yet, Sea Island City would be turned upside down and completely changed from the ground up. He then hurriedly instructed the other staff, "Hurry, resume flights immediately, and the airport will operate normally next. Move fast, time is precious." Outside the airport, Minister Chen, who had just left the airport, had his brows furrowed at the moment, and as he looked at the cordons erected on both sides of the road as well as the police officers in the vicinity, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. In the next moment, the perimeter police officers suddenly walked towards them. Then, the gazes of these police officers didn't pass him and looked towards Qin Yang. The police officers first froze. Then, one by one, their eyes turned ruthless. "It's the suspect Qin Yang. That's right, that's the kid. Grab him, don't let him get away." After waiting so long, it's finally out. These police officers were very excited and ran towards Qin Yang's side as if they were dashing. You know, Administrator Jiang had said before that there was a bonus for whoever could catch the suspect Qin Yang. And the prize money is high. Oops. This scene immediately caused Minister Chen's face to turn ugly. The others don't know what's going on here right now. Can he not? This is a wanted notice issued by that asshole Administrator Jiang. Minister Chen now hated to skin that Administrator Jiang. That guy. The nerve of it. On the other side, looking at the fact that these police officers were actually rushing towards him, Qin Yang was also slightly stunned. Afterward, he sidestepped his body and blocked in front of Yuan Manhwa, the old academicians behind him. "Stop it all," Minister Chen roared. Then, he probed his hand and directly yanked a police officer's clothes, and violently flung it backward. The officer stumbled and planted himself on the ground. Minister Chen cursed and roared, "What are you doing? Who the hell gave you the guts? Stop this shit." Minister Chen blocked in front of Qin Yang. He wanted to see who dared to make a move today, but just the next moment, snap, Minister Chen let out a muffled grunt as a slap suddenly threw itself viciously onto his face, causing his entire body to stumble and a blood-red slap mark appeared on his face. At this moment, this area instantly turned incomparably quiet. Qin Yang was confused. The 8 old academicians were confused. All the people who were traveling with him were all confused. These old academicians, as well as the feudal officials, and the heads of all the high officials, felt extremely dreamy after seeing this scene. Is this fucking scene actually happening in front of their eyes? Crazy. Ha! Minister Chen was given a beating? This highest-ranking minister of law and order in the Dragon Kingdom was just given a slap on the wrist outside the airport in Sea Island City? This is one of the people standing at the very top of the pyramid of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of status? At this moment, Minister Chen was also confused. After a brief moment of daze, he reached up and touched his swollen face, which still felt so unreal. His face was on fire with pain, but in his heart, it was even more furious and burning with rage. Minister Chen looked at the police officer in front of him and bellowed, "How dare you? Do you know who you just hit?" This police officer had the same angry look on his face. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "I don't give a damn who you are. The sheriff's department is arresting a criminal. How dare you block the arrest? See, you're pretty wild. Cuff this guy first." As the officer's words fell, 3 officers instantly rushed over. Soon after, they pressed Minister Chen to the ground and handcuffed him with their back hands. The action was done in a single motion. Audacious, the audacity. Do you know what you are doing now? Is there any law in Island City? Is there any law? Minister Chen snarled and growled, struggling on the ground. However, these police officers didn't pay any attention to him at all, and after subduing Minister Chen, these police officers quickly rushed towards Qin Yang again. This time, the crowd was dumbfounded again. What did they just hear? Wanted suspects? Qin Yang became a suspect? Joke. This is a big joke. At this moment, everyone, for a moment, unexpectedly did not react, all of them staring at the scene in front of them in stagnation. Right at this moment, Yuan Fanghua was the first to come back to his senses. He hurriedly blocked in front of Qin Yang. His face was serious, and he said in a deep voice, "A few comrades, you just said that he is a suspect? You've got the wrong guy. don't you? There's no way he's a suspect. Do you know who he is? A national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom. A hero who threw his head in blood for his country. And you guys say he's a suspect? And you want to arrest him? You guys have a lot of nerve. Brush up. When Yuan Fanghua came down with this call, everyone else came back to their senses and all walked forward. A crowd of academicians, feudal officials, and high officials from all walks of life surrounded Qin Yang in the center. In particular, these several feudal officials were eagle-eyed and wolf-eyed, and their eyes all carried an icy, piercing chill. However, the officers did not take them seriously at all. A police officer snorted and said in a faint voice, "Mistaken identity? Would we recognize the wrong person? Qin Yang is the suspect. He is suspected of killing 3 people. He must be apprehended as soon as possible. You people, you don't seem to be legally blind. What? Still want to stop the police officers from working on the case? Looks like you're all trying to get into the station. There's something wrong. There's definitely been something wrong for a few years. You can't just arrest people." Yuan Fanghua said angrily. "There's a fucking problem. Are you old farts annoying? Obstructing the sheriff's department in the performance of their duties is against the law, you know? What are you waiting for? Handcuff them all. Take them all back." More than 10 police officers all rushed up, pushing away the academicians around them, sealing the border and grabbing towards Qin Yang. Unbridled, the feudal officials were enraged, and their violent temper was directly ignited. These guys, they have to catch Qin Guosher. Just as the crowd was pushing and shoving, Qin Yang finally spoke. "All stop," Qin Yang bellowed. As his words fell, everyone's movement stopped and they turned their gazes to him. Qin Yang first looked at the group of policemen and warned, "I advise you to better be careful. If you hurt these people, you'll be finished even if you have 100 lives. Don't you want to apprehend me? Come on. So what if I come with you?" "No way, it's absolutely not okay." Hearing Qin Yang's words, Yuan Fanghua hurriedly said, "Chief Commander Qin, you can't be taken away by them. You're a great warrior of my Dragon Kingdom. They're bold enough to treat you as a wanted criminal?" Qin Yang took a deep look at these police officers, then looked at Yuan Fanghua and said with a smile, "Elder Yuan, some people just won't stop until they reach the Yellow River. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'd like to see what the people behind them can do to me." Hearing Qin Yang's words, everyone stopped blocking. They were all old foxes as well, and each of them was smart enough to naturally know what Qin Yang meant by this. "Then you must be more careful." Yuan Fanghua was still a bit uneasy. Who is Qin Yang? He was the youngest scientist in the history of the Dragon Kingdom and even the world, and he had paid too much for the Dragon Kingdom over the years. And now the hero of the nation is going to be taken away as a wanted man? Insults! It's an abject insult. A trampling. If something happened to Qin Yang, it would be an incomparably huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yang nodded, then was handcuffed by a police officer. At this moment, all of these police officers were excited. They were very clear about what catching Qin Yang represented. Their bonuses, they're going to be in place soon. A police officer was planning to call Commissioner Kong and wanted to claim credit. That's a huge credit. 10 minutes later, Island City, somewhere in front of the sheriff's department. As soon as Director Jiang got off the bus, his face flushed red and he ran towards the security department in a hurry, as if he couldn't hold back even for a moment. He was happy as a child. No one knows how excited and thrilled he was after receiving the call from the police officer just now. That Qin Yang, he still got caught first. After catching Qin Yang, it would be a good thing to say. As soon as he entered the sheriff's department, Administrator Zheng first saw a group of elderly people, some with all white hair. However, Administrator Zheng didn't linger on them much before setting his eyes on one of the youngest figures. Qin Yang. Ha ha ha. After Administrator Zheng confirmed that the young man sitting in front of him was Qin Yang, he said with incomparable excitement, "Qin Yang, after hiding for such a long time, you were still caught by me. If the Bai family gets the news, they will be even more excited than me." On the other side, Qin Yang always had his eyes closed, as if he didn't hear it at all, and didn't bother with the other party. Administrator Zheng then stood in front of Qin Yang and began to make a phone call. The phone was quickly picked up, and Butler Joe's voice rang out on the other side. "Administrator Jiang, have you caught the man?" Administrator Jiang quickly nodded and said, "Caught. It's at the Public Security Department now." "Caught?" On the other end of the phone, a gruff voice rang out. Bai Yinchuan said with full of majesty, "Since you've caught it, don't waste time. Administrator Jiang, you know what to do. Naturally, just don't worry about it." When Administrator Zheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then looked at Qin Yang with cold eyes. At this moment, he was completely devoid of panic, and was instead filled with redness. On the other hand, the White Family Villa complex, the door had just been pushed open, and it was about time for a lumbering figure in a suit to lumber in. As soon as boss mother entered the door, she couldn't wait to shout, by family master, I am Mother Tianyu. I have come to report to you, Mother Tianyu, will stand firmly on the side of the Bai family. Inside the room, Bai Yinchuan's face showed a touch of sarcasm when he heard this voice. He smiled and said to the butler beside him, it's almost time, why don't you go and bring the Lin family master over? Okay, I'm on my way. Butler Joe nodded and hurriedly went to do it. Meanwhile, the mother boss rushed into the room, her shirt giving way. As soon as he saw Bai Yinchuan, the mother boss cried and said, Gu, Bai family master, I can finally meet you. You do not know, I would have been able to arrive a long time ago, but on the road, it was actually armored car. I'm sorry to make you wait so long. Bai Yinchuan smiled coldly and said with a lazy face, Mother boss, you didn't tell them, did you? You wouldn't be the only one to come over, would you? The mother owner was stunned, and he wasn't sure if the others had arrived yet. At that time in the clubhouse, he was in such a panicked mood that he could no longer think about it and came over. Besides, he couldn't say to the white family head that they were all in one piece at the time. He only decided to come over after making the call. Isn't that a death wish? So the mother boss stammered and stammered. That, by family master, this matter is not very clear to me. However, as long as they are not stupid, they will certainly all come. By family master, we're here. The mother boss had just finished speaking when a voice came in from outside. The whole nine swarmed in, as sweaty and wretched as the mother boss. Next, another large wave of people came. At this time, under the leadership of Butler Zhou, the Lin family's head of the family, as well as the Lin family's group of executives, all entered the room as well. Now, the entire tea house had gathered more than 80% of the boss entrepreneurs in the entire Sea Island city. Not bad, most of them are here. Bai Yinchuan was in a good mood and said with a smile, everyone is really smart. Since you're all here, you're all your own people, and between your own people, there's nothing to hide. I'll tell you all the truth. That Qin Yang who killed my son, just a moment ago, has already been caught by the Public Security Department. Killing 3 people's lives is already enough to convict him, and right now, the Public Security Department will have the Director of Public Security personally interrogating him. Already caught? Qin Yang really wasn't a match for the Bai family. Upon hearing this news, the arriving merchant bosses all felt incredibly grateful. Luckily they came in time enough. If they had come a little later, they would have been really screwed. It's a good thing they didn't trust that wild boy, or they would have died without knowing how. That Qin Yang, how on earth did he dare to provoke the Bai family? So everyone started blowing up. Now that you're on the white family's side, you must be licking the white family hard, right? Only by making the Bai family happy can they, as a group, have some way to live. The white family is too scary. If they want to screw you over, it would be too easy. Now, all the merchants and business owners, they were scared. They were really scared. No surprise, it was only a matter of time before that wild boy was caught, killing 3 people at once. Bold. Daring to offend the white family is an even more unforgivable crime. I really can't figure out who gave him the courage to offend the Bai family. It's simply a self-inflicted humiliation. Young people don't know what's good for them. They're probably wiping their tears inside the sheriff's office right now. Ha ha ha. When the white family master strikes, he is truly extraordinary. In the future, we people, we still have to learn more from you. More ha. These power bosses come up for a licking. In the end, it is worthy of all the old foxes. The existence of many years in the mall. One lick is very technical. The way they were now, they had long since abandoned the face of being a powerful man. In front of the white family lord, how could they have any face? If people let you die, you have to die. If people let you live, you can live. Anyway, lick hard and you're done. As long as they could lick the white family lord comfortably, they would be able to have a better life in the future. The white family, in Sea Island City is the absolute authority. Whoever dared to go against the Bai family, the Bai family would dare to make it impossible for him to live in Sea Island City. Though they were a bit humbler now that they were the way they were, it was all about being able to survive. Bai Yinchuan leaned back on his recliner, leisurely watching the scene while eating fruit, and on his face, he wore a rich smile. This feeling of casually grasping the power of life and death as if it were an emperor was really pleasing to the mood. Of course, Bai Yinchuan also knew that now was not the time to enjoy himself. Next, he had important things to do. Thus, Bai Yinchuan stood up, looked at these powerful people who were touting him, and said in a deep voice, "Since you're all here, it's time for us to get to the point. Now, I'm going to give you half an hour, and each of you is going to write a letter of truthfulness, with a crime to think of, and there will be a reward for any good writing. Hearing Bai Yinchuan's words, everyone's faces stiffened slightly. Bai Yinchuan asked them to write a real name report letter. This is to tie them firmly to a boat. By doing so, they could test their loyalty and, moreover, aggravate Qin Yang's crime. A good idea indeed. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they could not resist. However, these powerful people didn't have much to worry about in their hearts. Anyway, that Qin Yang is already in the sheriff's department and is about to be convicted. So at this point in time, can he still run out? At this time, a powerful man raised his hand and said, "This whistle-blowing letter. I have to write it. I have to write it. That nephew of my third granduncle. It was in the Three Kings village that he was stiffed to death by Qin Yang. I have to sue him." The other power bosses were dumbfounded just after this power boss finished speaking. A powerful man asked with a dumbfounded expression, "Boss Nyo, how come I don't remember you having this relative?" I only saw that Boss Nyo covering his heart and said painfully, "Anyway, among those few dead people, there was that nephew of my third granduncle. He, Qin Yang, is an animal. You're fucking bullshitting me, aren't you?" The other powerhouse was exasperated and laughed as he hastened to say, "So you're saying that the other one is that little cousin of mine? Qin Yang is an animal. My own grandson was killed by him." "Nope, that's my own son." At this moment, these powerful people actually began to quarrel over the charges. The other side. The Lin family head, who hadn't said anything all along, suddenly had his eyes light up and hurriedly said to the second brother and steward Zhou beside him, "Speaking of charges, don't we just happen to have an excellent one on our side? This is a ready-made one." Upon hearing the Lin family master's words, the second master of the Lin family immediately stifled a grunt as a wave of disgust ran through his heart. Even he felt that this big brother of his was a bit too animalistic. Obviously, he was guessing something. Beside him, Butler Joe smiled coldly and said, "Lin family master, since you've thought about it, you might as well say something." Lin family lord whispered quietly, "That daughter of mine, Qingran, knows about it, right? 6 years ago, my daughter suddenly disappeared for more than half a month, and when she came back again, she was unexpectedly pregnant, and at that time, she was controlled by that bastard Qin Yang. My daughter was raped by Qin Yang. I'm going to sue him for rape. The evidence is overwhelming. He won't be able to resist." The Lin family head was red-faced, and after he finished speaking, he seemed to be admiring himself, with a look of incomparable pride. The second master of the Lin family's face instantly just sank, only feeling incomparably angry and incredulous. This big brother of his, he wants to sacrifice his own daughter? That's his own daughter. You don't have any love for her? However, Butler Joe hemmed and hawed and said with great admiration, "A good idea. A good idea indeed. Master Lin, you are indeed a man of great deeds. This idea is too good." Looking at the big brother in front of him, the second master of the Lin family only felt that this pro-big brother was so unfamiliar, making him incredibly disappointed. Then looking around at all these powerful people, the second master of the Lin family was dizzy and couldn't wait to leave this place that annoyed him right now. On the other hand, inside the sheriff's department, Qin Yang, at this point in time, do you think you can still get out? Don't give your face away. I'd like to see how long you can resist. The wild boy doesn't know what he's doing. Administrator Zheng cursed and walked out of the interrogation room, his face as gloomy as if he was about to drip water. At that moment, the subordinate came over and said anxiously, "Administrator, this guy's mouth is too tough. What are we going to do if he keeps quiet?" "No." Administrator Zheng smiled coldly and said, "This kid is fine-skinned. If he doesn't say it, there are ways to make him say it. Go get the chilly water over here. I'll give you half an hour. You must make him confess to the crime. Pay attention. Don't leave behind the handle evidence. Don't want to talk about it? Then force him to talk. He's got it covered." Thinking of this, Administrator Zheng sneered. "Understood." The subordinate nodded and hurriedly went to get ready. The words go both ways. At the same time, in Yanjing, in a top-level office. "You're telling the truth? Who did you say was arrested?" In front of the desk, the middle-aged man's eyes jumped violently, and in his eyes, there was a killing intent. The subordinate was flustered in his heart and said in a hurry, "I just got the latest news. The highest level of the Ministry of Law and Order, Minister Chen, was given to be arrested by the Security Department of Sea Island City. In addition to that, there's Chief Commander Qin, and the other old academicians, the great generals, they're all wanted by the Sheriff's Department." The office was instantly quiet as the subordinate finished. The middle-aged man stood up violently, breathing heavily, his pupils instantly shrinking. Then, his eyes went black and his body fell backward violently. "How are you?" The subordinate was startled and hastily prepared to assist. The middle-aged man, however, didn't pay any attention to his subordinates, but roared angrily, Strange news. This is simply strange news. A small security department has the audacity to arrest the academician of the country and a great general of the country. These dogs. Who gave them the courage? What about the armed forces stationed in Sea Island City? What about the sharpshooter special operations unit? Where's the group from the Central Sea provincial office? Where the fuck are all the people at this hour? Where is it? The subordinate hung his head low and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. But he didn't dare to say a word and was scared out of his wits. He had never seen the being in front of him so angry. At this time, the middle-aged man slapped his head and continued. Right. I remember that the 5,000-man force of the Northwest Crown Wolves Regiment went there as well. At this time of the day. Where did they go? You tell me? Upon hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly said. According to the news not long ago, the head of the Northwest Military Region said that the Kangwolf Regiment has already arrived in Sea Island City. But have yet to see Chief Commander Chin in them. Click, click. The chief clutched the paper cup in his hand in a complete rage. Throughout the office, there was the chilling sound of the chief's voice. Bunch of losers. A bunch of fucking losers. You dropped the ball for me at a critical moment, didn't you? Go tell the head of the Northwest Military Region right now, and tell him that if anything happens to one of those guys, I'll make him finish. And call the provincial hall. No need to talk nonsense. Just tell him to deal with this matter immediately. Whoever has an accident in his life, he will go to squat inside the jail. Hurry, be quick. Yes, Chief, I'm on my way. The subordinate nodded like garlic, then rushed out of the office in a hurry. Just after leaving the head's office, she realized that all the top brass had been updated, and all those ministers and presidents, everyone was in the midst of a tantrum. Earthquake, the subordinate muttered, his face white. Afterwards, she rushed to notify the head of the Northwest Military Region as well as the relevant people from the Central Sea Provincial Office. The other side. The person in charge of the airport in Sea Island City was busily heading towards the airport, looking incredibly anxious, because just a short while ago, he had just gotten word that another helicopter was about to land at Sea Island Airport, and this time the helicopters were combat helicopters used to fight against the enemy. When I first heard the news, the head of the airport was scared to death. Today's airport on the island was already full of big shots, and it had been a day of trepidation for him. It's not easy to calm down this mood, but I didn't expect that there would be another big shot so soon. Which one of the big boys is here at this moment? Anyway, the airport manager was curious. After all, how can there be a big shot coming from another academician of the Science Union and a feudal lord? It's scary enough already. Okay? A few minutes later, the head of the airport finally arrived at the airport. As soon as he got out of the car, he was on fire and headed towards his target location. Good thing. It's not too late. Just as he arrived at his destination, he saw from afar that a heavily armed combat helicopter had landed at the airport. When he got closer, he realized that the combat helicopter also had a large, blood-red wolf head logo emblazoned on its fuselage. Just by looking at the sign, he felt a solemn aura. The moment he saw the sign, the airport manager's pupils shrank. He usually liked military-related content, so the sign in front of him, he knew what it represented. Blood-red wolf head. This was the symbol of the legendary Northwest Crown Wolves Regiment. And looking at this combat helicopter in front of him, he guessed that he was afraid that what came was not just an ordinary Kangwoo Regiment soldier, but the Kangwoo Special Warfare Team, the legend of legends, the pinnacle of combat power in the Northwest Coyote Regiment. Every single one of the Kangwolf Special Warfare Team is a soldier god-level existence, a wolf soldier who has really participated in real battles, who has really killed the enemy. Oh my god, surprisingly, it's the Coyote Special Warfare Team that's here. The person in charge of the airport's legs went weak with fear. These people, they must have come for that Chief Chin as well. It was just that by this time, Chief Chin had already left with his men, so the head of the airport was ready to go over and tell them. But who knows? Just as he took 2 steps, he saw these special warriors who had just disembarked from the plane reboarding again in droves. Then, to the puzzled and shocked eyes of the man in charge, the combat helicopter took off again. At the moment, inside the helicopter, the faces of all the members of the Kangwolf Special Operations Team were very ugly. A voice came out of all the team members' headsets at the same time. Wang Song, what the hell are you doing? Let you protect people. You fucking so protect? Now, Chin Commander-in-Chief them. These pillars of the country, all fucking to the wanted. Do you know? How dare the Little Island Magistrate's office? How dare it? Wang Song, the captain of the Kangwolf Special Warfare Team, had his head slightly lowered, and said with a guilty face, "It's us who let you down. Next, we will definitely rescue Chief Commander Chin and the others right away, and ensure their safety. Please don't worry." Reassured? How do you reassure me? If you guys had been faster, could something have happened to them? Dang academician. Dang General, to be arrested on the first day in Sea Island City. This is a strange shame. Yanjing's side has given an ultimatum. This time, make sure to save the people out. If someone has an accident, I will take you to task. The voice faded in the middle of the headset. Click. Captain Wang Song clenched his fists and said with a gloomy face, "It's against the heavens. It's simply gone against the heavens. This group of fools, who the hell gave them the courage? Do they know who they're arresting? That's a bunch of scientific greats. And a bunch of fiefdoms. They're on drugs, aren't they? They're crazy." The other special warriors also buried their heads and didn't say a word. Their faces, likewise, wore colors of anger and guilt. If they would have arrived earlier, this would not have happened. If anything happens to Commander Chin and the others, they'll feel guilty for the rest of their lives. At the same time, for the Island City Sheriff's Department, these team members were even more furious. How dare an Island City security chief to want the Dragon Kingdom's peerless nationalist in the scientific community in a dignified manner? Not only that, but they had the audacity to arrest the academicians and generals who had just arrived. They're not taking the laws of the Dragon Kingdom seriously. Brush! Wang Song fiercely stood up, red eyes, looking at all the Special Forces team members. His chest stirred and roared. What happened today is a disgrace to our Special Forces team. The Sea Island Security Agency is bold. We can't spoil them. Departure. Save the people. Bring back the face of the Kangwolf Special Forces. Yes. Understood. In the combat helicopters, all the Special Forces members were agitated and their anger was in the clouds. Their eyes were red and their bodies were thick with murderous aura. That's provocative. It's a clear-cut provocation from the island's sheriff's department. They must not endure. Rumble. A heavily armed combat helicopter whizzed by in the skies above Sea Island City, heading toward the Sea Island City Sheriff's Department. On the other side, the highway intersection. Director Lee's car had just arrived in Sea Island City not long ago and was about to get off the highway. DDT. In the car. Just at this time, Director Lee's cell phone rang. The moment he opened his cell phone, Director Lee's entire body was sweating, and he couldn't even sit still. Only the number at the beginning of this cell phone turned out to be 01. Director Lee certainly knew very well what the number beginning with 01 stood for. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and not being able to think about it, he hurriedly picked up the phone. The moment the call was answered, a voice of boiling anger came from the other end of the line. Lee Bowen, you're a fucking turtle. Haven't you arrived in Sea Island City yet? Director Lee's face turned white, and he quickly said, "Here it is. I'll get off the highway right away." "You've just arrived here?" The voice on the other side of the phone quickly came. "I told you to go to Sea Island City, and you're just now fucking arriving? Do you know what a big deal you're delaying?" Buzz. At this moment, Director Lee's head suddenly trembled and he only felt a sense of vertigo. A bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Big things are happening in Sea Island City. It's hard not to. Seemingly thinking of something, Director Lee's pupils suddenly shrunk. Could it be that Administrator Jian didn't listen to him and still arrested Qin Yang? "You're fucking dumb, aren't you?" The voice on the other side of the phone is still incomparably angry. Listen carefully. Not long ago, the Island City Public Security Department had the audacity to handcuff academician Qin and 8 other scientific leaders at the airport, as well as a few of the country's top generals, and captured them at the Public Security Department. Lee Bowen, you're the head of the Provincial Department of Zhonghai Province, and up to now, you don't even know anything about it? Did you motherfucker grow up on dry rice? Also, the highest security minister of the Dragon Kingdom from Yanjing was arrested by those guys. Sea Island City's Public Security Department is marvelous. Truly marvelous. Lee Bowen, you're also marvelous. Boom boom. Hearing the voice on the phone, Director Lee only felt that in his head. Thunder exploded, bombarding him with dizziness and almost fainting. What did he just hear? Academician Qin was really arrested. Moreover, not only Academician Qin was arrested, but the old academicians who descended on Sea Island City as well as the bannermen were all arrested. Not only that, what about it? Even Minister Chen, the highest security ministry in the Dragon Kingdom, has been arrested? That's Minister Chen, arrested? Fucking hell. This is crazy, isn't it? Is he crazy or is the world crazy? Director Lee's face, for a moment, turned pale. That bastard Jiang Jingming, this is a big trouble. Damn the beast for getting him into trouble in the end. Damn it. Now. Director Lee's entire body was shivering, his face was white, and he had a soulful look. He knew very well what a great sin it was. Immediately afterward, another voice came from inside the phone. "Director Lee, let me tell you, Yanjing has issued a death order. Everyone related to this incident, including those who falsely accused Academician Qin, and those who spread rumors, one by one, will be arrested and disposed of with the death penalty for treason. Now is your last chance. If you don't solve it well, If anything happens to one of Academician Sheen and the others, you're finished too. The phone was hung up, while Director Lee, on the other hand, his entire body instantly froze. Treason. Treason treatment. Bigger. Things are big. This time, people are really going to die. And, moreover, a large number of people are going to die. Sea Island City. This time it's going to shake 3 times. At this moment, Director Lee's heart is in turmoil. This call, but the highest level of Yinjing opened. What is the meaning of this need not be said, right? If he doesn't fix it, it's true that he'll die. This is absolutely no joke. This is really a matter of life and death. Director Lee was truly flustered. Jiang Gingming, you dog can't bring me along even if you want to die. Old me is really victimized by you. Director Lee's eyes were red and his body was shaking with anger. He knew that Sea Island City was finished, and that the White family, which had reigned in Sea Island City for many years, would soon become history. The staff in the car didn't say a word, didn't dare to take a breath for fear of suffering a pool of fish. Director Lee looked at the driver with a fierce expression and yelled, "Go to the Island City Security Department. And be quick, the faster the better." Jiang Gingming, damn it, I'm going to kill you alive. Director Lee growled and ranted in the car, not caring about any director's face. What's the use of saving face when people are dying? The other side. In the village of 3 Kings, still in front of that small bungalow, Lin Qingran mother and daughter stood at the door. Lin Qingran's face anxious and worried. "Mom, when is Dad coming over?" Daodu asked in a milky voice, blinking his big eyes. Lin Qingran didn't answer Daodu, but looked at Company Commander Yang, who was not far away, and asked, "Company Commander Yang, didn't you say that Qin Yang and the others would be coming over soon? Why haven't they come yet?" And no one answered the phone. At those words, Yang Company Commander's complexion was also tightened. Indeed, by all accounts, it should have arrived long ago. He raised his head and hurriedly said, "Calm down first, ma'am. The chief, he should be dealing with something important. There are scientific titans following him, as well as feudal officials. The chief is definitely safe. Then why don't you even answer your phone?" Lin Qingran was talking when suddenly Yang Lianchan's cell phone rang. After seeing that the beginning of the phone call was 01, Yang Company Commander's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a touch of bad premonition appeared in his heart. So, Company Commander Yang hurriedly picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, there was a quick, angry chortle. "Waste, a bunch of wastes. How the hell did so many of you motherfuckers protect Academician Sheen and the others? Are all of you garrison troops on a diet? Do you know what happened? Academician Sheen, as well as the old academicians who arrived and the feudal officials, were all arrested and handcuffed by the Public Security Department. Did the Dragon Kingdom raise you to be a fucking asshole? Ha! All a bunch of fucking losers. Punks. 3 Kings Village." Yang Company Commander's face brushed white. The phone almost all point to come again on the ground. What did he just hear? Chief Qin has been arrested by the Security Bureau? And those old academicians, the great generals of the Protectorate, all of them were arrested by the Security Bureau, and even handcuffed? Gosh, how dare those guys, how dare they? Asshole. That's just assholish. Yang Company Commander's entire body was bad. Lost, he just told Mrs. Head of the Qin head is fine, so call it fine? He left one foot and the head was arrested by the Sheriff's Department the next, while Yang Company Commander was in a daze. The incomparably angry voice on the other end of the phone rang out once again. "It's amazing that so many big names were taken away just like that. Where are your garrison troops now? Now go to the Sheriff's Department and get the people out safely. And I'm telling you, if anything happens to Qin Guisher and the others, you're all going to be fucked. One by one, you're all fucked." The call was then disconnected, and Company Commander Yang was still making the gesture of answering the phone. His hands were at a loss. He was really panicked. At the same time, endless anger erupted in his heart. He was now incomparably regretting that if he hadn't left before and had instead stayed by Chief Qin's side, this wouldn't have happened. Damn it! The Sheriff's Department deserves to die. Who the hell gave them the courage? Do they realize how much trouble they've really gotten themselves into? Yang Lianjuan knew that Sea Island City was going to turn upside down, and all those involved in harming Chief Qin were dead. No one can save them. Poof! Next to him, Lin Qingran only felt dizzy, stumbled, and then planted himself on the ground. Yang Company Commander's face changed and he hurried over to help Lin Qingran up. "Mrs. Chief, are you okay?" Seeing Lin Qingran like this, the guilt in Yang Lianchan's heart deepened. "It's all because of him. It's all because of him." Lin Qingran turned pale and asked incredulously, "Company Commander Yang, tell me, what happened to Qin Yang? What happened to him?" Although she was far away, she vaguely heard some words, and coupled with the expression on Yang Company Commander's face, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened. Lin Qingran squatted down and hugged Daodu. unable to stop crying. She had waited so long for the man to return, and no matter what, she didn't want to lose him again. Otherwise, she would really fall apart. Seeing her mom crying, Dodo couldn't help but cry too. The little girl knew what she was doing, and Dodo was comforting her mom while she cried. Mommy, Dodo believes that Daddy will be fine. He's so good. He'll be fine. Mommy, don't cry. Daddy will be sad when he sees it. Then, Dodo looked up at young company commander with bright big eyes and sobbed. Uncle Yang, where is Daddy now? Ah, I want Daddy. Oh. The little girl cried even louder, and the anger in young company commander's heart turned deeper. He was ashamed. Ashamed of Chief Chin's trust, ashamed of his country's cultivation. He had allowed the enemy to take away Chief Chin under his nose. The soldiers behind young company commander were equally angry, each with red eyes. The members of the Sharp Daggers Special Operations Team were even more eager to rush to the sheriff's department right now and teach those ungrateful guys a hard lesson. Company Commander Yang squatted down, looked at the cute little girl in front of him, and said with incomparable seriousness, "Don't worry, Dodo. Uncle Yang promises you that he will definitely bring your father back safely, okay?" He then stood up, looked at his companions behind him, and roared, "What are you waiting for? Check your equipment and head for the sheriff's department right now immediately. Fill the bullets, get in the car, hurry." On the other hand, the Island City Sheriff's Department. At this moment, in a courtyard inside the sheriff's department, Minister Chen is here in the courtyard, being physically controlled by two police officers. He was suspended from a rack with his feet not occupying the ground. A police officer shouted angrily, "You're not going to confess, are you? I'm about to be tortured, aren't I? As long as you behave yourself. It's just a matter of signing the papers anyway, so we can all relax, can't we?" Minister Chen's face was icy cold and he didn't pit a word. Want him to sign? Dream on. Seeing Minister Chen's appearance, the officer was angry. "Give you a chance and you're no good. Give you a chance and you're no good," the officer said in a chilling voice. "It looks like you won't sign without torture." At that point, a number of officers gathered nearby. A police officer looked at Minister Chen and suddenly muttered, "Do you guys think he looks a bit familiar? Why do I always feel like I've seen him before?" "Hey, you don't say. I feel that way too. But it doesn't make sense." Not long afterward, Northeast General Chao Jin was also brought to the courtyard by the officers. He had a lopsided face and his hands were similarly handcuffed. When Chao Jin saw Minister Chen's current situation, his face instantly turned incredibly gloomy. "Indiscretion, do you know what you are doing? Nonsense, what a load of crap. Chao Jin can't believe it. What the hell are these motherfuckers doing? What a lot of nonsense. Is there a place for you to talk here?" The police officer in charge of Chao Jin smiled coldly and said, "Be honest, be abrasive, and hurry up." Chao Jin was silent. With that, he suddenly turned his head and stared deeply at the officer, saying leisurely, "Kid, do you know who I am? What do I care who you are?" Upon hearing this, the police officer said with great impatience, "You people are colluding in advance, aren't you, to ask questions of anyone? What's wrong with you? So who are you? Do you know about the feudal lord?" Chao Jin said in a deep voice, "I am Northeast General Chao Jin." What? This police officer was stunned at first. Then he directly couldn't help but laugh. "Ha!" The police officer couldn't help but say, "You just said that you're that legendary Northeast General? You really have a lot of guts. Do you think a big shot like the Northeast General would come to a small place like ours? You don't even make drafts when you brag. You." Chao Jin sneered. "Normal circumstances will not come. But, in short, you guys, one of you is finished. I'm not sure if I'm screwed, but you're definitely screwed anyway." The police officer snorted. "Don't talk nonsense. It's better to hurry up and confess to the crime, so as to save yourself the pain for a while. Once this punishment is on, even the God of Heaven will have to cry out in pain." "Fine. If you have the guts, you'll go to criminal detention." Chao Jin was exasperated and laughed. He turned his head to Minister Chen and shouted, "Minister Chen, you've heard it clearly too, haven't you? These assholes are still going to put us in criminal detention." Minister Chen didn't say a word, his face darkening. At this time, Administrator Jiang walked in, looked at the two, shouted angrily, "Still not confessing, right? Good. Seeing that the visitor was Administrator Jiang, Minister Chen spat and stared viciously at him. Administrator Jiang said with a cold smile, "I can give you one last chance. Hurry up and confess to the crime, so that you don't have to suffer the pain of skin and flesh in a while." Seeing that Minister Chen didn't take any notice of him, Administrator Jiang's face instantly turned gloomy. "What are you waiting for? Where's the tiger bench? Bring it over and serve him well. He would like to see if this guy could still be as tough as he is now when he sits on the tiger bench in a while." Just then, outside the sheriff's department, there was a sudden sound of commotion. At this moment, Administrator Jiang actually vaguely heard the sound of a car engine. What's going on out there? Why is it so noisy? Administrator Jiang frowned at this moment. He was in an irritable mood. Outside the main gate of the sheriff's department, a police officer suddenly shouted and jerked back. A sedan suddenly crashed from the street like a ferocious beast toward the sheriff's department gate. Boom! Click! The sedan smashed the gate of the sheriff's department straight through, and then, with a flourish, rushed inside the sheriff's department. At this time, the sedan still had no intention of stopping, rushing through the sheriff's department until it reached the door of the interrogation room. And at this time, Administrator Jiang was preparing to take Minister Chen to the interrogation room to be tortured. The limousine door opened and a figure violently rushed out. And just after taking 2 steps, the figure stopped and looked at Administrator Jiang, who walked across the street. At the same time, Administrator Jiang also saw the figure in front of him. In just an instant, Administrator Jiang's face instantly turned white, and his legs suddenly turned soft, shivering. Who are you guys? How dare you? You know what this place is, don't you? To drive into the sheriff's department? The police officer on the side saw the visitor and crossed his arms. Snap! Administrator Jiang's face changed and he raised his hand to slap him. Asshole, do you know who you're talking to? The officer stumbled and planted himself on the ground, directly blindsided. Subsequently, Administrator Jiang hurriedly looked at the person coming in front of him and said with shivering lips, Director Li, you came you should have informed me in advance to pick you up. At this moment, Administrator Jiang was about to be scared to death. He didn't expect Director Li to come at this time. Moreover, his subordinate just now even rushed the other party. Ungrateful thing. This time 8-bear heart leopard gala. Li, Director Li? That's when Director Li? Hearing Director Zhang's words, the hearts of all the surrounding police officers trembled. The person in front of you is the director of the provincial office. Mr. Li? The police officers all buried their heads, not daring to go and meet Director Li's eyes. The police officer who had just berated Director Li's face was even more bloodless and almost fainted. At this point, he really wanted to slap himself. What's he doing? He just now actually berated a director? How dare he? It's over. It's completely over. The police officers did not expect that Director Li coincidentally came at this time. They were just about to make a forced confession. At this time, where is the crowd's previous arrogant appearance? Each and every one of them quietly ran away like a lapdog. And Director Li did not take care of these small shrimps. At this moment, his eyes is dead on the courtyard, is being set up by the rope on top of the bar. Minister Chen. Only Minister Chen's hair was disheveled. His clothes were lifted, and he was still bleeding from his face and arms. He looked at another figure. The figure was lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, with handcuffs on his hands, and was looking at him with an expressionless face. Director Li was confused. At this moment, he was completely confused. Who did he see? Minister Chen? There was another person. He didn't know who it was, but seeing the other person's gaze with killing intent, he must be a big shot as well. Poof! Director Li's legs trembled. Then he directly knelt on the ground as soon as he could. He was breathing heavily, only feeling like he couldn't take a breath. His eyes were white, and he was almost about to pass out. At that moment, the staff in the back rushed over with the medicine. Seeing this scene, Administrator Jiang was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Director Li was reacting this way. He twisted his head to look at the duo of Minister Chen and Chao Jin in the courtyard, and as he watched them look at him with an icy face, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. What the hell is going on here? What's going on? Administrator Jiang hurriedly took the staff's medicine and prepared to hand it to Director Li. Fuck off. Who knows? Director Li pushed his hand away and crawled towards Minister Chen's duo with a pale face. That's right. It's just crawling. Now. Director Li had been so frightened that he had lost all his strength and couldn't even stand up. Director Li climbed while terrified and shouted, Sorry, I'm sorry Minister Chen. I came late. I'm not doing a good job on me. I will untie the rope for you. Minister Chen spat and said coldly, Director Li, you've done a good job. And this subordinate of yours, they've done a good job. I'm telling you, if you don't have an explanation for this, you're fucking dead. Director Li swallowed a mouthful of saliva, sweating, only feeling dizzy. Minister Chen? On the other hand, when Administrator Jiang saw Director Li's action, his face changed and he hurriedly stopped. Director Li, you can't untie the rope. Which is he? What Minister Chen? He and that suspect Qin Yang is a gang. We are interrogating it. Director Li. At this moment, Director Li was really going to break down. He had been in bad luck to get such a subordinate. What did he do in his last life? Fuck off. Director Li raised his hand and threw a slap at Administrator Zhang's face. He roared angrily, Jiang Gingming, Do you fucking know what you're doing? Open your dog eyes wide and see who the fuck you're arresting? You're so fucking stupid. Do you know who you're arresting? I'll fuck you up. Director Lee went over with a right whip kick, knocking Administrator Jeong to the ground. Afterwards, he hurriedly barred the rope to untie it and said with a panicked face, Minister Chen, you should be more careful. Minister Chen didn't even look at him, but instead looked at the man on the ground and said in a faint voice, This is Northeast General Chao Jin. Northeast General? Chao Jin? Brush. Cold sweat broke out on Director Lee's face again. This one lying on the ground in handcuffs is that Northeast General Chao Jin? Gosh. This is a feudal official. The protector of the Dragon Kingdom. Northeast General? Administrator Jiang, who was just about to stand up, had his head tilted and fell to the ground again. The surrounding police officers were even more dumbfounded, not knowing what to do, and chills filled the air around them. This one lying on the ground is a northeastern general? A feudal official? Hiss. At this moment, all of these police officers sucked in a breath of cold air, from head to toe. Gosh, what the hell did they just do? The two officers who were in charge of apprehending Chao Jin before were even more panicked, and their hearts fluttered fiercely. They arrested a fiefdom official? How dare they? At this time, their gazes happened to collide with Chao Jin's, only to see that Chao Jin raised his eyes and was staring at them with a teasing face, seemingly smiling. At this moment, the two officers thought of the previous conversation they had with Chao Jin earlier. How dare you? How dare you arrest me? Know who I am? Who are you? I am the great general of the Northeast. Put, you're the Northeast general? Then I'm still the king of heaven. Ha ha ha. With the previous conversation still fresh in their minds, the two officers were weak and sifting with fear and despair. Their lives, they know, are about to end. What kind of offense is it to arrest and interrogate a feudal official? They'll die for sure. There's no way they'll survive. On the other hand, after learning Chao Jin's identity, Director Lee rushed over with an arrow step and carefully helped Chao Jin up. Are you okay? Director Lee was in a panic. He was really scared. This one here, he's a big official. What kind of being is this? Director Lee then took the key and unlocked Chao Jin's handcuffs. Moving his wrist, Chao Jin said in a chilling voice, Director Lee, the Sea Island City under your rule. It's not bad. The minister dares to buckle. The general dares to fight. It's not bad. It's not good. At this moment, anyone could hear the sense of anger emanating from Chao Jin's words. Director Lee was even more frightened, sweating and at a loss for words. He always kept his head slightly lowered, not daring to look at Chao Jin's gaze. General Chao, I am a humble servant on an errand. Stop it. Chao Jin suddenly straightened up and said seriously, What are you still standing here for? Academician Qin and the others are still being held in the interrogation room. Qin Academician? Poof. Director Lee's eyes went black again and he directly paralyzed on the ground. Academician Qin was also caught here. In any case, Director Lee did not expect that he would have to meet Academician Qin under such circumstances. Director Lee twisted his head and stared at Administrator Jiang dead in the face. If eyes could kill, now Administrator Jiang was afraid that he would have died dozens or hundreds of times. Director Lee rushed into the interrogation room in a mad rush. Then, he saw that a group of old men with gray hair were actually imprisoned inside. These were old men, all of them at least 70 or 80 years old. At the first moment he saw these old people, Director Lee was still frozen for a moment. However, the next moment, his face suddenly changed. These old people in front of us are not ordinary old people. Every one of them here can be the old academician of the Dragon State Science Union, the scientific titan of the Dragon State. And these renowned national and international scientific leaders are now being held in this dark interrogation room? Director Lee felt like he was going to choke. However, the only thing that made Director Lee feel thankful was that these old academicians were safe and still emotionally stable. If these big shots were injured, Director Lee would not be able to die enough even if he had 9 lives. Director Lee continued on and came into the last interrogation room, only to see that inside this interrogation room, a young man in his 20s was sitting. The young man just sat there cross-legged with a calm expression, and after hearing Director Lee's footsteps, the young man raised his head and smiled at Director Lee. Director Lee hadn't met the young man, but at this point, without much thought, he knew who this young man was. The youngest scientific titan in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Guoshi. Director Lee hurriedly bent down and said with an apologetic face, Qin Guoshi, I'm Li Baowen, Director of the Central Sea Provincial Department. I'm very sorry for making you suffer. Subsequently, Director Lee roared angrily at the outside, Jiang Jingming, you're still playing dead, right? Hurry up and bring the key over to open the door. Backfired. Do you know who you fucking locked up? In the courtyard, Administrator Jiang hurriedly stood up in a panic when he heard the roar. He looked at Minister Chen as well as Senior General Chao in front of him and was filled with despair. Now, where should he be able to not know exactly what he has captured? Another minister and a feudal official. Those people in the interrogation room, one by one, must also be a frightening presence. Just, release? Can he let them go now? He's dead whether he lets go or not. But, Administrator Jiang suddenly had a flash in his eyes and secretly thought, if I could pull Director Li over, if Director Li could speak for him, then there would be a way to make Qin Yang confess. And only if Qin Yang confesses to the crime, can he hope to live? Yeah, that's it. So, Administrator Jiang ran while shouting, Director Li, never, never, never. Jiang Administrator quickly came to the front of Director Li, cried bitterly and said, they are all criminals especially that Qin Yang. He is in the island city killed 3 lives, one of them, but also the young master of the Bai family, the only son of the Bai family. Now, the most important thing now is to get Qin Yang to confess. As long as he confesses, everything will be settled. Director, you trust me for once. Just believe in this one time. As long as we make Qin Yang plead guilty to the crime and have the Bai family as our backing, we will be fine. Not only that, but we will instead be a great success, a model for the people. Administrator Jiang is really open-minded. As long as he can live, he is willing to do whatever he is asked to do. No matter what, Qin Yang could not be released. Once he's released, all plans are lost. He would never allow that to happen. And upon hearing Administrator Zhang's remark, Director Li looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. He laughed coldly. Stupid, you're still unrepentant even now. The Bai family? You think the Bai family can protect you? Do you know what kind of big shot you've offended? The Bai family is going to be finished. The White family is going down? And the White family can't protect him? Hearing Director Li's words, Administrator Jiang had an incredulous look on his face. He didn't believe Director Li's words at all. What kind of power is the Bai family? They have a horrible background in the military. How could they be finished? Director Li said in disbelief. Director, the Bai family will not be fine. The Bai family has their hands in the sky. Their terror is not something you and I can imagine. Now, you have seen the battle in Sea Island City. Those iron bumps, they are all means of the Bai family. You also want me. The Bai family is so powerful. How could they possibly mess with them? Director Li, if we want to live now, we must rely on the Bai family. Director, that's all we can do if we want to live. So he must never be allowed to leave and must confess. At this moment, where did Administrator Jiang have any appearance of being an administrator? He was like a pug kneeling on the ground. His hair disheveled, his eyes red and crazy. What did you say? What did you just say? And at this time, Director Li was confused. What did he just hear? Those helicopter gunships in the sky are the White family's handiwork? And those tanks and armored cars, were they all sent by the White family? Aren't those the people of Academician Qin? Pust. At the back, Chao Jin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He really couldn't hold it in. Brush. Director Li heard the sound of laughter and turned his head in a hurry. I only saw that at this moment. Both those old academicians and these feudal officials were all laughing, with a strong sense of irony on their faces. That kind of stare is clearly at stupidity. Director Li is not a fool. At this time, how could he not understand what is going on? Jiang Gingming, the fool, was crippled by neglect. Those helicopter gunships and the armored car formations, where are the means of any White family? Does he, the Bai family, have that much face? This is all because of the monstrous background of Academician Qin Yang Qin. Snap. Director Li finally couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Administrator Jiang next to him, wanting to cry, cursing and saying, stupid, you're fucking stupid. Stupid. Being a person to fool crippled also do not know. Who told you? Those are the White family's tactics? You're at least an administrator. Can you be fooled? At this moment, Administrator Jiang was dumbfounded. His eyes were listless. He's been tricked? Those are not the means of the White family? This is all Qin Yang's background? Hiss. Administrator Jiang sucked in a breath of cool air as he looked at Qin Yang, at Minister Zhou, and at the group of academicians and feudal officials. At the moment, everyone was laughing, and it was a laugh at the stupidity. It's a laugh at the mole. That's impossible. Administrator Jiang was on the verge of tears. These were Qin Yang's background? How is that possible? How old is he? Just a brat in his 20s. How can he know so many bigwigs? How could he have such terrifying means? How did he do it? Administrator Jiang couldn't believe it. But at this time, he couldn't think about it in time. And then he heard the urging voice of Li Hall, the head of the department. What are you standing there for? Let go. You motherfucker, let go? Release? Jiang Administrator shook and stood up, looked at the still calm Qin Yang, then violently shook his head, said, Director, I release people. You're save me, Director. I do not want to. not want to die. Director, release them. There's no time for that. Seeing that Director Jiang is indifferent, Lee Hall, the director, is about to collapse. Just as the stalemate began, everyone heard the roar of the propellers. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked to the sky. Soon enough, a helicopter hovered over, and before the helicopter even landed, several heavily armed soldiers jumped from the helicopter into the courtyard. As soon as these soldiers appeared, they began to attack the police officers, and soon, all the police officers in the field were all under control. At this moment, everyone was confused. And who are these people? That's a bit too powerful of a force. At that moment, one of the soldiers who looked like a captain walked towards Director Lee's place without saying a word. After seeing the formation in front of him, Director Lee subconsciously took 2 steps back, and then fell limply to the ground, his throat looking like it was stuck. Director Lee, what are they? On the other side, before the dumbfounded Administrator Jiang could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill coming from his body and also hurriedly took 2 steps back. One didn't pay attention and he too planted himself on the ground in a heap. It was too late. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. This Special Forces member has not yet made a move, just by the murderous aura on his body. It was close to scaringly. The Hall, the director and Director Jiang to death. Without paying attention to Lee, Hall, Director and Administrator Jiang both. Only the captain faced Qin Yang in the interrogation room and respectfully saluted. Northwest Crowned Wolf Regiment. Crown Wolf Special Warfare Squad Captain Wang Song has come a step late. Please take your punishment. Boom! Everyone's hearts were shaken to the core. Minister Chen's eyes even lit up. No wonder it was so powerful. This came to be the soldiers of the legendary Northwest Pale Wolf Regiment. Moreover, it was the King Bomb Kangwolf Special Operations Squad in the Northwest Kangwolf Regiment. Even he hadn't expected the people above him to call them all over. This was enough to show how much they valued Academician Qin. He knew very well that if it was just him and these fiefdoms that were in trouble, the people above would not have sent out this elite unit. As for the reason, it's simple. They weren't ranked enough for the Dragon Kingdom to show such a card. Captain Wang Song continued, Chief, we've seriously failed in our duties. Please take the blame. The other members of the Tsong Wolf Special Warfare Squad also rushed in, pleading for Qin Yang's surrender. If they hadn't come so late, nothing like this would have happened. If something happened to the chief, even if they had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. They knew very well how important Qin Yang was to the Dragon Kingdom, and they also knew just how much Academician Qin had contributed to the Dragon Kingdom over the years. The Coyote Special Operations Squad. Gosh! On the other side, Administrator Jiang, who had just struggled to stand up, was nearly stunned again. What did he hear? Northwest Coyote Regiment. Coyote Special Operations Squad. This was the elite force among the elite forces of the Dragon Kingdom, the real bottom of the barrel. And these elite soldiers, at this moment, are actually respectfully letting a 20-year-old boy surrender? Is he crazy or is the world crazy? What's going on? Administrator Zhang's gaze couldn't help but look at Qin Yang. He realized that the mysterious young man still looked bland, as if nothing could cause him to be shocked. How terrifying was Qin Yang's background to make him so calm? Administrator Jiang had never been so scared as he was now. The White Family? He was now wondering if the White Family was really powerful enough. Rumble. Meanwhile, outside the sheriff's office, there was another loud boom. Another person? Hearing the roar, Administrator Jiang directly PTSD. How can there be someone else? Immediately afterward, Administrator Jiang clearly heard the sound of hordes of footsteps coming from far and near, heading this way. Backslash. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and for Administrator Jiang, it was like the death knell of death. He growled like crazy inside. How could this be? Why is there someone else here? Soon, Company Commander Yang came with the Sharp Dagger Special Warfare Unit, already a group of soldiers under his banner in great numbers. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and for Administrator Jiang, it was like the death knell of death. He growled like crazy inside. How could this be? Why is there someone else here? Soon, Company Commander Yang came with the Sharp Dagger Special Warfare Unit, already a group of soldiers under his banner in great numbers. These soldiers, all heavily armed and loaded, were full of anger, and behind them, the constables of the sheriff's department were all tied up, nose to nose. After Company Commander Yang came in, he began to look around for Qin Yang's figure. After he saw that Qin Yang was actually being held in the interrogation room, his face instantly changed. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. Company Commander Yang hurriedly ran to Qin Yang and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, Chief, it's because we didn't stand up for our guards and made you suffer. Immediately, Company Commander Yang roared in anger. Which ungrateful dog dared to seize the chief? Who is it? After venting the anger in his heart with a bout of yelling, Yang Company Commander then noticed the surroundings. First, he saw the 7 men standing next to him. Upon seeing the heavily armed 7 people, Company Commander Yang's pupils suddenly just shrunk. The markings on these 7 people were too conspicuous for him not to recognize them. This is the Cthulhu Special Operations Squad? Geez, the legendary Kangwolf Special Warfare Squad actually appeared here? That was the Kangwolf Special Warfare Squad that was known as the bottom of the Dragon Kingdom. And even in the ferociously powerful Northwest Kangwolf Regiment, it belonged to the top of the line. Yang Company Commander had never thought that he would one day be able to see the Kangwolf Special Operations Squad. However, thinking that Chief Qin was here, Company Commander Yang didn't feel too strange. After all, this was Chief Qin, and it was normal for the Kangwolf Special Operations Squad to be sent from above. Seeing Yang Company Commander's tense face, Qin Yang's face was warm and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine. How are Qin Ran and the girls?" Qin Yang's expression suddenly sharpened. At this moment, Company Commander Yang didn't dare to look directly at Qin Yang's gaze at all. He lowered his head and hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, Chief, Mrs., and the child, they are all safe." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's face, only then did it turn soft again. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Wang Song, quickly release Yuan Academician and these people." "Yes, Chief." Wang Song saluted, and immediately, he walked over and lifted Administrator Jiang over with one hand. Administrator Jiang was trembling all over, unable to produce a single bit of resistance at all. After that, Wang Song fiercely threw himself and threw Administrator Jiang in front of Academician Yuan and the others. "Administrator Jiang, right? You're really something. After all this, you still don't know what kind of people you've arrested?" Wang Song took the key from Administrator Jiang's body, and the other Special Forces member next to him hurriedly took it and unlocked the door to the interrogation room. The door of the interrogation room had just opened, and soon 2 soldiers went in and carefully assisted Academician Yuan Fanghua out. The moment Yuan Fanghua came out, all the soldiers stationed outside all saluted with a straight posture. "Academician Yuan, Yuan fellow?" In the hallway, Administrator Zhang's eyes snapped open, but that wasn't all. What shocked him even more was yet to come. An elderly man was helped out of the interrogation room. Yang Company Commander looked solemn and roared with incomparable respect. "Chief Commander of the Dragon Kingdom Science Alliance, Comrade Yuan Fanghua, you have suffered." "Comrade Bai Yuyu, Chairman of the Astrophysics Branch of the Dragon Kingdom Science Union, you have suffered." "Comrade Niu Chanqian, President of the Dragon Kingdom Science Alliance Celestial Defense Weapons Research Association, you have suffered." Yang Company Commander shouted out all the names of these old academicians one by one, and every time he shouted out a name, Administrator Zhang's heart would be shocked by one more point. These old men who just came out of the interrogation room were all academicians. Moreover, they were all the highest heads of the chapters of the Dragon Science Union. And he, in fact, arrested all of these scientific greats? Administrator Zhang, he was scared. He was terrified. Until now, he didn't realize just how much trouble he had caused. He really deserved to die. No wonder so many heavily armed soldiers had come here. No wonder the top had sent out such a big battle. Even the legendary Kangwolf Special Warfare Squad had descended. On the other side, Director Li's body was also trembling unceasingly, and he could barely catch his breath. He knew that these old men were of extraordinary status, all academicians of the Dragon Kingdom, but Director Li didn't know that these academicians were actually the head-level figures of the Science Union. It also belongs to the most honored class among all academicians. These people, they are all national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom. It's ridiculous that a little sheriff's commissioner would arrest them all. This is simply a slip of the tongue. He hated it in his heart. If Jiang Dingming, this idiot, had honestly listened to him before, how would it have turned into this situation? This dog, before he dies, he has to pull his back. Director Li was terrified, but at this time, no one was even talking to him. Within a short time, Company Commander Yang got everyone who was locked up in the interrogation room out. Each and every one of the people here was a big shot in the Dragon Kingdom. All of them were existences that stood in front of him and made Yang Lianchang not dare to breathe a single breath. In the next moment, Company Commander Yang dragged Administrator Jiang over, and he said in a chilling voice, "Watch well, don't you not know who they are? Good. I'll personally come and introduce them to you now." He looked at Minister Chen and introduced, "This is my Dragon Kingdom's highest security department, Minister Chen." Then he looked at Chao Jin again and introduced, "This is my Dragon Kingdom's Northeastern General, Senior General Chao." Every time Yang Company Commander introduced one more big shot, Administrator Zhang's heart, along with it, trembled a little. Minister Chen, General Chao. Administrator Zhang wanted to die. He is the big shot of the Dragon Kingdom. When everyone present was introduced, Company Commander Yang hurriedly invited Qin Yang out personally, and Administrator Zhang's gaze was also placed on Qin Yang at this moment. He knew that everything was caused by the young man in front of him, and today arrives helicopter formations, armored regiments, scientific titans, fiefdoms, special operations teams. All these people and forces that made his heart tremble were because of this young man in his early 20s in front of him. Administrator Jiang still wasn't sure who this young man really was, but he knew that he was finished. He's dead. They say people on their deathbed are the craziest. Since he knew that he was dead, simply, Administrator Jiang no longer begged for mercy. His eyes were red as he stared at Qin Yang dead in the face and roared furiously. Qin Yang, who the hell are you? Say it, who the hell are you? Tell me, you tell me. Shut up. Yang Company Commander kicked Administrator Jiang in the abdomen, sending him hard under the corner. A soldier then walked over and held Administrator Kong down on the ground. However, Administrator Jiang was still roaring madly. Qin Yang, speak up. Who the hell are you? Tell me. Shut up. Yang Company Commander kicked Administrator Jiang in the abdomen, sending him hard under the corner. A soldier then walked over and held Administrator Kong down on the ground. However, Administrator Jiang was still roaring madly. Qin Yang, speak up. Who the hell are you? Tell me. At this moment, Director Jiang, where is the half of the appearance of the director? It was completely a mad dog that roared at will. On the other hand, the doubts in Director Li's heart were no less than those in Administrator Zhang's heart. He was equally curious. What exactly was Qin Yang's identity, to be able to attract so many big names? He had lived for so many years and sat in the position of director for so many years, and a battle like today's was indeed the first time he had seen it. While Director Li was secretly speculating in his heart, academician Yuan Manhwa suddenly said leisurely, he had worked with his teacher to develop the first aircraft carrier of our Dragon Kingdom. Don't you want to know who he is? Fine. I'll tell you who he is now. He is the youngest and best scientist in my country. The preparer, the planner of my country's space elevator project. He is the one who made the science of the Dragon Kingdom develop by leaps and bounds until it now stands at the top of the international ladder. He is the youngest peerless nationalist in my Dragon Kingdom. Quiet. When Yuan Fanhua's words fell, this space, all of it, instantly turned quiet. Everyone present had their eyes on Qin Yang at the moment. There was adoration, awe, shock, and scorn. The unmatched statesman? Dragon Kingdom's youngest national scholar? Administrator Jiang suddenly had a sense of sudden realization. But of course, there was more trepidation. Qin Yang was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The unmatched statesman? This young man in front of him was only in his early 20s. The age of his peers going to college. But he was already a scholar of the country? He was already standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom? Administrator Jiang suddenly thought of the White family again. Now it looks like the White family is a joke. How dare they mess with such a horrible being? Who gave them the courage? Liang Qingju? That butler Zhou even said boldly that the helicopter formations in the sky and the armored regiments on the ground were all by family members? The White family is not shaking Billy in awe. Administrator Jiang regretted it immensely. He regretted why he didn't listen to Administrator Li and chose to trust the Bai family instead. It wouldn't have been so much if he had chosen to believe Director Li before. How could he be so miserable now? But there's no point in talking about that now. It's too late for regrets. Not only is he finished, but the White family is going to be liquidated. So, Jiang Administrator shouted, I was forced. All this is the conspiracy of the Bai family. Or the Bai family let me do this. Bai Yinchuan sinful. Jiang Gingming, now that it's come to this, you're still obsessed. Company Commander Yang said coldly, the White family deserves to die. However, you are also to blame for today's situation. You didn't hit the mark when you were given the chance. What's the point of wasting words with him? Special Warfare Captain Wang Son walked over and stepped on Administrator Zhang's body, saying in a chilling voice, bullying and insulting a national scholar is a capital offense in the Dragon Kingdom. A capital offense? Am I going to die? Hearing the word capital offense, Director Zhang's brain almost exploded, only feeling the sky spinning. Capital offense. Is he even going to be disposed of on a capital charge? He was the commissioner of police. He had a great future. Everything was going in a good direction until he arrested this young man. And surprisingly, he was about to be sentenced to death? No, I can't die. I don't want to die yet. Please, spare me. Spare me. Bai family, Bai Yinchuan is the one who is guilty. You can't do this to me. Administrator Jiang was snotty and rolled on the ground level like a wild dog. If I had known this, why would I have bothered to do it in the first place? Administrator Jiang, you are to blame for all of this, taking your own life. Do you know that in my Dragon Kingdom, Apprehending a nationalist is equivalent to the crime of treason. The death penalty. It's still cheaper for you. Company Commander Yang angrily rebuked. Treason. Treason? Administrator Zhang's lips trembled endlessly. He suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Yang, then hurriedly crawled over. He hugged Qin Yang's leg and shivered. Qin Guosher. Please spare me. Spare me. I really don't know your identity, Mr. Qin Guosher. Will you be so generous as to let me off as a fart? I'll do anything you want me to do. Anything you want me to do. As long as you let me live. Sir Qin, please leave me a cheap life. With that said, suddenly, a smell of urine wafted through the air. Everyone's brows furrowed as they subconsciously looked down at Administrator Jiang, only to see that Administrator Jiang at this moment was actually scared to urinate incontinence. However, Administrator Jiang acted as if he didn't feel it at all, his eyes staring deathly at Qin Yang, his mouth begging for mercy moment after moment. Wang Song looked disgusted and said in a hurry, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drag him down. Don't be an eyesore here." Soon, 2 soldiers came up and took Administrator Zhang down. From afar, one could still hear Administrator Zhang's heartbreaking cries. Jiang Jingming is dead. Seeing this scene, Director Li said with a pale face. Now, Director Li was beginning to worry about himself, and he only hoped that no one would notice him now and simply ignore him. But the more you fear something, the more it comes. Only at this moment, the gazes of all the bigwigs turned their heads to look at him. Qin Yang was no exception. Seeing the gaze of the crowd, Director Li immediately stumbled, and he quickly explained. Chief Qin, I am not in league with Jiang Jingming. I am innocent. You have to believe me. Qin Yang looked at the emboldened Director Li and said in a faint voice. Did you ask Jiang Jingming to apprehend me? Wanted. No, of course not. Director Li's face changed drastically, and he quickly shook his head and said, this matter has nothing to do with me. After receiving Minister Chen's phone call, I immediately notified Jiang Jingming, but I didn't expect that this bastard would disobey me. And not only did he not listen to my order to save your family, but instead, he also colluded with the Bai family, and this is what led to the current situation. Head Qin, when something like today happens, I, as the director, absolutely have to be responsible. But this matter, it was definitely not instructed by me. I can swear, Director Li was about to be scared to death. It's a capital offense to kill your head. Qin Yang looked at him and continued to ask, then you and the Bai family, what is your relationship? No relation. Director Li didn't even think about it and said in a decisive manner, between the Bai family and I, there has never been any dealings. There is no relationship whatsoever. The dealings with the Bai family are all Jiang Jingming's alone. I've never had any previous entanglements with the Bai family. And all of this, you can look into, Director Li said with a determined look. Seeing Director Li in this state, Qin Yang's expression softened a bit as he slowly said, since Director Li has no connection with the Bai family, you can leave. As for the matter of malpractice, we'll talk about it later. Then, Qin Yang looked at Wang Tsang and Company Commander Yang again and said in a chilling voice, immediately notify the armed helicopter formation to reroute to the Bai family. All troops, head towards the Bai family and encircle the entire Bai family. Today, I'm going to make it impossible for even a fly to fly out of the White family. Yes, Chief, we're on the move. Yang Company Commander and Wang Song both nodded their heads, their expressions cold and murderous. At this moment, everyone's hearts were aghast. They knew that the Bai family was finished. Next to him, Director Li finally let go of his heart when he heard Qin Yang's words. He knew that he didn't have to die. He was incomparably glad that he had never had dealings with the White family before. Otherwise, it would have been certain death. What Wang family? It's nothing in front of Chief Qin. On the other hand, the White family villa complex. The Bai family was very lively today, with all the powers and dignitaries converging in a joyful manner. Bai Yinchuan, the head of the Bai family, even laughed openly from time to time. Looking at this group of powerful people in the courtyard who were treating him with respect, Bai Yinchuan felt like an emperor. In fact, in Sea Island City, he is the absolute authority. And after today, the White family has absolute say in Sea Island City. Thinking of this, Bai Yinchuan's expression became even more excited. For the moment, he was already enjoying a bright future. Rumble. In the sky dome, the sound of helicopters roaring resounded. And it was getting closer and closer to the White House. But the powerful men in the courtyard were not panicked at all, because they knew that it was an airplane sent by the White family to guard them. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but hold their heads high. This was the power of the Bai family. And now that they had defected to the Bai family, they naturally belonged to the Bai family. They felt, with honor. But just at this time, a powerful man suddenly pointed to the sky and said dolefully, look, what is that thing? being reminded by this powerful man. Everyone's eyes looked towards the sky. In just a moment, everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see a blackened cannonball impacting its speed in the direction of the White family, and it was about to crash down. Is this a shell? Holy shit, cannonballs! What's with the cannonballs? What the hell are you waiting for? This shell is about to fall. The originally laughing courtyard was now in a mess, and everyone was running around like crazy, panicking. Cannonballs? What's with the cannonballs? Family master, what's going on? How could a cannonball land on our White House? Butler Joe hurriedly ran towards the tea house, calling out to the family head as he ran. Boom! Right in the middle of everyone's hissing, the cannonball instantly fell, and a huge explosion rang out, as if it was an earthquake, and the entire White family villa trembled. The shell didn't blast directly into the courtyard, but just about 10 meters away from the doorway. Obviously, this is a deterrent and a warning. Everyone panicked as they watched the black mist roll in and the smell of gunpowder fill the area ahead of them where the shells had crashed. That was a cannonball. If it had landed in the yard just now, all of them would have died. They don't understand. This is the White House. How could the shells fall? By family master. What the hell is going on here? All eyes, then, looked toward Bai Yinchuan. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment Bai Yinchuan was also confused. He looked at the shell crater in front of him and had not returned to his senses. How dare someone throw a bomb at the White House? What a nerve! Just as Bai Yinchuan was incomparably angry, at the foot of the mountain, there was suddenly a roaring sound that they could hear clearly from such a distance. What's going on here? An earthquake? What the hell is going on here? Inside the villa area, everyone was confused. The sequence of events left them unable to react at all. Soon, everyone rushed out of the villa and looked towards the foot of the mountain. At this look, everyone's face instantly just changed drastically. Some were terrified. Some were upset, some were yelling, and some, even, were so frightened that they had burst into tears. Only at this moment, dozens of tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles were gathering at the foot of the mountain. Formations of tanks and armored cars were driving towards the mountains in great numbers. The visitor is not a good person, and killing intent fills the air. Jin Chuan, what's going on here? What are they doing up here? Didn't you say that these were sent by the second master? Then why are they dropping bombs and what are these armored cars for? What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and call him? Wang Yinchuan's wife was trembling with fear and trepidation, and beside them, the mother boss and the others were dumbfounded after hearing the woman's words. Boss mother's mind snapped, and she suddenly said, by family master, what did madam mean by what she said just now? That is to say, these helicopter gunships and armored tanks. You're not even sure if they were sent by your by family or not. By family master. At a time like this joke can't be made. The mother boss and other powerful people suddenly panicked a bit. What did you say? Bai Yinchuan stared coldly at the mother boss and said angrily, Mother boss, just now, were you questioning the strength of my Bai family? In the middle of this, there must be a misunderstanding. Allow me to make a call. Bai Yinchuan was calm on the surface, but in his heart, a bad premonition had already appeared. Seeing Bai Yinchuan make a phone call at this time, the faces of the powerful people all jerked hard. Are you kidding me? At this point, you have to call again to confirm? Bai Yinchuan was on the phone while his mind was rambling 10 up. He suddenly remembered a possibility, that these are Qin Yang's means, but he didn't want to believe it anyway. A young man in his early 20s could be capable of this? He preferred to believe that sows would fall into trees, so this must be the tactics of his soft-eating second brother. Despite thinking so, Bai Yinchuan's hands did suddenly shiver. Soon, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the call was answered. Hello? On the other side of the phone, a voice that was incomparably familiar to Bai Yinchuan soon came. Bai Yinchuan quickly asked, Second brother, just a short time ago, the island city flew hundreds of armed helicopters, but also came an armored regiment, a tank battalion. These, all of them are sent by you. Right, must be sent by you. After Bai Yinchuan finished speaking, on the other end of the phone, there was instant silence. In the courtyard, the complexions of all the powerful nobles were incredibly tense, and they were becoming increasingly anxious and uneasy inside. A whole minute passed. The phone still did not come from the other side of the voice. Bai Yinchuan's eyes jumped, and quickly asked, Second brother? Second brother. You talk those are your means, right? Yinchuan At this point, a voice finally came from the other side of the phone. You're confusing yourself with a fever? Boom! At the moment, everyone heard the voice on the phone. At this moment, they only felt that inside their heads, a thunderbolt exploded. 5 thunderbolts. At this point in time, who doesn't know what the hell is going on? False. It's all fake. The armed helicopters outside and those armored tanks. The special operations team. These are not the means of the White family at all. They came to see Island City not to help the Bai family at all. It was more or less to destroy the Bai family. Ergo what? Do you mean? Bai Yinchuan instantly felt within his body a sense of suffocation coming from him. These tactics, surprisingly, were not sent by Ergo? Immediately after, Bai Yinchuan said into the phone with a face of fear, "Second brother. What to do, second brother? Our Bai family is in big trouble. Now over our Bai family villa, there are hundreds of armed helicopters surrounded. Just now the Bai family was also bombed by a shell. Outside, there are still armored car tanks outside all driving up towards the Bai family. It's over. Our Bai family is going to be finished." "What did you say?" The person on the other side of the phone visibly paled, and a voice that was both shocked and angry came out. "You said a bomb landed in the White House? Stupid. You're a fucking idiot. I've told you this before, right?" What did I tell you? I told you to be more cautious, to have a sense of reverence, but you just didn't listen. Now, you've offended the wrong person. The entire Bai family will be buried by you, and I'll be finished too. Bai Yinchuan, damn you to hell." A roar kept coming from the other side of the phone, but at this moment, Bai Yinchuan didn't dare to retort at all, and his entire body was trembling slightly. Bai Yinchuan shivered and said, "Second brother, I promise I'll listen to whatever you say in the future, but now is not the time to talk about this. You have to save the Bai family. Save me, second brother. Isn't the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Central Sea Province Military Region your godfather? Second brother, you have to find him to help, as long as he is willing to step forward. The Bai family will pay whatever price. Second brother, we really don't have time, Second brother, you are also a member of the Bai family. This time, no matter what, you can't see death and save it. Could you bear to watch the Bai family be destroyed just like that? Idiot, idiot." On the other side of the phone, an angry voice once again rang out. "You still have the face to say that? What the hell did you say when I first advised you? Ask my godfather for help? You think you can help me just because you want to? Besides, you don't see what's coming. It's airplanes. It's tanks. Do you really think that a deputy commander of a provincial military region can help? It's more like looking for death. What is a White family in front of others? Dog farts. It's bullshit. Who do you think is as stupid as you? Who the hell would look up to you?" At this moment, Bai Yinchuan was suddenly cursed into sobriety. Second brother is right. And then in front of those big shots, the Bai family, which is the king of the island city, is a dog's ass. Do people make the mistake of offending others for themselves? Besides, even if that godfather of Ergos did step in, he wouldn't be able to help much given the current situation. What a handful. What flip-flopping. What is he? The White family? Bai Yinchuan figured it out and broke down. The White family is finished. The White family is really going down. No one can save the White family anymore. The more Bai Yinchuan thought about it, the more scared he became, the more difficult it was to think about it, and in the end, he couldn't help but yell and scream, roaring like a madman. "Second brother, what do you think we should do then? Is there really nothing we can do?" On the other side, second brother cursed and said, "Now you know damn well to ask me what to do. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. Now. Don't care about anything, don't want anything, hurry up and run. Come to Yanjing. I'll figure it out for you when we get there. It's getting late." Bai Yinchuan suddenly said leisurely, "It is already too late. There is no way to run. Second brother, Bai family is really going to be gone." Boom boom boom. Just as Bai Yinchuan was speaking, on top of the mountain, the entire Bai family villa area began to tremble. No way to run? What the hell? On the other side of the phone, Ergo's voice turned tense. "Jinchuan, why can't we run? What the hell is going on? I asked you a question. You're fucking dumb, aren't you?" Bai Yinchuan heard the growling voice coming from the phone, but at this time, his attention wasn't here at all. Instead he was staring blankly outside the villa, only to see that 2 tanks had driven forbidden inside the villa. At the same time, there are whole dozens of tanks that have surrounded this villa area. This space was instantly filled with an additional aura of solemnity. Inside the villa, there was instant chaos. Where had the crowd seen such a battle? All of them were scared pale and fled frantically. The yard, a mess, was filled with roars and cries of fear. They were rushing around like headless flies. On the other hand, the head of the Lin family looked at the tanks outside and was dumbfounded. More fear? Of course. Why are there so many tanks out there? This Bai family, in the end, what kind of horrifying existence has it provoked? How dare they put up such a big show? This is just going to scare the hell out of people. The Lin family head's heart suddenly trembled as he felt as if he had made a fatal mistake, that of defecting to the Bai family. Just as the Lin family head was incomparably panicked, a roaring sound once again came from above the heavenly dome, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Lin family head looked up at the sky. and in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his face changed drastically. What's going on here? Just above the dome of the sky, uncountable soldiers were parachuting out of airplanes in droves. So many soldiers, oh my god. Is this coming for the White family too? The Lin family head's face was bloodless and he trembled unceasingly. This is crazy. Bai Yinchuan similarly saw this scene and became completely desperate. It wasn't enough that the helicopter gunships and tanks came, but now they're even airborne with so many soldiers. What to do? The beautiful woman beside Bai Yinchuan went limp and started yelling. Yinchuan, is the Bai family going to be finished? Bai Yinchuan, speak up, let's hurry and run. Bai Yinchuan didn't speak, but instead his body went limp and he smiled miserably. Run? Airplanes in the sky, tanks on the ground, and now so many heavily armed soldiers. The entire White House villa complex is surrounded. Where can I run? Bai Yinchuan looked at the scene in front of him. His wife, the usually high and mighty first woman of the White family, was now rolling on the floor, cursing and covered in snot and tears. Some of those dignitaries and merchants who looked arrogant were kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing. Some were hiding and fleeing, and some had even fainted from fear. All of these upper-class power brokers of the island were now like lambs in waiting, without any ability to resist. The entire Bai family compound was a mess, with cries and pleas for mercy everywhere. Crazy. Everyone's gone crazy. Bang! Bang bang! Suddenly, in the villa, there were 3 consecutive gunshots. The moment these 3 gunshots rang out, the entire room instantly fell silent, and everyone was too frightened to move, only to see an officer walk in and roar in a chilling voice. Everyone crouch on the ground with their heads in their hands, and whoever dares to move, I'll shoot him. The officer's words fell. The mother boss went completely crazy. His red eyes suddenly stood up. Regardless, pointing at the officer madly roared. You motherfucker are eating bear heart and leopard gall, right? Motherfucker, know where this is. This is Sea Island. Do you know Sea Island City? After saying that, the mother boss picked up the flower pot next to her with her hand and was about to rush towards the officer. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, directly shaking everyone's mind. The officer opened fire, killing the mother boss with a single shot, a bullet mercilessly passing through her head and exploding. Then, with a thud, the body of the mother boss fell to the ground, and up to this point, his eyes were still open, as if he hadn't thought that the officer actually dared to shoot him. It didn't seem to occur to him that his life would end up with such a dramatic death in the end. Shots fired? Did you really shoot? Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room violently sucked in a breath of cool air. They didn't expect that the officer would actually dare to shoot the mother boss without hesitation. At this moment, infinite coldness spread in everyone's hearts. There were even people who, the moment the gunshots rang out, were scared straight into peeing their pants. However, the crowd thought that shells were falling from the sky just now. So what's the point of shooting at this moment? Mother boss. Looking at the corpse of the mother boss on the ground, the Lin family head's heart and soul trembled. He but was not distressed by the death of his mother's boss. What's it got to do with him if the guy's dead? The Lin family head was worried about himself. Will he or she be shot straight to death like the mother boss? He's scared. The Lin family head grew more and more fearful, and in the end, a wet and hot sensation suddenly came from his thighs. He's incontinent. However, at this time, the Lin family head didn't feel it at all. The White family is finished. The White family is finished. What passable backgrounds are fake? CL City is going to flip. No way. I can't die. I can't die. The White family. They're going to get me killed. Aha. The Lin family head broke down in his heart and hissed in despair. The Lin family head muttered. I can't die. I can't die yet. All of this, the Bai family did. What does it have to do with him? He is the head of the Lin family, and he still has a great future. How can he die here like this? Absolutely not. Thus, the head of the Lin family jerked his head up and cried out, Sir, I am innocent. Sir, I am the head of the Lin family. What happened to the Bai family has nothing to do with me. It's all because of Bai Yinchuan. Bai Yinchuan forced me to come. Sir, he's an animal. The Lin family head's face was indignant as he looked at Bai Yinchuan and cursed. At this moment, the gazes of all the powerful people looked towards the Lin family's head. They looked at the Lin family's head and were so confused that they hadn't even reacted yet. And Bai Yinchuan, who was originally overwhelmed with fear, also came back to his senses at this time. Looking at the Lin family head who was cursing at himself, he had a chilling look on his face. This dog, at this time, how dare he betray his master? What a nerve! The many merchants were scared to death. Right now, all they wanted was for the Lin family head to hurry up and shut up. The mother boss was just shot. Didn't he see it just now? These merchants were in fear, fearing that the Lin family head had dragged all of them down with him. They were afraid that the officer would shoot all of them in a fit of rage. Just as the crowd was terrified beyond belief, several of the officers present also curiously turned their gazes over to the Lin family head. So he's the Lin family head? An officer said quietly. The head of the Lin family. I remember that our chief's wife is surnamed Lin, right? You mean he's Mrs. Chief's father? An officer frowned and said in a low voice. But the chief personally ordered that everyone in the White family villa complex should be. But his identity. Another officer shook his head and said in a deep voice, special circumstances. Special treatment. For now. Can only pretend he does not exist first. The officers finally conferred. And one of them twisted his head toward the crouching and panicked Lin family head and said sternly, stand up. Ha! Hearing the officer's words, the entire Lin family head's entire body was instantly a jolt. His face instantly turned white. Is this about executing him? For what he just said? No! He can't die. How can he die here? Seeing this scene, the hearts of the other merchants went cold. It's true. The head of the Lin family is now going to be executed because of his foul mouth. Right now. They just hoped that they wouldn't be dragged into it. They wanted to live a little longer. The Lin family head's body stiffened as he slowly stood up, his expression despairing as he tightly closed his eyes. At this time, the officer said to him again, You're Lin family. Are you the only one here? Everyone from the Lin family, stand up. In just an instant, the eyes of all the powerful people jumped violently. The Lin family is finished. It's over. This time, not only do we have to execute the head of the Lin family, but we also have to sit in guilt by association. Everyone in the Lin family is going to die. None of them will survive. This stupid bastard, the head of the Lin family, had made all the Lin family members pay for their lives with a single mouthful. Everyone's gazes looked at the Lin family's second master and the Lin family's housekeeper as if they were looking at dead people. Under everyone's gaze, the Lin family's second master and butler slowly stood up, the two of them shivering all over. I didn't realize that they had to die now, but the next moment, the officer looked at the three of them and said in a faint voice, What are you waiting for? Get the hell out of here. After the officer finished speaking, this space instantly fell into an eerie silence. The three Lin family heads, even more so, did not return to their senses. What did they just hear? This officer, let them go? This must be a mishearing, right? The officer watched as the three didn't move and said again, What are you waiting for? You don't want to go, do you? Wanna go? Sir, we're getting the hell out of here. We're getting the hell out of here. The Lin family head hurriedly shouted, his taut expression soothing down at this moment, and within his heart, he was filled with joy. There's no mistaking it. They didn't mishear. This officer just told them to leave. On the other side, the Lin family's second master and the Lin family's housekeeper also finally came back to their senses. They had just thought they were going to be implicated, but they didn't realize that this was intended to make them leave. The Lin family head couldn't wait to head towards the exit of the villa. And as far as he led the way, the Lin family's second master and the Lin family's butler also hurriedly followed. At the moment, they were even weak in the legs. The Lin family's housekeeper even had to fall after taking 2 steps. There was no way. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even walk properly. Although the Lin family's second master was also panicked, his face was still calm at the moment and he wasn't as humiliated as the Lin family's butler. He walked up to the officer and said in a hushed voice, Sir, thanks a lot. And by this time, everyone else was dumbfounded. They looked at the backs of the 3 Lin family heads as they gradually drifted away, and it was only at this time that they came back to their senses. The 3 Lin family members were not to be executed, but to be let go. All 3 of them, and they were let go? At this moment, a feeling of sudden realization came over these powerful people. Got it. They all understood. These officers, the ones who wanted to exterminate the White family. And now, as long as they proved that they were not related to the White family like the Lin family had just now, they would be able to leave alive. Thinking about this, the looks of all the powerful people were agitated. This is really a mountain of doubt and a village in the dark. Heaven forbid they should. Thus, the head of the Chow family followed suit and excitedly shouted in a hurry, Sir, I am the head of the Chow family, and my Chow family, likewise, has no dealings with the Bai family. The reason why I'm here is because the Bai family forced me to come here based on their strength. If I don't come, my Chow family will be in deep shit. The Bai family will definitely retaliate. Please be clear, sir. Chow family head's words just fell. Next to the Song family head hurriedly cried out, I'm the same, sir. Our Song family is operating a B&B hotel. I'm honest, but the Bai family in order to achieve their goals had to let me come over to submit to them. Do not listen to my Song family's business have to be yellow. The White family, too vicious. I'm the head of the Ox family. Sir, we're innocent too. At this moment, All of the powerful nobles began to follow suit and howl in a miserable manner. They went crazy, trying to do everything they could to prove that they and the White family were not a group. Bang! An officer fired his gun toward the sky and yelled in a jarring voice, "Quiet, quiet! All squat honestly. Anyone who dares to say another word will be shot in the head." The sound of gunfire and the officer's scolding sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Immediately after that, there was doubt. Something's not right. Is it? It's not what they thought it would be. Is it? Just now, didn't the Lin family rely on this method to be let go? Why can't they? They've obviously proved that they're not related to the White family. On the other hand, outside the White family villa area, the Lin family head who had finally left the Bai family suddenly sat on his butt on the ground, completely relaxing. At this moment, he had a sense of having survived a robbery, and this time, he had really walked from the doorstep of the ghost. The Lin family head sat paralyzed on the ground, crying and laughing like a madman. It's safe, it's safe. The old man doesn't have to die. Next to him, the Lin family's butler was also paralyzed on the ground, wiping tears from his eyes as he said, "Family head, we're alive ah. None of us have to die ah family head. It's really great. God bless." Nope, it's the family master. It's all because of your brilliance we're able to survive. The rest of those people are no fools. They should give our coming out soon too. Family master, you are now the benefactor of all the powerful people. They can live because of your ingenuity. Now that the Bai family will soon be gone, when that time comes, this island city will be our Lin family's world. That's right, you're right. If those people can survive, naturally they all look up to me. See Island City, it's going to change masters. Ha ha ha. The Lin family head laughed out loud, his face red with excitement. Right at this moment, within the White family's villa area, a gunshot rang out violently, directly causing the hearts of the three Lin family heads to tremble. What's the situation? Another death? Shouldn't they be out by now? The Lin family head was scared and puzzled. Think of nothing, the Lin family's second master said expressionlessly. Not a single one of them will come out. The Lin family head asked with a puzzled expression. Why? It's obvious that all three of us came out just fine. How did you know that none of them could get out? Why? The second master of the Lin family had a gloomy look on his face, looking at the Lin family head as if he was looking at a fool. And now you have the nerve to ask why? You motherfuckers still haven't reacted to why you're alive until now? This asshole still doesn't even know that he was able to get his life back because of the daughter, Lin Qingran, who severed the father-daughter relationship with him and was mercilessly discarded by him as if she were a pawn. But just now, this idiot actually thought that it was through his own ingenuity that he left alive? Kill the pussy. That's a big fucking kill. The Lin family's second master was furious, but at this time, there was more of a sense of powerlessness. He stared deeply at this big brother, then said in a faint voice, "Forget it, hurry up and go. Things have come to this." He didn't want to say anything else. At that moment, the butler's eyes lit up and he quickly said, I see, family head. I've just carefully calculated. Of all the families present, only our Lin family and the Bai family have not had any commercial cooperation before. This time, the Bai family is in big trouble, but anyone who has the slightest contact with the Bai family will be doomed. It must be so. It's true that the Lin family didn't work with the White family. The Lin family head's eyes also shone fiercely as he muttered, Heaven's will, everything is heaven's will. Previously, we wanted to look up to the strength of the Bai family and wanted to engage in cooperation with them, but they simply didn't look at our Lin family. I didn't expect that this time instead. This is why we escaped. It's all God's will ah ha ha ha. The Lin family head laughed madly, incomparably glad that he hadn't succeeded in cooperating with the Bai family in the first place. He smiled coldly. Times are different now. Now that the White family was about to be exterminated. The next, Sea Island City was the era that belonged to their Lin family. The Lin family head looked at the Bai family villa and said with a gloomy face, if that little brute from the Bai family hadn't messed with that daughter of mine before, old me wouldn't have to suffer this crime now. Retribution. It's all retribution. The more the Lin family head thought about it, the more angry he became. Cursing, he said, that little slut. My old man has already severed the father-son relationship with her, but I didn't expect that it would still cause a ruckus. If it hadn't been for you and that wild boy, would I have nearly walked on a ghostly path? Afterwards, the Lin family had turned his head to look at the butler and said in a cold voice, in a moment, you will go to the security summer and bring those two dogs back. I will teach these two little beasts a good lesson today, so the little wild seed can't be spared either? Humph. Good. The butler hurriedly said from the side. But family master, these are all trivial matters. You have to know that now that the Bai family is about to be gone, and all those powerful families, they are all going to be finished as well. This is a great opportunity for our Lin family to develop. Right now, who else can fight against us in Sea Island City? Just as the steward was talking feverishly, up in the sky, there came the violent roar of another engine, only to see that, far away, a heavily armed helicopter was flying over in the direction of the White family villa. On the fuselage of this helicopter gunship, there was also a huge blood-red wolf head logo. And that's not all. On the other side, there was a blackened army rushing towards this side in good order. By the looks of it, there were at least thousands of people, and this pressure, this murderous aura, went straight to the clouds. When the Lin family head saw this scene, his eyes immediately widened. Also, not over yet? There are still so many soldiers? This is crazy. Holy shit, the housekeeper said with a frightened face. Family master, you say that the Bai family has actually angered what kind of existence? This is the army, to be able to send out so many troops at once. This is definitely a big man in Yenjing, the Bai family is really going to be finished. What the fuck do you need to say? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. At this time, the Lin family head was about to be scared to death, so he quickly struggled to get up and prepared to leave. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain, looking at the black pressurized is rushing toward this side of the army. Song old man stammered. White family in the end, what happened? This how the army are coming? What the hell? A white family has attracted an army of thousands? Where has Elder Song seen such a big scene? At this moment his speech has become unsteady. Another powerful nobleman said, this damn, so many troops can be the handiwork of the Bai family? That asshole Bai Yinchuan. He tricked us all. Since it's not the Bai family's tactics, doesn't this mean that it's all that Qin Yang's people? As soon as this powerhouse finished speaking, everyone's faces changed wildly. Qin Yang's tactics? This was even more outrageous than convincing them that it was the White family's tactics. Qin Yang? He's just a young man. A child to the likes of them. How could he be capable of so much? What kind of horrible background must it be to send thousands of troops at once? Let's not talk about that yet. Elder Song shook his head and said in a deep voice, the Bai family is going to be finished. This place is not a place where we can stay. Hurry up and leave. If they stayed on, they might have to suffer from a pool of fish as well. Yeah, go. We need to get the hell out of here. The other powerful nobles also hurriedly nodded their heads, their faces fearful. Meanwhile, outside the White family villa area, the Coyote Regiment helicopter gunships hovered and flew in, about to land in the villa area. All men, halt! When they saw the helicopter coming, an officer hastily yelled and stood at attention and saluted. And in the courtyard, a blank area was quickly cleared by the soldiers. And who is this? Who is this again? Bai Yinchuan's heart began to tremble wildly again when he saw the helicopter gunships in the sky and the bloody wolf head symbol. Whose tactics are these? In Bai Yinchuan's boy, Qin Yang's figure suddenly surfaced. But soon, he shook his head. No way. No matter who it was, it couldn't possibly be Qin Yang. How old is he? How can a little kid in his 20s have such energy? What's more, Director Jiang had called earlier, and had already apprehended the kid to the Public Security Department, where he was being interrogated at the moment. How could it be his handiwork? If it's not him, then who the hell could it be? In Bai Yinchuan's mind, one figure after another flashed by as if it were a horselight. Over the years, the Bai family had vigorously developed, becoming more and more powerful and popular, but offending more and more people. Just he did not know. Is this someone who has a grudge against the Bai family? Or Yenjing side, the second brother offended? In short, their White family, inevitably, had already been targeted a long time ago. Such a terrifying lineup was definitely not something that could be deployed overnight. His family, the Wang family, has been in the chess game for a long time, and Qin Yang's matter was nothing more than a powder keg that just happened to be ignited by someone hiding in the darkness. That's right, that must be it. At this time, the helicopter gunship finally hovered and landed, stirring up smoke and dust. Bai Yinchuan's heart also jerked up as he stared dead on at the helicopter not far in front of him. He wanted to see who it was that really wanted to deal with the White family. Even if he were to die, he must die willingly, and definitely not in an unknown manner. As soon as the helicopter landed, Wang Song and the other 7 people jumped out with a brain. The 7 members of the Kangwolf Special Warfare Squad respectfully stood aside and began to salute. Hello, Chief. Immediately afterward, inside and outside the White family villa area, from the largest to the officers, to the smallest to the soldiers, the entire thousands of soldiers all saluted and yelled. At this moment, all the powerful people, Bai Yinchuan all were shocked beyond words. The roar of thousands of people shook the sky and the earth, and also shook the hearts of these powerful people to break. The helicopter. A chief is here? I can't believe the chief is here in person. Which chief is it? Damn it. When did the White family provoke this level of existence? All the powerful people roared madly in their hearts. Yinchuan, when did You offend a chief? This is a fake, right? Yinchuan, you quickly say something? Yinchuan, you quickly say something. Is it not a mistake? How? How did the chief come here? Bai Yinchuan, speak up for your old lady. We're all finished. I'm too young to die like this. Aha! The woman was paralyzed on the ground, hugging Bai Yinchuan's thighs, and kept crying out. She was so young and beautiful, it was so hard for her to become the head mother of the Bai family. How could she die just like that? She doesn't want to die. Bai Yinchuan simply didn't have time to pay attention to the woman next to him. He kept thinking about which head of state was here. He hadn't expected to see a chief in person. It was just that he didn't remember when he had offended a bigwig of the chief's caliber. That was the chief, an existence at the peak of power in the Dragon Kingdom. Their Bai family was not worthy at all. He suddenly thought of his dead-acquired son, Bai Jiahao. Did Kaho offend the military? If it was really his son who caused the trouble, but his son is dead now, even the military can't do anything wrong, right? At this moment, Bai Yinchuan suddenly felt that his Bai family was still saved. But the next moment, his complexion froze as he stared at the scene in front of him with a deadpan expression. At this time, the figure called the chief finally got down from the helicopter. Bai Yinchuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. This figure was not as he had imagined it to be. It was a young man, clean and handsome looking, but in his early 20s. It looks even more juvenile than his dead son, Bai Jiahao. At this moment, not only was Bai Yinchuan confused, everyone was confused. The many powerful nobles looked at the young man in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Is this young man the chief? Is there such a young chief in the Dragon Kingdom? The airplanes and tanks outside, the thousands of heavily armed troops, were all sent by this young man? How is that possible? This guy is also too young, like a college student who hasn't even left school yet. The crowd was shocked. The crowd was puzzled. But on the other side, Qin Yang's expression was surprisingly calm. Only Qin Yang's gaze swept over the bodies of the many powerful people, and finally, rested on Bai Yinchuan's body. Thus, Qin Yang moved his feet. He walked over and stood in front of Bai Yinchuan, saying in a faint voice, Bai family master, I can finally meet you. What's going on? Bai Yinchuan's heart pounded. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. This sound. Why does this young man's voice sound so familiar? Why did he think he'd heard that sound before? But where the hell is it? Suddenly, Bai Yinchuan thought about it, and then, with a face of disbelief and anger, he looked up at Qin Yang. At this moment, he finally remembered. Not long ago, he'd heard that voice on the phone. That's right, just the phone. Bai Yinchuan's chest was filled with bearish anger. With a fierce expression, he roared with anger. Qin Yang, you are that Qin Yang. Qin Yang? When the word Qin Yang rang out, in the courtyard, numerous powerful people, all had their hearts violently trembling. The woman next to him was even more confused and didn't look back. Numerous powerful and noble gazes looked at Qin Yang with disbelief. This young man is Qin Yang? How is this possible? That Qin Yang, hasn't he already been apprehended by Director Zhang to the Security Bureau? This matter, but Director Zhang personally called the White family to report. By now, he should be at the sheriff's department being convicted of a crime, and shouldn't be standing in front of them anyway. So much for being outrageous. Everyone felt like their heads were coming back as if they were down. They don't understand what is going on. The way the plot is going, why is it the way it is now? Snap! Just before they could react, the officer standing respectfully behind Qin Yang fiercely stepped forward and swung a slap on Bai Yinchuan's face. Then, he raised his foot and stepped on Bai Yinchuan's body, making the latter unable to move. The officer's expression was cold and stern as he angrily rebuked. Asshole! This is the chief. Do you want to die? The intense pain coming from his face as well as his body made Bai Yinchuan unable to stop himself from yelling, his face grimacing and breathing heavily. His eyes were red as he stared at Qin Yang with killing intent. At this time, Qin Yang's gaze happened to be looking at Bai Yinchuan as well. However, he was with a scrutinizing gaze. That look, like a high heavenly god looking down on ants, with a wave of contempt, with a wave of disdain. Qin Yang snorted. This expression of the Bai family masters is not at all like the demeanor a family master should have. I see that you seem to regret it? Immediately afterward, Qin Yang's face turned indifferent and his voice turned cold as he said, You know, I said before that as long as you, Bai Yinchuan, kneeled down and apologized to me and asked for my forgiveness, I would forgive you. But you were too proud. You didn't take my words to heart. And now this, are you satisfied? I shucks. Qin Yang, I'm going to kill you. Bai Yinchuan struggled to get up, but with a foot on him, he couldn't move at all and could only curse Qin Yang with red eyes and spittle. Qin Yang, you motherfucker shall not die. You killed Laozi's only soul seedling. And now, you even want to destroy my Bai family. You're right, Laozi does regret it. But what I regret is that I should have just killed you at that time. Aha! Qin Yang sneered and said indifferently, when you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. As for the Bai family, over the years, they have been full of evil in Sea Island City. And now, this is your Bai family's retribution. Afterward, Qin Yang looked at Wang Song and said in a cold voice, take it away. Yes, Chief. Wang Song nodded his head. He had been waiting for these words for a long time. Be honest. Wang Song lifted Bai Yinchuan then dragged him towards the outside. Let go of me, you motherfucker. I'm the head of the Bai family. What the fuck is your status? Qin Yang, you shall not die. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price. I will definitely kill you. Ah. Bai Yinchuan's voice grew farther and farther away, and soon disappeared. No, Jinchuan. In the courtyard, the woman whimpered, growing more and more frightened. The White family is finished. Really finished. The White family's destruction in front of the young man in front of him who had his hand in the sky was just a matter of lifting his hand. It was so hard for her to become the head mother of the Bai family. But in just a moment, everything was gone. The woman closed her eyes in despair. At this moment, she even stopped crying, leaving only endless sadness to sweep over her. She knew there was no point in crying for mercy anymore. The woman then felt that two large pairs of hands lifted her up, and from the beginning to the end, Qin Yang's gaze did not even look at her. If Bai Yinchuan was a mole cricket to Qin Yang, then this woman, to Qin Yang, was not even a mole cricket. Fear is a human instinct after all. Seeing that she was going to be taken away, the woman once again lost control of her emotions and panicked. Ah, I don't want to die. Chief, I am innocent. Ah, you cannot do this to me. I'm just a woman. I don't know anything, Chief. And all around, no one even bothered to look at the woman, or even, for that matter, bothered to look at her. Cut the crap and hurry up. The two soldiers' faces were icy cold as they angrily rebuked. Is it over? Is it all over? The woman mumbled as she was dragged along. Her eyes were hollow and she looked at Qin Yang fixedly. It was this young man who looked to be in his early 20s who had killed her son and destroyed the entire White family. Then, her gaze, again, crossed over to Qin Yang and looked at the flowers and plants behind him. Bai Yinchuan knew that she liked to raise some flowers and plants the most. So from the first day of the marriage between the two of them, Bai Yinchuan specially ordered people to find all kinds of good-looking flowers and plants, and hired people to take care of them carefully every day. And so it went on for more than 20 years. Women have also been looking at these flowers for over 20 years, but they never get tired of looking at them. Bai Yinchuan was not like this in the past. He favored his wife, had a gentle and warm personality, and would often give her gifts. And at that time, the Bai family did not have the status it has today. It was just an ordinary small family. Until later, Bai Yinchuan's father died of cancer. Bai Yin Tian, the second master of the Bai family, betrayed the Bai family and defected to the Yin Jingzhao family, and the entire Bai family became shut down. It was from that time that Bai Yinchuan changed. Everything has changed. Bai Yinchuan is no longer as gentle and patient as before. He puts all his heart on power, and in the face of her warmth, what he gets in return is endless rebuke. Day by day, in Bai Yinchuan's efforts, the Bai family's business is flourishing, and the strength of the Bai family is also getting stronger and stronger, and gradually became a hegemon of the island city. No one can mess with the existence of. Bai Yinchuan also became more and more arrogant and domineering, gradually putting everything out of sight. That's what led to today's ending. The illustrious White family has ended up in such a way. It's all because of you, Silver Sky. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how would Yinchuan have become what it is now? How did the Bai family end up like this? It's all your fault. Bai Yin Tian. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The woman yelled and screamed, her hair disheveled, and her shrill voice carried through every area of the White family villa. Shut up. The two soldiers looked icy cold and hurriedly brought the crazy woman to the armored car. But this woman method never knows how to get tired in general, and still yells in the car. She was completely out of control emotionally. About half an hour later, everyone in the White family villa area was given an arrest. The entire White family villa area turned into a mess. Company Commander Yang walked towards Qin Yang and saluted. Chief, mission accomplished. Please instruct. At this moment, the gazes of all the soldiers were placed on Qin Yang's body, waiting for the next command. However, Qin Yang didn't need to speak quickly. His gaze was looking to the north. Company Commander Yang waited with some curiosity, not clearing what Qin Yang was thinking. However, Qin Yang did not give any new orders, so they could only stand like this. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Qin Yang raised his voice and said, Retreat! Chief! At Qin Yang's command, all the soldiers inside and outside the Bai family villa area began to move. Helicopter gunships, tanks, and armored vehicles have all started roaring up for departure. The White family, the hegemon of the island, fell just like that. The Bai family had been entrenched in Sea Island City for more than 20 years, and was called the Earth Emperor of Sea Island City, but it turned out to be completely gone in less than half an hour. On this day, a message began to circulate from all corners of Island City. The news is so explosive that it's a stone's throw away. As a result, the news spread quickly and at a frantic pace after it got out. The White family was destroyed. Everyone connected with the White family is wanted and taken away. The White family had ungratefully angered the mysterious man with a monstrous background, and in less than half an hour, the handful of White families had been destroyed. The Bai family and the families related to the Bai family, related forces and businesses, were all uprooted. The city of Sea Island really called it a coming wave of earthquakes. Big news, big news. Whoever has evidence of crimes related to the White family in their hands, please report them in time. The benefits are endless. Is this news really true? Of course it's true. The White family is completely finished. So whoever has the White family's black face or whatever, don't hesitate to hand it over, and you'll get a huge amount of money. I've heard that all this money or industry, that's all belonging to the White family. So yeah, the era of the White family is completely over. What are all waiting for? The entire city of Sea Island was abuzz on this day. People rejoiced and sang and danced. The fall of the White family was a great joy for the people of the island. Over the years, the Bai family had done a lot of evil, and I don't know how many people had been bullied by the Bai family. Moreover, now, as long as they could hand over the evidence of the White family's crimes and black materials, they would be able to gain a lot of benefits. It made a lot of people sit up and take notice. Opportunities like this don't come along very often, and if you miss it, you're likely to regret it for the rest of your life. Meanwhile, the few merchants in Sea Island City who hadn't traveled to the White family villa had gathered together. Everyone's heard the news out there, right? It's a hot mess. Who doesn't know? So pay up or not? You guys say something. What's the hesitation? The Bai family has already collapsed. If we don't pay at this time, when will we pay? Besides, we're not from the Bai family. The people above won't make a move against us. At this time, one of the bosses hurriedly said, it's not easy to say. The development of events has completely exceeded our expectations. Originally, we were still considering whether to choose the Bai family or that Qin Yang. But what happened? Who knew that an even more terrifying presence would suddenly appear? Half an hour in less than half an hour the White family is gone. But have you guys ever thought that at this time? What if an even more terrifying existence jumps out? It's horrible. We're just a bunch of little shrimps. Ugh. The room was wide-eyed. And for a moment, no one had an idea. Now there is another dilemma. If they handed over the evidence of the black material, they put in a fire. But if they didn't hand it over, then they would miss the opportunity to divide the benefits of the Bai family. The Bai family has such a large industry. If you give it a miss, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. They certainly don't want to miss it. Over the years, the Bai family had grown more and had more and more industries. All of these, they all saw in their eyes and were envious to death in their hearts. But they could only envy. The Bai family was too powerful. They simply couldn't afford to mess with it. But it's different now. The Bai family has collapsed, and it's a great time to divide up the Bai family's estate. There's no second chance if you miss it. Thus, the gazes of all the powerful nobles present all looked in unison at the figure in the very center. Master Song, Elder Song, say something. That's right, Master. At this time, we'd still like to leave the decision in your hands. The powers that be said one thing and another. Elder Song's cane tapped gently on the floor, not saying a word. Who knows what's really going on in his mind? After 10 seconds or so had passed, Elder Song was finally ready to speak, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. It's no good, you guys come see. A powerful dignitary's face changed drastically and violently jumped up from his seat, saying with a horrified look on his face, you guys, look at the latest news. This terrorist, he can't be talking about the big shot who exterminated the White family, right? What the hell? Terrorists? In the room, everyone's face changed, and they hurriedly took out their respective cell phones and began to look at them. In the next moment, everyone's pupils suddenly shrunk with a look of horror. Right now, all the various news media were full of news related to the White family in Sea Island City. What happened between Qin Yang and Lin Qingran was said to be rape. The destruction of the White family was made out to be a terrorist attack by terrorists. In short, any incident related to the White family of the Sea Island has been turned upside down. Information defamed, and is very different from the real situation. One look at these news stories and it's clear that there is a push behind them. A powerful man said, another person is coming down. It's obvious that there's a push behind this incident, and someone's going down to deal with the mysterious bigwig who wiped out the White family. That's a lot of energy. So that mysterious big man is about to be finished? With so much news all over the place. Now, the whole country up and down the country knows about it. and the identity of that mysterious big brother is probably about to be raked over the coals. It's going to be a scary fight for the people up there. What now? Really curious. What is that mysterious big man? A gentlemanly-looking boss with a pair of gold-framed glasses suddenly said. As I recall, among the camp that descended on Sea Island City, there was the Dragon Space Agency, right? The army plus the space agency. To be able to attract such a terrifying formation, that big man, could he be an academician of the Science Union? As the skinny boss's words fell, everyone frowned and began to think. Immediately afterward, everyone's faces were shocked. If it's true that it's an academician, then all of this, it makes sense. However, the academicians of the Science Union were not the kind of people they could talk too much about as little shrimps. At this time, another boss hurriedly said, if the mysterious big brother is really an academician, then the person who exposed this matter on the internet is also powerful. His face went white. Say no more. Elder Song stood up with a brush, looked at the people present, and said solemnly, point blank, curiosity killed the cat. From now on, no one should talk about that mysterious big brother anymore. The crowd fell silent, not daring to say anything more. At this time, it was the fight of the immortals, and they still knew as little as possible, so as to save them from ending up in the same miserable situation as the Bai family. On the other hand, Haiku Manor. Sea Lake Manor is a large neighborhood in Sea Island City, located in the most prosperous part of the city. After settling the Bai family, Qin Yang let Lin Xingran's mother and daughter stay here. Of course, it's only temporary. On the couch, Daodu was playing with blocks. The little girl had a serious look on her face. In the bedroom, Qin Yang's voice rang out. Daodu, do you want to go with Daddy tomorrow? Think. On the couch, Bean jumped up in a hurry. Afterward, Qin Yang poked out a head from the bedroom and said with a smile, if you want to, hurry over and pack with Mom. Ta-da! Bean put away the blocks and rushed inside the bedroom. Daodu jumped into Qin Yang's arms and said with an expectant face, Daddy, when we arrive tomorrow, can we go to the amusement park that Daddy said? Ever since Qin Yang talked to Daodu about the playground, Daodu had always remembered it and dreamed about it. She remembers her dad telling her that she could still wear a spacesuit and go into space. In time, she could float up in space and sleep. Sure. Qin Yang picked Daodu up and said with a smile, when we get to the northwest this time, Daddy will soon be able to build the space elevator. And by then, Daodu will be able to go to space. Daddy promises you that he will take Daodu to space together. Okay? Good. Thanks, Dad. The little girl bounced around the room, her eyes shining. The little girl's cheeks flushed with excitement at the thought that soon she would be able to go up into space and play. At this time, Qin Yang continued, Daodu, Daddy remembers that it's your birthday soon, so let's go together on your birthday, okay? Good ah. Daodu hugged Qin Yang's face and said in a milky voice, then what gift is Daddy going to give Daodu? Next to her, Lin Xingran snorted and laughed as she hurriedly reminded, Daodu, you've forgotten that Daddy is sending you to space. Isn't that a good gift? Qin Yang laughed loudly and said, this doesn't count. Well, when we wait until we get to space, Daddy will give you the moon. Does Daodu like the moon? Bean loves it. Daodu blinked her big eyes and said with a sweet smile, Daodu likes the moon the most. Mom told Daodu that there is a China sister on the moon. Daddy is the most powerful daddy in the whole world. He can do anything. Qin Yang laughed out loud, in an extremely good mood. In the room, Bean was bouncing and jumping for joy. Qin Yang just watched quietly. This was his daughter, the one he hadn't seen in 6 whole years. And now, little by little, Qin Yang is going to make up for the 6 years of missing fatherly love to his daughter. He wants his daughter to be the happiest daughter in the world. Lin Xingran walked over and kissed Qin Yang on the cheek, her face full of happiness. The scene made her feel incredibly happy. That's what home feels like, with a loving husband and an adorable daughter. Lin Xingran was full of fantasies about the future. In the future, as long as the three of them were always together as a family, it didn't matter where they went. As much as she wanted the man beside her to be there for their mother and daughter forever, she knew just as well that this man was not only her husband, her daughter's father, or the Dragon Kingdom's peerless nationalist, the Dragon Kingdom's linchpin. Alright, you two, father and daughter, don't get bored. The meal is ready. Let's go out to eat. Seeing that the traveling gifts were almost packed, Lin Xingran said with a smile, yeah. Qin Yang nodded with a smile before pulling Daodu towards the outside. Qin Yang's family of 3 had just arrived at the living room when they heard the sound coming from the TV. Isn't Sea Island City under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom? Rampant. It's simply too rampant. This is the Dragon Kingdom. These terrorists have the audacity to ignore the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and commit murder wantonly. Why are they safe and sound until now? Where did they get their weapons? They're so wild. Who gave them their backbone? The three members of Qin Yang's family were obviously confused for a moment, and then, they all looked at the TV. On the TV, the news is being broadcast, and the so-called terrorist that this news had just talked about was obviously referring to Qin Yang. Qin Yang. Lin Qingran looked at Qin Yang with a worried expression, and the latter's expression at the moment was icy cold and murderous. The room was instantly quiet. Bullshit! Doubta's milky voice suddenly rang out. She looked up at Qin Yang, then at Lin Qingran, and said as she cried, "The people on TV are talking nonsense. Daddy is not a terrorist. Daddy is trying to protect Mommy and Doubtu. Daddy is a good person. And a big hero." Bean. Hearing Doubtu's words, Qin Yang's heart warmed up. Then as he picked up Doubtu, he said with a smile, "Doubtu is right. Daddy is not the bad guy." Qin Yang looked at Doubtu, but in his heart he was contrary to Bai Yinchuan. That day, before he was taken away, Bai Yinchuan said he wouldn't let him go. So this is Bai Yinchuan's counterattack? It came pretty fast. Qin Yang smiled coldly, not putting it in his eyes at all. Afterward, Qin Yang looked at Lin Qingran and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about me. You know that all this is nothing to me. As long as everything goes well with the space elevator project, nothing else is a matter." Really? Will it be okay? Lin Qingran was still a little worried in her heart. Of course she believed in Qin Yang, but as Qin Yang's woman, she could not help but feel worried. The news that had just been broadcast on the television was clearly a means of countering Qin Yang. Tick-tock. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming message, Qin Yang smiled gently before picking up the phone. "Hello, Zhenpu." On the other side of the phone, Yuan Fenghua's voice soon came. "Don't talk about anything else. Just watch the news." Yuan Fenghua's voice was tinged with a sense of anger. It could be imagined that his face was bound to be ironic at this time. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I just watched the news before you called." Immediately afterward, Qin Yang continued, "Needless to say, this must be the backhandedness of the Bai family. It's just a bunch of idiots. There's no need to get angry. Elder Yuan, you're right. It is indeed a bunch of fools. Is Guosher something these dogs can mess with?" On the other side, Yuan Fenghua said angrily, "You're not angry, but old man, I'm going to be pissed off. This matter, we can't just let it go. The asshole who manipulated behind the scenes must be found out. The nationalist is not to be deceived. Some people are so bold that they have no bounds. Don't worry, I'll call and have someone check it out, to find out everything. Then thank you, Genji," Qin Yang said helplessly. In fact, this matter he did not put in his heart at all. A group of jumping clowns he is now full of the space elevator project. So, Qin Yang continued, "I'm going back to the Northwest soon. I've come back after such a long delay. The project is on hold, but I can't wait any longer. We have to hurry up." "You're right." On the other side of the phone, Yuan Fenghua said solemnly, "Indeed, we can't afford to wait. The top has already sent word for us to hurry up, but with you here, we are all very relieved. It seems that we will be able to meet again soon." Next, the two chatted a few more times before Qin Yang hung up the phone. Then, he turned his head to look at Lin Qingran, stroked the other party's hair, and softly said, "Now you don't have to worry, right? Don't be afraid. Look, I haven't even said anything yet. The Yuan Lao has already made his move. Let's leave for the Northwest tomorrow." Yeah. Hearing that the departure plan would not be affected, Bean jumped up again with excitement. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't be so happy yet. If you sleep in tomorrow morning, your mom and I will have to leave first." Doubtu was startled and said quickly, "Doubtu will definitely get up early tomorrow and not sleep." "This is what you said. Keep your words." Qin Yang laughed. "Can't we just pull the hook?" Bean bristled and walked over. "Ha ha ha." Qin Yang laughed out loud. In the living room, Lin Qingran was still in a state of confusion when she saw the father and daughter heckling. She could tell that Qin Yang was not deliberately pretending to be calm, but was indeed calm. She had heard what the genin had said on the phone earlier. So, she's really worrying too much? Is the news thing really nothing? Afterward, Lin Qingran shook her head and turned around to go to the kitchen. Qin Yang had said not to worry, so why should she worry? She has already seen the strength of this man. Now, she just need to tie this man. Do not let him leave. Thinking about this, Lin Qingran laughed quietly in the kitchen. A strong feeling of happiness surrounds the heart for a long time. Meanwhile, after the news appeared on the internet, the entire Dragon Kingdom was abuzz. Major official news, various short video platforms, posting a certain way. Everyone saw the message and everyone was talking about it like crazy. The news, to say the least, shocked the nation. The number of topics on major platforms has even broken records in a row. Is this news true? Is it that outrageous? This is the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom with the world's top safety rating. Rape on the loose? How can that be? Doesn't Sea Island City fall under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom? I think the news is 80% false. Simply because, this is the Dragon Kingdom. In our country, it's impossible for such a thing to happen. That's just it. I'd rather believe pretty country is gone than this news. Upstairs, the news is true. Has been solid. Sea Island City. It is said that a mysterious man raped a woman and got away with it for 6 years. Now, 6 years have passed, and because of this woman, the mysterious man and a family got into a friction, and he went so far as to bring a gang of heavily armed terrorists to go on a killing spree in Sea Island City, and now that family has been wiped out. Crap, is there a video? Heavily armed terrorists? What is the identity of that mystery man? Crap. The writers wouldn't dare make it up like that. You guys have said so much. So who exactly is that mysterious person? Who on earth dares to be so arrogant? Yes, this is the Dragon Kingdom. After such a big incident, is there no reaction from the top at all? Hey, you don't say. The internet has sensationalized into this. The top really didn't react at all. And the weird thing is, the internet simply can't find half a trace of that mysterious person. It's like being deliberately hidden in general. Hiss, doesn't that mean there's deep water in there? How is this possible? Oh God, I dare not continue to think about it. No, that's scary. The news was overwhelming and netizens were collectively shocked. This thing is too big. Rape, illegal gun possession, private armies and even the extermination of a family. Which of these is not a capital offense in the Dragon Kingdom? But now so much time has passed. The above surprisingly no reaction at all. Does that make sense? The netizens were smart enough to react at once. To this day, that murderer is still at large. And no trace of him can be found on the internet. What does that mean? It shows that the murderer has a horrible identity and an amazing background. Behind this is the fear of the gods and goddesses. Not at all a big event that can be touched by the little people like them. However, the more nothing is known about the killer, the more curious the netizens become. Who the hell is it that commits a crime of this magnitude and still gets away with it? How far gone is this murderer's background? Some people guessed that the murderer was the young master of one of Yinjing's great families. Some people guessed that it was a mysterious international organization, and some people even had the incomparably bold guess that the murderer was actually someone from above. That's just a lot of words. Just as the crowd was frantically arguing, online, a Science Alliance fellow posted a development that quickly turned the story on its head. People don't need to argue anymore. There is no such thing as a terrorist. The protagonist you've been discussing all this while, his name is Qin Yang. His identity, on the other hand, is my Dragon Kingdom's peerless national scholar. The news on the network are all false. This matter from beginning to end, completely reversed by the conspirators. Qin Yang is not a terrorist at all. Qin Yang is the youngest scientist in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, for the sake of the development of the scientific field of the Dragon Kingdom, academician Qin went incognito and led a group of scientists to develop a lot of top-notch science and technology. It is because of his existence that the strength of our Dragon Kingdom can rapidly take off. You guys say, can such a great scientist be any kind of terrorist? Originally, academician Qin has been rooted in the Great Northwest for 6 whole years. Looking at the latest research and development of the technology has gradually matured. Looking at my Dragon space program has been an immediate success. But who would have thought that academician Qin's daughter suddenly called to ask for help? His daughter and his wife were experiencing a crisis in their lives. There was no choice but for academician Qin to rush back home to save his wife and daughter during the most critical period of the program, as is his duty as a husband and a father. Is this a terrorist? No, he is a great father, a great husband, and a pillar of my Dragon Kingdom, a peerless nationalist of my Dragon Kingdom. The academician bigwig's developments quickly made it to the top of all platforms. In an instant, the entire internet was once again abuzz. The events seemed to have reversed again, which took them by surprise. And many netizens did not react at first. They can no longer tell what is true and what is false. However, when netizens see the academician Big Brother's Red V certification, see this Big Brother homepage shows the identity, all believe. Shocker, unimaginably shocked. Kokeshi, the terrorist who was the subject of much national debate not long ago, the murderer, turned out to be a national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, and the youngest scientist in the history of the Dragon Kingdom? I still don't want to believe it. If he is really a nationalist, what is to be said of all these evils that have been committed? There are some who remain skeptical. In their hearts, the state soldiers are all the country's Tarzan Beidou, a conscientious and selfless hero for the country. They are of high moral character and pure in heart. Because of this, they couldn't believe, and didn't want to believe, that a nationalist would do such an inhumane thing. Talking about the youngest scientist in the Dragon Kingdom and how it was because of his technology that the Dragon Kingdom was rapidly taking off. but they had never heard of this name at all. Qin Yang? Strange. It's too strange. Shortly afterward, another shocking story broke online. A reluctant to disclose the name of the netizen hit posting said, "We do not question again. That academician did not deceive everyone. Sorry everyone. Is that I'm sorry everyone? More sorry Qin academician. Is that I was blinded by the money? To defame the Qin academician. I am now inwardly very painful. I am sorry for everyone. I also ask everyone to stop bringing up the tempo and questioning academician Qin's identity, not to mention insulting him. He is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. A great national treasure hero of my Dragon Kingdom. As the saying goes, a stone stirs up 1,000 waves." Soon, one after another, many more people came forward to post, and they admitted that they were the ones who released false news to deliberately defame academician Qin. Shortly afterward, another netizen found out information about Qin Yang. It's true, the Dragon Kingdom does have an academician called Qin Yang. Gosh, he's only 24 years old. The first fluid optic robot in Dragon Kingdom was invented by him. The first aircraft carrier of our Dragon Kingdom was developed by him in collaboration with his teacher. My Dragon Country's radioactive agitation weapon in outer space was also developed by him. Qin Yang is a peerless nationalist of my Dragon Kingdom, a well-deserved hero. The news was an instant sensation across the internet. This is a fake, isn't it? A 24-year-old academician? There must be something wrong with this. Maybe some connections have been utilized. How can there be such a young academician? I believe it even if it said he was in his 30s, 20s? Saying that the aircraft carrier was developed by him together with his teacher. I think he's just hanging on to the name. It's his teacher who developed it. It's really shameless. At the same age, I just graduated from college and he's a national scholar, and developed so many top-notch technologies? I don't believe it. The internet is abuzz with debate. At 10 minutes late at night, Sheep TV News suddenly released a piece of news that once again set the netizens abuzz. According to the latest news from the State Information Office, at 11:40 this evening, several top scientists from the NASA space agency of the pretty country and the renowned institution MIT will be traveling to the Dragon Kingdom on a special plane. A few minutes later, Sheep TV News sent out two more stories, citing the latest news from the CNN. The chief scientist of the Capital Academy of Sciences of the CNN will personally lead a team to the Dragon Kingdom. The experts of the Space Council of the Triple Alliance of New Zealand, France and Northern Ireland will enter the Dragon Kingdom on the same experts. Alliance of 10 West African states. A message sent out by Sheep TV News has the internet buzzing again. It's not news that scientists visit things like this. The Dragon Kingdom is often visited by scientists from various countries, and from time to time, scientists from the Dragon Kingdom, too, visit abroad. It's as much about communication as it is about learning from each other. However, like this time, scientists from a whole 35 countries were coming to visit the Dragon Kingdom, which was a groundbreaking event. Half of the developed countries of the world have come, and even the members of the Union of 10 West African states have all come. So many countries all announced their visits to the Dragon Kingdom at the same time frame. Is this a coincidence or was it planned well in advance? This is simply the first time since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. A big event that can cause global shock. What is even more puzzling to the netizens collectively is why all the scientists from these 35 countries have to come tonight. Can't they come during the day? What great thing had happened in the Dragon Kingdom that could startle so many scientists from abroad to visit overnight? Many netizens began to speculate. After all, it was just a little too weird. Anyone with eyes can see that it's not normal. At this time, it suddenly occurred to someone that of course Qin Yang, the youngest academician of the Dragon Kingdom, who was being discussed on the internet, was returning to the Great Northwest tomorrow, and this very night, 35 national scientists announced a late-night visit. So all these scientists visiting are for Qin Yang? What exactly did Qin Yang do? Has he invented some more high-end technology that has attracted these scientists? If that's true, what kind of technology is it? Just as everyone was puzzled, academician Kim, who had posted earlier, posted another dynamic. Above the dynamics is a piece of calligraphy. This piece has 4 big words written on it, space elevator. When they saw these 4 big words, all the netizens looked shocked. A space elevator? An elevator to space? Isn't this a figment of the imagination? Is it now going to be a reality? So it's the space elevator technology that's attracting so many top scientists to the area? Once the dynamic was sent out, it was quickly and hotly debated by netizens. They ask all sorts of questions, desperate to know the truth. Seeing so many netizens discussing it, so academician Kim simply posted another thread explaining the space elevator project. The so-called space elevator is a bridge between mankind and the universe. First, we have to make cables that can link space with the Earth. And after that, we will use the rotation of the Earth to send passengers to the space station, which is about 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth. And the material technology for making elevator cables is currently in the hands of my Dragon Kingdom. Soon, my country's space elevator program will be successfully developed. At that time, my country will completely get rid of the traditional way of transporting satellites by launching rockets. All netizens were collectively shocked when they saw Academician Kim's latest post. Detry, National Academy of Sciences. In one of the laboratories, Professor Kissimp was speaking at the moment, when suddenly, Helper violently rushed in from outside, looking anxious and yelling, "Professor, big event ah, the latest news from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has successfully developed a space elevator." "What did you say? Really? The space elevator project has been successfully developed?" After hearing the assistant's news, the entire staff in the lab stood up violently with a shocked look on their faces. In the very center of the lab, Professor Kissim puts on his eyes, then walks toward the booster and asks with a serious face, "Say that again?" The assistant hurriedly said, "Professor, it's true, the Dragon Kingdom has indeed developed a successful space elevator." "Fake. It must be fake." Professor Kissim shook his head frantically and said in a deep voice, "This must be fake news. Do you know what developing a space elevator represents? With the technology that the countries of the world now possess, it is simply impossible to develop it. The technical difficulties, as well as the material difficulties, cannot be solved at all." "But, this is indeed true," the assistant, with an anxious face, continued. "In fact, in the last month, the Dragon Kingdom has already solved the material problem, and currently, the most difficult part of developing the space elevator is about the material of the cable. Dragon Kingdom scientists have already solved this problem through graphene superconducting materials, and they're making cables that are 4 times as capable as our target requires, a full 4 times. As he spoke, the self-assistant handed his cell phone to Professor Kissimp. Prof. Kissimp didn't say anything. Hastily, he took the phone and looked at it. The message on the cell phone came into view, and for only a moment, Professor Kissimp's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the wrinkles on his face began to tremble. "I can't believe it's true. They really did it. Oh my god." Professor Kissimp died clutching his cell phone, his face a look of shock that was hard to hide. Seeing the professor in this state, the surrounding students all showed their curiosity. It was the first time they had seen the professor so shocked. The professor, on a normal day, was always in a state of undisturbed calm. Remember, the professor learned earlier that his student had won the Nobel Prize, and he remained calm and collected. A state like today's is just too much of an anomaly. So, one of the students hurriedly asked, "Professor, why are you so excited? This space elevator, is it awesome?" "Of course it's awesome," Professor Kissimp hastened to say. "The space elevator technology is of epochal significance. This is a big event in the world. Once the space elevator is successfully developed, it will be able to completely replace rockets. Currently, the only way for either astronauts or satellites to enter space is by means of rocket launches. But rocket launches are too costly and wasteful. If it is possible to enter the universe by way of a space elevator, its cost will be greatly reduced." "How much can it be scaled down?" a student asked subconsciously. 500 or 600 times. "Yes," Professor Kissimp said with a fiery expression. "The success of the space elevator will be a milestone in the history of science." "That strong?" At this moment, these students realized the horror of space elevator technology. "It's amazing that you can save so much money. The cost savings are just the most basic benefit." Professor Kissimp looked wildly enthusiastic as he continued. "By utilizing the space elevator, the efficiency of launching satellites will also be greatly increased. Previously, only up to 8 satellites could be launched into space each year, but with the use of a space elevator, 2 satellites could be launched into space in a single day." The entire lab turned quiet as Prof. Kissimp's words fell. What this means is clear to these students without Prof. Kissimp continuing. Imagine what it would be like to build a few more space elevators. Just thinking about it made them feel their hearts pounding. Immediately afterward, only Professor Kissimp's voice rang out again. He exhaled deeply and said leisurely, "The benefits of the space elevator are far more than that. Right now, using rockets for transportation, we still need to worry about the weight. Once the weight exceeds the scope of the weight that the rocket can carry, the launch will fail. But if we use the space elevator to transport items, a conservative estimate is that the weight of the items that can be carried on each occasion is also at least 10 times that of a rocket launch. How long do you think it will take to build a space station in space?" Hiss. In the lab, a student sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He thought of an even more terrifying point and said in a deep voice, "Let alone 1 space station. Even 10 space stations, 100 space stations is not a problem. Moreover, Professor, doesn't that mean that the Dragon Kingdom can even launch rockets in space?" "Brilliant." Prof. Kissimp snapped his fingers, looking excited, and hurriedly continued. launching rockets in the universe. There is no limitation of the Earth's gravity, which means that the rockets of the Dragon Kingdom will be launched here to even more distant positions, places that couldn't be reached before. For example, beyond the solar system. Quiet. Professor Kissimp's words fell, and the entire lab fell into an eerie silence. Everyone in the lab was shocked beyond belief. Space elevators can be so scary? What's the big deal? In the past, this is something they would not dare to imagine at all. Now, however, the Dragon Kingdom has mastered the technology of space elevator manufacturing. Doesn't this mean that in terms of cosmic exploration, the Dragon Kingdom will be a long way ahead of the world in the future, leaving them all far behind? After a short silence, another student asked, Professor, I'm curious, how will the space elevator be powered? That's an altitude of 3.6 million kilometers. Good question. Professor Kissimp seemed to have expected a student to ask this, so he answered with a surprised look on his face. The primary power system of the space elevator is derived from electricity, but, after that, the power is only the centrifugal force generated by the rotation of the Earth. What does this represent? This is a huge milestone in the history of human scientific development. The space elevator is simply the greatest creation of the 21st century. This is amazing. It's just shocking. Are the Dragon Kingdom scientists even that good? Horror. This is horrible. Geez, how in the world did the scientists in the Dragon Kingdom come up with that? Inside the lab, students were talking and shocked, their eyes focused on the news reports on their cell phones. Finally, all of them looked at one name in unison. Qin Yang, Chief Engineer, General Manager of the Space Elevator Project. The news reported that it was this scientist, called Qin Yang, who first came up with the idea of the Space Elevator Project and who first solved the project's biggest problem. It could be said that the Space Elevator Project was opened and created by Qin Yang, the scientist, from beginning to end. That's marvelous. A student couldn't help but exclaim with a look of admiration. This is so admirable. At that moment, Professor Kissimp suddenly stood up, looked at the professor beside him, and said without hesitation, Get ready, we're going to Dragon Kingdom tonight. Professor, the assistant and the students in the lab were all shocked to hear Professor Kissimp's words. To the Dragon Kingdom? Tonight? Professor Kissimp was in his 80s, too old to adapt to long-distance flights to the Dragon Kingdom, too far away. They were worried about Prof. Kissimp's health. A student rushed forward and said, Professor, you can't go. Your condition will worsen. Yes, Professor. More students came forward and urged, Professor, this is too impulsive. You have to think about your health. Don't even say it. Prof. Kissimp shook his head and said with a firm face, Not to mention the way it is now, even if I only have one breath left, I must go and see. No one can stop me. As you all know, I'm already over 80 years old, and I still have injuries on my body, so how long can I live? This life in the human world is one day less than the next, so I'm going to go to the Dragon Kingdom for a walk. No matter what I say, if I can see the space elevator with my own eyes, even if I die, it will be worth it. As he spoke, Prof. Kissimp's body was trembling with extraordinary excitement. At this moment, his eyes were extraordinarily bright, and he couldn't wait to fly to the Dragon Kingdom right now to see the miracle-like sight with his own eyes. The assistants and students stopped talking. They could understand how the professor was feeling. If they forcefully stop it, the professor will surely regret it for the rest of his life. It's more of a thing they don't want to see. Okay, let's go. The assistant smiled and nodded, saying in a deep voice, You're right, Professor. It has to go. I'll go and make arrangements. After saying that, the assistant hurriedly left to get ready. Space elevator. In the lab, Professor Kissimp clenched his fists fiercely, and his underwear, it seemed, turned fiery as it had decades ago, when he was young. At the same time, pretty country, the White House, want to go to the Dragon Kingdom? No way, absolutely not. In the office, the president angrily slapped the table and growled, Tell them that the scientists from the pretty country must never travel to the Dragon Country. That's an order. Now immediately intercept them. Enough is enough. Understood. The staffer in the president's office nodded, then quickly left the office with the documents, looking flustered. At the airport, at this moment, more than a dozen scientists were waiting for their flights, and they were about to leave for the Dragon Kingdom. Two scientists in particular caught the eye. Both scientists are gray-haired and dying. These two were none other than Prof. Pierre and Prof. Huatian of the pretty country. These two professors, both of whom are Nobel Prize winners in physics in the field of aerospace, are the leading scientists of the beautiful country's heritage. The two dying professors looked at each other, and Professor Pierre said with incomparable excitement, I thought that it would take at least 30 years after the death of these two old guys of ours to make a breakthrough. I didn't think I didn't think that the Dragon Kingdom would have results so soon. God, I'm so excited. Professor Pierre was wiping tears from his eyes as he spoke. He hadn't been this emotional in years. It's hard to imagine how excited he was when he saw the news. Just as Professor Pierre and Professor Hua Tian were about to say something, a panicked figure ran over not far away. Professors, we've had a problem with our itinerary and won't be able to make it to the Dragon Kingdom. What's going on? Upon hearing this, the two old professors brushed themselves off and stood up, looking slightly stunned. The visitor continued. Just now, the White House side issued a directive that all scientists in our beautiful country are not allowed to travel to the Dragon Kingdom. And we can't be in a position to do so. Not allowed to go to the Dragon Kingdom? Both Professor Pierre and Professor Hua Tian's faces turned ugly. They were originally in an incredibly excited mood. Yet now it was like a pot of cold water had poured directly down on them. Around them, all the scholars and professors all had ugly faces. They didn't understand why they weren't allowed to travel to the Dragon Kingdom for a good reason. What the hell is going on over at the White House? Why would you suddenly give such an order? The originally excited crowd was now silent one by one, with different faces, and in the end, it could only turn into a long sigh. How come? After a long time, Prof. Pierre resumed his seat. He let out a bitter smile and said with a helpless face, "Is this the beautiful country that we are so proud of? Oh, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Old chap, I'm disappointed in the government." Prof. Hua Tian was even more outspoken. He was filled with annoyance, but he was just a scientist, and there was nothing he could do when the government gave the order. At this moment, all the scientists of the beautiful country are mixed feelings. Just now all the enthusiasm, all the expectations have all disappeared cleanly. Another tech embargo. There has been no doubt that the pretty country is holding back the development of all mankind. In the past, the pretty country brought together the world's best scientists and developed science and technology so rapidly that other countries could only look back. Whenever a country shows signs of technological development, the beautiful countries will impose a technological embargo on that country and vigorously suppress it in order to maintain their position as the global hegemon. Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom has developed rapidly in science and technology, and now it has even created a space elevator, which is a new milestone in the history of science and is of great significance to all mankind. Now, the pretty country's government is not allowing them to travel to the Dragon Kingdom. Is this a reverse tech blockade? Such moves have undoubtedly just proved the cowardice of this government. At this point, all the scientists did not hide the look of disappointment on their faces. On the other hand, the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the network of the Dragon Kingdom is still boiling and very lively. The netizens were still talking about that nationalist Qin Yang and the space elevator. But just at this time, a blog, a sitting 10 million fans of the V suddenly stood out. Some fierce rhetoric is to let the netizens again boiled up. This 10 million fans V is called Yang Qin. The Dragon Country Qingbei University graduated, and then went to the beautiful country California famous school further study, won the physics and chemistry double doctoral degree. On weekdays, he often discusses academics with his fans on the platform, which is deeply loved by netizens. What he said was naturally very convincing. Yang Qin said, "A bunch of nonsense. Simply a bunch of nonsense. The West has researched for so many years, and now, they are all clueless. And even the technology leader pretty country claims that this technology can only be realized at least 20 years later. And now, a 20-something-year-old brat says he built it, and so many people believe it? I'm putting the word out here that anyone who believes him is stupid. Stupid. It's ridiculous that such a technological fraudster is still an academician of my Dragon Country, and I don't know how much water is hidden in it. If it was so easy to make the cable for the space elevator, the Western countries would have made it already. Why should it be his turn? And graphene superconducting material. Simply ridiculous. Because of a space elevator, my country, Dragon Kingdom, is now the laughingstock of the entire world. Once Dr. Yang Qin's call was sent out, it quickly fermented on the internet, directly occupying 3 hot searches, and all the netizens were abuzz with discussion. Many netizens were even instantly awakened. Originally, they were scientific and technological whites, bluffed by the academician of that scientific alliance, and did not dare to say anything even if they questioned in their hearts. And now, with Yang Qin taking the lead, these people instantly had the backbone to post questioning and bashing on the internet. Seeing this scene, the face of that posting academician song of the Science Union was turned blue with anger, and his original research program was interrupted. Thus, academician song decisively put down the research program in hand and without hesitation began to strike back online. Yang Qin, I'd like to ask, what kind of drug has the West given you? The air is sweeter in the West, isn't it? I think you're just a cynic. Compared to questioning academician Qin, I rather think that we should investigate and look into your identity first. Also, academician Qin's status as a national scholar is unquestionable, and you have no qualifications to question it. In the Dragon Kingdom, insulting a national scholar can be dealt with at the highest level of treason. Academician Song's response post was similarly on the hot search, and the heat level exploded like crazy. After seeing Academician Song's retort post, the heat of this matter climbed to a new level. On the internet, the two tech gurus started a straight-up void-to-void bickering, and the netizens, too, are divided into two camps. One side supports Dr. Yang Qin while the other side supports Academician Song. Netizens from both camps are equally quarrelsome. The whole internet, a mess. The supporters on Academician Song's side even cursed Yang Qin as a catechist. Yang Qin then quickly fired back, and this time instead of posting, he just uploaded a video. In the video, Yang Qin, with a fat, oily face, said with a snicker, "Moyo dog? That's ridiculous. I think it's just some people who feel their comments can't stand up and are starting to rush. It is precisely because I have been to the West and have studied in the West that I am clear to know just how rapidly Western science and technology have developed. These years, my dragon country science indeed also made great achievements, but from the West, there is still a long way to go. To formalize the gap, rather than just blindly confident down the road. Besides that Qin Yang, not long ago the internet broke out that he was a rapist and a murderer, but until now, no one has gone to apprehend him and investigate him, as if he is not concerned about anything, and has stayed out of it. Think carefully, the thought is extremely frightening. Can you imagine how big a background this kid must have behind him? I'm sure that this kid can win so many awards in the field of science in his early 20s, and can become an academician at this age, relying on this huge background. Without the background, what does he count for? Scientist? A national scientist? It's a joke. As for the space elevator, do you think that a young man in his early 20s can accomplish scientific research that the Western countries, led by the pretty country, have racked their brains to accomplish? This is simply a pie in the sky. A murderer, relying on the connections behind him, has become an academician of my Dragon Kingdom, my Dragon Kingdom's peerless nationalist? How dare he? Could it be that my Dragon Kingdom's rapid technological advancement over the years is because of a murderer? It's ridiculous. The video released by Yang Qin soon hit the hot search again, and when the netizens of the Dragon Country watched this video, they were all silent, especially when he heard the word murderer. His heart fluttered violently. If Yang Qin didn't remind them, they almost forgot that there were rumors on the internet about Qin Yang being a murderer before. This is a matter that is making a lot of noise. As for Qin Yang's identity, academician of the Science Union, nationalist, father of the aircraft carrier, and commander-in-chief of the space elevator project, can a young man in his 20s really deserve such a title? Honestly, the vast majority of people don't want to believe it. As for the reason, it's simple. Because it's just a little too outrageous. Throughout the country and abroad, which academician is not at least 50 years old? How can a brat in his early 20s have such a great bounty? It's hard to believe that this kid has been doing research since before he was born. This is clearly impossible. So, positively as Dr. Yang Qin said, this Qin Yang are relying on the back of the backer to have the present achievements? As for the purpose, first, it was likely that Qin Yang had really killed someone, and now the person behind it had helped Qin Yang make so many horrible identities just to protect him. Secondly, the person behind it was probably trying to cheat the state funds, the space elevator project that Qin Yang had taken down, which was a national key project, and the research and development funds handed out by the state was a terrifying figure, regardless of exactly which reason it is. It says one thing. That is, Qin Yang's background is very big, and the real identity of the person behind him is estimated to be frightening. At this moment, the Dragon Network once again boiled over. Rapist murderer, identity fraud, fraudulent state research. Slowly, the network public opinion turned sharply, and in the eyes of many forgotten island, Qin Yang turned from a national scholar to a villain with no evil and an evil heart. In the meantime, Island City, the Lin family. The Lin family head had just slowed down his spirit shortly after returning home. At this time, the Lin family's butler suddenly rushed in, and before the person arrived, he began to shout, "Family master, something bad has happened." Now there is a nationalist on the network being rumored. This nationalist he called Qin Yang, with that kid the same name. What did you say? Say that again? Poof. The Lin family head was startled and sat down from his chair with a plop, his face instantly changing. The butler cried out and said with a trembling voice, "Family master, that Guashur is also called Qin Yang. I saw it clearly. Could this elder Qin Yang be the one we know?" Despite saying so, the butler's heart was already sure. How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence? No way. The Lin family head stood up and shook his head violently. His eyes widened and he said sternly, "No, how could a brat like him be a national scholar? Use your brain to think. If he is really a national scholar, then how can he still be apprehended by that Administrator Jiang? Would Administrator Jiang dare to do so? Furthermore, given the relationship between my Lin family and him, if he really is an academician, can we still be safe? That bastard definitely won't let us go. I wouldn't believe it for the world if I said anything, that he could be a nationalist. Joke, it's simply a joke. It's ridiculous." The Lin family head kept shaking his head in denial, but in his heart, the bad feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He suddenly thought of the cruel words that Qin Yang had released. If he really was just an ordinary brat, how would he dare to mess with the White family? However, if he was in the status of a national scholar, he could really not put the Bai family in his eyes. In front of a nationalist, the White family is nothing. When he thought of this, the pupils of the Lin family head suddenly shrunk, and his heart thumped incessantly. Immediately afterward, he thought that some time ago when he and his daughter Lin Qingran talked on the phone, Qin Yang seems to be with Lin Qingran? No, Qin Yang must be right next to Lin Qingran. The Lin family head's face grew paler and paler, and his lips were shivering. If that was the case, everything he said at that time must have been heard by Qin Yang. If this kid's identity was really that of a nationalist, he was definitely going to be finished. He definitely wouldn't end up much better than Bai Yinchuan could. Thinking of Bai Yinchuan's miserable end, the Lin family head's face turned even uglier as he sat down on his chair again with his eyes lifeless. Qin Yang can't really be a nationalist, can he? But isn't he being held in the security summer? Seemingly thinking of something, the Lin family head suddenly looked at the butler and asked with a sharp expression, "That Qin Yang rumored on the internet, what does he look like?" "I don't know, family master." The housekeeper shook his head and said with a helpless face, "If I knew what the other party looked like, then I would have confirmed it a long time ago. I purposely checked. There is no picture of that Qin Yang on the internet at all. Not even one. Not a single photo?" The Lin family head's eyes lit up, and he suddenly smiled and said, It seems that we were overthinking it, and the odds are that they are not the same person. But, now you still have to walk to the sheriff's summer. I want you to make sure personally that Qin Yang is still in the sheriff's department." "Can't get in." The butler quickly shook his head and said, "You forgot. You asked me to go there before, and those assholes didn't even let me in the gate. Waste." The Lin family head growled repeatedly. "Lousy raised you for so many years not to let you be a waste. No matter what you think of. As soon as possible indeed. Qin Yang is not still in the security summer. Be quick. If things don't work out, I'll fucking skin you. Get lost." The Lin family head looked hideous, almost going crazy. Yes, family master. I'll go now." The butler nodded busily and rushed out. Seeing this expression on the family head's face, he was even more certain that the nationalist rumored on the internet was the same person as the Qin Yang of Sea Island City. Just after leaving the room, the butler saw the second master of the Lin family inside the courtyard. The Lin family's second master's face had been cold since he returned. He glanced at the butler, said nothing, and left straight away. The butler's face hardened even further. The second master looked at him as if he were a dead man. 12 midnight. A first-tier city. In a rented room. In the crowded and cluttered rented room, a young man wearing glasses is sitting in front of a computer smoking a cigarette while typing. He wandered into the comments section of all the major platforms, his eyes reddening as he gave one output. He couldn't understand it, and it was even harder to accept. He didn't understand that, all in his early 20s, he was either a delivery boy or a security guard, living at the bottom of the ladder and suffering from the cold shoulder. Why does this Qin Yang get to be high and pampered? Why did he become a nationalist? Even if the other guy raped, killed, and is now safe and alive? Because he's lucky? He's got a great background? So even if he kills someone now, there's a steady stream of people to stand up for him? Who the fuck told him the world was fair? You call that fucking fair? In a place as disciplined as the Dragon Kingdom, that Qin Yang could have someone to cover for him even after committing such a big offense? Obviously a punk. A social scum. Why did those high-ranking people of the country choose to stand on his side? The youth couldn't figure it out, and his expression grew more and more frantic. At the same time, his heart turned progressively darker. The same age, people killed and committed crimes are still academicians, is a national scholar, high up, while he, but only in the bottom of the struggle, can only be shrunk in such a small rented room? On what grounds? After the output of the youth on the bar, he retreated with the intention of going to another platform to continue the battle. However, he had just opened the Wyvern when he swiped on a topic. Hashtag the big lie. With the false space elevator, Qin Yang shattered the 5,000-year dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. Hashtag the youth, who was originally angry and repressed, His entire body was instantly galvanized after seeing this topic. What did he see? Without hesitation, the youth opened it and began to browse through it with extra care. 2 minutes later, in the rented room, the sound of the youth laughing out loud resounded. Fake? So it's a fake? I told you. This is outrageous, haha. Qin Yang, you really have a lot of guts. Pretty country, these highly developed Western countries can't make something. I'd like to know, how did you accomplish it? Right now, the entire dragon country. No, the eyes of the whole world are on you. Qin Yang, at this moment, you must be terrified, right? After laughing out loud, the youth began to lash out at the comments section, commenting non-stop. He built to add heat to the whole topic and make it more accessible to more people. The day after tomorrow is the officially announced Space Elevator Progress Reporting Conference. At that time, under the attention of all the people, he was looking forward to seeing Qin Yang's humiliated and desperate appearance. The look on that face, I thought it would be wonderful. 2:30 in the morning. Chuan City. Chuan City Observation Headquarters was still brightly lit, and all the staff were still working overtime, frantically pounding on their keyboards. In the office, Editor-in-Chief Hu Tian sighed and looked at the night outside the window, somewhat helpless. Immediately afterward, he set his eyes on a document on his desk. Just a short while ago, he received news from the Northwest region. In the Northwest Science and Technology Experimental Base, a major event was being prepared in a tight schedule. Moreover, the news also pointed out that top scientists from multiple countries were about to enter the Dragon Kingdom, and their targets were all clearly the Northwest. What does that mean? It shows that the space elevator plans that have been making the rounds on the internet are all true. The space elevator has indeed been built. Hu Tian did not hide his surprised and uplifted look. But soon, his face changed again, and his eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan shape. On the desk, in addition to the papers from the Northwest, was a letter. The letter was a directive from his superiors. Now, Hu Tian was caught in a dilemma. Should we follow the orders of our superiors? Or should we spread the word about the successful construction of the space elevator? In the office, there was silence once again. After more than 10 minutes, Hu Tian finished the last cigarette. His expression turned stern, as if he had made some kind of determination. Then he put away the papers from the Northwest, let out a deep breath, and muttered, "I'm sorry, I had no choice." The next moment, Hu Tian walked out of the office and ordered, "Now all stop the work at hand." The content released by Dr. Yang Qin and others to praise the posting and forwarding. In addition to, quickly will be on the network, about Qin Yang's black material remarks. To declare and report. Island City, a citizen's home. The TV was showing news about space elevator related news. Awesome. The boy jumped up from the couch with an excited look on his face. He said with gusto, "Mom, the space elevator is real. Hey, this scientist is so powerful. Now, many country scientists are coming to our dragon country. Mom, is this scientist named Qin Yang the one from our island city?" A middle-aged woman walked out of the kitchen and looked curiously toward the television. The next moment, her face just changed. Qin Yang? Hearing this familiar name, the middle-aged woman directly turned off the TV and said with a cold snort, "Don't watch it. This Qin Yang is a criminal who does nothing wrong. What space elevator? Net nonsense. Son, you have to study hard. You can't study with such a bad guy. Got it? Mom, how do you know he's a criminal? He's an academician. Hey, that's awesome." The boy asked with a puzzled look on his face. The middle-aged woman said in a deep voice, "Isn't it a criminal to kill someone? Don't ask too many questions. Go read a book." The boy said unconvincingly, "I don't believe it. He's the head of the space elevator. There's no way such a great scientist could be a murderer. What a space elevator? A 20-something-year-old brat can build that?" The middle-aged woman snorted. "He is a murderer. And, having killed many people, an executioner. As for the space elevator, at that Qin Yang's age, he's normally in college. Do you really think he can complete that kind of big project? The human pretty country can't even build it yet. What are you thinking? Go go go. Hurry up and do your homework. Don't keep reading this fake news. Space elevators aren't real? Is he really a murderer?" The boy stared fixedly at the darkened TV screen. His inner fire instantly doused. On the highway, in a moving cab, the radio was playing the news about the space elevator. The driver was stunned and muttered, "The development of science and technology is too fast. Can we really go to the whole elevator in space? Then we can go to space in the future?" Sitting in the passenger co-pilot laughed lightly. "Master, you think what? Beautiful country do not dare to say can be built. This is fake news. You do not know it. The so-called space elevator project, is that Qin Yang swindled the national funds? Think about it. Which country has the most advanced technology in the world today? That is undoubtedly the beautiful country. Beautiful country said that if you want to build a space elevator, It will take at least 20 years later. How can our dragon country build it? Isn't that nonsense? If this is really built, then my dragon country will surpass pretty country in one fell swoop and become the new generation of global hegemony. Is this possible? It's simply too ridiculous. You have a point. But well, the driver raised an eyebrow and continued. What if it's true? At the beginning of the founding of the country, the whole world thought that our country couldn't build an atomic bomb. Didn't it? But what happened later? This time, it is not good to say the same. My dragon country has always been good at creating miracles of the nation. The passenger shook his head and said with certainty, that's true, but this can't be generalized. This is about the distant outer space. It is to pass the elevator to the space. I heard that the Western countries led by the beautiful country have not even solved the material problem. Do you think that my dragon kingdom can surpass the West by so much? That would be a bit too outrageous. Over the years, the scientific and technological development of our dragon kingdom is indeed very rapid, but from the Western countries, there is still a big gap. We still have to face up to the gap before we can do so. I still think it's very likely, said the driver unconvincingly. The higher-ups above are not fools. The space elevator is such a big project. It's hard not to be so easily cheated out of funds. Maybe, Qin Yang he really did it? Ha! With a Qin Yang of course impossible. The passenger laughed and said, did not see the internet? This Qin Yang simply do not have any real talent. Behind him, there is a big backer. In short, the water inside is very deep. In the end what is going on? Not we dare to think. But this space elevator is just a farce. Why do you still dare to believe it? I say master, you who listen to the radio every day, how come you still know so little? During this period of time, the topic of Qin Yang and the space elevator was hotly debated by all the people. Everyone speculated about Qin Yang's background. What exactly was it? What exactly was the purpose of the person behind it? Was the space elevator really caused by the Dragon Kingdom? If it was true, then wouldn't they, the Dragon Kingdom, be a direct threat to the pretty country's global hegemony? There were a flurry of news reports on the internet, and most importantly, without exception, they were all smearing Qin Yang. With the passage of time, this storm did not just disappear, but the heat is still climbing, and it was even spread abroad by people who are interested. Unsurprisingly, the incident caused an equal wave of shock abroad. Many netizens in Western countries were dumbfounded down when they saw the news. What did they see? The Dragon Kingdom built a space elevator? Has the speed of technological development in the Dragon Kingdom even surpassed that of the Pretty Kingdom now? The confusion was quickly followed by sarcasm and cynicism. Of course they didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom was so capable, and soon all sorts of ugly comments were spread on the extranet. This made the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom feel very humiliated. It's so humiliating. This time, it's all been disgraced internationally, and it was all because of Qin Yang. As a result, Qin Yang's name was once again pushed to the peak of public opinion, with all sorts of abuse coming one after another. Dragon State Science Union, in a conference room, Professor Shueshao suddenly stood up with his cell phone raised and said with a grim face, assholes, simply assholes. What on earth are those newsmakers carrying in their heads? I, a national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, what a status, have been slandered and abused like this. It's simply outrageous. Outrageous. At this time, another professor with black and white hair also said with a face of indignation, the current reporter, the current media, let me be very disappointed. For the sake of traffic face are not even wanting. The national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, is it something they can defame? It's too unbridled. Another academician added with righteous indignation, that bastard Yang Qin. I think it is a Cupid dog. He has been abroad for a few years and has forgotten his own identity. This kind of traitor, if put in the past, that is to be shot. In the conference room, the faces of all the academicians were incredibly ugly. A national scholar, who should have been honored, is now being vilified in this way, which is really too much. How many scientists who have contributed to the country have been chilled by such behavior? After a short silence, Prof. Shueshao looked sharp and said in a deep voice, things have come to this, old guys, we absolutely cannot sit back and wait for death. The public opinion on the internet continues to ferment, and it's already uncontrollable. And the day after tomorrow, the meeting about the space elevator will be held. Qin Yang, he doesn't care about this and doesn't have the time to care. But we, the old guys, can't just sit back and do nothing. That's right, whether it's for the sake of Qin Yang or for the smooth convening of the Space Elevator Symposium, we can't just sit back and wait. This conference is too important and significant for the Dragon Kingdom. It's definitely a key point for the Dragon Kingdom to take off since the new century. Several professors' looks became solemn. If Qin Yang's matter was left alone today, then in the future, There was no telling how many young and talented scientists would be misunderstood and vilified. They, the old guys, absolutely can't let this evil wind prevail anymore. They are already old. The future development of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom, but also rely on young scientists like Qin Yang to open the way to forge ahead. While several professors were talking, the conference rooms was violently pushed open. A staff member said with an excited face, "Professors, just now, the Northwest sent a message that academician Qin Yang and the others have successfully arrived at the Tsongdong's experimental base. Already? Great." Hearing the staff's words, the professors in the conference room looked agitated. At the same time, the mood became more urgent. Professor Shueshao said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, it's time to act." At the same time, deep in the northwestern no man's land, after a bumpy ride on the desolate Gobi beach, Qin Yang and the others arrived at their destination smoothly. In the car, Daodu, who was sleepy, suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the front, saying with an excited expression, "It's Grandpa Yuan, Dad, it's Grandpa Yuan there." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Yes, Grandpa Yuan has been waiting for us for a long time." "Daodu, aren't you sleepy now?" "The little girl has slept the whole way." Daodu sat on Qin Yang's lap and smiled cheekily. "Daodu isn't sleepy at all anymore. Can we go to the playground soon?" Qin Yang touched Daodu's head and nodded. "Daddy will take Daodu to see the big rocket in a while. Okay? I'm looking forward to it." Next to her, Lin Xingran rested her head on Qin Yang's broad shoulders, a happy smile spreading across her pretty face. In the future, she would never have to be separated from this man beside her again. The car had just stopped and Yuan Fanhua greeted him with a smile on her face. "Qin Yang, you finally arrived." The car door opened and before Qin Yang could get down, Daodu could not help but jump and run towards Yuan Fanhua, a sweet smile spreading above her little face. "Grandpa Yuan, we're here." "Daodu, you're here too." Yuan Fanhua laughed out loud and greeted Daodu enthusiastically. Then, he looked at Qin Yang who stepped out of the car and said in a deep voice, "You came back at just the right time. At present, all the basic preparations regarding the space elevator have been completed by us, and now this final step is waiting for you to come. 9 can be debugged now?" Qin Yang quickly understood when he heard Yuan Fanhua's words. Originally, in his estimation, it would take at least 20 days to carry out the commissioning, but it had only been a week since he had left Northwest Drive and now returned. What does that mean? This suggests that the fate of the space elevator project continued unabated after his departure. Academician Yuan Fanhua and all the staff are still working day and night according to the original plan. Qin Yang let out a deep breath. Looking at the slightly tired Yuan Fanhua in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "Elder Yuan, at this time of the day, you should be resting. You shouldn't have come to pick us up in person." Yuan Fanhua shook her head and said with a smile, "Just don't worry, I can still carry it. What's more, now that time is short and everyone is rushing to work, how can I rest? These past few days, everyone has been holding their breath in their hearts, and I am the same. The day after tomorrow the conference is going to start. We must hurry up." Before the words were finished, Yuan Fanhua's eyes suddenly went black and he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Genpu." Qin Yang's face changed and he hurriedly went over to support Yuan Fanhua. "It's okay, I'm okay." Yuan Fanhua smiled awkwardly. He hadn't rested for the whole night, and after returning to the base, he started to throw himself into work nonstop until now when Qin Yang returned. During this time, all the staff in the experimental base were working very desperately in order to bring the progress forward. Qin Yang looked solemn as he looked at Yuan Fanhua in front of him and said seriously, "Elder Yuan, you must go and rest for a while. Even if it's only for half an hour. What about asking everyone to stop working as well, and all stop to rest? Furthermore, I brought my family along this time, and I also have to settle Qingran and the girls first, so I also need time. During this period of time, please make sure you all have a good rest." Yuan Fanhua let out a bitter smile before nodding her head and saying, "In that case, I'll listen to you. I'm going to take a rest. You go ahead and get busy with yours. We'll meet at the lab in half an hour." "Good." Seeing Yuan Fanhua leave, Qin Yang was then relieved. Elder Yuan was a senior that he respected immensely, and no matter what, he didn't want anything to happen to Elder Yuan. At this time, Daodu next to him pulled Qin Yang's arm. "Bean, what's wrong?" Qin Yang squatted down and looked at Daodu in front of him. Daodu whispered, "Dad, is it because of Daodu?" Daodu knows that Dad's work is the most important. The amusement part can go later. Daodu and Mom can just be together. Daodu doesn't want to affect Dad and Grandpa Yuan's work. Of course not. Qin Yang hugged Daodu and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Dad also has to thank Daodu. Your Grandpa Yuan has not rested since he came back yesterday until now, and if it wasn't for Daodu, Grandpa Yuan definitely wouldn't have gone to rest. So, Daodu not only didn't affect Daddy, but also helped Daddy. Then Grandpa Yuan must sleep a little more before he does. Dodo said in a milky voice. Mommy said that both adults and children need to sleep more to be healthy. Afterward, the little girl blinked her big black eyes again and whispered to Qin Yang, Daddy, then when Grandpa Yuan and the others are taking a break, can we go see the amusement park? The little girl had an expectant look on her face. Pust. Next to him, Lin Qingran couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yang also laughed out loud. He quickly nodded his head and said, no problem, just as Dodo said. By the way, Dad will take Dodo to see a very interesting contraption in a while. Okay? Good. What's a dad? Bean's eyes lit up for a moment. Lin Qingran looked at Qin Yang and Dodo in front of her, always with a happy smile on her face. In fact, she had had concerns before. After all, Qin Yang and Dodo had not seen each other for 6 whole years, and between father and daughter, they would definitely be rusty, especially since Qin Yang was still in science, and was usually drunk on research. I'm afraid he would not be so good at treating relationships. However, things were completely out of her expectation. Qin Yang and Dodo had only been together for a week in total, but Dodo did not feel rusty at all when it came to Qin Yang as her father. The father-daughter duo were getting along exceptionally well. While Lin Qingran was fuming, Qin Yang suddenly took her and Dodo's hands and walked over in a direction. A few minutes later, Qin Yang brought his wife and daughter to the side of a behemoth. Qin Yang pointed at the behemoth in front of him and introduced it with a smile. Look, this huge iron tower is the highest rocket launch pad in my Dragon Kingdom so far, and at the same time, it's also the only one in the Dragon Kingdom that is capable of launching the highest specification carrier rockets. Dodo blurted out. Did those astronaut uncles go into space from a rocket launch pad like this? Yeah, Qin Yang said with a smile. At this point, Dodo asked again. The biggest launch vehicle that Dad just talked about, is that what Dad built? Dodo looked at Qin Yang with an expectant face. Bean is so smart. Qin Yang nodded. It's so awesome. Daddy is really awesome. Hearing Qin Yang's affirmative reply, Dodo cheered madly. Bean's dad can build rockets. That's really awesome. Dad is a hero. A big hero. Daddy, Dodo wants to go see the rocket. Is that okay? At this moment, Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes looked towards Qin Yang, also with a look of anticipation. She likewise wanted to see what the largest carrier flying rocket in the entire Dragon Kingdom, made by Qin Yang, was really like. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help but get excited already. Qin Yang paused and said softly, it's fine, but you can't go see it until the evening. At night? Why can't we go see it at night? Daddy? Bean had a curious look on his face. Lin Qingran was also very puzzled. Suddenly, seemingly thinking of something, Lin Qingran's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she hurriedly said, this carrier rocket, it won't be confidential. If so, we can't look at it. We can't have privileges just because we're relatives. Looking at Lin Qingran's flustered appearance, Qin Yang smiled and said, don't worry, I know what's in my heart, but if you guys want to see it, you do have to wait until the evening. Because of what? Lin Qingran became even more curious. Why did it have to wait until night? Qin Yang really didn't have the intention of explaining. Instead he smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. Now let's go to another place. Going somewhere? Bean became even more curious. A few minutes later, Qin Yang brought the mother and daughter to a hall. In the middle of the hall, the lights were on. Only the most important thing to see in the hall was a model of an aircraft carrier that was at least 7 or 8 meters long. Aircraft carriers' runways were lined with a fighting force. It is a model, but still very spectacular. Lin Qingran looked at the aircraft carrier in front of him, too excited to speak. Daddy, this big boat is so awesome. It has an airplane on it. Dodo had an excited look on his face, and everything he looked at felt new. Qin Yang shook his head and said with a smile, Dodo, this is not a big ship. Oh, this thing is called an aircraft carrier. It is used to hitch a ride on a fighter jet. This is the model of the first aircraft carrier Pangu that was independently researched and developed by my dragon country. And the people who developed this aircraft carrier were Dad and Dad's teachers. Daddy's so good. Dodo flung herself in Qin Yang's arms and said with a flushed face, Dodo feels as if Daddy knows everything. Next to him, Lin Qingran covered her mouth, not hiding her feelings of shock. Aircraft carriers. Is this an aircraft carrier? In the past, she had only seen some reports about aircraft carriers on the news, and had not seen them with her own eyes. Although it was only an aircraft carrier model, it still made Lin Qingran feel the shock from the aircraft carrier. Lin Qingran didn't dare to imagine how frightened he would be if he saw a real aircraft carrier. It's a really big country, and this great power was built and completed by her man. Thinking of this, Lin Qingran's heart was filled with a sense of pride and honor. Seeing the shocked wife and daughter, Qin Yang continued, the Panlong aircraft carrier, which is 850 times bigger than the model, is longer than 4 soccer fields, and as for the height, it is even taller than the neighborhood we rented before, and it is of extraordinary significance to my dragon kingdom. Gosh! Lin Qingran's pupils shrank, his heart already filled with shock. The neighborhood they had rented before was a full 16 floors, 16 stories high and 4 soccer fields long. This is simply gigantic. Can't imagine. Wouldn't a man standing next to an aircraft carrier be like an ant? It's horrible. It's a well-deserved ocean-going monster. Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes stared at Qin Yang with affection. Such a giant steel monster was made by her man. She felt a wave of dreaminess. It's not good, Commander Qin. Just as Lin Qingran was in a state of shock, a staff member outside ran in hot and bothered. What's going on? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. The staff hurriedly said, now the public opinion against you online. More and more serious. Especially after the reporters of the Chuancheng Observatory made a big report. This matter has been completely uncontrollable. What should we do now? The staff member's face was very hard to see. He knew very well what kind of person Commander-in-Chief Qin was, and it was because of this that he was so angry right now. Qin Yang's face was expressionless as he said in a faint voice, don't worry, this is a small matter. But right at this moment, Qin Yang saw the latest news poking out of the flat panel in the staff's hands. It's about the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom compared to the Western world. This topic is full of bragging about the level of technology in the West, while it's all sorts of mockery about the level of technology in the Dragon Kingdom. In a word, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom is no match for that of the Western world. It's too far off, Qin Yang said in a chilling voice. It seems that the minds of many people are still stuck in decades ago, believing that our country is inferior to the West. Afterward, Qin Yang took the tablet and began to browse the comments underneath this topic. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. Qin Yang's fire was aroused by this look. It seems that I am drunk on research, but I know too little about society. Qin Yang smiled coldly and said, never would I have thought that in this day and age. There are still so many moochers. What the Western countries can't make, the Dragon Kingdom, can't make? My dragon country can't compare to the Western countries? Ignorant, idiots, the day after tomorrow. I'll let these moochers understand how powerful the Dragon Kingdom is today. The day after tomorrow. He was going to make the whole world tremble for the Dragon Kingdom. 8 o'clock the next morning. Kawasaki City Watch has a simultaneous article on all major platforms. And it was an article that quickly caused a stir everywhere. In front of a meat stall, the owner was about to cut the meat when suddenly, one of the customers shouted out, crap, just a moment ago, the editor-in-chief of Chuancheng Observatory, Shui Tian, personally released an article about Qin Yang's black spots. This is big news. Qin Yang? Hearing the word Qin Yang, the vegetable market, all the people around took out their cell phones and started browsing. Chuancheng Observation this time is summarizing all the previous black information about Qin Yang on the internet. In addition, Editor-in-Chief Shui Tian also highlighted how deep the barriers of space elevator technology really are, which means that it's simply impossible for Qin Yang to build it. This matter is known to many foreign countries. At this rate, my Dragon Kingdom will lose a great deal of face, and the international prestige that was previously built up with great difficulty will have to go down the drain. I don't believe anyone else when they say this, but it's from Shui Tian, so I have to believe it. Who is Shui Tian? He is definitely considered a journalism god. Since the beginning of his career, in order to report the most truthful events and expose the unknown darkness, he has gone into all kinds of dangerous places and experienced many life and death crises. He even went so far as to interview 2 killers face to face at one point. It can be so convincing when a big shot like that comes out and talks. So the internet blew up again. Well, now Editor-in-Chief Shui Tian can't help but come forward. This matter of the space elevator, it's really a fake. And what about the convention the day after tomorrow? Could it be that it's also a gimmick? I've heard that a lot of scientists from abroad will be here then. Come my ass. If it does, my Dragon Kingdom will lose face internationally. It's about time to arrest a criminal like Qin Yang, isn't it? Upstairs is thinking too much. This kid must have a big background. So far he is safe and sound. Do you think he can be arrested next? That's right. If it was really that easy to catch him, the editors at Kawasaki Watch wouldn't have to go through all the trouble of exposing the kid's dark story a second time. As time passed, another voice suddenly appeared in the comments. No way, no way. There's not really anyone who thinks Qin Yang really committed a crime. Is there? Why is Qin Yang in good hands? Because he was innocent in the first place. And all that happened was a crime of desire. It's smearing. It's rumor mongering. Who says young people can't become academicians? Does the Dragon Kingdom have this rule? Should a person's accomplishments be denied because of their age? Also, who the hell said that the Dragon Kingdom is inferior to Western countries? What kind of era is this? And you're still talking about the West only? Can't my Dragon country surpass the West? That's right. I believe in academician Sheen's ability. Some people also have the ability to catch the age of the black. How? People younger than you have the strength and status. You cannot stand it, right? I'm also thinking of academician Sheen. Our Dragon Kingdom. We need young scientists like academician Sheen. If we can have more scientists like academician Sheen, our dragon country will ruthlessly leave the Western countries behind. As a dragon, you should have unlimited confidence in your own country. If you don't even dare to think about it, how can you catch up with the West? Once these comments in support of Qin Yang were sent out, they instantly attracted the likes of many netizens. Many netizens who support Qin Yang are diving in watching, not daring to speak out for fear of being sprayed. Now seeing more and more comments appearing in support of academician Sheen, they too began to join the queue and started to speak. This wave, directly to the network of the two waves of forces, began to confrontation. Battle at once. Those netizens who had previously denigrated Pin Yang instantly sat back and began to spray angrily. Damn! What's wrong with you guys? Still blowing that Qin Yang here. Is he your real father? What academician Sheen? Calling him more than your parents. He deserves to be called an academician? You brain-dead people should wake up. Brains are a good thing. But it's a pity that you people don't have them. The Western developed countries led by Pretty Country all say that there is no hope of building a space elevator in 20 years. Is it hard for that Qin Yang to have a system? What's ridiculous is that this kid even dared to hold a special conference on space elevators. This is to make our Dragon Kingdom lose face all over the world. What kind of conference is this? It's all just a process. The problem is that Qin Yang didn't even think that things would get so big. Now I guess he's scared to death, haha. But in case, when the time comes, the scientists from various countries come, it's still my dragon activities face that will be disgraced. Come my ass. Do you think those scientists are stupid? There's not much movement in the news now. No at all. It's best if you don't come, but if you do, my Dragon Kingdom will lose a lot of face. At that time, what will other countries think of us Dragon Country people? But, have you ever thought that the matter is so big, the country will not know? But now there is no movement at all from above. This can't all be true, right? That seems right. If the space elevator project was really fake, then the country would have stepped in a long time ago, right? What's the point of all the online suspicions about each other? At the end of the day, we'll have to see it live to see if it's happening. Just when the network, the two sides of the netizens quarrel. There is an IP belongs to the Northwest Liangcheng netizen, my home in front of a big pit, posted, friends. My home is the Northwest. Gobi Beach Experimental Base is only 3 kilometers away from our village is less than 3 kilometers. I'd better take you to take a look at it. Of course, it's a national research base. I can't go in there, but we can take a look around the periphery. Maybe we'll find something, but don't spray me if you can't see anything then. I'm curious too. The post, there is a big pit in front of my house, instantly attracted the attention of many netizens once it was issued. So the thread went straight to the top, with the heat climbing and the likes and comments coming in. IP belongs to the Northwest and doesn't seem to be a scammer? This brother? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get going. Brother, I really can't wait. Good brother, you've come out just in time. Go now. Be safe. Friends in the Northwest. Just do it and be done with it. There is a big pit in front of my house, is a young courier boy called Sun Xiaobai located in Shaolu village, Liangcheng, Northwest China. Seeing so many netizens urging, Sun Xiaobai is not ambiguous. While the cell phone open live broadcast, while the courier car towards the target location. Hold on to your seats. Friends, we're on our way. Sun Xiaobai was full of red. The heat kept climbing, and he was now experiencing the thrill of being a netizen. Sun Xiaobai's appearance directly caused a chain reaction. Many self-publishers have started heading towards the Northwest, although this is a wave of heavy traffic. But for the moment, the truth in the end, it is not yet possible to say. After all, this is related to the National Research Program. The big country heavy industry. The water is too deep. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to grasp it. But now that it looks like someone is moving, they finally can't sit still. So much traffic. This is a good opportunity to suck eyeballs and make a lot of money. This cake himself at least have to score a bite. As a result, many anchors began to speak on their airwaves about traveling to the Northwest to check out the space elevator project for themselves. Netizens are starting to get up in arms in anticipation. After all, there's no point in them talking 1,000 words here. The truth is still unknown until now. The rightful owner, Qin Yang, had never shown up at all. Whether the space elevator was built successfully or not, we still have to see it to find out. Just as the anchors were buzzing about going to the Northwest, the internet broke another super explicit story. The plane of Prof. Kissinger, president of the German San Francisco Academy of Sciences and Nobel Prize winner in physics, will be arriving at the international airport of the City of Prizes. The internet is once again abuzz with the news. Crap, it's really coming? And it's Professor Kissimp? Oh my god. Fuck. Who the hell just said that foreign scientists aren't coming? What's going on here? That's really big news. So are scientists from other countries coming soon? The president of the German San Francisco National Academy of Sciences is also a Nobel Prize winner in physics. This is a real scientific powerhouse. Prof. Kissimp actually came to Dragon Country in person. What does this mean? It means that the space elevator was probably actually built successfully. It's not boasting. That's not necessarily true. Maybe people just come to see the fun. Didn't you, Longhua, say you built it? So I'll come and test it myself. Whether it's true or not. I've already bought my plane ticket and I'm leaving right now. That's right, it's just not a bad trip to meet Prof. Kissimp in person. Holy shit, how did the airfare to Ryuga City run out so fast? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. And soon, Liangchang, the gateway to the northwest, became a popular search location. And the air tickets were sold out even more quickly. Many of the people of the Dragon Kingdom are preparing to travel to the northwest. And Sun Xiaobai, at the moment, is on his way to the experimental base. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Xiaobai arrived at the target location on his express bike. It was a small cliff, nearly a kilometer away from the experimental base. It wasn't that Sun Xiaobai didn't want to get closer, but the road ahead had been blocked and could only go so far. The desolate Gobi Beach. The wind and sand rolled in, and there was not a bit of green in sight. As he gazed into the distance, he could vaguely see the outline of the experimental base in the distance, permeated with a mysterious color. Sun Xiaobai shouted into his cell phone. Friends see, I have arrived. Further can be the military forbidden land. Illegal entry is to eat the gun. In fact, I've been here before, and now that I look at it again, it doesn't seem to have changed much. Sun Xiaobai observed while continuing. Still the same fortresses, still the same rocket launching pads, those big iron bumps. I don't know what they're called. Do any of my friends know? Suddenly, as if he saw something, Sun Xiaobai's face changed slightly. Then he pointed ahead and said in a deep voice, "What's the situation? How come there is one more rocket launching pad? I clearly remembered that it was 3 before. How did this become 4? Sun Xiaobai's pupils shrunk violently. And then looking at the steel cables covering that 4th rocket launch pad, he felt like he remembered something, and his heart pounded. At the same time, the netizens in the cell phone live broadcast room similarly boiled up. The popularity of the live streaming room, too, was growing at a terrifying rate. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 350,000, 400,000. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the number of viewers in Sun Xiaobai's live broadcast room instantly rose to a terrifying 400,000. But this is not the end, it is the beginning. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was still growing by leaps and bounds. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, moreover, directly covered the entire screen in black. Anchor, speak up. Why is there an extra rocket launch pad? Anchor, this background of yours is fake, right? Crouch, crikey, what do I see? Is that a space elevator? Isn't this the real deal? Who the fuck said the space elevator was fake? So what the fuck is this? It's too early to jump to conclusions, isn't it? And what can be represented as a space elevator in a rocket launch pad? I think I see the words on it. What is that? Elevator? Crap, I think I saw it clearly. It says space elevator. Anchor, what's your boy fuming about? Come a little closer. Hiss, what a space elevator. The netizens in the live broadcast room were more excited than one another. While on the cliff, Sun Xiaobai's face suddenly collapsed. What a fucking space elevator again. Honestly, he was just along for the ride, not expecting to actually find anything. But the problem is, now he's really called him on it. And he's even taken his cell phone and broadcast it out live. Looking at the horrible popularity in the live broadcast room, Sun Xiaobai suddenly panicked a little. He seems to have committed a great offense. He's not going to jail for taking pictures of the experimental base without permission and leaking them, is he? Damn. And this group of fans snubbed him for taking 2 more steps forward? Sun Xiaobai fiercely shivered and quickly said, "Can't make it, friends. I can't go any further." The live streamers joked about it. Anchor, you can't be afraid. Right, but it's too late to be afraid now. So why don't you just make it a mistake? That's right, you're here. What's wrong with a couple extra steps? The words of the netizens in the live broadcast room. Of course Sun Xiaobai would not listen. Are you kidding me? This group of netizens isn't going to make it easy for him. There was nothing he could say to continue any further. Now, Sun Xiaobai are a little regret to come here. Good reason. What is this wind he draws? How to come here? Suddenly, a striking pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly attracted the attention of many people. Extra. Prof. Kissimp's special plane has landed at the airport. Everyone go to Lin Yu's live broadcast. Finally? So excited to meet Professor Kissimp soon. So the next moment, the netizens on the air ran for cover. The large hundreds of thousands of people all disappeared, and the live broadcast room instantly turned cold and quiet. Looking at the peaceful and quiet live room, Sun Xiaobai muttered, "It's good to run away. It's good to run away, so I'm safe." Suddenly, he came to his senses and hurriedly exited the broadcast to go see Professor Kissimp. On the other hand, Liangcheng International Airport. Just a moment ago, Prof. Kissimp's special plane had successfully landed at the airport, and at the same time, the airport hall had been surrounded by a crowd. I don't know how many people were waiting for Prof. Kissimp to show up. One of them, a reporter wearing glasses, rushed out of the crowd, and with his identity successfully reached the side of Prof. Kissimp's special plane, and was holding up his cell phone to broadcast live. At this moment, his mood was equally incomparable. The entire airport was filled with black crowds. Niu Qianxian, the general director of Liangcheng Airport, had just received the news, and his entire being was suddenly blinded. What the hell? You say there's no parking at the airport? No way. You don't see how much parking there is here. Crap, what did you say? How many? A few minutes later, Niu Qianxian looked at the crowd in front of him, and his entire body trembled. The airport was now black with heads, like some large gathering. The airport's parking lot is filled with vehicles of all makes. With tens of thousands of parking spaces, not a single one left. Phew! Niu exhaled deeply forward and turned his head toward the interior of the airport. Inside the waiting hall, the crowd was even denser. Literally crowded and oppressive. That's too many people. It was the first time for Niu Qianxian to see this kind of battle, and he hurriedly asked towards the female staff next to him. What's the situation? Why are there so many people here at once? Is there a star having an event here today? There are so many people. If we keep squeezing like this, it's going to kill someone. The female staff quickly shook her head and said, which star didn't come? It is said that the one who came is a famous professor from Dessen, who has won the Nobel Prize. By the way, the female staff member hurriedly handed over her cell phone and said, this reporter is broadcasting live. Niu Qianxian didn't say anything and hastily took the cell phone and looked at it. Only the live broadcast room was bursting with popularity, and in the live footage, there is an elderly German sandman walking off the plane. However, after this old man got off the airplane, he did not take any further action, but suddenly raised his head and looked over in a certain direction. Inside the live broadcast room, all the netizens were all curious, not understanding what this Professor Kissimp was doing. This professor, he didn't say anything when he got off the plane. What's he looking at there? Niu Qianxian looked at the scene in his cell phone and was also puzzled as he subconsciously asked, what is he doing? I don't really understand. The female assistant next to her was equally puzzled. The other side, reporter Lin Yu's live room. Hundreds of thousands of netizens are talking, constantly sending pop-ups. Is this the legendary Professor Onsen? Why isn't he moving when he gets off the plane? Shouldn't he be rushing off to check out the space elevator at this point? Is there a possibility that the person, Professor Onsen, came over and didn't come to see the space elevator at all? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he didn't come to see the space elevator, how could Professor Onsen come to Ryokyu City International Airport? I say Anchor, why don't you go up and ask? Yeah, Anchor, we can't hear Professor Speaker either. How does the anchor ask? He doesn't speak German. Just as the netizens in the broadcast room were talking, Lin Yu moved, and he was heatedly walking towards Professor Aonsun. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room, Lin Yu, speaking a very fluent German, smiled and said, excuse me, are you Prof. Onsen? I'm Lin Yu, a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom, and I'm very happy to be able to meet you in person. Crowd? At this moment, within the live broadcast room, all of the netizens who had nearly finished worshipping exploded. This wave is something they didn't expect at all. Crap, does this reporter speak German that well? Are journalists so rolled up now? It's too strong, isn't it? For this kind of occasion, it's true that it still has to be a professional. I'm so envious of German-speaking bigots. Worship! My Dragon Kingdom is really full of talents. All the netizens kept praising Lin Yu. At the same time, the gifts were coming in waves. Especially some tycoons who weren't bad with money. They swiped whatever gifts were expensive. The entire broadcast room was now completely covered in cool gift specials. This kind of formation is not often seen even in the live rooms of the top head anchors. In response, the reporter Wang Yu, however, as if he didn't see it, his face was mild and calm as he looked at Prof. Aonsun, who was not far away from him. At the same time, Professor Aonsun twisted his head around and sized up Wang Yu in front of him. Immediately afterward, he smiled and said, Reporter Wang, hello. Hearing Professor Onsen's words, Wang Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Because, what Prof. Onsen had just said was not German, but Longguo language. Professor Onsen actually speaks Rokoku? This was something Wang Yu did not expect. He was both surprised and impressed. The world-renowned Prof. Onsen is really something else. Immediately afterward, Wang Yu asked with a straight face, I want to know, Professor, why are you looking towards the sky here? What are you looking at? At that, Professor Onsen smiled and replied, actually, I was waiting for a plane. My teacher, Professor Kisimp, was on another plane that was about to arrive here. Professor Kisimp? When Professor Onsen's words were finished, the live broadcast instantly fell into an eerie silence. Then, once again, it boils. On the other side, the station manager, Niu Qianxian, who had been watching the live broadcast, was also shocked. Professor Onsen's teacher? Who was Prof. Onsen? He was the president of the German San Francisco National Academy of Sciences, a Nobel Prize winner in physics, and in the field of aerospace. He was called an absolute authority. To be able to become the teacher of such a giant arm of science, Niu Qianxian's face trembled, not even daring to think about it. I'll check. The female staff member next to her was ready to start the query with the computer next to her. Just then, Niu Qianxian waved his hand and said hastily, no need. Listen to what this comrade reporter has to say. Meanwhile, ahead of the airplane, after hearing the word Kisimp, Lin Yao's brain began to run fast, thinking seriously about this name. As a journalist in the field of science and technology, the name did not strike him as unfamiliar. Soon, Lin Yu thought of it, and he looked up at Professor Onsen in front of him with an incredibly excited expression. May I ask, Professor, your teacher, Professor Kisimp, is the founding father of the German 3, that legend who opened up spaceflight dynamics with his own strength? Professor Onsen looked up and said with respect, exactly. While speaking, Professor Onsen raised his head again towards the sky and leisurely said, time flies. My teacher and I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years now since we last met. His old man is almost 90 years old and suffering from a serious illness. I'm afraid that this trip to the Dragon Kingdom will be the last time that I'll be able to see my esteemed teacher. Serious illness? Last time? Hearing Prof. Onsen's words, everyone's emotions turned down. A generation of giant arms of science was about to fall, and this was a great loss not only for Dessen, but also for the whole world. At this moment, within the live broadcast room, all the netizens had a tacit understanding to stop sending pop-ups. Professor Onsen was still looking at the sky, waiting for his most respected teacher to arrive. Lin Yu looked gloomy, however, he quickly adjusted. As a professional journalist, one should never be swayed by emotions. After a pause, Lin Yu continued to ask, Professor Onsen, regarding the recent rumors of the space elevator being the real reason for your visit to the Dragon Kingdom? Hearing the word space elevator, the netizens in the live broadcast room looked solemn, wanting to hear Professor Onsen's answer. Yes, Prof. Onsen said with a nod. Lin Yu let out a deep breath and impatiently asked after him, then you think that the space elevator experiment conducted by my Dragon Kingdom this time will be able to achieve the expected results? At this time, Professor Onsen turned his head, and he said very directly, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing the space elevator being built. This is not only of great significance to the Dragon Kingdom, but for the entire history of the world's scientific and technological development. It is a huge jump, an unimaginable advancement. If the space elevator can really succeed, then there is no doubt that the history of human spaceflight will officially enter the next stage, which is a milestone victory. My teacher and I came to Longguo this time because we wanted to witness this miracle with our own eyes. Professor Kisimp has been fighting for the space elevator project for most of his life. If he could witness that spectacle with his own eyes. When he said that, Prof. Onsen's voice trembled. Lin Yao's mouth pursed. Of course he knew what Professor Onsen was trying to say. Yes, how exciting would it be for a scientific titan who has fought most of his life for the space elevator project to see the space elevator built with his own eyes. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room also began to talk. Scratch that. Looking forward to it. That said Prof. Onsen doesn't know if it can be built or not. Professor Kisimp is so old and seriously ill, yet he still has to insist on coming to the Dragon Kingdom, which is enough to show his obsession with the space elevator project. Professor Kisimp wasn't sure if the space elevator project would actually work, but he didn't want to let go of even just a glimmer of possibility. Having fought for most of my life for this, if it were me I would have come to see it and witness it. Same time, pretty country. In one room, the leader of a beautiful country in a suit stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window with a very serious and sullen look on his face. He had been in his room for a long time, thinking about something, but after thinking about it for most of the day, he still didn't understand something. The space elevator project is not new to him. Pretty Nation has been researching this for many years, but after a unanimous discussion among the top scientists in Pretty Nation, it is believed that this project will not be realized until at least 20 years from now. But, the Dragon Kingdom has actually developed it? How is that possible? They are the #1 technological powerhouse in the world. And the Pretty Country can't even do what the Pretty Country can't do. How could Rococo do that? This is outrageous, alright. No, there is no way that the Dragon Kingdom will succeed at all. It's true that the Dragon Kingdom has been developing rapidly in the field of science and technology over the years, but it's still a long way off from our beautiful country. While the leader of the Pretty Country was muttering something, there was a knock at the door. Soon, a staff member hurriedly ran in and said with an anxious expression, "The latest news shows that Professor Onsen, the president of the German Three National Academy of Sciences, has already arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, and not only that, Professor Onsen's teacher, Professor Kissimp, is also not far from the Dragon Kingdom." Brush. Upon hearing the staff's return, the top leader of the Pretty Country jerked his head around and his face changed violently. What did he hear? Professor Kissimp actually traveled to the Dragon Kingdom himself? He was the #1 scientist in the Dusan Empire, the backbone of the Dusan Empire's scientific field. How could he have traveled to the Dragon Kingdom himself? The German Three Empires would even agree to that? The staff member bowed his head slightly, looking nervous. It was the first time he had seen the supreme leader look like that. As a result, what he had wanted to continue saying now dared not continue. Seeing the staff's desire to speak, the supreme leader grunted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Anything else to report?" The staff raised his head and said cautiously, Just now, Professor Pierre sent a message saying that if the news of the Dragon Nation building a space elevator is true, then the Dragon Nation will be able to completely get rid of the way of transmitting the launching of rockets. For the Dragon Nation it will be able to launch rockets directly in space. And the construction of a space station is even more worthless for the Dragon Nation. And they can even launch the rockets directly beyond the galaxy. The top leader of the Pretty Country's scalp tingled and his face hardened. He knew the importance of the space elevator. And that's why Pretty Country had been working on it intensely over the years. But he hadn't expected the space elevator to be so terrifying. What was even less expected was that the Dragon Kingdom was the first to do what even the Pretty Kingdom had failed to do. How could they possibly do that? Obviously the best scientists in the world are in pretty countries. If this is a lie of the Dragon Kingdom, are they not afraid of being laughed at by the whole world? At this moment, the top leader of the beautiful country was anxious inside, and the bad feeling was getting stronger. He was especially annoyed by the fact that Professors Onsen and Kissimp of the German Three Empires had traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. Next to them, the staff hesitated for a long time, but still said tentatively, "Now, what should we do? Other countries are on their way to the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't we also immediately?" Before the staff member could finish his words, he saw the supreme leader's eyes that were about to spit fire, so he hastened to shut up. He was afraid that if he said any more, the leader in front of him would really dare to kill him. "I've given orders not to go," the supreme leader of the Pretty Country said icily with a coldly sullen face. "A space elevator is just a space elevator. And it scares you like this? So what if other countries go there? What is the status of my Pretty Country? I must not travel to the Dragon Country, since the space elevator can be built by the Dragon Kingdom. My Pretty Country has gathered the world's top scientists, so how come it can't be built? My Pretty Country is the world's #1 power. From now on, I'm going to speed up the space elevator project into the city, and immediately convene a meeting with all the academicians in the aerospace field in the whole Pretty Country, as well as the heads of all the major leading aviation companies. My Pretty Country will not only build a space elevator, but also crush Dragon Country's space elevator on all fronts." The staff people were dumbfounded when they heard the supreme leader's words. He quickly said, "Sir, are you sure? Waste no words, go!" The supreme leader of the Pretty Country roared in anger with red eyes. Yes, I'll inform." The staff member left the office in a panic. Meanwhile, California. A car is speeding down the highway. Music was playing in the car. Prof. Pierre sat in the back seat, looking ahead at the view, but was unmotivated to enjoy it. His face was sullen as he muttered, "I didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would catch up with the West and take the lead in building a space elevator. It's unbelievable. And I used to be always proud of the freedom of the Pretty Country, and now I'm stuck in the country that honors it myself. It's ridiculous." Next to him, the accompanying assistant said in a deep voice, "You should not be sad. The government's decision is not set in stone. Perhaps we will be able to travel to the Dragon Kingdom soon." Tick-tock. Prof. Pierre looked at a new message on his cell phone. Then he shook his head and snorted. "The Dragon Kingdom. It's true that I can't go there. This is the country of freedom that I'm so proud of." "Ha, Professor." The aide looked puzzled. Professor Pierre said leisurely, The latest news is that the one in the White House intends to speed up the research and development of the space elevator project and build it as soon as possible. A project we have not been pursuing. But even if we accelerate the speed of research and development, the assistant was somewhat helpless. Professor Pierre snorted coldly and said, the 20 years we speculated before was counted at the fastest R&D speed. So, that's why I'm traveling to Dragon Kingdom. Only after learning the relevant technology from Dragon Kingdom, we can build it as soon as possible. The one in the White House. He's too confused. The space elevator project, is that something that can be built when you say it can be built? They haven't even solved the material problem yet. Immediately after that, Professor Pierre continued, the issue of materials is only the first step, and after the space elevator is built, it still needs to be sent into space before it can be used, so power is especially crucial. Although after entering space, it can rely on the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation, but when it comes to starting it up, it must require wireless power, and the space elevator is 36,000 miles from the ground. What does that mean? Next to him, the assistant took over and said in a deep voice, this means that the wireless power supply distance of the space elevator must be guaranteed to reach 36,000 kilometers away. At this moment, the assistant only felt that a thunderbolt had ruthlessly struck his mind, making his entire body a little confused. 36,000 miles. What the fuck does that mean? That's a distance as high as dozens of Mount Everests. How could this technique, with the technological means that we have now, be done? The assistant looked at Professor Pierre in front of him, breathing heavily, and asked with a look of horror. So how could Dragon Kingdom do it? Professor, this is too outrageous. Pretty Country couldn't even realize it. He just couldn't imagine how on earth did Dragon Country do it? Has the technology of the Dragon Kingdom left the Pretty Kingdom far behind? No, he would never believe it. If the Dragon Kingdom really possessed this kind of advanced technology, there was no doubt that the entire world would see a sea change. The assistant's pupils plummeted and his expression sharpened. I don't know. Professor Pierre rubbed his temples and shook his head as he slowly said, I'm not sure if Dragon Country can realize it, but with Pretty Country's current capabilities, it's simply not possible. In another 10 years or so, it might be possible. At the same time, Dragon Kingdom, Island City, the Lin family, poof, the butler fell to the ground in panic, and immediately, he hurriedly climbed up and ran towards the living room, looking terrified. Family master, something big has happened. Something big has happened. Brush. The Lin family head violently stood up from his seat, his face instantly tightening, because of Qin Yang's incident. In the last few days, his entire body was emotionally tense, as if he was a scared bird. At this moment, seeing the butler so flustered, the Lin family head's heart and mind also instantly tensed. Panic. What's going on? Tell me. The housekeeper let out a deep breath and hurriedly said, Family master, I just came back from the security summer. Administrator Jiang. Administrator Jiang, he was captured by the army a long time ago. As for Qin Yang, was also let go. What did you say? In just an instant, the Lin family head stumbled, his eyes went black, and he almost passed out directly. His eyes were red as he stared tightly at the butler in front of him and said in a chilling voice, that little brute Qin Yang was let go? Who the hell let him go? Where did that little brute go? You damn well say it. At this moment, the Lin family head was going crazy, with a face of violent anger, like a ferocious beast that chose to eat. Where did it go? I don't. They won't say. The housekeeper shivered and said, the current security summer is completely different from before. The current director is called Lu Meng, and when I asked the people of the security department about Qin Yang's whereabouts, they directly kicked me out and said that if I dared to ask again, they would directly shoot me with a gun. Qin Yang is definitely not inside, but where he went, we know nothing. The butler's body went limp, thinking about what he had just experienced. He still hadn't come back to his senses until now. The officer had his gun pointed at his brow. He really dared to shoot him. At that time, he was so frightened that he almost peed directly. What made him especially thoughtful was that before he left, the constable told him sorrowfully not to seek his own death. Master of the house. The housekeeper suddenly hugged the Lin family head's leg and said in a trembling voice, Family head, at this point in time, let's forget about what Qin Yang is, and let's forget about the young lady. The situation now, it's not something we can control. Who cares where that Qin Yang has gone? Maybe, he's already in the netherworld now. Our lives are more important, family head. At the very least, our Lin family is still fine now. Shit. The Lin family head's face was grim as he tried to say something, but suddenly no sound could come out of his throat at all. Afterward, he actually rolled his eyes and directly passed out. Crap, the head of the family? The butler was so startled that he shouted up at the door. It's not good. Family master, he fainted. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. At this moment, the figure of the Lin family's second master happened to appear nearby. When he heard the butler's cry, he shook his head and said not a word. At the same time, his gaze was firmly fixed within the cell phone's live broadcast. A sudden engine roar came out of the live feed. The other side. Great Northwest. Liangcheng International Airport. Under everyone's gaze, in the sky above, a violent roaring sound finally came from the sky. There's an airplane coming in to land. Coming to the plane? Looking at the flickering points of light in the sky, the station manager, Niu Qianxian, subconsciously said. At that moment, the communicator in his hand flashed and the voice of the tower crew came on. Station commander, a small airliner from the Takusan Empire is requesting permission to land. Please instruct. Niu Qianxian hurriedly replied. Permission to land, runway C2. Afterwards, Niu looked forward at the point of light in the sky and muttered. The 3 Empire? This is Professor Kissimp coming on. As the minutes ticked by, the roar of the engines got closer and closer to the ground. Once the plane had fully landed at the airport, Professor Onsen could hardly hide his excitement. 12 years. It had been 12 whole years, and he was finally able to meet with the teacher he had longed for. You can imagine just how excited he was feeling right now. The reporter, Lin Yu, obviously also saw Professor Aonsen's sense of urgency, so he walked towards him and said courteously, Professor Aonsen, please follow me. Thank you. Professor Onsen gave Lin Yu a grateful look and followed him. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room also boiled up. It was worth mentioning that the audience in the live broadcast had now surpassed the 1.5 million mark. Mind you, that's the number of people online at the time. It's an unbelievably scary number. Maybabe, reporter Lin is really considerate. I can't believe it's the first day I've met a reporter with such a strong work ethic. So like a man who's so attentive. After today, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom will recognize reporter Lin Yulin. He's worth it. Excited. After waiting so long, I finally get to meet Professor Kissimp. I can't wait. At this moment, the 1.5 million viewers in the live broadcast room all couldn't wait. They all dropped what they were doing and stared at the screen without blinking. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already led Professor Aonsen towards the airplane that was already docked not far away. On the airplane, an old man with a wrinkled face and gray hair was being carefully assisted down by a staff member. A long flight of more than 10 hours was a great torture for the old man in front of me. After all, he is almost 90 years old and suffering from a serious illness. Prof. Kissimp felt that this time he came to the Dragon Kingdom, he was afraid that he would have to give up his life here. Teacher, you're finally here. Seeing this old man in front of him, Prof. Onsen had sobbed uncontrollably, with tears glistening inside his eyes. His teacher, who had aged into this state, and Professor Kissimp did not recognize Professor Onsen at first sight. It wasn't until Professor Onsen got a little closer that Professor Kissimp finally recognized it. You're Onsen. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu stood by the side the entire time, not saying a word. He also felt very cozy when he saw the scene of the reunion of teachers and students in front of him. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 scientists from the German San Empire began to walk towards the experimental base located in the northwest. On the other hand, inside the experimental base, after settling Lin Qingran's mother and daughter, Qin Yang quickly returned to his workplace to start working on his research. He was dressed in a blue workman's uniform with glasses and a serious, meticulous look, and around them stood dozens of scientists. These scientists just stood quietly around Qin Yang, not daring to make a single sound. At this moment, their expressions were all incomparably tense, and amidst the tension, there was a strong sense of expectation. Qin Yang was carefully writing one formula after another with a pen, and the scientists around him were as if they didn't even exist for him. It was as if he had entered another world, his eyes only seeing one number after another in front of him. Now that the material problem has been solved, they have not only solved it, but they have made all the steel cables. Next, there's the second problem with space elevators. Power. Since the name of this project is Space Elevator, naturally it has to be able to go up and down like a real elevator. Otherwise, why call it an elevator? And that, in turn, requires a question of motivation. In fact, what really needs to be solved is the power problem in the initial phase, because after that, one can rely on the centrifugal force generated by the rotation of the Earth, and the power needed for the initial phase, they intend to accomplish through wireless power transmission, a device capable of transmitting electricity wirelessly across 36,000 kilometers over long distances. Once the initial power issue is resolved, it's good to follow. What Qin Yang was now examining and researching was the electromagnetic resonance wireless power transmission base station that had been developed by his own hands. So far, this is the 6th generation of products he has developed. If there are no problems with the results of this check, the Dragon Kingdom will see a new round of takeoff in the wireless field. If people can get rid of the primitive way of charging, when they need to charge their cell phones or other electrical appliances, they don't need to use the sockets, don't need to use the charger. No matter where they are, they can charge easily. This is undoubtedly a leap of faith for the Dragon Kingdom, and is of great significance, an invention that is worth even more than a space elevator. The dozens of scientists didn't dare to breathe a single breath as they stared at Qin Yang tightly. Time passes quietly. At a certain moment, Qin Yang finally raised his head and let out a long deep breath. His entire demeanor seemed to have relaxed a lot. Seeing this scene, Yuan Fenghua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked forward, impatiently asking, "Commander-in-Chief, what's the result?" As soon as Yuan Fenghua's words fell, everyone's gazes, all of them, were placed on Qin Yang's face. Their breaths were shortened, and their fists were subconsciously clenched. Qin Yang looked at Yuan Fenghua. Then, his gaze moved to one scientist after another, and finally, he spoke. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Everyone can rest assured. Everyone did very well in all stages of the space elevator without any problems. All is well with the wireless power supply apparatus, and we can begin to conduct our experiments." Quiet. For only a moment, the lab fell into an eerie silence. Afterward, the crowd finally came back to their senses, all of them looking excited. "Can we start the experiment? After working so hard for so long, is it finally going to come to this?" All the scientists, looking fiery, seemed to have lost much of the fatigue on their faces. They did not hide their excitement and joy. Looking at the cheering crowd, Qin Yang also smiled and said in a raised voice, "Yes, comrades, we have finally come this far. Our efforts have not been in vain. Everyone has worked hard." Hearing Qin Yang's words, all the scientists burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably. 6 years, 6 whole years have passed. For the space elevator project, they are rooted in this desolate northwest Gobi beach, isolated from the world. Incognito, pay too much. Several scientists even paid with their lives during this period. How many days and nights have they struggled on the job, throwing blood and tears? In these 6 years, they had too much pain but couldn't talk to their families about it and could only bury it in their hearts. Even during the days when Qin Yang had left the experimental base and traveled to Haidao City, they had not slacked off in any way, and had gone all out in their work, which had led to today's scene. No one knew what the final result would be. No one was sure if the 6 years of time they had put in had paid off, but all of them had no regrets and put in their best efforts. Now, the results are in. Their dedication is rewarding and they have come to the final stage of the experiment. At this time, a scientist with a reddened face and an exhilarated and incomparable voice shouted, "Commander-in-Chief, please officially give the order for the experiment." In just an instant, the fervent gazes of dozens of scientists all looked at Qin Yang, itching to start now. Qin Yang did not reply, but instead focused his gaze on the scientists in front of him. These scientists had wan faces, deep eye sockets, and thin bodies, all of them exhausted and weak. Numerous have been fighting for too long and are severely overdrawn. After a long time, Qin Yang looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "In that case, we can start the official experiment. Gentlemen, hard work. It's not hard. I'm having fun. Yes, I have waited too long for this day to come. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. This experiment, we definitely won't make any mistakes. Commander-in-Chief, begin." The scientists were radiant, and the tiredness and weakness in their bodies seemed to have vanished in the moment. In its place, there is a strong sense of energy. How could they not be excited after 6 years of hard work and finally getting to the last minute? One by one, the scientists clenched their fists, their hearts pounding. Looking at the scientists in front of him boiling with joy, Qin Yang was very touched. However, he still couldn't help but persuade, "It's already come to this. Why don't we all take a rest first, and nourish our spirits before we carry out the experiments? I'm in good spirits right now. Commander-in-Chief, just let it go. Our bodies, we know it in our own hearts. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, we've waited too long for this day, and you've waited too long, and none of us want to wait any longer." Qin Yang's words had just fallen. These scientists were anxious. At this point in time, where do they even think about resting? Academician Yuan Fanhua looked at Qin Yang and said in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief, let's start the experiment now. The conference is just around the corner. We must act as soon as possible." "Yes," another scientist stood out and said in a deep voice. "At this time, the whole world is waiting to see what's going on. We can't let the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom down. We can't let the Dragon Kingdom become an international laughingstock. Now, let the experiment begin." Qin Yang looked at each of the scientists present with mixed feelings in his heart. How could he not feel a sense of urgency in his heart? He gave so much to the program that he almost lost his wife and daughter forever. When he first came to this Gobi beach 6 years ago, he looked at the desolate desert and had no idea if the space elevator project could really succeed. He also wasn't sure that the scientists in the Dragon Kingdom were willing to give their all for this nebulous technology. It was a big gamble, a huge challenge for him, for the entire Dragon Kingdom. But now it seems clear that he made the right bet. With such a group of great and honorable scientists in the Dragon Kingdom, why worry about the wealth of the country and the strength of the people? Phew! After a long time, Qin Yang looked solemn and raised his voice. I announce that the wireless power supply experiment will officially begin in 30 minutes. All units prepare immediately. Zhang Daiyou. Qin Yang shouted a name to the crowd. Zhang Daiyou has arrived. Soon, out of the crowd, a balding man in a red workman's uniform stepped forward. Looking solemn, Qin Yang ordered in a deep voice. Immediately lead the satellite monitoring team to start the satellite real-time detection system to detect signal stabilization. Yes. Zhang Daiyou quickly left the lab with his men. Song Yushu. Qin Yang continued to order. Song Yushu is in. Qin Yang looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said with a serious expression, once the experiment starts later, all the circuits and electrical equipment within a radius of 3,000 kilometers will be paralyzed. Report to your superiors immediately, and ask all the major units of the company to make preparations to deal with it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Song Yushu was directly confused for a split second, then nodded and hurriedly led the people out of here. At the same time, after hearing Qin Yang's order, the other scientists all had shocked looks on their faces. Didn't they think that the impact caused by experimental electromagnetic signals could be so great? Surprisingly, it can cover an area of 3,000 kilometers in a radius. Doesn't this mean that both high-speed trains and airplanes, and even nuclear power plants will be affected to varying degrees? And it's unknown exactly how long the paralysis will last. Just thinking about the scene gave the crowd a shiver. Obviously, the commotion caused by this experiment would be much bigger and more serious than they had imagined. Just at that moment, outside the lab, a young staff member trotted in. As soon as he came in, the staff member hurriedly said, Commander-in-Chief, the latest news from the higher-ups is that the scientists from the German Three Empire who came to visit have already arrived at the Liangqing International Airport, and the higher-ups said that it's up to you to decide whether or not to agree to their visit to the experimental base. The German Third Reich scientists are already here? Hearing the staff's words, these scientists were nonplussed. They didn't realize that the experiment was just about to begin when the scientists from the German Third Empire arrived. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? Could it be that they knew about the planned operations at the experimental base? Just how is that possible? The experiments were about to begin, and they certainly didn't want a visit from the scientists of the German Third Empire at this time. Some scientists even began to complain about the higher-ups. If the leaders above had just given a refusal, where would there have been so much trouble? At this moment, in the laboratory, everyone's eyes were looking at Qin Yang, and they wanted to know, would Qin Yang agree? The people coming from the German Three Empires are most likely the top scientists in aerospace like Onsen and Kissimp. With their abilities, with their eyesight, if they came here, they would certainly be able to grasp a lot of information quickly. Obviously, they have come to the Dragon Kingdom to learn. They have fought hard for 6 years to get where they are today. How can they let foreigners come and casually pick the fruits of their victory? In the lab, the scientists all looked incredibly tense. They certainly didn't want Qin Yang to agree to let them in. Under the gazes of the crowd, Qin Yang's expression was very calm as he looked at the staff member and asked in a deep voice, do you know who are the ones who are going to come? The staff member hurriedly said, this time the delegation of the German Three Empire has come with 18 scientists, but the ones who want to come to the base are Professor Onsen and his teacher, Professor Kissimp. Sure enough, it's them. Qin Yang nodded, then calmly said, bring them over. I can't believe you agreed to this? Hearing Qin Yang's words, the faces of these scientists all changed violently. No way. Yuan Fanghua's face even trembled as she hurriedly shouted, Qin Yang, how can you let them come? You should know very well the purpose of their coming. It's not easy for us to. Qin Yang waved his hand and said in a deep voice, the matter of the space elevator has long been rumored, so we can't excuse ourselves. That won't work either. Yuan Fanghua continued, it took us 6 whole years, and even some scientists paid the price of their lives to have the current results, and now that we haven't even started the official experiments, how can we allow foreign scientists to come and visit? Well at least we have to wait a few years before we can do so. Qin Yang, although you are the commander-in-chief, I strongly disagree. This is too much nonsense. Yuan Fanghua was angry. The purpose of the Dasan scientists' visit was obvious. How could he just give away the technology that the Dragon Kingdom had mastered for free? The other scientists couldn't sit still, and all refused to be visited by the scientists of the German Third Reich. Such a request cannot be granted under any circumstances. For them, this kind of request, it's outrageous. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Qin Yang looked at these excited-looking scientists and finally placed his gaze on Yuan Fanghua again. He slowly said, Patriarch, I understand everything you just said. However, if we don't let Prof. Kiss Imp and the others in today, then what's the difference between us and the Western countries led by Pretty Country? Decades have passed since the founding of the country, and Western countries have also blockaded our dragon state in all aspects for decades, especially in the field of science and technology. But the result? My dragon country's science and technology not only didn't lag behind, but instead developed better and better, surpassing the Western countries step by step. Yuan Fanghua first froze, then said in a deep voice, that's why we can't agree to it even more. The West has gone too far, and over the past few decades, it has been suppressing us non-stop. Otherwise, why would we have to pay so much? How have we come through all these years? We all know in our hearts that it is true that we have paid with blood and lives. Many comrades gave their lives just for that faint ray of possibility and left us forever. These decades, we pay too much. This is not easy to have the present results. My dragon country can finally raise eyebrows. How can this? How can we let these Western countries come to learn our technology at will? It's not too cheap for them. Hearing academician Yuan Fenghua's words, the surrounding scientists nodded their heads vigorously. Just let them in and visit in a dignified manner. Are they qualified for that? The Dragon Kingdom had been suppressed by the Western countries for decades, and since it had now surpassed them, it was only right that it should trample these Western countries hard under its feet. Why should the West get all the benefits? At this moment, the gazes of the group of scientists were once again placed on Qin Yang's face, their minds speaking for themselves. The genin has a point. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes deep as he said leisurely, how can I not understand the thoughts of the patriarchs and everyone else? However, has everyone thought about what will happen to the world pattern when the space elevator is declared successful and officially put into use? In the future, the goal of all mankind will be the vast and boundless cosmic stars, and we will be completely free from the limitations of the Earth. In this case, what ethnic group, what color of skin, what national organization? This connection will become weaker and weaker. Under the vastness of the universe, all of mankind must be twisted together and held together. The world pattern will change radically. This, then, is the community of human destiny? If, at this time, we still follow the Western countries' example and engage in a major technological blockade, it will be a fatal mistake. Whether it's for the Dragon Kingdom or for the development of the world, it won't do any good. In the context of the future cosmic era, if the Dragon Kingdom wants to take off quickly and lead the world, the essential thought must be turned upside down. Community of human destiny, the age of the great cosmos. Upon hearing Qin Yang's string of words, Yuan Fanghua first froze, then pondered. What Qin Yang said was something he hadn't thought about at all. Leading the world? Yuan Fenghua's eyes flickered as he muttered. That's right, Qin Yang said in a deep voice. In the context of the future era of the great universe, the so-called countries, the so-called nations, the patterns are all too small. We, the Dragon Kingdom, will be the future front-runner, the leader of the whole world. At that time, all countries will be firmly bound together with our Dragon Kingdom, and will always follow our steps forward unswervingly. Leader, this is so bold. Yuan Fanghua was shocked. Can the future Dragon Kingdom really make it this far? Yuan Fanghua was looking forward to it and, at the same time, was a little disbelieving. Yuan Fanghua asked with a somewhat trembling voice, Commander-in-Chief, will this day really come? Of course it's coming. Qin Yang gave a spontaneous smile and said with unrivaled confidence, in front of the vast universe, what we consider to be the huge Earth is just a drop in the ocean. Under the new era, the global village will become a reality, and all human beings, regardless of race, regardless of color, regardless of country, will be one and the same, facing the vastness of the universe together. Quiet. As Qin Yang's words fell, the entire laboratory was plunged into an eerie silence. All the scientists stared at Qin Yang with wide eyes and surprised faces. At this moment, in their minds, a scene had appeared. The scene of all mankind conquering the cosmic stars together. Global village. The age of the great cosmos. The future, after all, gave them old guys a feeling of boiling blood. When that day comes, imagine the shock. There are no words to describe this at all. They all looked at Qin Yang in front of them. This young man, not only was his attainments in the field of science and technology higher than theirs, but what was in his heart was not at all something they could compare to. Qin Yang was looking even further away than they were. Yuan Fanghua came to a sudden realization, and her gaze towards Qin Yang once again regained its softness and, at the same time, admiration. It turned out that what was in Qin Yang's mind was actually like this. At this moment, Qin Yang taught all of them a lesson. They, the old guys, are not as big as a young man's pattern. No wonder Qin Yang didn't care at all about what he had just feared. No wonder Qin Yang insisted on his attitude despite the thoughts of these old guys of theirs. Qin Yang's thoughts had long since transcended the boundaries between countries and had instead entered the vastness of the cosmic stars. What technological blockade? What national conflicts? What is it under the vast universe? It's not worth it. Yuan Fanghua just looked at Qin Yang, and as he watched, he suddenly laughed softly. He walked over, patted Qin Yang's shoulder, and leisurely said, "You kid, old man, I am not convinced, hahaha. Whether it's your attainments in the field of science and technology, or you're thinking about the future, you have surpassed me by 100,000 miles. Qin Yang, you are right. You are right." Now, Yuan Fanghua was completely free of objections, and he agreed with Qin Yang's point of view. The other scientists nodded and said no more. They turned even more admiring and respectful towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang was clearly just a young man in his 20s, but the height of his thoughts seemed to have surpassed them by a great age. Compared to Qin Yang's thoughts, their thoughts just now had been too small. Terrific, terrific. Old man, I'm kind of convinced. Ha, Qin Yang, what you said is right. I agree with what you said. The crowd praised Qin Yang. Everyone is flattered. Qin Yang chimed in with a smile. Casually, he looked at academician Yuan Fanghua and said with a smile, "Now, Prof. Kisimpan Prof. Onsen, can they be allowed to enter the experimental base?" "Yes, sure." Yuan Fanghua hastily nodded and said. At this time, how could he disagree? The other scientists nodded along and smiled. Yuan Fanghua then looked at the staff waiting beside him for a long time and ordered, "Immediately bring someone to welcome Prof. Kisimpan Prof. A. Onsen in. Remember, be polite." Understood. The staff breathed a sigh of relief and rushed off to do as they were told. On the other side, Qin Yang looked at the crowd of scientists with surging hearts and raised his voice. "It's not too late. Let's all start preparing. The experiment must be opened in half an hour without fail." "Yes, yes." In the laboratory, the shouts of the crowd rang out. Same time, Yanjing, in a high-level office. At this moment, several middle-aged men with the pressure of a superior were sitting together and were discussing something. Outside the door, a knock suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, a staff member cautiously walked in. Seeing the visitor, the leading middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and hurriedly asked, "What's the result? What did Qin Yang say?" The staff member replied respectfully, "Right now, Professors Kisimpan Onsen have entered the experimental base." Oh, hearing the staff's words, all the middle-aged men in the office let out a shocked gasp. "Yes?" The middle-aged man in the lead didn't seem to be surprised and asked with a smile, "What about the reason? Did he explain?" The staff had long thought that there would be such a question, so they quickly walked up and plugged in the previously prepared USB flash drive. And soon, a video began to play on the projector. This video was exactly what Qin Yang had said in the lab. Everyone turned their head sideways and watched in silence, and then they all laid their eyes on the middle-aged man in the lead. "Nice." The middle-aged man stood up, not hiding his admiration as he smiled broadly and said, "This kid, he's even more outstanding than I imagined. But at the age of 20-something, his vision is so extraordinary. He's smart and bold. Having him around is a great blessing for my Dragon Kingdom. There's no need to wait. Just do what Qin Yang said." "Yes." The staff member nodded and turned to leave. In the office, everyone's faces were solemn. They naturally understood what that meant. The sky is about to change in the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side, the Northwest Gobi, with the experimental base as the center, within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, high-speed trains, airports, nuclear power plants, and all other places received emergency messages. Some people are shocked, others are puzzled. Liancheng High-Speed Rail Station. The station manager had just returned to his office, and before his ass was warm, the door to his room was snapped open and pushed open. Reporting to the station chief, "I have major news to report. 100,000% urgent." One of the staff members was red in the face and panting. "What the hell? What's the big news? What's going on at the highway station?" Station manager Fong stood up straight away in shock, with a confused look on his face. It's not easy for him to go back to the office for a break, and suddenly something happens? It's indeed 100,000% urgent, but it's not about our high-speed train station. It's about... As he spoke, the staff member hurriedly handed the red-headed document in his hand to Station Chief Fong and said in a deep voice, "That experimental base in the Northwest is going to carry out a large-scale experiment, and when that time comes, the effects caused by the experiment will radiate the surrounding area of 4,000 kilometers, and all the facilities that use electricity will be affected. We must shut down the operation of the high-speed rail station as soon as possible." Crap! What kind of experiment radiates for 000 kilometers? Station Chief Fong was dumbfounded. Then, he looked down at the document in his hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this fucking so outrageous? Are you sure this is true? It's not a bluff, right? If the closure of the high-speed train station turns out to be nothing, he will have made it to the top as station manager. It's true. It's a real document. The staff member said fearfully. Who dares to fool around with this? It will indeed radiate 4,000 kilometers around. If you don't believe me, look at your cell phone. The public number of the Science Union and the public number of the Communist Youth League have released the latest news, saying that they are going to conduct some kind of wireless power supply experiment, which is particularly important. The station manager raised an eyebrow and hurriedly took out his cell phone and began to read it. A minute later, he stumbled right back, bloodless with fear. I can't believe it's true. Shit, damn it, why are you telling me this now? Station manager Fawn clenched his fists and roared. Now immediately, convene all station heads for an emergency meeting, and all operational matters of the high-speed railway station, whether online or offline, all stop urgently. Time is of the essence. Be quick. Understood. The staff member nodded busily and left the office shivering. Same time, Cool City Aviation Regional Control Center. Lin, the chief director, is going about his work as usual. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Without any hesitation, Lin quickly took the call. He looked at the caller's number that started with 07, and immediately his pupils shrank. As the general manager of the Cool City Aviation region, he would not be unaware of what this represented. It was a call to him from the senior leadership of the Aviation Authority. Before Lin could speak, a voice filled with majesty rang out on the other end of the phone. Listen carefully, all flights at the airport are now cancelled. Next, flights are prohibited in your airspace area. Flights that are about to take off are immediately stopped, and planes that are about to land are scheduled to land at full speed. 10 minutes. I only give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, any electrical facilities at the airport will be shut down without fail. The leader's voice breathes a sense of urgency. What's going on? Hearing the leader's order, Lin was directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? After so many years in the business, this was the first time he had ever received such an order. Thinking again of the special location that Liangcheng International Airport was situated in, Lin's pupils suddenly shrunk. What the fuck? Is there a terrorist attack? He didn't dare to think about it anymore and started moving in a hurry. Just after querying the data, Lin's face turned ugly. At this stage, there are just too many flights, and if you follow orders, so much so, more than 3,000 people will be directly affected. So, Lin took a deep breath and carefully asked, Leader, can I ask why? The leader said in a jarring voice, does the space elevator know about this? In the next period of time, the space elevator project is going to formally conduct a wireless power supply experiment. This concerns whether or not the space elevator can operate properly in the future. It's crucial. What is involved is not something we can understand. However, this experiment will have an impact on all electrical facilities within a 4,000-kilometer radius around the experimental base. Therefore, you should be well aware of how serious the consequences can be if you don't stop flying. Hearing the leader's words, Lin fell silent. What did he just hear? 4,000 kilometers? This experiment, it could cover such a large area? This is appalling. It's appalling. He even thought he had misheard just now. After all, it's a little too outrageous. On the other side, the leader's voice filled with majesty sounded again. Time is short. Get on with it. Make sure you do it yourself. If anything goes wrong, you're finished and so am I. Got it? Yes. Don't worry, leader. I promise to be completely on task. For only a moment, Lin's expression became serious and his mind instantly tightened. If he didn't stop the airport immediately, then all the airplanes in flight would suddenly crash, and the casualties and property damage would be incalculable. Thinking about this, Lin's heart thumped and his breathing became rapid. The leader said no more and hung up. Lin's face, still serious, subconsciously looked up in the direction of the experimental base deep within the Gobi Beach. So much for the space elevator project being real. Who the fuck said that space elevators are gimmicks? Meanwhile, the southern city of Cool City, in a Starbucks, a mother and daughter are enjoying coffee. Suddenly, my mother's cell phone, which was sitting on the table, rang and a message popped up. Mother frowned, a little uncertainly. The content of this message was for her to turn off all electronic devices around her within half an hour or suffer great losses and consequences. What are you looking at, Mom? Next to her, the little girl asked in a milky voice. Nothing. The mother shook her head and muttered. The fraudsters in that part of Southeast Asia are getting better and better now, with all sorts of tricks and huge losses. Who are you fooling? But then, everyone's cell phones in Starbucks, all of them, rang. After seeing the message that popped up on their cell phones, everyone's faces changed. Same time, inside a large gym, the middle-aged woman in workout clothes is flirting with the fitness instructor, and the love is too much to handle. Suddenly, both men's cell phones rang. The middle-aged woman's face instantly changed, and she hastily picked up her cell phone and looked at it. It's not your husband calling, is it? Next to him, the fitness instructor joked. The middle-aged woman didn't speak, but looked fixedly at the message sent on her cell phone with a puzzled expression. Attention all citizens of Liangchang, at 8 o'clock tonight, the Northwest Experimental Base will conduct a radiomagnetic resonance experiment, which will have a short-lived impact on all electrical facilities and equipment within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Please cut off all circuits and turn off mobile devices such as cell phones, computers and tablets immediately after receiving the news. Don't panic, everything will return to normal after the experiment is over. Please don't worry. Holy shit, yeah, what kind of experiment can cover a 4,000 kilometer radius? On the other side, the fitness instructor also saw the message on his cell phone and exclaimed in shock. The woman, on the other hand, leaned into the fitness trainer's arms and whispered, "This is too much. It's even more scary than my husband showing up here right now." Northwest Thermal Power Plant. Manager White, who was on duty, was whipping balls with a group of staff. I was having a good time when my cell phone rang next to me. When Manager Bai took a look at the number, he was so scared that he almost threw his cell phone out. Crap, a confidential phone call? Manager Bai's face changed drastically, and he thought he had misread the situation. What confidential phone call? It's 80% that it's from someone who's scamming, and scamming is rampant right now during this time of the year, a staff member said without looking up. Manager White didn't say anything and carefully picked up the phone. On the cell phone, a voice with a hint of huskiness soon came through. Hello, this is the Tsong Dome Experimental Base. At 8 o'clock tonight, our laboratory will be conducting a large-scale electromagnetic reaction experiment that will last approximately 5 minutes. Please shut down all power generation facilities and equipment immediately, and all personnel at the thermal power station. Leave the power station as quickly as possible. Repeat, tonight at 8 p.m. In our lab. On the cell phone, before he could finish the second time, Manager Bai simply hung up. He cursed and said, "The whole family that engages in fraud is dead. Still fucking trying to fool me." Manager Bai sat down, coldly grunted and said, "Do you know what that kid said to me just now? He said something about the lab doing some electromagnetic experiments, and asked us to hurry to shut down the power generation equipment to leave here. I have to say, the crooks nowadays, the guts are very big. You guys don't say that. This little word hole is a set. I almost let him fool me just now." In the room, the staff were all in a fit of laughter and didn't give it a second thought. These days, there are all kinds of scams, so you can't defend yourself. Manager, the experimental base he's talking about wouldn't be the Tsung Dome Experimental Base deep in the Gobi Beach, would it? That place is a long way from us. Geez, don't talk about that. Keep playing cards. Keep playing cards. I'm so close to winning. Same time, in the emergency communications room of the Cthulhu's experimental base, a correspondent suddenly stood up and reported back with an ugly face. Team leader, the firepower plant side hung up the phone. Upon hearing this, the group leader's face changed drastically, and he raised his voice and asked, "Gave it a hang? How dare you? There's no room for error at the fire station. And he knows what he's doing? Call again and I'll talk to him myself." The correspondent nodded and hastily sat down to continue typing. But soon, he reported back again. "The other party is not answering. It's off the phone now." Shut down? How dare he turn off his cell phone? The team leader roared angrily. "Damn it! Now immediately contact the chief director of the Northwest Thermal Power Station and let him know what kind of consequences this matter will cause." "Yes, team leader." The correspondent threw himself once more into his work with a serious look. The leader of the group, on the other hand, was still ranting madly, cursing stupidity and crap over and over again, just as the group leader was furious. At the other end of the lab, Qin Yang finally met the duo of Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen. Inside a laboratory, a staff member walked in with two figures and hurriedly said, "Commander-in-Chief, the two professors are here." Qin Yang put down his hands and twisted his head in the direction of the doorway. The staff has stepped back and left. Only there, a middle-aged man was pushing an old man slowly. The middle-aged man is Prof. Onsen, and the late old man in the wheelchair is, naturally, Prof. Kisimp. Seeing these two professors in front of him who were internationally renowned, Qin Yang greeted them with a smile and introduced himself. "Finally, I've met the two professors. How are you all? I'm an academician of the Dragon Country Science Union, and also the chief commander of the Space Elevator Project, Qin Yang. As Qin Yang's words fell, this space was briefly quiet for a moment. Half of Professor Kissim's outstretched hand stiffened in the air as well. The young man in front of you is the chief director of the Space Elevator Project? God. He looks to be in his mid-20s. That's a bit too young. Both Prof. Kissim and Prof. Onsen had not expected this at all. This trip they traveled to the Dragon Kingdom to meet such a young man. Same time. Pretty country. In a large conference room, most of the top aerospace scientists in the pretty country were already there when the White House order went out. A few minutes later, Prof. Pierre and the accompanying secretary also arrived late. As much as Prof. Pierre had a problem with the White House's decision, this time, it had to come. The large conference room was surprisingly quiet, and all the scientists didn't look too good. There are even scientists who are constantly shaking their heads in agony. A space elevator? They had long ago made it clear to the government that the pretty country couldn't build a space elevator with its current means. What's the point of having a meeting at this hour? Does that make any sense? Can't they figure out if the leader in the White House has his head filled with mush? Just then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and all the scientists immediately sat upright with serious expressions. The leader of the chief of the pretty country stepped in, his face grim. He stood on the high platform, looked at the scientists of the beautiful country seated at the bottom of the platform, and roared angrily, "Do you know what's happening now? The Dragon Kingdom, that eastern country that has been stepped on by us for decades, is now pushing forward with the space elevator project, and once they do succeed in building it, do you know what impact it will have?" Off stage, all the scientists had sullen expressions and didn't say a word. Immediately after that, the chief leader of the beautiful country continued to roar, "Are you pretending to be confused, or are you all mute? If we really let the Dragon Kingdom build a space elevator ahead of us, our beautiful country will no longer be the world's #1 power, will lose its global hegemony, and in the future globalization process, our beautiful country will gradually be marginalized. I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. We, the pretty country, are now the global hegemon, and in the future, we must always maintain our position as the global hegemon, and we absolutely cannot be crushed by the Dragon Country. Gentlemen, my pretty country has gathered the world's top scientific research talents and is the #1 powerhouse of science and technology. Since the Dragon Country was able to develop a space elevator, why can't our pretty country? Everyone present, don't you have confidence in your own strength?" The chief leader of the pretty country's face flushed red and roared with excitement, his hands slapping the table over and over. He had never been angrier. Rage. However, none of the scientists in the conference room spoke. All kept their mouths shut. What should be said they have said before. How is it possible for them to develop a space elevator at this time? A few minutes later, a scientist wearing silver eyes suddenly raised his voice and said, "I know you are angry, but, clearing our pretty country's current standard, we really can't develop a space elevator." "What did you say?" For only an instant, the leader of the chief of the pretty country locked his gaze on the scientist with a chilling look in his eyes. This scientist sighed and continued, "Not only can't we in pretty country do it, it's impossible for Dragon Country to do it as well. I always feel that it's a lie. A huge lie. I can't figure out how exactly the Dragon Kingdom scientists solved that series of problems about the space elevator. For example, materials, such as power. This is simply not something that current technology can achieve. It's outrageous." As this scientist's words fell, many scientists began to chime in. "Prof. Kwan Mori is right. I also think it's a lie and a conspiracy against my pretty country. I also don't think the Dragon Kingdom can develop it." "Sir, please calm down." "Shut up," the chief leader of the pretty country growled. He looked coldly at these scientists in front of him, forcibly holding back the grumpy feeling in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "Lies? Now that the whole world knows the news that the Dragon Kingdom is going to develop a space elevator, what do you guys say is the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom deceiving the whole world? If it's a lie, how come those scientists from the German Three Empires as well as the Northwest Alliance have all run off to the Dragon Kingdom?" Off stage, Professor Pierre's accompanying assistant whispered, "We were planning to go too, and counting the hours, it's almost time now." But just as his words fell, he felt an icy gaze like a knife fall on him, causing him to shudder. He quickly stammered, "Even so, it can't be proved to be true. Those scientists who went to the Dragon Kingdom must have all been fooled." "Shut up," the chief leader growled angrily, his lips quivering with anger. At this time, Professor Pierre, who hadn't said anything, raised his voice and said, "I think he has a point. I've always felt that it's impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to build a space elevator. Even if they put out the word internationally that they've solved the material problem." "Go on." The leader's color sharpened. "Aside from the materials problem, the biggest and most deadly problem is, Power. Professor Pierre paused and said in a deep voice, the vast majority of people believe that the space elevator's distance from the ground is 36,000 kilometers, but that's simply not true. In reality, the distance is less than twice 36,000 kilometers. At this moment, all the scientists present had their eyes on Prof. Pierre, waiting for him to continue. The leader also made a rare move not to interject grumpily, but listened quietly to Prof. Pierre's explanation. Professor Pierre stood up, looked at the leaders in front of him, and said with incomparable seriousness, therefore, if you want to solve the problem of the basic power of the space elevator, you have to completely break through the range of the wireless power supply to reach the distance required by the space elevator. Only then can the space elevator achieve normal operation. The leader of the beautiful country hastened to ask, is that the only way? Is it possible to realize power supply through elevator cables? Of course not. Some scientists don't even think about it and shake their heads decisively in the negative. This method, long ago, was abandoned. The risks are too great and completely uncontrollable. It's true that only wireless power is the best way to go. It's just a shame. In the conference room, all the scientists were shaking their heads in denial. Earlier, when they heard the rumors about the construction of a space elevator in the Dragon Kingdom, they still had some expectations in their hearts, thinking that the Dragon Kingdom might really be able to build it. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was originally a country that excelled in creating miracles. But now hearing the words of Prof. Pierre, who were already top scientists in the pretty country, it was easy to figure out why. Now, they think it's too ridiculous to be built successfully in Dragonland by any stretch of the imagination. On the stage, the leader of the pretty country's brow furrowed as well. He said in a faint voice, the space elevator has so many difficulties now? Not being a scientist, he naturally hadn't thought about such things. However, after hearing Professor Pierre's words just now, he realized that wanting to build a space elevator was indeed more of a luxury than a miracle. As these scientists say, it can't be built with the pretty country's current scientific capabilities. So, why is Dragon Nation okay? How did they do it? The difficult point that Prof. Pierre had just mentioned. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom had now conquered it? At this moment, the leader's expression was full of questioning, and immediately afterward, his expression turned sharp again. Now regardless of whether the news released by the Dragon Kingdom was true or false, but since it had once again put the matter of the space elevator out in the open, the countries of the world would definitely focus on the space elevator and develop it with all their might. And as the worlds know, one technological powerhouse, the pretty country can never leave this matter unattended, but must do everything in its power to develop it as soon as possible. The leaders wondered whether, if the existing problems could not be solved, it would be possible to settle for the next best thing, a simplified version of the space elevator with relatively weak features. No matter what, as long as the space elevator can achieve the most basic operation, can send rockets as well as all kinds of equipment into space, and can take the step before other countries, the pretty country will win. The pretty country is still the world's #1 technological powerhouse. So the leader's face suddenly softened a bit, and he looked at the room of murmuring scientists, stretched out a breath, and raised his voice. I have a vision. Hearing this, the scientists in the conference room pricked up their ears to listen, but in their hearts, they all sank. The whole sudden demand for a space elevator thing is already giving them enough of a headache. Now what is this leader up to? However, these words the Turks only dared to spit them out in their hearts, and on the surface, they still had to listen honestly. The leader laughed softly and said with an excited face, the space elevator project is related to my pretty country's leadership position as the global hegemon. So the space elevator must be built. Although there are still many difficulties that have not been solved, I think it can be. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom, inside the Cthulhu's experimental base, the duo of Qin Yang and Prof. Cassimi traveled in threes. After the pleasantries they had just exchanged, Professors Kissimp and Onsen were still in a state of shock and trance. There's no way around it. It's just amazing. Qin Yang is only in his 20s. What were they doing in their 20s? Prof. Kissimp looked around at the staff that had come and gone and were fighting their way through the work. Most of these staff members are young and in their prime. Their faces looked a bit weak. Obviously they hadn't rested for a long time, but when buried in their work, they were still meticulous and enthusiastic, as if they had inexhaustible strength. Is this the Dragon Kingdom now? Prof. Kissimp muttered inwardly with great exclamation. A glimpse of the whole. Today's Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that it has long since been beyond the reach of their German three empires. This ancient dragon of the East has begun to take flight. It was at this time that Prof. Kissimp suddenly turned his head and saw a large iron box sitting not far away. The iron box was square in shape and measured 3 square meters visually. So, Prof. Kissimp hastily twisted his head and asked, Academician Qin, with such a large electrical box, placed in the laboratory? Aren't you afraid of electromagnetic interference? It's a 10 million volt special transformer box. Next to him, Professor Onsen also raised his eyebrows and set his gaze on the electrical box, thinking darkly. A 10 million volt level transformer box can be very dangerous to keep in a lab. Could it be that academician Chin and the others would make such a low-level mistake? He didn't think it would. Suddenly, Professor Onsen's pupils shrank as he realized something even more wrong. Why does this transformer box, why does it not have a pedestal? At this moment, a speculation suddenly arose in his heart. At that moment, Qin Yang spoke. He opened his mouth to explain. Professor Kisimp, this electrical box, but there's something special about it. Special place? Prof. Kisimp stared at first, then his eyes popped and he said in a rush, by something special do you mean no base or wires? Prof. Kisimp suddenly got a little confused. There's no base, there's no phone, so what the hell is this thing doing here? Suddenly, his head felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt, and a possibility instantly occurred to him. Prof. Kisimp stared dead at the electrical box in front of him and said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, this is the wireless power supply device. Prof. Onsen deliberately hurried up at once, waiting for Qin Yang's reply. The electric box in front of us, is it really a wireless power supply device developed by the Dragon Kingdom? Did the Dragon Kingdom really do it? This is incredible. Under the shocked and stunned gazes of the duo, Qin Yang smiled and said, that's right. Qin Yang was calm, but Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen obviously couldn't be as calm as Qin Yang. The two were breathing heavily, and Professors Onsen and Kisimp couldn't get the words out of their mouths in excitement. It took a few minutes for Professor Kisimp to force himself to calm down. He looked at Qin Yang and asked impatiently, unbelievable. God, this is incredible. Academician Qin, have you conducted any experimental tests? Is there the latest experimental data? Prof. Kisimple couldn't speak well in his excitement. Over the years, he had also been following and studying the space elevator project, and he certainly knew what the wireless power supply unit meant for the space elevator. This is the core of the space elevator. With a power source, the space elevator can run normally, in order to have vitality. I didn't expect that he would see such an important treasure just after he arrived here. So, the Dragon Kingdom really isn't bragging and is really capable of building a space elevator? Looking at the incomparably excited duo, Qin Yang slowly said, there's no need for you two professors to be in a hurry. You'll find out soon. You'll find out soon? Professor Onsen froze, not understanding what Qin Yang meant. Qin Yang smiled and said, since no official tests have been conducted yet, I don't have the data on hand. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang continued, 20 minutes later, we will conduct the first physical function test of the wireless power supply device, and both professors will be able to get answers to their questions. From the beginning to the end, Qin Yang's expression was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. But for the two people, Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen, their hearts were in shock and shock. Is it surprising that this wireless power supply unit has not had its first real-world test of functionality yet? In 20 minutes, the first real-world experiment will take place? What made the two professors even more unbelievable was that for such a confidential experiment, Qin Yang just let the two of them come in to witness it together? It's absolutely confidential. What was Qin Yang's purpose in doing this? It certainly can't be about pretending. Is the two professors in the heart of the time? Qin Yang waved his hand and said, I know the two professors in the heart of the doubt. Do not have to think too much. The wireless power supply technology is not unique to my country of the dragon. Counting the late night secret technology, it is just the power supply distance length of the difference between it is just. After the experiment is over in a while, my juniors would also like to discuss with the two seniors whether there are any omissions or problems with the wireless power supply device. Prof. Kisimp gave a bitter laugh, and as for Prof. Onsen, he was speechless for a moment. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Explore what? The two of them don't know anything about this device right now. Is this a joke? The two professors always felt that Qin Yang was teasing them, but from the beginning to the end, Qin Yang's demeanor was one of incomparable seriousness. It was getting to be a bit of a puzzle to them. They couldn't figure out what Qin Yang and the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom were thinking anymore. Are the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom really not worried at all about their arrival? Between his left and right thoughts, Prof. Onsen subconsciously turned his head to look at those staff members not far away. Under the light, more than 100 researchers are writing and stopping with their pens, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing, as if they are calculating something. It left him in a daze. These researchers, why don't they use computers to do the math? It's not like it was 100 years ago, so where's the need to use a pen to count? So, Prof. Onsen looked towards the nearest researcher. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. His entire body was dumbfounded. What did he see? There were force analysis diagrams drawn on the paper. And next to them, the researchers were calculating gravity and friction and traction and all that stuff. How does this look like a middle school physics problem? However, these people are the top researchers in the Dragon Kingdom. What are they counting this for? This is more or less outrageous. Thus, Prof. Onsen looked at Qin Yang and asked in a hurry, Academician Qin, you said that the wireless power supply experiment will be conducted in 20 minutes. Is it hard to believe that all this they are counting is also for the experiment? This has nothing to do with the wireless power experiment. Qin Yang slowly said, what they are counting are some details. Using a computer to count is conversely better than counting by hand. A matter of detail? What details? Professor Onsen was even more confused and asked subconsciously. Since it has nothing to do with the wireless power experiment, what do they count instead? Even Prof. Kisimp, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had a puzzled look on his face. This young man, how could he not see through it at all? Qin Yang smiled and explained. For example, if a rocket is launched from the base, without considering the orbital factor, how long would it take at the earliest to reach an altitude of 36,000 kilometers? For example, calculate the rotation and revolution factors of the Earth in the ecliptic plane. For example, the fastest correction time for near-Earth satellites when subjected to cosmic wave currents. For example, how to launch a range band farther out into the depths of the universe. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Prof. Onsen and Prof. Kisimp were dumbfounded again. They could sort of see that Qin Yang didn't treat them as outsiders at all. Are these words allowed? Range band, zodiac surface. With their knowledge base, they quickly figured out some of the things involved, but it also made the two professors a little nervous inside. Today, they know so many secrets. Can they still leave here safely? They're panicking. Suddenly, Prof. Kisimp raised his head and looked at Qin Yang, asking with great surprise, the conference will be held the day after tomorrow, which means you only have one day to launch the range rope. Which, next to him, Prof. Aeon Sun was also looking back. Yeah. We haven't even started the wireless power supply experiment yet, and even if we did, we wouldn't know if it would work. I don't know if it will be successful. How can we possibly make it in time with only one day left tomorrow? A very bold speculation suddenly sprang up in the mind of Prof. Onsen. Could it be that this space elevator project is simply a fake? Qin Yang never wanted to finish from the beginning? Yeah, right. That's right. No wonder Qin Yang just now what details or vary them said. Since it is false, said naturally does not matter. On the other hand, Qin Yang, however, laughed out loud and said with deep meaning in his eyes, of course it's in time. Therefore, the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom's conference is to show the world the process of building the space elevator, as well as the first running experiment of the space elevator. Quiet. When Qin Yang's words fell, the two professors did not say a word, and above their faces, they were in disbelief. Professor Kisimp's pair of cloudy eyes stared tightly at Qin Yang and said in a trembling voice, You mean to disclose the technology of the space elevator to the world? Oh God, you must be crazy. Open the technology to the world? Prof. Onsen's breath caught for an instant. He didn't understand what was going on in Qin Yang's mind. Were the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom all fools? Such technology is intended to be exposed to the eyes of the world in a dignified manner? This is crazy. In any case, neither professor had thought of such a possibility. Just then, a staff member hurried over and said, Commander-in-Chief Qin, the authorization for the launch of the Dongfang Hong 8 rocket has come down. Academician Yuan Manhwa has already signed it, and you need to sign it as well. Qin Yang took the document and asked while signing it, Can the rocket be in position at 3 a.m.? No problem, the staff said, confidently. That's good. Qin Yang nodded and said in a deep voice, Since everything is ready, go back and have all parties in the engineering team hold their positions and stand by at all times. Understood. The staff left with an excited look on their faces, and next to them, Prof. Onsen and Prof. Kisimi were both in a daze. At this time, Professor Onsen brought his mouth to Professor Kisimp's ear and whispered, Teacher, if I remember correctly, the Dongfang Hong 8 that Academician Qin mentioned just now, could it be the largest launch vehicle in terms of specifications in the Dragon Kingdom? Without speaking, Professor Kisimi nodded with a solemn expression. Seeing his teacher's affirmation, Professor Onsen had a shocked look on his face. Crazy. This is crazy. How is it possible to put together the largest launch vehicle in the Dragon Kingdom in just one day? It's just not possible. Was this still the Dragon Kingdom he perceived? Prof. Onsen didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. He realized that he had been in a state of shock since he arrived at the lab. As for Prof. Kisimp, he was speechless for a moment. not knowing what to say, just as the two professors were shocked in their labs. At the same time, a piece of news spread out from the great northwest like it had wings. When the news spread out, the entire Dragon Kingdom was like a powder keg being detonated, triggering a massive earthquake. On the internet, netizens were equally vocal and boisterous, making such a big commotion. What is this about the experimental base of the vault? I've heard that this experiment is going to cover a distance of 4,000 kilometers in a radius, and that airports, high-speed rail stations, and nuclear power plants, which are large-scale power-using facilities, are going to have to stop operating immediately. 4,000 kilometers. What kind of experiment is it that needs to cover such a large area? It seems to be some kind of electromagnetic experiment. In any case, not within our reach. You guys, is there a possibility that the country is secretly working on some highly sophisticated weapon? Otherwise, how could it cover such a long distance? This is nigh on too much. No matter what the experiment is, if the top speaks, we little people will just do as we are told. The experiment's initiated at the Cthulhu experimental base. Do you guys think that there's a possibility? And I'm just saying possibility. That it's about a space elevator? At this point, a question was sent out. Soon enough, some netizens began to refute it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Silly me, what could be the connection between the two? How can it be linked to the space elevator? It's hard not to plan to install some kind of electromagnetic weapon on the space elevator to fight aliens when the time comes? Ha ha ha, that's just saying. It's a total mismatch. Speaking of this space elevator, the day after tomorrow will be the Space Elevator Symposium, and at that time, scientists from other countries will come. But right now, none of us in the Dragon Kingdom know if there's such a thing as a space elevator or not. I've heard that a scientific delegation from the German San Empire has arrived. Say, isn't the place where Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen went to the Cthulhu experimental base? Crap, I suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be because the scientists from the D3 Empire came too fast and the space elevator was simply fake? So in order to avoid embarrassment, the experimental base suddenly announced that it was going to do some kind of experiment. With the beautiful name, a major experiment was about to be tested and it was inconvenient for outsiders to visit? Don't say it, don't say it. The old man's face is already starting to French burn. Nima, I told you that the space elevator is fake. Now we're going to lose all the faces of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Then what's the whole seminar about? Isn't it humiliating enough? Many netizens covered their faces in front of their cell phones or computers and just felt ashamed of their adults. Earlier, many netizens had watched reporter Lin use live broadcast and knew that Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen of the German Three Empires had landed at the Liangcheng International Airport in a special airplane. The purpose of their trip was to go to the Cthulhu experimental base to observe the space elevator project. One of them, Prof. Kissinger, is nearly 90 years old and is suffering from a serious illness and is dying. That was it. He still insisted on coming to the Dragon Kingdom just to see the completion of the space elevator with his own eyes. He had studied the space elevator project for most of his life and only wanted to be able to witness the miracle before he died. Even if I leave my life in the Dragon Kingdom, I have no regrets. However, now that people are coming and not being allowed in, one can only imagine how disappointed Prof. Kissimp will be. It's not just a matter of shame. It's a matter of disrespecting Professor Kissimp. A windswept old man came to the Dragon Kingdom at the risk of his life, originally thinking that he would come here in good spirits and return in full bloom. But in the end, it ended up like this. He's probably disillusioned with the Dragon Kingdom. Already, many netizens feel bad when they think of Prof. Kissimp. However, there are some netizens who always believe that the Dragon Kingdom can really build a space elevator. They always believed in the government, in the country. If everything Qin Yang had done was a fake and everything was just a scam, then how could the higher-ups allow Qin Yang to act recklessly? They would have intervened long ago. However, in fact, from the beginning to the end, the top management has not stepped in and it has been quiet. Therefore, they had reason to believe that Qin Yang might be telling the truth and that he could really build a space elevator. They looked forward to the completion of the space elevator. And when that moment came, the Dragon Kingdom would surely shock the entire world. When that moment came, Prof. Kissimp was also able to fulfill his heart's desire and leave in full bloom. When that moment came, it also meant that the Dragon Country had completely broken the pretty country's global dominance. At the very least, in the field of science and technology, the Dragon Kingdom will be #1 in the world. Just as the netizens were talking, a post on B who instantly attracted everyone's attention. The poster is from the Dragon Science Alliance and is called White Lin. Bai Tian Lin is not only an academician of the Science Union, but also a well-known V in the field of science and technology on Bihu. With more than 800,000 fans, what he posted is obviously quite credible. Academician White's post was short and to the point. 10 minutes from now, deep in the Great Northwest, the Tsangdome Experimental Base will carry out the Space Elevator Wireless Power Supply Power Unit, the first real test. Boom! The moment they saw this post, all the netizens' minds, it was as if a thunderbolt had exploded. They stared at the post repeatedly without looking away, fearing that they had misread it. After confirming that they were not mistaken, the netizens only felt intentionally all rushed. What did they see? A space elevator? Wireless-powered power units. Is this rumored experiment really about a space elevator experimental project? Geez, the space elevator is really real? At this moment, many netizens have commented under the post. Crap. I told you the space elevator was real. This is kind of the real deal now. Academician by. How long will this experiment take? Will there be any other destructive effects? Academician by. As far as I know, the power problem of the space elevator project is the biggest difficulty. What do you think is the probability of success of this experiment? Netizens were like curious babies, asking question after question. The post had only been up for 3 minutes, and the number of comments had already surpassed 30,000, and, moreover, was still growing at a terrifying figure. Mind you, this is not bot fake traffic, but actual real data. At this moment, I don't know how many netizens looked at their cell phones or computers and kept refreshing this thread, expecting Academician Bai's reply. Finally, after more than 10 minutes had passed, Academician White came back online. Wireless power technology can be a perfect solution to the power problem of the space elevator. In addition, the wireless power supply distance of the space elevator is 100,000 kilometers. Seeing Academician Bai's reply, all the netizens fell collectively silent in a split second. Wireless power for 100,000 kilometers? Is this nifty? Really not a pipe dream? Academician Bai. Are you sure you didn't make a typo? 100,000 kilometers. This is a bit too outrageous. With our current technology, is it really possible to power this far away? Crap. Academician Bai. This is no joke. 100,000 kilometers. That's 200,000 fucking kilometers one way or the other. Jesus. I'm dreaming this. I still can't believe it. Pretty country can't even do that, right? It says 100,000 kilometers here. Then it said 4,000 kilometers before. Right. What about Yang Qin? Is it true or not? Don't you know if you ask Yang Qin? Don't you guys realize that Yang Qin has been quiet for a long time? Not only him, those big V's who first posted videos with Yang Qin have all disappeared, and some have even cancelled their accounts. Some netizens suddenly thought of the previous seafaring bigwig Yang Qin. At this time, Yang Qin those big V reasonably should be active. How one by one no news? Also, what's with the cancelling of accounts? A bad feeling appeared in the hearts of many netizens. At the same time, the official microblog of the Dragon Science Union suddenly released a video. 3 old academicians in academicians' uniforms sit in front of the camera, looking serious. Seeing this video, many netizens started commenting on it. Why does this old academician on the right look so familiar to me? By the way, isn't this the white academician who posted just now? Yoo-hoo! It's still true. It's exactly the same. Mama, I've seen a live one. Academician Bai is an old acquaintance. I know him. So does this academician on the left and in the middle have any acquaintances? You guys can't. These 2 academicians don't know each other? The academician on the left is called Jiang Yichen. Jiang Academician is the father of our country's missiles, the chief engineer of the Dongfang Hong 3. This one in the middle is called Chen Zhongrui, the father of our country's nuclear submarines. Hiss. First time I've seen all 3 bigwigs in the same frame. What's the announcement? A peerless nationalist. His name is true. These big men are the backbone of my Dragon Kingdom. After knowing the identities of the 3 bigwigs in the video, netizens have started watching the video. The video soon started playing. In the video, Jiang Yichen, who was on the far left, was the first to speak. He waved his hand at the camera, then smiled and said, "Oh, hello netizens. I saw you guys talking about that Dr. Yang Qin just now, so don't count on him. What do you want to know? Old man, let me tell you. Today, let's open up the windows of heaven and speak the truth. The space elevator, it's true. Our Dragon Kingdom can really build it. Secondly, regarding the power source of the space elevator, the 4,000 kilometers distance that the wireless power supply device experiment will ripple through. This is because our technology is still flawed and not yet fully mature, thus leading to energy spillage. But please rest assured that this can be improved soon. Dragon Kingdom's current wireless power supply technology can transmit 100,000 kilometers without any problem. And the most important third point, all the technologies involved in the space elevator project were developed by my Dragon Kingdom's youngest academician Qin. He was born in a humble way. There is no heavenly background. not to mention the existence of any evil backstage. Over the years, academician Qin has been living in a remote area, hiding in anonymity, dedicating his most valuable youthful years to the Dragon Kingdom and making outstanding contributions. He is not a criminal. He is the peerless nationalist of my Dragon Kingdom, is truly a great hero. After a pause, academician Jian looked sharp and continued. Of course, if you guys insist on saying that he has a background, that's fine, because Qin Yang's background is the entire Dragon Kingdom. So, there's no need for anyone to ask where Yang Qin went. At this point, the video ends. And at the moment, netizens who watched the video still haven't come back to their senses. This time the video was so informative and answered many of their questions. It is now certain that the space elevator is real. With remote wireless power technology, the space elevator's biggest power problems have been solved. Moreover, the designer of the space elevator was Qin Yang. The personal appearance of the three great fighters of the country to prove Qin Yang's identity was sufficient proof of the gold content of Qin Yang's academician status. Then, many netizens remembered the words that academician Jiang said at the end of the video, so there is no need for people to ask, where did Yang Qin go? No need to ask. So where the hell is Yang Qin now? Same time, the Dragon Kingdom, over the Great Northwest, a large private airplane was flying towards Liangcheng International Airport. None of the passengers on these two private jets are heavyweights. They were all scientists from well-known institutions in the Eagle Kingdom, and each of them had a high international prestige. Watching the brightly lit outline of the city appear below, a female assistant said happily, Professor Level, we're about to land at the Cool City International Airport. Next to him, an old professor wearing a golden watch with a creased face kept rubbing his palms together and said in a raised voice, Great, are we finally arriving? Immediately, we can see the Dragon Kingdom's space elevator. God, the Dragon Kingdom is truly astounding. Immediately afterward, he continued, Ellie, the documents I asked you to prepare before are all ready, right? This time when I meet the Dragon Kingdom scientists, I must unravel the doubts in my heart. The assistant smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, Professor, everything is ready. That's good. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, the co-pilot suddenly changed just a bit in his face and rushed at the captain and said in a deep voice, Captain, Liangcheng Airplane Control Headquarters has sent us the 7700 emergency code. Upon hearing this, the captain's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly said, How could this be? This leg of the journey was not labeled as being risky before takeoff. Confirm with the Liangcheng Tower A. Before the captain could finish his sentence, on the communicator, an urgent voice came out quickly. Hello, this is the Dragon Kingdom Liangcheng Aviation Machine Control Headquarters, broadcasting an emergency notice below. In 10 minutes, a large-scale wireless power supply experiment will be conducted at the coordinates 82° E 96° N, 37° E 48 N, and the process of the experiment will cause electromagnetic pulse waves within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. Please turn around and evacuate immediately. Repeat, this is the Dragon Kingdom's Cool City Airplane Control Headquarters. 10 minutes from now. What the hell? Hearing the broadcast voice coming over the communicator, both the captain and co-pilot were dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, there was thick horror and shock. Wireless power experiment? An EMP wave with a 4,000 kilometer ripple? But how do you turn around at this time? Jimmy, what do we do next? Townsend said in a deep voice. Calm down. We should never make a U-turn at this time. Otherwise, we will be leaving the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. For now, we should contact the tower as soon as possible to confirm the situation. And don't inform Professor Level yet. Understood. Same as just time. Pretty country. In a large conference room, the leader of the pretty country looked fiery, looked at the crowd on the stage, and said in a deep voice, Space elevator, we, the pretty country, must have it. Since you guys say that the space elevator is too difficult, let's think differently. Hearing the leader's words, all the scientists on stage converged their eyes on each other, curious and emboldened. The main thing is that this leader is just too jumpy in his thinking. Is this another tough assignment for them? A space elevator was enough of a headache for them. With the eyes of the room watching, the first leader held his head high as if he was proud of his superior intelligence. He smiled excitedly and said, Since a space elevator is too difficult, we'll settle for the next best thing. Kites are no stranger to anyone, right? Kite? Brush up. At this moment, all the scientists were looking at each other, wide-eyed. They're clueless. They really don't understand what the leaders are thinking. Do kites and space elevators have anything to do with each other? What's the point of bringing up a kite at this hour? Immediately after that, the leader of the pretty country continued to speak eloquently, saying, We can utilize the principle of a kite to place an iron ball of great mass outside the Earth. In that case, as the Earth rotates, the iron ball will move along with it. In that case, the line that releases the iron ball will be in a taut state. Next, the problem is simple. We can launch the capsule by using the kite line as a counterorbit. That way, we don't have to think about any basic power problems at all. Next, it's just like the principle of a space elevator. You all understand it without me having to say it. The leader spoke smugly, looking frenzied and eager to get started right now. However, the scientists on stage were all frozen. Immediately afterward, there was an indescribable shocking shock. In their minds, suddenly one aura after another flashed out, and their brains began to race. At this point in time, the conference room had fallen into an eerie state of tranquility. The leaders also stopped talking, giving these scientists time to think. And so the minutes passed. Professor Pierre's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly snapped open. Iron ball kite? Just like a kite uses the rotation of the Earth to form the iron sphere into a near-Earth orbit. In that case, there's no need to even think about a wireless power supply unit. There seems to be some truth in what His Excellency the leader said. His heart was slightly on fire. Well, it's been 10 minutes. Seeing that the scientists on the stage were silent, the leader raised his voice and said, "What do you really think? And is the method I just described feasible?" At this time, an old professor stood up and said, "The program you mentioned has a certain degree of feasibility, and with our pretty country's capabilities, it is completely doable. However, there is a big flaw." Flaws? Go on. At that, the leader raised an eyebrow. The old professor continued, "We don't just have to launch it up, we also have to land it safely. Although the program you just mentioned allows the rocket to be launched out. But, if you want to come back, it can't be done. This involves overcoming a series of problems with gravity and gravitation, which can consume much more energy than launching a rocket from the ground. Therefore, a space kite can only be considered a consumable item and is not reusable." Numerous scientists were nodding their heads secretly. Obviously, they were thinking the same thing that this old professor was thinking. Only, none of them dared to say anything more at this time. In the conference room, the scientists had thought that the leader would be angry at being defeated. However, the expected anger did not appear. The leader's face remained calm, and after a brief moment of thought, he continued, "Then we can set up the capsule as a detachable one. I believe I don't need to say more about the next words, right? Separate capsule? The stage is filled with the best scientists in the pretty country, and a little goes a long way." How could they not understand what the leader meant by his next words? To be honest, this method was something they had never even considered. At this time, it was given a heads up by the leaders. Soon after, a scientist nodded and said in a deep voice, "I think it's feasible to give it a try. Although it's not as effective as a space elevator, it is indeed a method that can be tried." The other scientists nodded, their eyes brightening. Now, the talk of space elevators is all over the world. The pretty country had to be the first to fly if they wanted to continue to occupy global technological leadership. Never let the Dragon Kingdom overtake them. But where there is a glimmer of possibility, try it. What's more, the methods that the leaders are talking about do have a great deal of feasibility. Prof. Pierre also hastened to say, "This is not a bad idea. There is a great deal of feasibility. Moreover, compared to a space elevator, it's a lot less difficult. In that case, we'll get started right away." The leader's mood cheered up and a look of anticipation welled up in his heart. Prof. Pierre rubbed his palms together and said in a raised voice, "Currently, the most important thing we need to solve is the problem about the kite string material. As long as this problem is solved, the next step will be much better." At this time, a professor from the University of California raised his hand and said, "The material problem is good. Not long ago, a titanium-aluminum alloy was newly developed in our lab. Originally, the purpose of our research and development was to be used as a cable for a space elevator. However, the weight of this alloy is relatively high, plus the flexibility is not good. It is not suitable. However, for the time being, it is suitable if used to make kite strings." Hearing the 4 words titanium-aluminum alloy, only for a moment, the faces of all the scientists in the room were overflowing with excitement. What's it called? It's called delivering a pillow when you doze off. If titanium-aluminum alloys are okay, then experiments with the space kite program can be conducted now. Prof. Pierre's breath caught slightly as he hurriedly asked, "Have any test experiments been conducted? We must confirm the weight-bearing capacity of this alloy." The professor from the University of California hastily replied, "We have conducted several experiments, and the video of the experiments is on my flash drive." Soon, on the big screen in the conference room, a video of the experiment began to play. This is a set of controlled experiments with a titanium-aluminum alloy and a magnesium-iron alloy. In the video, the experimenter fixed 2 separate alloys of the same length. The load-bearing test was then started under each of the 2 alloys. 1 kilogram, 3 kilos. 10 kilograms, 40 kilograms, 48 kilograms. Snap! When the load bearing proceeded to 48 kilograms, the magnesium iron alloy finally couldn't hold on and broke open, and returned the aluminum and titanium alloy, still intact. In the video, the University of California professor's eyes brighten and a look of intense anticipation appears on his face. The experimenter began to continue to increase the weight. This time, he didn't do it in a gradual manner, but went straight up to 100 kilograms. The aluminum and titanium were still intact, not a sign that they were going to break. It seemed easy. Keep it coming. The professor looked even hotter. So the experimenters added another 100 kilometers to the original. That means that the test weight is now 200 kilograms. The aluminum and titanium are still good and painless. So the experimenters added more, this time to 400 kilograms in one breath. It wasn't until this time that the 1 meter long aluminum and titanium alloy finally changed a little, deforming slightly. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the scientists who had watched the video stood up and applauded involuntarily. Unbelievable. It's too much. You know, this aluminum titanium alloy is only 1 meter long, and the thickness is less than 3 millimeters. It is such a metal wire that carries 400 kilograms. This is simply too strong. Prof. Pierre's eyes also popped and he smiled. Apparently, he's happy with the aluminum and titanium. Just then, the professor from the University of California raised his voice and laughed. Continuing, 400 kilograms is not the limit of the aluminum titanium alloy's load-bearing capacity. It can be added. The video on the big screen continued to play up as everyone looked on in shock. 450 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 550 kilograms, 600 kilograms. The experimenters kept adding up to 600 kilograms, and the aluminum titanium alloy finally showed some signs of fracture, emitting an ear-splitting friction sound. The experimenter continues to aggravate. 630 kilograms, 650 kilograms, 660 kilograms. Snap! When weighted to 660 kilograms, the aluminum and titanium alloy finally broke, and at this time, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone had been rendered speechless with shock, their eyes dead set on the numbers on the screen, breathing heavily. 660 kilograms. Jesus Christ, that's 660 kilograms. Aluminum titanium alloy. The load-bearing capacity is really strong. A smile appeared on the face of the leader of the pretty country, which, eventually, dissolved into a harumph. He couldn't contain his joy at all. The surprise brought to him by the aluminum titanium alloy was so great that now, he was ready to allocate more experimental funds to the University of California in the future. Excitement is over. The leader of the beautiful country excitedly said, "Our beautiful country is still the global science and technology hegemony? I express my regret to the dragon country. Want to surpass the beautiful country? This is simply impossible. We have to make the dragon kingdom, as well as the whole world, understand that the pretty kingdom will always be the Earth's technological hegemon. The dragon kingdom, after all, will have to pay the price for its arrogance. When the program succeeds, imagine the shock it will cause in the world." The leader couldn't help but smile again at the thought of the dragon kingdom. Previously, he didn't know how difficult the space elevator project involved, and thinking that the dragon kingdom could actually build it really gave him some heartburn. As for now, he simply didn't believe that the dragon kingdom had the strength to build a space elevator. Not to mention the power problem, but also the material problem, which Manhwa probably hasn't solved yet. Trying to build a space elevator? That's simply a fool's errand. Instead, their pretty country space kite program is literally going into action. Same time, Dragon Kingdom, deep in the northwestern Gobi Desert, Cthulhu Experimental Base. A staff member rushed into the lab and said impatiently, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, "There are only 2 minutes left before the experiment officially begins. An academician Yuan urged me to call you over." "Okay, I'll be right there." Xin Yang smiled and nodded, and inwardly, he was excited. "It's been a long time since I felt like this. In 2 minutes, the experiment will begin and all will be clear." Immediately afterward, Xin Yang turned his head to look at the duo of Prof. Kissimp next to him and said with a smile, "Two professors, the experiment is about to begin. Please follow me." Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen nodded and obediently followed Xin Yang's footsteps with mixed emotions inside. Again, they were excited with anticipation, but also with absurdity and incredulity. Xin Yang didn't quickly lie to them, and now he really intends to bring them to the experimental site in person. So much for that. So much is crazy too. Prof. Onsen was thinking that when he mentioned this to his old friends when he returned home, they would think he was bragging. In fact, right now even he, himself, felt a little dreamy. He wondered why the Dragon Kingdom would allow him and his teacher to watch the experiment. You know, They're from the Takusan Empire. What exactly is the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom? Along the way, under Qin Yang's leadership, the three of them soon arrived at their destination. Seeing Qin Yang coming over, Yuan Fanghua's eyes lit up and he quickly raised his voice. You kid, you can finally come. Now. It's less than 2 minutes. Qin Yang nodded as he went straight to the main control desk and said in a deep voice, all departments report on the situation. As the words fell, a chorus of voices came from all directions. All clear in the experimental records department. All is well in the data analysis department. Wireless power supply unit is running smoothly. Electromagnetic harvesting unit has been turned on. With every voice that fell, Yuan Fanghua's heart became one more point of excitement. He was, now, impatient. At this moment, the gazes of everyone in the room looked towards Qin Yang, with undisguised excitement on their faces. They had worked so hard for so long for this moment now. Only seeing Qin Yang exhale deeply, he ordered without hesitation. Now I announce that the space elevator wireless power supply experiment officially begins. Prepare to charge. At the same time Qin Yang's words fell, he lifted the protective cover on the console, then pressed his finger towards the activation button. Boom! Rumble! In just an instant, a burst of roaring sounds came from all sides of the entire experimental base, shaking everyone's expression into a tense one. Professors Kisimp and Onsen had nervous looks on their faces and looked around in panic. How? Is the movement of the charge so big? Prof. Onsen's mind boiled with anticipation as his heart began to rise. Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom could really surprise him. All back off. Don't get too close. Qin Yang looked sharp and said in a deep voice. With our Dragon Kingdom's current technology, after the charging of the variable voltage coupler in the electromagnetic harvesting device is completed, the electromagnetic dispersion that he will harvest can exceed 94%. Although this experiment will not affect us with radiation, but because the experimental base is too closed, during the process of the experiment, this place is equivalent to a microwave oven in general. Of course, it is a mega microwave oven. More or less, it will have some bad effects on the human body. Hearing Qin Yang's words, these staff members all mumbled the words microwave oven in their hearts. I have to say, no less than the Commander-in-Chief describes it all too well. It's just that is there a difference between taking a few steps backward and standing here? Of course, despite what they thought in their hearts, these staff members honestly stepped backward. Same time, jabla, prickly prickly, zip zip zip. In the lab, there was a harsh sound of nuisance electricity. A staff member's eyes went to the large metal box. The piercing sound comes from none other than the wireless power supply unit. Immediately after that, the lights inside the entire experimental base began to become unstable. One moment bright, the next dull. Everyone's hearts and minds were shaken. Prof. Onsen looked up at the lights over the lab and his eyes snapped open. At this point, the voices of the staff around the room began to ring out in murmurs. My contact signal went out. Eek. And came back up. Crap, my cell phone signal here is starting to get spotty too. How's yours? So is mine. I come to think of it, this is just the beginning and the commotion is so big. What will happen in this moment if it is exactly the beginning? On the other side, Yuan Fanghua's heart was thumping and her mind was unconsciously tense. At this moment, there was anticipation and some fear in his heart. This commotion, which could be far more furious than what he had expected, caused his entire body to tense up, not daring to relax for a moment. It should work, right? Well, must be okay. Bang, bang bang. Just as the crowd was imagining things, the entire lab suddenly turned dark for a while. All the lights in the lab blew out. So dark. What's going on? Why did all the lights blow up? Caught off guard, everyone's minds began to panic. Darkness mobilizes the feeling of fear in the human heart the most. At this moment, although Prof. Kisimp appeared to have no change in his emotions on the surface, but involuntarily, his hands gripping towards the armrests of the wheelchair became much harder. Good thing, in the lab, there were quite a few spare lights. The lab was still dim, though, after the backup lighting kicked in. Professor Onsen quietly looked at Qin Yang. He noticed that Qin Yang's complexion was solemn and his face was expressionless and serious. Professor Onsen's mind suddenly became less nervous. It's almost at the end of its charge. Qin Yang looked sharp and muttered. Then, he turned his head to look at all the staff present and shouted in a deep voice. All staff members leave immediately and head to the central control headquarters. Turn off all electronic facilities and equipment in the experimental base, except for the wireless power supply unit and the central control headquarters. Immediately activate the backup energy source and start the temporary lighting. Understood. Just after Qin Yang's words fell, all the staff members moved quickly and in a neat and orderly manner. Soon, in the experimental base, all the lights were turned off, and in their place, backup temporary lights were turned on. A few dozen seconds later, the The temporary generator was activated by the crew. The loud roaring sound, like a beast hissing and roaring, shook the entire experimental base. Xin Yang, on the other hand, came to Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen and said in a deep voice, "Professors, please follow me to the Central Control Headquarters. Staying here may be dangerous." The two professors are still in a daze. Hearing Xin Yang's voice, they subconsciously nodded. Xin Yang. Right at this moment, Yuan Fenghua ran from the side, his face anxious, and his hoarse voice said, "It's not good. Right now, in the nearby urban area, there are still 2/5 of the residents who have not taken shelter as we requested. There are still 2 minutes left for the experiment to begin. What should we do? So many people?" Xin Yang's face instantly changed. But right now, time was running out, and he simply didn't have the time to think that much. Xin Yang's face was expressionless as he yelled, "Leave this place first. Leave this matter to me." Yuan Fenghua asked with an anxious face, "We don't have time. What can we do about this?" However, Yuan Fenghua still reasoned to believe Xin Yang. Xin Yang might actually have a way. Thus, Yuan Fenghua didn't think any more about it and turned around to withdraw towards the Central Control Headquarters. Xin Yang, on the other hand, took out his own cell phone. Not long after, a number that had not been contacted for a long time was dialed. On the other side of the phone, a magnetic voice soon rang out. "Hello, I'm Ambon." Xin Yang was not polite and said bluntly, "Teacher, the situation is urgent. No more explanations. Within 2 minutes, I want to obtain the permission to open a nationwide live broadcast once. Give you permission right away." The voice on the other side of the phone rang quickly. At the same time, the Great Northwest, in an internet cafe, two small social youths wearing beanies and tight pants walked into the internet cafe and got excited when they saw that the internet cafe was still operating normally. "Boss, it's still your family that's powerful. Finally, internet access," a social young man said with a smile. "Today is really weird. We would like to go on the internet. The result is that the internet cafes are all closed." "Boss, what the hell is going on, ah?" The boss sat on a recliner and said with an old spirit, "Haven't you heard that what Song Dome experimental base is going to carry out a large-scale experiment? After the start of the experiment, with the experimental base as the center, within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, all the electrical facilities and electronic equipment, all of them will be affected." Hey, you guys know what? After I saw this message at the time, I couldn't hold back my laughter. What the hell kind of experiment can cover an area of influence of 4,000 kilometers? This is not a net bullshit? I don't believe it. The internet cafe is open as usual. Jabla. The boss had just finished his words when a clear electric current suddenly sounded in the large internet cafe. Immediately after that, all the computer screens in the internet cafe cleared into a live streaming screen. The sudden appearance of this scene startled everyone. Immediately after that, there was the sound of broken voices ringing out. "Grass, scared the shit out of me. Who the fuck did that? Shit, old man game just opened. Ah, boss, are your computers jerking off? I don't want to watch anything live." But soon, everyone stopped talking and looked at the image in front of them with a dumbfounded look on their faces. In the live feed, the lights were dim and looked like spare emergency lights. In the dim light, a figure hurried about. At that moment, the scene shifted to a passageway, only to see a young man who looked to be in his 20s walking with a serious face. This made everyone even more puzzled. What the hell is going on here? And where is it in the live feed? On the live feed, the young man suddenly turns his head and faces the camera. "Greetings, this is the Cthulhu experimental base. And below, please make sure you listen to what I have to say next. Song Dome experimental base will be a large-scale radio-magnetic power supply experiment. This experiment electromagnetic microwave coverage will have a range of 4,000 kilometers. Experimental operation will not cause any harm to the human body, but 4,000 kilometers within the scope of all electromechanical equipment will be caused by the fatal impact. Please note that there is 1 minute left before the experiment begins, and all residents of the Northwest region have only 30 seconds of emergency time. Within 30 seconds, you must turn off all electrical equipment, electronic facilities around you, cut off all lighting immediately. Please note that this is the last notice we will issue, and the experimental base of the vault will not be held responsible for any consequences of a serious nature for those who do not shut it down." Quiet. Looking at the live feed in front of him, the entire lab was instantly plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone stared blankly at the computer screen. The owner of the internet cafe suddenly snapped back to his senses. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly roared, "Go! Everyone hurry up and leave. Our internet cafe is closing down. Speed, speed, don't fucking ink it. Come on." At this moment, the owner of the internet cafe had a frantic look on his face. hoofing it in the direction of the electric gate and quickly pulling it down. Same time, the whole of the Great Northwest has been thrown into chaos. Those group factory units and whatnot that had not previously taken the emergency notification to heart now began to act in a hurry. Who is this kid? And can he be trusted to say anything? This experiment. It really covers such a large area. I thought it was a lie. Shit. With this power outage, we're going to lose $10 million a minute. Don't you fucking dare bet on it. Don't break the power. Just get ready to go broke. Cool city. Streets. The streets, which were neon few, were suddenly plunged into darkness. Streetlights, mall screens, billboards all were turned off, followed by the sound of a siren. The people on the streets all came down in a daze, scared and confused. They don't understand what's going on here. In the meantime, inside the Sky Lake subdivision, a family of 3 is watching TV. The hostess's brow was raised and her eyes were glued to the TV without blinking. At that moment, the man looked at the live broadcast on his cell phone while saying solemnly, "Stop watching and turn off the TV." Turn off the TV? What time is it? It's in the middle of a high tide episode. The man hurriedly said, "Don't you know? The wireless power supply experiment at the experimental base of the vault is about to start. They just made the final notification again. Hurry up and turn it off. Be careful of accidents." Pust. At that, the woman sitting on the couch couldn't help but laugh. She said uncaringly, "I say, husband, are you stupid for working during the day? How can you believe this kind of news? Please use your brain. Do you know how far we are from that base? Don't worry about it, okay?" The man looked serious and a little angry. "Turn it off when you're told to. There's no time for that. No way it's off. Go to bed if you're sleepy. I haven't seen enough. Mom, just turn off the TV. Watch out for the TV exploding. You little kid, hurry up and go write your homework. 4,000 kilometers, I haven't heard of any experiments that can reach such a large area. It's outrageous. This is an order from the state. The teacher said we have to listen to the state. Every experiment will be a great scientific advancement for our dragon kingdom. Mom, you don't listen." At the same time, inside a hotel, a man and a woman are having a primal exchange in its purest form at the hotel. At that moment, the man suddenly put down his cell phone and said in a deep voice, "Stop and turn off the computer." The woman stopped moving and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Don't you have to look at the computer to do that?" The man sat up and said with a solemn face, "You're right, but the wireless power supply experiments conducted by the experimental base of the vault are about to begin. We must cooperate. And this computer of mine, it's old and expensive. What if it blows up? What's wrong with you? You believe such rumors?" With a look of idiocy, the woman continued, "Turn off the computer and don't watch the video. Will you still be able to do that? Go to bed. Do the same tomorrow. Same time, Liangqing Thermal Power Plant." On the stairs, a figure with an extremely gloomy face was speedily running through one floor after another towards the center control room. Soon he was outside the center control room, listening to the sounds of playing cards coming from the center room. The man almost breathed fire in his anger. He kicked the door open. "Bunch of fuckers. It's fucking time. And you motherfuckers are still here playing cards?" For just a moment, the room fell silent. The manager of the power station quickly stood up and said in a low voice, "Station Manager Wang, why have you come over at this time? What happened to the hair? You have the fucking nerve to ask?" Station Manager Wang Tong roared in anger, "If I don't come, this power plant, damn it, is finished. What's going on?" Manager Fong was dumbfounded as he looked at Station Manager Wang in front of him and said with a puzzled face, "Station Manager Wang, what's going on? Finished? Our power plant is fine. How could it be finished?" At this moment, Manager Fong still had an innocent expression on his face. "Obviously everything is fine. Why do you have to come over here and scold me?" Snap. Seeing this expression on Manager Fong's face, Wang Tong became even more angry. He swung a slap onto Manager Fong's face and roared in a chilling voice, "The dome base called you. Why the hell didn't you answer? How dare you turn off your cell phone? Who gave you the guts? Do you specially want to know how much trouble you've caused? I've lost all my face to you. The Cthulhu experimental base?" Not caring about the pain coming from his face, Manager Fong's pupils suddenly shrunk. He remembered the call from earlier. However, he thought it was a scam call and didn't take it seriously at all. Now it seems that. Manager Fong cried out in his heart. His face instantly turned pale. He looked at Wang Tong in front of him and said shiveringly, "Station Chief Wang, I'm sorry, I really don't know that's the phone number of the experimental base of the Tsung Dome. After all, the experimental base didn't make a call to us before. Plus the fraudulent activities are so rampant now. I. Cut the fucking crap," Wang Tong growled. "Now, your managerial position is at an end. Get as far away as you can and don't fucking let me see you again." Wangtong then looked at the other staff with nervous faces and growled. Look, you know what to do. What the hell are you doing sitting here? Why don't you hurry up and shut down all the programs? I'm telling you, if anything goes wrong with the equipment of the power plant, you'll all have to play through it, one for each of you. Get out of here. All of you. Understood, understood. Don't be angry. Station Master Wang. We'll go right away. Right away. Come on, come on, come on. These staff members flew out. And soon, in the power plant, an emergency notice was given, and broadcasts sounded one after another. The entire power plant, instantly busy. Crap, less than a minute? There's absolutely not enough time. Leader, how can equipment just stop? Inside a middle school, all the students were in all the evening study halls, and the classrooms were brightly lit. Suddenly, in the hallway, there were bursts of stabbing sounds. Immediately afterward, inside the school building, all classes were plunged into darkness. Instead of being scared, the students were all excited to see the power outage. Great! No homework if the power goes out. So do we get to go back to the dorm early? Stop yelling, all of you. Hurry up and sit back in your seats. The homeroom teacher is here. Are you kidding me? No homeroom tonight. Crap! As soon as the student's words left his mouth, he saw the homeroom teacher standing in front of him. At the same time, the school's radio sounded the vicissitudes of the principal's voice. Attention all students. Our school has received the latest notice. Deep in the Great Northwest, the experimental base of the Tsang Dome will be conducting a wireless power supply experiment. A great experiment that is enough to change the history of our Dragon Kingdom, and even the history of the world. Now, as requested by the higher-ups, the whole school is blacked out, so please don't run around freely and listen to your teacher's arrangement. Perhaps right away, you will be able to witness an epical through-and-through miracle. In just a moment, the whole school exploded with students talking. Crap, that notice is real? The wireless power supply experiment. It can really cover us. Oh my god, this is horrible. That there really are experiments that can affect such a long distance? This experiment, could it be related to the space elevator? If the experiment is successful, is it a space elevator that can really go to the sky? Awesome, I'm proud of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm proud of the Dragon Kingdom. Same time, a large key hospital. In an office, a head nurse asked, power outage. How can this be a sudden power outage? It's okay for normal patients, but this is an intensive care unit. They can't cut off the instruments. The dean sighed and said in a deep voice, I just contacted the higher-ups, and the leaders told me that the power only needs to be cut off for 10 seconds as requested. 10 seconds? Another hospital director frowned and said, didn't we say 3 minutes at the beginning? Is it 3 minutes or 10 seconds? This is a matter of human life. I'm not sure exactly. The dean sighed again and said slowly, the leaders above did ask academician Long of the Science Union. It shouldn't be false. Anyway, the order has been given. We can only do this. The equipment we have now is all new and newly imported, and a 3-minute power outage is still bearable. Don't waste time. Hurry up as get ready. As the clock ticked down, large numbers of scientists across the country began to watch the live stream. As scientists, they certainly understood how significant this experiment was. Once the experiment was successful, not only would it have a skyrocketing impact on the Dragon Kingdom, it would be disruptive to the entire world's landscape. Deep in the Great Northwest, inside the Cthulhu's experimental base, in the central control headquarters, Qin Yang's gaze was firmly fixed on the large screen with a serious expression. At that moment, he turned his head to look at Yuan Fanghua next to him and asked in a deep voice, Elder Yuan, is the electromagnetic protection on? It's on, Yuan Fanghua hurriedly said, his expression equally grave. A staff member suddenly stood up and reported, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, all lighting circuits of the base have been cut off according to your request, and the backup energy source has been activated. Qin Yang nodded, then looked at another staff member and asked, Shaoli, when will the satellite sensors be able to complete the connection? Shaoli stood up fiercely and reported, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the connection has been completed, and the recording program is being prepared. Good. Hard work. Qin Yang nodded. Just then, another staff member reported with a look of anticipation and impatience, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the device has been energized. Upon hearing the word over, all the staff in the central control headquarters looked at Qin Yang with excited expressions. Is the charge finally complete? Qin Yang's expression flickered as he muttered. Then, he raised his head to look at the cell phone camera in front of him, exhaled deeply, and slowly said, the wireless power supply experiment will officially begin testing in 20 seconds. By then, the electromagnetic interference will cover a 4,000-kilometer radius. This experiment will end in 3 minutes. Everyone in front of the screen will be witnesses to history. At this moment, A countdown seemed to appear in everyone's mind. The countdown is over and they will witness history. Whether it was the staff at the experiment site, or the ordinary people who were staring at their cell phones to watch the live broadcast in the four corners of the Dragon Kingdom, their hearts turned tense. And of course, there was also anticipation. Professor Yuan Fanhua's mind was tense, his gaze radiant and clear, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the large screen in the central control headquarters, fearing that he had missed something. The other side, the master and disciple duo, Professor Kissimp and Professor Onsen, looked at each other. Neither of them said a word, their nervousness overflowing. This time, when they came to the Dragon Kingdom, they didn't expect that they would become witnesses to the experiment. This caused both of them to be incomparably excited, and they could not think of anything else at the moment. Even Qin Yang's expression at this moment did not dare to relax. He knew what this experiment meant to them, the scientists, to the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even to the world. If they succeed, they will change history and all of humanity will take off. The universe and the stars will also become less distant for ordinary people. Therefore, even if this experiment would cause great losses to the Dragon Kingdom, they still had to go ahead with it. If the experiment is successful, this cost becomes worthless. Even if the experiment fails, this experimental process will be an invaluable wealth of experience. 29, 28, 27. Qin Yang followed the countdown that appeared on the big screen and started shouting. His voice wasn't exactly loud, but it carried clearly throughout the lab. Next, academician Yuan Fanhua shouted after Qin Yang. 1, 2, 3. Slowly, everyone shouted after Qin Yang. Even Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen from the German Third Reich were likewise no exception. Professors Kissimp and Onsen were thrilled. Very thrilled. Both of them, who have won Nobel Prizes in the field of science and technology, have achieved various notable accomplishments and experienced many inspiring moments. However, the feeling of excitement at this moment was the first time ever. The two professors just felt like their hearts were about to beat out and their breath was about to freeze. Not only them, the central control headquarters, all the staff's emotions had climbed to the highest point, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the big screen in front of them. They're thrilled. They're excited. They can't wait. Likewise, those who are watching the live broadcast on their cell phones or in front of their computers are in an overwhelming mood. They are either students, workers, or white-collar. People from all walks of life put down their work tasks and stand by in front of their cell phones, counting down together. 19, 18, 17, 16. Cool City. The chef, who was sitting in the kitchen, was watching the live broadcast attentively. Even though the dishes in the pot had already been battered long ago, he couldn't be bothered to look at it. Stopped high-speed train stations and airports. Everyone stopped running, hands holding up their own cell phones to watch the live broadcast seriously. In the office building, white-collar workers gathered, holding each other's bodies, quietly watching the live broadcast. School, in the darkened classroom, the students of all grades were sitting in their seats in a well-behaved manner. A countdown was being heard over and over on the school's radio. With every sound that fell, the hearts and minds of these students would become 1 point tighter. In the hospital, all the doctors and nurses were busy, looking hurried and anxious. On the dark and cold streets, pedestrians who were plunged into the darkness with a dumbfounded face subconsciously took out their cell phones. But soon, their eyes opened wider and wider. Yenjing, in a high-level office. A few middle-aged men were looking at the big screen in the office with a calm expression. Near the office, in an old building that was stationed and guarded by the security forces, Anbing stood in front of a window that was shrouded in moonlight. But, instead of looking out the window, he was wearing presbyopia glasses and holding up his cell phone as he watched a live broadcast attentively. The Cthulhu experimental base. Somewhere in a room, Lin Qingran was holding Daodu, and the mother-daughter duo were snuggled up on the sofa and were looking out the window. Central Control Headquarters. On the big screen, the countdown entered its final phase. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. All the staff clenched their fists and their breath felt like it was going to fall into a freeze. Qin Yang took a step forward and reached out his hand to place it on the switch button that activated the wireless power supply device. At the moment, he looked sharp and radiant, his finger just resting on the button, not moving. Just wait for the time to come and he'll push the button. At that moment, this space suddenly quieted down. All the staff members placed their eyes on Qin Yang's body, only to feel that their entire body was shaking madly without stopping. It's a sign of excitement to the core. Professors Kissimp and Onsen forced themselves to hold back the boiling inside of them, covering their mouths and not daring to make any noise. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Snap. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Qin Yang finally shouted one, and at the same time, he did not hesitate to press the button he was about to press. Snap. A clear voice, however, touched everyone's heart and soul at this moment. All the staff, the thousands of netizens who were watching the live broadcast in front of the screen, all locked their eyes on Qin Yang's movements at this moment, not daring to blink. Quiet. It was like the whole world had fallen into an eerie silence. Everything seemed to stand still. Obviously, it was just an action of Qin Yang pressing the button. Such a short moment, but they only felt that a long time had passed. After a brief moment of silence, when nothing seemed to be happening, some people began to get worried. Did the experiment fail? But soon, zip, the calm was broken by a thin voice. Immediately afterward, the thin sound became louder and denser. ZZ, zip zip zip. On the monitor at the bottom of the screen, a series of numbers were changing, with values rising. Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua, very silently, both placed their eyes on the monitor. Electromagnetic radiation meter? Yuan Fenghua's voice was trembling as he spoke. Professors Kisimp and Onsen also rushed to look over. And at this look, both professors' pupils shrunk violently. The value on the screen was still rising wildly. 11, 238, 123, 12, 496, 583, 16, 879, 635, 17, 139, 367, 19, 388, 724. Prof. Onsen's eyes went to the monitor as well. Behind each string of numbers are two letters KW, which is the unit of these numbers. For only a moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he felt a buzzing in his brain. Gosh, in just 1 second, the power has soared to 20 million kilowatts. This is too terrifying. What kind of concept is that? That's the same power as having 300 induction cooktops start up at the same time. But it is not a simple 1 + 1 = 2 relationship. The effect caused by the experiment at hand is not comparable to the power of 300 induction cookers put together. Not in the same order of magnitude, so to speak. Just as Prof. Onsen's shock continued, the numbers on the monitor began to change once again. 3 seconds. In just the past 3 seconds, the power had soared to 800 kilowatts. Throughout the lab, it was very quiet, with only the sound of electricity running through it. All the staff were staring intently at the screen in front of them. Just then, through the big screen can clearly see, wireless power supply device of the big iron box. Suddenly came out a burst of stabbing sound. In the next moment, a bright and radiant blue light erupted from the iron box. This was the electromagnetic pulse created by the operation of the wireless power supply device. And in just a moment, this electromagnetic pulse instantly enveloped the entire laboratory. In the lab, wherever the EMP passed through, those electromechanical devices all appeared to be in the same condition. Discharge. Just then, academician Yuan Fenghua's pupils shrunk and yelled, "The power has reached. No, it has exceeded 1 kilowatt-hour." Zip. Buzz. Just as academician Yuan Fenghua's voice fell, all the staff members heard the sound of electricity disappear. Nope, to be precise, the sound of electricity was turning into a more violent buzzing sound. On the other side, the electromagnetic storm was spreading towards the base in all directions like a horrible monster opening its sharp claws. Even the centralized control headquarters where Qin Yang and the others were located was affected. A violent shockwave struck, and the electromagnetic barrier in front of them instantly shattered open. At this moment, the bodies of the people in the central control headquarters subconsciously trembled, feeling their bodies go numb. On the big screen, there was originally a surveillance video of the lab, but now it was also disturbed, and the image had disappeared, sometimes turning pitch black, sometimes colorful. A piercing, stabbing sound of electricity rang out. The electromagnetic storm had affected all the equipment in the lab to varying degrees, and some of the circuits, too, had been greatly damaged. However, after about 3 seconds, the darkness disappeared, and the entire experimental base, once again, regained its brightness. Experimental base recovery has resumed normal operations. The power supply, as well as many of the instruments, began to run and operate again, and the searchlights came back on. The entire experimental base has been restored to life. Incoming call. Watching this scene, Yuan Fanghua muttered with a shocked expression. Professors Kisimp and Onsen, as well as the staff in the experimental base, all looked at the scene in front of them with shocked faces and excitement. Qin Yang's clenched fist slowly sent away, his handsome face carrying a joyful color that could not be concealed. As academician Yuan Fanghua said, the electricity is coming. As the chief director of the space elevator project, he is well aware of the significance of the 3 words electricity is coming. Electricity came, but it wasn't just any electricity for them. It was electricity that didn't need a traditional medium for conduction. The other side, residential recreational area in the experimental base. In the bedroom shrouded in darkness, the mother-daughter duo of Lin Xingran and Dao were snuggled up in bed. At this moment, Lin Xingran didn't have any sleepiness at all. His eyes were always looking at the experimental area in front of him, crossing his fingers. Qin Yang, you must definitely succeed, Lin Xingran muttered. She was well aware that too many people were waiting for the results of this experiment at this time. There was anticipation, skepticism, and more than a little derision among these people. Only if Qin Yang succeeded would those who questioned him and mocked him shut up. Mom, is he going to make it? Dad? In her arms, Dao woke up at some point, her big bright eyes staring unblinkingly at Lin Xingran. The little girl didn't know what the experiment meant though. She was just missing her daddy. Mom had said she could only come over and play with her if Dad's experiment was successful. It's going to work, Dad's going to work. Lin Xingran pinched Dao's cheeks and said with a smile, Dad's experiments will soon be over, and by then, he'll be able to come over to us. So, Dao must be good. Aha, Bean will be good. Just then, rumble, 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 rumble. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the experimental base, as if it was an earthquake. Lin Xingran's face changed and she hurriedly looked out the window, wanting to know what had happened. Dao flung herself into Lin Xingran's arms, a little frightened. Snap! Suddenly, the light in the bedroom brightened. The darkness in the room was suddenly dispersed like a tidal wave. At the same time, all the lights in the entire building came on. The entire experimental base, in an instant, turned brightly lit, with all the colorful lights shining brightly. Mom, it's coming in, it's coming in. Seeing the lights come on made Bean instantly unafraid. She called out with an excited look on her face. Mommy, the light is on. Daddy, he made it, didn't he? That's great, Daddy is awesome. Mom, these lights are so beautiful. Dao feels, they are even brighter than when we first came here. Is it brighter than before? Lin Xingran didn't say anything as she sat up from the bed, put on her shoes and walked to the window. Seemingly thinking of something, a relaxed smile appeared on Lin Xingran's face. Then, she twisted her head to look at Dao on the bed and said with a smile, does Dao want to grow up and become as powerful as Daddy? Think. Dao jumped up and down and said, Mom, Dao also wants to be a scientist. Dao will be even better than Dad in the future. Then Dao must study hard and not be lazy. Lin Xingran said with a light smile, Dao is not lazy. Dao grew up, but also to take Mom and Dad together to go to the moon. Dao want to know. The moon in the end there is Changa's sister and Jade Rabbit. Dao wants to know if there is a Changa's sister and a Jade Rabbit on the moon. If there are, Dao wants to be friends with them. Mom, do you like Changa's sister and the Jade Rabbit? Bean hemmed and hawed. Love it, but Mommy still likes Bean the best. Lin Xingran snorted. Smiling, she also began to fantasize about their happy life as a family of 3 in the future. Yanjing, in a conference room. Several middle-aged men were sitting at their desks, watching the video on the big screen in front of them attentively. Suddenly, a nuisance sound rang out, and the big screen was instantly black, followed by a change to a flowery white. What's the situation? The crowd froze, looking at the snowflakes on the screen, not understanding what was happening. However, the figure sitting at the very center of the desk did not undergo any changes in its face from the beginning to the end. Calm and self-possessed, no one knew what was going on in his mind. After a few seconds, the figure waved his hand. In the next moment, the secretary beside him hurriedly brought his face over, looking very respectful. The figure said in a deep voice, prepare a data sheet on the losses in the Great Northwest as soon as possible. Understood. I'll get ready. The secretary nodded and quickly turned to leave the office in the middle of the room. After the secretary left, the figure looked up at several other middle-aged people again and slowly said, today, this is the end. For the next period of time, it seems that we will not be able to be idle. Same time. In a small county southwest of the Cthulhu's experimental base, the entire street was dark and out of reach because the power had gone out earlier. But just at this time, a burst of nuisance electric current sound flashed by, and one by one, the street lamps all began to turn bright and dim. The people on the street all subconsciously raised their heads, their faces astonished. Just the moment everyone looks up, snap, 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 only to see all of these street lights lit up. The entire street instantly lit up like daytime. Those colorful lights on the stores on both sides of the street also shone, adding a lot of energy to the street. Crap, incoming. Holy shit, yeah, that's too bright. What's going on? Erkin, my eyes. I can't see out of my eyes. The sudden glare made the eyes of the people in the street hurt. Some people quickly covered their eyes with their bags or hands, while others subconsciously bent their heads. The street lights are on, but the light is so much brighter now than it was before. The crowd felt very outrageous. The streetlights are a bit too bright. Just a few of them. I'm afraid they can light up the whole city. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but the streetlights were certainly bright enough to be excessive. At this time, suddenly someone shouted, "Crap, crap, crap, my cell phone. How come my cell phone has power? What's gotten into you, old brother? You scared me. No, my cell phone just ran out of power and shut down. But now that it's charged, it's actually showing that it's charging. Holy shit, how did this thing charge itself? What the hell? Crap, why did my phone start charging? So is my cell phone. It says it's charging. Jesus, what the hell happened? What's that thing flying through the sky? Did you guys get a good look at it?" On the left side of the street, a population suddenly poked out of the second floor window looking at the sky while shouting, "Brush up!" Everyone looked over in the same direction, and then all of them opened their mouths in stupefaction, only to see that on the dome of the sky, a deep blue light was bright and radiant, and it was crossing the dome of the sky in a fan-shaped manner, constantly spreading out towards the distance. Beautiful. What is it? Soon, some people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures, ready to send them to their friends. Beautiful. This image is so rare. I had to record it. Geez, that's an image I've only seen in movies before. Honey, come over here and take a picture of me. It's a shame not to take a picture of such a nice backdrop. Hospitals. Darkness enveloped the entire hospital like a tidal wave. Wards, hallways, offices, spaces large and small were dark. In the maternity ward, the sudden darkness that descended upon them caused these already tender children to be overwhelmed with fear and cry out. The cries carried through the hospital, sending shivers down everyone's spine. In the intensive care unit, although it has long been prepared, but when the power is really cut off, the hearts of doctors and nurses are also still subconsciously tight. After all, this is a matter of human life and every second is precious to them as healthcare professionals. Now they just hoped that the call would come soon. In one of the intensive care wards, a head nurse nervously asked, "Dean, when can the power be restored?" Dean took a deep breath as he said, 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Hiss. The head nurse sucked in a breath of cold air. Surprisingly only just over 20 seconds have passed? She had never felt that time could still pass so slowly, and in the thick darkness, she always felt that her back was cold, like there was a terrifying beast that was preparing to rush over and devour her. What scared her even more was that since she was now in a hospital room, the instrument ticked rhythmically, and a bright and dim fluorescent light shone on the patient's face from time to time, sometimes blue, sometimes purple, which was downright frightening. Just as she was rambling on, a snap suddenly sounded. Immediately afterward, the lights in the wards, in the hallways, and throughout the hospital turned bright. At this moment, all the doctors and nurses were fiercely gasping for air, like a drowning person on the verge of death grabbed the life-saving straw and struggled to come to the shore in general. The head nurse looked at the room that was lit up as bright as day, at the bright lights, and looked a little dazed. The dean, however, turned ugly and angrily yelled, "What's going on? Who opened the electric gate? Only need to hold on for 3 minutes. Who has the guts to disobey the order? If the instrument breaks down later and something happens to the patient, who will take the blame?" The dean's words had just fallen when the door to the hospital room was pushed open and the electrician hurried in. Seeing the electrician, the dean snapped, "Did you open the electric switch? Nonsense." The electrician hastily shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Dean, I didn't open the electric switch." Strange. This is too strange. The electric gate is obviously still closed. But how? Why are they all calling? The dean and the other doctors and nurses were flabbergasted and confused. No one opened the electric switch? So what's going on now? How come all the hospitals came on without opening the electric switch? Suddenly, Dean muttered, wireless power. Snap. He slammed his head and said in a deep voice, "I remember. So that's how it is." Immediately afterward, he looked at the dumbfounded electrician and hurriedly urged, quickly go to the main control equipment room, or the original plan to open the main electric gate at 8:03. Okay. The electrician was stunned at first and rushed out, though he didn't understand what the reason was. Same time, over the great northwest, in the clouds, on an airplane in the infant nation, the female assistant was sitting by the window, fidgeting and rambling. Suddenly, she seemed to see something and her rosy mouth opened into an O shape. Then she hastily called out, Professor Level, look what that is, a fan-shaped blue curtain of light. So sci-fi. Prof. Level was napping when he heard the words blue light curtain. He came to his senses and turned his head to look out of the window. Soon, Professor Level also saw the blue curtain of light outside. In just a moment, his face instantly changed, and he hastily yelled, "It's an electromagnetic pulse. Ellie, quickly go inform the captain to get the plane to rise quickly." or it will be dangerous. Hurry! Assistant Ellie froze at first. Then her complexion changed violently and she ran towards the nose of the plane. Drip 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 drip. Ellie had just left, and on the plane, there was a rush of sirens that shook everyone to their core. Snap, snap, snap. The next moment, the cabin was suddenly plunged into darkness, and all the lights went out in a flash. What the hell happened? Why are the lights out and what's with the sirens? Is the plane going down? God forbid. Many of the passengers began to shout nervously. If the plane crashes, they're dead for sure. Professor Level, Assistant Ellie froze in place on her feet, unsure of what to do. Professor Level hurriedly shouted, Ellie, what are you waiting for? Get over here and fasten your seatbelt. Quick! When Ellie sat over, Professor Level rushed to help her fasten her seatbelt together. Inside the other cabins, the shouts of the passengers became louder, and throughout the cabin, it became a riot. The crowd looked incredibly panicked. At the same time, the sound of an alarm suddenly came out of the cabin's radio, and at the same time, there was also the sound of a noisy conversation between the airport and the co-pilot duo. Alarm! Alert! Light curtain EMP wave ahead, affecting the safety of the aircraft. Pilot, please react quickly. Repeat, appearance ahead. Oops, level off. Electronic maneuvering anomaly. At that moment, the captain's voice came over the radio. Hey, 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 all passengers please be advised. This is the captain of this flight. There is an EMP ahead. This aircraft is about to climb an altitude. All passengers please fasten your seatbelts. Put on your oxygen masks and stay relaxed. Repeat 4. Please trust our flying skills. God, and we will keep everyone safe. Thumbnail. Thumbnail. The broadcast had just ended when the entire fuselage of the airplane momentarily shook. Inside the cabin, Professor Level had just helped his assistant Ellie fasten her seatbelt, and the two of them rushed to put on their oxygen masks in a hurry. But the plane shook violently, the whole cabin shaking, and the two had a hard time getting their oxygen masks on. However, Prof. Level still dared not relax and looked serious. At this moment, the airplane began to climb upward in altitude. Ouch! Assistant Ellie had no control and her elbow came crashing down directly into Professor Level's chin. Professor Level stifled a grunt and nearly lost half his life. I'm sorry, Professor Level. I'm having a hard time. Next to her, Ellie was so guilty and sad that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes and she was on the verge of crying. The way I feel now, it's too painful. Suddenly, Ellie's expression froze. Just now, she suddenly felt like something had passed through her body. The sensation, crunchy and even a little cozy. In this moment, Ellie just felt like the world was so quiet. The sound of electricity on the radio, the shouts from inside the cabin, all gone. There was only endless silence. She couldn't hear the alarms in the cabin or Professor Level's moans and groans. Soon, Ellie clearly felt a great sense of weightlessness, and she felt like she was going to die. Ellie's eyes grew wider and wider, and she felt that she was going to die in the next instant. In the meantime, inside the cockpit, all that was visible was the dashboard. All the screens were pitch black and nothing was responding. No matter how much the co-pilot tried to press it, it did nothing. Height 7002, height 6009, height 6005, height 6001, height 4009. The altitude was getting lower and lower, and at the moment, the airplane was not rising, but falling rapidly. In a short time, the plane was going to plummet straight down towards the ground. Now, there is nothing they can do but wait in silence. It seems, for tragedy to strike. They were powerless to stop the plane from crashing. The co-pilot's body was limp, his face expressionless and beyond despair. The captain went into meltdown and burst into loud sobs. I'm a sinner. It's my poor judgment that's causing everyone to die. I'm guilty, oh ho. He had thought that if something happened to the airplane, he must not give up until the last moment. But when the accident actually came, he realized how desperate the feeling really was. All of the plane's instruments had failed and he sat in the cockpit, unable to do anything. Like a punk. Soon, the plane is going to crash into pieces. All of them, they're going to go up in smoke. The co-pilot closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. But just then, they suddenly heard a mechanical sound. The mechanical voice was so familiar to both of them. This is the sound of the instrument restarting. Sure enough, in the next moment, the dashboard began to brighten up and all the programs began to recover one after another. Soon, the plane's autopilot system turned on and a familiar roar reached the ears of the two captains. The captain and co-pilot duo looked at each other, both seeing the excitement on the other's face. The instruments restarted and the airplane became normal again. They don't have to die. God, my dear Lord, you must have blessed us, the co-pilot murmured excitedly. If God was in front of him, he would rush up and give God a hug. In his opinion, It must be the handiwork of God that any such situation of certain death could be extinguished. Inside the cabin, the duo hadn't been happy for a few seconds, when a voice announcement sounded, directly making the duo's smiles disappear cleanly. In its place, there was a huge look of horror. Electrical equipment being charged. Battery packs are charging. At this moment all procedures of the aircraft returned to normal, stopped falling and started flying normally. Everything that just happened seemed fake. The captain looked down at the dashboard in front of him in disbelief. The plane is now flying at an altitude of 4,000 meters above the ground. And now it's showing that the crew's battery equipment is charging? This is fucking outrageous. The other side. The airplane resumed smooth flight and the cabin began to calm down. Professor Level let out a deep breath. Until now his whole body was relaxed and no longer tense. Ellie. At this time, Professor Level twisted his head to look at the assistant next to him. Ellie. Only to find that Ellie had passed out at some point. Professor Level's face changed, and he hastily called out a few times, but Ellie was unresponsive. However, Professor Level was relieved when he confirmed that Ellie was still breathing and alive. With that, Professor Level unbuckled his seatbelt and picked up the cell phone he had just flung to the ground. Just as I picked it up, the cell phone screen brightened. Professor Level subconsciously glanced at it, then his pupils suddenly just shrunk, only to see that on the screen of the cell phone, it was actually displaying charging? It turned out that his cell phone was 38% charged, and now it was charged to 49%. He wasn't wrong. His cell phone was really charging. Professor Level gripped his cell phone tightly with an incredulous look on his face. He reacted quickly. Wireless power technology. Is this wireless power technology? Professor Level stood up and walked over to the window, looking out into space. At the moment, the darkness of the city below, like a tidal wave, was rapidly receding. In its place, the lights of 10,000 homes, the whole city, in all directions, was covered with bright light. A national highway 3,200 kilometers away from the experimental base of the Dome of the Sky was densely filled with vehicles, very congested. Everyone was looking toward the northwest. Darkness engulfed everything and their minds tensed. This experiment, will it work or not? Just this time. Snap, snap, only to see that on the national highway, all the headlights all turned bright at the same time. The highway stretched endlessly, and instantly became brightly lit at a loss. If you look down from above, it looks like a slender and huge fire dragon coiled on the vast earth. Incoming? At this moment, all the drivers turned their heads to look at their cars and looked blank. The darkness has receded, and the light covers all the fields. After a brief silence, some people began to cheer. Great! Finally the call came in. That means the experiment was successful. Right. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves, with the first cheering person. Next, more and more people began to cheer wildly, looking uplifted and emotional, yelling and roaring wildly. Success! The experiment worked! Oh my god, they did it! That was great! Ah, joy to the world! Everyone on the state highway was cheering and boiling over. They are proud of the Dragon Nation. And they are proud of the Dragon Nation. Anyone who knows that the experiment was successful, what does that mean? How could they not be excited? At the same time, in the firepower plant in Cool City, at the moment, the power plant was swept by a rush of sirens. The station manager's face was pale and his body trembled slightly. He only had one feeling right now, and that was regret. Immense regret. Damn, he really deserves to die. Why didn't you answer that call then? Why did you listen to those dogs and hang up the phone? And then, how dare you turn off your cell phone? He's got some real balls. If he had answered the phone, this wouldn't have happened. Manager Fong had a look of despair on his face. If anything happens to the power plant, he's screwed. Not to mention that the station master is his own maternal uncle. Even his own father is useless. Everything is finished. Manager Fong now just wanted to slap himself twice more. Just as Manager Fong was rambling, a staff member ran towards Manager Fong in the distance. The staff member said with an excited face, Manager Fong, you don't have to worry. Nothing is wrong. Our power plant, it's fine. You're telling the truth? Say that again? Manager Fong asked with a shiver and wide eyes in disbelief. Our power plant is fine. The staff member smiled and said, it scared me to death just now. But indeed, all the departments have reported the situation without any problems. You can just square 100 hearts. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. Manager Fong muttered, his expression relaxing. At the moment, he wasn't panicking at all. So, Manager Fong hurriedly looked up at the station manager next to him and said excitedly, Station manager, you heard it, right? Our power plant is fine. It's really thanks to the station manager that you came in time. You're really marvelous. Manager Fong bragged wildly. The station manager looked at Manager Fong with a disgusted look on his face. He cursed and said, I'm in your shoes. I'm unlucky. I'm unlucky. If anything really happens, I'll have to peel off your skin. Suddenly, the station manager subconsciously looked up at the roof. Then, he frowned and asked with an ugly face, "What's the situation? Since it's fine, why hasn't this alarm stopped?" As the station manager's words fell, the crowd looked confused and followed suit. Looking at the siren, the alarm was indeed still going off, and at this point, it should have stopped long ago. What is this? At this time, a staff member pointed at the lights overhead and said with a puzzled expression, "Have you all noticed that the lights? How did they suddenly become so bright? I remember it wasn't like this before. It's like, really, I didn't even notice until you told me, and now that I look at it, it's so blinding, isn't it? That's right, it hurts my eyes." Being reminded of this, the crowd looked puzzled. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps on the stairs outside. "Station chief, something's wrong, something's wrong." A staff member rushed in with a hard look on his face and said in a deep voice, "The power storage is overloaded." Next, most likely, maybe what? The station manager's heart was in his throat, and a bad feeling appeared in his heart. "It's likely to explode," the staff member said in a shaky voice. Quiet. In just a moment, the entire room, in an instant, fell into an eerie silence. An explosion? The station manager's face instantly changed. He couldn't be bothered to ask why the sudden overload. He only heard two words: explosion. Bang! Just then, the incandescent lights above the heads of the crowd exploded directly into flames with a bang. The room was instantly plunged into darkness. How did the lights blow up? A staff member asked in a panic. But no one answered him. The station manager's face was incomparably ugly, and his mood dropped to freezing point. Then, like a madman, he rushed out of the room and rushed towards the monitoring room. In the meantime, in the surveillance room, there's a lot of hand-wringing going on. A group of technicians looked anxious and were performing various operations. The station manager just rushed in and shouted, "What's going on? Speak clearly." An old technician with a shocked face gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Station manager, you quickly look at it. The storage capacity of our power plant's storage battery is normally in the range of below 85%, but just a short while ago, the storage battery started to show an unknown charging state, and the charging speed is extremely fast, and it hasn't stopped until now. If the battery is more than 90% charged, the battery can explode at any time." How did this happen? The station manager's face was incredibly ugly as he said with a heavy face, "Couldn't have forcefully disconnected the charging state? Ways we've thought of." The old technician shook his head and continued, "Previously, we tried to discharge this unknown current by diverting it, but with little success." The station manager didn't say anything, but stared blankly at the dashboard in front of him. Only the numbers on it were changing rapidly. 50, 220, 323 kilowatts, 50, 387, 342 kW, 50, 692, 442 kW, 50, 132, 246 kW. As this old worker said, there was a huge amount of foreign power being fed into the battery at a terrifying rate. Toodaloo. At the same time, an alarm sounded in the control room, causing everyone's hearts and minds to snap. The crowd subconsciously looked at one of the computers. A young technician dropped the surveillance video, and at that moment, everyone's faces froze. Snort, snort, snort. The only thing that was shown on the video was that the transformer was abnormal and dots of sparks were shooting out in all directions. The iron box underneath the transformer was even melting because of the high temperature, with sticky iron dripping down continuously. This scene caused everyone's hearts and minds to tremble violently. Shit! The station manager looked at the scene in the surveillance video. His face turned even more ugly. His eyes were red, and he hysterically roared, "The power plant can't be finished just like this. It absolutely can't. Tell me what else can be done. No matter what, our department will let the power plant be destroyed just like that." At the moment, the station manager was in a real panic. He didn't want to end up like that. It was all because of that damned manager Fong. If it wasn't for him, how could things have gotten to this point? Well, he's damned. However, the station manager couldn't be bothered to think about Manager Fong right now. He now only wanted to save the power station. The power station. Absolutely, positively nothing can happen to it. In the control room, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked towards the old technician. "Station master, there is another way." After a short period of silence, the old technician squarely gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "If we cut off the circuit now, then the entire line will be instantly paralyzed down due to a short circuit." Makes sense. Yeah, you've got a point. Paralyzed is paralyzed. As long as the power station doesn't get bombed. The station manager's eyes snapped open and he nodded his head, impatiently saying, do it, cut it, zip, 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 zip. The dense sound of electricity and sparks exploding reached into the control room, and everyone looked out the window toward the outside, only to see those high-voltage wires outside all started to blow up at this time, and sparks kept coming out. Bright blue sparks. Very brilliant. Glowing like fireworks under the night sky. The faces of the crowd sank. Snap, snap, snap. The next moment, in the power plant, all the light bulbs all blew out in a flash. The equipment on the entire line was all paralyzed, and there was a puff of white smoke. Wireless power. Meanwhile, the old technician looked through the window in the direction of the great northwest with a languid gaze. He only hoped that this experiment would work, because, compared to the cost of the experiment, if it works, the benefits will be immense. This means that, in the field of wireless power supply, Longguo will ruthlessly leave behind Pretty Guo and take the lead in the world. Moreover, he also knew that if the wireless power supply experiment could be successful, it would represent that the power facilities of the space elevator would be perfected. A space elevator that will literally become a reality. The old technician unconsciously clenched his palms, his mind agitated. At the same time, National Grid. In the office, Director Chen sat upright, his face serious. At the moment, he was staring at the big screen in his office with a serious face, afraid of missing something. Soon after, a strong look of excitement appeared on Director Chen's face. In the office, besides Director Chen, there were many cadres from the National Grid, as well as some scientists. At this moment, everyone's gazes were dead on the big screen in front of them. The people's breathing had become rapid. They had never been so excited as they were now. A pot-bellied leader swallowed a mouthful of water and said with immense excitement, "My God, it's unimaginable. The power is far beyond my imagination. It's incredible." The office, everyone was thinking the same thing. This is horrible. Only the large screen was occupied by densely packed values. One of the voltage data graphs representing the Great Northwest. A number that is changing at a rapid pace. A scientist's eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "It's no exaggeration to say that just 1 minute of released electricity is already enough to power the entire Lianqing city for half a day. No, it's going to be more." Just as he finished speaking, on the big screen, a value changed once again. For just a moment, the entire office instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at this scene with shocked faces, their breaths looking like they were about to freeze completely. The pot-bellied leader who spoke earlier bristled and stood up, saying in a trembling voice, "Crap, it's broken $1 billion. Brush, brush, brush." At this moment, everyone in the office all stood up, not hiding their horror. Just now, it took less than a minute for the value to rise from 80 million to 100 million. At the same time, the values were changing at a rapid rate. 100, 025, 311 kW. Then, after a second, 100. 268, 338 kW, 100, 298, 537 kW. Crap, crazy. The crowd's eyes danced as they watched the rapidly changing red numbers on the screen. Tens of thousands of fucking kilowatts a second. Who would have thought that? Same time, a resident's home in the Fairview Gardens neighborhood. Inside the room, the lights were blinding. The television was smoldering. The screen was white, and it was zinging. Looking at the white smoke in front of the already damaged TV, the family of three did not look too good. The woman shrank on the sofa, sobbing while whispering, "Good for nothing. How come the TV broke down? Finally I said I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. What in the world is going on? Ah, and you have the nerve to say it?" Next to him, the man was furious and said in a deep voice, "I told you to turn off the TV just now, but you didn't listen. So now it's okay? The TV is broken. It's only for 3 minutes. Why do you think you're so stubborn?" But, seemingly thinking of something, the man turned his head to the northwest and muttered, "The TV is broken. Does this mean that this experiment has succeeded?" Ugh. My son, who was playing with blocks on the floor, shook his head, sighed, and went to his room. Yanjing, in an old residential building. In the room, Prof. Amban, who had a head full of white hair, was sitting at his desk, drinking tea. The computer on the desktop. The live feed in front of the screen was dark at the moment. DDT, DDT. At that moment, the cell phone next to him rang. Professor Bang put down his teacup and after seeing the incoming number displayed on his cell phone, he smiled and put the call through. Soon, a middle-aged man's mellow voice came from the other side of the phone. "Elderly, I can congratulate you on that." In the room, Bang twisted his head to look at the computer on the table and said in a deep voice, "It's better to wait until the experiment is truly successful before congratulating an old man like me." On the other side, the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. The experiment has clearly succeeded. So why does the old man say that the experiment has not yet succeeded? The results of this experiment have been obvious. The wireless power supply distance has exceeded 3,800 kilometers. He was about to ask when, on the phone, Ambon's voice rang again. Do you know what the real purpose of conducting the wireless power supply experiment is? Don't forget, our ultimate goal is the space elevator, and only when the space elevator actually starts running, this experiment can be said to be a success. What Elder said. On the other end of the phone, the middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, Elderly, I believe that it's only a matter of time before the space elevator is operational. Don't you know your student well enough to know him? He'll surely give us all a surprise. Well, you rest first. We'll talk another day. Listening to the beeping sound coming from his cell phone, Ambon shook his head and laughed lightly. Then he stood up, went to the window, and looked thoughtfully in the direction of the great northwest. Same time. School. There was a sudden rush of electricity on the playground radio that instantly caught the principal's attention. The principal had just turned his head to look at the playground, only to see the darkened playground turn bright and lit up in a flash. Caller? The principal froze momentarily. Snap, snap, snap. The principal hadn't reacted yet, and soon the lights went on in the school building, the cafeteria, the basketball court, everywhere. The entire school was, in a flash, all revitalized. Buzz. The air conditioner began to turn up with a humming sound. The multimedia in the class, too, is up and running. Crap, incoming. In the school building, some students shouted up, looking excited. It's really coming on. The playground, the gym, it's all lit up. Great. The caller has come in. Does this prove that our experiment has been successful? Brush, brush, brush. In the school building, all of the students and even the teachers, all of them looked towards the outside along the glass. In the hallway, it was even more black and crowded with students. Everyone's faces carried a look of excitement that was hard to hide. Some students, moreover, couldn't help but growl. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The enthusiasm of all the students was instantly ignited, and a mountainous roar spread in all directions. They are proud of the Dragon Kingdom. They are proud of the Dragon Kingdom. Under the school building, the principal was thinking of quieting down the students, but he had a footstep, and then he smiled and shook his head, leaving the students to vent the excitement in their hearts. Even he couldn't help but growl. The experiment worked. As a dragon nation, how could he not be excited? At the same time, the internet is a direct explosion. The topic about the Northwest Territories, about the experimental base of the Dome of the Sky has touched the nerves of all netizens. When the Science Alliance's official announcement about the live broadcast of the wireless power experiment was released, a large number of netizens instantly crowded into the live broadcast room. Immediately after that, the topics about the wireless power supply experiment covering a range of 4,000 kilometers as well as the mysterious youth in the live broadcast suspected to be Qin Yan all quickly rushed to the hot search. The live streaming room, in a flash, rushed into millions of netizens. Unfortunately, to the regret of the majority of netizens, the live broadcast ended after only a minute's time. A black screen, to be precise. This makes a lot of netizens who did not see the live broadcast cry out. They just entered the live broadcast room. First encountered lag. After that, directly black screen, did not see anything. The good thing, though, is that someone videotaped the live footage and posted it on the internet, and the recording, too, quickly made its way to the hot seat. Netizens gathered under the hot search and kept posting comments and talking. I thought I could broadcast the whole thing, but I didn't realize it was just for a minute. It was really hard. There's no news at all now. Did this experiment actually work? Who knows? I have a friend over in Liangchang, and I was playing video with him earlier, but he dropped out soon afterward, and I haven't been able to contact him yet. The signal is jammed. Of course we can't reach it. Many netizens who hadn't paid much attention to the matter before were dumbfounded. Is there any big brother to tell me what the hell is going on here? How come I can't read it at all? Yeah, I'm all confused. What's up with the live streaming? Soon, there was a reply from an enthusiastic user. Didn't the official announcement come down before, saying that the Northwest region is going to carry out a wireless power supply experiment, and that this experiment will affect a range of 4,000 kilometers, but many people didn't believe it and felt that it was a fake. There's no way around it. The Science Union could only come down in person and broadcast live to dispel the rumors. 4,000 kilometers? Holy crap, is that really outrageous? So, did the experiment work or not now? That's too strong. We don't know yet. Don't you see that the live room is still dark? Be quiet and wait. Maybe there will be news soon. The experiment won't fail, will it? Even if it fails, it's normal. Think of it as growing experience. although it will cause a lot of damage. But the good thing is, it won't hurt anyone. At this point, a number of netizens thought of Academician White of the Science Alliance. They felt that Academician White must know some inside information. As a result, many netizens were frantically flocking to be who, commenting and leaving messages or private messages under Academician Bai's account. But after waiting for a long time, Academician White did not make any reply. There are also a lot of netizens. Go to the posting bar and also the microblogging. Private message other Scientific Alliance Academician. It is safe to say that they have asked all Academicians who have an account on the platform. But not surprisingly, none of the Academicians came out to reply. This has left many netizens confused as to what is going on. Now in the Northwest, no news is coming out. And these Academicians are not coming out to make a reply. So, this rumored wireless power experiment, did it work or not? The mysterious youth in the live broadcast room, is it Qin Yang or not? All of this, they don't know a thing about. Cthulhu experimental base. The lights were on in the central control headquarters. Rumble, rumble. A violent roar came from all directions. In the room, everyone looked up at the lights on the roof, amazed and excited. The light in front of me was a little too bright. The brightness, the light, it's too much. Ding ding ding. At the same time, a signaling sound suddenly came through from the monitor station in front of them. Upon hearing this voice, everyone instantly came to their senses and refocused their eyes on the monitor table in front of them. Qin Yang looked sharp and walked over quickly, impatiently asking, which satellite did the electromagnetic signal come from? At this time, Yuan Manhwa also walked over, incomparably excited. The technician's gaze was tightly fixed on the screen, and while tapping on the keyboard, he reported in a deep voice, from experimental satellite No. 1. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief, I'll be able to parse out the data right away. Qin Yang's gaze, dead set on the screen, his heart beating non-stop. Just then, tick, a signaling sound rang out, and Yuan Manhwa jerked his head to look at the other instrument. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The instrument, at the moment, began to ring frantically with signals coming through. It's ringing again. Qin Yang's gaze, too, looked towards another instrument not far from him, and then, immediately glanced at his watch again. The sound of the two instruments signaling to go off was only 6 seconds apart. Above Qin Yang's face, there was a look of excitement. He naturally knew exactly what that meant. At this time, the technician in front of the No. 1 instrument waved his hand and shouted with a rosy face, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the data results have been resolved successfully, and the No. 1 satellite, which is 36,000 kilometers away from the Earth, has successfully received the same electromagnetic wave as this experiment, with an intensity greater than or equal to 80,000 kW. As the words fell, the technician in front of instrument No. 2 followed suit and reporting to the commander, satellite No. 2 at a distance of 63,800 kilometers from the Earth has similarly received the same electromagnetic wave, with an intensity of no less than 60,000 kW. Upon hearing the technician's return, both Professor Kissimp and Professor Onsen's eyes jumped with a shocked expression. Counting the time, how long has this been going on? It's only been a few seconds, right? And the electromagnetic signal has already crossed such a long distance? This is outrageous, isn't it? So far, it seems that this should already represent that the experiment was successful, Professor Onsen muttered in his mind. Extrapolating from the current situation, it is thought that there is no difficulty in transmitting electromagnetic signals up to 100,000 kilometers. The shock brought to him by the Dragon Kingdom was really too great. But soon, Prof. Onsen was shaking his head again. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Science that is rigorous. Now, after all, we haven't really reached an altitude of 100,000 kilometers yet, and it doesn't make any sense to jump to conclusions too soon, even if it's just 1 centimeter from 100,000 kilometers. This experiment, it can't be said to be an absolute success. Although 1 centimeter is a very short unit, put in this experiment, the difference could very well be years or even a decade of effort. As the saying goes, a miss is a miss. Take the sport of distance running. In order to improve the record by 1 second, the athlete is the one who has put in more than 10 years of blood and sweat. So, only if the electromagnetic signal is really transmitted to an altitude of 100,000 kilometers, this experiment can truly be said to be a success. Professor Onsen looked sharp, and he was looking forward to seeing the scene of a successful experiment. At this moment, everyone in the entire central control headquarters did not say a word and breathed heavily. Dang, dang, dang. The hearts of the crowd were thumping, and their expressions were tense like never before. Time was ticking away. and Professors Onsen and Kisimp, along with many of the lab staff, all had their eyes on the third satellite signal receiving station. Whether it works or not all depends on the final result. Qin Yang clenched his fists, his eyes unblinking, staring tightly at the screen of the satellite receiving station. He had never felt that time pass so slowly, causing his heart to be in his throat. Same time. Pretty country. NASA Space Agency Central. A dozen or so scientists were conducting research in a certain research institute. However, these scientists did not have any nervous and busy demeanor. Instead, they were all lethargic and had a feeling of being underpowered. Hey, Donald. I say let's just go to the Dragon Kingdom. Doing research here is really meaningless, Donald said without haste or care as he conducted his research. The government has said you can't go. Do you think you can defy the government's ban? But I would go if I could. And it doesn't matter if I move now. Alas, the day after tomorrow is when the Space Elevator Seminar Conference will be held. And not being able to go can be too hard. Anon. Just then, inside the institute, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded, and all the scientists' complexions were violently tightened. What's with the sudden siren? That alarm sounds like it's coming from a star chain. As far as I know, the alarms in the Starlink control room have never sounded before. What the hell happened? A dozen scientists murmured. At this point, a scientist raised his voice and said, could it be because of interference from space junk? Donald shook his head and directly denied. There is no such possibility. The Starlink system is set up with an autonomous obstacle avoidance program, which will be automatically activated after the discovery of space junk. If it's not space junk, then what is it? Can't it be that the star chain has been attacked? A scientist said with a frown. But that's something he doesn't believe himself. What country has the audacity to go to war? In just an instant, the entire research room was in chaos, and all the scientists went crazy and rushed towards the star chain control room. Donald was the fastest and soon arrived at the Starlink control room, and as soon as he entered, he asked with an anxious look on his face, what's the situation now? What caused this? One of the technicians had a hard look on his face as he said in a deep voice, it is still uncertain. This alert is due to the fact that in East Asia, a large amount of electromagnetic signals have been transmitted from the surface to the Starlink satellite cluster over East Asia, and we don't know anything about this electromagnetic signal, but it seems that this electromagnetic signal, which is ordinary and common, is nothing strange. Are you sure it's East Asia, and that it's coming from the surface? Hearing the words East Asia, Donald's expression instantly sharpened. It was hard for him not to think about it more at this point in time. The technician nodded and raised his voice. Confirmation that the electromagnetic signal came from the East Asian surface is unmistakable. Suddenly, the technician's face changed drastically. He looked horrified and said in a trembling voice, oh my God, how is this possible? The cluster of satellites over East Asia, the entire 13 satellites, are now charging. With a brush, the technician snapped to his feet, then with a flip of his finger operated to send this stream of information onto the large screen in the very center of the control room. Quiet. For just a moment, everyone in the entire control room was dumbfounded. What the fuck is going on here? What did they see? 13 star chain satellites in the eastern hemisphere are actually in a state of recharge? Normally, Starlinks are charged by solar energy delivered from the sun. Right now, for example, the sun is currently shining in the western hemisphere, so the western hemisphere's Starlink satellites are in a state of recharge. But there's no sunlight shining in the eastern hemisphere right now, so what's with the charging? And then, in connection with the electromagnetic signals just now, it's hard to believe that some countries are recharging their satellites from the ground. Who could have such technology? This is outrageous. At the very least, it can't be done with the current technology in the pretty country. At that moment, the technician's voice rang out again. I see. To be precise, the target of the electromagnetic waves coming from the surface of East Asia was not our Starlink satellite complex, but was intended to head towards outer space, only to be intercepted by the satellites with some electromagnetic energy while passing through the Starlink satellite complex. Can we find out exactly where the electromagnetic waves are coming from? Professor Donald's face changed again and he asked in a hurry. The technician looked to Donald and reported, initial estimate, it's from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? At this moment, all of them were wide-eyed. All of them could see the shocked look on each other's faces. Since it was the Dragon Kingdom, it was self-evident what it represented. Hurry, Prof. Donald let out a deep breath and yelled in a rush. Hurry up and phone Chief Bilson. Be quick. Dragon Nation. Cthulhu Experimental Base. Central Control Headquarters. At the moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the third display without blinking, and a pin drop could be heard in the control room. If you look closely, you will see that everyone's body is shaking slightly. A phenomenon caused by too much tension. Time is ticking away. Soon, 16 seconds passed. But, On the center console, there was still no response. A bad feeling appeared in the hearts of the staff. Did still not work out after all? These staff members have complex expressions of regret, resignation and despondency. They all converged their gazes on the duo of Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua. At this moment, whether it was Qin Yang or Yuan Fanghua, both of their complexions remained tight. I didn't realize that this experiment was going down to the wire and was just short of a miracle. But in the end, did the miracle not come? Originally, according to their deduction, a signal should have sounded seconds ago, yet it kept going for 10 seconds or so without ringing. In their opinion, the result is already out, and that is failure. They are no longer under any illusions. A staff member muttered in dismay. What a shame. If we had been able to solve the problem of overflowing electrical energy, we would have succeeded. It doesn't have to be solved in its entirety. Even 5 or 4% would have been completely feasible. Alas, there's no point in talking about this now. Time is running out. The day after tomorrow is. The staff member's words were not finished. DDT. In the control room, the familiar signal sounded once again. Everyone's hearts and minds trembled violently, and they looked towards the place where the signal sounded in unison. Yuan Fanhua even clenched her fists. Her breathing instantly shortened, almost gasping for air. Qin Yang's expression was sharp, and he had always stood guard over the technicians. He hastily tapped the technician on the shoulder the moment the signal sounded. The technician understood, focused his mind, and began parsing the data. In the control room, the sound of the technician's crackling keyboard resounded once again. Next to them, the duo of Professors Kisimp and Onsen spoke to no one in particular, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen in front of them. Professor Kisimp, however, shook his head slowly. That's the negative. The experiment, in the opinion of Prof. Kissinger again, had, in all probability, still ended in failure. After all, the experimental signal was delayed for a full 16 seconds before it went off. Even though the final transmission distance of the electromagnetic signal still reached 100,000 kilometers, the energy intensity was definitely too much lower than what was predicted. Not long after, the technician's movements in his hands stopped, then looked at Qin Yang, sighed in his heart, and said in a deep voice, Commander-in-Chief, the results of the data have come out. The energy intensity is roughly at 130,000 kW up and down. Upon hearing this voice, Academician Yuan Fanghua hurriedly looked towards Qin Yang, waiting for his reaction. In the control room, all the staff, as well as the two professors from the D3 Empire, all converged their gazes on Qin Yang. Whether or not this experiment was successful depended on Qin Yang's reaction. Under the attention of all the people, Qin Yang first looked at the screen in front of him, then turned his head to look at the eagerly awaiting crowd, and leisurely said, the intensity one predicted before was about 170,000 kW. 170,000 kW? Hearing Qin Yang's words, everyone's hearts trembled as they came down in bloom. Doesn't that mean that the final result of the experiment was a full 40,000 kW worse? So does this mean the experiment has? At this moment both, the scientists led by Yuan Fanhua and the duo of Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Aonsen were all incredibly disappointed inside in their hearts. Looking at the moody crowd, Qin Yang suddenly laughed and said in a raised voice, although the intensity was quite a bit worse than what I had predicted, but gentlemen, the experiment is still a success. As Qin Yang's words fell, the control room did not boil over, but fell into an eerie silence. The experiment worked? Everyone looked at Qin Yang with a dumbfounded expression. What had they heard? Chief Commander Qin just said that the experiment was successful. Expressions don't lie. Chief Commander Qin's expression was too relaxed now. So the experiment really worked? Yuan Fanghua looked at Qin Yang, and at this moment, Qin Yang was also looking at Yuan Fanghua. Qin Yang smiled and said, Elder Yuan, we have succeeded. Although the results of the experiment were much worse than what I had calculated and predicted before, the power did reach the standard. We really succeeded. It really worked. Yuan Fanghua was fixed in place and muttered. At this moment, there were traces of tears unconsciously flowing down from the corners of his eyes. Then he began to laugh, and it went from a light chuckle to an open-hearted laugh that carried throughout the control room. Immediately afterward, all the staff in the control room burst out laughing. Some people hugged, cheered and boiled, and tears came to their eyes. Someone crouched on the ground, bawling. The experiment worked. They had given so much to wait until that statement, and the final results of the experiment did not disappoint them. Oh my God, I'm not dreaming. Are we really succeeding? Great, really great. Our efforts have not been in vain. From now on, Dragon Kingdom is going to shock the whole world. Ultra-distance wireless power supply technology. We, the the Dragon Kingdom, have really done it. We, the Dragon Kingdom, have managed to take another big step forward in science and technology. This is a leap in history. This cheering boil went on for a long time. For the space elevator project, for this experiment, all the staff have been repressed for too long. They have so many emotions they need to let out. 6 years, 6 whole years, they have exhausted themselves and given everything in this desolate Gobi Desert. Well, the results did not disappoint them. They gave and received. The other side. Professor Kissimp and Professor Onsen's master and disciple glanced at each other, and both could see the shocked look in the other's eyes. Dragon's wireless power experiment actually worked. Jesus Christ, that's 100,000 kilometers of ultra-long-range power. Until now, the two professors still felt incredulous in their hearts. Even a moment ago, Prof. Kissimp felt that the experiment had failed, but the result was completely unexpected. This is witnessing history. The Dragon Kingdom has made the entire world's technology a giant step forward. This is a giant leap, an insurmountable monument in the history of human science. Prof. Kissimp looked at Qin Yang. This young man who was only in his 20s had made such a great achievement. This is going to scare the shit out of people. You know, just now the data was off by a full 40,000 kilowatts. Yet even so, the experiment was successful. This time when they came to the Dragon Kingdom, both Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Aonsun felt that their minds were never at peace, always in a state of shock. The Dragon Kingdom, this ancient and mysterious power in the East, even though there was a period of withering and despair, it relied on its 5,000 years of heritage to quickly realize its takeoff. From a penniless scientific desert to the current realization of ultra-long-distance wireless power supply technology, it has only taken the Dragon Kingdom more than 20 years. What kind of concept is that? Not to mention, there are young scientists like Qin Yang in the Dragon Kingdom, and in the future, it is unimaginable. Before coming to the Dragon Kingdom, Prof. Onsen would not have believed that there would be a talent like Qin Yang in the world. No matter what, scientists in their 20s are there. He, for example, was a scientist at the age of 25, and later studied under Prof. Kissimp, and was named a national academician at the age of 38, once a gifted man by those at home and abroad. However, he was nothing in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang, however, was a national academician in his 20s, and he was also the chief commander of the space elevator project. He all appeared too small in front of Qin Yang. In the control room, Qin Yang smiled at the scene in front of him. After years of hard work, the day of harvest has finally come. In fact, what everyone was worried about regarding the 7% energy spillage, Qin Yang was not worried at all. That 7% energy spill doesn't affect the big picture. Qin Yang had already calculated and prepared everything before. As it turns out, he was right. In his wheelchair, Professor Kissimp was staring intently at the screen, through which he could clearly see the blue circle of light surrounding the iron box. To be precise, that's an EMP ring. On the side, Professor Onsen looked dazed and said leisurely, "Teacher, this trip, we've come to the right place." Prof. Kissimp smiled and nodded. His eyes, however, were always fixed on the EMP ring, and he found the blue glow so dazzling and fascinating. Meanwhile, the cell phone live broadcast quickly returned to normal. The black screen disappeared, and the familiar picture reappeared. The moment the screen appeared, pop-ups of various colors were seen sweeping in frantically like a tidal wave. In just an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 20 million. That's 20 million people. This can definitely be called one of the most pinnacle live broadcasts ever. These 20 million people, more than 8 million, are the people of the Great Northwest. They had just experienced the repercussions of the experiment, and for this experiment, they paid even more attention, and they desperately wanted to know the results of the experiment. When the network returned to normal, the news on the internet began to explode in a big way. Pictures or text messages that were not sent out due to the effects of the experiment began to spread rapidly across the internet. It's 8:01 p.m. I'm a senior teacher at Forest City High School, and the call came in. Our entire school lit up. This means the experiment was successful, right? I'm currently stuck on a national highway. It's currently 8 o'clock and 1 minute and 32 seconds, and I'm here, witnessing the Tsongdong's ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment, which has been a complete success. The Dragon Kingdom is bullish. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Hello everyone, this is the Liangcheng High-Speed Railroad South Station. I am here to pray for this wireless power supply experiment. I wish this experiment will be a complete success, and I also wish the motherland prosperity. The electricity is coming. I'm on Yongjiang Avenue in Liangcheng. Mama, I'm just standing on the street, and my cell phone is charging on its own. It's outrageous. Hello, do you all remember me? I'm Sun Xiaobai. Xiao Sun. I'm still near the Tsung Dome experimental base. A little more than 2 kilometers away from the base. I saw the sky above the base. A blue light screen appeared. It's so beautiful. It's like a movie screen. And my cell phone even shows that it's charging? Chapter 101, Yang Qin arrested. The truth comes out. In a short moment, countless messages were frantically passed on the internet. The whole web. A direct information explosion. Sun Xiaobai? I forgot about this kid until he came out to talk. Isn't he the young man who went to open a live broadcast near the Tsung Dome's experimental base? Cell phones charging automatically? What kind of international joke is that? Really? So awesome? Crap, the national highway has become a nightclub. Right? Why are they all so high? Crap, crap, crap. There's a pretty girl taking off her clothes. A blue screen of light? Why don't I see anything? Where is it? Cell phones charge automatically and computers start up automatically? So, we're not living in the same world? Family, who understands? I woke up and I feel like I'm humanly stupid. What's everyone talking about? Watermelon head. Questioned here. Please can you go to the Science League's live feed? That big metal box is still sitting there. I can testify to that. I'm watching it live right now. The news was all over the place, but the ultimate source pointed to the National Science League's live feed. As a result, the already crowded live broadcast room was soon flooded with a large number of netizens again. The servers are on the verge of crashing. However, after entering the live broadcast, all the netizens were in a daze. Inside the live broadcast room, countless pop-ups had already taken up the entire screen, and nothing could be seen except for the pop-ups floating in the sky. Also, all the pop-ups have the same content. Congratulations on the prosperity of the motherland. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Congratulations on the prosperity of the motherland. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Congratulations on the prosperity of the motherland. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 38 million people, and moreover, the number of people continued to rise wildly. At this moment, everyone was abuzz. There were even a lot of emotional netizens who directly bawled their eyes out. Proud of the Dragon Kingdom. Proud of the Dragon Kingdom. Yan Jing, still in that old attic building. Ha ha ha, it worked. The experiment finally worked. We did it, comrades. We finally did it. Commander-in-Chief Qin. It's been 6 years. And this is the day we finally waited for. Woohoo! In the computer on the desk, a live feed was playing at the moment. The image shows these researchers celebrating enthusiastically. Some people bawled, others embraced passionately. Prof. Anbang just watched the picture in the live broadcast peacefully and quietly. And then, he laughed, and the wrinkles on his face all became much softer. The experiment worked. It finally worked. These researchers, led by Qin Yang, have paid too much for the experiment over the past 6 years. The good thing is that the fruitfulness of the harvest is now finally here. Prof. Amban knew exactly what the success of this experiment represented. This represents a milestone step for the Dragon Kingdom. In the field of aerospace, it was a great miracle for the whole world. It was conceivable that when the news got out, it would surely cause a huge upheaval in the entire world. A scientific miracle that even the pretty country couldn't do. Even now, Professor Amban still looked a little dazed. It's exciting and nerve-wracking at the same time. He was afraid that it was all a fake, a dream he was having, and that when he woke up, everything would still be the same. But it's all just true. He's not dreaming. Prof. Amban just stared fixedly at the live broadcast screen. To be precise, he was looking at the bright blue light that flashed out around that iron box in the screen with a relieved look on his face. Drip, drip. At that moment, the cell phone on the table vibrated again. Seeing the caller's number, Prof. Amban smiled slightly before connecting it and said with a smile, "You're right, he didn't let us down." At the same time, news came online from nowhere that Dr. Yang Qin had been arrested. When the news came out, it went straight to the internet. Regarding the name Yang Qin, many netizens are not unfamiliar with it. He is a famous returnee doctor and also has millions of fans on Weibo, often sharing some knowledge about science, which was previously well liked by netizens. Previously, after academician Qin's identity was exposed, Yang Qin began to bash academician Qin, with all sorts of smears and rumors. However, it wasn't long before they never saw Yang Qin active on the internet again, and they didn't expect to hear about each other again, but they had been arrested. This is definitely big news. The netizens definitely did not let go of this opportunity to eat melon and talked about it. This Yang Qin, talking about that Dr. Yang Qin who is active on Weibo? Of course it's him, but don't call him Dr. Young anymore. That guy, he's dog shit. Bullshit. How do you mean? Is it possible that his doctoral degree is fake? His education is not a fake. He is a genuine returnee doctor. But, right, he is not from our dragon country. Before he returned to China, he had secretly joined the pretty country nationality. A person from a pretty country, living in our dragon country, eating dragon country food, earning dragon country money, but trying his best to insult and defame our dragon country academicians. He was arrested and deserved to be arrested. What? Damn. This guy really deserves to die, thanks to me believing what he said before. The previous rumors and smears against academician Qin were all false. This young Qin, who hadn't done much of this before, just this time, messed with a big shot who shouldn't have. This brute is a moocher. Since he returned to China, he has started praising the goodness of the West in all kinds of ways, and smearing our dragon country in all kinds of ways, wanting to subconsciously transform the minds of our dragon country people, especially the young people. He can't wait for all of our dragon country's outstanding young people to join the pretty country. It's really his heart. The so-called black information about academician Qin is all false. All of them are catechisms like young Qin who secretly received money to slander. This is persecution. This brute deserves to die. He should be shot. No, it's too cheap to shoot him. He should be lynched. After the real identity of young Qin was revealed, many of the original fans of young Qin were confused, followed by disappointment and anger. In any case, they hadn't expected that the Dr. young Qin they worshipped would be such a villain, a brute, and they had even followed this kind of beast before to keep following the wind to smear academician Qin. This is simply, many people's cheeks burned after reading these messages and they wanted to slap themselves twice. Young Qin is an animal, and they, themselves, are assholes and fools. How can one trust a catechist and vilify and persecute academician Qin? Is a peerless nationalist like academician Qin worthy of being denigrated by them? Chapter 102. A national scholar reveals himself and the internet boils over. That big brother is right. It's too cheap to shoot a mooch like that directly. Lynching must be lynched. This kind of dog that eats out of the country is so damn shameless. He's from the Dragon Kingdom, so it's just as well that he doesn't feed the Dragon Kingdom. But he even wants to take a bite out of it? What's it called when you get caught? It's called the net of heaven's retribution. This kid is probably scared to death right now, isn't he? Ha ha ha. This brute, how come he has so much guts? Isn't he at all afraid that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom will arrest him? It's too much of a jump. Ha ha. Can you not be afraid? This is a crime of treason. Because of this dog thing do not dare to stay in the big city, but ran to a very remote small mountain village, but in the end was still arrested by the upper level. Not only were they arrested, but also, it was Minister Chen from Yanjing who personally led them there. That's Minister Chen. Having committed treason, this beast will surely not live long. When they saw the words treason, everyone's heart and mind trembled and they were shocked. At this point, Yang Qin's behavior is at best slanderous and disinformation, right? It seems. Not to the point of treason? Isn't that a little too harsh? Although they couldn't wait to let Yang Qin die, in the end, they still had to talk about the law, and the charges couldn't be arranged haphazardly. As a result, some netizens asked with a curious look on their faces, if you don't understand, this doesn't seem to be treason, does it? Why is it a treasonable offense? For the record, I'm not a fan of Yang Qin. I can't wait for him to die. I'm just curious. Is that even a question? Let me ask you who the victim is this time. It's academician Qin. Academician Qin is my Dragon Kingdom's national scholar. A national scholar cannot be dishonored. There are clear laws in our country that those who dishonor the soldiers of the country should be dealt with as treason. Besides, this Muyang dog is not active on the network for a day or two. Moreover, with his status and position, the scope that can be involved is really too big. Perhaps, he has already secretly conveyed a lot of secrets to the beautiful country. My dragon country got secrets? This kind of Muyang dog is the most shameless? Don't think that he doesn't dare to do so. That's right, this kind of person is the lackey of the pretty country. After a trip to pretty country, he thinks the air in pretty country smells too sweet. What wouldn't he dare to do in order to lick people? It's fucking disgusting. Treason is good. Earlier I was worried that he wouldn't die. This is good. Treason is a sure death. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I really deserve to die. How could I? Before, have no brains. I'm ashamed of academician Qin. So do I. If I'm lucky enough to meet academician Qin, I'd like to apologize to him in person. It's hard to tell the real from the fake on the internet. And this time, it's a lesson. In the future, we must keep our eyes open. That's right. This time it was academician Qin, which didn't let things deteriorate. If the victim was an ordinary person, wouldn't he have been slandered and framed just like that? No matter what, we should solemnly apologize to academician Qin. A national scholar should not be dishonored. Yes, the nation must not be dishonored. At this time, Many netizens who had previously followed the trend of denigrating and insulting Qin Yang were doing some soul-searching. At the same time, for the traitor Yang Qin, very hate. At the same time, when this topic about Yang Qin's arrest hadn't completely calmed down, there was a new topic that instantly attracted everyone's attention. Do you guys still remember that live broadcast from before? Is it possible that the person who made that live broadcast was academician Qin himself? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. As soon as the news broke, the internet was once again abuzz. Netizens were excited, and the discussion raged in the comments sections of all the major platforms. I don't think it's good to say. At the time of the live picture, you could only see that it was a young man, but what it looked like, it was hard to see. It was too dark. Think what you want. I'm certain that that person is academician Qin himself. Yes, I also think it's academician Qin. What is the Tsung Dome experimental base? You guys wouldn't be unaware of it, right? There are basically not many young people in there. Okay? Moreover, it was the period when the wireless power supply experiment was about to begin. Yes or no? It's pointless to guess here. Instead of guessing here, why don't you go to the official number of the Science Union and ask? Maybe a big brother will reply. That's right, I almost forgot. I really want to know what academician Qin really looks like. In the future, he'll be the man of my dreams. Come on, academician Qin is your match for fantasies? And as far as I know, academician Qin not only has a wife, he also has children. In this instant, a large group of netizens ran under the official numbers of the major platforms of the Science Union and began to comment. And for once, the Science Alliance didn't let them down. Just after the netizens had commented, they realized that the official numbers of the major platforms had released a top dynamic at the same time. The wind rises in the Dragon Kingdom. 8:03 Yenjing time. Our Dragon Kingdom's 6-year research and development space elevator project has achieved great success. The space elevator power system that has plagued the world has been perfectly solved by our Dragon Kingdom scientists. Tonight, the success of the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply technology experiment marks another epic step in the vast universe of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yang, Yuan Manhwa, Zheng Xiaojiang. Tonight, we, the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom, should all remember the names of these scientists. Honor them. The Dragon Kingdom, this oriental dragon, will soar into the vastness of the universe. After this dynamic was sent out, CCTV, Punch News, Yenjing Daily and other major media platforms retweeted and celebrated. The internet is abuzz and everyone is celebrating the shocking news. Various platforms have topped the hot search. And underneath that hot search, there's another hot search. Hashtag Yuanfangwa academician sends out an article, Voiture Unlimited, hashtag. After many netizens clicked into the hot search, they realized it was a photo. For this photo, only a side-by-side shot was posted. But it was possible to tell that this was a young man with a handsome angular side face. Around the young man, a crowd of scientists surrounded him, cheering excitedly. In the bottom right corner of the photo, there are 2 other foreigners. One of them, an elderly foreigner, was also in a wheelchair. These 2 people, who were no strangers to the netizens, were none other than the duo of Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Aonsen from the German San Empire. These 2 professors were similarly looking at the youth with admiration on their faces. This photo pushed everyone's emotions to the breaking point. No one bothered to ask who the youth was, because everyone knew that this must be Qin Yang, academician Qin, the youngest peerless nationalist in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 103 Master Lin is confused. Here comes the gift. Goodness, is this the Qin Wuxer? The side face looks so handsome. Academician Qin is surprisingly really so young. I really love this side face. The young man who was live streaming earlier must be academician Qin. I'm sure of it. Island City. Colorful neighborhood. A certain resident's house. On the couch, the beautiful woman was looking at the news spreading on her cell phone, then put down the phone and turned her head to look at her son who was lying on her lap beside her. Her heart was filled with a sense of guilt. The boy raised his head and said with a proud smile, "Mom, you saw it all. We, the Dragon Kingdom, are the most powerful. It's not what you say." Aha! The beautiful woman nodded her head repeatedly. She said with some shame, "Son, I'm sorry. This time, it's Mom who was wrong. Mom's vision is still too low. Right now, our Dragon Kingdom is not weaker than the West at all. Son, you must study hard. In the future, strive to be a scientist as well. A great scientist like academician Qin who benefits the country." The boy sat up from the sofa, patted his chest, and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, Mom. I will study hard. Academician Qin is my idol. I want to learn from him." "Well, that's good." The beautiful woman laughed softly, very happy. Then, she opened her phone again and looked at the hot searches on Weibo, and she muttered, "Now, I finally understand your father, and I also understand you. Son, it was Mom who was bad in the past, too ignorant and too stubborn. From now on, Mom promises that she won't stop you from experimenting anymore. Go do what you want to do. Calligraphy class. Mom is going to cancel it tomorrow. Yay, Mommy's the best. The boy's eyes brightened momentarily before he lunged up and threw his arms around his mom. Tears streaked down the boy's cheeks. You can imagine how happy he was to be understood by his mom. Same time. Sea Island Lin family. Oh my god. It's not good, family master. Family master. It's not good. Butler Lin's face was horrified as he ran towards a courtyard in a panic, yelling and screaming as he ran. Oh family master. Where are you? Something really big has happened this time. In an exquisite courtyard, the Lin family head was leisurely watering the flowers. In the courtyard, flowers bloomed, and today, the Lin family head's mood would have been extremely good. However, upon hearing the butler's panicked voice, as if it was a reflex, in just an instant, the Lin family head's face changed, turned pale, turned flustered, turned overwhelmed. Snap! He threw the squirt bottle as soon as he could, then jerked his head toward the butler and said dolefully, "Quickly, what happened? Speak the fuck up." At this moment, the Lin family head felt like he was going crazy. In the past few days, he was unable to eat or sleep well, and he had lost a large amount of weight. The island city was abuzz with all kinds of rumors, and he even heard someone say that the person behind the extermination of the Bai family was the Qin Yang that he couldn't see eye to eye with. That's pretty damn outrageous news. Qin Yang? He was only a lowly man born in the Three Kings village. How could he be any peerless scholar of the nation? Between the two, it was like a sky and an earth, and the difference was too much. In any case, he didn't want to believe it. Isn't that bullshit? The Lin family head felt like he was going to break down. Right now he was highly tense and could die suddenly at any time. During these days, every time he saw the butler, he felt his heart thumping, and his whole body couldn't be more panicked. It was so hard to relax my nerves today, but who knew that the butler was fucking coming again? Say, what the hell happened? The Lin family head's entire body was trembling, his eyes red and fierce. Seeing the family head like this, Butler Lin was shocked, but he didn't dare to say the words that came to his mouth, shivering and bowing his head. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock suddenly came over from outside. Then, a man's voice with a pale meaning rang out. Is Master Lin family in? Song family's Zheng Pingyuan has come to pay a special visit. Who? Song Mingyuan? Upon hearing this name, the pupils of both the Lin family's head and the butler suddenly shrunk, their brows furrowing. The Lin family head's face was unsightly as he said in shame and anger. At this time, what is this old thing doing over here? Falling on my Lin family? Let him get as far away as he can. Does he think that everything that's being passed around the internet is true and has come to shame me? The Lin family head looked furious, his face grimacing. No matter what they say, I definitely don't believe that whatsoever state scholar would be Qin Yang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, the Lin family's family head was in a state of insanity, with absolutely no trace of what a family head should look like. Then, regardless, he turned his head and charged in the direction of the gate. Butler Lin sighed and hurriedly chased after him. Master of the house. Don't go yet. I haven't said anything yet. Check your cell phone. Master of the house. As he walked, Butler Lin stopped in his tracks and looked sad. The head of the Lin family, one of the top most powerful figures in Sea Island City, was now in this state. With the current state of the family head, how could he lead the Lin family to kill a party in today's island city? The current Lin butler. He only felt desperate and incomparable. He didn't have any confidence in the family anymore, and the fighting spirit in his heart seemed to have been worn away. Then he looked up in the direction of the gate. At this time, what exactly was the purpose of Elder Son coming here? It can't be, really, to fall on the sword, can it? I say this Lin family head in the end, what is he thinking? His head is being kicked by a donkey. Such an excellent son-in-law. How is it? If it were me, I'd say anything to give this son-in-law up. Master Lin is confused. Outside the door, the crowd murmured. Bang! At that moment, the Lin family had finally rushed over and violently opened the door. Originally, the Lin family lord's anger value had climbed to the extreme. His emotions had mobilized, and he was about to frantically output, when his entire body suddenly froze. His mouth was slightly open and his eyes were wide, looking at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. Master of the house. At that moment, the butler came running right after him. He was about to speak. However, after seeing the scene in front of him, his body, too, instantly froze. Crap, can someone tell him what the fuck is going on? It's not what he imagined. It's nothing like that. Only to see so many people gathered in the open space outside the gate. A large, dark mass. At a glance, there were at least 30 people. These people, each with a rich smile on their faces, were carrying various gift boxes and gift packs in their hands. Chapter 104, The Lin family head is crazy. The whole country is in rejoicing. What's going on here? Butler Lin looked at this scene and his person was dumbfounded. Then, he subconsciously glanced at his cell phone again. His heart turned over and his mind trembled. The Lin family, it seems, is really going to rise. On the other side, the Lin family master was still confused. And Elder Song had a thick smile piled up on his face as he looked at the Lin family master in front of him and said with a smile, Lin family master, you are truly blessed. Blessed? What blessing could I possibly have? The Lin family head was even more confused. What the hell is going on here? All these people with big bags that look like they're going to give themselves gifts? But he doesn't have anything to be happy about right now, does he? Right now. The Lin family head was filled with question marks. He was truly confused. Right at this moment, next to Elder Song, a bald man also walked over and said with a warm smile, Congratulations, Lin family master. Elder Song is right. You are truly blessed now. Then, more than 30 people behind them swarmed around in full costume, and on every face, there was a rich smile. Lin family master, you're the one who has the final say in Sea Island City now. Lin family master, in the past we had a bit of a grudge before. I've come here specifically to make amends. I hope you'll be kind enough to congratulate me. Lin family master, as for this Sea Island City, you can be the one who says it all. We will. In the future, all have to rely on you. Lin family master, you're really blessed. We're all envious of you. Looking at these powerful people in front of him, the Lin family head subconsciously took a step back. Did he hear right? All these people, now congratulating him and pleasing him? What the hell do these people mean? He's in charge of Sea Island City from now on? He's going to be king and queen in Sea Island City from now on? The Lin family lord's anger gradually calmed down, and for a moment, he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, the Lin family lord's pupils shrank, as if he had thought of something. You don't think so? These idiots couldn't have taken the nationalist on the news as his bitchy daughter's dogman, could they? Stupid. What a bunch of idiots. These two people, they are not the same fucking thing. Who told them that the two Qin Yangs were the same person? Or did these guys actually know everything and just came over to troll him and make a joke out of him? These guys, they really aren't any good. Shut up. The Lin family lord suddenly roared as he looked at these people in front of him, the anger he had just suppressed rising once again. Then, his eyes reddened and his face shook violently as he roared. Get out! Get the fuck out of here! Quiet! For only an instant, this space was plunged into an eerie silence. The originally noisy scene was instantly tranquilized. These people, led by Elder Song, were all staring at the Lin family head with confused faces, the smiles on their faces disappearing. Lin family master, this is. What the hell is this situation? Elder Song and the others almost didn't react. By the time the Lin family head's next sentence was spoken, their faces instantly turned ugly. Still want to see me laugh? Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. Come to my Lin family to throw stones? Want to make a joke out of me? You guys don't even look at what you contraptions are. The Lin family head growled and spat like a shrew. At this moment, it really was like he had gone crazy and didn't care about anything. Head of house. Next to him, the originally excited Lin butler was also instantly dumbfounded. Jesus Christ. What is the family head doing here? What the hell did he just say? Bang! In the next moment, the Lin family head took a step back and slammed the door shut again with one hand, shocking Butler Lin into stumbling and planting himself on the ground. As for Elder Song and the others, they were also blocked by the gate. Butler Lin looked anxious. He glanced at the gate, then stood up in a panic and said, Family master, you are crazy. Master Song. Snap. The Lin family head swung a slap on Butler Lin's cheek. Bang! Butler Lin was beaten to a pulp and fell back to the ground, very aggrieved. The Lin family lord looked grim as he coldly rebuked. It's gone against the grain. You dare to devour the master, don't you? You are eating my Lin family's food. If you dare to talk too much, there is no place for you in the Lin family. I'm sorry, family master. I didn't mean it. I talk too much. Butler Lin looked flustered and hastily gave himself 2 more slaps. The Lin family lord coldly stared at the butler for a moment, then shook his head and walked towards the courtyard without a word. As he walked, he mumbled something every now and then. Butler Lin sat paralyzed on the ground, just looking at the Lin family master's fading back, sighing non-stop. His entire body wilted, as if he had instantly lost his essence. The other side, on the web, the internet, at this point, is still at a boil. The hot searches on all the major platforms were all about news related to Qin Yang and the space elevator. The #1 Twitter hit, #Qin Yang, the peerless warrior of the nation, shows his face, Hot search number 2. Ultra-distance wireless power supply technology experiments were successful, and the space elevator prime mover problem was successfully solved. Hashtag. Post a hot search. Hashtag national scientists are unrivaled. A group of scientists from the Dragon Kingdom, led by academician Qin Yang, will lead the Dragon Kingdom, lead the world, and step into the vastness of the universe. Hashtag. All major news platforms, all kinds of short videos, all netizens are all discussing the relevant topics, and the heat is directly bursting. For the Dragon Kingdom, this is definitely the first time ever. The netizens were emotionally charged and the discussion was heated. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The Dragon Kingdom is bullish. I told you the experiment would work, right? And it did. The wireless power supply technology has even reached a terrifying 100,000 kilometers. So much so that the pretty country has to cry ahaha. Ignited. It's a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom to have a young talent like academician Sheen. I remember didn't someone else say earlier that it wouldn't work and waited to see the joke? I'd like to see who's the joke. I'm the joke. I'm the joke whoa. Guys, I'm really wrong. Admit when you're wrong. Our Dragon Kingdom is stronger than I thought. I am proud of my motherland. I'm proud of my motherland. Brothers, the day after tomorrow is the Space Elevator Project Seminar Conference. I am now looking forward more and more to how the Western countries will have to react by then. Yes, the day after tomorrow, academician Sheen will sensationalize the entire world. Friends, go and watch the booming news. Over in Yenjing, big news has been released again. Gather around and watch. Now what's the big news than a successful experiment? A shocker. I'd like to see what kind of news can overshadow the wireless power supply. Sleeper? Chapter 105, the Star-Gathering Vine Plan. Crap, what the hell? I said, can you guys calm down? Look, it's a rocket. Crikey crikey crikey. Guys, listen to me. Turn on Boom News. It's really big. What the hell? Each and every one of them have never seen a rocket, have they? Sleep. Sleep? So, with a cry of crouch, netizens turned on Boom News and watched it. Boom News hot topic number 1. Hashtag, live broadcasting, official launch of the Space Elevator Project 2-star Vine program. Come and watch hashtag. Seeing the news on the hotspot, netizens were puzzled and discussed. How is there a second phase to the Space Elevator Project? And, what does the star-catching Vine program represent? Ye didn't write the word rocket on this news. Why are you all talking about rockets? You don't have eyes upstairs, do you? Can't you see the link next to the hot search? Won't you click the link to see it yourself? In just an instant, many netizens flocked to the live broadcast of Boom News. Just after entering the live broadcast room, all the netizens were startled and shocked. Upon seeing the image in the live broadcast, everyone dropped what they were doing. Those who were sitting on the bed all subconsciously stood up. In the middle of the supermarket, the customers who were about to pay for the goods also stopped their movements in their hands. The only thing that can be seen in the picture, visible through the dark crowd, is a behemoth of a section being carried on a giant loading truck. The section of the behemoth is tightly wrapped in a layer of sky blue cloth, but just from the approximate shape, it's not hard for netizens to guess that it's a rocket. And, not just any rocket, because, normal rockets aren't this huge. This is definitely a heavyweight rocket. So, in the live room, a screen full of sleepers floated up. It's a rocket, right? But it's a little too big, isn't it? Holy shit, this is the first time I've seen such a big rocket since I grew up. It's shocking. So we, the Dragon Kingdom, have such a heavyweight rocket? Dragon Country is awesome. A bunch of ignorant children. Don't you know this? This rocket is the largest transportation rocket in Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the person who built this rocket is also a Qin Qinguisher. Oh my god, is it really true? Qinguisher is a bit too powerful. The name of the national scholar is true to its name. The netizens were dumbfounded, and their reverence for Qin Yang rose to a new level. Only, none of them understood what was the point of transporting the rockets over at this time. If you don't understand, why are you transporting the largest rockets here? You don't understand this, do you? I don't understand it either. Anyway, it must be closely related to the star-catching Vine program. Just watch and be done with it. Project 2. Project 2. I see. Now that the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment has been successful, which means that the source power problem of the space elevator has been solved. But don't you forget that the space elevator still has one more important difficulty. The steel cable. Right, I forgot about steel cable without saying anything. So the so-called star-catching vine is the code name for the steel cable? The steel cable of the space elevator is 100,000 kilometers long. But up to now, it hasn't even been launched into space. After seeing this pop up, all the netizens were dumbfounded, followed by ugly faces. The Space Elevator Seminar Conference will be officially held the day after tomorrow, but But you're telling me that the rockets have just begun transportation and the cables haven't even been launched yet? Is this a joke? Rewind the clock back 12 minutes. Yanjing. All residents located on the outskirts of the Seven Rings received an emergency notice. This is a notice about an emergency road closure. Emergency notice, starting from the middle of Shangyang Road to the north gate of Longhua Aerospace Research Institute. National Highway 38. National Highway 61. National Highway 109. Zhongzhou Expressway and Xisha Expressway in the northwest direction will be closed for emergency control for 3 hours. Please inform each other. Seeing this message, the residents of the outskirts of the Seven Rings shook. Rotary Media. Inc. Ouch, so annoying. A tall, gorgeous actress is sitting lazily on the sofa in the backstage lounge. Spitting. Every day is an interview. Why are there so many interviews? So annoying. I don't want an interview at all. Right now I just want to know about the Northwest Wireless Power Experiment. And I don't know if it was successful or not. What's the point of an interview? The female assistant next to her was putting makeup on the actress while crying and praying. Sister Ran, there are only 20 minutes left. We'd better hurry up. That experiment you mentioned. You can watch the news then. Let's just settle the interview now. The media is coming. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the assistant's cell phone rang. She subconsciously picked up her cell phone and glanced at it. Then her whole body froze. And then, she shook her head and leisurely said, Sister Ran, there's no need to memorize the script now. The media won't come. Not coming? Brush. Upon hearing this, Song Yaren's eyes lit up and she quickly sat up from the sofa, saying happily, why are you suddenly not coming? The government just sent a message that they're blocking the nearby roads for 3 hours, and there's no way for the media to come over. Let's see. Song Yaren hurriedly took out her cell phone and started to read it. Then she looked at the words aerospace materials written on the notice. Her expression became more and more excited and her eyes became brighter and brighter. I know. It must have something to do with the space elevator. Come on, let's go check it out too. Then, Song Yaren pulled up his assistant and was about to run towards the outside. Hey, Ran-san. Before the assistant could react, she had already been led by Song Yaren to run out of the lounge. Then, Song Yaren sent away his assistant's hand and quickly ran towards the outside of the hotel. The hotel where she rested wasn't far from the Institute of Aerospace Materials, only 600 meters away at most. Just out, Song Yaren's rosy little mouth opened into a O shape. So many people. It was densely packed with people, only to see the nearby sidewalk has been filled with people. Black pressure. These people all saw the notice, rushed over to watch the fun. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the middle of the road, all vehicles have been following the instructions to move towards the outside of the road that will be blocked. The Aerospace Materials Institute. I think there must be a connection to that space elevator experiment in the Northwest. This commotion is really big enough, sealing the road all the way to our Yinjing. You guys say how the top just let a 20-something-year-old young man do whatever he wants. Alas. Nonsense? Don't you know that the wireless power supply experiment conducted in the Northwest has been successful? That's a 100,000 kilometer ultra-long distance wireless power supply experiment. It's a big event that's going to go down in history. Chapter 106, Fighter Group Escorting. Unprecedented. Really? The experiment has been successful? Hiss. 100,000 kilometers. Geez, I've got to have scientists in the Dragon Kingdom who are too awesome. With all the commotion now, it looks like the space elevator project is really going to be pushed up. On both sides of the road, people were talking and looking excited. Song Yaren came closer to the crowd, close to the bald grandpa who spoke before, blinking his eyes curiously and asked, Grandpa, did that experiment in the Northwest really succeed? Hearing Song Yaren's voice, the bald grandpa sighed and rolled his eyes with a helpless face. What do you say, you young people nowadays? How come you're not as well informed as an old man like me? The news is all over the cell phone. And this is not even going to be read? The wireless power supply experiment was declared a success more than a minute ago. And now the experimental base of the vault has begun the preparations for the Space Elevator Project 2 to connect to the Starvine program. Pointing to the Aerospace Materials Research Institute not far away, the bald Moncler Outlet Online man said in a deep voice. The battle in front of you. You have also seen it. Song Yaren's eyes were bright, squeezing her pink fist and saying excitedly, Great! Our Dragon Kingdom scientists are really great. Too marvelous. Receiving Starvine program? This name is really good. Immediately afterward, Song Yaren went on to ask, Grandpa, is this sudden blockade of the road a sign that the government is trying to ship something to the Northwest? Upon hearing this, Moncler Outlet Store he stroked his bald head that didn't have a few hairs and said slowly, I'm not really sure about that, but since the starting point is the Aerospace Materials Institute, it's probably to transport some kind of material from the Institute to the Northwest Experimental Base. But right, this star-catching vine program, I don't know if it can succeed yet, just by listening to the name. I know it's difficult. Passers-by around them chimed in. Yeah, although the previous power supply experiment was successful, this star-catching vine program, I feel like there's not much hope. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Difficult nah. The passers-by around them shook their heads, and some were even outright certain that it would never work. Song Yaron had a curious look on his face as he hurriedly pursued. This box program hasn't even officially begun yet, so how can you guys say that it's impossible to succeed? With his hands behind his back, the bald grandpa leisurely said, since this plan is named the Star Connecting Vine, wouldn't it mean that it intends to connect a vine to the starry sky? How is this possible? It's outrageous. Yeah. Next to him, a long-haired middle-aged uncle took over the topic and said in a faint voice, this wireless power supply experiment, I guess, has a certain research basis, and the Tsang Dome experimental base is just lengthening the teleportation distance on top of the original one. And it is understandable for me that this experiment can be successful, but the Star Vine project, which is going to connect a wire at such a distant distance between the ground and the starry sky, is very far from the truth, of which, there are just too many things involved. The long-haired uncle twisted his head to look at Song Yaron and said with a smile, little girl, let me ask you, can you know in advance how the wind direction is going to be on thousands or even tens of thousands of meters of sky? Song Yaron shook his head without hesitation. I'm sure she doesn't know. But, Song Yaron lightly bit her lips and said unconvincingly, I do not know. After all, it's not like I'm studying this area. However, since the scientists of the Tsang Dome's experimental base have decided to start the program, these aspects, surely, are certain. Uncle, experiments are not child's play. I believe that without certainty, Qingbusher and the others won't go for it easily. Just like the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment, the star-catching vine program will also surely be successful. We should have confidence in them. The long-haired uncle said no more, just shook his head and laughed softly. Other passers-by said no more. In the end it's just a little girl. Only blind worship. Cognition is too narrow. Many things also think too simple. There is a sense of blind optimism. This program, if only it were that simple. Being from the Dragon Kingdom, they certainly wanted the experiment to succeed. It's just that it's the cosmic stars. There are a lot of questions that even top scientists can't say they're sure about. At this time, the assistant squeezed in from nowhere and stood beside Song Yaron. She hummed softly and muttered unconvincingly. The program hasn't even begun to be carried out yet, and there are so many people who are bad-mouthing it. Before the wireless power supply experiment began, not many people felt that it would not succeed and would definitely fail. But as a result, the experiment was a complete success. What is it about the Star Vine program that can't succeed? Since the experimental base of the vault dares to put out words, then all preparations must have been sufficient. Although it was said that way, in the assistant's heart, she was also a little worried. As the long-haired uncle said before, the Stargazer Vine program was indeed more difficult than the wireless power supply experiment. It has to work. The assistant's pair of beautiful eyes looked at the Aerospace Materials Research Institute a few hundred meters away, her heart full of hope. This time, the road was blocked, and it was not known what materials were to be transported from the Material Research Institute. At that moment, the crowd suddenly boiled over and clamored. Look guys, there's an airplane. Crap, that's a lot of airplanes. An airplane? Where's the plane? Everyone subconsciously looked towards the sky, and then, their pupils were shrunken, and on top of their complexion, there was a shocking shock that could not be concealed. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the crowd could already hear the loud roar coming from the sky dome, only to see that between the blue sky and white clouds, a single fighter jet was connected into a line, like a steel monster spanning the sky, flying in the direction of the institute. As far as the eye could see, there were 16 fighters, a staggering number. Quiet. In just an instant, this space was plunged into an eerie silence. On both sides of the road, everyone raised their heads and looked at this scene with their mouths wide open in shock, their hearts and minds trembling. Fighters, oh my god, there are so many fighters. In the crowd, the assistant stared fixedly at the scene in the firmament, flushed with excitement. Previously, she had only seen images of fighter jets on the internet, and this was the first time she had ever seen a real one with her own eyes. The impact of this on her was totally different than watching the video could be. Next to her, Song Yaron's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she murmured, the military even sent 16 fighter jets to escort the trip, which is enough to see how much importance the country attaches to this program. 1, 2, 3, 16. Fuck. The long-haired uncle who had just spoken with Song Yaron, who looked well-mannered and refined, at this time also could not help but burst out a foul mouth. He was too shocked. 16 whole fighters, aimed in the direction of the Aerospace Materials Research Institute. A full 16 fighter escort. What kind of treatment is that? Chapter 107, Transportation Rocket. Temporary assembly? At this moment, everyone's gazes were converging towards the institute. Anyone who wasn't stupid would be able to see what the purpose of these 16 fighters appearing here was. Suddenly, in the institute, a violent sound came out, shaking everyone's heart and mind. It was the sound of metal scraping against metal, and it was very harsh. In the next moment, inside the institute, a rumbling sound rang out, shaking the sky, and the road looked like it was starting to tremble. What happened? Everyone's face changed violently, and they subconsciously looked down at the road beneath their feet. The road was trembling. It wasn't an illusion. The road surface was really trembling, and some of the stone tiles under their feet were even cracked by the shock. The crowd could clearly feel the sensation of shock coming from the soles of their feet. What's going on? An earthquake? Son Yaren's pretty face changed slightly as she turned her head toward the surroundings, her expression carrying a sense of panic. Rumble, rumble. Inside the institute, the roaring and shaking sound was still resounding, sounding, as it did, like giant armored vehicles moving. Drip, tick-tock. On the road, the cars that hadn't had time to leave the area picked up speed and their horns blared incessantly. Anan, anan, gong gong gong. At the same time, in the research institute a few hundred meters away, a loud and clear alarm suddenly sounded, spreading in all directions. Immediately after, on both sides of the road, appeared a lot of police motorcycles. The front of the two sirens flashing red and blue lights kept sounding the alarm. A police motorcycle directs traffic in a well-organized manner on both sides of the road for the opening. Retreat quickly, don't gather and linger here. Get out of here. Everyone back up, and don't even crowd. There will be oversized vehicles passing behind us. Stay away. The policemen looked anxious and kept honking their horns and shouting. There will be oversized vehicles here soon. Passers-by stepped back at the command of the police. Oversized vehicles? The balding older man looked at the empty wide street and backed away while muttering in shock. How big of a car does it have to be? It has to take up 6 lanes? Inside the institute, there was a constant rumbling sound, and that rumbling sound was getting closer and closer to the crowd. Son Yaren's beautiful eyes had been staring in the direction of the institute, and a speculation suddenly appeared in her heart. In the next moment, her pupils suddenly shrunk, and on top of her pretty face, she was filled with shocking shock. That's rumble, rumble, clunk, 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 clunker. The roar of the steel behemoth rang out, shaking the sky, and the pavement trembled even more. Some of the police motorcycles were almost unsteady with this kind of power, only to see a 72-wheeled megatruck slowly traveling out from the main gate of the institute, followed by a second, third, and fourth. This is a real giant. Ordinary transportation trucks are like toys compared to the large trucks in front of us. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. These oversized trucks lined up in neat rows and drove up and down the road. The crowd fixed their eyes and saw that on each car, it was covered tightly by a layer of tarpaulin. Still, many people have guessed what exactly is being transported inside these oversized heavy trucks based on the protruding shapes. Shield machine, mixer truck. An oversized heavy truck drove past the crowd with a loud roar. The sense of impact is undoubtedly huge. You simply can't appreciate it without experiencing it firsthand. Soon, the eyes of the crowd had all converged on one of the 72-wheeled heavy trucks. Because, this heavy truck, the length of the cylinder protruding from under the tarpaulin was at least 11 or 12 meters high at a rough glance. Looking further ahead, the cylinder is rounded at the very tip. For just a moment, everyone's eyes widened and 2 big words appeared in their hearts. Rocket! It must be a rocket! Someone looked so excited that he couldn't help but exclaim out in shock as he pointed his finger at the heavy truck that drove by in front of him and yelled, "Oh my God, this is a rocket! No wonder the roads are blocked. So what the top is planning to transport is actually rockets. Why is this rocket so big? If I remember correctly, an ordinary rocket would be 1/3 the size of this one, right? This rocket is also too big. I know. This is the Dongfang Hong 8, the largest carrier rocket in our Dragon Kingdom at the moment. The Dongfang Hong 8 was also built by the lead of Qingyang Qinguosher. So that's it. The Star Catcher Vine program. So that's it? Is this the plan to use the Eastern Red 8 to launch the steel cable into space?" Hearing these words, everyone looked excited and couldn't help but boil over. "Washer Qin, is this your plan to receive the Star Vine?" In the crowd, Son Yaren's pretty face was flushed and she was so excited that she could hardly hold herself. Now, she finally understood the meaning of the star-catching vine. This is a great deal. Crap, is there such a big monster in the institute? Next to him, the long-haired uncle who had spoken to Son Yaren earlier was shocked. He had never known that there could be rockets within the Institute of Aerospace Materials. And it's still such a big rocket. That's fucking shocking. Now I realize that I know nothing about the institute. Grandma Tay. Living around for decades for nothing. Let's not even talk about the big rockets. I've never even seen these 72-wheeled heavy trucks before, and it straight up shocked me for 100 years. That said, the experimental base is only starting to transport materials and parts now. Is this a preparation for temporary assembly? The day after tomorrow will be the time for the assembly. The words instantly alerted the crowd. Yeah, the day after tomorrow is when the space elevator seminar will be held. Is it too late to assemble Dongfang 8 at this time? Counting the time. There's at most a day and a half left. Can this really be done? At this time, the long-haired uncle next to him twisted his head around, looked at Song Yaren, and asked in a deep voice, "Girl, do you think it will work?" Song Yaren was silent at first, then shook his head again and said, "I don't understand this, but it should be possible." The long-haired uncle said no more, but it was clear that he was not quite convinced. At the same time, in the crowd, a young man yelled, "You guys look at your cell phones." Ah! The latest headline news reports that all the bigwigs of the Science Union headquarters in Yinjing are now at the airport, and that the military will be dispatching cargo 18s to turn into escorts. Brush up! In just a moment, everyone rushed to pull out their cell phones and started searching. At the same time, Yinjing International Airport, after receiving an emergency order from higher-ups, the airport's entire main runway has been completely sealed off. All airplanes were grounded in an emergency, and passengers at the airport were settled in the second floor and third entrance lounges, waiting for new announcements. Chapter 108, refusing to join. There was no noise from the passengers in the terminal, who knew exactly why the plane was suddenly grounded. Everything, all in line with the smooth running of the star-catching vine program. Many passengers stood by the windows of the terminal for observation with curious faces. Rumble, rumble. Right at this moment, in the dome of the sky, there was a violent engine roar that shook the heavens and shook the earth. Even the passengers in the terminal could hear it clearly. An engine roar came down from the depths of the sky, like a flood of beasts roaring. The roar of an ordinary airliner's engine is nothing compared to what it sounds like now. Tonight's night is filled with stars. Underneath the flourishing stars, a dozen or so red points of light could be seen flickering non-stop at the moment. Faintly, the crowd had been able to see a bit of the airplane, the huge steel monster that was running out of the depths of the clouds. Wherever it passed, the stars and moon retreated and the clouds shattered. Oh my God! Many passengers couldn't help but gasp out in shock when they saw the scene. In the meantime, boom boom boom, there was the roar of an engine again. This time, however, it came from the middle of an airport. Brush up! The passengers in the terminal all subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Then their pupils shrunk once again, only to see that in the direction of the back door of the airport, there was a bus coming towards the airport in a well-organized manner. At a glance, there were a dozen of them. Each bus was emblazoned with the words Dragon Science Alliance Aerospace Division in large letters. Soon all the buses were parked inside the airport, lined up. Not long after, on the bus, passengers began to get off. The first wave of passengers were uniformly dressed in blue work uniforms, with hats bearing the markings of rockets on their heads, and on the backs of their clothes they all had 4 large words printed on them, Dragon Space. Immediately afterward, another group of people fishtailed out of the car. The men were all wearing helmets with Dragon Aerospace printed on them and carrying toolkits. Carried in the toolkits of these crews are tools such as 5-point harnesses, wrenches, gauges, and more. These staff members did not linger after getting off the bus, but followed the instructions to gather towards runways G02 G05 in droves. Thousands of people like an army marching in a neat and orderly pace toward the runway. After entering the runway, thousands of people will automatically separate, forming 10 squads. The action is neat and clean. Seeing this scene, the passengers in the waiting hall who were watching were shocked. Well trained, just like the army. It was shocking. Dragon Space. These staff members are all from the space agency. They must have gone to the Northwest Dome experimental base for rocket assembly work. God, the Dragon Nation is so hard to understand. This experiment is not destined to succeed, and still makes such a big fuss. Why is this necessary? You stinking foreigner, do you know where you are now? Speak up and pay attention to me. Let me tell you. Don't think of Dragon Kingdom with your foreigners thinking. The power of our Dragon Kingdom is something you foreigners can't imagine. That's right. What do you gringos know? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? In the terminal, a blonde Westerner just spoke and was instantly sprayed by many passengers. In the end, the Westerner could only hide in a corner in ashes, not daring to speak. A few minutes later, rumble. The roar of the engines shook the sky and spread throughout the airport, and the runway trembled as if it were an earthquake. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a G-21 transport plane land smoothly at the airport. Then came the second, and the third. Eventually, the airfield was full of G-21 transports. It wasn't until this time that the passengers in the terminal were able to get a good look at what these transports actually looked like. All the passengers looked excited and couldn't help but clench their fists. Soon the hatch opened. On the runway, squads of engineers, already prepared, lined up to enter the transporter. In the waiting hall, two tall Western beauties looked fixedly at the scene in front of them, and then, the two of them glanced at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's complexion. Not long ago, the Dragon Kingdom had succeeded in its experiment of ultra-long-distance wireless power supply. Will this second plan, too, be successful? The cohesion and mobilization of the Dragon Kingdom is really terrible, and this is the first time that the two sisters have come to this legendary ancient oriental country. It was then that I realized that the real Dragon Kingdom was not at all what the Western media portrayed it to be. Same time, pretty country. At this moment, the leaders of the beautiful country are still discussing the space kite program with a group of scientists. Not long ago, the leaders also sent telegrams to the country of Sakura and the island nation of Great Britain on the advice of several old experts. The text of the telegram was that the pretty country wanted to cooperate with these two countries in the space kite program. If the leaders of the Sakura nation and the island nation of Great Britain would be willing to work together, the space kite program, at most, could be completed in a month and a half, just as the leader's heart was expecting it. The door to the conference room opened and the suited secretary rushed in, his face anxious. He stood in front of the leader and said in a trembling voice with a slightly lowered head, "Your Excellency, there is already a result on the side of the Cherry Blossom country. The leader of Sakura Nation refused to join and returned the documents. And 4 hours ago, Sakura Nation has called the leader of Dragon Nation and will be entering Dragon Nation. And just now, Dragon Nation has agreed. Asshole." At those words, the first leader's face instantly expressed an ugly expression. He grimaced and said in a chilling voice, "Stupid, the leaders of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are just dumbass. Do such wallflowers really think the Dragon Kingdom will trust them? Humph, personally calling the Dragon Kingdom and still dragging their feet for 4 hours. The attitude of the Dragon Kingdom, it's already obvious. This group of fools, they'll surely regret rejecting our pretty country." Throughout the conference room, there was silence. All the experts and professors were too silent to speak. It took a few minutes for the first leader to stabilize a bit, and then, in a hushed voice, he asked, "Is there any news from the British Isles?" "Great Britain." The secretary sighed in his heart and said with a tense face, "Just like the attitude of the Sakura country, the Great Britain Island countryside also expressed their refusal to join. And, moreover, the Great Britain Island country has moved even faster than the Sakura country, and at this time, the scientists they sent have already arrived in the Dragon country. However, the side of Great Britain Island country also said one more thing." "What is it?" The leader's brow furrowed and his face was very hard to see. The secretary continued. "The high-level Secretary-General of the island nation of Great Britain said that the special airplane that the team of scientists from Great Britain was traveling on had just arrived in the Dragon Kingdom when an accident occurred. The special plane suddenly lost its signal and dropped a full 3,000 meters in altitude until the signal returned 10 seconds later." Chapter 109, The Dragon Kingdom. A miracle. At those words, in the conference room, everyone's face changed. Lost signal at high altitude? And you lost the signal for 10 seconds? Could it be an airplane malfunction? An expert said in disbelief. However, his expression flashed, and another possibility came to mind at this moment. That's, the special plane of the island nation of Great Britain was attacked by the Dragon Nation. It was the Dragon Kingdom that did this, wasn't it? The leader snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Since the Dragon Kingdom attacked their special plane, why does the island nation of Great Britain refuse to join our program? A bunch of dumbass, stupid bastards." The secretary shook his head, hesitated, or said, "I'm not sure, but I can feel that the British Isles side seems to be intent on hiding something, and my inquiry did not get a reply from the country." The leader grimaced. If the special plane of the British Isles had really been attacked by the Dragon Kingdom, then why would they still reject their offer? This is totally unreasonable. If the British Isles are deliberately hiding something, what exactly could that concealment be? Stupid, they're all fucking idiots. The leader slammed the table and roared with curses. Who can tell me what those countries are thinking? The German Three Empires, the British Isles, and the Sakura Kingdom. Why are they all going to the Dragon Kingdom? Why? My pretty country is the world's #1 technological powerhouse. Sakura country simply deserves to die, usually currying favor with our country. But at the critical moment, it actually dares to betray us and go lick the Dragon country. Is this to make our pretty country's face lose its face? Damn it! The conference room was quiet. No one spoke or dared to speak. Anyone could see that the leader was now in a fit of rage, and to speak at this time was to seek death. However, many experts and professors are very puzzled in their minds. They couldn't figure out why the Sakura Kingdom and the British Isles must go to the Dragon Kingdom. especially the island nation of Great Britain, whose special airplane had an accident in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and almost crashed. But now not only did they have no intention of coming back, but they had outright refused the invitation to their pretty country's program. It's really puzzling. DDT. DDT. The silence continued for a few dozen seconds. Suddenly, in the large conference room, a sharp cell phone ringing sounded. The sound was still turned up loud, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The direction of the cell phone's ringtone came from none other than an old professor wearing glasses on the far left of the first row of the conference room. At the moment, the old professor was clutching his cell phone in his hand, his face embarrassed and his expression stiff. The leader forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Professor Simon, this is not the first time you have come to a meeting. Don't you know that cell phones should be silenced in advance?" The leader was holding back his anger, but his face was so bruised that he was almost ready to unleash it in a snarl. Professor Simon glanced at his cell phone with an embarrassed face, and after seeing the caller ID, he raised his eyebrows and stood up with a brush. Then, under the gaze of the entire room, Professor Simon not only did not turn off his cell phone, but instead, he picked up the phone, put it on speakerphone, and also turned the volume up to the maximum. Seeing this scene, all the experts and professors were stupefied with their jaws dropped. They were growling in their minds. Is Professor Simon suffering from Alzheimer's? Geez, does he realize what he's really doing right now? This is crazy, isn't it? That's clearly provoking the leaders. And so, in the conference room, all eyes turned toward the leader. Sure enough, at this moment, the leader's heart was raging with anger that could no longer be suppressed. However, just as the leader took a step forward, ready to roar in anger, Professor Simon's voice, however, sounded first. Say that again? What happened to the Starlink satellite complex? Upon hearing the words Star Chain Satellite, even the angry leader instantly suppressed his emotions and stopped the words on his lips. He looked sharp, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Professor Simon. Something happened to the Starlink satellite? All the experts and professors' faces changed violently, and their expressions tensed up. Soon, a voice came through on the other side of the phone. It's not good, Professor Simon. Just a short while ago, a lot of electromagnetic energy was released from the surface of East Asia, causing all the star chain satellite clusters over East Asia to be affected. This energy, at least 60,000 kW, 60,000 kW, hiss. At this moment, everyone's hearts fell back instantly as they sucked in a breath of cool air, their scalps tingling in shock. What's with all the electromagnetic energy? Could it be that some country in East Asia had launched an attack on their pretty country's star chain cluster? How is this possible? Professor Simon first froze, then said in a trembling voice, "This electromagnetic energy, can you detect the exact location? What is the degree of damage to the star chain?" The voice on the other side of the phone rang again. "The electromagnetic energy is coming from the Dragon Kingdom. The Starlink satellites are not damaged but the satellites are charging right now. This is crazy, Prof. Simon. We have done nothing and we are not in solar irradiation range right now, but the satellite is charging on its own. Electromagnetic energy from the Dragon Kingdom?" Hearing these words, all the experts and professors all stood up and moved towards Professor Simon's side. Everyone's faces carried a shocked emotion, and in their hearts, a horrifying speculation appeared. The speculation shocked them to the point of scalp numbness and shortness of breath. How is it possible? How is this possible? Professor Simon's eyes went black and his hands were sweating as he gripped the cell phone. He looked sideways at Professor Pierre and said incredulously, "Do you think it's true, old buddy? How is this possible?" Professor Pierre was in the middle of a brainstorming session at the moment and wasn't even listening to Professor Simon. The electromagnetic energy is coming from the Dragon Kingdom, and right now their Starlink satellites are recharging themselves. Prof. Pierre could only think of one possibility even at this moment, and that was a wireless power supply unit. Everyone in the conference room did not say a word and sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This is unbelievable. Wireless power supply unit. Dragon Kingdom. Even really did it? The leader, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, was dumbfounded as he looked at the group of experts and professors and asked nervously, "What do you all mean by that look? Why are you all silent?" The electromagnetic energy came from the Dragon Kingdom. It's the Dragon Kingdom that launched an attack on our satellite cluster, right? Professor Simon stiffly put down his phone, then exhaled deeply and spoke with hollow eyes. "Sir, our Starlink satellite cluster has not been attacked. The reason why our star chain satellites are charging automatically is because the Dragon Kingdom's ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment has succeeded. They have created a miracle." The last two sentences, Professor Simon almost growled. At this moment, the emotions within him were incredibly complicated. In any case, He hadn't expected that the Dragon Kingdom could actually do it. Experimenting with ultra-long-range wireless power, the Dragon Kingdom has succeeded? How is that possible? Hearing Professor Simon's words, the leader of the pretty country stared blankly and subconsciously shook his head, unwilling to believe it. This is ridiculous, he thought. It was clear that they, the pretty country, were the world's #1 technological hegemony, and the pretty country brought together the world's top scientific research talents. In the conference room now, for example, were the best-known scientists in the beautiful country. How in the world did the Dragon Kingdom manage to do something that even their pretty country couldn't do? However, the expressions of Prof. Sheeman and all the experts and professors in the room were telling him that he hadn't heard it wrong, and that this thing was true. Rokoku, the experiment really worked. The leader of the pretty country's eyes were red, huffing and puffing, and his voice was hoarse as he asked, "Are you sure that the Dragon Country's experiment was successful?" Professor Simon nodded with a complicated expression. Boom! The leader only felt a thunderbolt explode in his head, and subconsciously, his entire body stumbled. The secretary next to him rushed to steady him. "Fuck off!" The leader shook off the secretary's hand as he looked at Prof. Sheeman with a fierce face and roared like a madman. "What did you guys tell me before? Didn't you guys say that it would take at least 5 years before it could be done? What's going on now? You guys tell me. What the hell is going on? Speak up." The leader looked at the scientists all over the room and growled, his dead body trembling madly non-stop. At the moment, all the scientists hung their heads slightly down and didn't say a word. Their inner shock was not much less than the leader's, and even now, none of them had reacted yet. They don't understand how on earth the Dragon Kingdom did it. The leader let out a deep breath, then looked at the silent Prof. Sheeman, and asked word by word, "Prof. Sheeman, you guys are just guessing now, right? Could it be that the automatic charging of the Star Chain satellite proves that the Dragon Kingdom has succeeded in this technology? It doesn't, does it? How could the Dragon Kingdom do something that even our beautiful country couldn't do? This must be a fake." "Sir," Professor Sheeman sighed in his heart and said solemnly, "it's not a guess. The Dragon Kingdom really succeeded." "You shut up." The leader's expression chilled as he roared. "Do you think I'll believe that? Dragon Kingdom can't do it, can't do it." Professor Sheeman's face twitched as he continued. "Sir, do you still remember what the secretary said just now? After the special plane of the island nation of Great Britain entered the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, it lost its signal for 10 seconds, and the fuselage landed 3,000 meters. So what if I remember? What are you doing talking about it?" The leader grunted coldly, and suddenly, his pupils shrunk slightly as he thought of a possibility. His eyes converged on Professor Simon and he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Professor Sheeman looked serious and said leisurely, "After the special airplane of the British Isles entered the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom should have been conducting a wireless power supply experiment during that time, and the special airplane of the British Isles just happened to enter the experimental area of influence, which is why it was subjected to electromagnetic interference. This is the same reason why the Star Chain satellite cluster over East Asia was affected." After a pause, Professor Sheeman continued, "Calculating the time, the Star Chain satellite that was affected at that time was the third scale of the Star Chain, and its distance from the ground was 74,800 kilometers. 74,800 kilometers? Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't wait to say, "I remember Professor Pierre said just now that the wireless power supply distance must reach 100,000 kilometers in order to represent the success of the experiment. But now, because of our Star Chain satellites, the distance shouldn't be able to reach 100,000 kilometers, right? So the experiment in the Dragon Kingdom, it didn't work at all. Yes, it must not have worked." As he spoke, the leader's eyes lit up and he grew excited. He stared at Professor Sheeman with a deadpan gaze, wanting to get a reply from him. Professor Sheeman nodded and said in a deep voice, "You're right. The data shows that the electromagnetic energy intercepted by this star chain has exceeded 40,000 kW. The Dragon Kingdom's ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment has indeed failed." Receiving Professor Simon's affirmative reply, the leader couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was in an unbelievably happy mood and said excitedly, "The expressions of that group of scientists and the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom will definitely be wonderful, right? The German Three Empires, the Sakura Kingdom, and the British Isles, these countries must have been dumbfounded. They are still too confident in the Dragon Kingdom." In the conference room, the leaders were laughing freely. However, a group of experts and professors were not able to laugh at all, but instead were in a heavy mood. It's true that the experiment failed because of the interception of energy by the Star Chain satellites. However, the wireless power supply units of the Dragon Kingdom do support a distance of up to 100,000 kilometers. They did achieve this feat. Manhwa, indeed created history. 100,000 kilometers of ultra-long-distance wireless power supply, which in the past, things simply do not dare to imagine things. It's just a shame that Dragon thought it had deemed the experiment a failure because of the pretty country's star chain interception. The Dragon Kingdom now must be in a state of despair with the whole nation in mourning. This is bound to be good news for pretty country, but for them scientists, for the scientific community as a whole, it's a bit sad. The group of scientists only felt a wave of helplessness. Nope, no. But just then, the secretary next to him suddenly shouted, "The experiment did not fail, sir." The latest news. The Dragon Kingdom announced that the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment has succeeded. For just a moment, the entire conference room was instantly plunged into tranquility. The leader's expression stiffened even more. His face trembled, and suddenly he couldn't laugh. Hundreds of experts and professors twisted their heads to look at the secretary. No way. The leader shook his head and bellowed. Were you deaf just now? Our star chain satellites intercepted a portion of the energy. Dragon Nation succeeded my ass. It's true. The secretary looked nervous and hurriedly ran over with his cell phone raised, saying in a deep voice, "The news is true. This is the news released by the Dragon Country government's news platform. It's 1,000 times true." The leader hastily took the phone, and in the next moment, his eyes went black and he almost fainted. Prof. Simon, Prof. Pierre, and other scientists also hurriedly took out their own cell phones and started searching. Immediately afterward, expressions of disbelief surfaced on everyone's faces. In the meantime, Boom News posted a news story on the accounts of all major platforms at the same time, once again focusing the minds and hearts of netizens. The latest news is that at 2011 Yenjing time, because of the effects of the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment, a small airliner from the infant country made an emergency landing at Shulu City Airport. There is definite information that the small airliner is carrying 26 scientists in the field of aerospace and aviation from the infant country. We have received information that the ambassador of the Dragon Kingdom in the infant country has urgently expressed his apologies to the infant country's government. The spokesperson of the press office of the infantry government, Ariel, stated that the accident was purely due to the infantry's unilateral reasons. Furthermore, the infant country has announced that it will strengthen its cooperation with the Dragon Country in the aerospace field. And the infant country is confident that the close cooperation between the two countries will create great value for both countries, and for the world as a whole. As soon as the news came out, netizens gathered in the comments section of Boom News and started talking about it. Crap, did the infant country's airplane already enter the experimental area at that time? It couldn't have crashed, could it? Are you deaf or blind upstairs? It says it's already made an emergency landing. Are all infant nation people so reckless? The Tsangdome experimental base has issued an emergency notice. So how dare they enter the experimental area? It's also important that the airplane is fine, or else things will get big. Oh, looking at this situation now, even if the plane crashes, the infant countryside won't pursue our country. The space elevator is bigger than the sky. The infant countryside is very urgent, bringing babies with bad intentions. Our technology, we can't give it to them, not even if we reveal a little bit. That's right, the banded babies had committed a great sin back then. How can they be so cheap? Want our technology? Dream on. It's pointless for you guys to talk about this. It's still a toss-up whether our experiment will be successful or not. And I don't have much confidence in the Star Catcher Vine program. That's also true. I really don't think much of the Star Catching Vine program. Bringing infant can be said to be true to come. But, at present, it is only the German three empires and infant country to come. Could it be that the other countries are still waiting to see? It's best if you don't come. And those who do come aren't planning to ask for technology? It's better to wait until the experiment is successful. Otherwise there's no point. For now, it seems best not to come. In the comments section, the netizens were in a frenzy of discussion. At the same time, Penguin News Network released a piece of news that once again made the hearts and minds of all the netizens of the Dragon Nation tighten. The latest news. At 2019 Yenjing time, the relevant personnel of the Gallic Aerospace Research Team have arrived at Yenjing International Airport. And it is reported that their target, again, is the Northwest region. A minute later, the Globe also posted a news story. At 2028 Yenjing time, the Cherry Blossom Nation scientific delegation landed at the Magic City International Airport, and will be transferring to the Liangcheng International Airport shortly. According to the relevant personnel, the chief of Sakura Nation, also in the entourage, is going to pay an official visit to the Dragon Nation. Quoting the International Daily News, Queen Elizabeth of the Infant Nation has officially announced her visit to the Dragon Nation and has departed on a special plane. The first leader of Gallia will pay an official visit to the Dragon Kingdom. In this moment of time, a full dozen countries announced scientific and technological delegations arrived in the Dragon Kingdom. The whole internet was instantly abuzz, and the netizens couldn't sit still. What a way to speak of the devil. One moment they were saying that they didn't know if delegations from other countries were coming. I didn't realize that people were already there. And that's before you ask. Scientific delegations from at least 30 other countries have also departed. Even this time, there are going to be several first leaders from various countries visiting the Dragon Kingdom. This is the first time ever. More than 50 countries are going to pay a state visit to the Dragon Kingdom, which is definitely the first time since the beginning of time. Not even the world's #1 power, the pretty country, has ever been treated like this. It seems that the news of successful experiments in ultra-long-range wireless power supply has made many countries sit up and take notice. Does anyone remember that not so long ago, it was still 30 or so countries that announced visits to the Dragon Kingdom? It's only been a day now, and it's over 50. This is outrageous. Netizens are thinking that a day from now, it will be time for the Space Elevator Special Seminar Conference. At that time, how many countries will visit the Dragon Kingdom? This was the first time since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom that there had been such an exaggerated wave of visits. Throughout the 5,000 years of glorious history of the Dragon Kingdom, such a thing was not rare. Back then, the Tang dynasty also had a glorious period when all the countries came to court, but it was still quite different from the present era. During the historical period of the Tang dynasty can be said to be the world's #1 power, and there is no country that compares to it in any field. But right now, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom is unique. The current Dragon Kingdom is not the strongest in the world, but is in a period of big jump. Whether or not we can positively put a step forward depends on the Space Elevator Seminar Conference in the near future. Suffice it to say that there is not much time left to give the Dragon Kingdom as far as right now is concerned. But the Stargazer Vine program was just getting excited, and the Oriental Red 8 had only just begun to be transported from Yanjing. It's not enough for such a short period of time. In the hearts of the netizens, they all began to panic. Brothers, I'm so nervous. Do you think that one day is really enough time? How is this possible? The rocket hasn't even started to be assembled yet. You guys think you can put it together in a day? That's a giant rocket that's over 100 meters. It goes without saying that it would take you quite a while to install a piece of furniture at home by yourself, let alone a big rocket. It's too much of a stretch. I'd have to call it a miracle if I could install the rocket in 10 days. It's not like assembling blocks. There's so much more involved. Every step, it has to be precise and precise and precise. Crap, if you say that, isn't that the end of it? The day after tomorrow will be the time when the Space Elevator Seminar Conference will be held. Even the first leaders of many countries have come in person. Won't this conference become a joke? Alas, before, Academician Sheen still put his words too full. At that time, if he said, to witness the success of the wireless power supply experiment, then there would be no problem. That's right, the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment. Just based on that alone, it's completely enough to shock them. Now that we're saying that we'll let the world witness the space elevator, but as a result, people are coming and our rocket hasn't even been assembled yet. It's indeed too humiliating. In the meantime, Yanjing Capital University, in a large conference room, dozens of scientists related to aerospace-related fields were sitting in the conference room and were having a heated discussion. And what they were discussing was precisely about the feasibility of the star-catching vine program. At this moment, the speaking voice of an old professor with black and white hair was resounding in the large conference room. That's ridiculous. How is it possible to take a cable into space by launching a rocket? No matter how I think about it, I don't see any feasibility. After so many years of Earth's technological development, the highest known distance of rocket liftoff is only 36,000 kilometers, and the cable laying for a space elevator is 100,000 kilometers. Furthermore, the impact force worn on the rocket during the launching process will not be unknown to all of you, right? Whether or not this cable can withstand this impact is also still unknown. In short, this plan is ridiculous, and at the very least, we can't realize it with our current capabilities. How can those few people believe that young man's words so easily, although he is indeed very capable? This time, is indeed nonsense. I oppose it in my real name. The old professor finished with a cold snort, always with a stern face and in a very bad mood. At this time, a kindly-faced, flat-headed professor stood out and persuaded. Professor Shui, don't be impulsive. It's still too early to say these words. Have you forgotten the wireless power supply experiment not too long ago? After a pause, the flat-headed professor continued to speak leisurely. At that time when the wireless power supply experiment was conducted, at that time, we were more anxious than one another, biting down on the fact that the experiment wouldn't be successful, and thinking that those people in the science union, who had lived their whole lives to the dogs, didn't have the slightest bit of mastery. But then what? This ultra-long-range wireless power experiment that caught the world's eye has really worked. So let's wait this time. Since they dare to make a move, they must have already made preparations. How do you know they don't have a solution to the problem you just mentioned? Ways? Professor Yun, tell me what's the solution? Professor Shue's fire obviously still hadn't subsided, still looking grim and unbelieving. Conference table, Professor Yun a little thought, is to continue. Let's say, Yuan academician they found a can resist high temperature coating, so that the steel cable will be ridiculous. Professor Shue looked sharp and directly interrupted Professor Yun's words, snorted coldly and raised his voice. This is ridiculous. Prof. Yun, do you know what you're really saying? The cable is 100,000 kilometers long. Do you think that if it is sprayed with high temperature resistant materials? What does it mean? It means that the weight of the cable will increase drastically again, and in doing so, more rocket fuel will be consumed again. Of course I know all this. Professor Yun waved his hand and said in a hurry, I'm just saying that. What are you doing being so impulsive? Professor Shue, I'm only saying this to make you calm down a bit. After all, we don't know anything about the plans for the Tsung Dome's experimental base, so it's better to wait and see. Brush. Professor Shue stood up fiercely and said in a deep voice, let's assume that the cables of a space elevator can defy high temperatures. Then, let's talk about the connection of the cables. We all know that it takes 3 boosts for a rocket to be successfully launched to an altitude of 36,000 kilometers. When the booster runs out of fuel, it will automatically detach. So, the cable has to be attached to the first stage booster. And with the current rocket structure, it can't fulfill this requirement. Hearing this, the conference room instantly fell silent. All the professors looked at each other in disbelief. Academician Yuan is right. This is indeed a big problem. No matter how one thinks about it, the crowd has no solution. Some thought was given to changing the structure of the rocket, but that was quickly dismissed. It's simply not possible. Even if changes could really be made, just one day would be totally insufficient. The whole conference room was quiet, and the scene was directly frozen. I don't know how long it took, but in the corner, a professor in his 30s suddenly stood up and said somewhat nervously, I have a different idea. Upon hearing this sudden appearance of the voice, some of the professors turned their gazes to the young professor who spoke next to them. However, most professors are not overly concerned with the idea. After all, what should have been said? Prof. Shue had just given it all away. The young professor let out a deep breath before continuing. Gentlemen, I feel as if we are all thinking in the wrong direction. The Starcatcher Vine project, which is not talking about how to build cables at all, is merely a description of the cables of a space elevator. The young professor looked rattled. His heart thumping as the more he spoke, the less confidence he had in his words. He raised his head and looked around, his face suddenly white and very nervous. At this time, the gazes of all the professors and experts in the room looked towards him. All the professors' faces had a look of shock on them. The young professor subconsciously lowered his head and asked very nervously, I also just casually said, it is not necessarily right. I also suddenly thought of this piece of thinking that everyone thought in the wrong direction. That, everyone also don't take it too much to heart ha. The young professor smiled and nodded at the surroundings, then sat down in a hurry, suddenly regretting somewhat what he had just said. He was already socially terrified, and it was only with great difficulty that he managed to gather the courage to stand up and speak just now. Now his face was burning and he was still tense. On the other side, the other professors in the conference room looked more and more surprised, and suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. The dozens of experts and professors present suddenly all realized that they seemed to have gotten the wrong direction from the very beginning. DDT. Suddenly, in the conference room, the cell phones of all the professors rang at the same time and received a message at the same time. In amazement, the professors took out their cell phones and looked at them. Then their pupils all shrank. This is an official release from the government of the Dragon Kingdom. The content of this message was also very simple, but what was involved in it was something that made the eyes of the crowd jump. The general meaning of the message was that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom had announced that it would convene a symposium on information related to the Starcatcher's Vine program in the northwestern city of Liangchang, Honglu, at 0:10 a.m. tomorrow. At that time, all countries would send important representatives. Not only that, the chief commander of the Tsung Dome experimental base, Academician Qin Yang, as well as the deputy chief commander, Academician Yuan Manhwa, were also invited to attend this symposium. There is a very important point involved, and that is that this symposium has been proposed jointly by representatives of various countries. The moment he saw the message, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. What situation? Professor Shue was the first one who couldn't sit still. He flung his cell phone on the conference table and said angrily, "The Starcatcher Vine program hasn't even started yet, and they're starting to hold some kind of symposium? Those foreigners' purpose is so obvious. Why did the upper echelons accept the proposal?" The faces of the other professors were equally unimpressed. After all, it does seem a little too strange. By all rights, the top brass shouldn't have made such a mistake. And they were a bit puzzled. The people up there, what the hell are they thinking? The purpose of this is obvious enough, isn't it? I admit that Qin Yang, in terms of scientific research, has indeed accomplished a lot and made a lot of contributions. But, in the end, he is still too young and has too little experience. Is a symposium such as this one something he can handle? Humph, I've heard the calculations of those countries clearly here. The wireless power supply experiment has just succeeded, and they can't help but want to come and extract the technology already. And it's still so blatant. It's too much. They must not be given the technology for the wireless power experiment, which took our research team 6 years to pull off. Okay, everyone, let's not get so fired up and listen to me for a second. At this time, a professor with a slightly stooped figure stood up and said slowly, "Do you really think that the leaders above the Dow here can't think of it? Of course they don't want to hold any symposium, but when it comes to the national level, how can political matters be that simple? The joint request of many countries. Do you really think that this kind of thing can be rejected just by saying no? I think the upper leadership but only first intends to agree on the surface. When the symposium is held, academician Sheen can deliberately find a reason to say that the pump cannot get away to go not on the line? Yeah, too. Why didn't they think of that just now?" Upon hearing Professor Ricketts' statement, the crowd's eyes lit up, which made them feel slightly more at ease and less nervous. With Qin Yang's mind, he was bound to know what he should do. As for reasons, well, that's hard to say. And, well, there's one readily available right now. When the time comes, it's guaranteed that those gringos will have nothing to say, and even if they have a temper, they won't be able to get it out. And honestly, they felt that Qin Yang really didn't have much time to attend this symposium either. The Stargazer Vine program was about to begin implementation, and just assembling the rockets was a mind-consuming and time-critical task. Therefore, where is the time to spare for this kind of meaningless symposium? DDT. Just as the conference room gradually returned to calm, suddenly, one cell phone rang after another rang again. At this moment, dozens of professors looked at me and I looked at you, and a very bad feeling appeared in their hearts at the same time. Soon, everyone opened their cell phones to look at it. This time the information came from the Science Alliance, and this time, it's even shorter. In a nutshell, Qin Yang has decided to attend the seminar and will provide a unified answer to all questions about the space elevator project. Quiet. In just a moment, the entire conference room, once again, fell into an eerie silence. All of the professors' gazes were dead set on the contents of their own cell phones, and for a moment it was that they thought they had misread it. But there's nothing wrong with that. That's indeed what the official Science Alliance number posted. Dozens of professors' bodies stiffened and their heads were full of question marks. They really didn't quite understand why Qin Yang had gone to the seminar. According to their analysis just now, it would be most appropriate for Ming not to go. Wouldn't that play right into the hands of those gringos if they went? After the Science Alliance's post was sent out, CCTV News as well as all major mainstream news media retweeted it. Soon, the news covered the entire internet and made it to the hot search of all major platforms. The internet is abuzz. Once again, it exploded over a message. Not to mention any professors, experts or scholars, but anyone who saw the news was shocked and confused. Whether they were studying, working, or preparing to go to bed, they all stopped what they were doing and stared at the news for a long time. A puzzled look covered everyone's face. They really can't figure out why the top echelon of the government is holding this symposium. What they cannot figure out is that the high-level convening is just. Qin academician even agreed directly, but also said to answer questions about all aspects of the space elevator project in the seminar? Gosh, answer the questions seriously? Are these questions to be answered casually? Those were pointed questions, all about the space elevator, about the heart of the star-catching Vine program. If this was answered in front of the entire internet, wouldn't this be tantamount to exposing the core secrets of the space elevator program? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What is in the heart of academician Sheen? How can you make such an impulsive, stupid decision? Is it because the brain is slowed down by days of intense, high-stress work? The netizens were in an emotional state. Crap, what did I see? Qin Yang is crazy, isn't he? Right? He must be crazy. How can he go to a seminar? That's just not the way to go. How can he not understand what even I, a farmer, can't? And those scientists from the Science Union, don't they know how to advise? Grandma, it turns out I was looking at the wrong person. Before I called him academician Sheen Guosher, but now I can only call him Yangzi. It's too damn excessive. Was the original purpose intended to be the disclosure of our secrets to other nations? Nah. How much suppression has our Dragon Kingdom suffered over the years? How much bullying and humiliation? After years of endeavors, we have now finally achieved remarkable results. And then now that the foreigners have mentioned it, we are going to obediently lose the results? Brothers and sisters, do you still remember the time when the ultra-long distance wireless power supply experiment was conducted earlier? The Tsangdom's experimental base even allowed the D3 Empire to get 2 scientists to watch it in its entirety. And at that time, I already felt that something was wrong. I didn't expect that it would be even more excessive now. Think carefully. Fine thoughts. Originally I hadn't thought much about it. Now this netizen has reminded me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. This is the situation now. Don't you see? The original intention of the people up there was to make the secrets public. Why? Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on? I don't understand it. We can't be so spineless. Have we forgotten our previous humiliation? Have we forgotten the pain? Are they out of their minds? Space elevator technology. It absolutely cannot be made public. This is the cornerstone of my Dragon Kingdom's takeoff. If it's made public like this, we won't have any advantage. Brothers, we have to resist. We can't just sit around and wait to die. Right, we must act now. This travesty must be stopped. Now I just hope my grandpa didn't see the news, or else his old man would have to pass out from anger. Netizens are not stupid and quickly saw the significance behind this news. At that moment, all the netizens couldn't sit still. As the people of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they allow such a thing to happen? As many users have said, ridiculous. This is ridiculous. As a result, a large number of netizens gathered together on the internet, forming a resistance army. Gathering under the official account of the Government Information Office and the official account of the Dragon Science Alliance, and starting to resist. In just the past few minutes, the comments underneath these 2 posts have already exceeded 10 million and, moreover, are still growing at an insane rate. The number of likes, on the other hand, is a pitiful few thousand likes, and that's with some netizens subconsciously clicking on it before even reading the post. This is enough to show how angry the netizens are. Same time, Gallic State. A government plane is flying slowly over the capital. In the airplane, a middle-aged man in a straight suit with a high nose and deep eyes was staring out the window at the sky, silently, and the direction he was looking was northwest. The middle-aged man stood so casually, but he had his own aura, a sense of looking down from above. However, there was some sadness on his brow, and his face didn't look too good. In his mind, with some tension, he was pondering something. A few minutes later, he suddenly turned his head to look at the female secretary beside him and asked in a deep voice, Tasha, regarding the matter of the symposium, has a resolution been made on the side of the Manhwa government? The middle-aged man's complexion was rare and tense, and between his eyebrows, his eyes were deep, and the wrinkles between his brows became deeper. He still looked poised on the surface, standing upright, showing nobility and elegance. Inside, however, he was flustered and uncomfortable. This time when he traveled to the Dragon Kingdom, noble as he was, he had to condescend a bit and even curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom if necessary. This would have been completely unthinkable before. Is ridiculous in the extreme. Not long ago, when the Dragon Country ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiments successful news into the country of Gaul, God knows their Gaul government as well as experts in related fields have how shock. The success of this experiment was nothing short of miraculous, and definitely a major event that spanned the ages. All the scientists in the field of aerospace in Gallia have the same expression. Gallia must send someone to visit the Dragon Kingdom. The sooner the better. The Dragon Kingdom is now the meat and potatoes for them. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's mind became even more determined. He was condescending, but not pedantic. Therefore, after many experts in the field of aerospace in the country petitioned, he directly ordered that he was going to personally lead a team to visit the Dragon Kingdom, although he knew very well that this trip to form would not go smoothly, and the Dragon countryside would surely make things difficult for them at every turn. After all, in the past, Gallia had done a lot of terrible things to the Dragon Kingdom, but no matter what, this trip to the Dragon Kingdom was a must. Not only do we have to go, but we have to go fast and not be preempted by another country. He knew deep down that by this time, the top brass of other countries were bound to have learned the news, and would surely travel to the Dragon Kingdom for a visit. At this time, Tasha, the female secretary with long red hair and a pair of black-framed glasses, suddenly smiled and said impatiently, Chief, the Dragon countryside has agreed to hold a symposium. Not only that, the chief of the space elevator project will also attend as promised. As he was talking, a beep came from the laptop in front of him. Tasha hurriedly clicked on it and looked at it, and at this look, Tasha almost jumped up in excitement and hastily covered her mouth. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly stood up and reported, "Unbelievable, Chief, the Dragon Countryside just sent us an invitation to the symposium. This seems to be going a little too well." Obviously, the female secretary Tasha's thoughts were the same as the middle-aged man's, both feeling that the Dragon Countryside would try to make things difficult for them. After all, there was a lot of bad blood between the two countries before, but in any case, she hadn't expected things to go so well. The invitations from the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Originally, the infant state telephoned their government in Gaul to request the symposium, the purpose of which is naturally self-evident. Originally, they were going to reject it outright because it was just not going to happen, but then the government agreed to go ahead and decided to make an attempt, and the results of this attempt were greatly beyond their expectations. Longwood did not refuse. They decided to hold a symposium. Moreover, the request they mentioned that they wanted the chief director of the space elevator project to come and attend the symposium was agreed to by Longwood without hesitation. Needless to say, it really turned their imaginations upside down. In the face of the excited female secretary, the leader of the Gallic country did not respond at first, because at this moment, his entire person was momentarily frozen. It was only after 10 seconds or so that he was able to return to his senses, and immediately afterward, he hurriedly asked, "The Dragon Kingdom has agreed? Really agreed? Chief, here's the invitation." The female secretary, Tasha, nodded her head in a hurry before handing the laptop to the chief. Looking at the contents of the invitation, the handsome face of the Gallic country's chief was a color of delight that could not be concealed. It was obviously just a short line, but he read it over and over again many times. Then, he ordered in a deep voice, "Inform the captain to change the destination and head to the Dragon Kingdom's Liancheng International Airport. Time is running out. We must speed up and enter the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible." I'll inform immediately. The female secretary, Tasha, hurriedly took out her walkie-talkie and began to notify the captain. In the meantime, Magic City International Airport. The special airplane from the Sakura country was landing, and on the airport, many staff members were busy with various matters. The plane had just landed, and the ground crew at the airport had already heard all sorts of noises coming from the plane, which seemed to be in a hurry. However, the ground crews only looked at it for a moment, and then there was no more. It's like they don't know an airplane is out there. Soon, the hatch of the special airplane opened, and a middle-aged man about 1.6 meters in height with a tuft of mustache appeared in front of the hatch. Behind him was a group of black-clad bodyguards following closely behind him. The middle-aged man practically jogged all the way down the stairs with a look of great urgency. Just as he came to the ground, he kept looking around. Then, with a frown, he turned his head to the staff accompanying him and asked, "Why hasn't the special airplane for switching to Liancheng come yet?" The staff member hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. 30 minutes ago I already submitted the application to the Magic City Airport in advance. You wait a moment, I will go and negotiate with the airport personnel." After the accompanying staff finished speaking, they immediately walked towards the ground crew not far away. His tone was very mild, but he spoke with a tone of condescending reproach. "I'd like to ask why our connecting plane hasn't come yet? I had requested it in advance half an hour ago, and you guys are too bad to keep your appointment, aren't you? Also, this time, our Sakura Kingdom's chief personally led a delegation to visit. Why didn't you Dragon Kingdom have any welcoming ceremony? Please give an explanation as soon as possible." After listening to the Sakura Nation staff, one of the ground crew members then sized him up and slowly said, "State your name and I'll inquire." The Sakura Nation staff subconsciously clenched their fists. What kind of attitude is this from these guys? Simply outrageous. He forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart, then said in a deep voice, "Lin Zongangban, 30 minutes ago, our side booked an airplane to fly Yang Northwest Region, Liancheng City." Lin Zhonggangban was about to continue saying something, but he was directly interrupted by the ground crew. The groundskeeper just said in a faint voice, "Got it. Follow me please." Then a couple of ground crew members headed off in one direction. "Baka, Baka, Baka." Steel Ben in the forest roared up in anger in his heart, incomparably furious. As an assistant accompanying the chief of the Sakura Kingdom, he was in a high position. When had he ever been treated like this before? "I didn't expect to be so humiliated just after coming to the Dragon Kingdom." However, for now, she could only hold back for the time being. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he turned back to the chief and said respectfully, "Chief, it's time to go." "Aha." The chief gave a soft His mood didn't seem to fluctuate much, but his face, however, was no longer as excited as it had been when he first arrived. He wasn't blind. He saw that scene clearly just now. These things, however, were originally expected of him, so it wasn't really a surprise. The moment he decided to visit the Dragon Kingdom, He understood that difficulties and coldness were inevitable, but he came anyway. Compared to the technology related to the space elevator, what is this problem in front of us? Behind the leader of the Sakura nation stood 18 top scientists. At this moment, the faces of these 18 scientists were equally not very good. Of course, they understood that there were some things that were always unavoidable, and since they had come, they were already prepared in their hearts. It's not surprising that what's happening now is happening. This time when he came to the Dragon Kingdom, it definitely wouldn't go too smoothly. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Not long ago, when the airplane had not yet entered the Dragon Kingdom, they suddenly received an invitation from the Dragon Kingdom. And this invitation is exactly the invitation to the symposium on the space elevator that was jointly proposed by a number of Western countries earlier. However, the Sakura country was not at all clear about this matter. That's why, only after receiving the invitation, all the people in Sakura Nation had a bad feeling in their hearts. Combined with the comments from the netizens of the Dragon Nation at this time, they were even more certain that this visit to the Dragon Nation would be rather bumpy. For the sake of that ultra-long-distance wireless power supply technology, they, as a group of old guys, also put up a fight. Same time, in the sky, there was a violent roar of engines. A luxurious, private, dedicated airplane is speeding along. This is none other than the Infant Nation's special royal airplane. The cabin, in the lounge, is lavishly decorated and luxuriously expensive. The air was filled with all sorts of scents. Queen Elizabeth II of the Infant Nation is reclining in a recliner and is watching a movie with a smile on her face. Her demeanor laid back and full. It was a look as if her trip was not a visit to the Dragon Kingdom at all, but a trip to the American continent. Bang bang! While Queen Elizabeth was enjoying a cozy time, there was a knock on the door outside. Straight up, Queen Elizabeth's lazy voice rang out. So soon after, the voice of a pretty female assistant rang out of the door. Your Majesty, we have just received news that the government of the Dragon Kingdom has agreed to hold a symposium and has sent us an invitation. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom seem to be very opinionated about this matter. When the time comes, Your Majesty the Empress must be more careful. Go ahead and get busy. Queen Elizabeth's snow-white fingers rubbed her temples, then slowly sat up. She sighed and said with some unhappiness, What's going on with that Pierre guy? I can't figure out. This time, why are we visiting the Dragon Kingdom? We should just follow the pretty country's lead. Alas, since we're here, let's go and have a look. I hope we won't be disappointed. On the couch, the infant country got a few noble bigwigs who nodded without saying much. They were relaxed and too lazy to think much about it. Anyway, when the time comes, just follow the process. They're royalty. They just need to walk around with their high and mighty heads held high and decent. After all, they were, to put it bluntly, the mascots of the infant nation and had no real rights. Therefore, they do not need to know anything, and they just take a stand on what the government leaders tell them to do. Thinking of this, several noble bigwigs smiled faintly and began to continue drinking and getting drunk. On the other side, after the female assistant left, she went back to the other side of the cabin and dialed a phone. Lord Pierre, the Queen has been informed. Don't worry, got it. On the other side of the phone, a magnetic voice soon came out. This time when we visit the Dragon Country, it is the equivalent of rejecting the pretty country. So this symposium is something that we must grasp and obtain valuable information. Remember, after arriving in the Dragon Kingdom, we must take Prof. Level as our leader and never act without authorization. This visit to Dragon Country is crucial, and must be treated with courtesy. Yes, Lord Pierre. The female assistant's face was serious and she nodded her head in a hurry. Same time, pretty country. In the chief's office, the chief first was looking out the window with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the secretary is reporting to him on the progress of the space kite program. Suddenly, the secretary's voice stopped, and immediately afterward, the secretary's face changed and he said with a heavy look, It's not good, sir. What's not good anymore? Get to the point. Brush. The chief first twisted his head violently and frowned. The secretary hurriedly said, We just got the news that the Dragon Kingdom's top management has already agreed regarding the space elevator symposium that was proposed by multiple countries earlier. Not only that, the chief leader of the space elevator project will also attend. Sir, this is too bizarre. How could the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom agree to such an outrageous proposal? Unless they really want to publicize the technology? Hearing the secretary's words, the leader's brow was immediately furrowed and his face was cold. This time 33 countries jointly proposed the symposium on the space elevator project to the Dragon State, the purpose of which would not be lost on the senior management of the Dragon State. This is to allow the Dragon Kingdom to release the information about the space elevator project. How could the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom agree to such a request? And once the Dragon Kingdom does not agree to the proposal, These countries they sent the proposal to will definitely become dissatisfied with the Dragon Kingdom, and once there is a suspicion, it will be impossible to cooperate. That's what pretty country wants to see happen. There's no way they're going to stand by and watch Rokoko get bigger and stronger. Once countries engage in close cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom, the pattern of the world will change dramatically. But in any case, the leaders did not expect that the top management of the Dragon Kingdom had agreed to it. It's outrageous. How did they just agree to that? The leader's face was filled with a look of incomprehension, not figuring it out. It was while he was annoyed and ruminating in his mind that the secretary's voice sounded again. The secretary looked at the tablet computer in her hand and said with incomparable shock, "How is this possible? Look, sir, just a moment ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom officially sent us an invitation to the symposium, inviting us to participate together." An invitation? The leader stared at first, then hastily took the tablet handed over by his secretary and looked at it. After seeing the contents of the invitation, the leader's face turned ironic down at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was as grim as water, and he flung the tablet in his hand away. At the same time, his angry roar rang through the office. "What invitation? The Dragon Kingdom is showing off to us. Outrageous, simply outrageous." The chief first was roaring wildly, out of control, and slamming things around the office. The secretary next to him was pale and trembling, not daring to say a word. "Call down an urgent meeting. Pierre, Watson, and Simon and the others, all of them must be there. Not one of them must be left behind. Anyone who dares to be late, I'll put you all in jail." Doesn't the Dragon Kingdom want to disclose the technology? Good, very good, then let everyone witness it with their own eyes. "Yes, sir, I'm on it." The secretary kept backing away in shock, feeling weak. Ever since the Dragon Kingdom announced the space elevator plan, the leader's mood has been visibly out of control, on the verge of violent anger at all times. One minute he's looking gentle, maybe the next he's going to shoot, kill. Upon hearing the leader's order, the secretary was like an amnesty, and after respectfully answering, he hurriedly ran out, carefully closing the door behind him. Phew, hoo-hoo. It was only at this time that the secretary party was somewhat relaxed, breathing heavily. The whole person was about to be deflated. Then she rushed back to her office and began sending out notices to the professors. In the meantime, California, in a beach house, Professor Pierre, who had just returned home, saw a table full of delicious food but had no appetite at all. He was so tired right now, he just wanted to hurry up and get some rest. So he said to his wife, who was putting away her clothes beside him, "Madam, you eat first, and leave me alone. Let me sleep until I wake up naturally, and do not let anyone disturb me." Then Professor Pierre threw down his glasses and headed for the upstairs bedroom. On weekdays when he came home from work, he would take a shower, a habit he had developed over the years. However, he was really tired today, and when he saw the big bed in the bedroom, he directly laid on it, and a happy smile instantly appeared on his face. Cool. It's so cool. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was relaxed and his tiredness was disappearing. However, Professor Pierre's eyes had just closed when the ringing of his cell phone, which was placed on the bedside table, suddenly rang. DDT. Professor Pierre frowned and picked up his cell phone to read it. Seeing that the call was from the White House side, he was filled with questions. He'd just gotten home and hadn't even started to sleep yet. So why was there another call from the White House? The meeting had just ended and the plan had been finalized. So what was the point of looking for him now? Can't we get some rest? There was a small mumble, and then Professor Pierre picked up the phone anyway. His voice held an unmistakable weariness. "Hello, this is Pierre." "Hello, Professor Pierre. There is an emergency meeting coming up. Please arrive on time and don't be late." What's going on? Professor Pierre looked puzzled and nearly broke down. What's with the meeting again? What kind of emergency meeting is going to be held at this time? Particularly sick, I guess. Now, Prof. Pierre wanted to break into song, but the call was still connected, so he had to hold back. He held back his anger and asked in a deep voice, "The Spacekite program has just been finalized, and what is this emergency meeting intended to talk about?" On the other side of the phone, the secretary's crisp voice rang out, "Professor Pierre, in a few hours, the Dragon Kingdom government will be holding a symposium, and at that time, not only will delegations from 33 countries attend, but even Qin Yang, the commander-in-chief of the space elevator project, will also be invited to attend. This symposium will be broadcast live, and it is said that at that time, the Dragon Kingdom will announce the secrets of the space elevator project." So, what does Mr. mean? Space elevator project symposium? Publishing the secrets of the space elevator project? How is this possible? After hearing the secretary's words, Prof. Pierre's eyes snapped wide open, and without hesitation, he rolled over and got out of bed, his body full of sleepiness disappearing. As much as he didn't understand it, since it was such a big deal, he had to make the trip no matter what. Sleeping? Sleep my ass off. Downstairs, his wife was sitting on the couch watching TV. Seeing my husband, who had just gone upstairs, walking down again, and still in a suit and holding a briefcase, with the intention of going out, she quickly asked, "Honey, what are you going to do? Aren't you going to bed?" Professor Pierre approached his wife and said with a smile, "Honestly, I'm in great spirits, ma'am. I'm going to head out right away and I'll talk to you when I get back." When Prof. Pierre finished speaking, he opened the door and left, leaving his wife in the living room in a daze. On the highway, Prof. Pierre dialed a phone while driving. "Hello, Watson." A voice soon rang out on the other side of the phone. Professor Watson sighed and said hastily, "Pierre, you don't have to say anything, I already know everything. The secretary lady said that the gentleman specifically named a few of us. Do I dare not go? And it's incredible that I have to be there for something as big as this. Pierre. This time the Dragon Kingdom held a symposium. Is it really planning to release the technology related to the space elevator? This is so unbelievable. Honestly, I'm still not quite willing to believe it. It's just like a dream. Who am I going to ask if you ask me?" In the car, Prof. Pierre's eyes were bright as he said in a deep voice, "You're right, it's unbelievable, but the odds are that this is true. Although, I don't know what the Dragon Kingdom's purpose for doing this is. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm too interested in the space elevator technology. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is an orthodox country in the Confucian cultural circle, so for such a big event, they would never joke with the world." "You're right." On the other side, Professor Watson laughed softly and said excitedly, "Speaking of which, this time, we'll be able to meet that legendary genius from the Dragon Kingdom again, even though it's just a look at the live broadcast. Meet me at the White House. Old friend, I'm going to concentrate on driving. Be careful, and I'll see you at the White House." Professor Pierre put down his cell phone. Prof. Pierre is so excited now that he can't wait to rush to the White House, but along the way, the traffic was relatively denser, and there were many traffic officers on duty, so he could only drive honestly and steadily. The other side, pretty country, Tesla Inc. In an elegantly decorated conference room, Musk was sitting at his desk, his eyes surveying the Apple laptop in front of him in thought. A video is playing on the laptop at the moment. The video, however, is related to an accident that occurred not long ago when a cluster of Starlink satellites was unusually charged over East Asia. In his hand, Musk was still clutching his cell phone, which, on it, was about the latest news released by the Dragon media. Suddenly, on the laptop, a voice came. "Sir?" Musk answered, then suddenly asked, "Gat, how much do you know about Qin Yang, the young scientist from the Dragon Kingdom?" Qin Yang? The expert named Gat was so confused that he didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't expect Musk to ask him such a question out of the blue. Originally, he expected Musk to ask him questions related to the space elevator project, like whether a space elevator can actually be built. For example, how far the Dragon Kingdom has progressed with the Stargazer Vine program. But in any case he hadn't anticipated that the first question Musk asked him would be, how much did he know about Qin Yang as a person? He had never come into contact with Qin Yang, so how could he possibly know anything about him? So, he could only say awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Musk, I know nothing about Qin Yang." As if he had already known that Gats would say such words, Musk nodded his head, and after a short period of contemplation, he said leisurely, "You know Gat, I have a kind of affectionate feeling towards Qin Yang, even though I, like you, have not come into contact with him." "Ha? Kindness?" At that, the expert on the other end of the phone, Gat, was even more confused. What was Mr. Musk talking about? Musk continued to say to himself, "I'm very interested in this young man. I always feel that, in our bodies, we have common characteristics. In some ways, we are very similar. For the vastness of the cosmic space, we have the same ambition." The more Musk sat at his desk, the more excited he became. The more excitement glowed throughout his body. It felt like finding a confidant. Ambitions for cosmic space? On the other side, Gat nodded thoughtfully. Musk is an entrepreneur who has a great reputation all over the world and, also, is the craziest entrepreneur in the world. For Musk, his vision has long since ceased to be confined to Earth, but the vastness of the cosmic stars beyond Earth was his true journey. At a very, very young age, he became interested in the universe because of his father's words. Not only does he want to go into space himself, but he wants to be able to drive a car someday. Even, He wanted to visit Mars and open his company to Mars, to lay out Mars and make it a suitable planet for human habitation and development. Musk has always been a man of action, and when the idea came to him, he immediately set out to act on it. He purchased a rocket building company to get the ball rolling for his program, and although he kept losing money during that time, he never, ever stopped. In time, his company even caught the attention of NASA, and the two began to work together on a number of collaborations. So Musk has his own private rocket business. Then later, he began to develop Starlink, placing Starlink satellites around the globe. But then it slowly dawned on him that the rocket alone would not fulfill its ambitions. Rocket's power, still too weak. He began experimenting with other possibilities, talking to scientists in the aerospace field around the globe, and eventually, was ready to begin planning a space elevator project. However, this plan was shelved before it could get off the ground. The reason is also simple. They simply can't build a space elevator with their current technological means, not even for another 10 years. Perhaps, Musk is certainly not happy about it, but he's clueless. It wasn't until the past 2 days that he heard Qin Yang's name, a young scientist from the Dragon Kingdom who had the same goals and ambitions as him. It excites him. At that moment, on the other side of the phone, Gat raised his voice and said, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Musk's sights, or plan, is to develop Mars, make it a suitable environment for human habitation, and to allow interstellar migration of Earth's elite talents, right?" "You're right," Musk responded. "His dream is known to all of Pretty Country and even the world." Gat nodded and continued, "Your dream is great, but unfortunately, with our current technology, it simply cannot be done. Even after another 30 years, there is still little hope. Our science is approaching maturity, but that equally means that it's hard to progress. Our rockets are very limited in the amount of fuel they can utilize, and even if we launch the most advanced rockets, at best, they will barely reach Mars at best, and that's it. Launching satellites to distant Mars is something that only 3 countries out of nearly 200 around the globe have been able to do. That would be the Pretty Country, the Dragon Country, and the Tsar Country. This technology is so difficult, and Mars is so far away from Earth, that many powerful countries around the world want to complete Mars exploration. However, except for the above 3 countries, all other countries have failed. 6 years ago, for example, an attempt was made by India, and the satellite that was launched exploded in the starry sky before it could successfully reach Mars. Gat said 30 years of little hope, and that's still pretty conservative. In fact, in his heart he felt that even after another 30 years, mankind would not be able to conquer Mars. The distance between Earth and Mars is just too far, and honestly, at the moment, with the results of only human exploration of Mars, nothing too valuable has been found on Mars, and the attraction of Mars to humans is not that great. Gat felt that unless all the nations of the globe united to explore Mars with all their might, Musk would not be able to succeed in his plans until he died. But is it possible? Not at all. You need a push to do everything, and to have enough of a push, it has to be worthwhile and beneficial enough to do so. Of course, to say 1,000 words, the more important thing is that mankind's current scientific and technological means are really incapable of doing so. The rockets launched to Mars are top-of-the-line exploration rockets that cost astronomical amounts of money. Also, the rocket can only go, not come back. 10 deaths. Isn't it a joke to talk about Mars immigration at this time? It's outrageous. No. In the office, Musk shook his head, and then his expression changed from calm to agitated. Gat, if it was before, I would have agreed with you, but now, with the space elevator, then anything is possible. If the Dragon Kingdom really builds a space elevator, the conquest of Mars will no longer be a vain thing for mankind. 10 years, in 10 years at most, mankind will be able to completely conquer Mars. Musk finished excitedly, and on Gat's side, there was silence. It was only after 10 seconds or so that Gat's voice resounded. Mr. Musk, then have you ever thought that the Dragon Kingdom's plan has failed? Currently, the Dragon Kingdom is only trying, and their heritage is even weaker than ours. So what makes you think that they can succeed? You should know better than anyone how hard it is to break the difficult point of the space elevator, right? Musk smiled and said. You also said, it's just hard to break, not impossible to break. As long as there is a ray of hope, I will not give up. Gat, I don't really know whether the Dragon Nation can succeed or not, but if the Dragon Nation's plan fails, I will not hesitate to cooperate with the Dragon Nation in the relevant aspects, and I will use all my energy to assist the Dragon Nation. Oh, God! On the other side, Prof. Gat nearly jumped up from his stool in shock after hearing Musk's words. He looked flustered and said, assisting the Dragon Kingdom? Mr. Musk, you can't make such a joke. You are not unaware of the relationship between the two countries, Pretty Country and Dragon Country. If you want to assist Dragon Country, the White House side will definitely not agree. Perhaps, right now, our conversation has already been known by the White House's intelligence personnel. So what? Musk looked calm, not panicking at all. He said leisurely, "Gat, that's a space elevator. You know how important the space elevator is to me. I don't care about the attitude over at the White House. I only care about my dream. If the space elevator can really be built, the life of human beings will change drastically. At that time, going into space is no longer just exclusive to astronauts. Ordinary people can also go into space, and space tourism will become a new mass tourism program. Not only that, but when the space elevator is once built, our rockets will be able to use it as a springboard to launch beyond the galaxy to explore the wider universe. Gat, just thinking about it makes me so excited I'm already shaking in my boots." On the other side of the phone, Gat's demeanor was starting to turn agitated. Gat exhaled deeply, then said in a deep voice, "If the space elevator can really be built, the benefits will of course be huge. I've always wanted to go to space and look down on the Earth, and when that time comes, it'll be easy to realize. The universe is boundless, deep and vast, and the area that mankind is currently able to explore is far, far too small. For the vast universe, it's just a speck of sand in the area. But when that day comes after the successful construction of the space elevator, everything will change. Humans can launch rockets to more distant places and can explore more planets. Humanity will no longer be held back and can move to a greater stage." While Gat was rambling, Musk's voice rang out again. "Gat, the Dragon Kingdom. I have to go for a walk." Gat was not surprised by Musk's decision. He sighed on the phone, then said very helplessly, "I can understand that you want to go to the Dragon Kingdom, but on the White House side, the order has long been made to prohibit the relevant people from traveling to the Dragon Kingdom. You can't go. I forgot about it if you didn't tell me." Musk smiled. His eyes lit up and said, "We, Tesla, have a branch in the Dragon Kingdom. We can first let the minister of the Dragon Kingdom branch visit the dragon dignitaries to release signals. Dragon Country. I am definitely going. That young man called Qin Yang. I'm looking forward to the meeting between him. I'm afraid that's a little difficult too," Gat said worriedly. Musk raised his voice and said, "There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, there is no difficulty in the world. Gat, never be intimidated by the difficulties in front of you." The other side. Pretty Country NASA headquarters. Director Simon took the coffee handed over by his secretary and sipped it while asking, "Nicole, any news?" Nicole shook her head, sighed, and said, "No response. Mr. Musk has picked up our report, but has not responded to calls. There's no time." Looking at the time, Professor Sheeman said in a deep voice, "Let's set off first, and continue to contact him later." Nicole nodded, then gathered her things and followed Professor Simon out of the office. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle started. In the car, Nicole tries to get on the phone to Musk again. Soon, her face turned ugly. "What's wrong? Still not picking up?" Seeing the expression on the secretary's face, Director Sheeman frowned. Nicole said in an astringent voice, "Chief, Mr. Musk turned off his phone. Shut down?" Director Sheeman's face instantly just sank, and a guess suddenly appeared in his heart. Again, Musk doesn't return messages and doesn't answer the phone. Now it's good. Just give it a shutdown. What the hell does he mean? Could it be? Is this kid planning to travel to the Dragon Kingdom? It's no wonder Chief Simon thinks so. There's always been a Musk obsession with space elevators. However, it simply cannot be built with the current technological means of the Pretty Country. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom gave him hope, so how could he not go to see it? But Musk can't go to Dragonland. How can Musk go to the Dragon Kingdom? Does he know what that means? Director Sheeman's face was ugly, upset, and his whole body was bad. Musk's company, Stella, had been quite successful in the space field over the years, and if Musk really decided to help the Dragon Kingdom, it would be a great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom. In the field of space, Stella's has mastered technology that has surpassed even many of the world's major powers. But at the end of the day, Stella was an enterprise of the Pretty Country, and he should follow the decisions of the Pretty Country's government. So how could he go and cooperate with the Dragon Country? Musk is confused. Musk the boy is so confused. Director Sheeman's face was unsightly as he growled angrily in the car. Stella was able to achieve so much in the field of space. If it wasn't for the government, without the help of the Astronautics Agency, would he have been able to do all of this? Now, he even betrayed his own country to choose to help the Dragon Kingdom? Upon hearing Director Sheeman's words, the assistant next to him looked stupefied with disbelief. What did she hear? Mr. Mars hasn't been answering his phone, so he's already planning to leave for the Dragon Kingdom? Seemingly thinking of something, the assistant hurriedly asked, "Director, Mr. Mars chose to travel to the Dragon Kingdom at this point in time. Is he that confident in the Dragon Kingdom's space elevator program? Then, the assistant associated it with this emergency meeting, and she subconsciously blurted out, Could it be that one suddenly ordered an emergency meeting with the intention of letting us learn the technology of the Dragon Kingdom? The assistant deliberately emphasized the word study. Obviously, the learning she is referring to is plagiarism. Plagiarism? This time, Chief Simon didn't say anything and fell silent. He always heard a phrase like science without borders in the mouths of some scientists. For example, Prof. Watson and Prof. Pierre, who are well known in the aerospace field in the pretty country. Every time he heard it, he felt very funny. As the director of the space agency of the pretty nation, Prof. Simeon is well aware that science has national boundaries. To say that science has no borders is pure bullshit. Throughout the history of the world, the progress of science and technology has been in constant competition in order to achieve development and takeoff. Prof. Simon is proud. He was the director of the aerospace agency's space agency, and he was well aware of how strong the pretty country was in the field of science and technology, especially in the aerospace field. The pretty country is the absolute global technological juggernaut, so much so that he always had a sense of superiority when looking at other countries. But now, it seems that everything is different. The world seems to have been turned upside down. The Dragon Kingdom had been blockaded by the pretty country for decades, and was this country, which was looked down upon by the pretty country, now going to stand on the head of the pretty country? Even pretty country, which is the global technological hegemon, is now learning technology from Dragon country? Thinking about this, Professor Shimon's mood turned worse and worse, and a sense of atrophy appeared on his entire body. He looked like he had aged a dozen years in a flash. Professor Shimon looked at the scenery outside the window as it passed by, and he suddenly thought of how many years ago, many scientists, architects, and other various talents from the Dragon Kingdom would come from far and wide to study in their beautiful country. During their studies, no matter how hard they were hit or how insulted they were, these students seemed to be able to laugh it off. These Dragon Nation people from the Far East seemed to be all open-minded people who didn't care about anything. But at this moment, Professor Simon suddenly understood. Back then, those Longboy studies were not open-minded, and they didn't really care about the ordeals and insults they suffered in the pretty country. It's just that the country is weak and it's useless even if they care, and without a strong country behind them, they can only fight it down with their own teeth, because they have to hold back. They have to work hard for their education to return to their home country later to reimburse their country and make it strong. It's the only way to be free from bullying and oppression. Time has passed and decades have passed. The Dragon Kingdom, now, had become very powerful, strong enough to even have been able to threaten the pretty country's position. So much so that the now powerful and beautiful country has to bow down to learn the technology of the dragon. It's a bad taste, indeed. A few minutes later, Director Shimon Fong just let out a bitter smile as he turned his head to look at the assistant beside him and said in a deep voice, People always have to accept reality, and the country is certainly the same. One slow step. The speed at which the Dragon Kingdom is taking off is completely beyond our imagination. If the Dragon Kingdom really builds a space elevator, the situation will be even worse than it is now. Pretty country's global dominance will be outlawed. In the eyes of other countries, Dragon country's status will become unrivaled. At that time, many people will forget about pretty country. Next to him, the assistant remained silent. His face was turning darker and darker. Will the Dragon Kingdom, that country that has been sanctioned by the pretty kingdom for decades, really surpass the pretty kingdom? Only a few decades had passed, and the speed at which they had taken off was a bit too outrageous. Is this the heritage that comes from Dragon Kingdom's 5,000 years of ancient history? Director Shimon suddenly let out a light laugh, not knowing whether it was relief or sadness. As he continued, this is the time and the place. Even if we steal their technology in turn, it's not a big deal. After all, back in the day, those schoolchildren from the Dragon country had taken quite a few things away from our pretty country. But it has to be said, the Dragon country, this ancient oriental country, is indeed very extraordinary. Those who came to the pretty country to pursue their studies, each and every one of the scholars were subjected to humiliation and tribulation. I do not know how many hardships and dangers I experienced before I brought back a body of knowledge. Just no one would have thought that the Dragon country would have developed so quickly. In the end, it was us who were gullible. The assistant sighed in her mind and was speechless for a moment. A luxurious and atmospheric conference room. By now, all the experts had gathered in the conference room and were sitting upright. The expressions on everyone's faces were very serious. The chief first man's face was grim as he looked around at the people present, not saying a word. At that moment, the secretary came over and reported respectfully, Sir, there are no absent scientists. The chief first didn't say a word. and the secretary had the good sense to step back respectfully. She knew exactly how angry the chief first was inside right now, and as a working secretary, she was now trembling like she was dancing on the tip of a knife. There was silence throughout the conference room. The chief first man just looked coldly at the entire room of experts and professors, and all the scientists have dropped their eyes down, not daring to go and meet the one on the stage. It was only after 10 minutes or so that the chief first's low voice rang out. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the leader's low voice rang out. I'll say it one last time. We, pretty country, absolutely cannot lag behind Dragon Country. What the Dragon Kingdom has mastered, the pretty kingdom, must also master. The large conference room was quiet. All the scientists' eyes subconsciously raised their heads and stared at the large screen at the very front without a word. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps sounded in the direction of the entrance to the conference room. Immediately afterward, Director Simon was seen entering the conference room with his assistant. All the scientists didn't care too much, still staring at the big screen in front of them, waiting for the live broadcast to start. But, the moment Director Simon walked in, the leader's cold, sunken, sharp gaze instantly converged on Director Simon's body. Chief Simon, the leader's low voice resounded throughout the conference room, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone frowned with a puzzled look on their faces, not understanding what was going on. They weren't sure what the chief first was thinking. It's certainly not a matter of being late in the first place. After all, NASA was a long way from the conference room here, and being a few minutes late wasn't much of a problem. Besides, the live broadcast hadn't even started yet, and although they had come early, they were just coming here to stare wide-eyed at their peers and gawk at each other. The wait was so long that it caused many scientists to fall asleep waiting. The leader just made a lot of people jump out of their skin with that one straight away, completely unable to sleep. Watson, what's going on here? Off stage, Professor Pierre twisted his head to look at Professor Watson and asked suspiciously, "You don't seem to be in the right situation with Simon," with a dead look on his face. Could it be that the plan is not going well? Professor Watson shook his head without speaking. He could certainly see that something was wrong with Simon. He just didn't understand why the other man was like that. In the meantime, the body of Chief Simon, who had been called by the leader, stiffened violently before twisting his head and squeezing out a smile. "Sir, can I help you?" At this moment, although Director Simon was smiling, that look was simply much worse than crying. "What about him?" The leader walked into Director Simon, his eyes as sharp as knives, and just stared coldly at Director Simon. Originally, the leader was still just guessing, but when he saw the panicked and apprehensive appearance of Director Simon right now, it made his heart, instantly, have an extremely bad premonition. Could it really be that he had guessed? The other side. Director Simon kept swallowing, his entire body trembling with fear, unable to utter a single word. I didn't realize he had only just arrived and the leader was asking him such questions. It seems that the leaders, in their minds, had guessed as much. But how was he going to answer that question? There's no way he can answer that. Was he going to say directly to the leader in front of him, "Sir, that Mas, the president of the Stella Group, whom the government and the aerospace agency had devoted their lives to helping cultivate, was now planning to go and help the Dragon Kingdom?" He wouldn't dare say that. Thus, the scene was so deadlocked. Director Simon kept cursing in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't say a word. At this moment, the gazes of the entire conference room all looked at Director Simon. This made it hard for Chief Simon. When had he ever suffered such a stifled grievance as the head of the UAA? For all this, it's all Mas's fault. Seeing that Director Simon had remained silent, the people in the conference room became even more confused. "What's going on with Chief Simon? Why don't you say something? And who did you mean by he?" "Shit." With a low voice, Professor Watson was the first to react. His face instantly just changed, and he said with an ugly face, "I know, sir is asking about Mas." "Mas?" Next to him, Professor Pierre first froze, then his face turned equally ugly. "Is Mas preparing?" "Geez, Chief Simon, what are you doing? Why don't you say something?" The leader took a step toward Chief Simon and growled, "Where is Mas now?" "Chief Simon, raise your head." "Sir." Director Simon shivered in fear, exhaled deeply, and hurriedly replied, "Mas we contacted him many times. At first he kept refusing to pick up, to later, and then directly shut down the phone. Mas he should be going to the Dragon Country, asshole." Although, the leader had already identified Mas's movements, his anger was still ignited the moment he personally took it out of Chief Simon's mouth. The leader could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared at Director Simon. "How dare Mas go to the Dragon Kingdom? He actually dares to go to the Dragon Kingdom. What a big nerve. Does he take the government's orders as air?" The leader has never been angrier. And in a sense, Mas is much more important than many experts and professors. and the attitude he represents is important. What would the world think if he went to the Dragon Kingdom? For Pretty Country, Stella is much more than simply a private business. Stella, though not a state-owned enterprise, has long been inextricably linked to the Pretty Country's government, and to NASA. Over the years, the satellites developed by NASA have been rocket-launched missions carried out by Stella. Even a decade ago, the government made an exception to allow Stella to be able to recruit retired NASA researchers. This kind of treatment is unprecedented, to say the least. It goes without saying how good the scientists who get to work at NASA are. These scientists, a large percentage of whom have won Nobel Prizes, are among the top scientists in the world. Again, the treatment they receive is quite high. Originally, according to government regulations, after the retirement of these NASA scientists, no matter how you enjoy it can be, but absolutely no academic exchanges and work to any other company organization. After all, these scientists held many of the secrets of the Pretty Country's space technology. The Stella Group, however, is a singular exception. The government, after much deliberation, has stipulated that retired NASA scientists can go to work at Stella. This is enough to see the importance and favorable treatment of the Stella Group by the government of the beautiful country. As for the reason, it's simple. In the opinion of the Pretty Country government, the Stella Group is loyal enough to be completely loyal to the Pretty Country. In addition, the Stella Group is really useful to the government, too. But what did he just hear? Moss, the guy who has gained great benefits from the government and is trusted so much by the government, is planning to go to the Dragon Kingdom? Moss, the guy who has gained great benefits from the government and is trusted so much by the government, is planning to go to the Dragon Kingdom? How dare he? The leader's fists clenched, veins popping on his forehead as he was about to explode with anger. That guy traveling to the Dragon Kingdom was simply challenging his bottom line. On the other side, all the scientists were also all dumbfounded after hearing Director Sheeman's words. Geez, what did they just hear? Mars actually went to the Dragon Kingdom? Is he going to help the Dragon Kingdom? The government had ordered a strict ban on Pretty Country personnel traveling to the Dragon Kingdom, and Moss chose this time to go. Was he planning to betray Pretty Country? Mossy had a little too much nerve and, well, it was too much. Even if your ambition is great, you can't betray your country. The scientists present felt incredulous and had mixed emotions. Moss is not an ordinary person. He is the president of the Stella Group. He traveled to the Dragon Kingdom. It will be a huge storm. If Moss was really planning to go and help Dragon with the space elevator program, it would be an endless benefit for Dragon, but a huge loss for Pretty Country. It's no wonder leaders are so angry. At the moment, the leader just stood straight, his face expressionless, seemingly calmer, but only those who knew him well would know that this was a sign of anger to the extreme. On the opposite side, Director Sheeman's body stood rigidly in place, not daring to breathe a single breath. At this point, he could really be dancing on the tip of a knife. His head hung low, not daring to look at the leader, but in his heart, he was cursing all 8 generations of Moss ancestors. If it wasn't for Moss, how would he have been reprimanded? Moss is really damned. After 10 minutes or so, the leader twisted his head and resumed his seat, massaging his temples with his right hand, visibly tired. At this time, the professor who had a good relationship with Director Sheeman saw the opportunity and quickly spoke out. Sir, at this time, we should be even more calm. Moss is not an impulsive person. Perhaps, maybe this time he went to the Dragon Kingdom simply because of business negotiations. I have long since ordered no travel to the Dragon Kingdom, the leader's low voice chillingly said, but this guy is blatantly disobeying my orders. He has too much guts. This is a provocation to me, to the higher-ups. No matter what he wants to do in the Dragon Kingdom, he shouldn't have traveled there privately. I am now announcing that all the permissions, preferential treatment, originally targeted at the Stella Group, are all cancelled. The leader stopped ranting and his tone gradually became calmer, but the crowd instead grew more timid. They know the leaders well. This is precisely what happens in cases of extreme anger. Quiet. In this instant, the entire conference room was plunged into an eerie silence. All the scientists were silent, not even daring to move for fear of attracting the leader's attention. Dozens of seconds later, the leader's knife-like gaze looked at Director Sheeman and said coldly, "Inform Moss and tell him to get his ass back to Pretty Country." Upon hearing this, Director Sheeman's face was like a pig's liver, and he stammered and said in a difficult manner, "First, sir, Moss." Moss's cell phone was turned off before. If your cell phone is off, call the satellite phone. I don't care what you have to do. You have to reach him and tell him to get his ass back here. Same time, somewhere on the roof of a skyscraper, Moss, dressed in a black suit, was waiting quietly. Soon, a helicopter will appear to take him away. And, along the way, he would arrive in Massachusetts in 5 separate helicopters. This was followed by taking his private jet from Massachusetts and entering the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a burly man with taut muscles ran towards Moss not far away. "What's wrong?" Moss frowned. The burly man said in a rush, "Mr. Mars, there's a satellite phone. Answer it." The muscular, burly man was none other than Gat, who had exchanged phone calls with Moss not long ago. Gat felt that he shouldn't answer this satellite phone call. The most important thing now was to hurry up and leave the pretty country. And now the trail should never be exposed. There was no doubt that the White House, for sure, already knew about Moss' intention to travel to the Dragon Kingdom. However, what Gat didn't expect was for Moss to pick up the phone with a calm demeanor. "Hello, it's Moss." Moss's gentle voice rang out, not making any waves. The other side, hearing Moss' familiar voice, Director Sheeman's face was surprised and he hurriedly said urgently, "Mr. Moss, you can't go to the Dragon Kingdom." Moss looked at the distant sky and said leisurely, "Director Sheeman, going to the Dragon Country is not what I want either. I just intend to go and get to know Qin Yang. I'm very interested in him. And Qin Yang is from the Dragon Country, so I can only travel to the Dragon Country. That's all." This guy, Director Sheeman was already cursing in his heart. This kid, Moss, is still as smart-mouthed as ever. Only, does it make sense for him to be so sophomoric? His destination is still not the Dragon Kingdom? Director Sheeman hurriedly persuaded. "No matter what your reasons are, Mr. Moss, you can't travel to the Dragon Kingdom. By doing so, you are betraying the government and the country." Moss's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard Director Sheeman's last sentence. He said with a kind smile, "Director Sheeman, you've known me for so many years as well. You should know very well what my dream is. Not only you, but the entire pretty country and even the whole world should know the Tao." After a pause, Moss continued, "You should know even more how deep my obsession with the space elevator is. But I was once disappointed that our beautiful country couldn't build a space elevator. But now, that young man from the Dragon Kingdom has shown me the light of day. The space elevator is likely to be built soon. You say, can I resist not going to see it?" Director Sheeman's face was unsightly as he anxiously said over the phone, "Mr. Moss, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't go. Our pretty country is the world's #1 technological powerhouse. No country in this world can surpass us, and what we can't even do is by no means possible with Dragon Country's aerospace technology today. The space elevator project, which is bound to fail, is nothing but claptrap and delusion. You should wake up and get sober, Moss. This is a farcical joke directed by the Dragon Kingdom itself. Could it be that even you are blinded by the shameless Dragon Kingdom? The whole world will be watching your joke then. I'm well aware of your dreams, your ambitions, but the Dragon Kingdom can't realize your dreams. You should put your mind on our pretty kingdom. Only pretty kingdom can make your dreams a reality." After laughing a few times, he then was continuing, "If it was 10 years ago, my thoughts might have been the same as yours, but in these 10 years, the development of the Dragon Kingdom is there for all to see. Until now, the Dragon Kingdom is even on the verge of threatening the pretty kingdom's position. Director Sheeman, you should know very well that this ancient oriental country is more resilient and greater than we imagined. If there's only one country in this world that can perform miracles, I'm more convinced it's the Dragon Kingdom than the pretty kingdom." But, hearing Musk's words, Director Simon on the other end of the phone looked even more nervous. He hurriedly persuaded, "Mr. Mask, there is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that says that if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Even if you go to the Dragon Kingdom, so what? You are not from the Dragon Kingdom. They won't treat you as one of their own. We are the ones who are our own. Do you understand? Don't think about going to the Dragon Kingdom anymore. I'm not going back." Musk smiled calmly and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm one of my own or not. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom simply to fulfill my dream." Director Sheeman, being stuck in the same old rut definitely won't work. We should go and keep learning. Only then can we progress. Director Sheeman returned, "Even if we study, we don't have to go to the Dragon Kingdom to do so, right? We can watch the live broadcast. When the time comes, the Dragon Kingdom will announce the relevant intelligence through the live broadcast." Mr. Musk, no matter what, you shouldn't travel to the Dragon Kingdom. It's too impulsive. Do you know what this represents once you appear in the Dragon Kingdom? Do you? Before Director Sheeman could finish his sentence, another irascible to the core voice suddenly appeared on the phone. "Mask, I order M to come back immediately. This is your last chance. If you still plan to travel to the Dragon Kingdom, I will let you know what it means to regret." The leader grabbed the satellite phone and growled, spittle flying, but Musk's expression didn't change. The leader's words clearly didn't threaten Musk, or rather, he was ready and had anticipated what would happen next. After the leader finished his rant, Musk said slowly, "Sir, I've made up my mind. and you should understand that I don't change what I've decided at will. Whatever the cost, I will bear it. Dragon Kingdom. I am definitely going. Please understand, the dream has never been so close to me, and this kind of opportunity is something I feel I won't miss, much less regret. If I didn't go to the Dragon Kingdom and continue to stay in the Pretty Kingdom, then I would truly regret it. Of course, after going to the Dragon Kingdom I will not leak any information about the Pretty Kingdom to the Dragon Kingdom, so you don't have to worry about that. Dodo. After saying that, Musk hung up the phone very decisively, always looking calm and collected. Even if it was the leader of a beautiful country who had just spoken to him, his heart did not waver. The Dragon Kingdom. He was set to go. Musk handed his cell phone to Gat next to him, then looked up at the eastern sky as he stretched his back, a smile on his face. Gat twisted his head to look at Mask. At this time, Mask's face is a strong color of excitement and anticipation. Earning a break have a feeling of vitality. I'm afraid that, by now, Musk's heart has long since flown to the Dragon Kingdom. He's really different. Looking at Musk, Gat murmured in his mind, other capitalists only care about profits, and no matter what they do, the first and foremost thing they look at is profits. They are even capable of abandoning everything for the sake of profit. Musk, however, is not like any other capitalist. What he cares more about than money are dreams. He would throw away everything for his dream. After all these years, Musk's identity has never changed. He's still the same dreamer he was before. Gat. Musk suddenly twisted his head to look at Gat and said leisurely, if the direction of the Dragon Kingdom is correct, and the Dragon Kingdom has really built a space elevator, how many years do you think it will take for the Pretty Kingdom to catch up with the Dragon Kingdom? Catching up? Gat's expression went into a slight trance. Is Pretty Country going to be the one playing catch up? Slightly pondering, Gat said seriously, Pretty Country is in the end the world's #1 technological powerhouse. The heritage is here, even if it is now surpassed by the Dragon Country. If Pretty Country pours all its efforts into catching up, 6 years should be enough. In fact, this was still Gat's more conservative statement, and honestly, he even felt that 5 years would be enough. In Gat's opinion, the former technological strength of the Dragon Kingdom was so much different from the Pretty Kingdom. It was really a gap between heaven and earth, and now it was able to catch up. Then it won't be hard for Pretty Country to catch up to Dragon Country again. 6 years? Hearing Gat's words, Musk first couldn't help but laugh out softly. Then his expression sharpened and he said in a deep voice, Gat, you're thinking too simply. If Dragon Country really builds a space elevator, then Pretty Country will never be able to surpass Dragon Country again. Boom! At this moment, Gat only felt a thunderbolt explode in his mind, causing his entire body to be instantly jolted. His face suddenly changed, filled with disbelief. Still, as surprised as he was willing to trust Mr. Musk, because Mr. Musk has always been accurate in his judgments and has never cheated him. Musk looked deeply at Gat, said with a slightly deeper meaning, the gap in this will only be bigger than you can imagine. If Pretty Country can put down its pride and be a bit more modest, it might still be able to follow behind and have a mouthful of soup. Otherwise, in the world, Pretty Country will be completely reduced to a second-rate country, and won't be able to enter the top 10. A second-rate country? Can't even make the top 10? The more Gat heard, the more panicked and shocked he became. Will the future, indeed, turn out to be what Mr. Musk says it will be? Gat asked in a hurry. If the Pretty Country will be reduced to a second-rate country, wouldn't that mean that? You thought right. Musk nodded and said in a deep voice, in the future, not only in science and technology, but also in the economic, military and even cultural fields, and even in star exploration, the Pretty Country will fall behind on all fronts. Gat was filled with shock, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Rumble, rumble. The dome of the sky was filled with the violent roar of engines. Immediately, the masked duo saw a helicopter heading their way. The helicopter, also belonging to the Tesla Group, was there to pick up Musk. Finally, Musk had a smile on his face as he was finally getting going. Soon he would arrive in the Dragon Kingdom and meet the young scientist who shared his aspirations. He believed that Qin Yang would not let him down. The other side. White House. In the conference room. Once Moss hung up, the beeping sound carried through the conference room. The temperature of the entire conference room seemed to have dropped to freezing point in this instant. Hiss. All the scientists couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How dare Moss hang up on the chief first? He's got a little too much guts. They asked themselves that if they were on their own, they would never dare to do so. The chief first was equally in a daze and hadn't come back to his senses. Moss just hung up on him? Fark. Arrogant. Too much arrogance. Fark. Moss, he deserves to die. The chief first man's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it was dripping with water. Snap. The chief first man slammed the satellite phone in his hand as he cursed and growled. Fark, why does he have to go to the Dragon Kingdom? Is it just because going to see that Dragon Nation person? No matter what price he has to bear, he is still willing to do so? Ma's reputation is known all over the world. If he is caught by the media appearing in the Dragon Kingdom, by then, we will become the laughingstock of the world. Shit. In the conference room, everyone dared not speak except for the snarling chief first man. The chief first was right. If the news of Mas going to the Dragon Kingdom got out, pretty country would be disgraced. As president of the Stella Group, Mas has become even more famous internationally over the years than the chief first. He's a pretty iconic figure in the pretty country. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the conference room. Come in. The chief first spoke out coldly. Soon, the female secretary came in a panic and said impatiently, Sir, there is the latest news about the Dragon Kingdom. There are many people in the Dragon Kingdom who are now protesting and demonstrating on the streets. And our people have learned that this is because many of the people in the Dragon Kingdom do not agree with the matter of holding a symposium. Brush. Hearing the secretary's words, the chief first man jerked his head around, his expression sharpening. Really? He first froze, then subconsciously clenched his fists, and deep inside, a feeling of anticipation suddenly welled up. He hurriedly asked, did the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom come out to state their position? What are the attitudes of other countries? The secretary calmly reported back. The protests are still ongoing. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom has not stepped forward at the moment. The winds of public opinion on the Dragon Kingdom's network are showing a one-sided trend. And the preliminary estimation is that the protest demonstrations will continue to intensify. There is a high probability that this symposium will be cancelled. Because of this matter, the day after tomorrow's meetup is also being implicated. So it might be affected as well. As for the other countries, there isn't much of a reaction at the moment. I guess they're all waiting for the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom to take a stand. All in all, our plan is going well, and everything is proceeding in the direction we predicted. The secretary was emotional. The plan is going well? The chief first's fists clenched tighter, his eyes lit up, and his breathing became ragged. I didn't realize that the plan would work so easily. At the end of the day, there was already a problem within the Dragon's Kingdom, and all he's done is just accelerated the contradictions. The problems of it, a little bit. The chief first man smiled coldly and snorted this. Retribution. This is retribution. Humph, the Dragon Kingdom is making a fool of itself. What's the saying in dragon folklore? It's easy to pull the egg when you take a big step. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom are still too confident in themselves. The other countries are also to blame. Since they betrayed the pretty country, they have to pay the price. Next, I'm looking forward to where things are going to go. Those guys at the top of the Dragon Kingdom, they should be fretting right now, right? Isn't Mas going to the Dragon Kingdom? Then let him go. Isn't he very confident? When the time comes, when he gets a cold shoulder from the Dragon Kingdom, I'd like to see where he'll put his face. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom. Ever since the government and the Science Union released the news about the symposium 2 hours ago, it has directly triggered the network of the Dragon Kingdom. On the internet, public opinion was all over the place, and it was rumored that Qin Yang intended to make the technology related to the space elevator completely public at the symposium. So the netizens protested. As time passed, more than 2 full hours passed, and not only did the protests not stop, but the situation became more and more dire. There are even a lot of extremists cursing traitors under the official government number and also the official number of the Science Union. This protest is not only continuing online, but in reality, people are starting to protest as well. With the first comes the second and the third. On the street, a bunch of demonstrators soon appeared. They were holding up signs and the group was in a frenzy. The sign reads, cancel the symposium. Never allow the technology to be disclosed. Refuse to disclose. Shameful sellout. CEOs of leading companies have come forward to speak publicly. Never allow technology to be released to the West. The symposium must be cancelled. Many students and workers have stopped attending classes and working to take to the streets and join the protests. There are also many veterans who, after seeing the news about the symposium on the internet, have wiped their tears and recorded video accusations. Is it forgetting the hatred between the Dragon Kingdom and the Western world? Is it forgetting the 100 years of humiliating resistance history of the Dragon Kingdom? It's hard to research space elevator technology and you're just going to go public with it? Such behavior now is a complete betrayal of the ancestors, an extremely shameful act, and is sorry for the blood shed by our forefathers in the past. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom should be in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's own people. How can it just be given away? It's a sign of bloodlessness. Many angry and agitated veterans even went up to the roof of the building and asked their families to broadcast the whole thing live. And they wanted to show the top echelons of the government how determined they were. Yenjing. In the office, The middle-aged man was sitting with a very serious face. Not long after, 4 middle-aged men arrived here and took their seats. The expressions of the 4 of them were equally unimpressive, their faces cold and sullen. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the middle-aged man sitting in the first seat said in a deep voice, "The specific situation has been understood by everyone. The situation is now very complicated. After a pause, he continued, "I really didn't expect that because of this symposium, it would cause such a big storm. Right now, there are marches and protests all over the country, and there's a big smell of it getting worse, and the people are unanimously opposing the disclosure of the space elevator technology. We cannot turn a blind eye to this. Now, it's time to make a decision, whether to go public or not. There should always be a decision. If we choose to cancel the symposium, then accordingly, the meeting about the space elevator seminar the day after tomorrow will be similarly cancelled. By doing so, it would be equivalent to our Dragon Kingdom going back on its word, and would be criticized by other countries, and our Dragon Kingdom's image to the outside world would be greatly affected. This situation will have endless consequences for the Dragon Kingdom." After a pause, the head middle-aged man continued, "On the contrary, if we still decide to hold a symposium, then we will have to modify the video and re-release it, in an effort to make the people understand the kernel of the reason why we are doing this. However, based on the current domestic situation, it is unknown what impact it will have. But what is certain is that our Dragon Kingdom's status in the international arena will skyrocket. Simply put, it's a big gamble." At this point, the middle-aged man paused and stopped talking. The 4 people at the conference table all had their brows furrowed. They didn't speak at first, but began to ponder over the 2 options the middle-aged man had just said, analyzing them carefully. As the middle-aged man had just said, this was a big gamble. If one chooses to cancel the symposium, then first of all, the protest demonstrations in the country will calm down and return to stability, and the people will regain their absolute faith and support for the government. But the status of the Dragon Kingdom in the international arena will fall to pieces, and be reduced to a laughingstock, and will even be isolated by all countries. Upon analyzing this, all 4 of these middle-aged men were instantly in denial. This choice, completely undesirable. International status is very important to the dragon. The Dragon Kingdom has always maintained the demeanor of a great power, and if it is hastily cancelled, the international reputation that the Dragon Kingdom has created outside over the years will be completely undone. As for the second option, if you want to successfully report the symposium, then first of all, we must let the people of the Dragon Country to understand Qin Yang's good intentions, understand Qin Yang's farsightedness. Of course, most of all, it still depends on whether the people can temporarily let go of the 100-year history of humiliating resistance in the Dragon Kingdom, but that seems a bit unlikely. Ordinary people's vision is, after all, limited, and if you want to look at the big picture, then you first have to understand what the big picture is. There is a huge gulf between what the higher powers think and the ordinary people in the end. Is it so simple to cross this chasm in an instant? Have you chosen yet? After a few minutes, the head middle-aged man looked up at the 4 people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "We don't have time for this. Make your choices known." As he spoke, he placed his gaze on the first middle-aged man on his right. Seeing this, the other 3 middle-aged men also converged their gazes over. This middle-aged man looked up at the head middle-aged man, as if he had made a huge determination, and said in a deep voice, "I'll choose the latter." The head middle-aged man nodded, then looked at the other 3. "Me too. Same. I'll go with the second plan too." These 4 middle-aged men, all of whom were core figures in the government of the Dragon Kingdom, saw the situation in the Dragon Kingdom, and even in the entire world, very clearly and thoroughly. If they had to choose, they would definitely have to choose to hold a symposium. The head middle-aged man was very decisive, and after all 4 had decided, he waved at his secretary. The secretary hurried over, looking respectful. The head middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "What should be done? Do you understand now?" The secretary looked serious and nodded. "Understood. I'll get right on it." With that, she left the office at a brisk pace. Same time, City of Orange, Orange University of Aerospace Science and Technology. Only at this moment, on the roof of a certain tall building, there was a student wearing glasses who was broadcasting live while walking resolutely towards the rooftop. In his hand, he also held up a large sign. The sign was conspicuous by the crimson lettering on the line. As this student walked to the rooftop, downstairs, a steady stream of students were converging. Soon the number of students exceeded 800. They all turned their gazes to their classmates on the roof of the building, with shocked looks on their faces, pointing. "This is crazy. Is this student really planning to commit suicide? His attitude says it all. He's trying to show the people up there that he's determined." "This is my classmate, called Niu Qianqian. His grandfather, is a war veteran. He grew up listening to his grandfather tell the history of past humiliation. His grandfather is a personal experience. I can understand how he feels. My late grandfather would be pissed off if he were alive right now and knew about this kind of thing. Now that more and more people are marching and demonstrating all over the country. People up there, don't they have any reaction at all? It's getting bigger and bigger. And if it keeps going like this, something is really going to happen. It's better to rush to the symposium, which was the wrong move in the first place. I really don't understand what they were thinking. Why should we publicize the technology that we researched with great difficulty? If the government doesn't step in, it's true that people are going to die. The students were talking and getting more and more agitated. Do not gather. Spread out. Spread out. Suddenly, there were shouts. I could just see the school's male teachers scurrying toward the side carrying dozens of first aid cushions. The female teachers, on the other hand, were trying to evacuate the crowd to prevent a stampede. Demonstrations are currently taking place all over the country, and firefighters and vigilantes are completely inadequate. Now, it's up to the schools themselves to deal with it. When these dozens of buffer cushions were set up, the principal and teachers of the school then put their hearts down. This school building isn't very tall, and with the cushioning in place, it shouldn't kill anyone. The roof of the building. The instructor rushed over and shouted cautiously at the students on the rooftop. Forward. Calm down. Let's come down first, okay? No need to say anymore. I've already thought about it. Niu Qianxian had a cold look on his face and had no intention of retreating at all. 2. The instructor was about to speak when suddenly the cell phone in his pocket quivered and a beep sounded. At the same time, Niu Qianxian's cell phone on the rooftop rang. DDT, DDT, DDT. Not only the two of them, at this moment, whether they were teachers or students, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. At this moment, a speculation suddenly arose in the hearts of the crowd. It wasn't that long ago that they just went through this. Downstairs, all the student teachers took out their cell phones and watched. On the rooftop, Ox Forward was ready to tap the message as well. In the live broadcast room, netizens were urging him to read the latest news quickly. Niu Qianxian frowned and hurriedly clicked the latest news open. Here's the latest post from the official Dragon State government number. Government response on the symposium. It was a long post, but since it was about the symposium's response, the netizens read it very carefully and thoughtfully. First, the first half of the post summarizes the progression of the aerospace industry in the Dragon Kingdom from its founding to the present. From the science and technology blockade, the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom exhaustively overcome all kinds of difficulties, to the Dragon Kingdom's first artificial satellite liftoff. Then after that, the first manned rocket launch in the Dragon Kingdom was successful. There are also stories about the trials and challenges that astronauts go through in order to adapt to the environment in space in advance. And I wonder how many life and death crises they have survived. The blockade by foreign powers has resulted in the Dragon Kingdom not being able to get any help from any country at all, and it can only start from scratch and improve little by little. During this period, numerous experiments, large and small, were conducted, and many scientists died in the desolate Gobi Desert. The lack of experience and scarcity of supplies caused many of the astronauts preparing for the war to fall out of training. Suffering, humiliation, endeavor, 100 folds. This is how the Dragon Kingdom has taken one step at a time over the past few decades and gotten to where it is today. Everyone stopped what they were doing and put their minds on the thread, fully immersed. Some even began to weep. Many of the young people were not pro-lifers of that era, and they had been prosperous and strong since they were born, when the Dragon Kingdom had begun to prosper. However, through the content expressed between the lines of this post, they can still deeply feel that the forefathers of that year was not easy. That year's country, how much tribulation suffered. At the beginning of the founding of the country, there was poverty, chaos and poverty, scientific and technological blockades, and suppression of public opinion. The entire Dragon Kingdom, at that time, was in the midst of a storm. The road ahead was dark, and it seemed that no light at all would come through. But there is such a group of people who have thrown away their heads, spilled their blood, given everything they have and even their lives. Wickerwork in darkness, constantly experiencing failure, constantly experiencing death, one step at a time, with blood and tears. The hard way for the Dragon Kingdom trickled out. The heartache of this is not enough for outsiders to understand. Why did the people of the Dragon Kingdom unanimously disagree with the convening of the symposium? Here's why. It took 6 whole years for Dragon scientists to develop the space elevator technology. And now, it's just going to be so generously announced to foreigners? On what grounds? Those Western countries led by the beautiful countries, do they deserve it? In the beginning, if they hadn't mercilessly imposed an all-round blockade on the Dragon Kingdom and mercilessly persecuted its people, how would the Dragon Kingdom have experienced so much suffering? The people who saw this post couldn't help but feel a sense of heartache well up in their hearts. The Dragon Kingdom has gone through too much suffering. When those countries created suffering for the Dragon Kingdom, now the Dragon Kingdom must not share the fruits of victory with them. After the emotion, the crowd began to move on to the rest of the thread. Upon seeing the last paragraph, many people's expressions turned dumbfounded. The people will not forget the suffering experienced by the Dragon Kingdom, and the government will likewise not forget it. We should remember the suffering and pain we have experienced in the past and move forward. The Dragon Kingdom will rise, but to rise is not to be proud and arrogant, not to be stuck in the same old rut, but to help the world. The future of the Dragon Kingdom is a sea of stars. In the future, we will conquer the stars of the universe. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, we should all the more set our sights on the long term, and we want the whole world to follow in our footsteps as we move forward. Seeing the last few paragraphs, everyone's hearts fluttered and began to beat, their minds swirling. As the passage says, a truly strong person is not a stagnant person, let alone a proud and arrogant person, but a person who helps the whole world. The crowd seemed to suddenly understand something. The history of suffering suffered by the Dragon Kingdom in the past must not be forgotten and must always be kept in mind. However, it does not mean that we have to take revenge on the countries that used to bully the Dragon Kingdom in general. The truly strong never bother to do that. Instead, we need to approach them with an open mind, confusing those Western countries, guilting them, cowing them. We will give them whatever they need. This is telling all the countries in the world that the Dragon Kingdom is confident. The Dragon Kingdom, a country that had gone through too many trials and tribulations, was still standing at the top of the world today, a powerful country that would never be defeated. The future of the Dragon Kingdom has long since ceased to be confined to the tiny planet Earth, no longer confined to the fight between countries, but the vastness of the cosmic stars. The Dragon Kingdom has truly stood at the forefront of the world and has become the true leader of the planet. What is self-confidence? That's what real confidence is all about. So that's what is all about? A figure snapped his head up and said in a deep voice. So, is it based on this idea that the government is planning to hold a symposium? I can understand the government's thinking, and I know why Qingguosher and the other scientists chose to acquiesce. But has the government ever really asked Qingguosher what's in their hearts? Has it considered their feelings? The reasoning is right. But are we too overconfident in ourselves right now? The space elevator still hasn't been built after all. Isn't it a bit too early to say that much? Ambition also requires a foundation. But how can we be so bold as to announce the space elevator technology to the world when our own foundation hasn't even been firmly laid? I still think it's a little too impulsive. The roof of the building. Niu Qianqian's eyes stared deathly at the post on his cell phone and read it over and over again. And after reading it, his eyelids kept trembling with a very complicated mood. He said aloud, I still feel that this is not quite right. Directly publishing the technology, giving away the results that we have researched with great difficulty. How can this be? I understand very well the government's idea, but this kind of approach, isn't it a bit inappropriate? After Niu Qianqian finished speaking, the netizens in the live broadcast room sent pop-ups, asking Niu Qianqian to open the link at the end of the post. The students downstairs, too, were yelling for the cow to click the link forward. However, Niu Qianqian's mind was sinking into the post at the moment, and he didn't even see the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, nor did he hear the shouts of his classmates downstairs. Forward, not far from the roof, the instructor shouted, you click on the last link first. It's a video of Qingguosher. Qingguosher? Upon hearing this, Niu Qianqian had a jolt of excitement and hurriedly scratched the post to the bottom, then opened the link. After a brief black screen, a video appears. The moment he saw the video cover, Niu Qianqian's eyes just lit up violently. The young man in the very center of the cover, he recognized, was none other than Qingguosher. Qin wore a blue work uniform and looked serious. And across from him was a group of professors as well as researchers, also dressed in work uniforms. They seemed to be arguing about something, looking agitated. What's the situation? What are they doing? Seeing this scene, Niu Qianqian's head was full of questions and curiosity. Then, he couldn't wait to hit the play button. And after a short loading period, the video began to play. In the video, only Qin Yang, who was wearing a work uniform with a serious face, was saying in a deep voice, Elder Yuan, I understand everything you just said. However, if we don't let Prof. Kiss Imp and the others in today, then what's the difference between us and the Western countries led by Pretty Country? Decades have passed since the founding of the country, and Western countries have also blockaded our dragon state in all aspects for decades, especially in the field of science and technology. But the result? My dragon country's science and technology not only didn't lag behind, but instead developed better and better, surpassing the Western countries step by step. How can I not understand the thoughts of the patriarch and everyone else? However, Have you all thought about what will happen to the world landscape when the space elevator is declared successful and officially put into use? In the future, the goal of all mankind will be the vast and boundless cosmic stars, and we will be completely free from the limitations of the Earth. In this case, what ethnic group, what color of skin, what national organization? This connection will become weaker and weaker. Under the vastness of the universe, all of mankind must be twisted together and held together. The world pattern will change radically. This, then, is the community of human destiny? If, at this time, we still follow the Western countries' example and engage in a major technological blockade, it will be a fatal mistake. It won't do any good either for the Dragon Kingdom or for the development of the world. In the context of the future cosmic era, if the Dragon Kingdom wants to take off quickly and lead the world, the essential thought must be turned upside down. At this time, not only Niu Qianxian was watching the video, all the people of Dragon Kingdom got to watch this video. People waiting for trains in high-speed train stations, commuters in subway stations, company employees, students, people who are protesting in the streets. Everyone all stopped what they were doing and locked their eyes dead center on the video, watching intently. The video was short, only 21 seconds, but every word Qin Yang said was like a thunderbolt exploding in the minds of the crowd. After the video was watched, everyone came to their senses, and they realized that they seemed to have thought about it completely wrong. The person who first proposed to announce the space elevator technology was Qin Yang Qinguisher. It was at his suggestion and push that the top management of the Dragon Kingdom decided to follow Qin Yang's idea of announcing the space elevator technology to the world. In other words, even if other countries do not propose to hold a symposium, the Dragon State will still publicize the technology. It just so happens that this symposium is a great opportunity that sort of just happens to coincide. Originally, they had all assumed that someone at the top had made the decision, but that was clearly not the case. So, we all thought wrong. So wrong. Crap. Surprisingly, it's Qinguisher who first made this decision. A community of human destiny? I think that Qinguisher is right. The future must be the interstellar era, and humanity is bound to unite together. After all, compared to the vast and boundless universe, the Earth is just a drop in the ocean, and humans are even more really small, worthy of being a Qin scholar, far-sighted, really unimaginable. When that day comes, what kind of scene will it be? But, with the tension of the current development, I'm afraid the day will come along, long time from now, won't it? I still think that it would be too hasty to announce the technology now. Hasty what? Now that global competition is getting fiercer and fiercer, we must race against the clock. We, the Dragon Kingdom, must take the lead and become the world's leader. Right, when that day really comes, only we, the Dragon Kingdom, can truly guard all of humanity. At this moment, up and down the Dragon Kingdom, whether on the internet or in reality, all the people were discussing this matter. The crowd's attitude was mixed. Some people were puzzled, while others came to a realization and expressed their decision to support Qinguisher's decision. Of course, there are still many people who still hold opposing views, but their attitudes have eased considerably. Many of the demonstrations began to break up and go back to their homes. It was like a sudden epiphany had come to many of the group's excited students, who looked sharp and their thoughts were completely turned upside down. They feel like they used to have a smaller pattern. The grid is too small. If the Dragon Kingdom is strong enough, do we still need to be afraid that other countries will catch up and threaten the Dragon Kingdom? Just like the eagle in the sky telling the ants on the ground about his hunting skills, would there be any concern about the ants snatching the eagle's prey? The eagle wouldn't even worry about it. It would just be ridiculous. Similarly, the same is true for the Dragon Kingdom. The convening of this symposium was the Dragon Kingdom's way of telling the world that the reason why the Dragon Kingdom dared to make the space elevator technology public was because the Dragon Kingdom didn't care if other countries would surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Because, it's just not possible. This is the absolute confidence of the strong. Same time, Yenjing Capital University. In a conference room, dozens of experts and professors had just finished watching the video about Qin Yang's speech. The entire conference room, then, fell directly into silence. These experts and professors were either wide-eyed or thinking with their heads bowed. In short, they did not say a word. Only after a few minutes, a professor couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Qin Yang, this kid, is really remarkable. At such a young age, he has made so many superb achievements in the field of scientific research. But I didn't expect that in terms of thinking, he also has such a high level. Compared to him, I, an old man, look like I've lived most of my life on a dog. This kid, he's really given me too many surprises. Not far away, Professor Shui said with a cold face, I admit that this kid is indeed remarkable, but I'll leave my words here today. My attitude is still the same as before. In these decades, how our Dragon Kingdom was targeted by those Western dogs. Everyone here knows better than anyone else. Our country has endured so much suffering, and now we are instead returning the favor by releasing the technology to them just like that? Do these countries deserve it? This will only make them feel that our dragon country is easy to bully. After Prof. Shui finished speaking, a professor wearing glasses next to him said nonchalantly, "This is where our dragon kingdom is completely different from other countries. What those Western countries do doesn't mean we have to do. To engage in a blockade is, in the end, cowardice, and a sign of a small pattern. And Dragon Kingdom, is a great country with 5,000 years of ancient history. From the very beginning, we are not the same as them. This is a qualitative difference." Professor Shui snorted coldly and raised his voice. "Anyway, I just can't stand to see the ugly faces of that group of people in the West, and I just can't accept sharing the technology with them." "I can understand where you're coming from." Prof. Yun, who spoke earlier, said in a deep voice, "It is precisely because we are not used to seeing the West that we cannot become the West, engaging in technological blockades and technological monopolies. What difference is there between this and those Western countries? Throughout history, hegemony is not a long way to go. Let's take the pretty country as an example. For a long time has been pursuing the hegemonic path. Scientific and technological hegemony, knifed the hegemony. But now, this hegemonic country is in constant decline. This clear-eyed people can see it. Although beautiful to hear is trying to curb the speed of decline, but great cannot be stopped. The decline has become a foregone conclusion. This so-called sweet-smelling air of the country, now every day there are a large number of gun. The shooting incident, every year because of the gun. The number of people killed by gun, even more than a large-scale war. The number of people killed in the fight. Take the infant state as another example. When this country was at its peak, it could control the territory of half of the earth and was called the Sunless Empire because they could see the sun on every piece of their territory. They also practiced hegemony, power, and went crazy with colonization. And now, what? They're still in decline? Completely floundered. This time, Professor Shui didn't retort and didn't say a word. Other experts and scholars began to lament in their hearts. As Professor Yun said about the infant nation, it was just too powerful back then, and even at one point, it had an inflated ambition to take control of all the continents. But the later period was not as rosy as the infant overrulers thought it would be back then. After a short period of splendor, there is endless despondency. Today's baby country, the influence in the world has greatly weakened, far less than a millionth of what it was back then. At the same time, Prof. Yun held up his glasses and continued, "Speaking of this hegemony, it didn't start from the infant nation, nor did it start from Portugal, but from the time when mankind was not yet born. During the age of dinosaurs, it was the dinosaurs that were the absolute hegemony of the earth. Yet later on, as usual, they became extinct. There are many ancient history researchers feel that the extinction of the dinosaurs is not a simple matter, and that it seems to follow some kind of natural law, or else why? At that time, when there were so many creatures around the globe, did the dinosaurs, the most powerful group, go extinct? Our old ancestors said it well. Flourishing will lead to decline. This is a natural law that all living beings must follow, which can be understood as the rules of the earth. If we, the Dragon Kingdom, always think of technological blockades, think of crushing other countries, and are proud and arrogant, we are bound to decline very quickly. Because, if we want the Dragon Kingdom to get the throne for 10,000 years, we must have rivals, competition, catching up, and pressure to be motivated. Boom! Prof. Yun's fall. For the experts and professors present to say, just like the purest enlightenment, so that their thinking, instantly become open up. Yeah, Prof. Yun is right in saying that no progress will be made by engaging in embargoes and sticking to the old rut. Only with fierce competition can the Dragon Kingdom have the motivation to keep moving forward and become stronger day after day. The kingdom will last for years and years. Professor Shui only felt that a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, causing his entire body to tremble. Professor Shui said with a shocked face, "Can the throne of the Dragon Kingdom really last for 10,000 years? Of course, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely stretch for 10,000 years in the future. It will last forever." Prof. Yun said confidently, "In the video we just watched, Xin Yang has already told us how to make the Dragon Kingdom thrive." At those words, Professor Shui pondered. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had understood something. First of all, the path that the Dragon Kingdom is going to take is certainly not the path of hegemony like the Pretty Kingdom, which is the complete opposite of the Dragon Kingdom's ideology. The path that the Dragon Kingdom really wants to take is for all of mankind to progress together, turn the Dragon Kingdom into the true center of the world, so that the interests of all countries are firmly tied to the Dragon Kingdom, so that all countries cannot be separated from the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, the Dragon Kingdom would lead the world. And when that day came, the speed of development of human science and technology would absolutely become incomparably terrifying. This is the path that the Dragon Kingdom will take in the future. And it is also the way to make the Dragon Kingdom flourish and the kingdom last for 10,000 years. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of the world, deserves this. He understood Qin Yang's thoughts and why the bigwigs above him agreed to Qin Yang's suggestion. The whole world is a huge arena, and to keep that arena alive, then what is needed is not total crushing, but healthy development and healthy competition. In the future, the interests of mankind will be bound together, competing and helping. This is the community of human destiny. One glory for all, one loss for all. Technology is developing. Times are changing. This is the general trend, is an unstoppable historical torrent. Professor Shui couldn't help but sigh. Although Qin Yang was young, but the idea was really far-sighted. He had to admire it. Not to mention him, many developed countries in the world have not thought of this. Qin Yang, with his quick and jumpy thinking, realizes this now and is about to take action for it as well. It was because it understood what was in Qin Yang's heart that the Longhua government would not hesitate to support his decision. The community of human destiny. This is the new great world. And the Dragon Kingdom is going to be the trailblazer of this new great world. Thinking of this, Professor Shui's complexion turned sharp, his breathing was rapid, and a feeling of unprecedented excitement welled up within him. He seemed to have touched the tip of the great world and seen a part of the future. At this moment, he completely understood Qin Yang and the country. Before, his thoughts were still too simple, thinking only of the surface. His pattern, still too small. Suddenly, in the conference room, a bald professor blurted out with a shocked face. Big news, everyone, look at your cell phones. Moss seems to be coming to the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the three words Moss, all the experts and professors first froze, and then their complexion jerked. Moss is coming to the Dragon Kingdom? Moss was the president of the Stella Group, and at this time, he would even come to the Dragon Kingdom? It's important to realize that the Stella Group can be pretty much tied to the government of the country, and NASA, in an unbelievably close way. What is the purpose of Moss' visit to the Dragon Kingdom? This time, is he here on his own behalf? Or on behalf of the pretty country? What does he want in Dragon Kingdom? The crowd's brows furrowed as they began to analyze it. At this time, it was the time when the Space Elevator Project took over the opening of the Startang Project, and they couldn't help but think twice about Moss coming to the Dragon Kingdom at this time. Meanwhile, on the internet, after learning that Moss was coming to the Dragon Kingdom, netizens were in a frenzy of discussion. Crap, Moss chose this point in time to come to Dragon Kingdom. This timing is sharp. What the hell does he want to do in the Dragon Kingdom? There is a close relationship between Moss and the pretty country government, and this time, is he here on his own behalf, or on behalf of the pretty country? Moss came to the Dragon Kingdom this time. I think he has bad intentions. We must be cautious. I find one thing strange. Where's the weirdness? Have you noticed that the photos released by the media show Moss at the airport in Massachusetts? So why didn't he just leave from pretty country, but had to go to Massachusetts before coming to Dragon Country? It makes sense. Isn't that a long distance from Moss Country? Crap. It seems that Moss didn't come to Dragon Country this time. Not on behalf of the government. Do you guys remember before? The science team from the pretty country said they wanted to visit Dragon Country, but pressed on. The pretty country government must have ordered that they should not visit Dragon Country. So Moss could only transit from Ma Country for a bit. Crap. It's not true. Is it? Could it be that Moss is really ready to betray pretty country and is planning to come and serve us in Dragon Country? What are you talking about? Use your own brain to think about the possibilities? Upstairs is just pure retardation. Moss effective Dragon Country? It's really thanks to you to be able to think of it. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. I can guarantee you that Moss has come to the Dragon Kingdom with bad intentions. This must have been sent to him by the pretty kingdom. And if it's not right, I'll eat all the poop in the toilet. Cheating on food and drink. Ha! Crap. Everyone go watch Boom News. This is a big move by Tesla. Tesla? Soon. Everyone started to turn on the booming news, and without even having to search, the news about Tesla was already on the hot seat. Crap, this is indeed a big move. Bullshit, Tesla is working with us on the Space Elevator Project? No wonder Moss came to Dragon Country. So it's because of this. Then Moss came here this time, just to find us to talk about cooperation. I thought this kid was here to make trouble. This is all confusing to me. So this time when Tesla came to seek cooperation, was it Moss's decision? Or was it an instruction from the pretty country government? It's not clear yet. However, the minister of the Tesla Group's Dragon Division is personally leading people to the Northwest now. And all the top executives of the entire division have gone. All the executives are going? The Tesla Group is really thunderous. The netizens were shocked beyond belief. Obviously, after learning about the symposium, the president of the Tesla Group, Moss had been unable to sit still, and desperately wanted to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom in space elevator-related aspects. Moreover, netizens also noticed a very interesting point. That is, in the content of the official post sent out by the Tesla Dragon division, there was no mention of pretty country. The meaning is clear enough. That is to say, this time, Tesla has made cooperation with the Dragon Kingdom, not being instructed by the top management of the pretty country, but simply Tesla wants to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom. That's a big difference. This has horrified the internet. Moss, true to form, is the president of the Tesla Group, and it's just crazy. He had the audacity to defy the orders of the top brass of the pretty country and choose to cooperate with the Dragon country. He's really not afraid of anything. The other side. Great Northwest. Liancheng International Friends Assembly Hall. Hundreds of journalists had arrived and were waiting excitedly and whispering. Originally, when they learned that the state was going to hold a symposium on the space elevator, they, like the general public, were very confused and very angry. They didn't understand why the higher-ups above them had made such a decision. And they didn't understand what Qin Yang was really thinking. How can the secrets of the space elevator be released to the world? At the time, there was only one thing on their minds. Ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. It wasn't until the government released a response post, until after they saw which video, that they came to their senses and understood Qin Yang, and the country's good intentions. Now, after they learned that the president of the Tesla Group, Moss, was coming to the Dragon Kingdom for the cooperation on the space elevator, they were thrilled beyond words inside. Their adoration for Qin Yang, their admiration for Qin Yang, had once again risen to a new level. Qin Busher is really too strong. He thinks deeper than all of us think. And all of this, he may have already anticipated. That's Moss. To make Moss risk his life to come to the Dragon Kingdom even though he disobeyed the government's order. Only Qin Busher can do such a thing. Hot knowledge. There are now more than 36 countries whose scientific research experts have already entered the Dragon Kingdom. And there are many more countries whose relevant personnel are already on their way. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. This time, we've simply made history. Now, there's really a scene of 10,000 nations coming to court. I think of the flourishing Tang of those days. Now, with the Tesla Group taking the lead, it's no surprise that more leading companies will come to seek cooperation with us next. The reporters are talking. Not far away, a belated reporter wiped a handful of sweat from his face and asked with a shocked expression, "Really? There are really many countries that have come? Is the space elevator that attractive to them?" "That's natural." In the crowd, a tall, handsome reporter said proudly, "The space elevator is definitely called an epoch-making product, and mankind's exploration of the universe will become more convenient, and all of mankind will move towards the interstellar era." The interstellar age? In the future, is it really possible to realize it? The face of this female reporter who had just arrived was flushed, her beautiful eyes were wide, and her heart was pounding. Next to him, a chubby white reporter said excitedly, "If the space elevator can really be built, then the existing rules will be broken instantly. Once upon a time, only strictly trained astronauts could go into space. Then with a space elevator, ordinary people can also easily enter space. Can ordinary people get to the space station too?" The female reporter's eyes brightened with inner anticipation. She'd always fantasized about looking down on Earth from a space station. A space station? Sister, your pattern is too small. Upon hearing this, the chubby white reporter smiled broadly and said, "What's going to a space station? With a space elevator, we can also land on the moon, land on Mars, and maybe even travel to even more distant, out of the galaxy planets to see them. The era of interstellar migration in the movies will truly come to pass." The age of interstellar migration? The female reporter's pretty face carried a strong sense of shock and longing. Wait, Mars? Suddenly, the fat white reporter who had just spoken seemed to suddenly understand something. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he roared with emotion. No wonder Moss wants to come to the Dragon Kingdom even though he disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups of the pretty country. I know the reason. The words of the fat white reporter attracted the attention of all the reporters around them though, and at that moment, they all set their eyes on the fat white reporter with doubts and curiosity. With all the attention on him, the fat white reporter said with an excited face, "Still no reaction? Immigration, Mars immigration. As long as the space elevator can be built successfully, Mars immigration will no longer be a fantasy and can really become a reality." At those words, all the reporters' minds flashed and they looked at each other. The female reporter sniffed and said with a dumbfounded expression, "Martian immigration? So that's why Moss is coming to Dragon Kingdom? I think, Moss, would he be a little too eager? After all, the matter about the symposium has already been publicized. Moss must also know the purpose of our Dragon Kingdom holding the symposium. And by the time we announce the space elevator technology, With Pretty Country's ability, it won't take too long for them to build their own space elevator. After a pause, the female reporter continued. In that case, why does Moss have to disobey the orders of the top management of Pretty Country to come to Dragon Country as well? When Pretty Country builds a space elevator, won't it also be possible to migrate to Mars? Seems to make sense? The words of the female reporter directly made the fat white reporter dumbfounded down. There was nothing wrong with what the female reporter said. Once the technology was released, Pretty Country itself could build a space elevator. Would Moss even bother to come to Dragon Country? It's not like Moss is dying. He's still young and has a lot of time, so there's no need to be in such a hurry. Besides, not only is Moss from a Pretty Country, but the company he works for has an incredibly close relationship with the Pretty Country's government and the NSA's space agency. In any case, he shouldn't have come to the Dragon Kingdom to seek cooperation against the orders of the higher-ups at this time. Such a move seems like it can only be described in two words. Stupid. Just as the crowd was in a collective daze, a young male reporter came out of the crowd and said with a smile, I say you guys, as far as you're concerned, can we guess what's in the mind of the other Moss? The first thing we can be sure of is that Moss is not an idiot. How do you guys know that Moss came to Dragon Country simply for the space elevator and not for Qingguisher? Qingguisher? The crowd froze. Right, the young male reporter said with considerable interest. It's not good to say that Moss is here to meet Qingguisher in person. After all, Moss is a genius, and our Qingguisher is also a genius, and there is always sympathy between outstanding talents. Why didn't I think of that? What you're saying seems to make sense. Hey, it's possible that you're right. That makes sense. The reporters laughed as the crowd talked and chatted. In the crowd, the female reporter still looked puzzled. She wondered, could it be that the Pretty Kingdom valued the Qingguisher's talent and wanted Moss to invite the Qingguisher to join the Pretty Kingdom? But even if that was really the case, she was sure that with Qingguisher's character she would definitely not take the other party on. Time passed quickly, and only the last hour remained before the symposium was to be officially convened. Just as the reporters were chatting, the doors to the assembly hall were pushed open. The journalists had entered the synagogue through another side door, and at this time of the year, those who could enter through the main entrance must be a scientific delegation from some country. Only, which country would it be? Brush up. The reporters turned their heads toward the doors of the synagogue with a look of anticipation. Footsteps sounded, and then several figures appeared in front of the crowd. The first thing that caught his eye was a middle-aged man in a straight suit, blonde hair, blue eyes, noble temperament, and a peaceful demeanor. At this time, the middle-aged man was pushing a wheelchair. There was an old man sitting on the wheelchair. The old man looked to be in his 80s. His breath was weak, but his complexion seemed to be very spirited. At this moment, this old man was also looking over towards them, the corner of his mouth with a smile. It's a delegation from the German Three Empires, and those two, it's none other than Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen, master and disciple. After getting a good look at the visitor, a reporter's excited voice rang out from the crowd. This time, a total of 13 people came from the Three Empire delegation, and as you could see, every single one of them was an elite amongst the elite. For this symposium, the German Third Reich took it seriously. When they heard the words German Three Empire, the reporters looked excited and ran over with their cameras and microphones. Under normal circumstances, such a move would certainly be prohibited. After all, this symposium is going to come our important big names. Absolutely cannot happen accidents. When a crowd gathers, it is easy for a stampede to occur. But the good thing is that right now, only the delegation from the German Three Empires has arrived, and the rest of the countries haven't come yet, which just makes for a very appropriate interview. Being the first country to arrive at this symposium is sure to attract a lot of attention. Plus, it wasn't long ago that the arrival of Prof. Kissimp and Prof. Onsen had sparked a conversation on the Dragon Kingdom's internet. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were no strangers to these two professors, and were even somewhat affectionate, because both professors are top scientists whose reputations are world-renowned, and their attitudes toward the Dragon Kingdom are friendly, and they are sincere in their quest for learning. Especially Prof. Kissimp, 82 years old and seriously ill, came to the Dragon Kingdom even at the risk of his life, just to witness the miracle that was enough to shock the world. Click here. The camera kept taking pictures. A reporter rushed to the front, holding up a microphone and asked impatiently, "Hello, Prof. Kissimp. I am a reporter from Global News Network. You witnessed the whole process of the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment. Can you tell us your feelings?" With a smile on his face, Prof. Kissimp just tried to speak, but suddenly a breath failed him. His mouth suddenly unable to speak and his face shook with stiffness. Seeing this, Professor Onsen next to him hurriedly took out the medicine for Professor Kissimp to take. Then he looked up at the reporter and said gently, "Sorry, Teacher is seriously ill and is holding his body. Let me answer your question on behalf of teacher. Click, 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 click. In just a moment, a camera pointed at Prof. Onsen and started taking pictures. Reporters also turned their microphones on Prof. Onsen. Prof. Onsen replied seriously, "To be honest, both my teacher and I never thought that the Dragon Kingdom would agree to let us witness the whole process of the wireless power supply experiment. And the Dragon Kingdom made us feel deeply. What is the real great nation's temperament? This trip to the Dragon Kingdom has completely exceeded my teachers and my expectations. And we feel heartfelt admiration for the open-mindedness of the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. Here, we sincerely wish and look forward to the complete success of the Dragon Kingdom Space Elevator project, so that the world's science and technology will take a big step forward." Prof. Onsen was flushed and spoke from the heart. Next to him, the wheelchair-bound Professor Kasimi smiled and nodded, clearly agreeing with what his student was saying. The journalists were mesmerized as they took photos and records, their faces beaming with undisguised pride. Professors Kisimp and Onsen are both Nobel Prize winners, titans in the aerospace world and renowned throughout the world. Such scientists are inwardly immensely proud. However, on this trip to the Dragon Kingdom, they were deeply impressed by the Dragon Kingdom, by its scientists. This made all the journalists on the scene feel with honor. As dragons, they are proud of their country. Now, they were even more convinced and agreed with Qin Yang's decision to announce the space elevator technology. Suddenly, a short-haired and capable female reporter tried to squeeze her way to the front to ask a question. "Prof. Onsen, you and Prof. Kisimp have already met academician Qin Yang, so I would like to ask what kind of evaluation the two of you have on academician Qin Yang?" Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, all the reporters' eyes lit up, and all eyes converged in the direction of Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen. Although Qin Yang was the youngest academician of the Science Union and the youngest national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, this was all a distinction given by the state, an evaluation given by the state. In the end, they, the ordinary people, did not understand Qin Yang at all. There were even many people who felt that there was a great deal of water within the honor that Qin Yang had received, and that it could not be described as well-deserved. They speculated that perhaps Qin Yang is just the people above want to specialize in launching a representative of the scientific community elite. More bluntly put, is a mascot. Therefore, the evaluation of Qin Yang by foreign scientists is of vital importance. What's more, the two scientists in front of us are also the world's top scientists, and their words carry great weight. Therefore, all journalists were incredibly expectant and nervously waited for Prof. Onsen's answer. Prof. Onsen twisted his head to look at Prof. Kisimp, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled. And then, Prof. Onsen was just pointing at the camera and said with a solemn look, "Academician Qin Yang is undoubtedly the youngest and the most outstanding scientist I've ever seen. Bar none. He has not only made great achievements in the field of scientific research, but also in his thinking. He has a height that ordinary people cannot reach. Both my teacher and I agree that academician Qin Yang will lead the world of science and technology science to a whole new level. If the global scientific community were to elect a leader to represent it, it would be him. Academician Qin Yang is even greater and more remarkable than we imagined. He has truly created a miracle through the heavens. His appearance is not only the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, but also the great pride of the world's scientific community." The room instantly fell into an eerie silence after Prof. Onsen's words. All the reporters said nothing, shocked and stunned looks appearing on their faces. They had thought that Prof. Onsen would have a good opinion of Qin Yang, but no matter what, they hadn't expected that Prof. Onsen would have such a high opinion of Qin Yang. If the global scientific community were to elect a leader to represent it, it would be him. These words still echoed and lingered in the minds of the crowd. At this moment, all the reporters were flushed and excited. They were proud of academician Qin Yang, and even more proud that the Dragon Kingdom had such a talent as academician Qin Yang. Those who had originally harbored some doubts in their hearts instantly dispelled all the concerns in their hearts. Worthy of being academician Qin Yang, a reporter laughed out loud and said, "Now, who else dares to question academician Qin Yang's strength? He deserves his name. Academician Qin Yang is a hero of my Dragon Kingdom. He deserves these honors. It's a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom to have academician Qin Yang in our country. I know that academician Qin Yang is excellent, but when hearing the two professors' comments about academician Qin Yang in person, I still can't help but marvel at the fact that he's only 26 years old. 26 years old. That's really incredible. To achieve such an accomplishment in one's 20s is not only unprecedented, but I'm afraid there will be no one after. After the news of the interview is sent out, the internet is going to boil again. This time, I'd like to see who dares to be shady again." The reporters were thrilled. Since there were still people questioning what the people above had said, I'm afraid that no one would question it anymore now with the comments of these two scientific titans of the German San Empire. But anyone who knows a little bit about science should know the weight of the words of the two scientists. Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen. Next, the reporters asked a few more questions, one after the other. Prof. Onsen did not show any sign of impatience at all, and every question was answered in a very comprehensive and detailed manner. After answering all the questions, Prof. Onsen and Prof. Kisimp and his group were heading towards the location of the delegation of the German Three Empires. The scientists in the delegation who hadn't seen Qin Yang were in an excited mood and couldn't wait to see him in person. Prof. Kisimp and Prof. Onsen had been praising the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom ever since they returned from the experimental base of the Tsang Dome, especially praising the young scientist named Qin Yang. Not only that, Prof. Onsen also narrated to them the whole process of the ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment in an emotional manner. From the preparations before the beginning until the end, the apprehension and longing experienced during this period made these scientists of the German Three Empires, all of them in a surging mood. Everyone wanted to hurry up and see this young scientist called Qin Yang. Just as the scientists of the three German empires were talking to each other, another footstep sounded at the entrance of the synagogue. The second delegation present is that of the state of Baki. All the members of the delegation of the Balkan state were dressed in uniform white national dress and looked enthusiastic and fiery. Upon seeing the dragons, they ran over and excitedly shook hands and talked and took pictures of each other. The relationship between Baki and the Dragon Kingdom has always been very strong, and the people of the two countries are very close and warm to each other, just like a family. Not far away, the people of the D3 Empire were very surprised to see this scene. They were aware of the friendship between the Baki country and the Dragon country, but when they actually saw this scene, they still felt very shocked. It's a relationship that's too good to be true. If you compare the Dragon Kingdom and the Buckeye state to two men, this is as good as a blood brother. The relationship between the two countries, in the whole world, is pretty incredible now. There are nearly 200 countries in the world, and no other country has the same relationship with each other as the one between the Dragon Kingdom and the Paki Kingdom. Prof. Kisimp watched the scene and said leisurely, "It's rare for the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Bucky country to develop like this, throughout the entire world. Such a relationship is only possible for the Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, the many scientists of the German Three Empire turned their heads to look at Prof. Kisimp, with a look of eagerness to listen. Professor Kisimp retracted his gaze, smiled, and said softly, "Seeing the Balkan state today suddenly reminded me of the Balkan state's old neighbor, the Indian state. You should know that there are several countries in the world today that are illegal nuclear powers. India is one of them. Because of this matter, also led to the Indian country change the capital twice in a row. It is very interesting." As Prof. Kisimp's words fell, these scientists of the German Three Empires looked focused and waited for Prof. Kisimp to tell the rest of the story. Around them, several other reporters were coming over, very curious. After a pause, Prof. Kisimp continued, "Consistently, the Indian nation has the idea of joining the P5. Often, but, nay, the Indian nation's strength is insufficient. So, in order to be able to successfully achieve their own goals, India even hid from the world, behind the scenes secretly come up with their own original bullets, and they also specialize in going to the border of the Balkan state to conduct explosive experiments. India used this to tell the world that they are a nuclear country, eligible for membership, and submitted their application the same day. Do they have that in India? It used to be a real battle to see this country?" Many uninformed people looked shocked and felt incredulous. At this time, a scientist hastened to ask, "Now in the 5. Often, there is no Indian country. So what is the reason for the country's failed application?" 5. The regular countries are still the same 5 countries and have not changed. So obviously India's application failed that year. Seeing that so many people were curious, Prof. Kisimp was also instantly energized and continued to narrate. After the Indian nation announced that it had nuclear, it really shocked the whole world. But, only 3 days had passed. No, to be precise it was less than 3 days, when the Baki country declared to the public that a countryman had accidentally dug up a book in a crop field. Is it okay to dig up a book? When the crowd heard this, a speculation suddenly arose in their hearts, and then subconsciously twisted their heads to look at the Bucky man next to them. Prof. Kisimp smiled and said, "As for what this book is for, I believe you should have guessed it as well." Then later, after some time, the Paki nation also announced that they possessed the proto-bomb, but because of their own lack of ability, the weapon they researched had a limited range, and at most, it could only cover the capital city of the Indian nation, Diffu. The Indian nation naturally panicked, so they hurriedly carried out a capital relocation to New Delphi. As it turned out, coincidentally, The Indian nation had just finished moving its capital, and next to it, the Paki nation said to the public that their nuclear weaponry had undergone a new round of upgrades, and that it now had the range to reach the new German capital. Ha ha ha, a reporter finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. They were aware that India had moved its capital, only now did they realize that it was because of such a reason. Protons, bullets, this is not a child's toy. It's a fake, right? Nuclear weapon instructions can be dug up in a crop field? The journalists from the Dragon Kingdom had probably guessed the truth, but the scientists from the German Three Empires were confused. You think you can grow this stuff in a crop field? The scientists of the German San Empire got to look at Prof. Kissimp, waiting for his reply. Ha, Prof. Kissimp also stifled a laugh and said slowly, surely it wasn't dug up. Professor Kissimp then looked sideways in a certain direction. The crowd of scientists also hurriedly followed Professor Kissimp's gaze. At this moment, they instantly understood. Dragon Nation. One of the youngest scientists in the group said in shock. So it's the Dragon Kingdom. That explains it. Prof. Kissimp smiled without saying a word. The dozen or so scientists still looked shocked. It could be said that the Dragon Kingdom had once again overturned their perceptions. The crowd had thought that today's symposium would be the first time that the Dragon State had made its technology available to the public, but they didn't realize that there had been such a history before. Nuclear weapons are still heavyweight prohibited weapons of mass destruction in the present day. Not to mention, it was decades ago. It would be worth nothing less than current space elevator technology. But back then, the Dragon Kingdom gave it directly to the Paki Kingdom for nothing. This directly shocked the scientists of the German Third Reich for 100 years. It had to be said that they really couldn't guess what the people of the Dragon Kingdom were thinking. The scientists of the German Three Empires felt more of a sense of awe towards the Dragon Kingdom. Just as they were talking in low voices, the Paki nationals found their seats and took their seats after taking a group photo with the Dragon Nation staff. Soon, people from other countries entered one after another. Vietnam, the state of the Philippines, the old Lair state, Dai, even a lot of African countries came. Bay State, Togolese State, the state of Puntland, state of Na. The large venue instantly became lively with people coming and going. In the corner, the reporters, as much as they wanted to go up and conduct interviews, apparently no longer had the opportunity to do so. I was able to successfully interview the German Three Empires just now, and that's because they were the first to arrive, and all the other countries hadn't arrived yet. Time passed quietly, and soon a full 33 delegations were seated. This was the first time that all the reporters present had seen such a scene. This was definitely a big enough event to go down in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Reporters wondered what it would be like to wait until the space elevator meet and greet afterward. When so many countries were coming now, the number of countries that will emerge by then will definitely far exceed the current number. Just thinking about it makes these journalists' hearts swell. Ta-da-da-da. Crisp footsteps sounded. Another country has arrived. Reporters were looking towards the entrance. Walking at the front was a middle-aged man about 1 meter 7 tall, wearing a dark blue suit, with sharp eyes and a high nose. Although he was not tall, his aura was very powerful, a sense of majesty that could only be possessed by a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Upon seeing this middle-aged man appear inside the synagogue, the Dragon Nation people suddenly all fell silent. Seeing this scene, the people from the 33 countries were all confused and very puzzled, not understanding what was happening. The faces of the people in the Dragon Kingdom, it seems that they all don't look too good. The entire assembly hall suddenly became quiet. The foreigners were looking towards the entrance. In the corner, the reporters stopped taking pictures. Headed by the head of the Gallic state, a delegation from the Gallic state came in towards the inner part of the synagogue. Crisp footsteps resounded in the quiet synagogue, and the entire assembly hall was in a cool atmosphere. In the delegation of the Gallic state, the arriving Gallic scientists noticed the various gazes around them and felt uncomfortable, subconsciously lowering their heads slightly, looking somewhat humble. Their pace also seemed hurried, wanting nothing more than to hurry up and sit in their seats and get away from the stairs. A few this way. Upon seeing the Gallic delegation arrive, a female staff member in charge of orientation approached. After guiding the delegation of the Gallic country to the location of the Gallic country, the female staff member turned around and left without giving the other party the slightest bit of face. The faces of the people of the Gallic kingdom, all of them stiffened in a terrible mood. Wow! After the people of the Gallic kingdom had been seated, around them, the rising and falling voices of discussion began to ring out. I didn't realize the Gallic kingdom was here. A reporter snorted coldly and said in annoyance, I really didn't expect that these guys would have the nerve to come to our Dragon Kingdom. Are they worthy? In the beginning, how did the Gallic kingdom find ways to target us? Their cheeks, they really aren't normally thick. Humph, you don't know it yet, do you? But this symposium is a joint application submitted to us. the Dragon Kingdom, by a number of countries, and the Gallic Kingdom is one of them. What a fucking shame. The Gallic country really hasn't changed at all. It still likes all kinds of plots and tricks. But our Dragon country doesn't care about this kind of hook. If you dare to submit an application, we really dare to hold a symposium. Isn't it just technology? So what if we hand it over to you? If I could be as shameless as the Gauls, I would have found a girlfriend a long time ago. Around them, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were talking, putting words of sarcasm into words before they felt that they had taken a breath of bad air out of their hearts. Didn't the Gauls pride themselves on being superior? I didn't realize there was a time to be so humble. The crowd did not deliberately lower their voices, but instead spoke loudly, just specifically to be heard by the Gallic nation. All around, many countries were very surprised. They then realized that the politeness and gentleness of the Dragon Kingdom was also divided into countries. Not all countries are entitled to be saluted by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The other side, the Gauls were resting with their eyes closed, and although they couldn't understand the dragon's language, they could guess from the tone of the speech that the dragons were definitely being sarcastic. To this, they can only choose not to respond and pretend they didn't hear it. Silence is the best comeback. For the next few moments, the General Assembly Hall once again fell silent. For the dragons, today is a welcome arrival for most countries, but for the Europeans, they're already giving face to the fact that they can get these Europeans to sit here. It is because of the causes planted by these Europeans back then that we have the consequences now. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have always had a clear distinction between grudges and courtesy. If you're nice to me, I'll be 1,000 times nicer to you. You persecute me, so don't blame me for badgering you. However, many of the dragons felt some relief at the arrival of the Europeans. Many years ago, in that backward and impoverished era, many people from the Dragon Kingdom went to Europe to study hard, and I don't know how much cynicism, how many trials and tribulations, and 9 deaths. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom have fantasized that it would be nice to see those self-proclaimed noble Europeans come to the Dragon Kingdom to further their education, because this represents that the Dragon Kingdom has truly become rich and powerful, surpassing Europe. This represents a switch in status. The dragons don't have to be humble. They can look down on or even look down on those Europeans. The minds of the Dragon Nation in the synagogue were turned upside down at the thought. They thought about how many pioneering martyrs had sacrificed their precious lives for the Dragon Kingdom over the past 100 years. In the hearts of these heroes, they all harbored the same belief: to make the Dragon Kingdom become strong and no longer be bullied by the powers, to make the Dragon Kingdom stand on top of the world, to make the Dragon Kingdom great again. Now, the Dragon Kingdom has really done it. The efforts of the forefathers had not been in vain, and today's Dragon Kingdom was influencing the pattern of the world with its own strength. The high-minded Europeans now need to travel thousands of miles to learn new technologies from the Dragon Kingdom. The wheels of history rolled on, and the era belonging to the Europeans fell. Just then, at the entrance, there was the sound of new German footsteps. The crowd gathered themselves together and craned their heads. This time it was a delegation from the infant nation that arrived. However, the person leading the group this time was not the actual person in charge of the infant nation, but the infant nation's royal leader, Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, with her noble and elegant temperament and glittering crown jewels, was being flanked by the crowd as she walked in. This time there were more than 20 scientific researchers in the infant country's delegation. Other than that, the remaining few were likewise members of the royal family. Everyone in the hall was sizing up the infant nation delegation. They were no strangers to the royal family of the infant country. Today's infant kingdom's royal family can only be considered as a mascot, and does not hold real power, and can only be considered as a symbol of the infant kingdom. But the royal family still has a royal existence. An occasion such as the one at hand, for example, would require someone from the royal family to attend. With Queen Elizabeth at the head, more than 20 people from the infant nation slowly made their way towards the synagogue. They wore smiles, walked with elegant composure, and when they saw the gazes thrown over by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, they would return the smiles. Even if the faces of the people of the Dragon Kingdom were not friendly, they looked like they didn't care about it. Obviously, this time, the delegation of the infant state came with its mind already made up. However, the gentle way they were now was not a pretense. Rather, it comes from the heart. After all, not so long ago, the special airplane that their infant country expert Prof. Level took was accidentally entered the experimental influence range of the wireless power supply experiment, which is considered to be a pro-experienced country of the experiment. It had now been decided that he would stand firmly on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. Their attitude, therefore, must be friendly and must not be offensive to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After the infant nation was seated, the Sakura Nation delegation arrived. As soon as the Sakura Nation came out, they instantly caught everyone's attention. There's no way around it. They're just too conspicuous. A group of people, with uniformed Tsukiyo heads in uniform suits with clogs, would be hard not to draw attention to themselves. Sakura Nation's researchers this time came in 16. When they came in, these researchers had their heads held high, but without taking a few steps, their heads slowly drooped, not daring to raise them. There was no other way. They just couldn't bear those sharp gazes around them. Click, click, click. When they saw the Sakura Nation come out, everyone's expression immediately turned cold. Some people took out their cell phones or cameras to take advantage of the opportunity to take pictures. Sakura Nation's people now look like this. It must be given to film, so that all the Dragon Nation to see. Behind the leader of the Sakura Nation, Lin Zhongganban was furious in his heart and clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to show his anger on his face and could only hold it in. His head likewise hung slightly low, feeling very humiliated. He was high and pampered in the Sakura Kingdom. Where had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? But just after coming to the Dragon Kingdom, they were insulted like this one after another. Now, they, the Sakura Nation, were being watched by the eyes around them like criminals. Not long ago, they were asked by airport staff, just after entering the airport, to go through a new security check. Moreover, as the delegation of the Cherry Blossom country, they were only able to queue up honestly like ordinary people and could not use the special channel. The queue took them more than 2 hours, but when it was their turn, the security personnel let them go without checking any formalities. Obviously, that was the airport staff deliberately making things difficult for them and wasting their time on purpose. Along the way, they were met with cold eyes by many people from the Dragon Kingdom. Now, having come to the General Assembly Hall with great difficulty, I did not expect that what awaited them would be such a scene. Lin Zhongganban forced out a stiff smile as he passed by the reporter and said mildly, "Hello, please stop filming." "Thank you." Lin Zhongganban looked polite as he spoke, but he had already started cursing in his heart. The reporter heard Lin Zhongganban's words, but didn't even bother to give a damn. "You won't let me shoot? Good, then I'll shoot even harder." In front of the Sakura Nation, the backbones of the Dragon Nation journalists awakened straight away. So, the frequency of the reporters to shoot became faster. All kinds of angles for crazy capture. Not happy. Lin Zhongganban's face skin kept trembling, but in the end, he could only helplessly endure it. Who told them that they were now in the Dragon Kingdom? And, moreover, they were still begging for help? Around them, people from many countries were watching this scene, but their emotions didn't fluctuate much. Sakura Nation and also Infant Nation came a little too late. If they had come with them just now, they wouldn't have to lose this face now. But in the end, it had nothing to do with them, and many of them retracted their gaze after a few glances. Just then, at the entrance, footsteps sounded once again. This wave, all dressed in smart black suits with blonde hair and blue eyes, joined forces. When they saw the visitor, the crowd froze. Is this Pretty Countryman? At this moment, the atmosphere in the assembly hall instantly turned subtle. The dragons in the hall were not too shocked. After all, they were forewarned and had already learned of Ma's upcoming visit to the Dragon Kingdom through the internet before. And he had already arranged in advance for the Minister of Stella's Dragon Kingdom branch to take the first step in approaching the relevant people in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, they were not surprised by the arrival of the Pretty Countryman. However, the vast majority of people from the countries that came today were completely unaware of this. Therefore, after seeing the beautiful countryman, the people from more than 30 countries were in a state of shock, their eyes wide and in complete disbelief. They didn't expect the Pretty Countryman to come. This is just unbelievable. The scientist from the small African country of Peng said in confusion. Why did the people from the beautiful country come all of a sudden? I don't think Pretty Country said they were coming before. Did they? After they entered the Dragon Kingdom, they also received absolutely no news about the Pretty Kingdom coming. So why did the Pretty Countryman suddenly appear here? Are they trying to come and sabotage this symposium? At this moment, the atmosphere in the assembly hall turned even more subtle than before when the Infant Nation, the Gallic Nation and the Sakura Nation arrived. The Infant Nation, the Gallic Nation, and the Sakura Nation were meant to be coming, and just now it was simply just that the Dragon Nation was hostile to them. But Pretty Country didn't say anything about coming. They didn't react before suddenly appearing here at this time. What do they want to do? All the countries in the world know what kind of relationship there is between the Pretty Country and the Dragon Country. Unaware of Masa's plans, many countries had a bad feeling in their hearts and were worried inside, especially some of the smaller countries. They are very worried that the Pretty Country people came and really came to sabotage this symposium. In case the Pretty Country people really pissed off the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom gave up on announcing the technology related to the space elevator, the ones who would be unlucky would be them, the small countries. When the time comes, there will really be no tears. The pretty country is a global technological juggernaut. A country with a wealth of talent and a superior level of science and technology. Even if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't release the space elevator technology, the pretty kingdom can still build a space elevator on its own. But the problem is that they're small countries, with their poor foundations and weak bases in all areas, can do absolutely nothing of the sort, on their own, not to mention 10 meters in 20 years, or even dozens or hundreds of years, they may not be able to study it. In the synagogue, under the gaze of the crowd, the pretty country crowd walked in with stoic faces. At this moment, a group of beautiful countrymen stopped in their tracks, and the suited man at the head of the group looked around at the crowd and said in a raised voice, "It's an honor to be able to meet so many exotic friends here. To introduce myself, I'm Cotter, the minister of the Dragon Kingdom branch of the Stella Group, Jaeger. This time, we are under the order of President Moss, and also invited by the top management of the Dragon Kingdom to come to participate in this symposium. This time we represent just Stella Group and Mr. Moss. In addition, the president has boarded the special plane to the Dragon Country, will soon arrive. Mr. Moss, this visit to the Dragon Country is intended to discuss cooperation on the matter of the space elevator project. This cooperation, purely Mr. Moss and the Stella Group's personal will, non-high-level authorization. Cotter. Jaeger had a smile on his face and a gentle look on his face, and after he finished speaking, he gently nodded his head at the Dragon Nation in a gentlemanly manner. "A few of you, this way please." At that moment, a staff member came and led Cotter, Jaeger and the others, heading to their seats to be seated. The rest of the country, meanwhile, was dumbfounded. They just watched in awe as the pretty country line entered their seating area and took their seats, barely reacting. Wasn't this visit by the pretty country's top brass an order from the pretty country? Simply a request from Moss? Moss wants to talk to Dragonland about cooperation on the space elevator project? Many people are skeptical and find it not credible. After all, the relationship between the Stella Group and the pretty country NASA that was ironclad, and the interests were deeply entangled. These people say they don't represent the government and they don't? It was hard for the crowd to believe that Drift was not behind the emergence of these people, and that the top people of the Rio state were secretly pushing for it. People in many countries are starting to think darkly. Many people feel that the Sturt Group's claim of not representing the top brass is simply a lie. They must have been instructed behind the scenes by the higher-ups in the pretty country. It's just that what does it mean that the top people from the pretty country don't come, but the Stella Group does? Is it because pretty country and the others can't face it and don't want to condescend? But they want to participate in this symposium. So they do this? If that's true, then with obviously pretty country also thinks the Dragon Space Elevator project can be successful. Thinking of this, the people from the delegations of the various countries were all more determined to make good relations with the Dragon Kingdom no matter what, and must stand on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. A few minutes later, many Western countries are starting to come in. This was followed by a lot of foreign journalists, who came from different countries, a large part of them, from the West. When the Western countries entered, the atmosphere in the lobby, on the other hand, became quieter. The people had different minds, and no one was in the mood for conversation. Especially the groups of representatives from the Western countries that had just arrived. They were well aware of the previous relationship between their countries and the Dragon Kingdom, and they were considering how to have suitable negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom's top management when the symposium was held later. First of all, this time they came to the Dragon Kingdom in order to obtain the space elevator technology. Therefore, their attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom must be very friendly. However, they should not lose face of their own country. After all, they came on behalf of their own country. The thought of this gave the representative staff of the Western countries a major headache. This is a big problem for them, and it tests their abilities. They always held a sense of superiority towards the Dragon Kingdom, and in their minds they always felt that they should be superior in the face of the Dragon Kingdom. As Westerners, they always looked down on the Dragon Kingdom, and now, they must put away their sense of overlooking and be gentle and friendly and socializing with the Dragon Kingdom among themselves, because they're here to learn about Dragonland's space elevator technology. It's just that, in their minds, it's just too hard. What bothered them even more was how were they supposed to ask Dragonland for space elevator technology? Will the Dragon Kingdom really keep its word? They are worrying about what they will do then in case the Dragon Kingdom changes its mind temporarily and doesn't give it to them. The Western countries. We can't just flip out, can we? The Western countries had been targeting the Dragon Kingdom in various ways for a long time, and they didn't feel that the Dragon Kingdom people would overlook such things. Therefore, they are worried that in case that academician Qin Yang Qin says that we don't welcome the West and we don't want to give away our technology to the West, when that happens, won't they, those people, be unable to get off the ground? Anyway, no matter what, flip-flopping is definitely not an option. it will only worsen the situation. So, they can't just rely on themselves. They have to act together with other countries as they did before and get the space elevator technology no matter what the cost. Space elevator technology is too important to them. Controlling the space elevator technology is equivalent to taking a big step towards the universe. On the contrary, if one step is slow, and in the future world of great struggles, one is bound to lag behind other countries, and may even shut down. The horror of the space elevator lies first and foremost in its carrying capacity. As aerospace researchers, they know very well that a single space elevator can carry a terrifying 100 tons per day. With such a horrible capacity, it's not too easy to build a space station in the universe. If you compare a space station to a house, and the capacity to carry it to money, that means you can buy a bigger and better house when you have more money. By then, you can build as big a space station in space as you want. With a bigger space station, then you have more resources at your disposal. The importance of resources to humanity cannot be overstated. Only by mastering to the space elevator technology can we step forward and make our country stronger. Therefore, even if you have to fight for everything, even if you are insulted, you have to obtain the space elevator technology. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The hall was quiet, and time passed quietly. Soon the time was set at 23:58. 2 minutes to go. It's time for the symposium to officially convene. At this moment, the crowd suddenly thought of Qin Yang. Why has the biggest protagonist of the symposium not shown up when the symposium is about to start? Right now, there are less than 2 minutes left before the symposium begins. Does it mean that Qin Yang won't come? In the large hall, delegations from 55 countries had already gathered, all of them looking on, all of them waiting for Qin Yang's arrival. Just as the crowd's minds were reeling, a footstep finally sounded once again at the entrance of the hall. In just an instant, everyone's hearts lifted in anticipation as they all looked towards the entrance. At this point, the time is exactly midnight. Qin Yang is finally arriving. As the footsteps got closer, the crowd's emotions turned up. Were they finally going to meet the legendary youngest academician of the Dragon Kingdom? What does he really look like? Also, will he really release the space elevator technology to the world as promised? If it's announced, will it just be an announcement of wireless power technology? The so-called release of the space elevator technology to the world. Was it really released to all countries, or was it just the countries that were on good terms with the Dragon Kingdom that were eligible? Everything is unknown. The crowd's minds wandered. The more critical the moment was, the more agitated they became instead. In the end, it's because they want space elevator technology so badly. Finally, the footsteps had arrived at the entrance to the hall, and the doors slowly opened. Under the gaze of the entire audience, a young man with a handsome face stepped in. He walked in slowly with a straight back and a sword and eyebrows, wearing a clean blue workman's uniform. The moment the young man appeared, the entire large hall, everyone stood up at the same time. Some were excited, some were curious, and some were shocked. Click, click, click. The reporters who had already prepared for this began to frantically take pictures the moment the young man appeared, and the sound of clicking and clacking rang out. At this moment, the representative personnel from 55 countries were all watching Qin Yang. Under the attention of all the people, Qin Yang just walked towards the center of the hall step by step with a calm and collected expression. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he nodded slightly at the reporter who greeted him. With every step Qin Yang took, the cameras of dozens of media reporters, including Boom, Global, and Watch, moved closely to his steps. Full live streaming. The representatives of the various countries were carefully sizing up Qin Yang, who was walking towards the center of the hall with his long straight legs. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off of Qin Yang at the first sight of him. This young man in front of him had a handsome face, a calm temperament, and looked, indeed, only in his 20s. His eyes were bright, but they were not at all wild. Instead, they had a calm and composed feeling, and all over his body, he carried a sense of maturity that was not in line with his age. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and their minds kept tumbling. Although they had long known that the chief commander of the space elevator project was a young man in his 20s, however, at this moment when they actually saw Qin Yang, they still couldn't suppress the feeling of shock and awe within their hearts. This spacious hall is also filled with many young people in their 20s. They looked at Qin Yang with both admiration and envy within them. They felt that there was a whole era of difference between themselves and Qin Yang. Obviously they are all young people. How come they are so good? Soon, Qin Yang walked to the center of the hall. At that moment, the leader of the Baki nation came over enthusiastically, and before the man even came over, he had already begun to smile and greet. Academician Qin, you're finally here. With a warm face, Qin Yang greeted the other party and shook his hand while greeting them. Click, click, click. Around them, Many media reporters rushed to take pictures and record this scene. Just after the leader of the Baki country had finished his greeting, the leader of the Egyptian country followed, also walked over, shook hands with Qin Yang, and said with difficulty in the Chinese language he had learned not long ago, "Hello, academician Qin. I am really happy to see you. I'm having fun too," Qin Yang said with a smile. This Egyptian was particularly enthusiastic and talked with Qin Yang for a few more minutes, and before he left, he even hugged Qin Yang. It was obvious that the Egypt leader was genuinely happy. After the Egyptians left, the leader of Bay, a small country from West Africa, ran over and wanted to shake hands with Qin Yang. That's right, this leader is using the run. Although he was not far away from Qin Yang, he wanted to rush ahead of the other country's representative personnel to shake hands with Qin Yang. His country is just a very small country in West Africa. Weak, naturally insignificant influence. He can only use this method to increase Qin Yang's impression of their Bay country. Academician Qin, I've heard a lot about you, and it's an honor to meet you. This Bagua leader ran over and greeted him in fluent Chinese and shook hands with Qin Yang. You speak Chinese very well. Qin Yang's eyes lit up as he looked deeply at the leader of the Bay country. The Chinese spoken by the other party had been nothing less than that of their own people in the Dragon Kingdom. The other side must have put in some hard work. Thanks for the compliment, academician Qin. I'm still learning. The leader of Bagua smiled and said, many of us in Bagua are very fond of the Chinese language, and we hope that between our two countries, we can have closer cooperation. The leader of the Kingdom of Bay wanted to continue to say a few words, but when he saw that the leaders of the other countries had already come over, he could only retreat to his seat. They are too small in the Bay state, small in territory and weak. This time, they had to get space elevator technology no matter what. The times were moving too fast, and perhaps in the near future, mankind would completely step into the interstellar age. If you don't want to be eliminated by the times, then you have to keep up with the times. A small country such as theirs, Benin, wanted to keep up with the very times, not to be eliminated and not to be destroyed. Then it could only rely on the Dragon Kingdom with all its might. That's what the leaders of the Bay State think, and that's what the leaders of many other countries think. As soon as the leader of the Bay country left in front of him, a swarm of leaders from various countries greeted him in the back, so excited that they greeted Qin Yang. Academician Qin, it's better to be known than to be seen. You're even younger than I imagined. Academician Qin, you are finally here. Academician Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Academician Qin. 6 minutes had passed since Qin Yang had appeared. Now, more than half of the countries had already greeted Qin Yang. The leaders of the other countries who hadn't had the chance to greet each other yet also surrounded Qin Yang, waiting to shake hands with him and exchange ideas, looking very enthusiastic. The other side, after hesitating for a long time, the Sakura Nation leader finally made up his mind and made a decision. He left his seat and took a step towards Qin Yang, his heart ready to be ignored or trolled. Hello, academician Qin. Qin Yang looked at the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's leader in front of him and said with a light smile, hello, Commander, the Dragon Kingdom welcomes you. Welcome me? Buzz. At this moment, the head of the Sakura Nation's leader subconsciously buzzed and trembled for a moment, and very complicated emotions welled up inside. What did he just hear? This academician Qin. He even said he was welcome? The Cherry Blossom country's leader looked at Qin Yang in front of him. The young man's demeanor was no different from the way he had met with the other country's leaders earlier, with a smile on his face and a warm and welcoming look, which made him feel like a spring breeze. It wasn't at all like the picture he had imagined earlier. Originally, in his imagination, Qin Yang might have directly ignored him or would have taunted him. Who would have thought that it would be such an outcome? He could tell that the smile on Qin Yang's face was not feigned, but came from his heart and was not hypocritical in any way. It was nothing like the look on the faces of the other dragons when they saw him. The Cherry Blossom country's leader was in a complicated mood, and for a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. His expression became much more relaxed. However, his attitude became more humble as he excitedly shook hands with Qin Yang. Afterward, the Sakura Nation's chief said with a sincere face, I am truly grateful that you have invited our Sakura Nation to participate in this symposium. As long as you need it, the aerospace experts and professors I brought with me can be at your disposal. Seemingly thinking of something, the Cherry Blossom Nation's leader hastily added, however, forget about matters involving secrets. Qin Yang smiled this and said, I will if I need to. The other side. This scene was watched by the people from the Western countries not far away throughout. At the moment, they were both worried and anxious. By now, the vast majority of country leaders had gone over to shake hands with Qin Yang. Should they go over there too? Only, the attitude of those countries is not to lick, especially the Cherry Blossom country. It is simply to kneel on the ground. That's a little too humble. This time, They are invited to come to the symposium, not to find a daddy to offer up. As to so-go licking, they can't do anything like that. Just when these Western countries are imagining things. Next to it, the Gallic chief jerked up from his seat. Brush, brush, brush. The people of the Western countries instantly set their eyes on the Gallic chief with a look of astonishment. What's the Gallic chief planning to do? Hiss. Could it be? At this moment, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in the hearts of the crowd. The next moment, they saw that the leader of the Gaul kingdom seriously straightened his clothes, then took a big stride towards the front, and soon came to the end of the line, and started to line up honestly, without a bit of arrogance of being the leader of the Gaul kingdom. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the people who came from the Western countries were all filled with shocked looks. Just now they were still mocking the other countries in their hearts, but they didn't realize that at this time the Gallic country that was all the way with them couldn't help but join in. The remaining experts from the Western countries sized each other up. The Gallic chiefs had already gone. Should they get in line too? What are you waiting for? Cotter, minister of the Strahlen state chapter. Jaeger stood up. Then, within the infant nation's seating area, Empress Elizabeth also stood up and with a gentle smile, she walked over in the direction where Qin Yang was. Noble and elegant, with a stunningly beautiful face, Queen Elizabeth once again attracted a lot of attention as soon as she appeared on the stage. She's so stunning. These people, however, did not include the Gallic chiefs. At this moment, the leader of the Gallic kingdom was not in the mood to focus on other things. He was sizing up Qin Yang, who was not far away from him, thinking about how to make a decent exchange in a while. A few more and it would still be his turn. Cotter. Jaeger looked at Qin Yang, who was surrounded by the crowd, and his expression gradually became serious as he suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought of something wrong. And, so wrong. Originally, he was simply thinking that Mr. Moss had sent him ahead to approach the relevant parties in the Dragon Kingdom for the sake of cooperation matters in the near future. But at the moment he saw that compared to the Space Elevator Symposium, everyone seemed to be more daringly interested in academician Qin. Qin Yang instantly became the center of attention as soon as he arrived, with bigwigs from all sides lining up to shake hands and exchange ideas. As the head of Stella's branch in the Dragon Kingdom, Cotter Jaeger was certainly not a stupid person. Jaeger was certainly not a stupid person. He quickly guessed the real purpose of Mr. Moss, the president, coming to Longwei to cooperate on the matter of the space elevator project was indeed Mr. Moss' purpose. However, compared to this purpose, getting to know Qin Yang was the most important purpose. This is the top priority. Cotter. Jaeger craned his head to look at his entourage, who clearly understood and nodded. The next thing they had to do was to go and communicate with Qin Yang. It's almost my turn. Next to him, the leader of the Gallic kingdom was watching the distance between himself and Qin Yang getting closer and closer, and his heart, too, was becoming more and more apprehensive. He's too nervous. As the leader of the Gallic kingdom, he hadn't been this nervous in a long time. Although the Cherry Blossom country's leader didn't encounter Qin Yang's disregard or embarrassment, it didn't mean that he wouldn't as well. Sakura country is Sakura country. Gallic country is Gallic country. Who could guarantee that Qin Yang would face them, the Western countries, with the same friendly attitude? At this moment, the leader of the Gallic kingdom suddenly had some regrets. Of all the Western countries, how come he was the first to come forward? But now the arrow is in the air and has to be sent. Finally, it was the turn of the Gallic chief. Reporters were taking pictures of the Gallic chiefs, and there were flashes of light. As the leader of the Gallic kingdom looked at Qin Yang in front of him, he subconsciously clenched his fists, his heart panicking like never before. He's worried. What if he was worried that Qin Yang refused to shake his hand after going up to him? What if Qin Yang deliberately made things difficult for him and made a fool of him? He can't have a will to do something now that cameras are pointed at this place all over the world. Can he? I shouldn't have to bend over like the head of Sakura Nation. That would be too embarrassing. But wouldn't it be a shame if he really didn't shake my hand? The chief of the Gaulish nation was rambling and caught up in a celestial war. Soon, he collected his mind and squeezed out a smile as he stood in front of Qin Yang, slightly bowed his head and said gently, "Hello academician Qin, how are you?" At this moment, all the eyes in the room converged. Click, click, click. The media reporters from all over the world naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity, aiming their cameras at the Gallic chief and Qin Yang and starting to frantically take pictures. This definitely qualifies as a historic image. In the face of the Western leaders' show of goodwill, they were eager to see what kind of response Qin Yang would make. Same time, pretty country. In the conference room was quiet. All the experts and professors were silent, their eyes all looking at the big screen at the very front. Only, they waited so long, and the screen was still empty with nothing on it. The chief first man looked at the time and said in a deep voice with a frown on his brow, "Calculating the time, The symposium has already started now. How come we can't see anything? Next to him, the secretary hurriedly replied, the distance is too far. There will be a certain delay in the signal. You should be able to see it right away. The secretary's words had just fallen, only to see that a live broadcast screen appeared in the large screen at the very front of the conference room. The eyes of hundreds of experts and professors all lit up. Finally, I can see it. After getting a good look at the image, an expert's eyes soon widened and he blurted out, so many people. As you can see from the live feed, the inside of the huge hall is full of people. Different countries, different races, different colors, all gathered at this moment. At this time, an expert suddenly exclaimed, how many countries have come to this symposium that the Dragon Kingdom has gotten? I've already found more than 30 national flags just by taking a cursory look. In the Great Hall there are 54 nations, a female professor said in shock. This scene shocked everyone in the conference room. 54 countries. Is it surprising that so many countries are coming to this symposium? 54 countries. My God, this is so shocking. I know. Could it be that these countries are thinking that the Dragon Kingdom intends to announce space elevator technology at the symposium? Not. They really believe it? But having said that, it does seem that the Dragon countryside has such intentions. What do you think the purpose of this symposium is? This symposium was originally born out of the joint pressure exerted on the Dragon Kingdom by the Gallic states and many other countries. Pressuring the countries was originally a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for the Dragon Kingdom, not expecting them to agree. But the Dragon Kingdom really did agree directly. The ploy of various countries to exert pressure was secretly proposed by Mr. He also didn't expect the Dragon countryside to agree. Now, do you know why we are here? Hiss, so that's how it is? I finally get it. Mr. Scheming, as usual. Hearing this expert's words, the surrounding experts and professors all looked surprised. It turned out that the symposium was promoted by Mr. In the dark. It's a tactic that's really powerful. The crowd's eyes then looked once again at the large screen in front of them, only to see that the live broadcast screen was filled with people, especially in the middlemost part of the hall. There were a lot of people who were all gathered together, looking excited. Around them, there were many media reporters from all over the world carrying cameras and taking pictures non-stop. A long-haired professor with a puzzled look on his face blurted out, what's going on there in the middle? Why are so many people gathered around? At this moment, Professors Pierre and Watson were also looking towards the center of the hall. There were so many of them that it was hard for them to see who was all there at first glance. Suddenly, Professor Watson's complexion turned incredibly shocked. His heart thumped, and he said with some disbelief, Pierre, that person seems to be the infant nation's Queen Isha? It is indeed Queen Isa. Pierre nodded in shock. The two looked at each other, both seeing expressions of horror on the other's face. They were not shocked by the appearance of the senior members of the infant country in the Dragon country. This was because it was already known that the high-ranking members of the infant country would be traveling to the Dragon country to attend the conference. What really made them feel appalled and shocked was that at this moment, Empress Isha, completely devoid of the nobility and arrogance of being a high-ranking aristocrat, instead, she was pinched, with a pleasing-like smile on her delicate features. Geez, how did Queen Isa become like this? She's a big shot at the top of the infant nation, high and mighty. The top brass of each country represent honor and pride. The top brass of the infant nation, moreover, were notoriously proud. However, now these senior members of the face, all hung with a pleasing smile, and even there are so nervous? The scene was absurd to the crowd in the conference room. Soon, in the conference room, hundreds of experts and professors began to discuss. The entire conference room had become incredibly noisy. That middle-aged man is the chief of the Sakura country, right? I even shook hands with him when I went to the Sakura country before. Why does the Sakura nation chief look a little dumbfounded? What is he staring blankly at? Why are his eyes still red? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? That's the Gallic chief? Why is he bowing? Suddenly, the long-haired professor from earlier pointed at the Gallic leader in the picture and exclaimed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the Gallic chief. It's really the chief of the Gallic country. Fake, right? Why would the head of the Gallic kingdom bow to a young man? Who is that young man? The crowd was inwardly shocked beyond words. And there were even professors who were directly shocked and stood up. That's the head of Gaul. Even when facing the first person of the Dragon Kingdom, the Gaulois leader wouldn't bow, right? Then why did he bow in the face of a young man? It's a little too humble to stoop low and bow. And, now that the meeting has begun, right, why isn't it in session? But instead, one by one, all the big shots are gathering around that young man, one more than the other to curry favor? In the conference room, the crowd was confused. They don't understand what's going on here. Just as everyone was talking, on the stage, the first person's face changed drastically, and he suddenly stood up. his gaze fixed on the young man in the picture, as if he was confirming something. Prof. Pierre, Prof. Watson, and Director Simon of NASA had a name snap in their minds. Xin Yang. The other side. Dragon Kingdom. Cool City International Grand Hall. Hello, Academician Xin. Under the attention of all the people, the leader of the Gallic Kingdom finally gathered his courage and took a step towards Xin Yang. First he bowed, then he extended his hand. Xin Yang looked at the leader of the Gallic Kingdom in front of him without any coldness in his expression. Still smiling, he shook his hand with the other, then smiled and said, "On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I welcome you, Mr. Massillon." Xin Yang didn't use Chinese, but spoke French, and he's fluent in French, with an authentic accent, definitely at the proficient level. The leader of the Gallic Kingdom looked up at Xin Yang, his mind reeling and slightly dumbfounded. Xin Yang's French is so good? Of course, that's not the most important thing. Most importantly, Xin Yang communicated with him in French, which was enough to show the other party's attitude. At this moment, the Gallic chief's heart suddenly released. His earlier ramblings, his nervousness, were completely unnecessary. Xin Yang did not ignore him or make things difficult for him in a sarcastic manner. Instead, he was talking to him in an equal and friendly manner. Thus, the leader of the Gallic country responded in a hurry. "I would also like to thank your country for the invitation. Academician Xin, it is an honor to meet you today. We are looking forward to the next opportunity to work closely with you, and with the Dragon Kingdom. We're looking forward to it as well, and I'm sure there will be opportunities to work together," Xin Yang said with a smile and a warm expression. The Gaul leader's face, showing the color of excitement. The heart is even more shocked, and almost thought that he had heard wrong. What he said was supposed to be both a sociable courtesy and, at the same time, tentative. He wanted to test Xin Yang's attitude. Originally, what he thought was that Xin Yang would casually and perfunctorily put it off. But Xin Yang not only did not perfunctory, but instead has said there will be opportunities for cooperation. What does that mean? Now, the Gallic chief was completely unable to guess what Xin Yang, or rather the Dragon Kingdom, was thinking. It was nothing like what he had thought before. Originally, regarding this symposium, it was supposed to be a test run by their countries and they were ready to fail. Who would have thought that the Dragon countryside would agree without hesitation? It caught all the countries off guard. After the Dragon Kingdom promised to hold a symposium, there were international rumors that the Dragon Kingdom would announce space elevator technology at the symposium. Originally, the first man of the Gallic nation was not at all convinced. The possibility was too small and too remote. At the moment, though, the first man of the Gallic nation felt that this might be true. The Dragon Kingdom seems to be really intent on announcing space elevator technology. Dragon held a symposium to announce the technology, not because of their pressure, but because they had intended to do so. Even without this symposium, Dragon will hold other meetings to announce the technology. The leader of the Gallic Kingdom looked deeply at Xin Yang before exiting the crowd. After that, the infant country's Empress Isha walked towards Xin Yang with her lotus steps, her aroma overflowing. The white and beautiful sari set her off in an elegant and noble manner, as if she had come out of an oil painting. When Queen Elizabeth came out, she instantly became the center of attention, not only because of her stunning beauty, but also because of her identity. Queen Elizabeth walked towards Xin Yang step by step with a smile on her face, noble and at the same time, making people feel friendly. Around them, media reporters from various countries were taking snapshots. They found that no matter how they shoot, Queen Elizabeth, whether face or demeanor, is always so elegant and beautiful. Simply cannot shoot a relatively ugly some of the photos. Finally, Queen Elizabeth stood in front of Xin Yang. Her smile grew even wider as she placed her right hand at her chest before bending over slightly, after which she slowly raised her head and said with a smile, "Academician Xin, on behalf of the infant nation, I greet you." The Queen's voice was soft and delicate in a way that made it very comfortable to listen to. Xin Yang smiled and extended his hand in a friendly manner. "Lord Empress, hello." Seeing that Queen Elizabeth and Xin Yang had successfully shaken hands, a group of royal family members not far away looked delighted and incomparably excited. At this moment, these members of the royal family thought of what the Prime Minister had said to them earlier, telling them that they must pay courtesy to the Dragon Kingdom, and that they must handle their relationship with the Dragon Kingdom well, even be submissive if necessary. Seeing this young man in front of them made everything clear to them. Now, the royalty of the infant nation are incredibly grateful that their country, ahead of the vast majority of Western nations, has come through. It was the right move for them. The infant country's seating area. Those infant country experts and professors saw this scene, also smiled, like a big stone, and their hearts finally fell to the ground. Next, the infant country empress and Xin Yang exchanged a few more polite words, and she retreated in a very sensible manner. seeing the representatives of the Gallic and infant countries shaking hands with Qin Yang one after another. The other Western countries couldn't sit still after all. What's the point of thinking about face at this point? There's no such thing as face. Can't you see that the Gallic and infant countries are charging up? Any more hesitation and it'll be too late. As a result, the remaining Western countries walked towards Qin Yang. Academician Qin. It's an honor. Hello, Academician Qin. It's better to be known than to be seen. Academician Qin is really. It's just as well that these Western countries don't make an appearance. But when they do, one licks harder than the other, making many of the countries that had greeted them earlier almost unable to hold back. Time passed quietly, and Qin Yang kept shaking hands and talking to the representatives of various countries like an emotionless handshake robot. In the blink of an eye, this symposium has already started 18 minutes ago. The opening of this symposium was definitely the most exceptional ever. Inside the large hall, everyone was sitting very patiently, without the slightest hint of impatience. Media reporters from all over the world are excited. The value of the content they captured today speaks for itself. It's enough to set the world on fire. They knew very well that Qin Yang would cause a sensation all over the world, and his name would certainly be engraved on the milestones of the scientific and technological development of all mankind. Thousands of years from now, future generations will still remember his name, regardless of whether or not the Dragon Kingdom space elevator project would actually succeed. Qin Yang would become a legend in the history of mankind. Looking at Qin Yang, the journalists from the Dragon Kingdom felt a little sour in their hearts. It was hard to imagine how much a young man in his 20s had given and how much hardship and suffering he had gone through to get to this point. Over the years, he has been incognito, exhausting his efforts to make outstanding contributions to the cause of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. But he has been vilified by the villain as a murderer, abused and attacked by the group. And he didn't care. As a scientist, as the Dragon Country got the peerless nationalist, Qin Yang really cared about is always the scientific research projects that can make the Dragon Country take off. Any slander, any evil word, is too much for him. Time will tell, and value will prove everything. At this time, Qin Yang was scrambled for acquaintance by the leaders of more than 50 countries around the globe, and there were even some leaders who directly honored Qin Yang as Sir. This was not just a recognition of Qin Yang, but also an admiration and respect for him. A corner of the Grand Hall, Cotter Pierre, the minister of the Dragon Kingdom division of the Stella Group, said with a smile, "It's finally our turn." Pierre watched as a group of Western countries' representative personnel finished shaking hands with Qin Yang. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's finally our turn." Then, he stepped out and walked towards Qin Yang. Click, click, click. The moment Cotter Pierre lifted his foot, Pierre lifted his feet for a moment. A gaze was cast around him. Media reporters from various countries also instantly turned their cameras on Quilter with full attention. Cotter, being a Stella personnel, was, arguably, the most special being present. The other delegates are here on behalf of their respective countries. Only Katao and the others were here on behalf of the Stella Group. As a result, Cotter instantly drew a lot of attention when he made his move. Even to this day, there is still a lot of speculation that, in fact, what Cotter represents is the pretty country. Cotter knew exactly what the others were thinking, but his face was unchanged and unconcerned. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Cotter walked towards Qin Yang with a calm pace. Same time, pretty country. In the conference room, after learning the identity of the young man in the picture, the conference room became quiet once again. All the experts and professors were silent, with mixed emotions in their hearts. Honestly, they are now envious of the people representing the countries who were able to be there. Those people could see Qin Yang with their own eyes and still shake his hand and communicate with him, and could really get to know this young man. But what about them? Instead, they had to stay in this conference room and watch the delayed transmission of the live feed. Even at this time, they had to hide the envy in their hearts and could not show it. In the view of the crowd, the Dragon Country held this symposium. They pretty country scientists should have gone. It would be a shame not to go. Is that someone from our country? Just as the crowd's minds were reeling, a loud cry suddenly rang out. "You guys look, how come someone from our pretty country showed up at the Dragon Country symposium?" Brush, brush, brush. In the conference room, the scientists who were originally gawking lifted their eyes to the big screen. Only the screen showed that across from Qin Yang, there was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man walking towards him. No doubt it was a pretty countryman. At this moment, hundreds of scientists were dumbfounded. What is this? It's still really them pretty countrymen. Earlier, they had missed it completely. Obviously, the first man did not even allow his countrymen to travel to the Dragon Kingdom. So how could there be a pretty countryman at the symposium? Suddenly, the pupils of the crowd shrunk, and a name came to mind at the same time. Moss. It's Moss. It's one of Ma's men. It must be him. At this moment, hundreds of scientists had their gazes looking towards the chief first man on the stage. With mixed emotions, Mas really does talk the talk. He said he wanted to attend a symposium in Dragonland, and he actually sent someone. Mas is really not worried about how much of a furor this is going to cause. On the stage, the chief first man's face was very ugly. His fists were clenched and he was about to explode with anger. Next to her, the secretary trembled and paled. She had felt the anger from the first. The atmosphere was instantly oppressive. After a short silence, the slightly hoarse voice of the chief first rang out. It could be clearly felt from the voice that at this moment, the chief first was forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, trying to keep himself calm. Get this guy's information out. Within 1 minute. Find out the information of all of Stella's personnel in the Dragon Kingdom branch. The chief first clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles clicking. Yes, sir. The secretary nodded busily, then looked it up on the tablet on the fly. Seconds later, the secretary finished her query and carefully handed the tablet to the chief first. Cotter. Jaeger? Looking at the information on the file in front of him, the chief first's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he raised his head, his icy gaze once again looking at the live feed on the big screen. He wondered what this Cotter Jaeger guy would say next. Jaeger would say something. The other side. Dragon Kingdom. Northwest Cool City International Grand Hall. Cotter. Jaeger walked up to Qin Yang and bowed before saying in a slow voice, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm the minister of the Stella Group's Dragon Kingdom division." Cotter. Jaeger. This time, I came here on behalf of our Stella Group's president, Mas. Qin Yang nodded like he wasn't surprised at all. Then, with a smile, he asked, "I trust Mr. Mars is on his way?" Cotter replied, "Expected to land at the airport at 4:20 a.m. Dragon time." After a pause, he continued, "Mr. Qin, the president has come this time. Apart from wanting to cooperate with your country, he is very hopeful that he will be able to meet with you alone. I wonder when Mr. Qin has the time? The president said that everything is focused on your affairs. He can wait." Then, Cotter took out the business card that he had prepared long ago, slightly bending over and handing it to Qin Yang with both hands, respectfully saying, "The president said that this time when he comes to the Dragon Kingdom, he will stay in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time, and when you find the time to do so, you can contact the president, and he is always at your disposal. Stay long?" It seemed like Mas was determined to meet with Qin Yang. Many people were surprised to hear Cotter's words. "I'm also looking forward to meeting Mr. Mas." Qin Yang smiled, took the business card and responded, "Please tell Mr. Mas that I will contact him. Speaking of which, there are a lot of similarities between Mr. Mas and I." Cotter raised an eyebrow, his mind shocked. Is this the tacit understanding between the strong, right? Because not too long ago, Mr. Mas had said something similar to him on the phone. Originally, Cotter had some worries in his heart that Qin Yang might refuse to meet because of Mr. Mas's status, but now it seemed that he had been overly concerned. He believed that Qin Yang would definitely meet with Mr. Mas, because as they both said, in some ways, they are the same people. I'll pass it on to the president. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Cotter was in a good mood and his whole body relaxed. Seeing that the conversation between Cotter and Qin Yang didn't mention pretty country from start to finish, the crowd finally put their hearts down. It's safe to assume that Cotter is really only here on behalf of Stella, on behalf of Mas. This time, earlier, they were suspecting that Cotter was being directed by the pretty country to sabotage the symposium. Well, not really. They're overthinking it. The representatives of all states put their heads down. As long as you're not here to sabotage the symposium, it's all good. After talking with Cotter, Qin Yang walked towards the lectern. Brush up. In just a moment, the gazes of everyone in the room instantly converged in the direction of the lectern, their hearts and minds surging. The moment Qin Yang appeared on the lectern, the large lights in the large hall went out. At the same time, on the lectern, all the spotlights were lit up, focusing on Qin Yang. At this moment, Qin Yang was the absolute center, the absolute focus, all eyes on the world. Phew! On the lectern, Qin Yang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at everyone in the room, which, at the moment, was filled with people from half of the world's countries. They come from different countries, from different ethnic groups and speak different languages, but because of the same purpose, the same expectation, it brings them all together here. Qin Yang's heart leapt with some sighs in his heart. Regarding this symposium, Qin Yang knows who is behind this plot, and also knows the purpose of that group of guys, but it is exactly in Qin Yang's mind, in the mind of the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Country. This ancient civilization with a 5,000-year sparkling history has been dormant for so long. and now it's time to tell the whole world. It woke up, ZZ. As a burst of electricity crossed the room, Qin Yang faced the microphone and his voice resounded throughout the venue. Hello girls and gentlemen. I'm honored to be able to bring you all together here. I'm the Chief Commander of the Dragon Kingdom Space Elevator Project, Qin Yang. The second phase of our space elevator to pick up the Star Tang program will be officially launched tomorrow. I know very well what the purpose of your coming here today is. In response to your prayers and expectations, after many discussions, we have made a final decision. Quiet. As Qin Yang's words fell, the entire large hall instantly fell into an eerie silence. The crowd's eyes widened, their breathing quickened, and their hearts thumped as they waited for Qin Yang's next statement. They finally waited for this moment. Final decision? Decided on what? Is it really intended to open up space elevator technology to the world? Everyone got excited and couldn't wait. The mood of the representative personnel of these countries of the Gallic state, who pressurized the Dragon state to initiate the symposium, was very uplifting. Of course, in addition to the exhilaration there is some nervousness and concern. This symposium is driven by them. They were invigorated by the fact that they might soon have access to Dragon space elevator technology. However, they are also worried that the Dragon Kingdom will resent their previous pressure program and give them special treatment. It would be a big loss if that were true. The representatives of these countries that jointly exerted pressure were worried in their hearts, but other countries were nothing but excited. Many small countries, in particular, stood up in excitement, their hearts thumping. They finally waited for this moment. The final decision. Does that mean making the space elevator technology public? For these small countries of theirs, even if the Dragon Kingdom only disclosed a small portion of its technology, this would be a great blessing for their country, and would allow their country's science and technology to realize rapid development by leaps and bounds. These small, poor countries are very keen for the Dragon state to publicize technologies that are of little significance to the developed countries of the West, but of great utility to them, the deeply impoverished and underdeveloped countries. In this way, their country's science and technology gained rapid development, so they could minimize the gap between them and the developed countries. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their poor and backward countries, definitely not to be missed. Off stage, many of the country's representative personnel were red in the face, breathing heavily, and their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Kader Jaeger, the minister of the Stella Group's branch in the Dragon Kingdom, was sitting upright with a serious expression on his face, looking at Qin Yang on the speech stage. Jaeger was sitting straight with a serious face, and was looking at Qin Yang on the lecture platform with full attention. Next, can be the point. What Qin Yang said today would likely affect the future direction of the entire Stella Group. The representatives of the Balkan state were all excited, thrilled, and jumping for joy. If the technology can be obtained, the development of science and technology in the country of Baki will usher in a whole new development. For the Dragon Kingdom, a brother nation, the Pakas are overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration. The large hall was quiet as everyone waited for Qin Yang's speech. Same time, all over the country, all walks of life, students, workers, bosses, doctors, men and women, young and old, experts and professors, all of them looked at the TV or cell phone and were watching the live broadcast attentively. They, likewise, are waiting. Aerospace researchers around the world are likewise watching the live broadcast in nervous anxiety. What Qin Yang was going to say next was likely to change the future technological trend of their country, which was a major event that truly affected the fate of the country. Meanwhile, pretty country. In the conference room, the chief first had risen to his feet, his eyes dead set on the large screen in front of him. He just looked at Qin Yang in the picture, his heart whistling as if he was caught in a storm. As the chief first, he had never been so nervous as he was now. He was curious to know what kind of final decision Qin Yang was talking about. Time passed quietly, and even the chief first himself didn't soon realize that his body was shivering from being so nervous. In the conference room, hundreds of scientists, including Prof. Pierre and Prof. Watson, were equally nervous. Their complexions were tense, their bodies leaned forward, and their gazes all converged on Qin Yang under the spotlight. At this moment, the tension in their hearts is no weaker than that of the people representing various countries at the symposium. They were equally curious and looking forward to what kind of decision Qin Yang would say. In all fairness, they all wished that the Dragon Kingdom would disclose the space elevator technology. In this way, they would also be able to master space elevator technology. The chief first's approach was in their eyes, and they were worried that the Dragon Kingdom would release the technology to other countries, but not to their pretty country. Right now, it's arguably the best time to get space elevator technology. If you miss it, it will be 1,000 times harder to get space elevator technology again. Even if you buy it from other countries, it would cost a fortune, not to mention that you might not be able to buy it. Other countries don't really want to sell to pretty countries. Therefore, they very much hope that the Dragon Kingdom can really publicize this technology. As scientists, they really don't want to miss out. Dragon Nation. On the Great Hall of Cool City. Under the attention of all. Under the expectation of all. Qin Yang exhaled a deep breath, then said aloud into the microphone. The development philosophy, the development attitude of our Dragon Kingdom has always been to develop in unison, to cooperate and to realize a win-win situation. Qin Yang had just finished his first sentence, and the hearts of many people on the stage turned fluttery. The crowd became even more excited. Their hearts and minds lifted. The attitude is already obvious. So, does intend to disclose space elevator technology, right? Just as everyone was looking forward to Qin Yang's next speech, Qin Yang's face suddenly got up. His words turned and he said solemnly, however, a few hours ago, a rumor was suddenly spread on the internet, making a lot of noise, saying that the Dragon Kingdom intends to disclose its space elevator technology to the world. And I would like to make a clarification on this. What's going on? Quiet. At this moment, the entire large hall instantly fell into silence. Off stage, the heads of the delegate personnel from various countries buzzed and trembled, and their faces stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? Why can't they see it anymore? Announcing space elevator technology. Is this a rumor? In other words, the Dragon Kingdom has no intention of disclosing the space elevator technology? Is it just a rumor? But this is very Qin Yang just said that the concept is contrary to a. As things have developed to this point, all signs are pointing to the fact that the Dragon Kingdom does intend to make the space elevator technology public. As a result, by now, how did it turn out like this? The entire room was silent, and the mood of the crowd went from excited and thrilled a moment ago to jaw-dropping and disheveled, occurring in only a split second. They were even thinking that they had just heard it wrong. The people representing these small countries such as the Pang country and the Junzi country even turned very trance-like and were so nervous that it was hard to breathe. Just when everyone was in a state of confusion, on the speech platform, Qin Yang suddenly laughed. Then, he looked around the crowd and said in a raised voice, now, what I want to clarify is that the remarks on the internet, which are not rumors, are all true. The Dragon Kingdom, indeed, has decided to disclose the space elevator-related technology to all countries and regions around the world, without reservation and without any conditions. In the future, all countries around the globe will be qualified and capable of building their own space elevators. In the future, any ordinary person on the planet will be able to go into space. The Dragon Kingdom will lead the world into the space age. Boom! At this moment, everyone felt as if a thunderbolt had fallen in their heads. The original dumbfoundedness of the delegates from various countries had not yet dissipated, and now, they became even more stupefied, not reacting at all. It was like they had stopped thinking and were just staring blankly at Qin Yang on the lectern with wide eyes. Some people try to speak, but realize they can only open their mouths, but nothing comes out. What did they just hear? Did Mr. Qin just say that the Dragon Kingdom is going to disclose the space elevator technology to all countries and regions around the world? And, still free, no strings attached? Brush! The leader of the Baki nation snapped back from his stupor, and then he gazed towards the area where those Western nations were. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. On what grounds? Why should the technology be released to all the countries of the world? Why should it be free? On the other side, the leader of the Gallic Kingdom had a shocked look on his face, and his breathing seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. He subconsciously opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out, his eyes staring dead at Qin Yang on the speech platform. The words that Qin Yang had just said repeatedly echoed in his mind, causing his mind to wander. Queen Elizabeth and the few royals around her looked at each other, both seeing the consternation and surprise on each other's faces. Queen Elizabeth covered her mouth to keep from making a sound. Even if she was the Empress of the Infant Kingdom's royal family, she almost couldn't help but cry out in shock at that moment just now. The entire hall was plunged into absolute silence. Even those reporters? At this moment, their fingers were stiff and motionless, as if they were petrified. The leaders of each country were still in a stupor. They were as motionless as statues, and all of their gazes converged towards Qin Yang on the speech platform. Several members of the royal family next to Queen Elizabeth were shocked, their hearts thumping. Is what Mr. Qin just said all true? Is Rokoku really planning to do this? What Mr. Qin said just now, it couldn't be that he was teasing them as well, could it? Is there a possibility that because of their previous malicious pressure on the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom intends to deliberately screw them over? The leader of the Sakura Kingdom finally came back to his senses. His mind was reeling, and his mindset towards the Dragon Kingdom changed to an unprecedented complexity. All this time, the Sakura Kingdom thought it was above the Dragon Kingdom. In the mind of the Sakura nation's chief, The odds were that the relationship between them and the Dragon Nation would be deadlocked forever. But because of the space elevator project, he made up his mind and decided to visit the Dragon Kingdom. He had thought that he would be ignored or made difficult by the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. But the Mr. Sheen in front of him treated him with courtesy and not the slightest bit of contempt. Now, it is even publicly announced that it will unconditionally and free of charge disclose the space elevator technology to the whole world. Mr. Sheen and even the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of broad-mindedness and temperament is this? For this reason alone, the Sakura country is completely outmatched. The leader of the Sakura nation asked himself, if he, the Sakura nation, had mastered the space elevator technology, he would not have been able to disclose it to the world for free in any case. The minutes ticked by. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Only after 20 seconds or so did Shin Yang continue to say aloud, since mankind appeared on this blue planet, our yearning for space has never stopped. Space for us seems to be out of reach, only exists in the fantasy, but it is actually very close to us. The sunlight in the daytime, the moonlight in the late night, the thousands of stars in the sky shine, are all we are in close contact with space. From Chang'e running to the moon to Wando flying to the sky, from gliders to rockets and satellites, whether in fantasy or in reality, for thousands of years, our exploration of space has never stopped. Human curiosity is an instinct that exists in our genes, and the vastness of the universe touches the hearts of millions of people. As mankind develops from generation to generation, we are getting closer and closer to space, and the dream does not seem to be out of reach. Now, we're just one clinical kick away from kicking open that portal to the vastness of the interstellar universe. But it's a kick that one person, or even one nation, can't make. The universe is vast and boundless, and the Earth is but a drop in the ocean, and an individual, or even a country, is too small in the universe. At this moment, all of us must put aside all preconceived notions and unite in order to move towards the universe and approach the mystery. Speaking here, Qin Yang's words came to an abrupt end. He's going to give everyone some cushion. He wanted everyone to understand that in the future, the only way forward to the interstellar age was for all of humanity to unite. Under the stage, there were many people who subconsciously raised their heads after hearing Qin Yang's words. Except, overhead is a thick ceiling. After a few seconds, Qin Yang continued, in the future, it will definitely be the interstellar era, and only by uniting all of humanity can we fight for a bit of a place to live in the vastness of the universe. The community of human destiny will certainly be the core of future global development. When the time comes, all mankind will put aside prejudices and conflicts, and people will live in harmony with each other, race with race, and country with country. Wars will die out and conflicts will cease. And now the real time has come. In this instant, the leaders of the country's complexions turned sharp. They knew very well what Qin Yang was talking about in terms of timing. It's space elevator technology. It's the vastness of space, community of human destiny, all mankind united, free from war, free from bloodshed, all nations, all peoples, free from prejudice, united in cooperation. What a spectacle this would be if it were to materialize. The leaders of the nations looked longingly. Of course, it's still more of a question, a disbelief. A community of human destiny may sound like a good idea. However, it is almost impossible to realize it. Even in the context of the interstellar age, human disputes still don't stop. Want to join forces and develop together? It's just a fool's errand. Qin Yang was not surprised by the crowd's display of emotions. He cleared his throat and said leisurely, from the birth of mankind to the present, from the time when people drank blood to the present era of technological explosion, the disputes of mankind have never ceased. Man against man, race against race, country against country, but all the contradictions, all the conflicts in wars. In the final analysis, it's all because of two words, interests. Water, land, and money. Humanity has waged wars over and over again because of various interests. However, once mankind steps into the space age, all the competition for interests will all stop. With the vastness of space and its many resources, all of mankind will no longer need to worry about resources. However, in addition to the endless resources in the universe, there are countless dangers. Therefore, all of us, all of humanity, should unite and face the unknown dangers together, one for the glory and one for the loss. All of humanity will become a community of destiny, exploring together towards the boundless universe. Our journey is no longer limited to Earth, or even to the Milky Way, but to a whole starry sky, a true sea of stars, and the space elevator is our key to stepping into the interstellar age. Qin Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it was deafening, causing everyone on stage to unconsciously look solemn and listen carefully for fear of missing something. On the lectern, Qin Yang gazed around the room, then continued, you can imagine, if every country is able to build a space elevator, then everyone around the world will have the opportunity to board the space. The space field is no longer only the astronauts who have gone through rigorous training can enter. With the space elevator, landing on the moon and landing on Mars are no longer unattainable dreams for us humans. We can even conquer planets beyond the solar system. The vast universe, the solar system is only a corner of the land. Our human feet can step out of the solar system to more distant galaxies. When the space elevator was conceived, the Dragon Kingdom spent 6 whole years on research, solving numerous problems and breaking through various technical difficulties. Now, the Dragon Kingdom is capable of building a space elevator. The community of human destiny is a general trend, a new journey for future human development. The Dragon Kingdom is willing to act as a pioneer and release the complete technology of the space elevator, free of charge. The future of mankind should not be confined to the Earth. It is time for global integration to start moving forward. And we should cooperate and win-win for the development of mankind and start a new journey. After Qin Yang finished speaking, the entire room remained still quiet. Qin Yang was also very patient. He had just said so much. The crowd definitely needed some time to react. At this moment, within the hall, the vast majority of people were in a daze, somewhat unable to think straight. The words Qin Yang had just said involved too much information. Global integration, community of human destiny, all mankind, all nations should unite to step into the interstellar age. It took the Dragon Kingdom 6 years and all kinds of trials and tribulations to finally feel confident enough to build a space elevator. All of humanity should put aside its preconceptions and be on the same page to explore the resources of the universe. The basis for wanting to do the above is that the Dragon Kingdom will announce space elevator technology to the world. The Dragon Kingdom will serve as the leader of the new era, leading all nations toward the great cosmic age. After flabbergasted for a while, finally, someone reacted. So, this is true. The Dragon Kingdom is really ready to release the space elevator technology to all countries. From the beginning to the end, the pattern of the Dragon Kingdom was not limited to one country. They really wanted all the countries of the globe to be able to unite to meet the universe. After all, although there were many resources in the universe, there were also endless dangers, and only when all of humanity was united could they stand firm in the universe and open up new horizons. Many Western, square, countries have come to realize that it wasn't because of their collective pressure on the dragon that the dragon was forced to make the decision to disclose its technology, to open up the technology to all countries. This was originally the idea and plan of the Dragon Kingdom. Even without their pressure, the Dragon Kingdom would still announce the space elevator technology. Apparently, the pressure from their countries not only didn't put any pressure on the Dragon Kingdom, but instead just gave the Dragon Kingdom a suitable opportunity. The hearts and minds of the leaders of many Western countries were very complicated. Before this symposium was officially held, they were still thinking that even if the Dragon State would announce the space elevator technology, there would still be restrictive requirements. In their preconceived notions, first of all, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely leave itself a year of development time. During this 1-year period, the Dragon Kingdom had the right to impose a complete blockade on technology, materials, and other aspects. The Dragon Kingdom would use this year to develop itself in all directions using space elevator technology, making itself the absolute hegemon in the field of space and completely crushing other countries. After that, after a year of rapid development, the aerospace technology of the Dragon Kingdom will become the #1 in the world. And at this time, the Dragon Kingdom will gradually open the embargo. In order, the Dragon Kingdom should lift the embargo first on countries that have friendly relations with the Dragon Kingdom, such as the Baki Kingdom. This is followed by the backward countries of the Third World, the developing countries. Developed countries, especially Western ones like them, must be the last to qualify for lifting the embargo and gaining access. As long as Rokoku isn't stupid, surely they will follow this order. In this order, on the one hand, the Dragon State will have more than enough time to develop its own strength, and at the same time, it can also slow down the development of developed countries around the world. When the aerospace strength of the Dragon Kingdom has completely distanced itself from other countries, the Dragon Kingdom can also make crazy money by selling technology and selling materials. After all, both the materials and the technology are firmly controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. You want it? Just can only spend money to buy. Autonomy is completely in the hands of the dragon, and when the time comes, it's just too easy for the dragon to make money. In this way, the Dragon Kingdom has not broken its promise, but has also widened the gap between itself and other countries, completely crushing those Western developed countries. However, in any case, they did not anticipate that the Dragon Kingdom was planning to directly publicize the technology free of charge and unconditionally. It was just too surreal for them. Indeed, by announcing the technology in such a manner, the Dragon Kingdom would enlist many countries on their side in terms of global public opinion alone, and would have a huge advantage in the international arena. However, It is undoubtedly difficult for the Dragon Kingdom itself to make such a decision. Even if the top management of the Dragon Kingdom agreed, then the 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Kingdom, would they easily agree? Once the top brass goes against the people, what kind of consequences will this create? The people are everything to the country. Throughout global history, when there is a differentiation in ideology between the top and the people, it is not far from the destruction of the country. The Western countries could not figure out by what means the 1.4 billion people had been convinced by the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom. They asked themselves that if they were to do it in their place, they would never be able to do it. They would not even dare to think about it. They also remembered that after the news of the Dragon State's announcement of the space elevator technology was spread on the internet earlier, within the Dragon State, a massive protest had erupted. But now, the Dragon Kingdom is calm. The symposium is held normally, and the Dragon Kingdom has officially announced their attitude and plans to the world. The Dragon Kingdom, once again, refreshed their perceptions. This ancient oriental country always brings great surprises. On top of that, many people also realized that the fact that the Dragon Kingdom dared to take such a huge risk and dare to release such a precious technology to all countries was undoubtedly showing the whole world and all mankind that the Dragon Kingdom was determined to promote global integration and the community of human destiny. A clear and loud clap suddenly came out from the quiet venue. Snap, snap, only to see that in the seat, Prof. Onsen stood up violently and emotionally, and was applauding non-stop. Snap. Professor Kissimp was in a wheelchair, but he straightened his back as much as he could and raised his hands to applaud, looking excited. The two of them had witnessed the Dragon Kingdom's ultra-long-distance wireless power supply experiment, and had long known about the Dragon Kingdom's intention to announce the space elevator technology to the world. But now, when they heard what Qin Yang had said, they still couldn't help but feel their hearts surge, their hearts stirring within them, and tears welling up in their eyes. Prof. Kissimp was glowing at the moment and kept clapping, seemingly tirelessly. He had never been more excited or applauded than he was now. Even when his proudest student, Prof. Onsen, had won the Nobel Prize before, Prof. Kissimp was only happily complimented. Snap. The applause of Professors Kissimp and Onsen was crisp and enthusiastic, resounding throughout the hall and snapping everyone in the room out of their stupor. Brush, brush, brush. Led by Queen Elizabeth of the Infant Nation, all the members of the Infant Nation's royal family, as well as all the Infant Nation's scientists who had arrived, stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Professor Level was even more flushed, and it was hard to hide the feeling of excitement within his heart. After that, the entire hall, the representative staff from all over the world left their seats and stood up, applauding non-stop. The entire hall was enveloped in an atmosphere of excitement and euphoria. The people of Bucky's country looked at each other, both seeing excitement in each other's faces. Then the crowd hugged each other with excitement and joy. Great! Finally the technology is going to be available, thanks to the Dragon Kingdom. In the future, we in Bucky's country will also have the ability to build our own space elevator. Mr. Qin and the Dragon Kingdom, their pattern is just too big. Their vision has long since ceased to be confined to between countries. As Mr. Qin said just now, the future of mankind is the boundless universe, the sea of stars. Only the Dragon Kingdom will think about us poor and small countries. Without the help of the Dragon Kingdom, our General Hospital would not have been able to research such great technology on its own. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Yeah, who can't fantasize about going into the vastness of space to see and explore? But, looking around the globe, only those powerful, developed countries are qualified to do so. But because of Mr. Qin, because of the Dragon Kingdom, all countries around the globe, all people, will have the opportunity to enter space. The Dragon Kingdom, truly making history. I never thought that one day in the future I would be able to go into space. The Dragon Kingdom is always so kind, unconditionally free and open. This is really incredible. In fact, even if things are charged we are able to accept it. More than a dozen scientists from the Balkan state embraced, old and tearful, so excited that they were incoherent. The Paki leader looked down at the flags on either side of his seat. On the left is the Dragon Kingdom, and on the right is the Buckeye Nation. His eyes quickly turned red. The Dragon Kingdom. What a great country. This is the reason why the Bucky country has been following the Dragon country so closely for so many years. The Dragon Kingdom, the ancient great nation of the East, had never let them down. In this country, all kinds of miracles are always born. In the future, Bucky will continue to choose to follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Kingdom and remain steadfast. Space. The Paki nation leader's eyes were sore and he tilted his head back, but he couldn't stop the tears from coming to his eyes. The other side, Bei, Pong, and many of these people from small and distant African countries are equally excited, and they look excited and cheer excitedly. This is space elevator technology. Are we even qualified to master it? The Dragon Kingdom really gave us a big surprise. The leader of Baguada was overflowing with joy as he said in a deep voice. It has always been our country's hope that one day we can use our own rockets to launch our own nationally built satellites into space. But we all know that with our country's rate of development, it will take at least 30 years to accomplish such a dream. But now, we'll soon be able to realize the dream. Yeah. Next to him, the leader of the Camel Kingdom said excitedly, the Dragon Kingdom's resolution will completely change the fate of our backward countries. We, the Carmelite Kingdom, will always be unwavering in our support for the Dragon Kingdom and for Mr. Qin. Only the Dragon Kingdom can bring us hope and a future. Mr. Qin is our benefactor. It's our hero. Inside the hall, the crowd cheered and boiled. However, many of the Western countries were applauding, but their expressions were mixed and they looked a little shriveled. Previously, when these countries of theirs joined hands to exert pressure on the authorities of the Dragon State, they had actually prepared for the worst in their hearts. They have already built up their minds and will do whatever it takes to acquire space elevator technology. Yet now, things were not at all what they had imagined. They had thought that the Dragon Kingdom would ignore, mock, and make things difficult for them when they came this time. But what about the fact that the Dragon Kingdom treated them with courtesy and without any differentiation? What they did, by comparison, was laughable and stupid. The Dragon Kingdom didn't take their pressure to heart at all. The reason for agreeing to hold this symposium is just to push the boat out of the water, which is exactly what the Dragon State wants. This symposium was held just in time to take the opportunity to announce the decision of the Dragon Kingdom, which would have been what the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to happen. Their so-called machinations are a joke. Thankfully, this is something that the vast majority of countries are unaware of. On the pretty countryside, as long as they weren't stupid, they naturally wouldn't take the initiative to vocalize it. The authorities in the pretty country right now are probably in a rage with nowhere to vent it. Sakura Nation's seating position. The Cherry Blossom country's leader looked at Qin Yang on the speech platform with snotty tears. If he could, he would even like to rush up and hug Qin Yang fiercely right now. He was too excited, too thrilled. He had come to the right place on this trip to the Dragon Kingdom. It was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. The Sakura Nation leader was glad that he hadn't engaged in cooperation with Pretty Nation before, and he was glad that he had thrown away all his facades to come to the Dragon Nation. All the taunting and difficulties encountered earlier on the road were worth it. Thousands of years from now, the future generations of the Sakura country will always remember that there was a great leader like him in the history of the Sakura country. He'll be the pride of all the Sakura Nation. Next to it, the director of the National Academy of Science of the Sakura country was in tears, constantly wiping the tears from his face, so excited that his body was trembling. He was someone within Sakura who was in the friendly and affable camp towards the Dragon Kingdom. As early as 10 years ago, he should have become the director of the Sakura Nation's Science Research Institute. But his proximity to the Dragon Nation caused his path to promotion to be hindered many times. 6 years ago, one of his scientific research results was also forcibly occupied by one of the scientists from the pretty country's laboratory in the Cherry Blossom country. At that time, the top management of the Sakura country instead even advised him to do more than less, and just put this matter behind him. He was incomparably angry. However, he could do nothing but hold his tongue. It wasn't until 3 years ago that he became the director of the Institute of Science, as he had hoped. In the 3 years since he became president, he has deliberately avoided the help of pretty countries and led the research talents of the institute to overcome many scientific and technological problems. He proved to all the people of Sakura Nation with actions, with results, that if Sakura Nation's science and technology wanted to develop rapidly, it had to get rid of that country's baggage. This time, the chief of the Sakura country brought people to visit the Dragon country, and he was also the first one to make the suggestion to the chief. As it turns out, he made the right choice. For once, it's the right place. What Qin Yang had just said had deeply convinced him. At this moment, Dean even regretted that he wasn't born in the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, they've been working together for so many years in pretty countries. It's just been incredibly bad decisions and too much time wasted. Only the Dragon Kingdom can bring them hope and a future. The other side, inside the infant nation seat, Prof. Level heard not far away the minister of Stella's branch in the Dragon Kingdom, Kater Jaeger's muttered words. He was aghast that the vision of Dragonland and Ma's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. Just why is it that what the pretty country that owns Mas has not done, the dragon has done? Professor Level looked up and sighed in his mind as he looked at the magnificent, handsome young man on the lectern. How good would it be if Qin Yang was from their infant country? Professor Level leaned toward Kater Jaeger's location. Jaeger's location. And then he looked down and murmured softly, not sure if he was speaking to himself or to Kater. Jaeger. It is true that there are a lot of resources in the realm of space. but it is also accompanied by a lot of dangers. Many countries should understand that in order to obtain resources from the boundless space, it is far from possible with the power of a single country. The dragon nation can't do it. The pretty nation can't do it. And we, the infant nation, can't do it either. This is nothing more than a luxury for any country around the globe. Even after a few more decades, it will only remain in the fantasy stage. However, it should be clear to many, and even so much is thought about it, that there is a way for mankind to gain access to the resources of space in a very short period of time. That is, human destiny. All countries around the globe, all human beings to put aside all preconceptions. United. Resources, science and technology, information and data and all other everything, all cooperation and sharing. The whole of mankind bound together. A glory for all, a loss for all. So that, in the not too distant future, the fantasy will no longer be a fantasy, but really will become a reality. When such an idea becomes a reality, hundreds of years? Decades? No, it may only take a few years for humanity to enter the age of space exploration. It's just a pity that ideas are just ideas after all, and to make it happen, this is too hard. Next to him, Cotter, Jaeger, without a word, was listening intently. Prof. Level glanced at him and continued. It must be said that the vast majority of human beings are short-sighted, and they only care about the gains and losses in front of them. The universe is too vast, and the Earth, which is so huge to us humans, is but a speck of dust in front of the infinite universe. Our journey is not just in front of us. Our journey is the vastness of the universe. Those who are short-sighted, always thinking of immediate benefits and wanting to dominate, are not destined to become the leaders of the new era. They don't deserve it. In the past, there was competition and oppression, which led to resistance and war, which led to the rapid development of human technology. The vast majority of mankind's technological products are related to war. But the future is different. Earth's resources are ultimately limited, and mankind will eventually have to step into the boundless universe to discover and explore. And in the face of the countless dangers in the universe, all of humanity should unite and face them together. And in order to do all of this, there must be a leader. And the only one who can do that is the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Level's face overflowed with a sense of excitement. Said in a deep voice, the world has 4 major ancient civilizations, but only the Dragon Kingdom's 5,000 years of history has been passed down continuously, continuing to the present. The Dragon Kingdom has the world's toughest and most resilient nation. Generation after generation, thousands of years of resistance and killing, guarding and inheritance, so that the Dragon Kingdom has reached an unprecedented national cohesion. As he spoke, Prof. Level looked up at the distant dragon journalists who were carrying cameras to take pictures, and continued, no country understands unity better than the Dragon Nation, and in the future, only the Dragon Nation has the ability and qualifications to be the world's front runner, and they will lead the globe into the space age. The Dragon Kingdom clearly knows exactly what they should be doing and how they should be doing it, and right now, they're really starting to put their act together. This is the greatness of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the greatness that the top brass in the West cannot understand. They were baffled by the Dragon Kingdom's behavior. They can't figure out that the Dragon Kingdom has been oppressed by them for so many years, and by now, not only have they not retaliated against them, but they have to share their technology with them for free. This is the gap of the pattern. Those people wouldn't even realize that the Dragon Kingdom's vision is no longer limited to Earth, but to the cosmos above the firmament. That's what the Dragon Kingdom really wants to pursue. Under the brand new great world soon to come, all of us, without any hesitation, should follow the Dragon Kingdom forward. Professor Level spoke, letting out a sharp breath of relief, feeling his body relax like never before. The words he had hidden in his heart, just now, finally came out in a rush. Cool. Next to it, the Stella Group and the Infant Over line looked at Professor Level, who had just finished a long speech, with a complex expression, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start, very depressed. The expressions on the faces of the crowd, Professor Level looked as if he had seen nothing, a smile spreading across his face. He had never been more excited than he was right now. Earlier, when the special airplane he was traveling on had just entered the Dragon Kingdom, the moment he saw with his own eyes through the country's windows a blue electromagnetic barrier radiating into the firmament, he knew that the Dragon Kingdom had become a great power. In the world to come, the Dragon Kingdom will bring surprises to all. If the infant nation wants to take off, it must cooperate with the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Kingdom is different from the Pretty Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a great country with ideals and beliefs. The Dragon Kingdom's pattern was much bigger, and their minds were never set on bullying the weak. Between them, there is a fundamental difference. Wherever the Dragon Kingdom passes, it will always bring peace and new life. The Dragon Kingdom has a glorious history of thousands of years, And these thousands of years have allowed the Dragon Kingdom to deeply understand the preciousness of peace. The Dragon Kingdom's advocate has never been the Commonwealth of the world. For the weaker countries, the Dragon Kingdom would not only not bully, but would instead offer help. Today's Dragon Kingdom is a rich, thriving, and increasingly powerful nation. Results don't lie. Results will tell you what choices to make and what path to take is the right one. Professor Level looked at those busy dragon reporters not far away, and he suddenly thought of a fable he had once read before. The name of the parable is, The Tower of the Passage. It was said that in the extremely distant ancient times, there was not yet the concept of a country, not even the concept of a nation, and all human beings lived together. We all speak the same language, have the same beliefs, and just live in peace. As the days passed, the people realized that the nearby resources were about to be depleted and that they would not be able to obtain food. So the group conferred and decided to make a great migration towards the east. One day, a part of the people had traveled to a great plain not far from ancient Babylon. They decided to build a city and a high tower on this plain. This tower will go straight up to the sky. That way, when people from far away saw this tower of heavenly passage, they wouldn't get lost and would all converge this way. This tower will guide the way for all. The people said they would do it and started building the tower using all the materials. After the foundation was laid, a youth looked at the sky and said, "After our Tower of Heaven is built, will we be able to see the legendary God of Heaven when we stand at the top of the tower?" Legend has it that the God of Heaven resides in the sky, and everyone wants to see what the God of Heaven really looks like, and so the crowd's thoughts began to change. Originally, their purpose in building the tower was that they wanted to be a guiding light for their companions from afar, to show them the way. But now, their greater purpose was that they wanted to see the God of Heaven who resided in the heavens. With that, all of them worked together and began to build the tower day and night in order to see the God of Heaven. Year after year, generation after generation, the Tower of Heaven became taller and taller, and had gone straight to the sky. Finally, on this day, this Tower of Heavenly Passage, which had gathered the efforts of countless people, was only a few meters short of being high enough to reach the area where the heavenly God resided. At the same time, Jehovah and the many gods of the heavens also noticed this tower of the sky. At this moment, they were both angry and afraid. They were enraged that the heavenly gods were high and holy and majestic, and the mole-like humans were trying to spy on them. What they feared was the unbelievable greatness that could be generated by even equal human beings once they were united in purpose, united and firmly bound together. Then the Lord said to the gods, "It is unforgivable that small, foolish humans should try to spy on the gods of heaven. They speak the same language now, so let us disrupt their language, and unable to communicate with each other, they will never be able to work together again." On this day, divine punishment fell. The language was disrupted. The world could no longer communicate. People could not understand each other as easily as before. Thus, suspicion arose, indifference arose, resentment arose, and the united human community began to crumble. They can no longer cooperate. People who speak the same language will come together, and the human race is hardwired to split from one large group into multiple smaller groups. The plan for the Tower of Heaven naturally came to an end, and no one spoke of it again. Slowly, groups of humans speaking different languages began to migrate and settle in different directions around the globe, and different racial distinctions began to emerge among humans. The divided human community will no longer be a threat to Yahweh and the gods. Many years have passed. Once upon a time, on that plain, the Tower of Heavenly Passage stood tall, and next to the Tower of Heavenly Passage was a city called Babel. Today the city of Babel is an empty city with no one living there. Some people entered this ancient city and saw the stories recorded on the stone tablets. On top of that, there is an angry quote left by the man who wrote the story back then. A united humanity is feared even by the gods of heaven. Therefore, the gods of heaven divide mankind with words. Then later, some called this tower of access to the sky also the Tower of Babel, the same name as the city. Professor Level withdrew his thoughts and his expression sharpened. It's just a fable, but it's inspiring. This fable is recorded in the Bible, and according to the Bible's interpretation, the fable warns believers that the gods of heaven are so high that mortals should never think of spying on them or challenging them. But Prof. Level felt that the fable could not be interpreted in this way. What it really means is that mankind can only be invincible by working together and being united. Just like the humans who built the tower to the sky as told in the fable. Once united, even the gods of heaven must feel fear. Isn't a space elevator like the tower to the sky that this fable talks about? The humans in the story wanted to build towers to the sky to spy on the gods, just as they want to spy on the universe through a space elevator now. In front of the boundless universe, the power of an individual is small, but if all humans join together and unite, there is nothing that cannot be done. Prof. Level muttered as he looked at the smiling Qin Yang on the lectern. and his heart and soul produced a tremor that he had never felt before. As Qin Yang said, all mankind must unite. Global integration and a community of human destiny is the only way out in the new era. It was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. At this point in the weekdays, most of the people in the Dragon Kingdom would have already gone to sleep. But tonight, it is the bright lights of 10,000 homes. I do not know how many people in the Dragon State sitting in front of the TV, or holding a cell phone and computer, to watch the live broadcast. On the screen, Qin Yang is standing on a speech platform, facing people from various countries and cameras around the world, and is impassionedly proclaiming the ideals of the Dragon Nation, the ambitions of the Dragon Nation, and the Dragon Nation's outlook for the future. Watching it, countless people in the Dragon Kingdom stood up excitedly, their hearts pounding. Yanjing, in a room in an old neighborhood, the old man was sitting on the sofa and was watching the live picture on the TV, looking at the young man in the picture who was making an impassioned speech. The old man's eyes were red and he clenched his fists in excitement. Yanjing, in a room in an old neighborhood, the old man was sitting on the sofa and was watching the live picture on the TV, looking at the young man in the picture who was making an impassioned speech. The old man's eyes were red and he clenched his fists in excitement. In this era, it was a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom to have such a young man. When the old man saw Qin Yang in the picture, he couldn't help but think of the man from the last era. The same foresight, the same self-confidence, their eyesight, completely ahead of an era. The old man thought of the time he lived in as a child, when the stormy times, the people's hardship and the future were uncertain, and the whole world was in the midst of ups and downs and turmoil. The people can't see the light in their eyes. They don't know where the future lies, the road ahead, how to move forward. But just then, the man stepped forward. He is like a light in the mist, like a lighthouse on the sea, shining a path to heaven for the people. He led thousands of people to raise their arms and shout, "Comrades, let's unite. Unity is strength. As long as all of us are united, nothing is invincible." From that day onward, the Dragon Nation lifted its nation forward, hardening the muddy road and carving out a path to stardom. The old man couldn't help but cry at the thought. "Why are you crying, Grandpa?" Next to him, the old man's grandson, seeing his grandfather's appearance, hurriedly and nervously asked, "Grandpa, are you sick?" "Grandpa's not sick." The old man wiped away his tears, looked up at the young man on the TV, and said excitedly, "Grandpa's health is very good. It's just that seeing the young man on the TV reminds Grandpa of the heroes of Grandpa's time." The grandson looked at the young man on the TV with a curious look on his face. The old man touched his grandson's head and said in a deep voice, "This young man is very similar to the heroes of Grandpa's time." In Grandpa's time, the country was just starting out. The country was in a state of flux. The people were in dire straits. Everyone was always underfed and underclothed. And everyone, was dead in the water. Until later, a man emerged from the masses, just like the young man on TV, who raised his arms and said that unity is strength. In those days, he was a light in the mist, bringing hope to all the people. At his call, all the people struggled and responded to the call to study hard, strive hard, and build hard on this land of God, opening mountains and breaking water, building bridges and roads. After generations of hard work, this is how we have a good life now. The old man looked at the TV in front of him and said with an agitated expression, "Child, you must learn from this young man in the future. This young man has extraordinary eyesight. The future is unlimited." The man of the day, with the slogan "Unity is strength," led the people of the country to open up a new world. And now this young man, again with the slogan "Unity is strength," is opening up a new world, a new great world. This young man, equally far-sighted and daring, he wants to change the whole world with his own power. Unity is strength. As long as mankind is united, it will be invincible. The grandson grasped the toy in his hand and blinked, seeming to understand. The middle-aged couple sitting on the other side of the couch looked at their father in front of them, emotionally shaken. Not long ago, after learning that a meeting was to be held, the old man, still incomparably angry, put on his military uniform, which he had not worn for many years, and hung all the 39 medals of honor he had previously won on his chest, and led the crowd onto the streets, resolutely opposing the holding of the meeting. Pretty country. An eerie silence fell over the conference room again. The light from the big screen reflected on the faces of the crowd, who quietly watched the chief first on the stage, not saying a word, their minds tense. On the stage, the chief first man's eyes stared deathly at the screen in front of him, his face expressionless, his chest rising and falling violently. He could no longer suppress the angry emotions in his heart. Wow! Bang bang! In the next moment, the chief first man flung all the computers and documents on the conference table away as he pointed his finger at the live broadcast image on the screen, his eyes red and his entire body trembling with anger. "Fark! Free! Unconditional disclosure of technology? What's going on in the heads of the Dragon Kingdom's top brass? Stupid. It's so stupid. No, this isn't real. This must all be a conspiracy. Those people, they can't be this stupid. The chief first growled repeatedly. Then, he turned his head to look at Director Shiman next to him. His face grim as he said in a chilling voice, Director Shiman, do you think this is true? The Dragon Kingdom will really publicize the technology for free? Mr. Director Shiman kept swallowing his saliva and said with a frightened heart, I am not sure. However, if the Dragon Kingdom discloses the technology, it will be beneficial to us, the Pretty Kingdom. If we obtain information about space elevator-related technology, coupled with our aerospace technology, we can definitely build our own space elevator, and we will still be at the forefront of the world. The first person of the pretty country sniffed, and the emotion on his face turned slightly more relaxed. Then, he said in a deep voice, however, even so, we can still only be ranked second, and will always be stepped on. If they do build a space elevator, it will be fatal to our position. The more the chief first man spoke, the harder it was on his heart. Although he had had a premonition in his heart before, he still couldn't accept it when the day actually came. In particular, the news that the Dragon Kingdom had announced the disclosure of its space elevator technology was unbelievable to him. Before that, he had never believed that the Dragon Kingdom would actually disclose its technology to the world, and that it would do so for free and unconditionally. Rokoku caught him off guard. If it was just the Dragon Kingdom that had mastered space elevator technology, the Pretty Kingdom would have been able to remain calm, because they've developed a space kite program. It's not as good as a space elevator, but at least the difference isn't that big, and space resources won't be exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. Next, the big deal was that they threw in the towel and followed the lead of the Dragon Kingdom. Whatever the Dragon Kingdom does, they follow. The beauty of doing this is that it's like running a race, where second place stays close behind first place, slowing down the pressure and giving you the opportunity to find the right moment to make a pass. Even a bit more disgusting, they can secretly buy technology from the Dragon Kingdom, with their strength, reverse research wave, maybe one example, and directly reverse the Dragon Kingdom. But no matter what, he didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom was actually planning to release the space elevator technology to the world. That's cutting-edge technology that could change an entire era. Their pace, completely disrupted. The chief first is angry now. Very angry. To be more precise, it's shameful anger. In the eyes of the beautiful countries, those small countries that are usually invisible, what makes them able to get such technology without paying anything? That's technology that would make even their pretty country go crazy with eyesight. Do those small countries have such qualifications? Who gave them the self-confidence to dare make a play for such technology? In the chief first's opinion, a technology like the space elevator should have been a technology that only a powerful country like their pretty country was qualified to master. But now the Dragon Kingdom has decided to publicize it, which means that this technology is qualified to be grasped by even a small and weak country at the bottom of the world. This is equivalent to you as a high nobleman, but a group of beggars in front of you to eat better than you, and you can only look on with envy and jealousy. This feeling made the chief first feel incredibly humiliated. However, unlike the chief first man's anger, although the hundreds of experts and professors in the conference room were afraid of the first man's majesty and didn't say a word, from the depths of their eyes, they could see the color of excitement that was hard to hide. That's right, it's just excitement and thrill. They are different from the chief first man in the end. The chief firsters are politicians and they are scientists. In the eyes of the chief first man, there were only interests and only hegemony, and the chief first man was not interested in the global integration, the community of human destiny, and about Qin Yang's outlook for the future that Qin Yang had said in the live broadcast. Even, in his opinion, Qin Yang as well as the so-called unchallenged thoughts of the Dragon Kingdom were nothing more than a flower in a mirror and a moon in the water, which was laughable to the extreme. But as scientists in the aerospace field, they think otherwise. On the contrary, it could be said to be right up their alley with regards to Qin Yang's unadulterated thoughts about the future universe. Many of the scientists here have had such fantasies: global integration, community of human destiny, all human beings united, helping each other, sharing benefits, no disputes. This is a dream world for them, a group of scientists. When that day does come, scientists around the globe will be able to collaborate without fear or suspicion and with all their might. Those future technologies that once existed only in fantasy and science fiction will become reality in their hands one by one. The technology of mankind is going to explode like never before. Just thinking about it makes these scientists feel their bodies tremble with excitement so great that they can hardly contain themselves. The people looked at each other and saw the radiant light in each other's eyes. They all can't wait to see that day come. In the front row seat, Professor Pierre clenched his fists in excitement as he looked up at Qin Yang in the live broadcast screen, his face glowing with a luster he had never seen before. Just as the crowd was looking ahead in their minds, the voice of the chief first on stage instantly broke their thoughts. The chief first turned his head to the secretary on standby beside him, his eyes sharp, and said in a deep voice, "Get in touch with Cotter, right away. Jaeger. Since the Dragon Kingdom intends to release the technology unconditionally and free of charge, it's only natural that we, the Pretty Kingdom, should obtain this technology as well. Tell him to forward up the space elevator technology information as soon as the Dragon Kingdom releases it." "Yes, sir. I'll contact him right away." The secretary nodded busily, then opened the tablet and began to operate it. A few seconds later, the secretary's expression turned stiff and she said in a trembling voice, "Sir, the notification has been sent, but Cotter, Jaeger has not replied." The secretary's mouth twitched as she looked down at the message on her tablet that had been read and not returned by Cotter. "Jaeger, asshole." The chief first's face instantly grimaced and growled, then dissolved into silence. Cotter, Jaeger was in the Dragon Kingdom right now, so he really couldn't do anything to the other side. The chief first twisted his head to look at the big screen, and suddenly his pupils shrunk slightly. On the live broadcast screen, Qin Yang seemed to be preparing to continue his speech again. The chief first gathered his thoughts and locked his gaze firmly on the screen. This kid is full of crap. After all that, it's time to get to the point, right? At this moment, the upper white scientists under the stage similarly gathered their gazes on the large screen in front of them, their faces showing anticipation. The final moment, the point of this symposium, should be coming up, right? The other side. International Assembly Hall, Liangchang, Dragon Kingdom. In the empty assembly hall, people from various countries were talking to each other, and the hall was noisy. Zzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the lectern, and for only a moment, everyone looked up at the lectern. The whole room was instantly quiet. Everyone's eyes were placed on Qin Yang with a strong look of anticipation on their faces. After all that, it's time for the most weighty content, right? Looking at the suddenly quiet meeting place, Qin Yang, who wanted to remind the crowd to be quiet, could only swallow his words as they came out of his mouth. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, "Everyone knows about the Dragon Kingdom's reason for convening this symposium as well as the Dragon Kingdom's best wishes for the future. In this regard, we in the Dragon Kingdom sincerely look forward to unity becoming the theme of the world, and all peoples and countries of all mankind uniting as one to strive for a better life for all mankind. Next, I formally announce the Dragon Kingdom Space Elevator Project Planning Global Exchange Symposium. It's official. Below, this meeting will be chaired by academician Yuan Manhwa, President of the Aerospace Branch of the Dragon Kingdom Science Alliance and Deputy Chief of the Space Elevator Project. Everyone can speak freely if they have any questions." Snap. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he reached out and applauded. Snap, snap. Immediately, the entire audience applauded thunderously, and under the gaze of the entire audience, a gray-haired but hale and hearty old man walked toward the speech platform. The two of them, Qin Yang and Yuan Manhwa, looked at each other and both revealed smiles. Afterward, Qin Yang waved his hand and was walking off the lectern. Yuan Manhwa stood in the center of the lectern and raised his hands, whereupon the applause died down and silence returned to the room. Yuan Manhwa let out a light smile and said with a warm face, "Hello everyone, I am the President of the Aerospace Branch of the Dragon Kingdom Science Alliance and the Deputy Chief Commander of the Dragon Kingdom Space Elevator Project, Yuan Manhwa. Today, I am honored to be able to gather here with all of you and to be able to personally preside over this symposium. I know at this point you all can't wait, so let's cut through the bullshit and get right to the point. Next, we will officially enter the experiment debriefing phase. Please activate the Bluetooth function of your cell phone in order to receive the file." After saying that, Yuan Manhwa twisted his head to look at the technicians not far from the lectern. The technician nodded his head in a rush, indicating that there was no problem. Drip, drip. The crowd turned on their cell phone Bluetooths, and soon the cell phone beeps went off. They received a document issued by the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom. Technical report on the first phase of the Rokkoku Space Elevator Project, 100,000 kilometers of wireless power supply, size, 568, 35 kb. At the moment, everyone had their eyes on their cell phones, both excited and curious. Finally the moment has come. Just now, although they had personally heard Qin Yang say that he would disclose the space elevator technology for free and unconditionally, saying was one thing and doing was another, and without actually disclosing it, their hearts began to go up and down in anticipation and worry at the same time. But now, after seeing the documents received in the cell phone, the crowd only felt like a big stone had fallen to the ground in their hearts, and instantly felt at ease. 568. 35 is just a number to the top leaders of the countries, but for them, the scientific research experts, when they saw this number, They understood that this document issued by the Dragon Kingdom had more than 200,000 words. 200,000 words. What kind of concept is that? This shows that this wireless power supply experimental technical report content is bound to be incredibly detailed. Experimental principles? Experimental expectations? Experimental equipment setup and role? Equipment drawings and detailed analysis of the end of the experiment report, all carefully included in this document. It could be imagined that for such a piece of information, the Dragon Nation had paid a great price for the whole country. This is not overnight to be able to summarize the information, but day and night, year after year, and even sacrificed a lot of scientific research talent, paid a huge price, in the completion of the wireless power supply experimental report, in order to summarize the information. Such a precious document, and the Dragon Kingdom just gave it to them straight away? And Dragon Nation does what it says it will do. For free, unconditionally, give it to them directly. Even after receiving the file from the cell phone, the crowd's emotions were still a little dazed and felt surreal. This is so precious. Inside the seating area of Cherry Blossom Country, the president of Cherry Blossom Country's National Academy of Sciences, Kamida Shiyama, was so excited that it was hard to breathe and his face flushed red after seeing the documents in his cell phone. This is definitely a national treasure level document. The value of this document, if converted into money, worth tens of billions or less. Moreover, it still has a price. Under normal circumstances, if a country holds such a technology, even if someone else spends more money, they won't be willing to sell it. Kamida Shushan clenched his fists and gasped for air. Finally, with excitement, he opened the document. In fact, for the wireless power supply technology, the Sakura country also has some research. Moreover, the attainments of the Sakura country in the wireless power supply technology is even stronger than the beautiful country. At one time, Sakura Nation conducted several experiments with wireless power. One of the experiments with the best results had a transmission range of more than 10 kilometers. Therefore, the contents of the previous part of this document were not unfamiliar to Kamida Shushan. That's right, Kamida Shushan murmured excitedly as he browsed. The records are really detailed. He kept scratching down, and could see that each of the records was very detailed and depicted with great rigor and seriousness. Kamida Shozan's eyes widened in amazement. Inside the German 3 Empire seating area, Professor Onsen turned up the writing on the tablet before respectfully handing it to the wheelchair-bound Professor Kisimp. Prof. Kisimi hastily and excitedly took it and began to read it impatiently. He wore the old-fashioned glasses that he had prepared long ago and looked at it extraordinarily carefully. This document was priceless to him. The documentation is very detailed. To the average scientist, what is written in this document would seem a bit complicated, but to Prof. Kisimp just fine. After all, he's been studying aerospace all his life. Professor Kisimp's cloudy eyes erupted with light and he kept nodding. Not long ago, he and Anson, a piece of the whole, witnessed this 100,000 kilometers level wireless power supply experiment. This experiment during the period, his heart has a lot of doubts, do not understand the place. But now, after seeing this document, everything is clear. The confusion of the mind is answered. Hydrochloric acid. It turns out, Professor Kisimp muttered as he browsed. He marveled in his mind that the writer of the report was very good. Many issues that seemed to be very complicated were clarified by the writer of this report in a single sentence. Concise but just right, making people realize the truth. If someone else were to write it, the content of this report would probably have to be written in another 100,000 or so words. Ha! Electromagnetic through frequency oscillation device? Professor Kisimp suddenly exclaimed, tensing up violently. Teacher, is this? At this moment, Professor Onsen also noticed this place with a shocked look on his face. Professor Kisimp excitedly murmured, you guessed right. This is the new power transmission device created by the Dragon Kingdom. The power is controllable and the loss problem of electromagnetic coupling is solved. And also the electrical energy is perfectly avoided. What we're looking at now is the core secret of the Dragon Kingdom's 100,000 kilometer class wireless power supply technology. Got it, now I understand it all. Doing the opposite, that's a brilliant way to do it. Why didn't I think of that? Professor Kisimp was flushed and so excited that his body trembled. At this moment, he was hale and hearty, with no sense of previous old age and weakness at all, as if his illnesses had all healed at once. Prof. Kisimp couldn't help but laugh as he watched, unable to control it any longer, unable to suppress his laughter. As a student of Prof. Kisimp's, Prof. Onsen understood very well that this was a sign that his teacher was excited to the extreme. Prof. Kisimp smiled and his eyes turned moist. There is nothing unusual about wireless power technology, which was invented many years ago and is held by many countries. However, until then, the distance of wireless transmission was very limited. Therefore, How to break through the current transmission distance has become the heart of an unknown number of scientists around the world. Prior to the success of this wireless power experiment in the Dragon Kingdom, the world's record for the longest known wireless power distance was 10 kilometers in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Even many scientists firmly believe that the limit distance of wireless power supply is 10 kilometers. Because of wireless power technology, there are two most critical problems that cannot be solved. That's the problem with resistive losses and transmission blocking. Can't solve these two problems? Then power supply transmission distance. Can't break through. That's the problem with resistive losses and transmission blocking. Can't solve these two problems? Then power supply transmission distance. Can't break through. But scientists in the Dragon Kingdom found a way. And now the Dragon Kingdom has released the complete technology. This technological breakthrough is of great significance to mankind and is a major breakthrough that can truly change human history. Wireless power technology is not only useful for space elevators, but also has a huge impact on human life. For the average person, the impact of wireless power technology on every aspect of life is more intuitive than what it does for a space elevator. Such valuable technology, for any country, is a treasure in the bottom of the box, and is to be firmly in their own hands. Even if other countries wanted to pay for it, they wouldn't sell it. But what about the Dragon Kingdom? It's just free and open to the world, and they don't have to pay anything. Even now that he has seen the wireless power technology with his own eyes, Prof. Kissim feels a bit dreamy. This is so unreal. The Dragon Kingdom, this ancient oriental power, is always so unexpected. Professor Kissim was pale, but the look of excited fervor on his face was hard to hide. His eyes were sharp and bright, and even sickness could not stop the radiant light that was released through them. As a heavyweight in this venue, Prof. Kissim's every move naturally attracted the attention of many reporters. At that moment, a reporter captured Prof. Kissim's excited frenzy on camera. Although they, the journalists, had also received the document, they could not read it at all. However, from the fact that Prof. Kissim was so excited and so exuberant, it could be seen that this document released by the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom was much more precious than they had imagined. This was Prof. Kissim, a scientific leader in the aerospace field whose reputation was renowned all over the world, and it would be difficult for ordinary things to attract his attention, let alone make him make such an excited expression. The other side. Inside the Infant Nation seating area, Professor Level and the other scientists from the Infant Nation looked at the contents of the document with a look of both excitement and shock. Professor Level looked up at Qin Yang on the lectern in awe. This young scientist from Dragonland is amazing. However, while Prof. Level was marveling, not far from him, Kotter, Jaeger and the others from the Stella Group were in a daze. They're not scientists. They don't know anything about what's on the paper. They can only stare wide-eyed. So, Kotter, Jaeger could only have the cheek to ask Professor Level for advice. Prof. Level, on the other hand, answered them patiently. He recounted the precious information contained in the document in the bluntest of terms to the congregation of the Stella Group. After Professor Level finished speaking, the people from the Stella Group as well as the surrounding journalists, all looked shocked, their gazes looking towards Qin Yang on the lecture platform, revealing a look of admiration and worship. Kotter, Jaeger reacted with a look of excitement. Oh my god, OMG, it's hard to imagine how excited Mr. Moss will be after seeing this. He couldn't wait to call and tell Mr. Mars. However, just as he opened his cell phone he saw a message from the Chief First Secretary, and his brow instantly furrowed. Regarding the request made by the Chief First Man of the pretty country, he did not have the authority to accede to it. Matters like this should be left to Mr. Moss to make his own decisions. It has nothing to do with him. Besides, before he came here, Mr. Moss had told him on the phone that he didn't need to worry about the pretty country's top brass, and that he would take care of things over there. Kotter, Jaeger shook his head, his brow stretching. He then sent the selected file directly to the president. Moss, who, however, did not receive it first. The president's plane should be arriving soon, right? Kotter, Jaeger muttered in his mind. Buckeye State seating area. The leader of the Bucky country looked at the document sent by the top management of the Dragon country. His mood was incomparably excited. His eyes were moist, and he cried and laughed at the same time. Looking at the file in his cell phone, the head of the Paki nation felt very intimate and familiar, because this was not the first time he had received a document of this style. Decades ago, they also received a document of the same style from the Dragon Kingdom here, with the same Dragon Kingdom seal mark and the same detailed content. At that time, the neighboring country of their Balkan country secretly developed the original bomb, and repeatedly test-fired it on the border of the two countries, which led to the people of the entire Balkan country being in extreme fear, but did nothing about it. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom gave them a detailed content of the original Bomb manufacturing instructions. This manual will be the theory of the original bomb production as well as practical steps, the solution of various technical difficulties and how to deal with unexpected situations. In short, about the original bomb manufacturing in all aspects. Long way all exhaustive tell them. One could argue that it's close to being built for them personally. And this time the document has a different flavor. It's still the same feeling as back then, the same familiar flavor. However, the difference was that the Dragon Kingdom was there to help one of their countries last time, whereas this time, it was there to help the entire world and lead it to take off. At the thought of this, the chief of the Baki nation could no longer restrain his inner emotions, and tears came to his eyes. The chief of the Buckeye nation cried. At the same time, the chiefs of small, poor and weak nations from all over the world wept. They look at the files in their cell phones and cry in pain. The Dragon Kingdom did not deceive them. The Dragon Kingdom really released the technology for free, and completely exceeded their expectations. The technology is not only very complete, but exceptionally detailed. The Dragon Kingdom isn't just talking the talk, it's actually trying to help them and lead them forward. The chiefs of these poor and small countries looked up at Qin Yang on the lectern and burst into tears. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. They thought about what they had been previously. For the development of their own countries, they had also purchased technology from developed countries that possessed cutting-edge technology. But those countries, one more condescending than the other, one more excessive than the other, not only did not lower their prices because their countries were poor, but they deliberately raised them. In order to buy the technology, they raised the whole country to gather enough money to buy the technology with great difficulty. Who knows? After getting the technology with great anticipation, they were chilled to find that it was nothing like what they had imagined. The technology is not complete and many important points have been redacted. In other words, they are paying a high price for loneliness. In the end, the basket is empty. However, they simply do not dare to go to those developed countries to settle their scores. This is what happens to weak countries. Even if they are bullied, they can only grit their teeth and bear it. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, they were not only treated equally, but the Dragon Kingdom also gave them the complete technology for free. At the thought of this, the chiefs of these impoverished nations reddened their eyes and tears snapped down their faces. Same time, pretty country. Inside the conference room. In the meantime, pretty country. In the conference room. Fark, what's in the paper? Damn, what the hell did the Dragon Kingdom send them? Why are they like this? You guys tell me. At this moment, the chief first man completely collapsed. He stood in front of the big screen, ranting and raving, hysterically pulling at his blonde curls. His emotions were completely out of control. At this moment, where did he still have the appearance of being the leader of a country? He was like a clown, with no image to speak of. At first, he was able to do his best to keep up appearances and force himself to stabilize. Even if this symposium in the Dragon Kingdom was held, and even if the Dragon Kingdom's top management really sent the information document of the space elevator technology to those countries, the chief first man still had a fluke in his heart. He still thinks it's unlikely that Rokoku will share anything too valuable. But what is it now? What did he see? Those globally recognized scientists were sobbing with excitement. Those global leaders of nations are howling with red eyes. It's a global broadcast. Why don't those famous scientists, those heads of state have any image at all? Isn't it just a document? As for that, how valuable is what's on that document? The chief first man had his hands on the conference table, his hair down, and was breathing heavily. He actually knew everything in his heart. He just didn't dare to accept it, wasn't willing to accept the reality. He couldn't accept that the Dragon Kingdom would really send out technical documents just like that without hesitation. That's a classified document on space elevator technology. With this document, this is equivalent to all the countries on the globe, except for their beautiful country, holding this key to the great cosmic age. No, except for their pretty country executives, to be precise. Shit. The chief first man's body shivered unceasingly, his face as gloomy as if he could drip water. In the next moment, he violently raised his hand and yanked the nearby secretary to himself. First, Mr. The secretary was pale with fear and trembling. Cotter, where's Jaeger? The chief first spat and growled angrily. Hasn't that asshole returned a message by now? The secretary shivered and said, what? No reply at all. Waste. Stupid. Why don't you go contact the rest of the Stella Group staff? Contacted. All contacted and they haven't responded. Moss, it must be because of Moss, that asshole. I'm gonna sand him. The chief first man looked maniacal, grabbing the secretary by the collar and snarling. The secretary's face turned white, and her lips trembled as she sobbed. Sir, please calm down. Please calm down. I will now proceed to contact them. The chief first man's complexion was as gloomy as water as he slowly sent his hand away. The secretary's body went straight to the floor, gasping for air. The chief first clenched his fists, his heart bursting with anger. Those assholes! How dare Moss and those Stella groupies ignore him? Do they still have pretty country in their eyes? Is there still him, the first man? How dare those assholes? Looking at the wailing secretary next to him, the chief first's mood grew more and more irritated. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked coldly, did the Gallic countryside contact us? And the infant country, Rue country and those countries? Did any of them say they wanted to share the file over? As the chief first man's words fell, the hundreds of scientists on the stage moved, converging all their gazes on the secretary, their eyes flashing with anticipation. For the Stella group, they hadn't had much hope in the first place. Before that, Moss had seen it all with the top brass. This time when Moss traveled to the Dragon Kingdom, he must have accounted for all the employees under his command, so there was no need to reach out to Moss and the employees of the Stella group. There's no way they could have responded. But the same cannot be said for Western countries like Gaul. They might actually send the file. Because before the symposium, there had been relevant cooperation between the beautiful countries and those countries. There are even a few countries that went to the Dragon Kingdom because of the suggestion of the beautiful country. So now those countries are able to get the documents thanks to their pretty countries. The many scientists were on fire. Their hearts were pounding. They were so looking forward to it. But, looking at so many eager eyes converging on him, the secretary's face turned paler. She waved her hand, shivering and slowly said, Actually, I have just already asked. More than 30 countries, all have asked. But, probably the signal over there is not very good. They all haven't. No reply. No news at all. Asshole. Unable to contain his anger any longer, the chief first kicked the conference table in front of him over, startling the scientists in front of him straight to their feet. The chief first man looked hideous, his eyes streaked with blood, and hissed madly. Those guys, pretty country helped them so much, and in the end, they dare to cross the river and ignore pretty country? How dare they? The Dragon Kingdom just gave them some sweetness, and now they can't find their way out? Have they forgotten the favor they've done to them? Forgot who is the real hegemonic power in this world? What a nerve! At the moment, his lungs were about to explode. After growling, the chief first man forced himself to calm down. He looked at the pale and trembling secretary, at the scientists all over the room with their heads bowed, not daring to take a breath, and a brief moment of clarity suddenly appeared in his mind. What's wrong with him? How did he get to be the way he is? Once upon a time, he wasn't even this grumpy and impulsive. Until then, he had been a joyful, calm and cold first person. But from the time the Dragon Kingdom announced the launch of the space elevator program, he started to become cranky, and he was getting more and more unable to control his emotions, like he was turning into a madman. Calm down, calm down. The more critical the moment, the more you need to be calm. The chief first huffed and puffed, gradually regaining his senses. Rage and anger don't solve problems, they only make things worse. Now, he can't count on the Stella group anymore as well as those idiots in the West. They are, now, on their own. Based on the current situation, the beautiful country whether to continue the space kite program, or that. Based on the current situation, will the beautiful country continue to implement the kite program, or forget about its status as a global hegemony and shamelessly go to the dragon to beg for technology? Based on the current situation, will the beautiful country continue to implement the kite program, or forget about its status as a global hegemony and shamelessly go to the dragon to beg for technology? The chief first man twisted his head to look at the big screen. He looked deeply at Qin Yang in the picture, then slowly sat down in his chair, frowning, and not saying a word. Which path should pretty country choose next? He was suddenly in a daze. The chief first man did not speak. The hundreds of scientists under the stage naturally dared even less to speak, and all of them kept sighing in their hearts, looking at each other with heavy hearts. The entire conference room, once again, was quiet. Some of the scientists looked up and quietly at the chief first man, their eyes tinged with anticipation. They expected the chief first man to put aside his so-called face, stop hesitating, and travel to the Dragon Kingdom now. The current stalemate will not solve the problem, and pretty country will become more and more passive. The pretty country is now isolated like an island in a vast sea. How long will it be until we don't contact the Dragon Kingdom at this time? What's space compared to the immeasurable value of space elevator technology? Now that many Western countries have dropped the facade, why can't pretty country? If only the chief first could figure this out and go contact the Dragon Kingdom, the situation would be reversed in an instant. Time passes by. After a full 6 minutes, the chief first finally raised his head, his face disheveled as he looked at the crowd present and slowly said, I know what's in your hearts right now. Next, the Dragon countryside should be about to explain the plans for the second phase of the space elevator. The chief first man's gaze rested on Professor Pierre at the forefront and said slowly, Pierre, I want you to analyze the probability of success of the Dragon Nation's plan as fast as you can after watching the live broadcast, and what kind of choices Pretty Nation is going to make next will depend on the results of your analysis. The chief first man's voice breathed a breathlessness. He looked listless, and his whole body had a sense of weakness. Yes, sir. Professor Pierre instantly perked up and nodded with a serious expression. Yes, sir. All the scientists all nodded solemnly and set their eyes on the large screen in front of them. The chief first then turned his head to look at the secretary next to him, opened his mouth, and finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, Tell Moss that I will allow him to travel to the Dragon Kingdom, and I will also allow him to communicate with the senior management of the Dragon Kingdom. Stella Group can cooperate with Dragon Country, but, provided that all of his and the Stella Group's actions in the Dragon Kingdom are conducted as representatives of the Pretty Country, and there's no need to keep contacting the rest of the Stella Group's employees, those in the West, and there's no need to go back to them. Get on it as soon as you can. After saying this, the chief first man seemed to have used up all his strength, and his whole body drooped. Yes, sir. The secretary wiped the tear tracks from her face and hurriedly opened her tablet and began to make contact. Same time, Dragon Kingdom. Inside the International Assembly Hall in Liangchang, the large synagogue was filled with a joyous atmosphere. After seeing the documents in their hands, everyone's faces were colored with excitement and ecstasy. Many were even moved to bawl. The Dragon Kingdom did not deceive them. The Dragon Kingdom really did what it said it would do. At this point, they were completely convinced that the Dragon Kingdom was truly intending to lead the globe towards the space age, global integration and the community of human destiny. The Dragon State is by no means just talk. Everyone's hearts were pounding. At this moment, they felt that the brand new great world that Qin Yang had just proposed might actually become a reality. ZZ. Just then, there was a nuisance current sound on the lectern. Yuan Fenghua's voice rang out as he said with a smile, I believe everyone has already read the document. Brush, brush, brush. In just an instant, the gazes of everyone in the room converged on the lectern as they gazed at Yuan Fenghua with fervor. Yuan Fenghua continued, The vast majority of you present are top scientists from various countries around the globe. Regarding the authenticity as well as the value of this document, even if I don't say anything, I believe that everyone understands it. It is only with this document in hand that all countries on the globe are qualified to have the ability to realize the technology depicted in this document. We, the Dragon Kingdom, have always been a country that focuses on promises, and a promise is a promise, and since we say what we say we are bound to do it. After a pause, Yuan Fenghua continued aloud. Next, I would suggest that you all save your documents as soon as possible, as we are about to move on to the next section. Hearing Yuan Fenghua's words, everyone hurriedly saved the documents, then raised their heads and looked at Yuan Fenghua with a fiery expression. Their faces were thick with anticipation. Many of those present are the chiefs of countries around the globe, big names that can only be seen on TV on weekdays. Now, however, they had a well-behaved look on their faces, their usual majesty gone. After a minute's pause, Yuan Fenghua was the one who continued. Below, we will begin to enter the question and answer session of this meeting. Please be careful with your questions, and we will choose the most valuable ones to answer. I declare the questioning officially open. Brush, brush, brush. Soon enough, a full 100 people raised their hands high in the air with a look of impatience. Yuan Fenghua glanced over, and unsurprisingly, those who raised their hands were scientists from various countries around the globe. As for those high-ranking chiefs, their faces were serious and earnest, like well-behaved students listening attentively. Looking at the fiery scientists on stage, Yuan Fenghua quickly had a candidate in mind. He smiled and said, Please take a question from seat 39 in the 5th row. Yuan Fenghua's words had just fallen, and a single gaze in the room looked towards the seat Yuan Fenghua was talking about. Everyone wants to know who was lucky enough to be the first to ask a question. On the left side of the lectern, the bored Qin Yang also looked curiously at the 5th row, seat 39. The next moment, he raised an eyebrow. This is the head of the Sakura country? Oh, it's kind of fun. At this moment, the gazes of people from all over the globe were all placed on the Sakura nation's leader with astonished faces. They had thought that the one who was qualified to ask questions would be a scientist from a certain country, but it turned out that it was the head of the Sakura country? He's a politician. Many scientists frowned, both angry and puzzled. They looked at the Cherry Blossom Nation's chief who stood up, and were puzzled as to why Yuan Fenghua chose a politician, a guest, to ask a question when there were so many professional scientists in the room. What would he know about that? The time for the question session is limited, and with so many people in the room, there are certainly not many who will get the chance to ask questions. So how can this first opportunity to ask questions be given to the Sakura Nation chief? What good questions could this guy ask? Isn't it a waste of a questioning opportunity to have him ask the question? Under the gaze of the entire room, the head of the Sakura nation slowly stood up. At the moment, he was very nervous. He hadn't expected that Yuan Fanhua would choose to let him be the first person to ask a question, which made him somewhat flattered. There were already many questions he wanted to ask in his heart, and after a slight contemplation, the Cherry Blossom Nation's leader looked at Yuan Fanhua and asked in a deep voice, "Academician Yuan, my question is, after the completion of the space elevator, will it be possible to use it as the basis for the construction of a cosmic space station? What is the maximum size that a cosmic space station can be built to, if possible?" The Cherry Blossom country's leader huffed and swallowed as soon as the words left his mouth, both nervous and expectant at the same time. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Academician Yuan Fanhua on the lectern, which was his most current concern. What's going on? Building a space station? Something's wrong. Hearing the Sakura nation's chief's question, many Western scientists sighed and looked speechless. The head of the Sakura country really didn't let them down. That's a stupid question to ask. Is the head of Sakura nation a pit in his head? The director of the Western Aviation Bureau snorted coldly and said with an ugly face, "Do we even need to ask this kind of question? It's definitely possible. Even without a space elevator, one is able to build a space station. He is wasting the opportunity to ask questions." Next to him, the leader of the Gallic Kingdom lowered his voice and said, "It's normal for the leader of the Sakura Kingdom to ask this kind of question. Over the years, the Sakura country has always wanted to break away from the pretty country's influence and build its own exclusive space station. Actually, it's not just Sakura Nation that thinks that way." The Gallic chief touched the Western Space Chief. The director of the Western Space Agency froze at first, then craned his head to follow the gaze of the Gallic chief to look at several Western leaders not far away. Although they seemed to be fairly calm, the expectant anticipation hidden in their eyes could no longer be concealed at all. Western Space Agency Administrator Pete craned his head again to look at some of the small, impoverished nations in the distance. The top brass of these small countries were even more nervous as their faces flushed red and their eyes stared unblinkingly at Yuan Fanhua on the lecture platform. For the moment, Pete was silent. Currently, there is only one cosmic space station in space, which was built jointly by 5 countries: Pretty Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Woolly Bear Country, Gallic Country, and Infant Country. 5 countries, with absolute rights of access. In addition to this, more than 30 other countries around the globe have partial access to the space station, and the world is home to nearly 300 countries, which means that the vast majority of countries do not have access to the cosmic space station. And even for the 5 of them that had absolute access, only Pretty Country could use the space station at will. As for the other 4 countries, they all had to go through a complicated application process. Therefore, to be honest with Gao, the 4 countries, Lu and Infant, have not actually used the cosmic space station a few times. As for those small, poor and weak countries in Asia, Africa and Latin America, a cosmic space station is even a distant dream for them. So, Pete would be able to understand their uplifted feelings at this moment. He twisted his head to look at the Gaul Kingdom leader next to him, who at the moment was equally fiery and expectant. Without further ado, Pete returned his gaze to the lectern. Under the attention of hundreds of fiery gazes from all over the room, Academician Yuan Fanhua looked at the Cherry Blossom Nation's leader and replied with a smile, "Building a space station. This is naturally no problem. Moreover, with a space elevator, building a cosmic space station will become much simpler and larger in scale. Until then, we could only build space stations by transporting materials to outer space via rockets. But the rocket's carrying capacity is so small that building a space station this way is not only slow, but also small. But with our space elevator, the carrying capacity will increase geometrically. Not to mention building dozens of them won't be a problem. As for the scale, with our ability we can build as big as we want. But don't forget that there are a lot of meteorites and space junk in the universe. The bigger the scale, the higher the danger accordingly." Yuan Fanhua didn't continue, but looked at the crowd. After seeing that many of the leaders of the poor and small countries were still confused, he continued to explain. "The current space station can accommodate 15 people, while the new space station we will build in the future based on the space elevator will be able to accommodate at least 280 people, who will be able to work and live freely in it." 280? Hiss. As Yuan Fanhua's words fell, a sound of sucking in cool air came from the entire room. Scientists from all over the globe have a dumbfounded look on their faces. Even scientists in developed Western countries are likewise no exception. What kind of concept is it to hold 280 people? Originally, according to their prediction, when there was a space elevator, the new space station should be able to accommodate more than 100 people. That's still their maximum prediction. But Yuan Fanhua had just said that it could accommodate at least 280 people, which was completely beyond their imagination. That's more than twice the number they predicted. Building a space station is not like building a house. Just build it bigger if you want to accommodate more people. There are too many and too complex technical issues involved in the end. Inside the hall, many people from small, poor and weak countries in Asia, Africa and Latin America were showing colors of surprise and anticipation. But soon, their hearts were hard again. With their country's strength, they couldn't build a space station even with the help of a space elevator. It's not going to be built for a long time at the very least. A normal-sized space station would be unthinkable, let alone a super space station capable of holding that many people. Because they lack skills, they lack talent, and they lack money. Just as these countries sighed in their hearts. On the lectern, Yuan Fenghua's voice rang out once again. The Dragon Kingdom is well aware that many countries are lagging behind in development and don't have enough funds, much less the technology to build space stations independently. But none of that is a problem. Upon hearing these words, many people's hearts and minds violently trembled. Their gazes deadpan toward Yuan Fenghua, their eyes slowly brightening up. Murphy, only Yuan Fenghua let out a light laugh and continued. Academician Shin just said that the Dragon Kingdom's proposition for the future is a community of human destiny, where all of humanity is united in helping each other to move into the era of the great universe. Therefore, the Dragon Nation will commit to. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom will promise that the Dragon Kingdom will provide special assistance to countries around the world that do not have their own space stations. And in all future space stations built by the Dragon Kingdom, extra seats will be set aside for these countries as a way to help them learn about space station construction techniques as well as to facilitate the countries to carry out research in the field of space. As well as, hearing this, the faces of the representative personnel of many countries instantly became agitated and breathed heavily. And what? Come on, say it. The crowd was in an eager mood and couldn't wait to find out what Yuan Fenghua wanted to say next. Yuan Fenghua made a slight pause before turning her gaze in Qin Yang's direction. Qin Yang smiled faintly and nodded at Yuan Fenghua. Yuan Fenghua then turned his head once again to look at the crowd on the stage, let out a deep breath, and leisurely sat under the expectant gaze of the entire audience, as well as research preparations for the space rocket launches that will take place in the future. Hiss! Hearing the words rocket launch, everyone on stage couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately afterward, the entire room once again fell into an eerie silence. The crowd was shocked, their jaws agape as they looked at Yuan Fenghua on the stage. In the Stella Group seating area, Stella's branch minister in the Dragon Kingdom, Kater. Jaeger's heart trembled violently after hearing Yuan Fenghua's last words, and his eyes instantly widened. At this moment, he thought of President Mas. Mr. Mars's dream, Mr. Mars's dream, is to launch a rocket to Mars, conquer it, and make interstellar migrations. Over the years, Mr. Mas has been working hard for this dream of his. Although, over the years every rocket Mr. Mas has launched to Mars has ended in failure, he has never given up on his dream. Kater. Jaeger was well aware of what an obsessive person President Mas was. Hearing Yuan Fenghua say the words rocket launch, he quickly understood what Mr. Mas had done. He finally understood why Mr. Mas valued Dragon Country's space elevator project so much. He also finally understood why Mr. Mas had to come to the Dragon Kingdom at all costs even though he had disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups in the Pretty Kingdom. It dawned on him instantly. The Dragon Kingdom's plan to launch rockets in space is even crazier and bolder than Mr. Mas's dream. Mr. Mars is trying to conquer Mars, and this is the Dragon Kingdom's intention to conquer the entire universe. Imagine building rocket launching bases in space, launching rockets out of space, starting with the closest planet to Earth and conquering it, and building rocket launching pads on that planet with each planet conquered. By then, rockets will not only be able to go to Mars and Venus, the planets known to mankind, but will even be able to fly to the depths of the more distant universe and explore unknown star fields. Just thinking about it, he already couldn't help but get excited and his heart pounding. That is where the hope of humanity lies. That's the future of mankind. At this moment, Kater. Jaeger had a deeper understanding of the grand blueprint that Qin Yang had envisioned not long ago. Global integration, community of human destiny. All countries should follow closely in the footsteps of the Dragon Kingdom going forward. Kater. Jaeger looked up at Qin Yang, the handsome and peerless young man who was changing the entire world with his own power. No wonder Mr. Mas said that he must come to the Dragon Kingdom to meet this young man called Qin Yang from the Dragon Kingdom with his own eyes. Because Qin Yang and Mr. Mas share the same dream. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a confidant is hard to find. And the two of them, Mr. Mas and Qin Yang, could well be called confidants. He could already think that if Mr. Mas had met Qin Yang afterward, he would have had endless things to say. In the meantime, Scientists from all over the globe have also reacted to what it means to launch a rocket from space. The crowd looked at Qin Yang and Yuan Fanhua on the lectern and stood in awe. What does it mean to be a tech bull? That's what you call a fucking tech bull. This is the kind of plan they never even dared to think about. And people, they've already made plans to implement them. Now, the crowd finally understood why the space elevator was said to be the key for mankind to step into the era of the great universe. This is because the Dragon Kingdom is trying to build a rocket launch pad using the very end of the space elevator as a base after the space elevator has been successfully constructed. The Dragon Kingdom intends to launch rockets in space. Inside the hall, everyone's emotions were in a state of violent shock and horror. Originally, they still only had a vague concept of the great universe era described by Qin Yang. Then at this moment, the scene of the future was becoming clearer and clearer in their minds. When the space elevator is successfully built, with the space elevator's terrifying capacity, mankind will be able to build a large space station that can accommodate 280 people. And humans will also be able to launch rockets in space. The footsteps of human beings will not only be limited to the perimeter of the Earth, they can go to more distant galaxies to explore, to develop the universe in depth. The technology of mankind is about to explode like never before. At that time, those conceptions in science fiction movies and science fiction novels, such as wormhole travel, interstellar flying cars, interstellar migrants, all of these will become reality. For mankind, the space elevator is really a great invention that has blessed the world. Same time, pretty country, in the conference room, launching rockets from space? The chief first's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart and mind violently trembled, and his entire body was in a daze. A large cosmic space station capable of accommodating at least 280 people. Construction of a rocket launching pad at the terminal of the space elevator to enable the launching of rockets from space. Thinking of that shocking scene, a shocked look that was hard to hide appeared on top of the chief first man's face. At this moment, throughout the conference room, the gazes of hundreds of scientists were all staring motionlessly at the large screen in front of them, their expressions stagnant. In their minds, they likewise thought of the future scene after the successful construction of the space elevator. Just imagining it made their hearts pound and their adrenaline rush. Suddenly, the chief first man jerked his head to look at the nearby director Shiman and asked solemnly, "Shiman, how many people can our pretty country's cosmic space station accommodate at most for working and living?" Director Simon replied in a hurry, "The maximum number of people that can be accommodated is 6. The chief first man raised an eyebrow and continued, "And how many people can the ISS hold?" 14. Chief Simon said with some embarrassment, "Because that's so little compared to the number of people in Dragonland." The chief first fell silent. With the two space stations combined, the maximum number of researchers from their beautiful country who could access the station was 12. It's not comparable at all to the 280 people who want to be in the Dragon Kingdom. The difference is too great. The chief first's eyes instantly darkened, and he twisted his head to look at the big screen, his entire body having a feeling of powerlessness. The crowd looked at the back of the chief first on the stage and all of them revealed astonishment. At this moment, they saw that the chief first's back was no longer erect, and his entire person was filled with a sense of weakness and withering. This was like a completely different person compared to the previous high and mighty, recklessly confident look. Professor Watson sighed and said quietly, "This time, sir, he's really struck out." The chief first had never been so battered before. He had grown up in a good family and was smooth sailing, later becoming the chief first, and with the pretty country being the most powerful nation on the planet, he could do everything he wanted to do, never needing to hesitate or worry about it. But now, it seems everything has changed. Can you not be blown away? Professor Pierre looked at the chief first's back and said slowly in a low voice, "Alas, if we can also obtain the space elevator technology, then we can make the size of the cosmic space station even larger. And we don't need to worry about the risk of space junk as well as meteorites, as we have long since developed a perfect obstacle avoidance system." Professor Watson's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, "You mean the obstacle avoidance system that is utilized on the Starlink satellites?" That obstacle avoidance system was the 8th obstacle avoidance system developed by the Astronautics Agency, a system that could detect all moving objects within a 10-kilometer radius as fast as possible and avoid or destroy them according to their danger. If this system was used on the space station, just as Prof. Watson was secretly pondering in his mind, the secretary violently pushed open the door of the conference room and rushed in at a trot. At this time, the secretary's face is still hung with the previous tear stains. Her face is very dark. Walked to the chief first person, respectfully said, "First, sir, the Dragon countryside did not agree to our application." "No promises? Brush." The chief first snapped his head around to look at the secretary, his brow furrowed. "Exactly." The secretary bowed her head slightly and continued, "They said that our pretty country, as the world's premier great power, does not have the demeanor that a great, powerful country should have, and even more so, lacks the temperament and sincerity of a great power, and that if our pretty country's purpose is only to obtain technology, and does not sincerely want to join the community of human destiny and promote the process of global integration, they will reject all of our applications. The chief first man clenched his fists and said with an ugly face, "Didn't the Dragon Kingdom claim before that it would release the technology free of charge and unconditionally to all countries in the world? What? Could it be that my pretty country is an exception? No great power? Lack of sincerity?" The chief first man froze, then turned his head to look at the hundreds of scientists in the conference room and blanched. He snorted coldly and said, "Doesn't the Dragon Kingdom's so-called lack of sincerity mean that we, the pretty kingdom, didn't send any scientists to the conference? It's a nice thing to say. Unconditional announcement to all countries. We don't go to the Dragon Kingdom to participate in the conference. We didn't give them face, so they won't announce the technology to us?" Next to him, looking at the chief first man's iron face, the secretary wanted to say something, and finally, or drummed up the courage to raise his voice and said, "In addition to this, the Dragon Country also listed a special list." Special list? The chief first raised an eyebrow. Very curious. Off stage, many scientists also had their eyes on the secretary. What special list? For some reason, at this moment, their hearts, all of them, sank for no reason and began to panic. After a pause, the secretary slowly said, "According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, all the countries that appear on this special list need to go through the corresponding examination of the Dragon Kingdom, and only if they pass the examination can they cooperate with them." At this moment, everyone's breath caught. After a short silence, the chief first asked in a deep voice, "So, what countries are included on this list?" The secretary looked up at the chief first, then hurriedly lowered his gaze and said in a trembling voice, "First of all, it's our pretty country, for the reasons I've just mentioned. Below us is the country of kimchi, due to the fact that the country covets the traditional culture of the Dragon Kingdom, shaking their bottom line." The chief first's eyes widened slightly and his face darkened. The third country is the state of Judah, due to the complacency and lack of sincerity at the top of that country. The fourth country. When the secretary read the 11th country, the chief first man finally couldn't hold his tongue. He snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice, "These reasons are a bit too far-fetched. They are deliberately targeting us." However, he wasn't surprised that the Dragon Kingdom had done so. That would have been normal. These countries on the special list, and the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom, all have a very obvious common denominator. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if the Dragon Kingdom was quick to allow them to join. The way the Dragon Kingdom was treating them now, it was clear that they were deliberately disgusting them and deliberately hanging them. Obviously, the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom is to intend to make them put down their faces and admit their mistakes and weaknesses. Suddenly, as if the chief first man had suddenly thought of something, he said in a deep voice, "What else? Keep reading." The secretary froze, then shook her head and said, "Sir, it's already been read out, and those are the only countries on the list." "What did you say?" "No." The chief first took the tablet handed to him by his secretary and looked at it several times in a row. Then the corners of his mouth twitched hard. "I can't believe I actually finished reading it. Just, why isn't Sakura Nation on the list? If you want to talk about the countries that have to be on the special list, it has to be Sakura Nation. What do they mean by that? Why doesn't it say Sakura Country? This couldn't have been given amiss, could it?" The chief first man grimaced and twisted his head toward the big screen, only to see that in the picture, the chief of Sakura Nation was sitting upright and was looking serious, with unblinking eyes looking in the direction of the lectern, with a well-behaved and gentle look. At this moment, the chief first man instantly understood. He had to say that he really admired the Sakura Nation when it came to the point of cheek. He also finally realized why Yuan Fenghua let so many scientists go without asking questions, but chose the Sakura Nation leader in the first place. This is certainly not a random choice, but a deliberate one. They are using the other side as a reminder, or a warning/warning to their pretty country, and all the countries within the special list. It's plainly aimed at them. What Longwei is clearly saying is, the Dragon Kingdom is telling them that the Dragon Kingdom's advocacy is global integration, with all of humanity united in common endeavors. Therefore, as long as they can put down their condescension and correct their attitude like Sakura Nation, no matter what you have done in the past, Dragon Nation can forget about it and talk about any kind of cooperation. Arrogant, so arrogant. Thinking about this, the chief first instantly became irritated. What kind of proud man is he? Getting him to admit his faults to the Dragon Kingdom? Don't even think about it. Idiot. The secretary next to him bowed his head, trembling, not daring to speak. The chief first man stormed out and said in a chilling voice, "What do they take us for? How dare they threaten us? The space elevator hasn't even been built yet. And they dare to so blatantly challenge our pretty country's bottom line? With that, he looked at Director Shiman and continued. Shiman, how is the matter I explained to you earlier going? Upon hearing this, Director Shiman hurriedly said, Sir, since the other party's base has not set up any shielding facilities, the Astronautics Agency's surveillance satellites have already monitored the Tsung Dome experimental base. But what? The chief first raised an eyebrow. After a pause, Director Shiman continued. However, after our detailed monitoring, there is no space elevator-related formation device in the experimental base of the Tsung Dome. Not only that, we also purposely explored the entire northwest no man's land and likewise found nothing. The Dragon Kingdom is now making such a big fuss, but the space elevator has not even begun to form yet. So we are puzzled. The day after tomorrow is the day when the space elevator exhibition will be held. When that time comes, how is the Dragon Kingdom going to fulfill its promise and show the space elevator to the world? Chief Simon is right. It's just not possible. At that moment, the secretary looked at the tablet in his hand and said in a deep voice, Sir, I just searched the relevant news in the Dragon Kingdom and found that the people involved are transporting the yet-to-be-assembled super-large Dongfang 8 launch vehicle from Yanjing to the northwest. The chief first's eyelids fluttered. That's right. Director Shiman slammed his hands together and said with a smile, Sir, the situation is now obvious. The Dragon Kingdom is just now starting to make preparations. The rockets haven't even begun to be assembled. The cables haven't even been launched yet. And they simply can't fulfill their promises. Phew! The chief first man's breathing turned sharp. His expression sharp. What's that supposed to mean? That is to say, the Dragon Country made such a big battle, put out such a tone. The result is only now just started to make preparations? That's a bit of a joke on Rukoku. Based on what's going on right now, it's pretty clear that this is an experiment that Dragonland is just planning to run. They just gave the world a blank check when nothing was ready. All phases of the experiment were not confirmed. And there was a blank slate? How dare you snub the world? That's just plain bold. The chief first breathed more and more rapidly, and at this moment, even he didn't know that he couldn't help hooking the corners of his mouth. How would other countries feel if they knew about this weighty news? Just think of all the countries like Gaul, Infant and Sakura who must be devastated when they learn the truth, right? Earlier, they went out of their way to throw down their pride and face to curry favor with each other, only to find out that Dragon Deception had snubbed them? Thinking about the fact that they made that humble gesture in front of cameras around the globe, they're afraid they'll want to hurry up and find a hole in the ground. Aren't they? Anger. These countries must be infuriated. This is sure to catch the Dragon Kingdom off guard. The chief first snorted with laughter, his mood suddenly becoming much more wonderful. In the next moment, he forcibly suppressed his excitement and looked at his secretary and said in a deep voice, Convey my order. Go and contact all the major media outlets, so that they can expose all the evidence we have at the fastest possible speed. All of them. The more detailed the report, the better. Go hard and smear. Hey, we need to let those countries that traveled to the Dragon Kingdom know that the Dragon Kingdom lied to them and is using them. Yes, sir. The speed of the major media is very fast. The order has just been given. The overwhelming public opinion is sweeping the network, spreading wildly. For the first time ever, the entire media of the pretty country all banded together to create public opinion. Conference room, off stage, numerous experts and professors looked down at the latest news reported on their cell phones, and they all fell silent with complex expressions. The chief first was also looking at his cell phone, and the smile on his face turned deeper as he watched the overwhelming outburst of public opinion. The other side, the Dragon Kingdom, in the International Assembly Hall in Liangchang. In the hall, the atmosphere was ablaze with smiles and cheers on everyone's faces. They enjoyed the future and talked among themselves about what was to come, as if they were, now, in the middle of an infinite universe. On the lectern, Qin Yang smiled as he watched the scene in front of him. Everything was going according to his plan. At this time, a female staff member came over to Qin Yang's side, looking anxious, and said in a low, respectful voice, Academician Qin, a large number of rumors discrediting and slandering us have appeared on the network of the pretty country. Go on. Qin Yang put away his smile and sat upright. The staff member said with an ugly face, the other party threatened to say that our space elevator plan is a fake, just an empty shell, and that we don't have the ability to build a space elevator. What community of human destiny, promoting global integration, and driving the development of all mankind are all ridiculous lies. They said that we have deceived the whole world, and that our real purpose is to take this opportunity to make a fortune, which is clearly a slander. It's an abomination. The female staff member jumped in anger, but, seeing Qin Yang's expression, her complexion froze. At this moment, not only did Qin Yang's face not appear to be angry in any way, but he even smiled. Academician Qin, the female staff member wanted to continue. but was interrupted by Qin Yang, who laughed. Let them be. It's someone else's business how they want to report it. It's not our business. Anyway, it won't have any impact on us. Just wait and see. What's going on? The female staff member looked confused. She frowned and asked doubtfully, Academician Qin, is it really true that it won't be unfavorable to us? Qin Yang gazed towards the seats below the stage and said with a smirk, they think that they seem to have grasped our soft underbelly, but little do they know that it's all just a figment of their imagination. Soon enough, they will understand just how foolish their behavior is. Qin Yang looked at the female staff member, pointed at the people from various countries below, and said calmly, do you think that they will really care or have time to care about those rumors right now? The staff member looked puzzled and turned his head to the stage. Just about everyone looked excited and couldn't wait to answer the questions. All eyes were fixed on the lectern, listening attentively to Academician Yuan Fenghwa's speech. No matter if they were the head of a country or a reputable scientist, at this moment they were all as well behaved and obedient as students. Their faces were covered with wild excitement as they raised their hands high in anticipation of being chosen. The staff member's expression eased, and she finally understood the meaning of what Academician Qin had just said. Yeah, that so-called special operation will surely end in failure. They thought that they had finally caught the Dragon Kingdom's sore point, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the Qin soldiers, they were so ridiculous. The so-called smears, the so-called rumors, maybe a lot of the representative staff they won't even see, and even if they do, they don't have the time to take care of them. I see. The staff member smiled and nodded. At this moment, her expression relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. She was looking forward to it a little. If the other party saw that their actions hadn't stirred up half the water, they'd have a great look on their faces, wouldn't they? At this time, Qin Yang suddenly smiled and said, actually, they are right about one thing. We really can't display the space elevator at the meetup the day after tomorrow. What's going on? For only a moment, the staff member's smile tightened and his expression froze. Just now, she even thought she had misheard. How come you can't show it? Obviously it had been said before that the space elevator would be shown to the world at the space elevator meetup the day after tomorrow. As a result, now they say they can't. So how can the meetup be held properly the day after tomorrow? This is no joke. Would this result not be exactly what certain countries want? When the time comes, they'll definitely make a big deal out of it and denigrate it like crazy. The staff looked nervous and whispered, then, Academician Qin, how can we explain to the countries at that time? A promise had clearly been made, and she shuddered to think of what the consequences would be when the time came. Qin Yang looked at the worried staff, smiled gently, and said with no surprise, in fact, originally, our plan was not to show the finished space elevator at the meet and greet. Our real intention is actually. Qin Yang twisted his head to look at the hundreds of people on the stage and said leisurely, it's actually at the meet and greet, in front of all the countries around the globe, so that all of them can witness with their own eyes how our elevator cables lifted up into the air. The world's first space elevator will be born in the presence of all mankind. When Qin Yang's words fell, several staff members beside him were stunned, speechless and flushed. Worthy of a Qin scholar. Compared to the Qin scholar, their pattern was still too small and not at all on the same level. How can showing the finished product alone be more shocking than letting everyone see and witness it with their own eyes? Now, they understood even more why Academician Qin was so calm. There's really no point in hitching a ride on pretty country's little bit. Same time, Canada's seating area. Selman, the director of the Canadian Space Agency, was looking down at the news on his cell phone with a frown on his face. What he was reading was the latest news related to the media in the pretty country questioning the authenticity of the Dragon space elevator. In Selman's opinion, pretty country was in the end the world's top technological powerhouse, and since they had questioned it, it shouldn't have been for nothing. The day after tomorrow was the day the meet was to be held. But up until now, they had never seen the Dragon space elevator. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom really hasn't built a space elevator yet and everything is still in the experimental stage? If so, Selman's heart sank for a moment. Then he stood up and raised his hand high in the air. Lectern. Seeing Selman raise his hand, Yuan Fenghwa pointed in his direction and said aloud, next, I would like to invite the gentleman on the far right side of the third row to ask a question. Brush, brush, brush. Soon, hundreds of gazes from all over the room gathered on Selman. The cameras of journalists around the world were also immediately trained on him. Selman first said politely, first of all, I would like to thank Academician Yuan for giving me such an opportunity to ask a question. Then, in light of the news I just saw released by the media of the pretty country, the question I would like to ask is it true that your country actually does not have the ability to build out a space elevator, as those media claimed, and that all of it is, in fact, a lie? Will Academician Yuan please tell us if this is true? That concludes my questions. Thank you. Quiet. When Selman's words fell, the entire hall instantly fell into silence. Immediately afterward, people from various countries had mixed emotions and were talking about it. Many of them, too, had just seen that news. Salman asked the same question that was on their minds. Deep down, they believed in the Dragon Kingdom, but judging from what those media released, it didn't seem like nothing. After all, if Dragon Kingdom had really built a space elevator, they should have shown it to them a long time ago. If the Dragon Kingdom has truly deceived the world. The other side. Pretty country. In the conference room, the scene in the live feed was clearly seen by the chief first. He sneered. This Salman guy is good. Very good. Ha ha. Salman asked a question that could be said to be right up his alley. He wanted to see how the Dragon Kingdom would respond. What's it like when you can't live up to your own boasts? Pulling too big a step can really rip your balls off. If the space elevator was that easy to build, where would you be? The chief first was now in an unprecedentedly wonderful mood, the anger in his heart dissipating into thin air, and his face carried a teasing expression. Seeing the chief first man smile, Chief Shimon's expression relaxed. The Dragon Kingdom can't build a space elevator, but their space kite program will probably become a reality. By then, all countries will realize who is the real leader in technology. Director Shimon looked at the live screen. He was curious. This Yuan academician, how would he answer? Same time, inside the Cool City International Assembly Hall, after hearing Salman's question, Yuan Fanhua was calm and her face did not show any changes. He smiled gently, then turned his head to look at Qin Yang. After seeing Qin Yang smile and nod his head, Yuan Fanhua understood and took 2 steps backward to make way for his position. The next moment, under the gaze of the entire audience, only Qin Yang was seen striding towards the center of the lectern. His pace was leisurely and calm. He didn't answer the question first, but instead turned his head sideways and fixed his gaze on the camera next to him. Qin Yang looked at the camera pointed at him and a smile appeared on his face. There was both a subdued and somewhat teasing smile in that smile. Looking at Qin Yang's actions, the people in the hall were stunned. What is academician Qin doing? Soon enough, it became clear to someone. Earlier, numerous media outlets in the pretty country published questions and smears about the space elevator program. And now, Qin Yang was responding to their provocative behavior. With that, Qin Yang turned his head towards Salman and said with a smile, it's true that the Dragon Kingdom hasn't built a space elevator yet, and to be honest, we haven't even assembled the rocket yet, and all the preparatory procedures have only just begun. However, when the meetup is officially held the day after tomorrow, we're going to let everyone here, as well as the world, witness our second phase of the StarTime program. We're going to build mankind's first space elevator in full view of all the viewers around the world. When Qin Yang's words fell, everyone present felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their minds. Their eyes were wide with a shocked look, and they even thought that they had misheard. Dang, dang, dang. The Sakura Nation leader's heart beat violently. His breathing became rapid, and his face grew red. The day after, when that day comes, they will witness the birth of mankind's first space elevator right in front of them. Originally, after he saw those news, some doubts arose in his mind, but now, those doubts were gone. So that's what the Dragon Kingdom is planning? Inside the seating area of the Gallic Nation, the head of the Gallic Space Agency had a look of shock on his face. In his heart, however, he was filled with doubt. A meet and greet was to be held the day after tomorrow, but Qin Yang had just said that they hadn't even assembled the rocket yet. Is it really too late for such a short period of time? And, what material are they using for the cables of the space elevator? At this point, most of the room was in a state of euphoria. After receiving Qin Yang's affirmation, they became even more excited about the meeting the day after tomorrow. Thinking that the space elevator would be born in their presence, they couldn't help but feel their blood spurting and trembling. They will see, with their own eyes, an era of change. This is a meet and greet that will surely go down in history. The other side, Canadian Space Agency Director Salman's mind rose and fell violently, and it was hard to hide his shock. He hurriedly asked, Academician Qin, you guys are even bolder than we thought. I'm looking forward to seeing that moment with my own eyes. Since the Dragon Kingdom dared to do so, it showed that they were confident in the space elevator program. Qin Yang smiled gently and nodded at Salman with absolute confidence in his gentleness. I'm looking forward to it too. Salman had a smile on his face as well. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding of the young man in front of him. Snap! Salman laughed while raising his hands to applaud. Seeing this, the leader of the Sakura Nation also stood up and applauded. Then everyone in the room in the Infant Nation and the Gallic Nation stood up and applauded. They were smiling, they were enthusiastic, and the applause was thunderous. They were full of anticipation for the future and full of admiration for Qin Yang as well as the Dragon Kingdom. The whole place went into a frenzy. In the meantime, pretty country, in the conference room, looking at the live feed in front of him, The chief first's face changed from teasing to stupefied. What did he just hear? Qin Yang said that he wanted the world to witness the birth of mankind's first space elevator the day after tomorrow? How is that possible? They haven't even assembled the rocket yet. Not to mention the rest. Could they have assembled the rocket in such a short period of time? How dare they make such a big deal out of it? At this moment, the chief first's heart suddenly turned flustered. Why is this the result? That's not at all what he thought it would be. Looking at the live broadcast screen in front of him, Qin Yang's smile spread as hundreds of people in the room stood up and applauded. All of them with a look of excitement on their faces. This scene stung the chief first deeply. His so-called plan hadn't even stirred up the slightest bit of water. And his face, completely swollen. Snap! The chief first man's face was grim as he slammed his fist down hard on the conference table and growled angrily. I don't believe it. I don't believe they can actually do it. With only one day, how can they possibly assemble the world's largest transportation rocket? What's the point of talking about a space elevator if the rocket can't be assembled? They are lying to the world. The chief first man growled repeatedly, and the many experts and professors on the stage were all scared and didn't say a word. Many of the scientists looked at each other, and they all saw the radiant brightness in the depths of each other's eyes. If it were any other country, it might not really be possible. But, this is the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is a country that specializes in miracles, and it's likely that they'll actually be able to do it. Over the years, the technological development of the Dragon Kingdom has been evident to all. They have gone from poverty and weakness to wealth and power, and their science and technology have made a great leap forward, standing at the forefront of the world. The 100,000 kilometer class wireless power technology in front of us can already show the world that the Dragon Kingdom is not aiming at nothing, and that they are really capable of building a space elevator. Although many scientists are still skeptical about the meet the day after tomorrow, as scientists in the space field, they truly hope that the space elevator will be born. This is a big event that affects all of humanity. Looking at the silent scientists in the room, the chief first man's expression turned even angrier. He hissed, "Did I ask you all to come here to be mute? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that they can really build a space elevator? The state has spent resources to train you. Have you learned to play deaf and dumb? Speak up." The chief first man looked sideways at the nearest Director Shiman and said in a chilling voice, "Director Shiman, tell us what you think." Chief Shiman's entire body was jolted as he looked at the grim-faced chief first man and said in a trembling voice, "Sir, I don't think it's possible either. Professor Watson, what are your thoughts?" The chief first man looked again at Professor Watson. Professor Watson did not panic in the face of the chief first's questions. He had expected the chief first to name him. From the depths of his heart, as a scientist, he certainly hoped that the Dragon Kingdom would be able to build a space elevator. This is a great creation that can benefit all mankind and is sufficient to lead all mankind to a new era. But realistically, if the attitude of the pretty country's top management remains so stubborn and continued to be stalemated, then they really didn't have any chance. But realistically speaking, if the attitude of the pretty country's top brass remains so stubborn and continues to be a stalemate, then they really don't stand a chance. They're afraid they'll really go down in flames over this. Prof. Watson and Prof. Pierre looked at each other, then let out a deep breath and stood up. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, the entire conference room, the eyes of the entire room were on Professor Watson. What? Professor Watson looked to the chief first and said leisurely, "I think we should, at the moment, make a deal, or cooperation, with them." Cooperation? How do we work together? Upon hearing this, everyone's brows furrowed. Cooperation was based on an equal relationship. But what bargaining chips could they take out now to go and talk about cooperation with the other party? Of course, if one could really come up with enough chips to work with the other side, then the current impasse could be broken. Thinking of this, the crowd looked at Professor Watson with a strong color of anticipation. Since Prof. Watson said that, he must have found the right bargaining chip. The chief first man's originally icy face eased slightly, and he was puzzled in his heart. What can they come up with to trade with each other now? Could it be that there is some new technology in his country that he is not aware of? The chief first man's expression sharpened and he said in a deep voice, "Watson, how do we carry out the cooperation? Tell me." With the entire room in the spotlight, Professor Watson nodded and continued, "I'm sure everyone here should know about the Starlink satellite's obstacle avoidance system, right? We can use this as a bargaining chip for reciprocal cooperation with the other party." Obstacle avoidance system? Hearing Professor Watson's words, the crowd's eyes lit up slightly. As experts in the field of aerospace, they were naturally well aware of the obstacle avoidance system developed by NASA. Starlink satellites operating in space not only encounter space junk and meteorites, but also have the potential to collide with other spacecraft. However, after the obstacle avoidance system is set up on the Starchain satellite, it will be able to sense the obstacles within a radius of 10 kilometers in advance and avoid them in advance. which greatly increases the safety coefficient of satellite operation. If the large space stations built by the Dragon Kingdom in the future were also fitted with their obstacle avoidance system, then the problem of interfering objects that the other side had worried about before would be solved. In time, the space station could be built bigger. The minds of many experts and professors are alive with the thought that this might actually be a good idea. Of course, whether it is feasible or not depends most importantly on the Dragon countryside, but all of us feel that it is very feasible. Many people had a look of excitement on their faces and clenched their fists. The chief first man did not speak at first, but instead frowned and twisted his head to look at Director Shimon, the meaning of which was self-evident. The chief first man has always held Director Simon in high regard, so his attitude is crucial. Only after a brief moment of thought, Director Simon was heard to say, "Sir, I think the plan Professor Watson said is very good." Upon hearing Director Shimon's words, the chief first still didn't say anything. His face was serious and his mind was pondering. At this moment, the eyes of the entire audience looked at the chief first. They looked very nervous. It's the attitude of the chief first man that counts. The conference room fell into silence. The chief first man is caught in a celestial war. He stood up, turned his back to the crowd, and looked up at the live feed in front of him. He wondered if the obstacle avoidance system Professor Watson had just mentioned could really be used as a bargaining chip in exchange for that country's space elevator technology. Moreover, wouldn't it be humiliating for him to take the initiative to seek cooperation with the other party? But they will not have access to space elevator technology without this program. They will remain on each other's special lists, and that's a big loss. The chief first was in a very mixed mood. A few minutes later, the chief first man looked at the secretary next to him and asked in a deep voice, "It's been a while since the news was sent out. What's the reaction online?" The secretary's face stiffened. Then, she sighed in her heart and reported respectfully, "There is no repercussion. The news was sent out until now. It's like a drop of water falling in the ocean, without stirring up a single splash. Even within our country, it is surprisingly calm." No repercussions? The chief first man was stunned and filled with disbelief. Is there no repercussions even in your own country? What's going on? The chief first's eyes darkened and he fell silent. So now, there's really only that one way, right? According to what Professor Watson just said, using the satellite's obstacle avoidance system as a bargaining chip in exchange for the other party's space elevator technology? The chief first man's face was bleak, as if he had been drained of his essence. He sat down with a sharp thud, one hand on the table, and buried his head without a word. His mind sighed as the figure of that young man from the Dragon Kingdom appeared in his mind. Dragon Nation, 2 o'clock in the morning, Yinjing time. The Space Elevator Symposium, which brought together the eyes of the world, has finally come to an end. Yet the stir caused by this meeting continues. It wasn't a very good night, and the stars were dim in the firmament. But in the city, it's all lights, bright and shining. The meeting was over, but countless people were still in a state of excited shock. The whole world, all countries, countless people, are abuzz. Likewise, the internet is abuzz with news about the conference. And the entire internet is abuzz with the heat that continues to build. All the major news media platforms and short video platforms, all the hot searches are related to the symposium. Doing hot search number 1, #expectation. The day after tomorrow we will witness the birth of mankind's first space elevator. In just 3 minutes, the heat of this hot search directly soared from 10 million to 80 million. And moreover, the data was still in the middle of a crazy burst of growth. The netizens all exploded within the hot comment section. The day after tomorrow, can we really see the space elevator? That's great. Scientists bull. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Can it really be done? There's only 1 day left, but I see that the rocket hasn't even been assembled yet. Yeah, put the word out now. But what if it's too late? That's a big loss of face all over the world. The day after. Time is just too tight. Honestly, I'm worried. I don't doubt academicians and their technology. It's just that there's simply not enough time. Just assembling the rocket is not something that can be accomplished in a day, right? The crowd was talking. After the surprise and excitement, the vast majority of people agreed that it was simply impossible to show a complete space elevator the day after. Such a short period of time is completely too late. This, and the fact that even many prominent bloggers in the aerospace field have come forward to question it, has pushed the topic even further into the limelight. The crowd was talking. After the surprise and excitement, the vast majority of people agreed that it was simply impossible to show a complete space elevator the day after. Such a short period of time is completely too late. This, and the fact that even many prominent bloggers in the aerospace field have come forward to question it, has pushed the topic even further into the limelight. The netizens who were already worried became even more nervous. The big words had already been spoken, and if they couldn't show the space elevator in public the day after tomorrow, They didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be then. Liangchang, Fairview Hills District. In a certain family's home, Xiao Zhang looked at the hot topic on his cell phone, looked at his father next to him, and said with an excited expression, "It's really remarkable. Surprisingly, there are so many bigwigs attending this symposium. Even big shots like the head of the Gallic Kingdom and the head of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have come in person." Father Zhang patted his son's shoulder and laughed proudly. "This is because of what? It's because our country has become strong. Only when we are strong can we be honored by others. It's just like the time of the flourishing Tang dynasty, when all the nations came to court." That's right, Xiao Zhang said with a smile. "The content of this meeting will surely cause a sensation all over the world. And when everyone sees the space elevator the day after tomorrow, they will surely envy us. Ha ha ha. At that time, we will let all the countries know that we, Dragon Kingdom, are true to our word." This time, Father Zhang did not respond. His smile retracted and his brows furrowed. Now those countries have admiration for the Dragon Kingdom. This is based on the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, because they know that the Dragon Kingdom holds space elevator technology and can build space elevators. But what happens when they don't get to see the space elevator as much as they'd like to by the day after? Will those countries still treat the Dragon Kingdom with the same respect as they do now? Suddenly, Father Zhang's expression sharpened. He should not have questioned it. He should trust Academician Qin and the research team led by him. Although Academician Qin was young, he was not an impulsive and ignorant youth. Since he dares to make a promise in front of all the countries in the world, he must have the courage to do so. He twisted his head to look at his son with a smile. "As my son just said, the Dragon Kingdom does what it says on the tin." Quincy City, in the Penguin Internet Cafe. At this time, all the computer screens in the Internet Cafe were playing the relevant images of the symposium. A young man wearing glasses cursed and said, "Look at the way these Westerners look." Earlier in front of Academician Qin, each one of them was as respectful as anything. What kind of expression is this now? Do they not believe in our Dragon Kingdom's ability? Beside him, his companion looked calm and said slowly, "It's normal that they would question it. After all, the purpose of their visit, as you know, is for the technology. Of course they want us to succeed. It's just that, time is indeed too tight. How long is it now until the day after tomorrow? Let's hope that Academician Qin and the others can really make it. But there are a lot of guys waiting to see us laugh. We must not fail." Both men fell silent, looking serious. Then, the eyed youth looked at Qin Yang in the live broadcast screen, clenched his fists, and said in a deep voice, "I still believe that Academician Qin and the others will definitely be able to do it." His companion laughed bitterly, the same color of hope flickering between his brows. Same time, Yenjing Capital University. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious. Professor Shui looked furious and growled. He looked at the researchers in the conference room and hissed, "Big talk, this is just big talk. How dare they say such big words?" Professor Shui slapped the table while roaring with red eyes. "You've all seen the comments on the internet, right? A bunch of middle school students know that we can't even build a space elevator the day after tomorrow. Right now, the launch vehicle hasn't even begun to be formed. The difficult points of the Star Catcher Vine program haven't been breached. Nothing has begun. How did Qin Yang? How did he dare to say such big words? He's had his fill of big words, but has he thought about the consequences? We simply can't realize the day after tomorrow is the meet and greet. Who the hell can get everything done in such a short period of time? Isn't this nonsense? Professor Shui." Suddenly, Professor Yang stood up, interrupting Professor Shui's ranting as he sighed and said slowly, "I say, old Shui, haven't you forgotten that you have high blood pressure? When you're old, you shouldn't always move to anger like the young. Sit down. Now. Angry and cannot solve the problem. The symposium is over." The above also arranged the task down. "Say those beauty what meaning? You, me, ugh." Professor Shui wanted to continue saying something, but in the end, he shook his head and sat down on his butt with an ugly expression on his face. Right now, with time being so tight, the star-catching Vine program, how is it going to work? Let's not talk about anything else. The launch vehicle hasn't even been assembled yet? Assembling the rocket alone is a time-consuming and labor-intensive project. And, having a rocket carry a cable to launch, that's just going up? What if the cable breaks? Can the cables really withstand the massive impacts generated during a rocket launch? That Qin Yang, so confident fire. Suddenly, Professor Shui stood up fiercely again, his pupils widening as if he had caught the point of something. Then he hastily turned his head to a young doctor wearing glasses. The doctor was the same introverted young man who had previously voiced his dissenting opinion, telling them that their thinking about the docking star Vine program was off-kilter. Professor Shui asked in a deep voice, "Shaolin, why don't you expand on what you just said? You said that our thinking about the docking star Vine program is going in the wrong direction." "How? Brush, Brush, brush. In the conference room, all eyes turned to the youngest doctor in the field. Dr. Lin's face flushed as he stood up and stumbled. What I meant before was to say that everyone has taken the Star Receiver Vine program and thought about it too complicated. In fact, we should think about it the other way around. Thinking the opposite? At those words, the crowd was dumbfounded. After a pause, Dr. Lin continued. Everyone was just now worried that when the rocket was launched into the air with the cable would break because it couldn't withstand the huge impact. In fact, it's not right to think this way. Not right? What's wrong? An expert asked, looking puzzled. Since the rocket launches with a cable, this kind of problem is unavoidable. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Lin continued. In just an instant, everyone's faces changed and their minds roared. Dr. Lin went on to say, everyone thought, well, the rocket was launched into the air with a cable, and the cable would most likely break due to the huge impact. But has it ever occurred to everyone that Academician Sheen and his team's plan was not like this at all? Why can't we have the rocket launch into space with all the cables, and then we in turn launch the cables from space toward Earth, thus linking to the Foundation? Quiet. As Dr. Lin's words fell, the entire conference room was instantly plunged into absolute silence. Professor Shui and the others' eyes went wide, and in their minds, it was like a thunderbolt had exploded. Yeah, it can still be like that. Why didn't they think of that previously? They had been focused on thinking about the impact and had been thinking about launching the cable into space to dock with the space station. But why couldn't they launch it the other way around? In this way, it is also possible to achieve a balance between the 2 points of the surface and the space station. And there is no need to worry about the impact. Their previous worries were completely redundant. If that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with it. The crowd looked excited and smiles appeared on their faces. The look on Prof. Shui's face was no longer tight, and his entire being was permeable. Just now, their thoughts were all drilled into the bullseye and completely diverged. Professor Shui clapped his hands and said excitedly, we old guys are old after all, not as open-minded as the young. Lao Yang, and everyone else, how's the thinking going? Professor Yang and the others looked excited and nodded their heads. That's brilliant. That's the way to do it. Ha ha ha. In that case, there's no need to think about rocket love impact at all. Great. Shaolin is a talent. If it wasn't for his reminder, we'd still be in the middle of a bullseye right now. In the corner, Dr. Lin's face burned and he was quite shy as he listened to the compliments being heaped upon him. He hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment, it was just a fluke for me to think of it. With the intelligence of the seniors, it won't take long for them to think of this as well. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room turned heated, Professor Shui frowned once again. He raised his voice and said, the cables are fine, but the foundation is a big problem. 2. Building the foundation took just as much time, and what they lack most is time. Yeah, and the foundation. Professor Yang's face also darkened and he fell silent. Will they be able to get the foundation built before the day after tomorrow arrives? As the pole that links the cables of the space elevator, the importance of the foundation cannot be overstated. If the foundation is not stable, everything will be played out then. In the conference room, silence fell once again. In the meantime, Cool City Assembly Hall, in the lounge gallery. At this moment, Qin Yang was walking towards the lounge in the back hall with Yuan Fanhua and the others. Several staff members followed Qin Yang closely. It wasn't that long ago that they were worried about the wave of slanderous news, and now they were wearing smiles on their faces. Academician Qin, you're really as good as God at anticipating things. That wave of slanderous news didn't even stir up a single splash, and even in their country, there was no reaction. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang only smiled faintly, his face remaining indifferent. The pretty country's approach was really significantly lower for Qin Yang, and he didn't even bother to look at it much. The next step is to see if relations with the other side can be eased a bit. As he spoke, Qin Yang walked to the outside of a room and stopped. The nameplate Baja Lounge hangs on the door of the room. Qin Yang raised his hand to knock on the door and said gently, hello, I'm Qin Yang, ta-da-da-da. The moment Qin Yang's words fell, a rush of footsteps could be heard coming from within the room. Immediately afterward, the door to the room was quickly opened. The man who opened the door was the Baal leader. Seeing Qin Yang outside the door, the Baal leader smiled joyfully and said excitedly, Academician Qin, how come Min is here? Please come in, please come in. The Baal leader looked gentle and made a gesture of invitation. Inside the room, after exchanging brief pleasantries with the Baal leader, Qin Yang bluntly stated the purpose of his trip. As the leader knows, we are in the middle of the second phase of the space elevator's plan to pick up the Starvine, and we need your assistance. Sure. The Baal leader slapped his thighs and directly just nodded his head in agreement. He smiled and said, no problem. With the relationship between us, whatever assistance you need can be obtained. Suddenly, The pupils of the Ba leader suddenly shrunk as he looked at Qin Yang in front of him and said incredulously, "Did you just say that you need our assistance?" The Ba leader had a strong look of anticipation in his eyes. Really? Yes. Qin Yang nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "We do need your country's assistance." With tears in his eyes, the Ba leader hurriedly counted. Fine, Mr. Qin. It is our honor that you have come to us for help. You have helped us a lot over the years, and since you need assistance, we will definitely do our best to help. It's just that, the Ba leader said with some embarrassment. It's just that we have neither the resources nor the technology. What can we assist you with? Of course the Ba leader wanted to help the Dragon Kingdom, but he couldn't really think of anything he could do to help. The other senior Ba'athist personnel also showed their curiosity. Facing the confused gazes of the crowd, Qin Yang looked solemn and said solemnly, "The star receiving vine program. Catch the stars." At those words, the Ba leader opened his mouth and looked shocked. The Starfind a Vine project. The second phase of the space elevator project. But could they really help academician Qin and the others with their complete lack of understanding? The Ba leader said sincerely, "Mr. Qin, please tell us what we should do, and we will definitely assist with all our might if we can." Good. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Next, I will first introduce you to our star receiving vine program. The star catching vine program, the second phase of our space elevator project, is a top priority. According to the plan, first of all, we will utilize Dragon Country's current largest carrier rocket, Dongfang Hong 8, to bring all of the cables of the space elevator into space for an orbital docking with the space station. After that, the small rocket will be used to bring the cables to fall into the ground to link with the foundation, and in this way, the spreading of the space elevator cables will be realized. This is the star catching vine program." When Qin Yang said this, the faces of the group of scientists in Ba were all filled with shock. By utilizing this approach, it can be a perfect way to avoid the problem of rocket impact. The scientists of the Dragon Kingdom are truly remarkable. It's just that it's for them Ba. The people of Ba looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, they were not only shocked, but also had a lot of puzzling things. As we all know, the space elevator project has two of the biggest difficulties. One of them is the question of the source power of the space elevator. The second is about the cable material for the space elevator. How did the Dragon Kingdom solve both problems? For them in Ba, this is something that is simply unthinkable. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom is just too strong. Looking at the confused Ba leader and the others, Qin Yang said without haste, "As you all know, our Dragon Kingdom has already completed the 100,000 kilometer level wireless power supply technology, which will operate as the initial source power for the space elevator. As for the material of the cables, since the cables of the space elevator will be linked between the space station and the surface, the cables must be extremely strong. After several years of experimentation, we finally chose graphene superconducting material. This material not only has an extremely high withstanding capacity, but also a high degree of stability." After a pause, Qin Yang continued, "Next, I'll tell you more about the difficult issues of the star receiving vine program." A few minutes later, the Ba leader and the others' faces became solemn like never before. The task that Qin Yang had described was even more difficult than they had imagined. It's almost impossible to accomplish with what they have in Ba. The Ba leader also really didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom would give them such an important job to run. This is the most important plan in the space elevator project. If anything goes wrong, the space elevator project will end in failure. The room fell into silence. Suddenly, the Ba leader jerked to his feet, only to see that the leader of the Ba Kingdom looked at Qin Yang with an ugly face and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. The mission you just mentioned is really impossible to accomplish with our Ba Kingdom's ability. There is only one day, which is too short." In fact, the Ba leader felt in his heart that even if they were given a few more days, the probability of them being able to accomplish it would be minimal. Next to the Ba leader, the others apparently had the same attitude, constantly shaking their heads and looking dark. The task was too daunting, and if they didn't complete it, resulting in the space elevator not being built successfully, they would be the world's guilty party. By then, everyone will think that the space elevator failed because of their country. Several high-ranking figures' brows furrowed at the moment as they looked at Qin Yang in front of them, some suspicions appearing in their hearts. Qin Yang wouldn't be unaware of their boss' strength, so he still intended to give them such a huge and difficult task to do. Could he be doing it intentionally? Could it be that Qin Yang and the others were also not confident in the space elevator plan and worried that it would fail, so they looked for a scapegoat in advance? At that time, even if the plan fails, you can put all the blame on them? However, a few people thought in their hearts that the Dragon Kingdom had helped them too much over the years. Dragon Kingdom is a friendly and honest country. How could it do such a thing? They don't want to believe it. Even if the Dragon Kingdom really wanted to shirk its responsibility, it could not have chosen them. Bah! After the Ba-ADH leader looked to the crowd and realized that they all had the same expression as himself, he looked embarrassed and alarmed, but no matter what, he couldn't accept the assignment. The expressions of the people of Ba were seen by Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face was bland. He was certainly more than aware of Ba's capabilities. It is certainly not possible for the Ba'athist state to accomplish such a daunting task. Even many developed countries would surely be shocked after hearing his words. After all, the Starcatcher Vine program only lasts for one day. It's a day of quality as well as speed. Not only that, but they have to consider the consequences should the program fail. However, Qin Yang's real purpose was obviously different from what the people of Ba thought. As the Ba'athist leader said, between the two countries, the relationship is that of brotherly nations. It was naturally impossible for him to victimize the other side. In the room, the atmosphere was frozen in a stalemate. The faces of the people of Ba were serious and ugly. Qin Yang, however, was calm and smiled gently. I know what you all are thinking, but my real purpose is not what you all think. I certainly know very well that your country cannot accomplish such a heavy task with its ability. Upon hearing this, the Ba leader once again placed his gaze on Qin Yang with a confused look on his face. The real purpose? The Ba leader said in a confused voice. Mr. Qin, your purpose is. Qin Yang did not slow down and said with a smile, to tell you the truth, before coming here, I have already spoken with the senior management of the three German empires, and they will be the main responsible for this mission, so your country will only need to play a role. And by the way, you can also learn a little something. In just a moment, everyone present in Ba was wide-eyed and emotional. The concern on their faces disappeared, replaced by shock and ecstasy. They looked at each other and both saw the radiant light in the other's eyes. Qin Yang's words had reached this point. How could they not understand each other's meaning? Qin Yang was planning to give them special care. As Qin Yang had said, this was an excellent learning opportunity for them in Ba. There was naturally no need to talk about the strength of the De3 Empire, and what they were best at was the mechanical field. In particular, our precision manufacturing capabilities are world-renowned. If they, Ba, could follow the German San Empire, they would surely be able to learn a lot of valuable techniques. And, Mr. Qin means much more than that. Learning the technology was one aspect, and when the time came, once the Stargazer Vine program succeeded and the space elevator was born, there would also be a share of credit for their country of Ba. What's funny is that just a few moments ago they thought the task was too tough to turn down, even to question Mr. Qin's purpose. The few executives who appeared to be questioning in their hearts just now really wanted to give themselves a few slaps in the face right now. The Dragon Kingdom was genuinely helping them. The Ba Kingdom, and even at this time, they didn't forget to pull them up by the bootstraps and treat them with special care. This gift is just too big and too precious. At this moment, the worry and coldness on the faces of the people of Ba disappeared, replaced by excitement and gratitude. They could no longer express their gratitude to the Dragon Kingdom in words. The Ba'athist leader could no longer control his emotions, and tears came to his eyes. He first stood up and bowed solemnly to Qin Yang. Then he looked up, red-eyed and trembling, and said, then, the Ba leader raised his head and said with red eyes, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, just now we misunderstood you and even almost rejected your good intentions. Then, the Ba leader raised his head and said with red eyes, I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, just now we misunderstood you and even almost rejected your good intentions. There are no words to express our gratitude to the Dragon Kingdom, and I hereby solemnly assure you that we in Ba will do our utmost to fulfill and do well the tasks you have arranged. Hearing the Ba leader's words, Qin Yang smiled and nodded before turning his head to look at the staff beside him. The staff understood, and hurriedly handed the documents that had already been prepared in their hands to the Ba'athist leader. Please take a look. This is. The Ba-ATH leader hastily picked it up and looked puzzled. This is the first step in the Starfinder Vine program, and a stable foundation tether is especially important if you want to stabilize the cable link between the surface and the space station. I see. The Ba-ATH leader nodded in surprise and put the document away carefully. After knowing Qin Yang's true intentions, the Ba leader did not resist at all in his heart. Instead, he was incredibly looking forward to the next mission. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, even though we're just helping out, no matter what task you arrange for us to do, our country will do our best to complete it. The main person in charge of the mission was the Duzan Empire, and they were just playing along and helping out, which was a perfect learning opportunity for them. Such an opportunity was too rare for them to pass up no matter what. They absolutely could not let down the goodwill of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Yang gestured for the Ba leader to sit down. Then he said in a deep voice, the Foundation Tethering Project is an important part of the Star Catching Vine program. The Foundation is the foundation. Only by building a strong foundation can we ensure that the cables of the space elevator make a stable link between the space station and the surface. The length of our cables, over 40,000 kilometers, combined with other factors such as the powerful centrifugal force of the cables, means that we have to build foundations tethered to withstand up to 3 million tons in order to be able to do so. 3 million tons? At those words, the Ba leader's eyelids snapped, very shocked. If he remembered correctly, the current foundation-bearing capacity of the world's tallest building, the Dubai Tower, was only 1 million tons. Noticing the expression on the Ba leader's face, Qin Yang smiled and said, "You don't have to worry, we are experienced in this aspect. Our country has one of the world's largest global centers covering an area of the world, which is located in Chengdu City, and the foundation of this building's bearing capacity is well over 3 million tons." Hiss! Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, the Ba leaders all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as a shocked and shocked look appeared on their faces. The Dragon Nation. It's amazing. The Ba leader's eyes flickered as he thought darkly. Since the Dragon Kingdom had relevant construction experience, and with the De3 Empire as the main person in charge, there certainly wasn't any problem in building out the foundation tether. The Ba leader looked sharp and full of excitement as he looked at Qin Yang and said with excitement, "Mr. Qin, I understand what you mean. Originally, we were just waiting for the miracle to come, but we didn't expect that now we would be able to personally participate in the creation of the miracle. Mr. Qin, we are sincerely grateful to the Dragon Kingdom. We are looking forward to the moment when a miracle is born." Qin Yang smiled and extended his hand. Seeing this, the Ba leader hurriedly greeted him warmly and shook Qin Yang's hand tightly. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Miracles will come soon." Inside the room, the atmosphere turned heated. Everyone was cracking up and emotions were running high. 15 minutes later, at Qin Yang's invitation, the Ba leader as well as the research team followed Qin Yang towards the Rue Lounge. "Mr. Qin," the door to the room opened and seeing Qin Yang and the Ba leader standing in front of the door, the Rue leader was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Seeing the Rue leader, the Ba leader enthusiastically walked forward and directly embraced the Rue leader. Then, he shook the other party's hand and said solemnly, "Mr. Leader, we implore the Rue Kingdom to be able to participate in the Stargazer Vine project. All of us in Ba are in agreement that we will participate in the Stargazer Vine program, and we truly hope that your country will join as well." "What? Participate in the Star-Catching Vine program?" The Ruegwa leader had a dumbfounded look on his face as he twisted his head to look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. All in good time. After 15 minutes had passed, Qin Yang explained the implementation process of the Star-Gathering Vine program for the top management of Ruegwa. The leader of the Rue Kingdom as well as a few of the higher-ups looked fiery, with looks of anticipation on their faces. The leader of the Rue Kingdom patted his chest and said excitedly, "Mr. Qin, we are very grateful for your trust in our Rue Kingdom, and we have decided that we will join in the implementation of the Star-Receiving Vine project. And just as the leader of the Ba Kingdom said, it is an honor for us to be able to participate in the creation of the miracle firsthand. This is even more exciting to us than witnessing the miracle with our own eyes. We promise to finish the job." After Ruegwa made the decision, he joined Qin Yang's team, and the three teams walked together towards the Cambodian lounge. A few minutes later, the Cambodian leader, as well as the heavy hierarchy, agreed and joined the group. In this way, more and more countries joined, and the queue grew longer and longer. Time crept by. An hour later, Qin Yang had then successfully invited 23 countries to join the Star Gathering Vine program. As the saying goes, unity is strength and all hands make light work. With so many countries joining in, the Stargazer Vine program will certainly be able to be successfully completed. The day after, all will witness, with their own eyes, the birth of a miracle. Same time, Liangcheng International Airport. Inside the office, the airport station manager Bai Shan stood in front of the window, looking down at the latest news about the space elevator on his cell phone. He kept flipping through the comments underneath the news, his brows getting more and more furrowed. The day after tomorrow, is it really possible to build a space elevator? Looking at online videos, the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle is still in transit. At that point, the rocket will still need to be assembled. Putting the rocket together in such a short period of time was an immense task. What's more, there are other huge projects that need to be advanced besides assembling the rocket. He really couldn't figure out on what basis Academician Qin dared to guarantee that he would be able to demonstrate a complete space elevator the day after tomorrow. If they hadn't seen the space elevator the day after, they would have been the laughingstock of the world. He didn't dare think any further. At the window, Shiroyama put away his cell phone and sighed. Right now, Bai Shan only hoped that Academician Qin and the others would really be able to perform a miracle. Dula 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 dula. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. and Baishan collected his thoughts and hurriedly answered it. The phone had just been connected when a growl that was both tense and full of authority rang out from the other side. Baishan, I just received an urgent notice from the higher-ups. Now I order you to block off all the runways at the airport, cancel all pending flights, and all the staff at the airport to stand firm at their posts, and I'll hold you responsible if anything goes wrong. What's going on? What the hell? Baishan's entire body was jolted. It was a call from Su Zhong, the director of the Northwest Aviation Administration, making such a big commotion again. Are they going to land some big shot here at Liangcheng Airport again? Baishan's face changed, and he hurriedly asked suspiciously, Chief, what's going on here? On the other side, Director Su let out a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the aerospace engineering teams will soon land at Liangcheng Airport. Prepare to meet them as soon as possible. Baishan, manage the people under you well. There must not be any mistakes. The entire aerospace engineering team from the Dragon Kingdom is coming? Hiss. Shiroyama instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This is an unprecedented move. The entire Dragon Kingdom's space engineering team is about to land in the Northwest. And are they all here for the space elevator program? Only the space elevator project could have caused so much commotion. This is an immense task for the airport. Baishan's face turned serious as he said in a deep voice, I understand. Director, promise to complete the mission. Across the room, Director Su's voice sounded again. Baishan, this is an unprecedented event. Time is limited. So go do it as soon as possible. Baishan looked up at the window, his face solemnized like never before. The aerospace engineering team had come for the space elevator program, and he was fully prepared to meet it no matter what. Afterward, he hurriedly began to check the navigational charts, and after seeing the densely packed flight data on the screen, Baishan's face suddenly froze. Data shows that more than 30 flights are currently being prepared for takeoff and landing at the Riangsung International Airport. However, the director said that the special plane of the aerospace engineering team would be arriving soon, and the time left for them was running out. What's to be done about it? Baishan's face was unsightly as he grasped the phone and asked in a trembling voice, Hello, Director, does the aerospace engineering team's special flight have an exact time of landing? Within 30 minutes. There are over 30 flights ready to take off and land here at Liangcheng Airport. How much lead time do we have? Baishan's face wore a panicked look. The other side, Director Su's face was ugly, and he was anxious about the current situation. He hurriedly said, I'm not sure, but I'll definitely be there within 10 minutes. Baishan, don't waste any more time. Act quickly, notify everyone to act. You should know very well the weight of that pedestrian of theirs. The state of affairs is urgent, and no matter what, we must not delay the great affairs of the country. Baishan's face was so ugly that his features were twisted into one. He frantically operated the computer, breathing heavily. Woo! Rumble! Right at this moment, a loud roar came from above the sky. Baishan's entire body was jolted. His hand movements stalled, and he twisted his head to look at the sky, his heart thumping. Rumble! The roar of an airplane from the sky was becoming clearer and clearer. It was close. Shit! Shirison covered his chest and jogged over towards the window. Said window looking out. Buzz! For only a moment, Shiroyama's eyes went wide and his mind buzzed. It was a scene he would never forget. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds roared. A transport plane and fighter jet came roaring in like a black cloud, getting closer and closer to Liangcheng Airport. It's close enough. The Aerospace Engineering Corps too, came a little too soon. That's not giving him time to react at all. Baishan's face quickly turned pale as he pushed open the office door with a panicked face and ran towards the outside. Before he could call out, he ran right into the assistant who ran over to him. The assistant, with a look of fear on his face, cried out in a trembling voice, Station Chief, something big is wrong. There's a terrorist attack. There are fighter jets all over the place coming our way. Whitehill growled anxiously. Calm down. This is not a terrorist attack. Listen carefully. Within 20 minutes, all runways will be grounded. Flights will be delayed. Exact takeoff time to be determined. Those who are preparing to fly to Liangcheng Airport have them grounded. And those who are about to land at Liangcheng Airport, have them give way. Get on with it at speed. Hurry up. Baishan's face was livid, veins exposed on his forehead. By the output of the station manager, the assistant's entire body froze down. His pupils dilated. What's all the fuss about again? It wasn't long ago that they had just greeted Prof. Kisimi. What big shot has arrived this time? Station master, I'll get right on it. The assistant didn't have time to think about it and rushed to get ready to go. A few minutes later, the entire Cool City Airport was a busy place. All the staff members looked anxious and grave. In the waiting hall, travelers waiting to take off looked confused and puzzled as they watched the busy scene at the airport. Can someone tell me what's going on? Which big shot is this coming again? Doesn't this mean the plane will be delayed again? My wife is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. Delayed? Aha, I don't want the plane to be delayed. ZZ. Zigzag. Suddenly, over the waiting hall, there was a piercing sound of electricity. With that, the airport announcement came on. Dear travelers, we are sorry to inform you that due to an emergency situation, the airport will be managing route regulation. All flights will be suspended and the exact time of resumption is to be notified. For the inconvenience caused to all passengers, all the crew members of Liangcheng International Airport sincerely apologize to you. Dear travelers, I'm sorry to inform you that the radio sounded over and over again, and everyone's face changed as they froze in place. Emergency? What kind of emergency? What happened? Many people's complexions turned tense. The waiting hall was at a boil, with people looking at each other in panic. Suddenly, a middle-aged passenger near the window suddenly pointed his finger out of the window and roared in a trembling voice. Holy shit! So many airplanes, you guys, look out there. Cripes. At that, the travelers looked towards the outside along the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. In the next moment, the crowd's pupils suddenly shrunk, and their complexions turned horrified. What did they see? On the dome of the sky, there were densely packed airplanes whistling towards the side of Liangcheng Airport, and the crowd felt a sense of oppression that suffocated them. Crap, what's with all the airplanes? OMG, I'm so scared. This is the first time I've ever seen such a big fight. What the hell is going on? You guys see? That's a fighter jet? What's with the fighters? Is there going to be a war? I know. Everyone look at your cell phones. Booming news that all the aerospace engineers of the Dragon Kingdom will be going to the northwest together. The plane is full of our Dragon Kingdom's aerospace engineers. In the crowd, a young man with a flat head roared in an agitated manner, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All the aerospace engineers of the Dragon Kingdom are going to the northwest? What's this for? Could it be because of the space elevator? I guess the only thing that could cause such a fuss would be a space elevator. The crowd looked shocked and hurriedly opened their cell phones and began to look at them. Upon seeing what was on the news, everyone's face flushed and their expression perked up with a bright light in their eyes. The crowd was boiling. Unbelievable. It's really all the aerospace engineers coming to the northwest. It must be because of the space elevator. I'm looking forward to it. Crap. This is a real national team. In the waiting hall, but all the people from the Dragon Kingdom could hardly control their excitement. And there were even people hugging each other in excitement. There were also many foreigners who had the same look of shock on their faces after seeing the news on their cell phones. They watched the news with wide eyes, over and over again, double-checking the numbers on the news. Horrified. 40,000? 40,000 aerospace engineers? Is this the mobilizing power of the Dragon Kingdom? It's a little too scary. Not long ago, experts from many countries were questioning the mobilization capacity of the Dragon Kingdom. If they could have seen the scene in front of them, I'm sure those guys would have kept their mouths tightly shut. You know, it's 10 in the morning, and it's only been 2 hours since the meeting ended, and they've mobilized 40,000 people to arrive at Liangcheng Airport? The Dragon Kingdom is not acting a little too efficiently. Many of the foreigners present were from developed countries, and they knew very well that if it was their country, it would never, ever have such a mobilizing power. 40,000 people summoned to a designated location in 2 hours is incredible. Some people from the pretty country looked at the scene in front of them and muttered, if it was my country, it would have taken at least a week. Dragon country. It's really too marvelous. Many foreigners were in awe. In this moment, they deeply understand that a lot of media news is not credible, only when you see it with your own eyes, as you do now. Can you understand the power of the Dragon Kingdom? Miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. The Dragon Kingdom is truly a country that specializes in creating miracles. I've been so impressed by their mobilization. The cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom is really terrifyingly strong. I believe that the Dragon Kingdom will definitely be able to build a space elevator. I'm looking forward to seeing that moment come. I'm going to call my mom and I'm going to make sure she sees this remarkable scene with her own eyes. At the same time, in an airspace region in the northwest, an airplane is flying through the clouds. The captain skillfully operated the airplane. Suddenly, the co-pilot sitting in the co-pilot seat's face changed and exclaimed, "Captain, there is an emergency. Behind our airplane, there is a large number of planes following, of which, many of them are fighters." The co-pilot's voice turned shaky as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the captain let out a light laugh and said with a calm face, "Xiao Zhou, you are dreaming, aren't you? What you're saying is too outrageous. Where did the fighter jet come from? It's not like we are terrorists." "What a dream, Captain. I'm telling the truth. Just scan the following and see." The co-pilot grimaced, followed by swarms of fighters. "It's a big deal. It's not a good idea to say that all of them will have to play it out. How could he be in the mood for jokes at this time? The captain's brow furrowed. He had never seen the co-pilot look so nervous. As the captain, he has to protect the safety of all the passengers and can never be careless. So the captain rushed to turn on the radar for scanning. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Only the screen showed that behind their plane, they were being followed by dense green dots. Each green dot represents an airplane. Crap! The captain exclaimed, his face changing. He had been flying airplanes for over 20 years and this was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. His expression tightened, his face never more serious. What's with all the airplanes? What the hell happened? Such a big battle. Always not because of us, right? The co-pilot looked fearful. So many airplanes following behind. It's too oppressive. Many of these, and many more, are fighter jets. Oh my god, it's Transport 20. Even Transport 20 is out there. What the hell is going on? Inside the cab, the two men looked terrified. Zip. Just then, a voice came out of both of their headphones. Emergency notification from Cool City Airport. Urgent notice, all flights now located in the Northwest airspace, please be advised that all flights are prohibited from landing from 2:50 a.m. M. to 3:20 a.m. M. today, and please immediately raise your altitude to above 3,580 meters to avoid a course-crossing accident. Urgent, all flights now in Northwest airspace, please be advised. In just an instant, both the captain and co-pilot's faces changed violently. Which big shot is this that's going to land at Liangcheng Airport? They remembered that not long ago Professor Kissimp of the De3 Empire had just arrived in Liangcheng. And this time, what heavyweight existence was coming? This time, the commotion was even greater than the last. It should have something to do with the Cthulhu experimental base again, right? Could it be because of the space elevator program? The captain calmed himself and composed himself, then quickly contacted headquarters. Headquarters, what's going on? Do you copy? Come in. Soon the reply came from headquarters. All aerospace engineers of the Dragon Kingdom will be arriving at Liangcheng International Airport on a special airplane. Time is running out. Please raise the altitude to 3,580 immediately to avoid a course-crossing accident. An aerospace engineer? And surprisingly, all the aerospace engineers from Dragon Kingdom are here? No wonder there are so many airplanes. Hiss. The captain and co-pilot duo looked at each other and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The Aerospace Engineering Corps has joined forces and must be here to execute the space elevator program. All of the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace engineering teams are here. This has to be tens of thousands of people, right? Finally, the two marveled at the mobilizing power of state terror. At this time, they absolutely can't fall off the chain and hold the country back. After the shock had passed, the captain looked sharp, pressed the radio button, and said in a deep voice, "Dear passengers, I am the captain of this flight, and I am broadcasting a temporary and unexpected incident." Sudden events? What's going on? What sudden event? Hearing the announcement, the cabin turned noisy. Hundreds of travelers were all tight-lipped and murmured, "What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that the plane is going out of control? Fuck you, don't talk shit, okay? Mommy, I'm scared." The atmosphere in the cabin turned depressing all of a sudden. This was, after all, on an airplane, and if the plane crashed, they would surely die. At that moment, the captain's voice came over the radio again. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received an urgent notification from the captain of Liangcheng International. Now all flights located in the Northwest airspace will be prohibited from landing from 2:50 a.m. M. to 3:20 a.m. M. Today, all flights are prohibited from landing. We will lift off to 3,580 meters of airspace, and we will urgently avoid the team of aerospace engineers in the back of our aircraft, in order to avoid causing a route intersection accident. So please do not be alarmed. Please do not be alarmed. Repeat, we just received." Hearing the voice coming out of the radio, the crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look along the window. Seeing the scene outside the window, the crowd's pupils suddenly shrunk, only to see that dozens of fighters were flying around the sides and rear of this plane in a loud and powerful manner. Crap, so many airplanes, geez, how are there so many more fighters? So many airplanes, is this all the aerospace engineers in the country? It's shocking, all these aerospace engineers, they're here for the space elevator. Aren't they? Yes, that must be it. The space elevator program, is it finally going to get underway? Inside the cabin, the faces of all the travelers turned excited and boiled with joy. The other side, Liangcheng International Airport. After a tense and anxious hustle and bustle, all the staff at the airport finally fulfilled the instructions from their superiors and successfully completed their tasks. They were not, however, able to rest next, and still had to make full preparations for the upcoming special flight of the space engineering team. In the dome of the sky, thousands of airplanes roared in. covering the entire firmament. The travelers in the airport watched the shocking scene in the sky dome for a long time. It was the first time they had seen so many airplanes in the sky at the same time. Those movies and TV shows, the pattern is still too small. It was a scene they would never forget. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, from the direction of the back door of the airport, an engine roar sounded like countless beasts roaring, and the entire airport seemed to tremble. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Immediately afterward, car horns began to blare one after another, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The crowd froze and hurriedly turned their heads in the direction of the airport's back door. The first thing that caught their eyes was the brilliant light that stung their eyes. It's the glow from a car's high beams. Then there were exclamations of horror from the travelers. What's going on? What's going on? Crap, that's a lot of buses. 1, 2, that's got to be 40 or 50 of them, right? Is this to pick up the aerospace engineering team? This is just the beginning. With the arrival of the fleet of buses, the entire airport was once again busy. At some point, 4 or 5 ferries appeared in the direction of the airport's back entrance. On the other side, dozens of airport field officers were rushing towards the airport's emergency runway with batons in hand like mad. Not long after, all the field personnel stood on the runway in good order, and the distance between each person was not more or less just 20 meters apart. All the field personnel, straight and solemn, were waiting quietly for the special airplane of the space engineering team to land. Seeing this scene, everyone in the waiting hall breathed in sharply, their eyes staring deathly in the direction of the runway. At this moment, their complexion was tense like never before. The bus is moving. At that moment, a traveler shouted out, and all eyes looked in the direction of the back door of the airport, only to see the engines of the dozens of buses that had appeared earlier roaring as they rushed toward the airport runway at the same time. The headlights were bright and clear, illuminating the darkness of the night. Under the gaze of the crowd, a bus entered the runway one by one in order. In the waiting hall, all the travelers looked at the scene in front of them with shocked expressions of awe. The kind of image in front of them they hadn't even seen in the movies. All in anticipation of the coming swarm of airplanes. They were lucky to be able to witness such a shocking scene. Boom boom boom. A few minutes later, under the direction of the field officers, all the buses were parked in good order on the side of the run. Boom. Rumble. Just when everything was ready at the airport, a thunderous sound rang out above the sky, like 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts exploding in the depths of the sky. No, that's not thunder. It was the loud roar of an airplane engine. A loud roar spread through the airport, and the entire airport seemed to tremble at that moment. Everyone's breath caught. Swarm of airplanes, coming up. With a roar, a fighter jet swooped down from the sky and began to land. Then after that, the largest transportation plane in the Dragon Kingdom, the Transport 20, followed closely behind and landed smoothly on the airport runway. The hatch opened, only to see a silhouette of people in work uniforms walking down from the plane in a well-organized manner. On the back of their work uniforms, the words Manhwa Aerospace were printed. Many travelers cheered and boiled at the sight. Look, you guys, Dragon Kingdom spaceflight, it's them coming. Let them see that this is the mobilizing power of our Dragon Kingdom. It was worth the airplane delay to see this with my own eyes. Yes, the travelers had tears in their eyes and were overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, they cheered for the Dragon Kingdom and were proud of it. Many foreign travelers looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A blonde blue-eyed foreign woman took pictures while shouting, "Dragon! Bull!" directly pulling everyone's emotions full. Everyone in the waiting hall started shouting. On the other side, on the airport runway, after getting off the plane, the uniformed men ran in a neat and orderly sequence in the direction of the bus. The 5,000 or so uniformed personnel took but 10 seconds or so to form a neat square, like an army, and it was marvelous. In the waiting hall, the travelers who witnessed the scene in front of them were completely frozen. Is this Nima? You're sure it's not the army? This is too strong, right? Not bad for an aerospace engineer. Good people really are good at everything they do. I'm already hot. In the waiting hall, people looked at each other, all seeing the shocked look on each other's faces. Until then, they had never seen a team of engineers from any country that looked like an army, well-trained and organized. It really shook them up. This is the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the charm of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone who looked at these engineers couldn't help but show a look of longing. These engineers are the country's top talents in the field of aerospace and aviation. For the country, for the people quietly pay. It is because of their dedication that the aerospace industry is now thriving in the Dragon Kingdom. They, all of them, are heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the airport runway, once the team of engineers stood neatly in place, a person in charge stepped forward with a loudspeaker in his hand and a serious look on his face, and began to give further instructions. A group of engineering teams get on board and head for the Cthulhu experimental base. Head for it. Yes. Group 2 engineering team on board. Heading for the Cthulhu experimental base. Heading in. Yes. Engineer team 3 on board. Yes. At the word of command, the procession of more than 5,000 engineers began to walk into a bus in perfect order. Their steps were firm, their faces solemn. On the other side, the tower, the crew is working intensely. Report, Channel B6 has vacated its position. Alert the rear aircraft to land toward aisle B6. Report, a 3-channel fighter's complete mission. Requesting takeoff. Agreed. With the tower staff maneuvering in an orderly fashion, all planes are following the process for takeoff and landing. This scene left all the travelers in awe and admiration. Originally, they were also disgruntled or annoyed by airplane delays. But now, everyone feels that the airplane delay was incredibly lucky for them, because if it weren't for the airplane delay, they wouldn't have seen such a shocking scene. This time, the airfare was so worth it. While the crowd was watching the process of taking off and landing the plane in shock, a young girl in the corner of the hall was looking down at her cell phone. Suddenly, her eyes widened and a strong color of excitement appeared on her face. She jumped up all of a sudden, laughing as she hollered at the crowd. Academician Qin Yang, ahem, is coming to the airport. At those words, the crowd turned their heads to look at the young girl. Crap, are you serious? Academician Qin Yang is coming over? Great, I can see Academician Qin again. Is Academician Qin here? When can you come over? Hearing the word Qin Yang, everyone's expression turned excited. They looked around along the floor-to-ceiling windows, trying to find Qin Yang's figure. The young girl waved her cell phone and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, look at your cell phones." Search orphanage. Com released news revealing Academician Qin Yang's next itinerary. Academician Qin Yang will take a special airplane to the G82 National Highway to meet the arrival of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. At that time, Academician Qin Yang will pass through Liancheng International Airport. I can finally meet Academician Qin Yang in person. So excited. Unable to contain her excitement, the young girl bounced around the crowd. Search for orphanette? I'll go take a look. Will Academician Qin really come? The travelers looked perked up and rushed to open their phones in preparation for a search. Rumble. The crowd had just turned on their cell phones when they heard the roar of an engine in the distant sky. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, everyone rushed to open their cell phones, said the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the sky. Hearing the word Qin Yang, everyone's expression turned excited. They looked around along the floor-to-ceiling windows, trying to find Qin Yang's figure. The young girl waved her cell phone and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, look at your cell phones." The Search Orphan Network released news revealing Academician Qin Yang's next itinerary. Academician Qin Yang will take a special airplane to National Highway G82 to meet the arrival of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. At that time, Academician Qin Yang will pass through Liancheng International Airport. I can finally meet Academician Qin Yang in person. So excited. Unable to contain her excitement, the young girl bounced around the crowd. Search for orphanette? I'll go take a look. Will Academician Qin really come? The travelers looked perked up and rushed to open their phones in preparation for a search. Rumble. The crowd had just turned on their cell phones when they heard the roar of an engine in the distant sky. Brush, brush, brush. At this moment, everyone rushed to open their cell phones to look down the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the sky. The night was dark, but they could clearly see that the red and blue signal lights on the helicopter were blinking continuously, reflecting the faint outline of the helicopter. This helicopter is coming this way towards Liancheng International Airport. Dang, dang, dang. The moment they saw the helicopter, inside the waiting hall, all the travelers' hearts thumped and their bodies trembled. The helicopter is here. Is this Academician Qin Yang's special airplane? It must be Academician Qin. I'll be able to see him soon. Everyone stared unblinkingly in the direction of the helicopter with anticipation on their faces. At this moment, the crowd felt that the time was so long, and every second was torture. They couldn't wait to see Academician Qin's real face. Rumble. Finally, the helicopter broke through the darkness and appeared over the airport, swooping down towards the runway. In but a few breaths, the helicopter had landed on the airport runway at the forefront of the many buses. The engine roar faded and the propeller slowly stopped turning. It must be Academician Qin Yang. All the travelers stared at the helicopter's position with wide, unblinking eyes and tense minds. Runway. The helicopter hatch opened and a young man dressed in straight formal attire stepped down. After this, an old man in a Chinese mountain suit followed and slowly walked down. These two were none other than Qin Yang and Yuan Fanhua. Then, without pausing, the duo turned back toward the direction of the bus, and the moment they saw Qin Yang, the travelers in the waiting hall all boiled up. Ah, it's Academician Qin Yang. I've finally met a real person. A living, breathing real person. Friends, do you know how excited I am right now? This is the legendary Qin Guisher. Ooh, academician Sheen is so handsome. I want to marry him so much. Crap, it's really academician Sheen. It's exactly the same as in the video. Everyone took out their cell phones to take pictures, but because they were so excited, their hands holding the phones were shaking. The other side. On the runway, the head of the engineering team located at the front of the bus greeted Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua with an excited expression and shook hands with them. Commander-in-Chief Qin, I finally meet you. Central Region Chief Zhang Guangyao reporting to you. A total of 228 aerospace engineers have arrived in Liangqing City this time, and have been officially assembled. Please review by Commander-in-Chief Qin. Zhang Guangyao was rosy-cheeked and energetic. Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua looked at the scene in front of them with smiles of satisfaction. Nice. Qin Yang patted Zhang Guangyao's shoulder and said with a smile, everything is ready at the Tsangdao experimental base, and the assembled parts of the Dongfanghong 8 rocket will arrive soon. When the time comes, it's going to be hard work for everyone. No hard work, it's the right thing to do. Zhang Guangyao's voice was powerful and his gaze was firm. Zhang Guangyao's heart was very excited. The one standing in front of him at this moment was the youngest national scholar of the Dragon Kingdom, the backbone and pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. It was a matter of pride for them, the engineers, to be able to take on the task Qin Yang had given them. No matter how hard it was, they must follow the requirements and complete the mission successfully, so as to live up to the expectations of the Qin soldiers and the country. Zhang Guangyao looked radiant as he continued. Please ask Commander-in-Chief Qin to believe in us. We will definitely complete the mission beautifully. Of course I believe you guys. Qin Yang smiled broadly and said in a warm voice, you are all the country's top talents, and I and all the scientific researchers of the Tsang Dome experimental base believe in your abilities. We are very relieved that this task has been given to you. At those words, Zhang Guangyao's heart became even more excited. He had thought that Chief Commander Qin should be a serious scientist who didn't smile, but he hadn't expected that he would be so affable and not have a bit of a stance at all. Receiving the affirmation and praise from Qin's Commander-in-Chief, Zhang Guangyao's heart was like playing chicken blood, and he couldn't wait to lead the team of engineers behind him to start assembling the rocket now. Qin Yang looked up at the bus in front of him. There were dozens of large buses, and inside each bus sat the top aerospace industry talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Tonight, they came from the four corners of the Dragon Kingdom, converging towards the Great Northwest region, only to fulfill the mission entrusted to them by their motherland. With a team of more than 5,000 engineers working together, assembling the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle was not a difficult task at all. The assembly of the launch vehicle is the first step in the Stargazer Vine program. As for the foundation issue, it has also been properly addressed and is just waiting for the foundation to be completed. Every step, everything was in Qin Yang's plan and everything was in order. Qin Yang believed that when the day after tomorrow came, he would definitely display the space elevator in front of the world. 6 whole years, paid countless blood and tears, finally came to the day of harvest fruit. Even if Qin Yang was as calm as he could be, his heart violently trembled at this moment. Suddenly, Yuan Fanghua beside him looked happy and said excitedly, Qin Yang, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle arrived at Liangqing smoothly. Let's go. Let's hurry over and take a look. Finally, Qin Yang came back to his senses, and his face was also happy. The moment of real excitement has not really arrived yet, and the priority now is to tackle the task at hand. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Guangyao in front of him and said in a deep voice, Commander Zhang, the task of assembling the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle is in your hands. Time is running out. We should go. After saying that, Qin Yang joined Yuan Fanghua and took a step in the direction of the helicopter. Looking at Qin Yang's back, Zhang Guangyao waved his hand and shouted, Please don't worry about General Commander Qin. We promise to complete the mission. Before the helicopter, Qin Yang was just about to step inside the cabin when a heart-shaking excited shout suddenly rang in his ears. Qin Yang looked sideways towards a direction. That's the direction of the terminal. The airport travelers were all gathered in front of the landing window, shouting at him. They were excited, and many of them were taking pictures with their cell phones. Qin Yang couldn't see these passengers, but he could clearly feel the excitement of these travelers. Qin Yang knew that these travelers, like himself, were also waiting and expecting the moment when the space elevator would truly be born to arrive. Thus, Qin Yang raised his arm and waved it continuously in the direction of the waiting hall. Then, with a light smile, he stepped into the helicopter. In the waiting hall, seeing Qin Yang waving at them as well, all the travelers all boiled up. Some yelled with excitement, others hugged each other with excitement. Ah, Mr. Qin just greeted us. Mr. Qin, we look forward to the day after tomorrow. Mr. Qin Guosher, we always believe in your abilities. You can definitely do it. Mr. Qin, you are our light. I love you. Qin Guosher. A father held his child's hand and said excitedly to his child, Son, See this? This is Qin Guisher. And in the future, you, too, must become a great hero like Qin Guisher. Aha! The son nodded his head vigorously and said with a firm gaze, Dad, I will study hard and try to become a great scientist soon. Good job, son. Helicopter. Qin Yang smiled slightly as he listened to the wild cheers coming from the direction of the waiting hall. Then he put away his smile and ordered, take off. Rumble. With the pilot's skillful maneuvering, the roar sounded and the helicopter slowly took off, getting higher and higher from the ground. Soon the helicopter was far away from the airport and disappeared into the sky. On the runway, Zhang Guanyao's gaze grew firmer as he clenched his fists and shouted, Go! Same time, cool city policing within the summer. It was supposed to be quiet inside the sheriff's department at 10 in the morning. At the moment, though, the whole sheriff's summer was busy up and down. All of the sheriff's deputies looked solemn and heavily armed as they assembled toward the sheriff's department plaza. Oh twist! Oh twist! Oh twist! A police car with a flashing red and green light pulled up to the square, and the vigilantes boarded it in a neat and orderly fashion. Ready to go. In the hallway, a vacation just returned to the end of the vigilante pulled out a colleague. A face of confusion asked, I said Wang, what is going on in the middle of the night? This? What's the big deal? At this hour, with such a big show, is it hard to believe that there's some big murder case in the city? This colleague said with a nervous expression. It's the Dongfanghong 8. The Dongfanghong 8 carrier rocket has arrived in Liangchang, and the administrator has arranged for us to carry out the evacuation. Oriental Red 8? Eastern Red 8 has arrived? At those words, a look of surprise appeared on the vigilante's face. Before he came to the security summer, he had also read the news and heard that academician Qin Yang and the others were going to use the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle to launch the cable of the space elevator. It was unthinkable that he had only just returned to the security summer and the rocket had already arrived in Liangchang. Not long ago, he was worried about the implementation of the space elevator. Now it seemed that his fears were completely unwarranted. Li's color sharpened. He now believed that when the day after tomorrow came, academician Qin and the others would be able to show the world the complete space elevator. I said, what are you guys still doing here? What time is it? This is an important person explained by the higher-ups. Hurry up and get in the car and set off. A captain-ranked vigilante passed by and urged. Captain. The two of them, Little Li and Old Zhang, nodded their heads and rushed towards the police cars parked in the square. A few minutes later, the late-night streets resounded with the sound of police car sirens rising and falling. Dozens of police cars headed toward the destination point at breakneck speed. The crowd on the streets saw this scene and took shelter, looking shocked and talking. What's the situation? Why are there so many police cars out in the middle of the night? Holy shit! What's going on here? This is the first time I've ever seen so many police cars with my own eyes. The last time I saw this was 20 years ago. Another murder this? What kind of murder? Don't you all have access to the internet? Not long ago, China's largest carrier rocket Dongfanghong 8 has arrived in Liangchang. The vigilantes must have gone to work on the evacuation. Upon hearing these words, the nearby crowd widened their eyes and turned spirited. Crap, so fast. So fast to our Liangchang city? This is so efficient. Worthy of our Dragon Kingdom. What's the point of sleeping here? I'm going to watch the rocket. The other side. Driving in the forefront of the police car, Liangchang City Public Security Summer Director Qin Zhong is sitting with a serious face, holding his cell phone in his hand. Just a short time ago, was ready to sleep. Qin Zhong suddenly received an urgent message from their superiors. To their security summer, all personnel immediately rushed to the Liangchang City G82 highway intersection to carry out evacuation work. In another 15 minutes, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle will arrive without incident. This brings us to the present scene, where the entirety of their security summer staff is urgently mobilized to begin the escort mission for the Dongfanghong 8. Qin Zhong was aware that the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle was heading towards their city of Liang, but he hadn't expected that it would come so quickly. He still underestimated the efficiency of the top brass. Qin Zhong said in a deep voice into his cell phone, Xiao Su, arrived at the target. Right. Explain the current situation. Administrator. I was just about to report to you. On the other side of the phone, Ko's voice soon came. He said anxiously, here at the entrance to the national highway, many media reporters and people from the surrounding area have already gathered. Moreover, many more people are gathering this way. Administrator. I'm worried that this will affect the transportation of the rocket components. Inside the car, Administrator Qin's face turned more serious. He knew that these media reporters and the masses were looking forward to seeing the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle for the first time. How could he not be? However, escorting the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle safely to the Tsangdao experimental base is a top priority, and no one can interfere. Thus, Administrator Qin looked sharp and said in a forceful and deep voice, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle must arrive safely at the Tsangdao experimental base. and no one can affect the progress of the mission. Notify everyone to fully cooperate with the traffic controllers. Security must be in place. Yes, Administrator, I'll get right on it. After hanging up the phone, Administrator Chin took a deep breath before looking up at the vigilante in the driver's seat. Chang, how much longer will it take to get to the scene? Hearing Director Chin's words, the vigilante sitting in the driver's seat pursed his lips and said nervously, Director, it's still more than 10 minutes. It's a bit of a traffic jam. Gotta pick up the pace. Administrator Chin gave a cold shout and said solemnly, the mission is urgent. We can't waste all our time on the road. Turn on the sirens. You must arrive at the scene before the rocket gets off the highway. Understood, Administrator. Soon, all the police cars all sounded their sharp sirens and roared wildly towards the highway. Meanwhile, the G82 highway intersection. At this moment, thousands of people have already gathered here, holding up their cell phones and waiting excitedly for the appearance of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. The scene is noisy. Even if it is now 10 in the morning, the general public is still enthusiastic and excited. Naturally, the many media reporters would not miss such an important moment, and they arrived here even before the neighborhood crowd. A reporter from the Shenzhou News Network faced the camera and reported excitedly, Good evening, viewers, I'm Song Bingbing, a reporter from the Shenzhou News Network, and we've learned that at 2:59 Yenjing time, which means that in 2 minutes time, components 1 and 3 of the Dragon Kingdom's largest launch vehicle, the Dongfanghong 8, will successfully arrive at the G82 highway intersection where we are now. After that, they will be transported towards the Tsung Dome experimental base located deep in the desert. I believe you can see through the camera that a large number of people have gathered here, although it is already 10 minutes in the morning, but everyone is still in high spirits, just to witness the arrival of that exciting moment together. It's so hilarious. I already feel like there's nowhere to land. The rocket will be here soon. Until then, let's interview a random local resident to find out how they are feeling right now. This big brother. Hello, I'm a reporter from the Shenzhou News Network. I'd like to interview you. You must have also come here to see the Dongfanghong No. 8 launch vehicle with your own eyes. Can you describe your feelings at this moment to the camera? Only a middle-aged man with one eye pointed at the camera and growled spitefully. Nonsense, isn't watching the rocket to see you? Mood. I'm so fucking excited right now. I've been following the progress of this whole thing online. The Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle is going to take on the important task of launching the space elevator cables. And with its arrival, this means that the space elevator program is going to actually start to be executed. I was questioning the viability of the plan before, but I didn't realize the rockets were coming so fast. It's too fierce. This is the efficiency of the Dragon Kingdom. Academician Sheen is bullish. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Oh, we can see that this big brother is very emotional and excited. The reporter smiled and said, the atmosphere is really incomparably hot now. Everyone's mood at the moment is like that big brother's heart pounding just now. All looking forward to the arrival of the Dongfanghong No. 8 launch vehicle. Seemingly noticing something, this reporter from the Shenzhou News Network looked startled and suddenly ran in the direction of the toll station together with the staff. There's not much time left. Why isn't the station manager here yet? Inside the highway toll booth, staff were in a hurry. A staff member looked toward the intersection with a very hard look on his face. Station master, you must hurry. If you're late you'll be too late. He then looked up at the top of the toll booth and couldn't stop sighing. The other side, a white sedan was heading toward the toll booth. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The driver kept honking his horn to alert the surrounding crowd to avoid the situation. In the sedan, the middle-aged man in uniform yelled at the crowd. Get out of the way. Please get out of the way first. I'm the toll station manager and I'm in a hurry. Station master, look, it's the station master coming. In the toll booth, a few staff members perked up when they saw the station manager coming. Several people rushed out of the station and began evacuating the crowd. Eventually, the white sedan passed through layers of obstacles and finally stopped outside the toll booth. Station master, something big is going on. We learned that the carrying height of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle is 6.2 meters, which is the height of the trailer, which is already more than the height of our toll station. When the time comes, the rocket cannot get off the highway. What can we do? The station manager had just gotten off the bus, and several staff members quickly gathered around, looking very anxious. At those words, the station manager quickly looked to the top of the toll booth, his face serious and his brow furrowed. Not enough height to get the rocket over? The space elevator project, a national event. Therefore, it cannot be held up here in any way. He would be a great sinner if this affected the progress of the mission. What's the height difference? The station manager asked in a rush. Next to him, the toll collector hurriedly replied. The height of our toll booths is 4.5 meters, so there's still a full 2 meters of height left. and the rocket will be here soon. The toll collector was on the verge of tears in his haste. The Dongfang 8 launch vehicle is responsible for launching the cables for the space elevator, which means that without the rocket, the space elevator program would not have been possible. If they can't solve the problem at hand, that's delaying the country. Now that the eyes of the world are on it, the pressure on them is palpable. What's more, as a part of the Dragon Kingdom, they naturally hoped beyond hope that the space elevator project would succeed and make a splash in the world. In any case, the plan can't be held up here. 2 meters. The station master was speechless for a moment, his mind heavy. Time is running out. The Dongfang 8 launch vehicle will arrive soon, but the problem at hand, how in the world to solve? The Dongfang 8 launch vehicle is still in a hurry to get to the Tsangdong experimental base. The day after tomorrow is when the meetup will be held. The space elevator program is already very urgent. If we waste time here, affecting the space elevator program, resulting in the space elevator cannot be displayed in the meetup the day after tomorrow. He's done as a station manager. At this point, the nation's media is focused on the whole thing. By then, the whole world would know that it was because of him that the space elevator program was affected. He will be a sinner of the country, a sinner of the people. He will be reviled by the whole world. Such an outcome was not something he could bear in any case. Therefore, the issue at hand must be resolved. 2 meters. The station master was speechless for a moment, his mind heavy. Time is running out. The Dongfang 8 launch vehicle will arrive soon, but the problem at hand, how in the world to solve? The Dongfang 8 launch vehicle is still in a hurry to get to the Tsangdong experimental base. The day after tomorrow is when the meetup will be held. The space elevator program is already very urgent. If we waste time here, affecting the space elevator program, resulting in the space elevator cannot be displayed in the meetup the day after tomorrow. He's done as a station manager. At this point, the nation's media is focused on the whole thing. By then, the whole world would know that it was because of him that the space elevator program was affected. He will be a sinner of the country, a sinner of the people. He will be reviled by the whole world. Such an outcome was not something he could bear in any case. Therefore, the issue at hand must be resolved. The station master's fingers kept tapping his head as he forced himself to calm down so that he could have more sense to think things through. He understands that the more urgent the moment, the less blindly he can rush. Suddenly, the station manager raised his head violently. He looked at the staff in front of him, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Toll station demolished. Right now. The best solution is to dismantle the toll station." Ha! Tear down. Tear down? At that, several staff members looked at each other in disbelief. They thought they had heard wrong. Are all deaf? The station manager's eyes snapped and he chided. Now, the toll booth must be torn down. Fast. Tear down toll booths. The toll collector's expression trembled, and he hurriedly said, "Demolishing the toll station. This is not something we can decide, station master. It needs to be reported to the top in advance to be able to do so. We don't have the authority to do so, if it is forcibly dismantled." Speaking of this, the toll collector looked at the station manager, whose face was becoming more and more somber, and wanted to speak, not daring to continue. Forcing the removal of the toll booths would be a headache for all of them. But as the webmaster said, it's the only way. Without dismantling it, the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle will not be able to pass. If you can't get through, you won't be able to arrive at the Cthulhu experimental base at the scheduled time. The crowd was in a dilemma. The station master sighed and said leisurely, "If we don't dismantle it, is there any other good way? Time is running out. If we don't dismantle the toll station, how will the Dongfang 8 carrier rocket get through? I know what you're worried about. It's a small thing to affect our work, but national events must never be delayed. The rocket must be allowed to pass through here smoothly. The rockets are coming soon. Hurry up." All the employees of the toll station fell silent. There was a look of disbelief on their faces and their hearts trembled. It was like the first day they knew the station manager in front of them. Toll booths are a national public property. Can this be just dismantled? Tearing it down just like that? Can a little shrimp like them take the blame? That's something they don't even dare to think about. The staff looked at me. I looked at you. No one dared to move. What are you standing there for? Do it. The station manager's face was cold. His fists clenched. It would naturally be best if they could not tear it down. But right now, it was the only way. They had no choice. He said in a deep voice, "It will be too late if we don't dismantle it. I know that toll booths are national public property, but compared to a space elevator, what is a toll booth? We can't let the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle pass. This is going to delay national events. Who can afford that? When the time comes, you and I will both be sinners. Does the sinner understand? As long as the rocket makes it through and doesn't affect the progress of the space elevator program, what does it matter if a toll booth is torn down? The big deal is to rebuild it. But if it affects the national project, it's an irreparable loss. Tear it down. It must be torn down. The toll booth workers looked at each other with hard faces. They also knew that the space elevator program was naturally a more important big deal compared to a toll booth. The transportation of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle must not be delayed. As the webmaster said, it's the only way to go. So now it looks like they will have to remove the toll booths. There's less than 10 minutes left. Do it. The station master looked anxious and urged again. He'd never been more nervous than he was now, just wanting time to pass slower. Yes, station master. This time, the crew finally made up their minds and gritted their teeth and ran toward the toll booth. In order not to interfere with the space elevator program, they had no choice. Even if they are blamed from above, it is at least better than delaying the national project. The station manager likewise headed toward the toll booth, which they had to dismantle as soon as possible. A staff member retrieved some repair tools, wrenches, hammers and whatnot from the break room. But you can't dismantle a toll booth with these things. After all, the toll booth is not a gadget, but an elevated beam of 4.5 meters high, which is made of pure steel. Even if it's a professional, you can't do it without the right tools. While the staff were anxious and annoyed, the media reporters as well as the general public not far away also noticed their actions and revealed a look of suspicion. These toll booth workers seem to be tearing down toll booths? Hiss! They're out of their minds, aren't they? What's the point of tearing down toll booths? The crowd was whispering and pointing. Crap, these crews are crazy. Are they getting ready to dismantle the toll booths? I don't know. The rocket will be here soon. What the hell? At that moment, a lean little guy in a bodysuit suddenly had his eyes light up and raised his voice. Got it, I want to get it. Brush. As the lean little man's words fell, the crowd around him turned their heads to look at him with confusion. Tell me, young man, what do you know? What are they trying to do here? Under the attention of the crowd, the lean young man hurriedly replied. The reason why they want to dismantle the toll booth is because they want to let the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle pass through smoothly. This toll station, roughly speaking, is about 4 or 5 meters high. The Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle is the largest launch vehicle in the Dragon Kingdom so far. It is very high, plus the height of the trailer underneath. It must be more than the height of the toll booth. At that time cannot pass. That is not the end of the calf. After the lean little man finished speaking, everyone instantly understood. That's right, that rocket must be much higher than the toll booth. This rocket can be here soon. Just a few of them. How long will it take to dismantle it? Cut the crap. All hurry up and help out. All of you. Give us a hand. Yes, let's all go together. We can't just watch the fun. We can't delay the big event no matter what. The general public has risen to the occasion and is intent on helping. With so many of them around, are they afraid they can't tear down a toll booth? I have a power drill and a sledgehammer at my house. I'll get it now. Guys, wait for me. My old man and my uncle are welders. I'm calling them to come over. They've even torn down toll booths before. We have several excavators at our site just around the corner. The eyes of the crowd lit up when they heard the words excavator. Soon a large number of tools began to appear by the toll booths. The crowd worked together and began to dismantle the toll booth. The toll booth is huge, but in front of so many people, it becomes fragile. Within a few minutes, a good portion of it had been disassembled. Way to go, big guy. The crowd cheered each other on, intending to pull out this nail as soon as possible. The other side. Rumble. The helicopter flew smoothly over the dome of the sky at night. Inside the helicopter cabin, Xin Yang's gaze was ghostly, looking out the window at the dark night, not knowing what he was pondering. The tablet computer in front of him was still on, and at that moment, an online meeting was taking place on it regarding the sighting of the space elevator. Representatives of all countries are deliberating. At that moment, Yuan Fenghua's voice suddenly rang out. While looking at the map in his hand, he said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, regarding the location of the site for the space elevator, no man's land is the best choice. This is just the foundation. Secondly, the altitude must be high and the ultraviolet rays must be strong enough." After the representatives of the countries on the line listened carefully to Yuan Fenghua's words, the participant from Bucky's country asked with a curious look, "On the point of ultraviolet rays, I'm a bit puzzled. Wouldn't strong ultraviolet rays accelerate the rusting of metals? In that case, wouldn't it affect the cable structure of the space elevator?" Yuan Fenghua nodded and replied, "That's right, ultraviolet rays do accelerate the corrosion of metals. That's why we chose to use graphene superconducting material to make the cables, because it doesn't belong to metals. So naturally, there's no need to worry about corrosion. Moreover, at higher altitudes, the clouds are thinner, and the line of sight will be clearer, so it will be more convenient for us to observe the operation of the space elevator." So it is. After Yuan Fenghua explained, the representatives of the countries understood. The Bucky Nation personnel somewhat regretted asking the question they had just asked. This kind of obvious question was something that academician Qin and the others must have considered long ago. After the meeting ended, Qin Yang retrieved his thoughts and twisted his head to ask, Elder Yuan, what are all the pending site locations we currently have? Yuan Fanghua pointed to the map and said to Qin Yang, at present, there are 4 pending site locations, namely the uninhabited area near Mount Everest, the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily, the uninhabited area of Lop Nor and the vicinity of the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. None of it fits. Qin Yang looked at the map and said without hesitation. Yuan Fenghua's expression froze. Before Yuan Fenghua could speak, Qin Yang looked at the map on the computer and continued. Originally, the best location for the site of the space elevator was definitely the ecliptic. The ecliptic is synchronized with the orbit of outer space, in which case the problem of the Earth's rotation and spin can be solved. However, the location of the zodiac is not the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. This plan can only be cancelled. As for these 4 places you mentioned, Qin Yang's eyes were deep, and he leisurely said, the altitude of Mount Everest is too high, more than 8,000 meters, the environment is harsh, and transportation is too difficult. The altitude of the 2 uninhabited areas of Coco, Sicily and Lop Nor is not much of a problem, but the environment is not suitable for the construction of the space elevator base. As for the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, it's even less suitable. The altitude is too low and the traffic is heavy. Next to him, Yuan Fanghua nodded in understanding. After listening to Qin Yang's explanation, he agreed that these site locations were indeed not very suitable. Well, that's a tough one. The construction of a space elevator is imminent, but at this time even the location of the site has not yet been determined. Just as Yuan Fanghua was pondering, Qin Yang slowly said, actually, there is another place to consider. The Kunlun mountain range. Qin Yang twisted his head to look at Yuan Fanghua and continued. Although the Kunlun mountain range is not too high in altitude, it is sufficient to fulfill our requirements, and it is so sparsely populated that it is considered a no-man's land. It's just that if the Kunlun mountain range is designated as the location for the site, then the task will be much bigger by then. I see what you mean. Yuan Fenghua's eyes lit up and said with a smile, it's nothing more than the issue of road transportation. As long as we can determine the location of the site, all of this is fine. At this time, the correspondent in front twisted his head and reported excitedly, Commander Qin, the latest news is that the components of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle have successfully arrived at the G82 highway. Mouth. Finally? Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of both Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua. Yuan Fanghua hurriedly asked, what can our helicopters get over there? 6 minutes tops. Meanwhile, the G82 highway intersection. Rumble. The ground trembled, just as the crowd was working together to dismantle the toll booth. Not far away, a backhoe had rushed this way, and the crowd around them took shelter. Holy shit, there really is a fucking digger. Good job coming. Hurry up and get rid of the toll booths. They can't interfere with the rocket crossing. The surrounding crowd was shocked and excited at the sight. It's a lot better with the big guy. Crap, old Wang, are you serious? You really want to tear down the toll booth? I just thought you were joking? The master driver poked his head out of the car and looked confused. In front of the toll station, a middle-aged man in overalls saw the excavator came. Hurriedly and excitedly greeted, Song, don't fucking ink. Hurry to push down the steel frame of the toll station. The rocket will soon be here. Your kid is in the merit, no not? Hey. Well. Without further ado, the master driver directly maneuvered the excavator towards the toll booth. Brothers, the excavator is coming. Everyone get out of the way. Pay attention to avoid it. The middle-aged man named Lao Wang hurriedly greeted the crowd to avoid. If this big guy hurt people, that is not a joke. Bull, there really is a digger. Great. Hurry up. The rockets will be here soon. Brothers, make way. Make way. Boom. Bumper. Soon, the excavator appeared in front of the toll station. Without saying a word, a shovel was swung directly toward the toll station steel frame. Seeing the appearance of the excavator, the Oriental news reporter also got excited. He hurriedly reported up to the camera. It's really a mountain of doubt and a village in the dark. Now not only are the masses working together to dismantle the toll station, even the excavator has come, and there are only the last 3 minutes left until the arrival of the Dongfanghong 8 carrier rocket. But I believe that we can definitely dismantle the toll station successfully before the rocket arrives. Rumble. As he spoke, the roof of the toll booth suddenly shattered open, and a brain smashed into the ground. Everyone on, get the road cleared. Fast. Watch your head. Watch your head. Everyone must be safe. While the crowd was busy, at the same time, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a rumbling sound shook the 4 fields. The crowd all turned their heads to the east with shock on their faces, only to see a row of fighters whistling from the depths of the sky not far away. Wherever they passed, the clouds were stirred up, getting closer and closer to the crowd. It's a fighter jet. Geez, so many fighters. This is the fighter escorting the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. The rocket has arrived. Someone cried out in excitement, looking thrilled. So many fighters lined up and swooped down from the dome of the sky, an image that they had only seen in movies before. It's so shocking. Don't just stand there. Everyone, pick up the pace. The rockets will be here soon. The roof isn't even finished being removed yet. Quickly clear the road. Lao Song, move the excavator a little more to the left. The crowd was once again busy, and the people were soaked to the skin. With the arrival of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle imminent, they must remove the toll booths and clear the road as soon as possible. Looking at the busy people, the surrounding media reporters showed touched colors. There were even emotional journalists who were outright in tears. They felt the warmth and hospitality from the people of Liangchang. For the sake of the smooth progress of the national project, all the people are working together to fight. How can they, journalists, stand by and do nothing? So these journalists who were supposed to be on the air threw down their microphones to participate in the demolition of the toll booths. The camera boys were so hot and bothered that they would have liked to help, but they had to videotape the exciting scene in front of them and broadcast it live to a national audience. In the meantime, viewers across the country focus their eyes in front of the toll booth. They look at the TV, or their cell phones, and look so nervous that they can't wait to be a part of it. The home of a resident of a residential building. Good job, friends of Cool City. Everyone, work harder. The rocket will be here soon. An elderly woman sat in front of the television, her eyes unable to stop the tears. She believes that there is nothing that can't be done if the masses are united. In a KTV, everyone in the box was looking at their cell phones, clenching their fists and looking very nervous. The young people's faces flushed red as they roared excitedly. The people of Liangchang are bullish. I believe in you guys. You can do it. At the moment, the people of the country are eagerly waiting and cheering and rooting for the people of Liangchang, who are in the process of dismantling the toll booths. On the other side, over the G82 highway, at this time, the fighter groups were communicating with each other. This is Fighter 1. Latest news. The G82 highway toll booth in Redgate County ahead is limited to height reasons and cannot pass the rocket assembly. What the hell? Can't get through? No way. The rocket assembly is right behind us. What if we can't get through? Captain, request next orders. Confirm toll booths ahead as soon as possible. Before the captain could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the driver's words. One of the fighter pilots exclaimed, reporting to the captain, there's a special situation. The radar has disappeared, and there's a large number of vehicles and people gathered near the toll booth ahead. At that moment, all the fighter pilots noticed the scene shown on the radar. The crowd was dumbfounded. What was going on? So many people gathered at the highway intersection. Could it be that they all came to greet the rocket assembly when they learned that it was going to pass through here? A few seconds later, the captain's voice resumed. Fighters 4 and 5 accelerate and probe the situation with all their might. Understood. Rumble. In the sky, only 2 fighters were seen breaking away from the group, picking up speed and roaring in the direction of the toll booth. A few seconds later, Pilot 4's voice rang out from the contact. Report, Captain. There are thousands of people gathering near the toll booth. They are dismantling the toll booth. They must know that the height of the rocket assembly cannot pass through the toll booth, so they intend to just dismantle it. Remove the toll booths? On Fighter 1, the captain looked incredulous. From the G82 highway here is the fastest route to the dome's experimental base, and if they change routes because of the toll booth's height restrictions, the rocket component transportation will take much longer. When that happens, it will inevitably affect the space elevator program, but not anymore. The crowd is dismantling the toll booths to allow the rocket assembly to pass through. A look of excitement appeared on the captain's face. These crowds, what a treat! Thinking of this, the captain hurriedly ordered, the plan is proceeding as normal. Return to formation on 4 and 5. Aye, Captain. Meanwhile, a section of the G82 highway. Sirens are blaring and dozens of police cars are racing at full speed. Administrator Chin sat in the car, his expression tight, his heart very anxious. At the same time, he was puzzled. Earlier there were also vigilantes who reported to him that a large number of people were converging towards the highway intersection, but he hadn't seen a few private cars along the way either. Suddenly, the vigilante sitting in the co-pilot's seat's face changed, and he hurriedly turned his head to report. Administrator, the personnel ahead said that the height of the toll booth is not high enough, and that the rocket assembly will not be able to pass through the toll booth. Can't get through? At those words, Administrator Chin's face suddenly changed. Before, he hadn't thought about this problem, thinking only that the gathering of the masses would affect the transportation of the rocket components, but ignoring this fatal problem. That's a big deal. What if we get the rocket assembly stuck here for a delay? Administrator Chin looked anxious and urged in a deep voice. Speed up. We need to hurry to the scene. In the driver's seat, the sheriff's deputy slammed his foot on the gas and the car became faster. It wasn't long before a procession of police cars finally arrived at the location of the toll booth. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, Administrator Chin as well as all the vigilantes were confused. The crowd all stared in disbelief, thinking they had misread the situation. It was a cacophony of at least 1,000 people gathered in the dark next to the toll booth. And the toll booth in the center has turned ragged and been removed for a good portion of the day. The top of the toll booth had been thrown over the side of the road. Toll booth. This is. Sitting in the car. Administrator Chin pointed ahead and froze, unable to speak. The vigilante at the front quickly reacted, and he said in a rush, people are taking down the toll booths because they know the rocket assembly can't get through. Administrator Chin nodded, his taut face turning much calmer. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and at the same time, a sense of reverence rose in him as he faced the crowd not far away. Just now on the road, he was still agonizing over the issue of toll booths, but to his surprise, the masses had already had the foresight to start mobilizing to dismantle the toll booths. He certainly doesn't blame the crowd for removing the toll booths. The thing should be torn down. A toll booth is just a toll booth to be torn down as long as it allows the rocket assembly to pass through. Well done. Administrator Chin laughed out loud and was in a very happy mood. Now, there's no need to worry about toll booths anymore. How many minutes until the rocket assembly arrives? Administrator Chin asked. Less than 5 minutes. The sheriff replied. Come on, let's go over there together. Administrator Chin nodded, then led the vigilantes along in the direction of the toll booth. The other side. The arrival of a large number of police cars also instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Hiss, what's with all the police cars all at once? Even if we dismantle the toll station, we don't have to use so many police cars, right? Isn't the battle a bit too big? I'm afraid this is the entire summer of law and order, isn't it? What are you thinking? Surely the vigilantes aren't here to arrest us. As he spoke, Administrator Chin had already led the vigilantes to stand in front of the crowd. This space, in an instant, turned quiet. Many people were nervous and looked at Administrator Chin, who was standing in front of them. What if they're really here to arrest them? Administrator Chin looked at the crowd in front of him. The crowd's faces and bodies were dirty and very wretched at the moment, and there were even people who were accidentally injured. Watching all this, Administrator Chin was very touched in his heart. Fighting back the choking in his heart, he hastily asked, "Who's the toll booth manager?" In the crowd, the station manager nervously stepped out and said in a trembling voice, "I'm the station manager. May I ask, what's the matter?" "Well done." Administrator Chin smiled and walked up, tightly shaking the station chief's dirty hand and said excitedly, "You guys did a good job. If it weren't for your dismantling of the toll booth, the transportation of the rocket components would have been delayed. Comrades, beautifully done. Everyone, terrific. As the sheriff's commissioner of Liancheng City, allow me to honor you all." Administrator Chin's face was solemn as he raised his hand in salute. Snap! The vigilantes, behind them, applauded and looked excited. At the sight of this scene, the originally apprehensive crowd looked at each other and relaxed and smiled. Administrator Chin continued, "Everyone has worked hard. The components of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle will arrive soon, so leave the rest to us." As Administrator Chin's words fell, the vigilantes behind him sprang into action, and the surrounding crowd wasn't about to sit around and start cleaning up the wreckage of the toll booths piece by piece with the sheriff's deputies. Suddenly, above the dome of the sky, a violent rumbling sound came from the sky, causing everyone's heart and mind to tremble violently. The crowd lifted their heads and looked up to the sky in unison, only to see that in the already whitened sky, there were a dozen fighter jets flying towards the side, with a great momentum, and the violent roar of their engines was like a thunderous explosion. "It's fighter jets, a lot of fighters. Crap, so handsome." Around the toll booth, thousands of people were staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes and excited faces, their hearts stirring. Fighter jets, which are usually rare to see, were seen here by the dozen at once. These fighters, all of them, are here to escort the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. Now that the escort fighters are here, the rocket assembly. Brush. For just a moment, the crowd, the vigilantes, the media reporters, all craned their heads in the same direction. The crowd clenched their fists, their faces covered with anticipation and excitement. After waiting so long, is it finally coming? They're coming. Right at this moment, in the crowd, a skinny youth pointed at the intersection in front of him and shouted out excitedly, "Rumble! The eyes of the entire audience converged, only to see that at the intersection, the first thing that appeared was a military armored vehicle, roaring like a steel beast, followed by a second, third, and fourth. 8 military armored vehicles appeared in a row at the highway intersection. And behind these armored vehicles were large trucks that were larger than the armored vehicles, one after another, whizzing by. The moment these large trucks appeared, the ground trembled. And at this moment, the crowd could clearly feel the ground shaking. Where had the crowd ever seen such a big scene? For a moment, all were shocked, speechless, and froze in place. All personnel, retreat to the sides of the roadway at once. A sheriff's deputy shouted urgently with a loudspeaker. Meanwhile, dozens of vigilantes rushed out and began evacuating the crowd. It's dangerous here now. Everyone get out. The rocket components are coming over soon. Everyone must not interfere with the transportation of the rocket components. Back off. After being alerted by the sheriff, the crowd finally came back to their senses and rushed towards both sides of the road. Although they looked anxious, they did not push and shove each other, but evacuated this side of the toll booth in a very orderly manner. Once the crowd was evacuated, the vigilantes followed suit and quickly set up a cordon along the roadside. Rumble. At that moment, there was another loud engine roar, and it was accompanied by the sound of rotating propellers. However, this time the sound came from behind the toll booth. The crowd looked on. With all eyes on them, they saw a helicopter appear in mid-air, heading this way towards the toll booth. Helicopter? Everyone was confused. What's the situation? What's with the helicopter? No way. Who's flying the helicopter and why is it still parked in the middle of the road? The convoy carrying the rocket components is coming over soon. Seeing that the helicopter was actually parked in the middle of the road, everyone's face changed and they were shocked. On the side of the road, the reporter of the Boom News Network looked at the helicopter in front of him. As if he rang something, he quickly raised his voice and said, "This seems to be the arrival of Qin Yang. Qin Guisher." Hearing this reporter's words, the room instantly boiled over. The man in the helicopter. Was he really Qin Guisher? The Qin caterer is here? Great. I can finally see the true face of the Qin caterer. So it's Qin Guisher coming. I said, which guy is so arrogant that he dares to stop in the middle of the road? Hearing that it was Qin Yang, the crowd suddenly became excited, waving towards the helicopter and shouting the words Qin Guisher. After the helicopter stopped, the two of them, Qin Yang and Yuan Manhwa, walked out of the helicopter. Quickly look, it's really the Qin scholar coming. Next to that's academician Yuan, right? Gosh, these two big shots came together. Academician Qin, academician Yuan, how are you? I welcome you on behalf of Liangqing City. Seeing Qin Yang appear, all the crowd cheered and were excited. On the other side, Administrator Qin's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yang walking down from the helicopter, and his face became solemn. He stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hello General Commander Qin. I'm Qin Zhong, the summer director of Liangqing Public Security, and I've been ordered to carry out the escort of the Dongfang Hong No. 8 launch vehicle. So please instruct General Commander Qin." Qin Yang twisted his head to look at the demolished toll booth, then looked at Administrator Qin in front of him and said with a smile, "Administrator Qin, well done." Earlier in the helicopter, he'd thought about the toll booths, but now it seemed that his worries had been a bit redundant. Who knows? Administrator Qin but shook his head. A face of excitement said, "Qin General Director, you misunderstood. This toll station is the scene of the masses of the people of the big guys together to demolish. When we came, the demolition work had already ended." Oh, upon hearing this, the two of them, Qin Yang and Yuan Manhwa, looked at the masses on both sides of the road and smiled gently, their hearts very touched. The crowd is also doing what they can for the transportation of the rocket components. They, all of them, are the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to the shouts of the crowd coming from the surrounding area, Qin Yang and Yuan Manhwa exchanged glances before the two of them waved their hands and smiled as they greeted the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, a military armored vehicle appeared on this side of the toll booth. On the body of the armored car was written the word Northwest. It was an armored car from the Northwest region. The crowd cheered again and roared with excitement at the sight of the armored vehicles. After the armored car stopped, a middle-aged man in military attire walked down from the car. The middle-aged man stepped towards Qin Yang. His body tensed up and saluted, then respectfully said, "General Commander Qin, Southwest Region Chief Yun Shan, by order of the higher-ups to transport the components of the Dongfang Hong 8 rocket, please instruct General Commander Qin. Tough ride." Qin Yang looked at Yun Shan in front of him, then at Administrator Qin, and said in a deep voice, "The engineers are all in place. Everything is ready, just waiting for the rocket components. District Chief Yun, Administrator Qin, next, I'll ask you to transport the rocket components to the Tsong Dome experimental base as soon as possible." District Governor Yun and Administrator Qin looked solemn as they hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief Qin, we promise to complete the mission. Hard work." Qin Yang nodded and boarded the helicopter with Yuan Fanghua amidst the cheers of the crowd. Administrator Qin ordered. All the security officers of Liangcheng Security Summer listened to the order to start the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle escort mission. Action! Administrator Qin ordered. All the security officers of Liangcheng Security Summer listened to the order to start the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle escort mission. Action! Yes! Dozens of vigilantes have boarded police cars and started moving. In a short time, the police car fleet spread out to the front and back of the Dongfang Hong 8 rocket delivery team and began to perform escort duties. Rumble! Rumble! The procession of armored vehicles passed majestically in front of the crowd and headed toward the front. Behind them, large heavy trucks loaded with rocket assemblies followed, passing through the toll booths and appearing in front of the crowd. The rocket assembly was 8 or 9 meters tall and domineering, and everyone's gazes converged on the rocket assembly in front of them with shocked expressions. Not bad for a component of the Dragon's largest carrier rocket, the Dongfang Hong 8. It's too big, isn't it? There were smiles on the faces of the people present and the toll booth employees. It's a good thing they removed the toll booths, or else a big thing like that wouldn't have gotten through. All the hard work just now was not in vain. The reporter from Chuanshu Observatory, with red eyes, said quite emotionally to the camera in front of him. I believe that the viewers in front of the screen at this moment have already seen that the components of the Dongfang Hong No. 8, the largest carrier rocket of our Dragon Kingdom, have successfully passed through the toll station area, and we would like to thank the people at the scene, precisely because of their all-out efforts. They have finally rushed to the successful dismantling of the rocket components before the arrival of the toll booth, which allowed the rocket component to pass through smoothly. Unity is strength. This is the cohesion that belongs to our dragon nation. The darkness faded, the night passed quietly, and the sky turned fish-belly white. Deep in the northwest, inside the Cthulhu's experimental base, the helicopter landed smoothly in the base, and Qin Yang and Yuan Fanhua couldn't wait to step out of the helicopter. The staff at the base has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua appear, the staff hurriedly walked over and said respectfully, Commander-in-Chief Qin, Academician Yuan. Qin Yang nodded at the staff before turning his head to look a few meters away. Just over there, hundreds of aerospace engineers stood in neat and orderly fashion, wearing neat blue uniforms. Behind hundreds of aerospace engineers are parked several large heavy trucks transporting rocket components. Looking at the hundreds of aerospace engineers in front of him as well as the overbearing and imposing Dongfang Hong 8, Qin Yang's mood also turned agitated. Miracles, step by step, are being born, and they are getting closer and closer to their goal. Commander Qin. Seeing Qin Yang appear, hundreds of aerospace engineers roared in unison in the open space, looking at Qin Yang with infinite reverence. Next, they would be led by the young scientist in front of them to create a miracle that belonged to the people of the Dragon Nation. Just thinking about it made their hearts and minds boil. At the front of the group, Zhang Guanyu and a few space scientists hurried over. Zhang Guanyu said in a deep voice, reporting to Commander-in-Chief Qin, the rocket components have arrived without incident. Please instruct. All of you have worked hard. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction, then asked with a smile, Commander Zhang, everyone is new to the base. How well are they all familiarizing themselves with the environment of the base? Zhang Guanyu turned his head to look at the several aerospace scientists beside him, and hurriedly said, Professor Mo and the others have already taken us all to familiarize ourselves with. The formation of the Dongfang Hong No. 8 launch vehicle can start at any time. Upon hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of both Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua. Nice. Qin Yang's expression sharpened and he said in a deep voice, in that case, I announce that the formation of the Dongfang Hong No. 8 launch vehicle has officially begun. For the next period of time, everyone will have to suffer. As Qin Yang's words fell, the faces of everyone present carried a strong look of excitement. It's finally about to start. Hundreds of aerospace engineers subconsciously clenched their fists. The formation of the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle, which is not only a difficult task for them, but also an infinite honor. It's their pride in being an aerospace engineer. Zhang Guanyu's face was solemn as he saluted towards Qin Yang, his voice resounding. Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief Qin, we promise to complete the mission beautifully in the shortest possible time. Please rest assured, Commander Qin. Hundreds of aerospace engineers were red in the face, and their roars were astonishing, spreading in all directions, manifesting their confidence and conviction. Then, under the leadership of Chief Leader Zhang Guanyu, all the engineers started to move. The task of forming the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle will finally begin. Qin Yang, it's finally come this far. Next to him, Yuan Fanghua said rather emotionally. His eyes had turned moist at some point, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Qin Yang patted Yuan Fanghua's shoulder and said with a smile, yes, Elder Yuan, we've finally come this far. Dad, It was at this moment that a clear yet tender child's voice rang in Qin Yang's ears, causing his eyes to light up violently in surprise. Qin Yang had just turned his head when he saw that the little girl Dodo had already pounced towards him. Not far away, Lin Xingran was also smiling as she slowly walked towards this side. Beans! Qin Yang laughed out loud and hugged Dodo tightly. Smelling the milky scent coming from the little girl, Qin Yang felt his body. Finally, relax. Has Bean been a good boy with his mommy? Dodo is very good. It's just that Dodo misses Daddy so much, Bean said crisply with red eyes. Daddy misses Bean too. As she spoke, Lin Xingran also walked to Qin Yang. Then, she gently hugged him. It must be exhausting. Lin Xingran had a heartbroken look on her face and a gentle voice. Qin Yang swept Lin Xingran into his arms and said softly, "It's true that I'm tired, but seeing you guys, I don't feel tired at all." Dodo probed in Qin Yang's arms towards the rocket component in front of him and said happily, "Is this the big rocket that Daddy said? Dad, you said you would take Dodo to space." "No lying, oh." Qin Yang laughed loudly. "Of course, when has Dad ever lied to you?" Next to her, Yuan Manhwa flicked Dodo's nose and said dotingly, "Dodo, Grandpa Yuan can testify for you. Your father, he will definitely do it." "Thank you, Grandpa Yuan. Daddy, I love you." Dodo's little face was flushed and her little fists waved excitedly. At this time, Yuan Manhwa's face turned serious again and said to Qin Yang in a deep voice, "Qin Yang, next, we have to continue discussing the issue of choosing a site for the space elevator." Qin Yang rubbed Dodo's head and said in a low voice, "Dodo, Daddy still has things to talk to Grandpa Yuan about, so let Mommy take you back first. Daddy, will you see you soon, okay?" Hearing Qin Yang say that he was going to leave again, Dodo's face instantly darkened, skimming her mouth and not saying a word as teardrops appeared in her eyes. Seeing Dodo's appearance, Qin Yang hurriedly comforted, "Don't worry, Dodo. When Daddy finishes his work, he will hurry to see you and Mommy, okay? Daddy promises you. Then, Daddy will have to come to us soon. Daddy promises." Qin Yang looked at Lin Xingran again, and Lin Xingran's beautiful eyes were slightly red, but she still smiled and said, "Be careful." "Well, I will." Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Next, Lin Xingran carried Dodo back the same way, while Qin Yang also returned to the conference room with Yuan Manhwa. Qin Yang stood in front of the conference room's floor-to-ceiling window, from which he could just see the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle outside. At the moment, aerospace engineers are working furiously to assemble the rocket. Yuan Manhwa examined the map in his hand and shook his head. Then he looked at Qin Yang and said in a deep voice, "Qin Yang, have you decided yet that we will build the space elevator in the Kunlun Mountains?" "No." Yuan Manhwa was interrupted by Qin Yang before he could finish his sentence. Qin Yang twisted his head and said leisurely, "I decided to set the site in the Coco Sicily no man's land." Qin Yang's voice was decisive and his attitude was firm. "What's going on?" Yuan Manhwa's head was full of question marks and said with a shocked face, "Coco Sicily no man's land? Just now on the road. Qin Yang also said that Coco Sicily no man's land is not suitable to come, and said that it should be set in the Kunlun mountain range. How can you come back here and change your mind?" Qin Yang waved his hand, signaling Yuan Manhwa to sit down. Then, Qin Yang walked over and sat down opposite Yuan Manhwa. Before he said with an explanation, "When you asked me just now in the helicopter, I did want to set it in the Kunlun mountain range, which is off the beaten track, at a high elevation, and with a wide field of view. It's the perfect location. It's just that the Kunlun mountain range has complicated terrain and year-round snow, so transportation is a big problem." Yuan Manhwa nodded and waited for Qin Yang to continue. After a pause, Qin Yang pointed his finger to the map and continued, "After careful consideration, I finally decided to locate the site in the Qiangtong no man's land in Kokosili. For one thing, the high altitude there will make it easier for us to make observations, and for another, the Qiangtong no man's land has a gentle terrain, and transportation is also more convenient. So it is." Yuan Manhwa frowned slightly, thinking carefully. Between the two, this is indeed a much better fit. No man's land and high altitude. Kokosilia Qiangtong no man's land does fulfill these two conditions at the same time. But if an engineering base is built, it is not known whether the geological structure there is suitable. Next to him, Qin Yang's voice sounded once again. "Now, teams of engineers from all over the country are converging here, and today they will be able to assemble the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle. And the next step is the issue of the foundation, which is likewise a top priority, and we must hurry to build it. The distance between the Kokonushan uninhabited area and Liancheng isn't too far, and there's no need to worry about transportation issues by locating the site here. In that case, everything will be done as you say." After a slight thought, Yuan Manhwa nodded in agreement. For the time being, the uninhabited area of Kokosia is indeed the best option. They were now pressed for time and had to act fast. Yuan Fanghua stood up and said with a sharp expression, "It's not too late. I'll go contact the Desan Empire in Batin right now. Now that the site location has been finalized, construction must begin in a hurry. Genji, Xin, has suffered." Qin Yang's face was weak and his voice became light as he spoke. Looking at Qin Yang, who was full of fatigue, Yuan Fanghua said heartily, "Qin Yang, hurry up and go and rest for a while. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to cope. The guts on you are not light." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't have a problem, and if Bagua and the others have any, don't you worry, I've got everything. Hurry up and get some sleep." Yuan Fanghua boarded up his face. Then, he patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Right now, your most important task is to go lie down and sleep." Then listen to the genin." Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Then he stifled a yawn, his drowsiness catching at the word sleep. "Really need to get some rest, it seems. I'm going to take a nap then." Qin Yan looked at Yuan Fanghua and said, "You'll call me in half an hour, and then we'll go to Kokozili and confer with the teams from both of their countries to exchange opinions with each other." Good. Only then did Qin Yang put his heart down and left the conference room to rest. Yuan Fanghua, on the other hand, twisted his head to look at the engineers who were nervously working outside the window, exhaled softly, and sat down on his butt. The matter of assembling the rockets is now a no-brainer. Now, it's just a matter of hurrying to get the foundations built. In the meantime, the Qiangtong No Man's Land in Kokozili. No Man's Land is called No Man's Land because it is inhospitable to humans. As far as the eye could see, the yellow sands were in a desolate and lonely state. The barren plains are also a head-turning sight with many skeletons baking in the sun. The sun was scorching the earth. But at the moment, in this no man's land, there was a large heavy truck driving in, rolling up dust and smoke. On top of the heavy trucks were towed infrastructure machines such as drilling rigs, excavators, and bulldozers. Rumble, rumble. In mid-air, a helicopter is carrying containerized houses ready to land. This no man's land turned lively. Hundreds of architects stepped out of their cars and stood in neat rows. These architects, all from Baal and the D3RD Empire, came to build the foundations of the space elevator. The two countries moved quickly, and as soon as the site location was finalized, they quickly assembled their construction teams and took their men and equipment into the middle of this desolate no man's land. A few minutes later, Arkaman, the chief engineering officer of the Desan Empire, took a loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone listen to the order. We are running out of time. We must finish unloading the equipment and setting up the base within an hour." Understood. All the architects are getting into the swing of things. It's desolate. Aquaman couldn't help but sigh as he looked out over the lonely no man's land. He then looked at the assistant next to him and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Sheen is coming soon, isn't he?" The aide said in a rush, "Be there in 10 minutes. Get a grip." Aquaman's expression sharpened and he raised his voice. "Notify the geological exploration team to find a suitable construction location as soon as possible." Yes. Time passes by. The base was finally erected thanks to the efforts of hundreds of engineers. Aquaman's expression sharpened and he raised his voice. "Notify the geological exploration team to find a suitable construction location as soon as possible." Yes. Time passes by. The base was finally erected thanks to the efforts of hundreds of engineers. Seeing the engineering base in front of him, Ackerman felt that there was more of a human face here. Suddenly, Aquaman looked up in the direction of the highway and raised an eyebrow. In the distance, many more unfamiliar vehicles could be seen on the highway. At this time, the assistant ran over, gasping for breath and said in a deep voice, "It is a reporter. There are a lot of reporters coming." Another reporter. Aquaman's brow furrowed. "I have to say, these reporters are really pervasive, and they were able to chase them here. The construction of the foundation of the space elevator is a hidden plan, which if this group of journalists report it out, I do not know how many people will come here to watch. When the time comes, it will definitely affect the foundation construction. So," Aquaman said in a hurry, "stop them." At the moment, the highway. Reporters from major national news media, such as Global, Boom News, and Kyushu News, have flocked here in the uninhabited area of Kokozili. Reporters rushed in the direction of the base with gusto. The space elevator program is now a hot topic all over the internet, and any topic about space elevators is bound to trigger traffic. What's more, the foundation of the space elevator will be built here in front of us, which is bound to attract a lot of eyeballs if it is reported. Soon, the group of reporters had arrived at the entrance of the base and reported gleefully to the camera. "Friends of the audience in front of the screen, hello, I am the reporter Xiao Su of the Kyushu News Network. Through the lens you can clearly see. Now Xiao Su it is has come to the Space Elevator Foundation construction base located in the uninhabited area of the Coconut Sicily, and now the construction team has already begun the construction. and they are going to be in 2 days will be the foundation of the space elevator to build out. So let's wait and see. Hello viewers, this is Time Training News Network reporter Abba. Now we can see that the building construction team has been fully in place. The base has been erected. The foundation construction is in full swing. The miracle will be born from here. The audience in front of the screen don't go away. I'll be reporting the whole story for you. Hello viewers, this is Solo News. Come. Hello viewers. The entrance to the base was as lively as a food market. Media reporters have been reporting into their cameras in a feverish manner. Cacao Sicily no man's land has always been deserted, or the first time there is such a lively and noisy scene. On the other hand, an area in the Chianton no man's land in Cococali, Coco Sicily is one of the largest uninhabited areas in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Forbidden Zone, a place of 10 deaths. At this time, there is an exploration team deep in the no man's land, carrying out geological exploration work. At the front of the line, a middle-aged man from the German Third Empire was checking the data on his computer. In front of him, the geological exploration machine was running. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Unbelievable that this place was chosen as the foundation building site." At that moment, the Baathist researcher came over and asked nervously, "Mr. Hun, what are the results?" This time, the two of them jointly led the geological exploration work. Upon hearing this, Hanyan shook his head and said with an unsightly expression, "It still doesn't work. This is already the 5th time we've conducted a survey, but the results still show that the sandstone structure is dominant. Such a geological structure is not suitable for foundation construction at all, or not." The Baathist researchers were in a terrible mood, and anticipation turned to helplessness. For a space elevator to work properly, the foundation is the most important thing. Therefore, the site chosen for the construction of the foundation should not be sloppy in any way. But they had been exploring for so long, and the geology of the place was not suitable for building foundations at all. The PA researcher sighed. "Now, Mr. Sheen has already confirmed that he wants to build the foundation in this uninhabited area, and if he were to change the location again at this time, it would definitely affect the advancement of the space elevator project." At this moment, the faces of the people in the exploration team were ugly. It's a big dilemma in front of them now. What else is there to do? At the forefront of the group, Hanyan looked at the geological exploration instruments in front of him and was guilty of worrying. After a few minutes, Hanyan turned his head to look at the Baathist researchers and asked, "How is it going on academician Sheen's side?" The Baathist researcher said, "The rocket components have arrived at the Tsung Dome experimental base, and academician Sheen has ordered the engineering team to begin assembly, which should be completed today." "That fast?" Han's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Dragon Kingdom is a little too efficient. Rocket assembly has begun. So much so that the next step is to wait for a good foundation to be built here. It seems that they have to hurry before they can do so." The scientific researcher looked at the desolate no man's land and said, "Mr. Sheen and the others will be coming over soon." Hanyan looked at the Baathist researchers and said in a deep voice, "The foundation problem cannot be delayed. Let's go back and report the problem to Mr. Ackerman first. We must formulate a solution in a hurry. Time is running out." "Good." The Baathist researchers closed their computers and began to pack up. On the internet, originally everyone was still abuzz over the arrival of the Dongfang 8 rocket components in Lianqing City. People rejoiced and marveled at the efficiency at the top. As a result, it did not take long for the network to explode again when the media released the news of the construction of the space elevator foundation. The #1 hot search on all major platforms would have been the arrival of the rocket assembly in Lianchang. Now, it's all turned into a space elevator foundation building related topic that continues to heat up. During this time, only 2 or 3 hours had passed. Netizens have been discussing it on the internet. Some are excited. Others are worried and questioning. What's the situation? There's only 2 days left. Can we fix the foundation in such a short time? It's really not that I'm singing my own praises. I certainly hope that all goes well with the plan. But the foundation is the most important thing. How can it take 7 or 8 days to build it? It's screwed up. Tomorrow's meet and greet looks like it's going to be screwed up. No. Can the ones upstairs have some confidence in academician Sheen and the others? You guys said the same thing about assembling the rockets before. And now, the rockets are already being assembled. That's right. I'm sure everything is in academician Sheen's plan. He definitely won't let us down. Right. Everyone should have faith in our country. Have faith in academician Sheen. A miracle can definitely be born. Although many netizens are in a believing mood, the vast majority of them are not optimistic. How is it possible to build out the foundation in such a short period of time? Pretty country. In the conference room, the chief first stood on the stage and couldn't help but smile as he listened to the secretary's report. They're really arrogant enough to want to build the foundations of the Space Foundation in less than 2 days? This is delusional. Some words can't be said too fully. That Qin Yang obviously doesn't understand this. It's also true that at such a young age, it's hard to avoid arrogance when one's ambitions are full. In the conference room, more than a dozen titans in the field of scientific research all laughed lightly, with a mocking look on their faces. At that moment, the chief first looked up at a thin man on the left side of the conference table and asked in a raised voice, "Bordeaux, this is your area of expertise. Tell us what you think." Bordeaux nodded, stood up and said with a smile, "As Mr. said, it is impossible for them to build the foundation successfully. In fact, the result was already doomed when they set the site location in the Coconutian no man's land. The geology of this uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily is mainly composed of loose sedimentary rocks, and this geological structure is completely unsuitable for the cultivation of foundations, and wanting to undertake a space elevator is even more of a fool's errand. Taking a step back, even if they have chosen the right place for the site, the foundation for building a space elevator has very strict quality requirements, and in less than 2 days, even if they build the foundation, the cement will not be able to solidify to the required degree at all." When Bordeaux finished, the scientific gurus around him nodded in agreement. Bordeaux had a point. It was impossible for the other side to complete this massive project in 2 days, by any stretch of the imagination. Good point. Receiving Bordeaux's affirmation, the chief first's mood turned more pleasant. He looked at the crowd and said with an agitated expression, "That Qin Yang is still too confident in himself. The foundation cannot be constructed. When the time comes, I'd like to see how he's going to explain himself to the whole world." Ha! Next to him, Director Shiman looked sharp and quickly said, "Sir, then isn't this an opportunity for us? We need space elevator technology, so we'll go help them with the requirement of obtaining space elevator technology." Upon hearing this, the chief first waved his hand and said in a faint voice, "Shiman, be calm. The more this time we are, the less we can rush. Isn't there an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom? It's called one careless move, the whole game is lost. The foundation can't be built successfully on time. I'd like to see how they'll cope with it. When they are at the end of their rope and have no way back, that's when they will beg us. Besides, we still have the satellite evasion system as leverage, so it's not hard to get space elevator technology." Director Shiman said no more, but his brows were slightly furrowed, and there was always a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. What if they do build the foundation? Coco, Sicily, Cheongtong no man's land, inside the engineering base of the Stargazer Vine program. Ackerman sat in front of his computer looking at a map of the Coconutian no man's land, his fingers slowly tapping on the desktop. Everything is now ready for the return of the geological exploration team. Once the location is finalized, it's time to start building the foundation. This time, in order to build the foundation, their two countries had sent hundreds of architects, and it was not a difficult task to build the foundation successfully. Aquaman predicted that the foundation would be built by early tomorrow morning at the most. Aquaman was relaxed and cozy, as if he had seen the foundations being built. At that moment, the assistant rushed over and said with an eager expression, "Mr. Aquaman, the geological exploration team has returned." "Brush, Mr. Aquaman surged to his feet and said in a deep voice, "Call it down and call a construction meeting immediately." 5 minutes later, in the temporary conference room at the base, once everyone had arrived, Aquaman's eyes rested on Han, the leader of the exploration team. "Han, give everyone the results of the probe." At the conference table, Han and all the members of the exploration squad were not looking very good. Hong Yan stood up and reported, "The exploration results show that the geology of the Cocosily no man's land consists mainly of sedimentary rocks, and I'm sure everyone here is well aware of what that means." At those words, everyone's faces stiffened violently. As bigwigs in the construction field, they naturally know very well that sedimentary rocks are loosely constructed and are not at all suitable for constructing buildings. Surprisingly, it's sedimentary rock. Then this uninhabited area isn't suitable for building foundations at all. Right now construction is about to start and the geology turns out to be unsuitable. So how can this be fixed? We have less than 2 days. If we change regions now, this is too late. In the temporary conference room, everyone's face turned very ugly and anxious. At the head of the table, Aquaman's brow was also furrowed and his fists clenched. There are problems with the geologic structure, and that's definitely not something that can be built. It's just that if we shift our position now, everything will have to start all over again, which will inevitably cause delays in the project. Completion in the wee hours of tomorrow morning would be a fool's errand. A bigwig in the construction field looked at Aquaman and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Aquaman, I'm afraid we'll have to shift our position now." The others nodded, looking helpless. They knew what the consequences of this would be, but they couldn't just stand here in a stalemate, could they? No, Aquaman shook his head and said firmly, "It must not be shifted. We have a limited amount of time. And if we shift our position, the base will not be built successfully within the allotted time." The crowd looked at each other and shook their heads. "But the geology here doesn't allow for construction. So there's no point in us continuing to spend time here. Base construction is a top priority. Absolutely sloppy. We must first ensure the safety of the base." How could this happen? The base was built and turned out to be geologically substandard? Ugh. Aquaman fell silent, caught in a dilemma as to what to do. At the same time, at the entrance to the base, reporters from major media outlets were pointing their cameras at the situation. "Hello viewers, this is Solon News Network reporter Xiao Song. We learned that the team responsible for geological exploration has returned to the base. I believe they have identified the construction site. The construction team will soon be able to start." This is? At this time, the entrance to the base suddenly turned noisy. A roar of propellers came from the area, and everyone's eyes looked towards the sky with an excited expression, only to see a helicopter flying over the dome of the sky in the direction of the base. The helicopter was getting closer and closer to the media reporters, and the crowd could clearly see the 4 big words Manhwa Aerospace labeled on the helicopter. Is this academician Sheen coming? It should be. I remember that this is the same kind of helicopter that academician Sheen took when he went to the G82 highway earlier. Quick, point the camera at the helicopter. The crowd was thrilled with excitement on their faces. Rumble. A few minutes later, the helicopter had arrived over the base and was preparing to land. Meanwhile, just as the atmosphere in the conference room stiffened, an architect outside the door rushed in a flurry. "Mr. Aquaman." As soon as the architect came in, he hurriedly shouted at Aquaman, "Mr. Aquaman, Mr. Sheen has arrived. Brush, brush, brush." Upon hearing the words Mr. Sheen, everyone in the room stood up violently, their complexion trembling. "Mr. Sheen, you said Mr. Sheen is here?" Aquaman's originally tense demeanor turned agitated. Currently, the problem of geological structure in the uninhabited area of Cocosoli is making them difficult, and now that Mr. Sheen has arrived, he may be able to give a good solution. What are you all waiting for? Go greet Mr. Sheen. Aquaman left the conference room in a flurry of excitement, and the other project leaders also moved to hurry towards the outside when they saw this. The helicopter was already surrounded by dozens of reporters when Aquaman and the others winded up at the entrance to the base. The cabin door opened and the duo of Qin Yang and Yuan Fanhua walked down from the airplane one after another. The surrounding media reporters looked excited and hurriedly took out their cameras to click pictures. With the entire audience watching, the duo of Qin Yang and Yuan Fanhua walked towards the base. Seeing Qin Yang appear, Aquaman's expression was fiery and he hurriedly brought a large group of people to welcome him. "It's really Mr. Sheen who has arrived. This is wonderful. Mr. Sheen has come just in time." The crowd's eyes brightened. Seeing Qin Yang was like seeing a savior. "Mr. Sheen, it's been a hard journey. A hard journey. We can finally expect you here." Aquaman came forward and excitedly shook Qin Yang's hand, almost wiping tears from his eyes. Qin Yang smiled and said, "You guys are the ones who are working the hardest. The foundation construction is going to be a lot of work for both of you." Upon hearing Qin Yang's gentle words, Aquaman and the people in charge of the project behind him bowed their heads slightly. Feeling a bit guilty, Aquaman had the words on his lips to tell Qin Yang about the geological structure of Coco Sicily, but he couldn't say it anymore. Next to him, Yuan Fanhua gazed around the base and asked with curiosity and anticipation, "Mr. Aquaman, have the explorers determined the location of the construction?" As the words fell, Aquaman as well as the others' faces stiffened slightly, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Thus, Aquaman said in a hurry, "Mr. Sheen, Mr. Yuan, the geological exploration team has just returned, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go into the base to discuss." Qin Yang looked at the media reporters gathered around him and said with a smile, "Good, let's go." As they spoke, Qin Yang and the others headed towards the entrance of the base. At this time, a thin reporter quickly came up and asked in a loud voice, "Hello Mr. Sheen, I am a reporter from the Kyushu News Network. Now more than 80% of the netizens on the internet think that the foundation can't be completed within 2 days. Do you intend to respond to this? Also, when do you think the Space Elevator Foundation project will be completed?" Upon hearing the reporter's question, Aquaman and the others looked at each other and their faces sank. Aquaman stepped forward and raised his voice. "I'm sorry, your question is in the realm of confidentiality. Time will tell the answer. Just be quiet and wait." "Thank you." Hearing Aquaman's words, the faces of the surrounding reporters turned bad-looking. "Mr. Sheen, now that everyone is waiting for your reply, you will clarify." "Mr. Sheen, there are a lot of negative voices on the internet right now. but there are still a lot of netizens who are steadfastly on your side, so please reveal it for their sake. Mr. Sheen, the space elevator project has attracted worldwide attention. Can the foundation work really be completed in 2 days? Mr. Sheen, the media reporters came together in a swarm, and Aquaman was all but squeezed directly to the side. Helpless, Sheen Yang stood out, looking indifferent, and said in a raised voice, I understand everyone's feelings, but I am here to assure you that every step of the project of the space elevator project is within our plans. The space elevator will definitely be shown to the world within the agreed time. On the foundation issue that everyone is worried about, Sheen Yang looked sharp and said in a deep voice, within a day only, we will definitely build the foundation successfully. Boom! Sheen Yang's voice wasn't really loud when he spoke, but to the reporters, it was deafening. The media reporters were stupefied, and at this moment they only felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their heads. They looked at Sheen Yang with astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Only within a day? How is that possible? That's a big word to say, isn't it? The base in front of us had only just been built. The construction team hadn't even started working yet. And Mr. Sheen dared to say that it would be built successfully in a day? This really isn't fooling them? On the other side, Aquaman and the other project leaders were so jolted that they almost fainted. What is Mr. Sheen talking about? Built in a day? How dare he say such a thing? This is no joke. Aquaman's mouth twitched, and he suddenly regretted a bit that he hadn't directly told Mr. Sheen about the geological problems in No Man's Land just now. Now, isn't that straight up fucked? The people in charge of the projects in the German San Empire and Ba looked at each other, and their faces turned ugly. After a few seconds, the reporters finally reacted, followed by more questions flooding towards Sheen Yang. Seeing this, Yuan Fanghua blocked Sheen Yang and hurriedly said, Gentlemen, we are running out of time and cannot delay any further. As Mr. Aquaman just said, time will give you the answers to your questions. Gentlemen. While saying that, Yuan Fanghua pushed Sheen Yang. Sheen Yang nodded at the reporters before turning around and walking in the direction of the base gate. Aquaman and the others, on the other hand, chased after him at a fast pace right behind. A few minutes later, in the temporary conference room at the base, Sheen Yang looked at the stiff-faced Aquaman and the others, and his expression couldn't help but turn suspicious. Sheen Yang looked around the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Aquaman and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Aquaman, since the geological exploration team has returned, the location of the foundation construction has already been determined, right? Hearing Sheen Yang's words, Aquaman's throat was dry, his eyes lowered, and he stammered, This, Mr. Sheen, actually, I should have told you the situation just now, but there were too many reporters outside, so according to the results returned by the geological exploration team, the Kokonoush in No Man's Land does not meet the requirements for the construction of foundations. As the words fell, the surrounding project leaders all blushed in embarrassment, not daring to look at Sheen Yang. What's going on? The two of them, Sheen Yang and Yuan Fanghua, looked at each other and both revealed a puzzled expression. Fail to meet the requirements? What doesn't meet the requirements? Yuan Fenghua's face tightened. He had thought that the geological exploration team had already determined the location of the construction, just waiting for the construction to begin. In any case, did not expect to receive such a reply. This is not good news. Just now, outside, Sheen Yang had personally assured those media reporters that the foundation would be built successfully within a day. Now, what's to be done about this? It can't be built somewhere else at this time, can it? Not to mention the fact that a more suitable place cannot be found for the time being, even if there is a suitable place. If the place is suddenly changed, the foundation project will have to be delayed. Yuan Fanghua looked at Sheen Yang and his face turned ugly. Sheen Yang, what should we do now? However, to Yuan Fenghua's surprise, Sheen Yang's expression remained calm and unperturbed. His face did not change in any way and he remained composed. Sheen Yang nodded at Yuan Fanghua, signaling the other party not to worry. Then, he turned his gaze back to Aquaman and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Aquaman, there's no need for you to be nervous, so explain the situation specifically. Good. Aquaman did not expect Sheen Yang to be able to control his emotions after hearing this news, and could not help but admire him. Aquaman's nervousness collected as he looked at Hong En and said, Hong En, why don't you tell us about your survey for Mr. Sheen? Hong En stood up and reported, Mr. Sheen, after many surveys by our geological exploration team, we found that the geology of Coco Sicily's uninhabited area is mainly composed of sedimentary rocks. Sedimentary rocks are loosely constructed and poorly stabilized. They are simply not suitable for constructing buildings on this kind of ground. What's more, it's a big project like a space elevator that can't be carried at all. So the best way to look at it, at this point, is to build it somewhere else. Brush. Yuan Fanghua fiercely stood up and shook his head. We can't change the place. If we suddenly change the place at this time, it will inevitably cause a delay in the foundation project. Right now, the eyes of the whole world are looking at this place. Mr. Aquaman, is there really no other way? Aquaman shook his head and sighed deeply, turning his expectant gaze towards Qin Yang. If there was another way, he wouldn't be so worried. At this moment, in the conference room, everyone's gazes converged on Qin Yang's body. The real decision rested with Qin Yang, whether it is to continue building in the uninhabited area of Cocosilia or to move the position as soon as possible. It is up to Qin Yang to decide. Qin Yang was sitting upright, his gaze slightly narrowed, and he did not say a word. After more than 10 seconds, as if he had thought of something, Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his taut face was replaced by a smile. What the patriarch said just now is right. We absolutely cannot shift our position. Time is limited and the foundation project must not be delayed in its progress. The foundation must be constructed as soon as possible. This is the top priority. Therefore, the plan remains the same. Still in the Kokonushan no man's land, building foundations. As Qin Yang's words fell, the temporary conference room was instantly plunged into a brief silence. Aquaman and the others were wide-eyed and confused. Is that why the final decision was made to insist on building it here? The crowd sighed up in their hearts. Helpless. It's just too risky to build it here, and it will definitely be a wasted effort when the time comes. Building a foundation on sedimentary rock is a joke. This isn't nonsense. This can't be moved. If we really build the space elevator here, when the space elevator collapses, the whole world will have to look at us as a joke. Aquaman and the others blushed hard, shaking their heads and sighing, seeing everyone's helpless expressions. Yuan Fanghua clenched his fists and was speechless for a moment. The few people sitting here right now were all construction bigwigs from the Desan Empire and Bogwata. And since they had said so, this no man's land must not be built. If that was the case, why did Qin Yang say just now that he still wanted to build it here? It can't be a straight-up swing, can it? Thus, Yuan Fanghua frowned and hurriedly said to Qin Yang beside him, Qin Yang, since it's really impossible to build here, let's change the place before it's too late. I know you're desperate, but we first need to ensure the safety of the project. The eyes of the world are all looking here, all waiting for us to make a joke. We can't let them have their way. Foundation construction is a top priority, and we must not compromise the entire space elevator program by rushing it. Genji, I understand what you all mean. Under the gazes of the crowd, Qin Yang stood up and said seriously, the reason why I insist on continuing to build here is not to blindly pursue the progress of the project, but because I have absolute confidence. At this time, Qin Yang looked at one of the heads of the Ba State again and said with a smile, when I met with the Ba State delegation earlier, I did mention the Emperor's Bida. I don't know if you all still remember it? Absolute confidence? Tabata? How does this relate to Tabata again? When they heard Qin Yang's words, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. A person in charge of Ba hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, forgive us for being stupid. Please continue. We really can't figure it out. At this moment, the crowd's expression had changed to one of curiosity and anticipation. Qin Yang smiled and explained, I believe that everyone here knows very well that the Debai Tower is located in the desert, and its geological structure is also composed of sedimentary rocks, and the problems encountered by the Debai Tower's engineering team back then were the same as the ones we are facing now. But now the Debai Tower is not only standing well, but also able to withstand more than 1 million tons of weight, able to withstand a magnitude 6 earthquake. How did they do it? Valve foundations, Qin Yang said excitedly. Back then, the engineering team of the Debai Tower used a valve foundation to serve as the tower's base, allowing the tower to sit on a huge concrete that sank 24 meters into the ground. The total footprint of the foundation is 7,400 square meters, which allows the pressure on the entire body of the Debai Tower to be spread out to the greatest extent possible, making the tower more stable. Let's do this by following the example of the way the Debai Tower was built back then and build a valve foundation as well. In this way, sedimentary rock will no longer be a problem. As Qin Yang's words fell, everyone's eyes lit up. Aquaman was even more directly excited and stood up. Wonderful! How did they not think of that with valve foundations? In this way, there is no need to shift areas or worry about sedimentary rocks. Once the materials have been transported, the construction can proceed. At the thought of this, everyone's expression turned relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. It's fantastic. Sedimentary rock won't be a problem if we build with valve foundations. Why didn't we think of that? Fortunately Mr. Qin was there. In that case, it's time to start making a big splash. Snap! Aquaman looked towards Qin Yang and smiled as he applauded. Snap! In the next moment, everyone in the entire conference room stood up as a series of applause rang out. Ackerman said with an excited face. Mr. Sheen, it's fortunate that you're here. Now we don't have to worry about the sedimentary rock problem after all. Before, it was worrying us to death. He. Sheen Yang smiled and said, the next construction will be hard work for all of you. Don't worry, Mr. Sheen. Construction won't be a problem when the sedimentary rock issue is resolved. One of the heads of the Ba'athist state patted himself on the back. Sheen Yang waved his hand and the conference room fell silent again. Sheen Yang said with a straight face, other than the sedimentary rocks, does everyone have any other questions? As the words fell, Aquaman hastened to say, yes, there's also the question about the construction materials. Right now, the construction will be formalized soon. Yuan Fanghua nodded and agreed. This is also a big problem. Sheen Yang, have you figured out what kind of construction materials to use? Facing the duo's inquiry, Sheen Yang said slowly, regarding the cement, I intend to use magnesium phosphate specialized cement. Unlike the traditional cement, this cement material is the best choice for the base project, both in terms of solidification and pressure resistance. Yuan Fanghua stroked his chin with his right hand and asked with a curious expression, magnesium phosphate special cement? You go on. If it's not a problem, I'll send someone to contact the infrastructure company to hurry up and transport the cement over. Sheen Yang nodded and continued, compared to traditional cement, the advantages of magnesium phosphate special cement are very obvious. It has the advantages of fast setting and hardening, high hourly strength, stable growth of strength at low temperature, stable growth of long-term strength and good durability. In the process of use, it can achieve fast solidification in 1 hour, strength over 40 MPa in 1 to 3 hours in the early stage, and strength able to reach 60 to 100 MPa in the later stage. In this way, the requirement for rapid solidification can be achieved, and the cold climate of the uninhabited region of Cocosilia can also maximize the effectiveness of this cement. For us, it's the best option. 100 MPa? As Sheen Yang's words fell, Yuan Fanghua had a shocked look on her face. If the magnesium phosphate specialty cement really has a late strength of 100 MPa, that's really too strong. The pressure is able to reach 100 MPa, which means that the bearing capacity per square meter is able to reach 10,000 tons of weight. Yuan Fanghua said excitedly, we'll use this kind of cement. I'll immediately go contact the infrastructure company and have them ship it over as fast as possible. The other side, base entrance. A crowd of media reporters remained gathered, reporting to the cameras in front of them. Hello viewers, I'm Yo-Yo, a reporter from Lily News Network. Just a moment ago, academician Sheen Yang has arrived in the base on a special plane, and he personally assured us that the foundation of the space elevator will be built successfully within a day. Yes, you guys heard it right, within a day. Foundation construction is about to begin. Let's come together to witness whether academician Sheen's claim that the foundation will be built successfully in 1 day will become a reality or not. Let's wait and see. Hello viewers in front of the screen. I'm a reporter for Net1 News. Hello viewers, I'm a reporter for the Kyushu News. At this moment, dozens of media outlets that had come to the uninhabited area of Cocosilia were reporting on the promise that Sheen Yang had just made. Such explosive news, once issued, quickly spread across the internet at home and abroad. Same time, pretty country. In the conference room, how did Sheen Yang get to no man's land again? The chief first looked at Director Simon in front of him and frowned. It was clear that not long ago, Sheen Yang was still supervising the rocket assembly work at the Tsung Dome experimental base. Director Simon hurriedly said, according to reliable information, Sheen Yang has indeed arrived in the engineering base of Cococlay, and has also answered questions from on-site reporters regarding the construction of the foundation. Oh, upon hearing this, the chief first snorted and said in a deep voice, throw the video on the big screen. I'd like to know how this kid answered the reporter's question. Chief Simon nodded and began to maneuver. Soon, on the big screen of the conference room, the image of Sheen Yang facing a reporter's interview in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily appeared. In the conference room, everyone converged their gazes towards the big screen with a curious look. Only in the picture, Sheen Yang had just gotten off the helicopter and was surrounded by a group of reporters. Hello Mr. Sheen, I'm a reporter from the Kyushu News Network. Now more than 80% of the netizens on the internet think that the foundation can't be constructed within 2 days. Are you going to respond to this? Also, when do you think the Space Elevator Foundation project will be completed? Sheen Yang looked calm and raised his voice. I understand everyone's feelings, but I am here to assure you that every step of the project of the Space Elevator project is within our plans. The space elevator will definitely be shown to the world within the agreed time. On the foundation issue that everyone is worried about, in 1 day only, we will definitely build the foundation successfully. The screen ended, and the room turned quiet. The scientific research bigwigs from all sides looked like they had heard a heavenly dream, and looked incredulous. What did they just hear? In one day? This Qin Yang. How dare he? How dare he say something so arrogant? That's a promise to the world in front of all those reporters. No doubt. How can this kid be so bold? Where does he get the confidence? Building the foundation in one day is a fool's errand. The chief first also froze down in a daze. This Qin Yang is simply bragging. Immediately afterward, the chief first man laughed, and the laughter grew louder and louder, resounding throughout the conference room. Big talk. Gentlemen, this Qin Yang is treating everyone like a monkey. In the conference room, Director Shiman and the others had a mocking look on their faces. One day, that Qin Yang really dares to say that too. Now that he's put his big words out in front of the whole world, I'd like to see how he'll end up if it doesn't get done. Who does he think he is? A god? Trying to build the foundation in a day is ridiculous. Several scientific research bigwigs snorted and laughed, only feeling that the young man called Qin Yang was extremely stupid. At that moment, a scientific research bigwig wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly looked at the first person and said with a serious face, "But what if they really did it?" Upon hearing this, the chief first shook his head and said with a cold smile, "Your worries, Yoon, are completely redundant. They have set the chosen site in the remote Coco Sicily no man's land, and it wouldn't even be enough to transport building materials there for a day alone, let alone build the base in a day." Director Shiman also laughed and said in a raised voice, "Sir is right, not to mention 1 day's time. Even if they were given 7 days, they wouldn't be able to do it." The scientific researcher named Yuan frowned and continued to ask, "That said, but sir, the efficiency of what they do is very fast." The news reported that the engineering base in the Coco Sicily no man's land was erected in just less than an hour's time. According to this kind of efficiency, perhaps what Qin Yang said about within a day will really be possible. Ha! The chief first man waved his hand, full of concern, and said, "Yoon, do you know anything about the geology of the uninhabited region of Kokonusha?" "This, I'm not sure." Yoon shook his head. The chief first man continued, "The geology of the Kokonushan no man's land consists mainly of sedimentary rocks, and this loose geology makes it impossible to build the foundation of a space elevator. Even if there is no problem with the geology, then there is still the problem of transporting building materials. The Coco Sicily no man's land is located in a remote area, and trying to transport building materials from the city to the no man's land is not a simple task. On top of that, there's also the issue of building material selection. The cement needs 3 days to fully solidify. Otherwise the foundation won't be stable. If they are so bent on pursuing efficiency that they ignore the quality issue and forcefully carry the space elevator, you should know what kind of consequences this will cause. If the space elevator eventually collapses, this ancient Eastern kingdom will become the joke of the world." After a few words from the chief first man, Yoon came to a realization and no longer held any expectations in his heart. "Yeah, it's useless even if the other side is more efficient if you can't solve these problems, as the first person said. 1 day is not enough time in any case." Seeing that all these scientific research bigwigs fell silent, the chief first man twisted his head to look at Qin Yang on the big screen, his expression turning sharp. He snorted coldly and said leisurely, "However, this Qin Yang isn't a fool after all. Since he dares to say this, he must have a certain amount of self-confidence. Just where exactly does this self-confidence originate from? I'm really looking forward to it more and more." Same time, Colorado, in the highest level office. "Arrogant, so arrogant. Do you really think building foundations is a child's play? In 1 day? I'd like to see how they'll end up." The leader of the colored powers sat in his office, slapping his desk as he cursed and growled. In front of the conference table, the secretary bowed his head slightly and said somewhat nervously, "But chief, if they really did it, should we?" Chief Israel waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "The field of construction is not our forte, and we are even worse at building foundations. Let's wait and see. It's a fool's errand to think of building the foundation in a day. If I remember correctly, they haven't even finalized the construction site yet, have they? The building materials haven't even been delivered yet, and they still have the audacity to say they'll build it in a day? That's a joke. What's more, the pretty and pickle countries haven't even reacted yet, so why should we mess with ourselves first? The time has not yet come. As long as Qin Yang and the others have truly suffered a defeat and planted their heads, only then will this arrogant young man lower his proud head to request our help. As we are the best people on the planet, they will surely ask us for help." "I understand, Chief." The secretary's eyes lit up and calmed down. The other side, Pickle Country. Inside the supreme ruling office, the chief first stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the night scene, his face very ugly. At this time, there were 2 other people standing in the office. Minister of Foreign Affairs Lee Min-sun and Minister of Housing Moon Dong-jun, respectively. The 3 of them didn't say a word. and the atmosphere was very depressing. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the leader of the Kimchi nation couldn't help but clench his fists as Qin Yang's figure appeared in his mind. The Dragon Kingdom is already working on the Space Elevator Foundation project. This efficiency, it's just horrible. It had all come to this, and even if he didn't want to believe it in his heart, he had to accept the truth. The Dragon Kingdom may have actually developed space elevator technology. Also a country within the Confucian cultural family. How come they, the Kimchi countries, cannot develop such technology? You know, they're a developed country in Kimchi country. Now they are in a very awkward situation. Not only did this neighboring country develop space elevator technology before they did, but they were also unwilling to share it with them. If this stalemate can't be broken, in a few years, even the small, poor, weak, black African nations will be able to crush them in space. This was too much for the chief of the pickle country to bear. Saihachi, Nishihachi, the chief first growled and grimaced. Behind them, the two of them, Minister of Foreign Affairs Li Minsun and Minister of Defense Moon Dongjun, glanced at each other, both seeing the nervousness on the other's face. Afterwards, Foreign Affairs Minister Li Minsun looked up at the chief's back and respectfully asked, Chief, you called us here. Is that you want to order something? The chief twisted his head, looked at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and said solemnly, Minister Li, Defense Minister Wen, the two of you should understand our country's current situation. Our neighboring country has classified us into the so-called special list and doesn't want to share the space elevator technology with us. This is an insult to us, a huge insult. In response to this, are we going to endure it so stiflingly? Next, we're going to strike back at them. Minister Li, Defense Minister Moon, what do you think? Counterattack? At those words, Minister Li's heart trembled as he looked at the gloomy-faced chief in front of him with a shocked expression. Next to him, Defense Chief Wen had a cold face and sharp eyes. Minister Li swallowed hard and hurriedly said, Chief, this must not be done. This is not a wise move. The relationship between the two countries is already stiff right now, and continuing to deteriorate will not do us any good. So, Minister Li. Suddenly, the icy voice of the nearby Defense Minister Wen rang out, interrupting Minister Li's words. Defense Minister Wen said coldly, have you forgotten the purpose of our nation? Unyielding and fearless. Since they dared to insult us, do we have to continue to tolerate it and even try to curry favor with them? The chief is right. We must strike back. Defense Chief Wen, hold your tongue for a moment. The chief gazed at Minister Li and said slowly, Minister Li, I know what you're worried about. The so-called counterattack is just to teach the other party a lesson. I know it in my heart. Immediately after, the chief continued, if they want to build the foundation of the space elevator, then building materials are naturally indispensable. Just imagine, if we can monopolize their building materials company, we will have the bargaining chips to negotiate with the other side. And by then, is it not simple to obtain the space elevator technology? All it takes is for us to move our lips, and they'll give it with both hands. Upon hearing this, Minister Li frowned and quickly asked, but Chief, how are we going to monopolize their building materials company? That's obviously not an easy thing to do. Of course, this would be a crushing blow to the other side if it could actually be done. How else can you build a foundation without building materials? When that time comes, it's time for their kimchi country to come out. The chief waved his hand, signaling Minister Li not to get excited, and he turned his head to look at Defense Chief Wen next to him. Defense Minister Wen nodded and said in a raised voice, not long ago, we learned that during the development phase of the space elevator, Qin Yang had returned to Sea Island City midway through a hate fest to exterminate the Sea Island White family. Although the Bai family's main family was wiped out, the Bai family's head still has a brother who was not in the family at the time and was spared. With the hatred of the annihilation of the family, it can be imagined that this Bai family's second head must hate Qin Yang. And right now, Bai Yinzhou, the second head of the Bai family, is holding the position of the country's Yinjing propaganda minister. In the meantime, Dragon Nation, on the web, when the news of Qin Yang's guarantee to build the foundation within a day was released, not surprisingly, it once again caused a furor on the internet. And the whole internet was abuzz. Netizens were shocked and voiced their opinions. That's when a research blogger with 2 million followers on a Red Book posted a question that instantly grabbed a lot of attention. Crazy, fix the foundation in a day? How dare you say such big words? That's in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. All the world's construction gurus wouldn't dare to say that. Where did he get the courage from an amateur? I don't need to tell you how remote the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily is, do I? Just transporting building materials for one day is not enough. What's more, it would take 3 days for the cement to fully solidify. Does he, Qin Yang, not consider the quality of the foundation at all for the sake of so-called efficiency? By the time the space elevator collapses, we'll be the world's joke. I am so disappointed in him. How can such brainless words be said in front of the media? I suggest people don't expect too much, just watch for fun. It took a lot of netizens to wake up to this thread. Things are not at all as simple as they think. In that case, what Qin Yang said about building successfully in one day is simply impossible to do. It doesn't even take enough time to ship a building material in one day. How can it be built in one day? Isn't that bullshit? As a result, more and more netizens began to question and even hurl abuses. Still, there are a lot of sensible netizens who are not taken lightly and they don't approve of what the blogger said. At a certain doctor's house, Dr. Song sat on the couch and watched the certain red book blogger speak with anger. Stupid. What the fuck is this kid? Dr. Song Jr. rushed back to post a counterattack. What are you doing here? Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you are? Is Qin Guosher something that a clown like you can casually criticize? The matter of assembling rockets just happened not long ago. The efficiency of the Dragon Kingdom is not something you can imagine. I now seriously doubt your identity. Over the years, academician Qin has led his research team to create miracles time and time again. Since he dares to release such words today, he must be certain that it can be accomplished. It's your turn to question it here? You wouldn't be unaware of what happened to the last guy who denigrated Qin Guosher, would you? Do you want to follow in that fellow's footsteps? Dr. Xiao Song, who also has hundreds of thousands of followers on a certain red book, spoke and the comments were instantly topped by netizens. Just when everyone was expecting how the blogger with 2 million followers would respond, the post suddenly disappeared. The blogger deleted the post. This move immediately gave the netizens a whole lot of fun. I'll be damned. This kid really has a heart of gold, and that's what scares him? Does he dare not delete it? It's a great offense to defame a national scholar. This kid is scared to death right now. Ha ha ha. Dr. Xiao Song is right. Qin Guosher would never make a mistake for nothing, and since he dared to guarantee it in front of the media, he will definitely do it. We have to believe in Dr. Qin Guosher. I'm guilty. I did get carried away by this guy just now. I believe that Qin Guosher and the others can definitely succeed. Qin Guosher, they are struggling on the front line. It's just that we can't do anything to help. We mustn't denigrate the heroes. I'm guilty. I did get carried away by this guy just now. I believe that Qin Guosher and the others can definitely succeed. Qin Guosher, they are struggling on the front line. It's just that we can't do anything to help. We mustn't denigrate the heroes. Yanjing, Strong Building Materials Group. After decades of development, Xianxing Building Materials Group has turned into a dominant player in the building materials industry known at home and abroad. At this moment, inside a luxurious office, Xianxing Building Materials Group boss Ma Xianxing is talking to another building materials company's boss Dai Jianye. Mr. Ma, it's not easy to see you. I've heard that you've recently received a few more batches of big orders from abroad, which makes my old brother envious. Strong Group. The name is true to its name. Ma Xianxing was flushed, waved his hand, and said with a smile, Elder brother Dai is too kind. Doing business, there is good and there is bad. Who knows what will happen next? Maybe, it's going to be old brother Dai's turn to take off soon. Me? Upon hearing this, Dai Jianye shook his head inside. Elder brother Ma, don't you know the situation of our company? It's always been half dead. I came to find you today because I want to ask you for some good advice. This on the ability to make money. I still have to learn more from you. Ma Cheng pondered a bit, only then was said in a deep voice, Dai old brother truth be told, I do have a lucrative business here, depending on whether you dare to do it. Hearing Ma Cheng's words, Dai Jianye instantly came to life and became excited. He quickly patted his chest and said, what dare to do not dare to do, as long as the money, we do, gu. Thanks to Dai old brother can still think of old brother me. You don't worry, I will definitely do it properly. Ma Cheng smiled and said, and don't make a decision first, listen to me. You think about it again. Immediately after, Ma Cheng continued with his eyes slightly narrowed. Dai Lao Di This matter of Qin Yang constructing the foundation of the space elevator is spreading. You should have watched the news as well, right? I saw everywhere is about the foundation of the news. Said that Qin Yang is also too big guts. He dared to guarantee that the foundation will be built within a day. How can this be possible? We are engaged in the construction of all know that the cement needs 3 days to solidify. Ma Cheng laughed and said in a deep voice, it may not be impossible to build the foundation in a day. What's going on? At those words, Dai Jianye's face was instantly frozen, his head full of question marks. Not necessarily impossible? So that means it's possible? Dai Jianye looked at Ma Cheng and waited for the other party to continue speaking. He really couldn't figure out how to fix the foundation in a day? Ma Cheng said leisurely, I read a lot of online comments and found that the vast majority of netizens are worried about 2 issues. First, the transportation problem. The foundation site is located in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily, which is remote, with a harsh environment and complicated terrain, so most building materials companies do not want to take on this task. However, this is not a big problem. This is a task assigned by the state, in the price in place, and with the help and guidance of the state. Not to mention Coco, Sicily, or Mount Everest can be delivered. On this point, Dai does not disagree. He understands the decision made by those building materials companies. After all, the Kokonushan no man's land is indeed a very dangerous place. Every year, a lot of people have to die in this area, and there's no pattern to the climate change there. Building material companies are all about profit, and sending building materials to Kokonusha is just too risky, and will probably cost you nothing. However, these building materials companies have overlooked a very important factor. That is, this is the task assigned by the state. The whole process has the state escort. That transportation risk can be minimized. Don't worry about it at all. This second point is the cement issue that elder brother Dai just mentioned. Ma Chang said confidently, ordinary cement needs to be completely solidified for 3 days. Even the better ones have to take 2 days. But times have changed. Technology is developing, and cement is likewise being updated. To tell the truth, our company has developed a special magnesium phosphate cement. This kind of cement solidifies in just 1 hour, and it doesn't fear low temperature environments. For the construction of the space elevator foundation, choosing magnesium phosphate special cement is the best choice. Currently, the only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom that can force produce this kind of cement is our Strong Building Materials Group. That is to say, if we, the Strong Building Materials Group, take on this task, it would be possible for the foundation to be built successfully within a day. Now that the initiative is in our hands, we can absolutely Leonize the top brass and ruthlessly ask for a high price. Elder brother Dai, you and I have been friends for many years. Are you willing to take over this big business? I'll pay for the cement, and leave the transportation team to you. How about it? Dai Jianye frowned and pondered. He didn't agree to it the first time, but instead, he secretly pondered in his heart. Ma Chan continued, Elder brother Dai, this is a big national project, and with the completion of the task, not only will we be able to make a lot of money, but the reputation of our two companies will also be completely established. You've been out of breath in business nowadays, and when the time comes for your reputation to be known, you'll have to worry about running out of business? I'm afraid I'll be too busy to do so. However, if old brother Dai really doesn't want to, I won't force you. What is this talk from elder brother Ma? Dai Jianye fiercely stood up and said in a deep voice, I promise. I'm relieved to be working with elder brother Ma. There you go. Ha ha. Ma Mighty laughed, his face scrunched up. In this way, he only needed to give the magnesium phosphate special cement to Dai Jianye, and as for the transportation, it was all up to him. Even if the transportation team had an accident in the middle of the journey, it wouldn't affect him. Same time, in the office of the Minister of Publicity in Yanjing, Bai Inzhou, the second master of the Bai family, was sitting on the sofa, looking at the news about Qin Yang on his cell phone. The Bai family was overthrown by Qin Yang. As soon as possible, he had already separated from the Bai family and joined the Yanjing big family, and he also did not get along with Bai Yinchuan, his brother, but in the end, it was his bloodline relatives, and to be destroyed by that Qin Yang just like that, how could he bear it? However, at that time, after he learned that Qin Yang's true identity was that of a national scholar, he instantly wimped out and didn't dare to feel the slightest bit of vengeance. Are you kidding? That's a national scholar. That's something he can mess with as a small announcement minister? It's like hitting a stone with an egg. What's the difference between that and sending someone to their death? Thus, the Silver State gave up the idea of revenge altogether. Since this brother of his had provoked such a big shot, he could only blame himself for being blind. Looking at Qin Yang in the news, Bai Inzhou shook his head with a helpless face. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the secretary's door. Come in, Bai Inzhou said lazily. As soon as the secretary came in, he hurriedly reported, Minister, there's someone outside who wants to see you. The other party is from the Kimchi Kingdom, and says he's a friend of yours. Kimchi country? A friend? Upon hearing this, Bai Inzhou was dumbfounded. He had never even been to Kimchi country. Where would he have any friends from Kimchi country? Still, Bai Inzhou planned to meet up, and he had nothing to do now anyway. Invite him in. Yes. Not long after, under the leadership of the secretary, two middle-aged men in suits walked in calmly. Bai Inzhou sized up the two middle-aged men in front of him and became even more confused. He could be sure that he really hadn't seen the two men in front of him. Before Bai Inzhou could speak, he only saw the middle-aged man on his left enthusiastically shaking hands with Bai Inzhou and introducing himself in very broken Chinese. Hello Minister Chow. I'm Li Minsun. the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kimchi Kingdom. I'm here. I have something important to discuss with you. I'm sure you'll dare to be interested. Oh, perhaps. I could also call you Mr. Silver State? Hearing that the other party actually knew his original name, Bai Yingzhou's brows immediately furrowed and his expression turned cold. He had changed his surname to Chao after he joined the Yinjing Chao family. He sent the other man's hand away in a hurry and stepped back in a cold voice. How do you guys know my original name? What do you want? Ha! Li Min first smiled and said, I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kimchi Kingdom. Isn't it normal for me to know Minister Chao's original name? Minister Chao doesn't need to be nervous. We're here to cooperate with you. As far as we know, your relationship with Bai Yinchuan, the head of the Bai family, isn't exactly good. But in the end, it's blood kinship, and you must be furious that your brother was executed, right? Minister Chao's frown deepened. His face clouded. Cut the crap. What the hell do you guys want? Li Minxian put away his smile and looked at Minister Chao, whose emotions were fluctuating in front of him, and said in a deep voice, actually, we have a common enemy with Minister Chao, Qin Yang. We came here today because we want to cooperate with you and deal with Qin Yang together. Qin Yang? Minister Chao was filled with shock. Want to teach Qin Yang a lesson? He was indeed angry at the execution of his brother and had always wanted revenge. However, Qin Yang was a national scholar, so high up, it was not something he could afford to mess with at all. What's more, why did the Kimchi Kingdom want to deal with Qin Yang? Is it hard to believe that there's still some kind of conflict between Qin Yang and the Kimchi Kingdom? The one standing in front of him now was the Minister of Kimchi Foreign Affairs, and since he dared to say such a thing, could it be that he already had a mature plan? But so what? Is a national scholar something these guys can mess with? It was unknown how many security personnel were guarding Qin Yang around the clock, protecting him. It was a fool's errand for these guys to want to deal with Qin Yang. Minister Chao laughed coldly and said disdainfully, it's not that I'm laughing at you guys. Don't you guys know Qin Yang's identity? Just by your little kimchi country. Do you want to make a nationalist suffer? It's ridiculous. Behind Minister Li, the bodyguard grimly even rushed out, but was held back by Minister Li. Minister Chao, since we dared to come to you, naturally we have already thought of a suitable plan. Now that the whole world knows that Qin Yang is leading the team to build the foundation of the space elevator, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Minister Chao, the opportunity for revenge is right in front of you. Are you going to be indifferent? As the words fell, Minister Chao's eyes widened. Of course he wanted revenge. How could he, as an elder brother, swallow the anger when his brother was executed? But the opponent was too strong, and he could do nothing but choose to give up. If there was a real chance of being paid, he definitely didn't want to miss it. So, his face was no longer so icy, and he said in a deep voice, Qin Yang is indeed building a space foundation. This guy, and he even blurted out in front of the reporters that he would build it in a day. Just, where are our chances? Seeing a change in the other party's attitude, Minister Li hurriedly said, what is certain now is that the construction materials for building the foundations have not yet begun to be transported toward the Kokonushan no man's land. And this is our opportunity. Our plan is to join forces with you and directly monopolize the largest strong building materials group in the Dragon Kingdom. Without the building materials, then even if Qin Yang had heavenly skills, he wouldn't be able to build the foundation in a day. At that time, how will Qin Yang explain himself to the world? He will become the laughingstock of the world and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. People like him care about reputation the most. Once it becomes a joke, it's even harder than killing him, and in that case, your purpose of revenge will be achieved. How about it? Strong Building Materials Group. Minister Chao turned towards the window and began to think darkly with his back to Minister Li and the others. Xiangqing Building Materials Group is indeed the largest building materials group in the country, the absolute hegemony in the field of building materials. Many small building materials companies have to look at the face of the boss of Xiangqing to eat. If we can monopolize the strong group, then other small companies will not be enough to worry about. Once these building material companies don't ship building materials to Kokonusha, what the hell is the foundation going to be built on? I have to say, it really is a good plan. But what Minister Chao didn't understand was why the Kimchi Kingdom was specifically targeting Qin Yang. What had Qin Yang done to make them hate him so much? Minister Chao turned around and looked at Minister Li, asking curiously, I'm really curious. What is the purpose of your doing this? Is it really just to deal with Qin Yang? Minister Li laughed and said slowly, this is not something you need to consider. Minister Chao, you only need to know that between us, we have a common enemy, and that's enough. How are you considering it? An opportunity like this is once in a lifetime, and once you miss it, it's hard to find the right moment again. Minister Chao's face sank and he clenched his fists. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's just the Minister of Propaganda. What's he compared to a nationalist? If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid revenge is really out of the question. By Yinchuan by Yinchuan. This guy is not letting people worry even after death. I still have to take the risk to avenge you. After more than 10 seconds, Minister Chow gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. Good, I promise to cooperate with you. However, this matter must be kept secret and must never affect my position. No problem. It definitely won't affect your position. Moreover, you will also receive a considerable amount of money after the matter is accomplished. On Minister Li's face, there was a warm smile. In the offices of the strong group, Ma Chang is having a discussion with Dai. DDT. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Ma Chang's eyes lit up. Dai Jianyi also turned excited. Looking at the unfamiliar number displayed on the screen, Ma Chang smiled and said, "Look, they're calling here." In Ma Chang's opinion, this unfamiliar number must be from Qin Yang's side. Catch it in a hurry, Dai urged excitedly. Ma Chang smiled and picked up the phone. "Hello, it's Ma Chang." Suddenly, Ma Chang's face suddenly changed. The look on his face changed from excitement to panic and paleness. Looking at Ma Chang's appearance, Dai Jianya next to him suddenly looked suspicious, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. After 10 seconds or so, only to hear Ma Chang say with incomparable respect, Fine, I understand. I know what you mean. I will definitely complete the task you explained. Dodo." The phone hung up, and Ma Chang looked at the phone, looking stiff and motionless, as if he had lost his soul. "Elder brother Ma, what's the situation?" It wasn't Team Qin Yang that made the call? Seeing Ma Chang's appearance, Dai Jianye was startled and quickly asked. Ma Chang shook his head and said with a sobbing, tearless face, "Dai old brother don't count on this business. Just now let's pretend that old brother didn't say anything to you, and we'll pretend that we've never seen it. We also no longer provide magnesium phosphate special cement to Qin Yang and the others. In short, just don't ask anything, or I won't say anything if you do. Believe me, if you still want to do a good job in the building materials industry, don't ever think of transporting building materials to the uninhabited area of Kokozali." "What's going on? Horse old man?" Dai Jianya's jaw dropped and his face was full of shock. He thought he had heard wrong. What the hell is going on here? Why did everything change when you got a phone call? To make Ma Chang, the building materials giant, show this expression, which big shot gave this call? If Qin Yang's team they couldn't collect the building materials, then if they wanted to build it successfully in one day, they simply couldn't do it. Qin Yang is a national scholar. What kind of person dares to stiffen a national scholar? Hiss. Dai Jianya sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. For your own safety, the less you know about such things, the better. On the other hand, the base in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. Yuan Fenghua was answering the phone, but at the moment, his face was ugly, obviously having heard some bad news. "What do you mean? You can't find a supplier of magnesium phosphate specialty cement? What the hell is going on? The strong group must have a stockpile of magnesium phosphate specialty cement. You go and confirm it again." "Academician Yuan, it's true that there isn't any. I've confirmed it several times." The strong group responded that they stopped production a long time ago, and they're not stocking up now. "No other building material companies?" Magnesium phosphate special cement was developed by the strong building materials group, and other building materials companies are simply not capable of producing it. In the base, Yuan Fenghua's face turned even uglier. "If you don't have magnesium phosphate specialty cement, how can you build a base? With ordinary cement time is simply too late." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Fenghua hurriedly said, "Xiao Wang, take someone to ask again. Tell them that money is not a problem. Find a company that can make magnesium phosphate specialty cement, and ship it to the base immediately." As the phone hung up, Yuan Fenghua looked around the base and sighed sadly, turning around and walking towards the conference room. In the temporary conference room, Qin Yang was still discussing some details of building the base with the crowd. Yuan Fenghua walked to Qin Yang's side in a low mood and said in a low voice, "Qin Yang, there is a change in the situation. Now we can't find a supplier of magnesium phosphate special cement to transport it this way." Qin Yang's brows immediately furrowed and his face became gloomy. He said to the people in charge of the project in front of him, "Gentlemen, you can discuss it first. I'll go out for a while." Outside the conference room, Qin Yang said with an icy face, "Strong Shang Group will never stop production of magnesium phosphate special sludge, and the lack of hoarding is even more nonsense." Yuan Fenghua sighed with a bitter face. "Magnesium phosphate special cement is the patent of Qiangxing Group. Other companies are simply not capable of doing it. What can we do about it?" Qin Yang fell silent, secretly pondering in his heart, his brows furrowed tightly. Seeing this, Yuan Fenghua didn't say much more, expecting Qin Yang to come up with something good. Now that the construction is about to begin, How can we do it without building materials? Time was running out. They were in no time to continue wasting it. Without magnesium phosphate special cement, the base simply could not have been built in one day. Qin Yang turned his head toward the entrance of the base and muttered, "Magnesium phosphate special cement must be in short supply. But how can we get those building materials companies to deliver the cement over as soon as possible?" Yuan Fanghua followed Qin Yang's gaze and asked curiously, "Qin Yang, are you trying to get these reporters to help us?" Qin Yang's gaze was sharp as he said in a deep voice, "Getting these reporters to publicize our needs is the only way we can do it right now. Does this really work?" Yuan Fanghua looked at the base gate with great apprehension. Qin Yang looked like he had already thought of a countermeasure and said with certainty, "Don't worry, Elder Yuan. They'll be here soon." At the same time, the strong group. In the office, Ma Chang sat at the conference table, looking at the computer in front of him with a solemn expression. At this moment, he was gathering the bosses of all the building materials companies under the strong group for an online meeting, only to see on the screen, a middle-aged man with half-white hair mathematically said in a deep voice, "Mr. Ma, we have already rejected their request as you requested." "Very good." Ma Chang looked at the other flat-headed man in the picture again and said, "Mr. Wang, how are you doing? They haven't contacted us yet." "Don't worry, Mr. Ma, we will follow your instructions, and in a short period of time, there won't be any building materials companies taking over the tasks of Qin Yang's team." Ma Chang took a breath of relief and said in a hurry, "Good job. We can't agree to their request no matter what. If we, the Qiangxing group, still want to develop peacefully, it's better to honestly wait and see what happens." "Mr. Ma, we understand. Don't worry, Mr. Ma." "But Mr. Ma, what if a building materials company really takes over? Then we," a female owner asked a question. Upon hearing this, Ma Chang sneered and said without any worry, "If we don't take over, who else is qualified to take over? Looking at the whole country, only our Qiangxing group can produce magnesium phosphate specialty cement. If Qin Yang's team wants to build the foundation in one day, they can only rely on magnesium phosphate specialty cement. To take a step back, even if there are other companies that can produce this kind of cement, would they dare to go against us, the strong group, in the field of building materials? In the end, it's still us, the strong Shang group, who speak the language. Don't worry, they won't be able to find a suitable supplier until we say yes." As the words fell, the bosses of the companies under his banner laughed. At that point, the woman who had just spoken asked another question. "Mr. Ma, the space elevator project is a major event for the benefit of the country and the people. Qin Yang and the others are contributing to the country. Isn't it not quite appropriate for us to do this?" Ma Chang's face turned cold as he rebuked. "This is not something we should consider. It's better to worry about yourself first. The immortals are fighting. The further away we mortals stay, the better. No matter what, we can't agree to Team Qin Yang's request." "Understood." The meeting had just been dissolved when Ma Chang's phone rang again. Seeing the caller's number, Ma Chang's complexion instantly tensed up as he hurriedly picked up the phone and respectfully said, "Hey, Minister Chao, did you do well on the task I gave you?" On the other side of the phone, a cold voice rang out, carrying the majesty of a superior. Ma Chang hemmed and hawed and hurriedly replied, "It's already done. It's just a matter of my words. If we Qiangxing don't supply, it's impossible for Qin Yang and the others to get the building materials. You can rest assured." "Well done." On the other side of the phone, the voice became much milder. Obviously the other party was satisfied. Ma Chang asked cautiously into the phone, "That, Minister Chao, the task you explained to me I did as I was told. You said before that the shares of the strong group in the kimchi country can rise by 20%. Can't you trust me?" "Don't worry, do a good job and your benefits won't be small." "Trustworthy? Of course. Thank you, Minister Chao." Meanwhile, the base in the uninhabited area of Coca-Cola. At the entrance of the base, many media reporters were still piled up here, paying close attention to the dynamics in the base and ready to report at any time. However, they waited for most of the day and there was no movement at all in the base, which made many reporters start to worry. "Hello viewers, I'm a reporter from the Kyushu News Network. As of now, Xinguisher's arrival at the base has exceeded a full 10 minutes. However, the construction team inside the base still hasn't begun to start work yet. The time left for Xinguisher and his team is getting shorter and shorter. Will they really be able to build the base as promised?" JoJo News continues to report for you. Friends of the audience in front of the screen, I am a reporter of the Solon News Network. At present, we did not see any building materials transported to the base of the uninhabited area of Coco Slippery. It is not yet clear exactly what time to be able to start the construction. Let's wait and see. Hello viewers, this is Globe Reporter. Just as the major media reporters were reporting, Only a rumbling sound was heard as the base gate opened, and under the escort of soldiers, Yuan Fanghua walked in front of the group of reporters. Seeing Yuan Fanghua appear, dozens of media reporters all gathered around excitedly. Academician Yuan has appeared. Is Academician Yuan planning to announce something big? Academician Yuan, we noticed that the building materials haven't been transported yet. Are we running into any problems? Academician Yuan, when exactly will the base begin construction? Academician Yuan, do you think it's really possible to build the base in one day? As soon as Yuan Fanghua appeared, the reporters' questions poured over. Yuan Fenghua's face was serious. Time is running out and there must be no more wasted time. Building materials must be delivered to the base as soon as possible. So now they have to rely on the energy of these media reporters to spread the story of their needs as soon as possible. And hopefully there will be a building materials company that can take on this task. So, Yuan Fanghua took a deep breath and said aloud, "Everyone be quiet for a moment. Be quiet." As the words fell, the room instantly quieted down, and the reporters were cooperative. Looking at the dozens of media reporters in front of him, Yuan Fenghua's eyes were deep as he said in a deep voice, "First of all, we have already determined that we will be constructing the foundation in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily, and right now, Academician Sheen is discussing with the relevant experts about some of the details of the foundation's construction. However, right now, we are facing a difficult problem, and we urgently need the help of all of our media friends, and we hope that through everyone's strength, the problem will be solved as soon as possible." As the words fell, all the reporters were flabbergasted. Having a hard time? What kind of dilemma needs their help as journalists? The crowd was filled with question marks, listening intently to what Yuan Fanghua said next. The space elevator project is a major event for the benefit of the country and the people, and as a Dragon Nation member, if they really need their help, they will certainly be obliged to do so. Yuan Fanghua continued, "As you all know, the architects are now in place, and we only need to receive the building materials before we can start the official construction. Among them, we need a new type of cement called magnesium phosphate, but we have received urgent information that all the building materials companies in China do not have this type of cement material. Now, we wish to speak out through all of our media friends to all building materials companies in the Dragon Kingdom, and ask building materials companies that see the news to transport enough building materials to us as soon as possible." After Yuan Fanghua finished speaking, the reporters looked at each other, all seeing the shocked look on each other's faces. No wonder construction hasn't started yet. It turns out there was a mix-up with the building materials. Without building materials, there's no way to start moving. That's a big deal. But is it really too late to send the message out? This is the extremely dangerous Kokonushan no man's land, and those building materials companies risk their lives to transport building materials here? The reporters' moods turned down and their expressions were complicated. No one spoke. Yuan Fanghua raised his voice and said, "I understand everyone's feelings at this moment. Right now, Academician Sheen is still in the conference room, discussing foundation matters with the construction experts. Academician Sheen and the others are still struggling, so how can we give up? The space elevator project is a major event that affects the entire country, and even all of mankind. Over the years, Academician Sheen has made so many great achievements, bringing the country's scientific and technological development to a new level. But it is impossible to create so many miracles by Academician Sheen alone. Standing behind him are thousands of scientific researchers, as well as the 1.4 billion people who silently support him. It was the unity of everyone that made the Dragon Kingdom miracle possible. Now, it's time for all of us to unite again. The miracle is right in front of us. Are we going to give up lightly? As long as we all work together, there's nothing we can't do. Gentlemen, please." As the words fell, all of the reporters were re-energized, their eyes shining brightly. Yuan Fenghua's words reawakened the essence within them and stirred their hot blood. The space elevator project was not just related to Academician Sheen and the many researchers. It was, likewise, inextricably linked to them. In times of trouble, as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, how could they stand by and watch? Thus, the reporters clenched their fists and looked at Yuan Fanghua. "Don't worry, Academician Yuan. In times of trouble, we at Kyushu News will never stand idly by. In times of trouble, it's all the more important to unite and help each other, and it's incumbent upon us at the globe. Don't worry, Academician Yuan. We at So Orphan News Network will definitely report it with all our might." All media reporters responded. Watching this scene, Yuan Fanghua nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes flooding with tears. Not sure if those building material companies will end up shipping building materials here, but at the very least, there is hope. Thanks to the efforts of dozens of media reporters, the news flew across the internet. Netizens responded to the call and began to use their ability to contact building materials companies in various provinces and cities. But unfortunately, All the building material companies say they don't have magnesium phosphate specialty cement. The netizens were not calm. One by one, how come there's no magnesium phosphate specialty cement? Damn it, what can we do about this? There are so many domestic building materials companies. Why are there none that can produce magnesium phosphate special cement? Not for nothing, as I understand it, the building materials giant, the Strong Group, could have produced this cement, but unfortunately, they discontinued production. Shut down production? Why stop production for a good reason? It's pointless to talk about this now. At the moment only the Strong Group has the ability to produce this kind of cement. Other companies simply can't make it. Crap, what should we do about this? Even if the Strong Group resumes production now, it's too late, isn't it? It's definitely too late. That's transportation to the Kokonushin no man's land. Now, more than half of the people in the Dragon Kingdom are worried about magnesium phosphate specialty cement. Without magnesium phosphate special cement, the base simply could not have been built in one day. Long Chang, in front of a home cooking restaurant, two takeaway boys were chatting while waiting for their food. See the network media reports about the Coco Sicily Uninhabited Area Foundation project encountered problems. Xiao Lu shook his head, snickered and said, "This Qin Yang just said that the foundation will be built within a day when the success of the time." I know that he jokes open big, and now it is true. The construction of building materials to build the foundation of the problem cannot find the magnesium phosphate special cement, they can only dry eyes. On the opposite side, Xiao Huang frowned and said with a puzzled face, "Our country's current level of science and technology has developed to the forefront of the world. It shouldn't be able to produce this kind of cement. How come one company can't do it?" Xiao Lu laughed, said in a faint voice, "In the end, or not as good as others. Magnesium phosphate special cement, heard is high-end goods. It has to be those old developed countries can make it." "What high-end stuff?" Little Yellow said with some disbelief. "Cement isn't a light chin machine. You're exaggerating." "Hyperbole?" Xiao Lu said with a sneer. "I see the internet said this magnesium phosphate special cement only need an hour to completely solidify. Is not ordinary cement can be compared. Which certainly involves a very advanced technology as well as materials. This base if you want to fix or have to get along with foreign countries, import this high-grade cement from others. After all, people there are more top talent. Technology is stronger. Technology is stronger. Bullshit, net nonsense. What era are you still bragging about foreign countries? We still have a lot of talent. Not to mention, Qin Yang alone can crush a large group of foreign talents. Don't forget who made the space elevator. How do you know that this space elevator is his doing? He's so young. I think it's still a lot of luck. Learning other people's foreign technology and letting him figure it out by chance. What does that count for? Alright, I can't talk to you. Just be happy. Just wait for your face to be slapped. The building materials issue. Academician Qin Yang will definitely be able to solve it properly. After picking up the meal from the window, Xiao Huang grunted coldly and rushed off to deliver the takeout. On a highway in the south, a large truck loaded with a load of cement was moving at a constant speed. In the cab, besides the driver there was a young man hitchhiking on the road. At this time, the car is broadcasting the latest news about the foundation project in the uninhabited area of Kokokali. The driver said in a puzzled voice while driving, "It's really strange. I remember that the Strong Shang Group has been producing magnesium phosphate special cement. How did it suddenly stop production?" "Really?" When the young man sitting in the passenger seat heard this, he quickly asked, "Uncle, does the Strong Group really have magnesium phosphate special cement?" The driver said in a deep voice, "That's for sure. You don't look at what I do. Don't I know it well as a person who has been in the building materials industry for many years? It's just that I don't understand why Qiangxing Group stopped production when it did." Alas, if the Strong Shang Group hadn't stopped production, then Xinguosher and the others wouldn't have to worry about this. Now even if the Strong Group resumes production, it will be too late. It's too late. Too late? Curious, the young man asked. How is it too late? Have you forgotten where the engineering base is? That's the Kokonushin no man's land, the driver said with fear and trepidation. What the hell is that location in Kokozili? It's desolate and remote. The climate is changeable. And it's very dangerous. Old drivers like me who have been transporting goods for more than 10 years don't dare to go over there. I reckon that if I really want to ship the goods to Coco Sicily, the fastest speed will be this evening before they can be delivered. And by that time, the yellow flowers will all be cold. Academician Shin said, but the foundation will be built in one day. How can it be in time? Yeah, the base is in the Kokonushin no man's land. The young man sighed and looked sad. What the driver uncle said was still the fastest. So if there were any problems on the road, then I guess it would have to be delivered tomorrow. Ugh. The driver also sighed heavily and said helplessly, without magnesium phosphate special cement, it is impossible for the foundation to be built in one day. Now, I only hate my car is not pulling magnesium phosphate special cement. Otherwise, I just spell my old life. Also have to go to Coco Sicily no man's land to walk up a time. I feel resentful on behalf of academician Sheen and the others. Obviously everything was ready, but it turned out that there was a problem with the building materials. The young man lowered his head and said nothing. A construction site somewhere in a northern city. The master and disciple are resting after their work. Master looked at the news on his cell phone and said in a deep voice, "Magnesium phosphate special cement is indeed a good thing. If this thing is there, it's really not empty talk to build the foundation in a day." The apprentice next to him asked curiously, "Master, is this cement really that powerful? So this is academician Sheen's bottom line?" Immediately, the disciple's complexion darkened again inside. It's a pity that there is no such cement in the country right now, and I'm afraid that academician Sheen's promise won't be fulfilled. How did the strong group stop production? The master patted his disciple's shoulder and comforted. "Don't be discouraged first. Academician Yuan has launched a call for the whole country. We have a lot of talent in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's not good to say that in addition to which company will produce magnesium phosphate special cement, transported to the uninhabited area of Coco Cacao Sicily. Never give up until the last moment." Liangcheng City, in the office of a building materials company, Boss Kim and Boss One are talking on the phone. The two of them, both owners of the building materials company in Liangcheng City, had a good relationship with each other. Boss Jean smiled and said, "Lao Yuan, such a big project, you really don't have any interest at all?" Coco Silly is not too far away from Liangcheng. On the other side of the phone, Boss Yuan grunted and quickly said, "Lao Jean, we don't have the skills to do this. If we mess up then this small company under me can't afford it. You're better than me, so you'll have to do the job. But, then again, I think there's one person I could try. He should have a source there." "You mean Old White, right? Harm. This guy is having fun abroad. He definitely doesn't want to be involved here." "What about Han? Is Han out of stock too?" "Old Han, don't even count on it. This old guy is unlucky enough to go bankrupt. His wife and child are gone. Mention his bad luck. This matter in addition to you and I, only old Meng and old Zhang are qualified to take over." "See what you mean by that?" Boss Jean skimmed his mouth and hurriedly said, "Bullshit, Cloud Sky Group was eaten by you, right? It's one of the top 10 enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. With the Cloud Sky Group on top of us, in this area of Liangcheng, where do we get to talk?" On the other side of the phone, Boss Yuan smiled coldly and said, "If the previous Cloud Sky Group, naturally it has this ability. When Yun Sunlong was still alive, the Cloud Sky Group was indeed flourishing. That is not at all comparable to the current strong group. It's a pity that he got cancer and lost his daughter. Yun Yu, where can she hold down the backbone of the company?" Watching a young girl press down on their heads, they naturally wouldn't be convinced, and then quite a few of the elite backbones of the Cloud Sky Group jumped ship to Strong Shang. If it wasn't for the addition of those talents from the Yun Tian Group, how could the strong group have developed to this point? The era belonging to the Cloud Sky Group has long since fallen. Do you think that with just Yun Yu, a yellow-haired girl, she can resist such a big task? Boss Kim also smashed his mouth and sighed very much. It's really one thing and another. Once Yun Sunlong died, this Cloud Sky Group immediately failed. Instead, the strong group is flourishing and gaining momentum. In the building materials industry, Xianqing Group is the absolute hegemon. Boss Jean shook his head and sighed. Alas, so it seems that the birth of the space elevator will not be seen tomorrow, and when that time comes, Qingguisher will be in a difficult situation, and I'm afraid that he will be drowned by the spitballs at home and abroad. On the other side of the phone, Boss Yuan also sighed and said, "Old Jean, I figure we can't do nothing. I do appreciate Qingguisher, so why don't we just take on the mission? Let's go persuade old Meng and old Zhang and the two of them again. With the four families joining forces, I don't think there's any problem. United?" Upon hearing this, Boss Jean began to think darkly in his heart. A few seconds later, he said with a difficult face, "Our distance from the Coco Sicily uninhabited area is not too far. There is nothing wrong with transportation, but as you know, magnesium phosphate special cement is expensive, and the production can't keep up with it. Do you think Lao Zhang and the two of them will be willing? Strong Group doesn't even dare to do it. We are just a few small companies. Is it really no problem?" On the other side, Boss Yuan said in a deep voice, "I say Lao Jean, why are you so stubborn? Even if we can't deliver magnesium phosphate special cement, we can transport other materials to the base, such as sand, steel, and so on. In short, we can do what we can to contribute to the country. As for those two agreeing or not, they'll have to be asked first." Boss Jin's eyes lit up as his mind wandered. He did get all bent out of shape, always thinking about magnesium phosphate specialty cement. The building materials needed to build the base are not just magnesium phosphate special cement. This kind of cement they don't have. But other materials? That's still no problem. You're right, old Yuan. No problem. Let's do it. Boss Yuan was also excited. Just waiting for you to say that. At the same time, in front of the Yuntian Building Materials Business Group Company in Liancheng City, a luxurious Bentley stopped, and the suited driver got out in a hurry and respectfully opened the rear door. Not long after, from the car walked down a young woman wearing a black wraparound skirt, black big waves, exquisite face, straight and slender jade legs, dusty temperament, undoubtedly does not show her noble. As soon as the woman appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of the passers-by around her. Holy shit, it's beautiful. Which first-tier star is here? The aura is so powerful, and the body is so good. What star? Even this one you guys don't recognize? This is the old boss of our cool city Cloud Sky Building Materials Group, Yun Yuyu. Crap, she's the legendary Yun Yuyu? This looks like she's only in her 20s, right? Such a young boss? It's too powerful, isn't it? Yun Yuyu walked towards the company building accompanied by a group of staff with her long snow-white legs. As she walked, she thought about the lack of building materials for the foundation project reported on the news, her red lips hooking slightly. Qin Yang, Qin Yang, a magnesium phosphate special cement. Did it get you stuck? At this moment, in a certain large conference room of the Cloud Sky Group of companies, all the bigwigs of the Cloud Sky Group had gathered together and were discussing the matter of building materials in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily in a feverish manner. It's simply impossible to build the foundation in one day. At least it has to be the day after tomorrow. The only strong group that also produces magnesium phosphate special cement. They don't even want to take over this business. Who else but them has this qualification? Oh, not necessarily, Mr. Joe. This can't be said too fully. Maybe certain small companies are producing it. So what? You also said it's a small company. Do you think that with the output of these small companies, they can support the foundation project? After a pause, Mr. Joe continued. Even if they can find a dozen or so companies that produce magnesium phosphate special cement, how much profit can they make? Do you think these companies they will agree to cooperate? Besides, this is a delivery of building materials to Cocosili, and I don't need to tell you what Cocosili is, right? If there is any accident that affects the construction of the foundation, the building materials company will be the one to take the blame. For such a simple reason, who would be so stupid to take on this project? As Mr. Joe's words fell, the crowd nodded their heads. Mr. Joe is right. This business is really a mess. If you do a good job, you won't get much profit, but if you mess up, it will be a big deal. By then, the whole world would know that the failure of the space elevator project was caused by the building materials company, and they could not afford to take such a big blame. The risk is too high. What's more, the strong group had put out the word, so who would have the guts to touch strong if they didn't pick it up? In the conference room, the bosses looked at each other with a unanimous attitude. I won't be able to see the space elevator tomorrow. What a shame. Everything was ready, but it turned out to be delayed by building materials. This can't be helped. But in the end, this doesn't have much to do with us. Since we can't help the country, we can simply leave things alone. The country naturally has its own way of dealing with things. It's not our turn to worry about it here. However, what exactly does Missy want by calling us all over? Mr. Joe, I don't agree with what you said. Suddenly, a brittle woman's voice came from outside the door. Brush, brush, brush. After this voice rang out, everyone put their eyes on the doorway, and the conference room instantly turned quiet. The staff member opened the conference room door and bent respectfully. Yun Yuyu stepped into the conference room with a calm stride on her high heels. Seeing Yun Yuyu appear, Mr. Joe, who was Yun Yuyu's uncle, could not help but sigh. This niece of his had grown up after all. Not only did she look beautiful, her aura was even more powerful. Mr. Joe greeted with a gentle smile on his face. Oh, Yo-Yo, you're finally here. Yun Yuyu's face was icy cold. She didn't even look at General Manager Joe and sat down straight towards her seat. Seeing this, Mr. Joe touched his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Yun, what are you planning to discuss by gathering us all today? What Mr. Joe asked was exactly what everyone wanted to ask, so everyone looked at Yun Yuyu, who was sitting on the main seat, and curiously perked up their ears. Yun Yuyu didn't want to waste time and hated to say anything polite. She said bluntly, everyone present today should know about the foundation being built in the Coco Sicily no man's land, right? The directors of the group as well as the bosses of its companies all nodded. Yun Yuyu continued, currently, the foundation project has encountered trouble in building materials, and the state also hopes that the nation's building materials companies can respond to the call in time to transport building materials to the base in Coco, and we, the Yuntian group, should take an exemplary role and take the lead in responding to the state's call. As the words fell, all the bigwigs were left with their jaws dropped, thinking that they had misheard. Mr. Joe said with a surprised face, Mr. Yoon, you are planning to. Looking at the shocked faces of the crowd, Yoon Yu did ripple and said, yes, I would like to take the lead to contribute to the country by transporting all the building materials needed for the foundation project to Kakazilla. Of course, including the magnesium phosphate specialty cement. Mr. Joe, you are in charge of the factory's production work. Can we ship the goods within an hour? Quiet. At this instant, the entire conference room was plunged into an eerie silence. Mr. Joe's face was dumbfounded, and the others' faces stiffened. What did they just hear? Is Mr. Yoon really not joking? To provide the Qin team with all the building materials needed for the foundation project? Magnesium phosphate specialty cement included? Geez, what was going on in the head of this Mr. Yoon of theirs? Earlier, they also felt that the risk of this matter was higher than the reward, and it was a chore. And now, Chief Yoon was actually planning to take on this hard job himself? Isn't this nothing to worry about? As they said before, if there is any accident, the one who will take the blame will be their building materials company. If not, the whole company will have to close down. What's the point of doing this business with so much risk and so little benefit? Mr. Joe's breath caught in his throat and his face was anxious as he hurriedly persuaded Yoon Yu. That Yodo no, Mr. Yoon. The thing you just said that is absolutely not okay. This is trying to make our company jump into the fire pit. This is a national key project. The eyes of the world are focused here. And you don't know what the Kokonushan no man's land is, do you? If something happens during transportation and delays the project, we'll be the ones to take the blame. Then again, magnesium phosphate special cement. Our company doesn't have the ability to produce it either. Currently, the only one who can produce this kind of cement in China is the Strongsheng Group. We can't afford to take on a task that other people won't even take on. Mr. Yoon, think twice before you act. Yoon Yu's pretty face was as cold as ice as she looked at General Manager Zhou, who was speaking, and said in a faint voice, I have certainly considered all of these issues. I also understand the thoughts of General Manager Zhou and everyone here. Everyone is an old man of the group. So naturally, we have to put the interests of Yun Tian Group first. However, everyone is a little too unsure of my Cloud Sky Group. After a pause, Yoon Yu continued. As the largest building materials company in Lianqing City, if Yun Tian Group can't even produce a magnesium phosphate special cement, then how can it compete with other companies? Wouldn't the group's plan to take off be a fool's errand? My grandfather back then will be a small store single-handedly built into today's Yun Tian Group. In the middle of this, has faced bankruptcy crisis several times. If there is no state support, which has the current Yun Tian Group, now that the national project has encountered a crisis, it's the right time for us to return the favor to the country. And we, the Cloud Sky Group, must do what we can to fully support the country's work. As Yoon Yu's words fell, everyone bowed their heads slightly, their expressions flickering. Their original stiff, ugly faces were replaced by guilt. As Yoon Yu said, without the support of the country back then, there would be no present Yun Tian Group. Now that the country is in trouble, how can they stand by and do nothing? If this space elevator project fails, the country will be the laughingstock of the world. As part of the Dragon Kingdom, did they really want to see that scene? However, now all the building materials companies in the country, large and small, are afraid to take over this task. If they give it to Yun Tian Group, will it be targeted by other companies? Especially the dominant player in the building materials industry, the Strong Group. Mr. Yoon, what you said is very reasonable. However, I still feel that things cannot be done. For Yun Tian Group, the risk is just too great. Yun Tian Group is no longer the same Yun Tian that was in the middle of the day. At this time, I think it should be more rational compared to emotional. If you still intend to insist, I'm sorry, then I'll have to withdraw my shares and detach from Cloudy Sky. In the middle of the field, a balding middle-aged man in his 50s said in a jar. As an old man of the group, his words carry a lot of weight. As soon as these words came out, many of the directors also began to hesitate, and they were all people who liked to seek stability. Yeah, at the end of the day it's their interests that matter most. They didn't want to follow a young girl and take such a big risk, and since there was a difference of opinion, they had no choice but to withdraw their shares. In their opinion, they are all old employees who followed Yun Yu's father, Yun Tsanlong, and struggled together back then, and with their collective opposition, Yun Yu thought that he wouldn't dare to do too much. Just as the crowd was wavering, Yun Yu's cool voice rang out, I respect elders' choice, and you can withdraw your shares at any time. Yun Yu's face was bland, as if she had already expected this scene. This caused the elder who had just spoken, as well as the crowd, to reveal shock. They're confused. Eldarin looked at Yun Yu with wide-eyed anger. This yellow-haired girl had just said that she respected his choice? Unbridled. It's too licentious. Eldarin's face was grim as he growled angrily. Yun Yu, you're too unbridled. What do you take us directors for? When I followed your father to fight together, he had to be courteous to me. What are you? A yellow-haired girl, to dare to talk to me like this? Without us directors, Cloud Sky Group will play out sooner or later. In the beginning, Cloud Sky Group shouldn't have been handed over to you. Business is always about profit. So what if the national project fails? That doesn't have anything to do with us. If the domestic market is in the doldrums, we can still go to a beautiful country to do business. If we take on this task and something goes wrong, the entire Cloud Sky Group will be finished. An old man's face reddened with anger and his body shivered, startling everyone around him. Old Ann, calm down some. Old Ann, what are you so excited about? Be careful of your body. Mr. Yoon, I think it's better to forget about it. Everyone is also thinking about the interests of the company. This is not something we can resist. Yun Yu looked at the crowd and said calmly, without slowing down, I understand everyone's feelings. Over the years, the development of the Yuntian group has brought together everyone's endless hard work. However, my attitude will not change. Without the help of the country, there would be no Cloud Sky Group today. We have to be grateful. The development of the enterprise, indeed, should be emphasized by the interests, but more important than the interests, is the heart of love. Over. When the nest is tipped, what is left of the egg? If the country falls into a slump, it will be a fatal blow to all industries in the country. Only when the country is rich and strong will the people have hope and the enterprises have hope. Today, we, Cloud Sky Group, are going to act as a leader and go to fully support the country. Uncle Lin, and all the seniors here, please. The conference room, once again, was quiet. Everyone said nothing and looked grave. An old man opened his mouth and looked at Yun Yu, who had an expectant face in front of him, and in a trance, he seemed to see the shadow of her father, Yun Sanlong. After all, their father and daughter, and their natures are so much alike. Back then, Yun Sanglong was a stubborn person, and this daughter of his, her temper was also so stubborn. But speaking of which, after decades of development, how could the Cloud Sky Group have come so far without the help of the state? Space elevator, global attention. Once the space elevator was introduced, the development of the Dragon Kingdom would be taken to a new level, truly as good as it gets. By then, the Cloud Sky Group would be out of the doldrums and become a brand new hegemon in the field of building materials. Eldarin gathered his emotions and resumed his seat. He shook his head and laughed lightly, saying with an emotional expression, "That's just it. Just listen to you. We old guys, we're old in the end. We can't control you anymore. This child of yours is just as stubborn as your father. But in advance, if you fail in the end, you will have to step down from the position of the boss. Go abroad to study the group's affairs. Leave it to us directors." A smile appeared on Yun Yu's face as she hurriedly said, "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I am relieved with your words. The final result will definitely not disappoint everyone." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and ultimately acquiesced. It's all been said and done, so let's take a gamble. In the meantime, a remote area of Tianzhou City, in a cement factory, cement production workshop, the machine is operating non-stop. The roar resounded through the 4 fields. In the factory manager's office, the cowplant manager was looking at the news on his cell phone. After reading it, factory director Nyo sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "How can this be done?" At the critical moment, the building materials have encountered problems. If the foundation cannot be built, how can the whole space elevator? It's just a pity that our plant can't produce magnesium phosphate specialty cement, or it might not be too late if we were shipping to Kokonusha. Next to him, the assistant also shook his head with great emotion. The space elevator is a major event that affects all mankind and concerns the future development of the country, and everyone is looking forward to the birth of the space elevator. It's just a pity that they don't have magnesium phosphate specialty cement here either, so they really can't help even if they wanted to. The assistant hesitated twice, or could not help but ask, "Plant manager, our plant can obviously produce magnesium phosphate special cement. How is it?" Upon hearing this, plant director Nyo sighed and said very helplessly, "So what if we can produce, but the top doesn't agree? Where do we get the authority? Besides, that's not enough time. That's going to be transported to the Kokonushan uninhabited area, and with our factory's production speed, we simply can't support the amount of demand for the foundation project. If other building material companies came together to produce it, this would be more or less the same. The above do not dare to agree. It is understandable. After all, this is a national key project. In case of any accidents on the way of transportation, delayed the project, can imagine what will be the consequences. Who dares to take down such a big pot? Besides, that's not enough time. That's going to be transported to the Kokonushan uninhabited area. And with our factory's production speed, we simply can't support the amount of demand for the foundation project. If other building material companies came together to produce it, this would be more or less the same. The above do not dare to agree. It is understandable. After all, this is a national key project. In case of any accidents on the way of transportation, delayed the project, can imagine what will be the consequences. Who dares to take down such a big pot? The assistant touched his chin, said expectantly, if there is a company to come forward to take the lead, it would be good. There are so many building materials companies in China. If all of them respond to the call, the building materials problem is still not easy to say? Innocent. Nyo factory director shook his head, smiled bitterly, which is so simple. Strong group are not afraid to take the lead. How can other companies have so much courage? I think that quite a few companies actually have the intention to help. It's just that they lack a leader. Everyone is hesitating. Alas. In short, don't think too much. I would love to produce, but how dare we if the top doesn't order it? It's at this point, I don't think it's possible for the top to call. The aide looked desperate, her eyes losing their sparkle. Is there, really, no company willing to pick up the slack? If the foundations can't be built on time, the space elevator program will fail. If he was the owner of a building materials company, he would have said anything to help. It's just a shame that he's a minion. Just when both men were hanging their heads, jingle bells, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Plant director Nyo was instantly a jolt. The assistant next to him was wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be? The two were wide-eyed and breathing heavily. With an excited and apprehensive mood, plant director Nyo hurriedly picked up the phone. Just after connecting the phone, a voice came from the other side of the phone before factory director Nyo could speak. Plant director Bull, you're not busy now, are you, boss? Hearing this familiar voice, factory director Nyo's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly said, not busy, boss, what are you? Now you should know about academician Qin Yan leading a team that is building foundations in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily, right? Know this. It's all over the internet right now with news about it. They that seem to be having a headache over building materials right now. Well, what I am going to say now is this matter. Right now the foundation project is about to start, but there is a lack of building materials, especially magnesium phosphate special cement. The national project has encountered difficulties, and we are duty-bound to do so. After the board discussion, we decided to respond to the national call. Plant director Nyo, I remember our plant can produce magnesium phosphate special cement, right? Right now, time is running out. Let me ask you, how many tons can we produce in an hour at most if we start working at full capacity? Hearing the boss's words, plant director Nyo clenched his fists, and the assistant very next to him glanced at each other, both of them seeing the color of excitement and euphoria on the other's face. That's what they were waiting for from the boss. Plant director Nyo said in a deep voice, our plant can indeed produce magnesium phosphate special cement. Boss, don't worry, with full power, we can produce at least 5 tons an hour. To tell the truth, we are waiting for your call right now. On the other side of the phone, the boss also laughed out loud and said boldly, not bad, plant director Nyo, I was right about you. You are a good person. Now that our country is in trouble, how can we stand by and do nothing? That Xianxin group is still the industry leader. I don't know what they're up to. It's really disappointing. We must not be like them. Only when the country is rich and strong can we have a better life. Since other building materials companies don't dare to take up out, let's be the forerunner of this. Let's step up the production of magnesium phosphate special cement. The more the better. After that, hurry up transportation toward the engineering base in Cocasilia. Factory director Nyo's face flushed red, his blood spurting. He said with a fluttering brow, don't worry boss, we promise to complete the mission. After hanging up the phone, plant director Nyo put on his overalls and headed out of the office. Xiao Su, it's our turn to strike now. Let's go. To the workshop. Yes, plant manager. A few minutes later, the duo made their way to the main workshop. Seeing Director Song of the workshop, the plant manager hurriedly ordered, Director Song, now start producing magnesium phosphate special cement with full force. What's going on? At the word, Director Song was first stunned, then said with a shocked look, Plant Director, you are saying that you want to produce magnesium phosphate special cement? At this moment, Director Song thought he had misheard. He knows that now the engineering base in the uninhabited area of Cocosili has encountered problems with building materials, so their factory this is too. Thinking of this, Director Song said with an agitated face, Plant Director, this is a resolution from above? That's right. Plant Director Nyo huffed and puffed and panted, saying in a deep voice, "The board of directors has resolved that our plant start producing magnesium phosphate special cement. It will be produced at full capacity within an hour, after which it will be transported to the Kokonushan engineering base at the fastest speed possible. I've heard that other building material companies are afraid to take this task. If we do this, will we be taken by other companies?" Director Song said with some concern. "What do you care about them?" Nyo factory director urged. "I say Lao Song really no time. You hurry up." Director Song looked at the running machine and said with great difficulty, "Plant director, it's not a coincidence that ordinary cement is being produced right now, and it will take at least half an hour before this batch is finished. It's not like we can change varieties in the middle of the process." "What did you say, half an hour?" Upon hearing this, both the Ox factory manager and the assistant duo were nonplussed. They've only got an hour in total, so they can't afford to waste it. The assistant's face was ugly, and he said eagerly, "Plant manager, we can't just wait, half an hour. 2 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement can be produced." Factory director Bull's brow furrowed. A few seconds later, his heart sank and he raised his voice. "Of course we can't wait so dryly. Old Song, change the raw materials now and start producing magnesium phosphate special cement. The national project can't be delayed." "Change now? This?" Director Song's face stiffened, and he quickly said, "This can't work, plant director. If this is raw material, what about other companies' goods? People are still waiting for their goods." Plant director Neo was resolute and said through clenched teeth, "National events are most important. Produce magnesium phosphate special cement with all your might, and I'll be responsible for all the consequences. The country is above everything. Now the national project is in trouble. What do you care about other companies? Of course, we must first solve the matter of building the foundation. Without magnesium phosphate special cement, the foundation simply could not have been built in one day. When that happens, the face will be lost to the world." The words have been said to this point. Director Song finally made up his mind. He said in a deep voice, "Good, who let you are the factory director? According to what you say." As the words fell, Director Song took out his walkie-talkie and began to give orders. "Attention all workshop personnel. Attention all workshop personnel. Now immediately stop the production of ordinary cement. Change the raw materials. Full production of magnesium phosphate special cement. Within 1 hour. As much as can be produced. As much as can be produced." It was only at this point that the two of them, plant director Nyo and his assistant, breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. City, headquarters of Westwater Building Materials Group Inc. Mr. White stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mr. White stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance. He was looking in the very direction where the company's cement plant was located. Mr. Bai muttered, "Let's hope it can help academician Qin Yang and the others." Earlier, after learning through the news that the foundation project of Kokonusha had encountered problems with building materials, Mr. Bai immediately convened a meeting of the group. Eventually, after his efforts, the meeting finally passed a resolution to deliver magnesium phosphate special cement to the uninhabited area of Kokozali. Now, Mr. Bai only hoped that the factories under his banner could produce faster and produce as much as possible. At the same time, he also expects that because of his lead, he can lead other building materials companies to respond to the call, together to make contributions to the country. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Not long after, the secretary walked in. She reported excitedly, "General Manager Bai, news came from the factory side. 5 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement has been produced." 5 tons? General Bai looked shocked. "It's only been half an hour and you've already produced 5 tons? That's too efficient." Mr. Bai clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Good job. Notify the factory. Produce 2 more tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, and start arranging for fleet transportation. The Coco Sicily uninhabited area is a long way away. We have to transport it in place faster. I'll go and inform." "It's just that Mr. Bai." The strong group. Mr. Bai waved his hand, unconcerned. "Humph, that Ma Chang. Don't mind him. What magnesium phosphate specialty cement has stopped production? It's just nonsense. I don't care what that guy is up to behind the scenes. But we, Shishui Group, must respond to the national call." The secretary nodded, showing much more reverence for the general manager Bai in front of him. A person like Mr. Bai is a qualified entrepreneur. Mr. Bai looked at his secretary and said in a faint voice, "Don't care about Ma Chang's attitude. If he dares to threaten us with the shares, we will evacuate them. We, Shishui Group, can't let this line of scum delay national events. Do you understand?" "I see." The other side. Yanjing Xiangxing Group headquarters. In the office, Ma Chang crossed his legs and looked leisurely. As long as the mission Minister Chow had given him was successfully completed, When the time came, their shares of the strong group in Kimchi Kingdom would rise by 20%. 20%! And what did he pay for it? Nothing more than a move of the tongue. Ma Chang took a sip of tea and smiled coldly. In fact, he had originally been a bit displeased with that Qin Yang's demeanor, with a cocky look, as if everything was within his grasp. Now, isn't this kid just dumbfounded? Without building materials, it is impossible to build a space elevator foundation. He wanted to see how this Qin Yang was going to deal with it. Ma Chang laughed softly. Everything was under his control. Ma Chang was in a good mood and chatted with all the bosses in the network meeting in one way or another. Suddenly, the boss of an city raised his voice and said, Mr. Ma, something big has happened. As the words fell, the crowd looked at the boss of the city of Anan with a confused look on their faces. Ma Chang looked puzzled and asked, What's the big deal? The boss of an city hurriedly said, Just now, I received news that Mr. Bai from the headquarters of the Shishui Group has ordered its cement factory to urgently produce a batch of magnesium phosphate special cement, intending to ship it to Cocosilia. Westwater Group? Ma Chang's face turned ugly. How dare Western Water Group? The Westwater Group holds shares in the Strong Group. How dare they sing against Strong? What a nerve! Ma Chang's face was very gloomy. Just now he was thinking that everything was going well, but he didn't expect that at this time, the tiny Westwater Group would dare to backstab him. If Shishui Group delivers the magnesium phosphate special cement to the uninhabited area of Coco Sicily, then the task that Minister Chow has given him will be smashed. Then Kimchi Country's 20% stake was out of the question. Not only that, but they, the Strong Group, might have to be maliciously targeted by Minister Chow. How does that work? Mr. Ma, what should we do? They're almost done producing cement, and if we wait any longer, the transportation fleet will be heading towards the Kokonushan uninhabited area. How else to fix it? Or send someone to trip and rob their car? Crap, brother, what kind of society is it now that you still dare to rob? Do not want to die? Ma Chang let out a deep breath and said in a deep voice, All of you calm down a bit. A small Shishui group is just a small group. Give them a call to explain, and they won't dare to make more trouble. At that, the crowd responded with a soft chuckle. Yeah, compared to the Strong Group, the Westwater Group is nothing. Do they still have the guts to go against the Strong Group? Thinking of this, the crowd relaxed and waited for Mr. Ma to call that Mr. Bai. Mr. Ma snorted, then took out his cell phone and started to make a call. And he purposely put it on speakerphone. But, a whole dozen seconds passed without the call being connected, which made Mr. Ma's face embarrassed. This kid, how dare he not answer his calls? Who gave him the nerve? After more than 10 seconds of walking, the call was finally answered. Hello, who are you? A voice came over the phone. Mr. Ma, crowd. At this moment, Mr. Ma and all the bosses in the meeting were dumbfounded. This Mr. Bai didn't even save Mr. Ma's phone number? Mr. Ma's face twitched and he said in a deep voice, I am Ma Chang. Oh, so it's Mr. Ma, what can I do for you? During the day, I did say not to transport building materials to Kokosia, didn't I? You're treating my words as if they've fallen on deaf ears, openly against the Strong Group. Do you know what the consequences of doing so? Do you realize that the Qianqing Group will be dragged down by you? Daylight. Right now immediately. Have the factories under you stop. Mr. Ma. Hello? Mr. Ma. Are you talking? Why can't I hear anything? On the other side of the phone, Chief White's voice rang out. Immediately. Toot toot. The phone was hung up. Meanwhile, the Westwater Group. Inside Mr. White's office, Chief White put down his cell phone and smiled coldly. This dog? Who is he threatening? He looked at the secretary next to him and asked in a hurry. Well, when's the earliest we can leave? The secretary hurriedly said. We're guaranteed to leave in 20 minutes. Soon. Get a grip. Jingle bells. Suddenly, the cell phone in Mr. Bai's hand rang again, and seeing the incoming number, Mr. Bai calmly answered the call. Across the room, Ma Chang's voice rang out. I say, Mr. Bai, can you hear me now? You've already produced the magnesium phosphate special cement, right? Send someone to transport it to Yanjing now. We, Qianqing Group, want it all. Don't worry, you won't be treated poorly. This batch of cement, no matter what, can't be transported towards the uninhabited area of Cocosili. Do you understand? You should know very well that without us, the Qianqing Group, your Shishui Group is nothing. Daylight, I'm giving you a chance. Do you understand? Daylight snorted. Mr. Ma, don't threaten me with such words. Shishui Group is not backed up by Qianqing, but it is still open. I am really puzzled. You Qianqing obviously have a large amount of magnesium phosphate special cement. Why do you say there is no stock? Mr. Ma, cheating the state is a felony. On the other side, Ma Chang's heart and soul trembled, and he said furiously, "What nonsense, Daylight. This is your last chance. You damn well better. Do. Once again, the phone was hung up before Ma Chang could finish his sentence. Ma Chang was dumbfounded. This guy even hung up on him again? In the network conference room, the bosses looked shocked, and no one dared to speak. When did this guy become so crazy during the day? Where does he get off? More than 10 seconds later, a bald boss nervously asked, Ma, what to do now? Ma Chang's face was grim as he said in a chilling voice, Daylight, do you know what big shot you've offended? Next, wait for the retaliation. Ma Chang shaded his face and dialed Minister Chow's number immediately afterward. After the call was answered, Ma Chang's face instantly changed from gloomy to curt. Minister Chow, I'm really sorry to call you at this time. That is like this. There is an emergency on my side. Originally, after I gave the word, the building materials companies all over the world were very honest, but the Shishuwei group over in City is too ignorant of the rules, and they have currently produced magnesium phosphate special cement, which is being shipped to the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. In response, I specifically called the person in charge of the other party and sternly stopped it, but the other party didn't put me in their eyes at all and had a strong attitude. Minister Chow, you see, on the other side of the phone, a cold, deep voice rang out. Isn't your Changqing group the industry leader? But you can't even handle this small matter? What did I explain to you before? Ma Chang, if things don't go well, I see that your good days of the strong group are coming to an end. At that time, Ma Chang's face changed, quickly said in a trembling voice, Minister Chow, I am in accordance with your instructions to strictly implement. You know, around the large and small building materials companies so much, there are always a few ungrateful things like to jump around. Not as a last resort I will not call you. If the other side of the magnesium phosphate special cement transported to Coco, Sicily, we have to plan can be I'm not going to call you until it's absolutely necessary. Minister Chow, cut the crap. Minister Chow's voice was icy cold. Ma Chang looked nervous and didn't dare to say much. It was only after a few seconds that Minister Chow's voice came away. A small Westwater group. What can it turn over? I'll handle this matter. Ma Chang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said excitedly, You're right. What is Shishuwei group in front of you? I'm relieved to have Minister Chow's words from you. Toot toot. Minister Chow hung up directly. Ma Chang, on the other hand, held his cell phone and smiled coldly. Daylight, this is the price you pay for not knowing the rules. In the meantime, on State Highway 219 in An, a van is moving quickly. In the car, a couple is talking. The man was listening to the broadcast of the foundation project in Coco, Sicily inside. It's a real rush. It's all come to this. The building materials haven't been delivered yet. What the hell is this building? Academician Sheen's promise. I'm afraid it won't be completed. Upon hearing this, the woman sitting in the passenger seat frowned and said, The building materials should be fine. Even if it's coconuts, it should be delivered at this time. Right? Are those building material companies all dry? Didn't you read the news? Academician Sheen, they need a special magnesium phosphate cement. But the problem is that there are no building materials companies that produce this kind of cement. Egu, the word is out. If we don't see a space elevator tomorrow, won't our country become a joke? What can we do? Alas, it's a shame we can't do anything but crouch. The man was talking when suddenly he felt the body jolt and was startled. Honey, what's going on? An earthquake? The woman in the passenger seat blenched and hurriedly grabbed the armrest. Instead of speaking, the man looked into the rearview mirror, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. Just behind them, flying sand and rocks, a big truck rumbled by. The big trucks were loaded with cargo and traveling fast, like one steel beast after another roaring toward them. Fuck, what's going on? Why are there so many trucks all of a sudden? The man's face was shocked and he hastily maneuvered the van to one side for emergency avoidance. Brush. The next moment, one van after another sped past their car, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. The rumbling shook the couple's heads. The man stared wide-eyed, although blocked by dust, but he could vaguely see. The car body printed Western Water Group for big words. The truck was loaded with what appeared to be cement. Western Water Group's truck? Where are they transporting so much cement? Next to him, his wife hurriedly said, Hubby, what's loaded on these cars wouldn't be magnesium phosphate special cement, would it? They're going cocoa? Magnesium phosphate specialty cement? The man's eyes were fixed in deathly disbelief on the line of trucks that were moving away. Is that really magnesium phosphate specialty cement on the car? Didn't the news say earlier that building material companies all over the country couldn't produce this kind of cement? Isn't it true that none of these building material companies wanted to take on this transportation task? Good lord, the Westwater Group can do it. If it was really magnesium phosphate special cement, then Academician Sheen's foundation project for them could proceed smoothly. Time. It's not too late. The man's face reddened and he growled in agitation. Westwater Group is awesome. With these magnesium phosphate specialty sludges, Academician Sheen and the others don't have to worry after all. Good job Shishui Group. His wife also smiled. As a part of the Dragon Kingdom, she was sincerely happy to see that the national project could be carried out smoothly. But immediately afterward, his wife asked worriedly, "The Kokonushan uninhabited area is not a good place to walk. Do you think, can we make it in time?" "Don't worry," the man smiled and said. "Actually, right now, many building material companies are watching, and everyone doesn't want to get out of the limelight. But now that Shishui Group has made an example, I believe that many building material companies will respond collectively. There's definitely no problem with the foundation project." "That's wonderful." The other side. The convoy of the Western Water Group was traveling at a fast pace, and when the convoy was about to reach Red Gate City, the driver, Old Lee, on the truck at the very front suddenly frowned with a puzzled look. On the road ahead, 2 police cars stopped on the side of the road, followed by 2 traffic policemen who stood on the road and raised their hands to signal them to stop. Old Lee muttered, "Traffic police? Are you kidding? Why is there a traffic cop in this neighborhood?" A few minutes later, the convoy of trucks pulled over to the side of the road in a neat and orderly manner and waited for the traffic police to take stock of them. Lally got out of the car and walked towards the 2 traffic policemen. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "I say, comrade policeman, I haven't seen you on duty in this area before. You must hurry. We are in a hurry." Instead of striking the smiling Old Lee, the traffic cop looked at the truck. After seeing the words Shishui Group, the traffic policeman said coldly, "Recently, there are often unscrupulous people secretly transporting dangerous goods by means of hauling goods. In view of this kind of situation, the higher-ups issued a special order for us to strictly inspect all passing trucks and report the license plate numbers to the headquarter in order to verify the recent trips of all trucks, so as to verify the recent journeys of all the trucks." Old Lee's face changed as he sniffed. "Right now, they don't have time to delay. How did it happen to be in time for the inspection?" Old Lee looked anxious and asked nervously, "Then, how long will this take?" "It's hard to say. It's about 2 hours anyhow," the traffic cop said in a faint voice. "What? It's going to take that long? But we're pressed for time. We can't wait that long." Old Lee had a very ugly face. They couldn't even delay for half an hour, let alone 2. The traffic police looked at Old Lee and angrily reprimanded him. "Then you have to wait. How important can someone's life be? If you let dangerous goods into the city, can you afford to be responsible?" Old Lee opened his mouth to speak, and finally sighed harshly. "People traffic police also have traffic police duties. He is more urgent. That is not possible to directly lead people to punch the card. Right now, that would be a dry run, but the leader ordered that they must be at their destination by noon. Now, how is this going to work? Ouch." Old Lee walked back and forth anxiously, and eventually, he hurried toward the rear of the car, ready to call the leader. Seeing this scene, the traffic policeman who had just spoken did not move and smiled. The traffic police officer next to us came over with a serious face and said in a low voice, "Is it really good for us to do this whole thing? In case what in case? This is Minister Chow's order. We didn't touch their goods. Anyway, just delay for a while. Don't think nonsense. In the meantime, and city, in the Westwater Group office." "Say that again? A routine checkup? What's a good checkup for, Mr.?" I roared, his face cold, and he sat up violently from his seat. The secretary next to him also had a hard look on his face. Driver Old Lee said that the traffic police are conducting a routine inspection of our fleet on the grounds that some unruly elements have been transporting dangerous goods through the trucks in recent times, and that we have to wait at least 2 hours for the results from the headquarters before we can be released. Mr. Bye. We can't afford any delay. Shit, damn it. Why did you have to check it these days if you didn't check it sooner or later? Mr. Bai's face was grim, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Right now, magnesium phosphate special cement has been produced, has also begun to transport, had thought that the next only need to transport to the base of the uninhabited area of Coco Sicily on the line. I didn't expect to come across this mess now. Time was already running out, and they couldn't afford to delay a minute. What to do? Mr. White let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous for now. I'll go contact the in-city traffic police headquarters right now and explain our company's situation to them. Xiao Yun, you talk to Old Lee and the others and ask them to cooperate fully with the work. Leave the rest to me." "Okay, I'll contact him now." Mr. White sighed heavily in his heart. "I only hope that with their Westwater lead, other building material companies will answer the call." Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Strong Group. In the office, Ma Chang is watching the news. Suddenly, The cell phone on the table rang, and seeing that it was Minister Chow's call, Ma Chang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly connected it. Hello, Minister Chow. Minister Chow said in a faint voice. I've already smoothed out the matter of the Shishui group. I don't want the same problem to occur a second time. Do you understand? Good. Ma Chang's face flushed up with excitement. Worthy of Minister Chow. It was easily solved. The big problems in his eyes were no big deal at all to the other Minister Chow. Ma Chang showed a pleasing look and hurriedly licked it. Thank you, Minister Chow. Thank you, Minister Chow. We still need to rely on you at the critical moment. The Western Water Group was settled, that's a good thing. I promise you that there will definitely be no more exceptions. There will never be any building materials shipped to the uninhabited area of Kokozali. On the other side of the phone, Minister Chow said expressionlessly, all right, restrain the companies under your hand and don't drop the chain for me again. Otherwise, Xianxing Group will have to fold in your hands. Dodo. Minister Chow hung up impatiently. Ma Chang smiled coldly. Daylight. Aren't you very capable? I'd like to see what you do. This kid doesn't know his own weight. What kind of people can he afford to mess with? Mr. Ma, how's it going? In the network conference room, the bosses under Strongman rushed to ask. Oh, Minister Chow himself. Where is there a reason why it can't be solved? Ma Chang said with a smile. Great. It's still Minister Chow. In the cement factory. After loading the last of the workshop's magnesium phosphate special cement onto the truck, Plant Director Nyo collapsed directly onto the ground in exhaustion. Factory manager. The assistant next to him hurriedly assisted the cow plant manager to his feet. It's finally fucking over. Send the car. Let's go. Plant manager. No inspection? Check my ass. Hurry up and let Old Song send the car. Where's Song? Where the hell is he? Old Song? The cow plant manager shouted at the surrounding area. Plant manager, I'm coming. I'm sending it. Director Song panted and ran over. He took out his walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, attention to all personnel in the fleet. The loading of magnesium phosphate special cement is complete. Depart immediately. Rumble. The roar of trucks rang out as truck after truck headed out toward the cement plant. Finally, we're off. Seeing this scene, factory director Nyo then relaxed, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, the cow factory director's cell phone rang. Saw that it was the boss, he rushed to pick up the phone. Plant director Bull. Has the convoy departed yet? Boss, it just left. It'll be there before noon for sure. Very good. Let me tell you, the other company's fleet has also set off. I've already greeted them. If they meet, they can go together. So there is also a care. Factory director Nyo's eyes widened and a joyful color emerged on his face. Good. That's great. I'll hurry up and tell them about it. Hanging up the phone, Plant Director Bull roared with excitement. It seems that their lead has made a difference and already other companies are responding to the call. In a cement factory in Kawasaki. Factory Director Yen. When can we leave? Be quick. The pot-bellied boss sat in his office and prodded up the phone. Factory Director Yen said in a hurry. Boss, 10 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement has finished loading and is ready to go at any time. The boss stood up violently and said solemnly. Set off immediately. Have them arrive at the Coco Sicily uninhabited area as fast as possible without fail. Understood. The other side. Inside the workshop, Factory Director Yen ordered into the intercom. Attention all personnel in the fleet. 10 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement was loaded and immediately departed, driving at full speed to the Kokonushin engineering base. Roger that. Driven by the Western Water Group, many building materials companies across the two provinces, Suzhou City and Hai, the country have begun to respond to the call, and are transporting large quantities of building materials to the uninhabited area of Kokozali, a building materials company in Liangcheng City. In the office, 4 middle-aged men were sitting. The building materials companies under these 4 men were the 4 strongest building materials companies in Liangcheng City besides Yun Tian Group, in addition to Ruwei Jin Group under Mr. Jin and Yuan Bao Group under Mr. Yuan. The remaining 2 were Tianlin Building Material Group under Mr. Chen and Tiger Peak Building Material Group under Mr. Ning. After some pleasantries, the 2 of them, Mr. Chen and Mr. Ning, glanced at each other, and then, Mr. Chen said with a smile, Mr. Jin, Mr. Yuan, what exactly is it that you want to talk about when you called the 2 of us here? Mr. Jin smiled and said, we are all old friends for many years, so I won't beat around the bush when speaking. Both of you should have watched the news. Right now, the foundation project of Coco Sicily's uninhabited area is about to start, but there is a problem with the building materials, especially the lack of magnesium phosphate specialty cement, and only by using this kind of cement is it possible to build the foundation successfully in one day. After a pause, Mr. Jean continued. Although none of the four of our companies produce magnesium phosphate special cement, but we still have no shortage of building materials like steel and river sand. After a pause, Mr. Jean looked serious and continued. The space elevator project is a national key project, which concerns our country's great cause, and the construction of the space elevator must not be affected by the problem of building materials. Therefore, after discussing with Mr. Yuan, I hope to combine the strength of the four companies to transport building materials to the Kokonushan project base. And we are close to the distance between Liancheng and Kokonushan. We are close to Coca-Cola. And it's not too late. I just don't know. Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning, what do you think? As they spoke, both Mr. Jean and Mr. Yuan turned their hopeful gazes to the two people across from them, on the opposite side, before Mr. Chen could react. Mr. Ning directly couldn't help but speak. I say, Mr. Jean, are you two serious? If I had known it was something like this, I would never have come. Are you guys planning to go against the will of Mr. Ma of the strong group? Mr. Chen finally reacted. His face changed, and he quickly said, Mr. Ning is right. The strong Shang group has given the word. How can a small company under us dare to offend the strong Shang group? Besides, if such a big company doesn't want to take over this business, what do we want? What the fuck is the will of a strong group? What I despise most is the strong group. Mr. Yuan snorted coldly and cursed. As the largest building materials group in the country today, the strong Shang group, the national project is in crisis. They even acted as a shrinking turtle and stood by with folded arms. It's simply shameful. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning also fell silent. They were also puzzled. The strong group was the industry hegemony, and their current reaction was really a bit counterintuitive. And I wonder what the hell is going on. Seeing the expression of Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning, Mr. Jin's eyes flashed and continued. Mr. Chen, Mr. Ning, we are all entrepreneurs in the Dragon Kingdom, and when the country encounters a problem, we are duty-bound to help. We can't do anything about the magnesium phosphate special cement, but we should lend a hand in other building materials. Is this a big problem for us? Mr. Chen shook his head and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Jean, compared to looking for us, you should go and look for the Yuntian Group. Yuntian Group is the biggest building materials company in Liancheng City, but I guess that little girl from the Cloud Sky Group doesn't have the guts to do so. Mr. Jean, Mr. Yuan, we're all small companies. The big corporations don't even react. So what are we going to meddle in? Exactly. Mr. Ning also said in a deep voice. If the Cloud Sky Group can step in, we can follow and help out. But with just a few of us, it's better to forget about it. Mr. Jean, Mr. Yuan, the two of you need to calm down. This is not a hot-headed matter. In the office, it was quiet and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Mr. Jean and Mr. Yuan looked at each other, both seeing the helpless look on the other's face. The words have been spoken, and it looks like things are not going to be talked about. If Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning didn't agree, then there wasn't much the two of them could do. Mr. Jean sighed inwardly with some despair. Originally, he was dying to see the space elevator tomorrow. Now it seems that this is destined to be nothing but disappointment. Let's hope the Cloud Sky Group will step up to the plate. In that case, it would not be easy for the two of them, Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning, to refuse, but they really couldn't hold much hope for the current Cloud Sky Group. In the meantime, a deep mountain in Liangzhou County, Liancheng City, the Yuntian Group has a large cement plant here. A black sedan stopped in Yunyu and the directors of the group entered the cement factory. Not long after, the factory manager ran over in a flurry of wind, and when he saw Yunyu and the others, he had a tense look on his face. It was the first time he had seen so many leaders, and even the group's oldest president had come over. Looking around at the team of trucks that were on standby, Yunyu hurriedly asked, Plant Director Wang, tell us about the current situation. Yes, Plant Director Wang wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and hurriedly reported. General Manager Yun, leaders, the warehouse originally had 5 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, plus the 95 tons that we have just produced, which is just over 100 magnesium phosphate special cement, and our trucking team has already been assembled and is ready to be loaded up and departed at any time. Hearing the factory director's report, Yunyu and the other group directors smiled in satisfaction. In less than 2 hours, a full 95 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement was produced, which is very efficient. The next task is to hurry up to transport the 100 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement to the engineering base in Kokasilia with the fastest speed. Hard work guys, Yunyu said in a deep voice. Load the car immediately now and leave as soon as possible. But, Yoon Yu frowned and said, this batch of goods is to be transported towards the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily, so we must be more careful and make sure to arrive safely. Understood, Plant Director Wang hurriedly said. Don't worry, General Manager Yoon. We have also considered this problem, so I have ordered in advance that each truck be loaded with 2 tons to maximize the safety of the transportation. Well done, a board member quipped. Yoon Yu also nodded with satisfaction, relieved. Next, at the authorization of Yoon Yu, Wang Factory Director gave an order, and hundreds of people in the room acted and started loading the truck. Soon the task of loading 100 tons of cement was completed. At this time, Yoon Yu said with a smile, everyone, get on the bus. We should get moving as well. As the words fell, the directors next to him looked stunned. Mr. Yoon, where are we going? Yoon Yu looked sharp and said in a deep voice, of course it's to escort our convoy. With so many trucks entering the city, it's bound to attract the attention of the traffic police, and we need to explain it in person. In addition, we also need the traffic police to help us evacuate the traffic so that the convoy can reach the Cocosily uninhabited area at the fastest speed. It dawned on the directors. So that's how it is. It's still Mr. Yoon who is thoughtful. Oh, from Chief Yoon. You can already see her father back then, Elder Song said with relief. Several other directors also nodded their heads in praise. Yoon Yu faintly smiled and said, if all the uncles keep praising me like this, I'm afraid I'm going to be proud. The crowd laughed again. Immediately afterward, Elder Song looked serious and said in a deep voice, then it's not too late. Let's hurry up and get going. Yoon Yu and the others had gotten into the car. Plant Director Wang looked solemn and raised his voice into the walkie-talkie. Attention all personnel of the fleet. Attention all personnel of the fleet. This batch of cement, we are transporting it towards the engineering base in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. We are contributing to the country. Before noon today, everyone must be delivered. Target Cacao, Sicily, no man's land. Go! Yes, yes, yes. Subsequently, the entire 50 trucks lined up in a long line, all heading towards the outside of the cement factory, rolling up a sky of smoke and dust. Next, they will carry a whole 100 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement and head towards the uninhabited area of Cocosily. In the meantime, somewhere at an intersection on the outskirts of Cool City, vehicles were coming and going on the road and 2 traffic policemen were on duty as usual. A tall traffic police officer looked at the distance, wondering, not that the Coco, Sicily uninhabited area of the project base, the lack of building materials, how no building materials company responded to the call to transport building materials to that. According to reason, if there is, it should pass through us, right? At this, another traffic police said with a smile, we are here but the road to Cocosily must pass through. However, it is understandable. After all, it is to transport building materials to the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. It is not a joke. These building materials companies can be smart. If there is an accident in the middle of the road, delaying the project, they cannot afford the responsibility. Ugh, that's a shame. The tall traffic cop shook his head inside. Originally, I was thinking that I would be able to see the space elevator tomorrow, but now it seems that I'm afraid it's going to be cold. Rumble, rumble. Just then, from the distance came a earth-shattering ringing sound. The 2 traffic policemen's faces suddenly changed, and they violently looked toward the distance. At this moment, they could feel that the ground was trembling slightly. What's the commotion? Crap, is this an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. Look there. A traffic cop's mouth dropped open in surprise and his hand pointed forward. The other traffic cop also looked up in a hurry. 6 luxury cars were traveling this way on the road ahead. Just 6 luxury cars were not enough to cause them to be shocked. Behind these 6 luxury cars was a fleet of trucks that could not be seen at a glance were coming this way. Each truck was as tall as 6 or 7 meters, like a steel beast, rumbling along. The sense of oppression was too strong. What the hell is this? What's with all the big trucks? The 2 traffic cops blew up and waved to stop. 2 minutes later, the foremost limousine stopped. Soon, a very pretty young woman stepped out of the car and smiled at the traffic cop. This smile directly caused the 2 traffic police officers to catch their breath and look dumbfounded. Yoon Yu stepped on her high heels and came to the 2 traffic policemen, explaining in a deep voice, comrades, I am Yoon Yu, the president of Yun Tian Building Materials Group, and these trucks under our company are transporting building materials to the engineering base in the uninhabited area of Cocosily. The Cloud Sky Group? The 2 traffic policemen hurriedly looked at the slowly approaching line of trucks, their pupils shrinking. They were just talking about this topic, but they didn't realize that Yun Tian Group's fleet had already arrived. The Cloud Sky Group is marvelous, since it is a matter of national importance. As traffic police, they naturally cannot be ambiguous and must assist. It's just that with so many large heavy trucks coming from the Yuntian group all at once, they didn't have enough manpower and had to call for support. So, the tall traffic policeman hurriedly said, I see. Miss Yun, please don't worry. Since you are supporting the national project, our traffic police team will definitely cooperate with you. Just a moment. I will report the situation to the headquarters now. Yun Yu faintly smiled. Tough on you guys. Soon after, the headquarters of the traffic police in Liangcheng City received a call. Chief Captain Li Tong picked up the phone. Hello, this is Li Tong. Chief Captain. I'm Wang Hui, the captain of the 2nd Brigade. There is an emergency situation in the outskirts of Liangcheng right now. 50 large heavy trucks are about to pass through Liangcheng, and they need the help of our traffic police team. 50 trucks? What the hell is going on? These trucks are from the Yuntian group. They are going to transport magnesium phosphate special cement to the uninhabited area of Kokozali. Chief Captain, this is in support of the national project. Our traffic police team must assist. Magnesium phosphate specialty cement? That's great, all of you. Team 2, get out there and be quick. After hanging up the phone, Chief Captain Li Hui had a smile on his face and looked excited. Great, finally a building material company out there. Meanwhile, on the main street of downtown Liangcheng City, being the largest city in the northwest, the streets are bustling with cars whizzing by and sidewalks with passers-by walking in pairs. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Suddenly, a loud and clear siren sounded, instantly attracting the attention of many pedestrians. Many pedestrians had stopped and craned their heads to look in the direction the sirens were coming from. Just a short distance away, a siren-sounding traffic police motorcycle was coming this way. A traffic policeman with a loudspeaker was shouting, "Attention all citizens and vehicles ahead! Attention all citizens and vehicles ahead! There will be large trucks about to pass through here. All vehicles as well as pedestrians are urged to urgently move out of the way. Be safe, and refrain from pushing and shoving to prevent traffic congestion." Repeat 4. The pedestrians on the road were confused when they heard the sound coming out of the loudspeaker. A truck? Where's the truck? What's going on? What's going on? Crap, that's a lot of luxury cars. Wait, that's rumble. Just as the crowd was confused, a youth yelled out. Immediately afterward, the crowd heard a dramatic roar in the distance. Only 6 black upscale sedans were the first to appear behind the police cars, and behind these high-class sedans, there was a large heavy truck roaring along, as far as the eye could see. Each truck was as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, shaking the ground wherever it passed. Trucks, or a large heavy truck. Holy crap, that's too big, isn't it? Holy shit, there's really a truck. Aren't trucks not allowed in the city during the day? What are these trucks for? What a big show. As passers-by watched in shock, a truck that looked like a steel behemoth drove past the crowd. The crowd fixed their eyes on the trucks, which all had the words Cloud Sky Group printed on them, which was very eye-catching. Cloud Sky Group? So these are all trucks under the Cloud Sky Group. I'll go. Isn't this the most awesome building materials company in our Liangcheng city? Can't it be that they're transporting building materials to the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily? Really? Cloud Sky Group is bullish. By the looks of it, it's 8 or 9. In the meantime, a building materials company in Liangcheng. In the office, Mr. Jean and Mr. Yuan sat on the sofa without saying a word, and all 4 of them were in a despondent mood. The 2 of them, Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning, looked at each other, unable to stop sighing in their hearts. Actually, in all fairness, the 2 of them were willing to help. But still, they are just small companies. The industry leader Qianxing Group has spoken again. If there is no big company like Yuntian Group to take the lead, they simply do not dare to make a move. Ugh. Finally, Mr. Jean sighed heavily, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "In that case, Mr. Chen, Mr. Ning, we won't force you to do anything. Let's stop here today. I still have something to do." Boom! Before Mr. Jean could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a violent roar. What's that noise? Mr. Jean raised his eyebrows and looked puzzled. Rumble, rumble. Soon, the roar became more intense, and the 4 people in the office could clearly hear that the vibration was near them. Mr. Yuan looked down, only to see that the tea in the teacup on the table also rippled. What's going on out there? An earthquake? Mr. Yuan was startled and ready to walk to the window to see. Just then, the buzzing of sirens appeared outside. Immediately afterward, a police officer's voice rang out. "Attention all citizens and vehicles ahead! Attention all citizens and vehicles ahead! There will be large trucks about to pass through here. All vehicles as well as pedestrians are urged to urgently move out of the way. Be safe, and refrain from pushing and shoving to prevent traffic congestion. Brush up." For only a moment, the 4 of them looked as if they were moving toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. following the floor-to-ceiling windows. The four of them saw that both sides of the road outside were black with passers-by. On the main road, police cars and also traffic police motorcycles led the way to clear the road, while at the back, 6 black high-end cars appeared first. After this, a truck as tall as a 2- or 3-story building was slowly approaching. The roar is coming from these large trucks. Seeing this scene, all four of them stared at the group of trucks in the back with wide eyes and dead eyes. Mr. Kim was the first to respond. Crap, this is the Yun Tian Group's convoy? Standing in the office, they could clearly see the words printed on the bodies of these trucks, which were clearly none other than the Cloud Sky Group. As Mr. Jin's words fell, the other three reacted at once. It's really the Cloud Sky Group, such a big battle. This is to deliver building materials to Cocosilia? You've underestimated that girl from the Yun family? She's so young, but she's so bold? Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning glanced at each other and both couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Earlier they had said that it was impossible for the Yun Tian Group to make a move. That girl from the Yun family didn't have the guts to do it at all. But what do they see now? The Yun Tian Group's convoy is right in front of us, racing towards the uninhabited area of Kokokali. Joy appeared on the faces of the two. It's so unreal. Mr. Jean and Mr. Yuan even clenched their fists in excitement. Incomparably excited. That's great. The Cloud Sky Group has finally stepped up to the plate. With the Cloud Sky Group in front of them, they, the small companies, could also let go of the fight. Mr. Jean looked sideways at Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning and said in a deep voice, Mr. Chen, Mr. Ning, do you see it? This is the fleet of the Yun Tian Group. The Yun Tian Group has already started to move. It's not too late. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. This time, Mr. Chan and Mr. Ning did not refuse again, but nodded heavily. It's me who underestimated that Yun Tian girl. This girl has the vigor. Since Yun Tian Group has taken the lead, there's no reason for me not to join. Ha! Cloud Sky Group has made a move. There's nothing for me to hesitate about. Mr. Jean, Mr. Yuan, I'm willing to follow you guys. Mr. Jean and Mr. Yuan burst out laughing, waiting for your words. It's good to support national projects together. At the same time, the engineering base in the uninhabited area of Cocosilia. Originally, on the outskirts of the base, there was only a group of reporters surrounding it, but because of previous reports by journalists about the situation at the base, many people from all over the country have flocked to this no man's land. The perimeter of the base was now tens of thousands of people away. Everyone was crossing their fingers, hoping that a miracle would happen and the foundation would be built properly. However, they waited for so long and still did not wait for the building materials company to deliver the building materials. Faced with this situation, journalists have begun to report on it. Hello, I am Xinhua News reporter Sheep. Time has passed a whole half hour, but now, we still do not see the building materials company to transport building materials over. Through the lens you can see, the scene has gathered tens of thousands of people. We are all in the nervous expectation that the foundation project can be carried out normally. When the country is in trouble, everyone is responsible for it. Here, we sincerely hope that a building materials company will respond to the call and deliver the building materials as soon as possible. Now, let's interview a random person from the field to get their take on this. As he spoke, reporter Little Sheep walked toward a middle-aged man with boxy eyes and a thin figure. Hello, this gentleman. I'm Xinhua reporter Little Sheep. Can I interview you? Yes, go ahead and ask. I'd like to ask you, with half an hour having passed since the report, do you think any building material companies will be delivering building materials next? The man said calmly, it won't happen. Don't think about it. Those building materials companies aren't fools. Transporting supplies to the uninhabited area of Cocosilia is more risky than rewarding. They definitely won't do it. Don't get your hopes up. The foundation won't make it. The reporter Lamb squeezed out a smile and chuckled. Okay, thank you for the interview, sir. Soon, the reporter approached another pretty girl in her 20s. Hello, I wanted to ask if you think there will be a building materials company delivering building materials to the base? With teardrops on her face, the girl sobbed. So what if those companies came? Without magnesium phosphate special cement, academician Sheen's promise to build it successfully in one day will be impossible to fulfill. Oh. I'm so worried about brother Qin Yang. He's so handsome. He must be very sad right now. I want to hug him so much. The other side. In the temporary conference room at the base, the construction bigwigs of the German Three Empires and the Ba State had ugly faces, and the atmosphere of the scene was very anxious. Right now, the site work is all ready, but there are no building materials. So how can we build the foundation? Building a foundation in a day? Don't even think about it. Compared to the anxiety of the crowd, Qin Yang, who was sitting on the first seat, had a calm face. Suddenly, Qin Yang turned his head to look at Yuan Fanghua and said in a deep voice, "Elder Yuan, it's going to be hard for you. You now go and make a call to the traffic police headquarters in Qing province. Once there is a fleet of vehicles transporting building materials from other provinces to Koko Sicily in Qing province, make sure that the roads will be cleared, and do your best to assist them to pass through." "Good. But," Yuan Fanghua nodded, but immediately he revealed a puzzled look. Looking at Qin Yang, it seemed like everything was expected of him, but the news has been out for so long, and not a single building material company has responded yet. He was getting a little desperate. These building materials companies are all profit-oriented in the end, and they definitely don't want to come to a place like Koko Sicily. So, where exactly did Qin Yang's confidence come from? Thus, Yuan Fanghua asked with great curiosity. "But Qin Yang, it's already been over half an hour. Are you sure that there will really be a building materials company coming over? Why do I see that you're not worried at all?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about the Yuan elder. Just do as I say." "Ugh, okay." Yuan Fanghua also stopped talking and shook his head as he walked towards the outside of the temporary conference room. Now, he just hoped that those building material companies would actually make it here. At the same time, a highway section in the city of Hai, Qing province, with the efforts of the senior management of the West Water Group, many relationships were found to finally allow the fleet to arrive in Qing province without any problems. In the frontmost truck, the driver, Old Li, cursed as he drove the truck. These sons of bitches. If they hadn't deliberately made things difficult for them, the convoy would have already arrived in Qing province. Suddenly, over the intercom, a voice came out. "Team Li, there's something behind our convoy." The voice coming out of the intercom still had some childishness to it. It was Xiao Zhang, the driver of the last truck, only 20 years old. "Chang, what's going on back there?" Old Zhang was harboring a belly full of fire in his heart and asked impatiently. Xiao Zhang quickly said, "Behind our convoy, we are following a row of trucks." "A truck? What's so surprising about that? Isn't it normal to have trucks on the highway?" "Captain, I've looked. I'm afraid there must be over 100 of them." In just a moment, Old Zhang's pupil suddenly contracted and his face changed violently. "How many? Repeat, how many cars did you say?" "A 100 or so." Old Zhang's eyes were wide and he was too shocked to speak. 100 or so? What the fuck is with all the trucks? That's more trucks than they have in their fleet? Crap. At that moment, Old Zhang looked up ahead and was surprised again. He was able to see all the vehicles on the road ahead quite clearly as there was an offset curve to the left in front of him. On the road ahead, surprisingly, there were also rows of convoys, and a large truck loaded with goods was passing in an orderly manner. From a distance, it looked like a train. It was so shocking. Is it a truck meeting today? Why are there so many trucks out front too? Old Li's entire body was confused. Closer to their own car, Lao Li can see the car is loaded with cement, river sand, these building materials, and the trucks all came from different building material companies, many of which Lao Li was familiar with. Now all the trucks of these building material companies are actually gathering on this road. The array is amazing. Hiss. Old Li sucked in a breath of cold air. Building materials. These cars are also loaded with building materials. Could it be that they are also heading to? He was just thinking about it when another voice came over the intercom. However, this time it wasn't Xiao Zhang's voice, or anyone else in the fleet. It was unfamiliar, with an accent from the two Guangdong regions. "Attention drivers of all convoys. Attention drivers of all convoys. Our convoy is being followed by more than 100 trucks. It must be the convoys of other building material companies. Everyone keep your spirits up. Make sure to drive carefully and control the distance between each other. Everyone has come from all over the country to converge here for the same goal. Make sure you keep yourself safe." Sure enough, they're all going to the uninhabited area of Coca-Cola. Old Li looked agitated. His face flushed. The voice was obviously coming from the driver of the convoy ahead, presumably given the whole wrong channel to him. Now all the trucks on this road combined. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. As the driver just said, people come from all over the country and come together for the same goal. That's the base of the project to transport building materials to the uninhabited area of Cocosily. Damn. Shipping a building material gives me a whole lot of hot air. Old Zhang was breathing heavily. His heart was pounding, and his whole body was energized. He picked up his walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "Attention all convoy personnel. Attention all convoy personnel. There are more than 100 trucks following behind our convoy, and these trucks, likewise, are transporting building materials to the uninhabited area of Coco Sicily. So everyone get in the spirit, control the speed, and make sure to ensure safety. This time, we are not traveling alone. Caravans from all over the country have gathered here, all heading towards Coco. Cheers everyone. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the traffic police in a city in Qing province. In the office, Chief Lin was busy working. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Chief Lin raised his eyebrows and hurriedly picked up the phone. Before he could speak, an anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Tianxiong, I don't care what you're busy with right now. Lead the team to the outskirts of the city right now. And be quick. Chief Lin's face changed. He violently stood up and hurriedly asked, Director, what happened in the suburbs this is? Soon, the convoys carrying building materials to the uninhabited area of Coco Slippery will be passing through. Chief Lin looked dumbfounded and almost didn't react. The convoys carrying building materials to Kokonusha go through? Which building materials company is this so awesome that it really dares to take on this task? On the phone, the hall, the director of the urging, well, no more nonsense. The convoy will soon be here. You must ensure that the convoy can be the fastest speed through the city. This is a national event. If it is delayed, you kid will be finished. I'm also finished. Hall, the long tone was very tense. Chief Lin's face was also instantly serious as he hurriedly assured him. Understood, don't worry. I'll go and evacuate the traffic. And definitely won't delay the convoy. Soon, downtown on Main Street, drip-woo drip-woo drip-woo. The loud and clear siren blared down the street, causing many passers-by to bring their feet to a halt. Soon, two teams of traffic police motorcycles came from the road, and behind the team of motorcycles, there were 3 police cars. Vehicles ahead, please yield urgently. Vehicles ahead, please yield urgently. On each motorcycle, a horn sounded. On the spacious main road, all the vehicles that heard the sound avoided towards both sides in an orderly manner. A cab pulls up to the curb and watches the police car speed past in disbelief. What's going on here? What's all the commotion? The passenger in the passenger seat looked equally curious. Is this some kind of big shot coming through here? Maybe. This police car is too fast too. It scared me a lot just now. Time passed quickly, and after receiving the notification from his superiors, Chief Captain Lin led his men to the outskirts of the city as quickly as possible. The police car had just stopped and the crowd rushed out to stand by. With a serious face, Chief Captain Lin ordered, Listen up, received an urgent notice from the higher-ups. There will soon be a caravan transporting building materials to the uninhabited area of Coco Sicily passing through here. All of you get in the spirit. After the caravan arrives, we have to do a good job of evacuating the traffic, and do our best to assist the caravan to pass through the city at the fastest speed possible. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. In the team, a detachment leader had a difficult face and said with some concern, General team, are our people not a little too few? There's only about a dozen of them here. Can they use it? How is it not enough? Upon hearing this, Chief Captain Lin said with a clear smile, The fleet is estimated to be just a dozen vehicles. Are we still afraid of being too busy? You know, this is a shipment to the uninhabited area of Kokozali. How many people dare to take the risk to go? The cars are worried. This detachment leader's brow stretched a bit as he looked at the intersection and sighed. No one responded for so long before. And I was thinking that no building materials company would step up. After all, it is to go to the uninhabited area of Coco Sicily such a dangerous place, and is a national key project. Most of the building materials companies certainly do not want to take this risk. So yeah, even if there are building materials companies out there aren't many cars. A dozen or so cars would be a lot. Rumble, rumble. Just as the two of them were talking, the crowd heard a roar coming from far and near. Why do I feel the ground shaking? Crap, Chief, you guys look at the streetlights. The crowd all looked at the streetlights overhead, only to see that at this moment, these streetlights were actually swaying slightly. What is it? An earthquake this? Chief Captain Lin frowned. Crap, Chief Captain. You guys look. Cards. Trucks are coming. So many trucks. The detachment commander who had spoken earlier looked at the road ahead and shouted out, stuttering a little. Chief Captain Lin also hurriedly turned his head to look over. Only for a moment, Chief Lin's pupils suddenly shrunk and he subconsciously said, Why is there a train on the highway? Suddenly, he realized something. His face changed greatly, and his body was shaken 3 times. Where is this train? It's clearly a truck. One large truck after another was coming toward them in an orderly manner on the highway, beyond the reach of a glance, one after another. And at a fierce glance, it did look like a train. Watching this scene, Chief Captain Lin opened his mouth, too frightened to say anything anymore. He just said it was only a dozen or so. Where the hell is this a dozen? At a glance there must be 100. Plus the back. I'm afraid there must be hundreds of them. What's with all the trucks? This battle is a bit too big. It's almost like the rhythm is going to scare people to death. Chief, this is the dozen or so you were talking about? The detachment commander who had spoken earlier turned pale and pointed forward with a shivering hand. Don't fucking bullshit me. Chief Lin's eyes twitched madly as he hurriedly ordered. Quick, now immediately notify the headquarters. Whether they are on duty or on vacation, all of them are called up for evacuation duties. Tell them that within half an hour, the vehicles and pedestrians on the main roads in the city must be evacuated, and absolutely not affect the passage of the convoy. Yes, I'll make the call. The detachment commander had just taken out his cell phone when Chief Lin hurriedly pulled the other's arm and said in a deep voice, also, have the headquarters side send out an emergency notice to the city. All residents in the downtown area are not allowed to enter the main road until a new notice is issued. Violators will be heavily fined. Yes, Chief. The detachment chief nodded busily and rushed to the phone. This battle is going to be scary. After the order was given, Chief Lin turned his head back to the line of trucks that were getting closer and closer to him with a mixture of excitement and fear. With so many heavy trucks on the road at the same time, it was almost as if a steel beast was roaring towards them. The deterrent was so strong that it scared him. How could he not have expected so many trucks to come at once? I'm afraid that all the building material companies in the country have come together. The other side. Downtown Traffic Police Headquarters. Jingle bells. The phone rang and the operator quickly picked up the call. Hello? This is the Traffic Police Headquarters. May I ask you? Calling headquarters. This is the 2nd Brigade Detachment Commander. Urgent notice, very soon. The fleet responsible for delivering building materials to the uninhabited area of Kokozali will pass through the city. Immediately issue a notice for all the personnel of the traffic police unit to take action and enter all the main roads in the city to clear the roads. Colleagues who are on vacation should also be notified in place. The operator looked incredibly shocked. Even if we were evacuating the roads, there's no need to send out so many people at once, right? Is it necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Received at headquarters. Immediately afterward, the operator asked curiously, excuse me, how many trucks are going through? The exact number is unknown, but there are at least 200 of them, and time is running out, so give the notice immediately. Be quick. At least 200? The operator's pupils widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. She couldn't have heard wrong, could she? I can't believe we're going to have so many trucks coming at once. This is going to be scary. No wonder it took the full force of the traffic police brigade. It's a toss-up whether we'll have enough people. At that moment, the voice came back on the phone. In addition, you immediately send out an emergency notice to all residents of the city that they are not allowed to enter within the city's main roads until a new notice is issued, and violators will be heavily fined. There's a lot at stake. We have to make sure the convoy gets through the city. Step it up and get to it. Listening to the nervous voice coming from the phone, the operator's face turned serious and hurriedly replied, copy that. I'm on it. Please don't worry. Downtown center area. An online car was parked on the side of the road just after dropping off a passenger, and the driver was swiping on a short video. Suddenly, a message popped up at the top of the screen. Traffic Police Brigade? The driver was stunned. The last time he ran a red light has been punished. How come the text message again? He hastily opened it and read it, and the next moment, a dumbfounded look appeared on his face. The text message reads, please inform the general public. Thank you for your cooperation. What's going on here? Why is it closed for a good reason? The driver smashed his mouth with a shocked look on his face. No wonder those police cars ran so fast just now. So it's a big deal. Nantong Hongqiao Passenger Terminal. The station manager was sitting in his office leisurely drinking tea. Suddenly, the assistant rushed in and shouted anxiously, Station Chief, look at your cell phone. The Traffic Police Brigade has just issued an emergency notice, saying that the road will be closed. What the hell? Road closure? The station manager rushed to open his cell phone, and there was really an unread text message. Please inform the general public. Thank you for your cooperation. Brush. The station manager's eyes widened and he jerked out of his seat. He hurriedly ordered, Xiao Wang, quickly go and notify all buses to prohibit the departure of vehicles, so as not to affect the work of the Traffic Police Brigade. I'm on my way. Downtown on one of the main streets, pedestrians were in abundance and everyone was out and about passing as usual. Drip, drip. Suddenly, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. The walkers looked at each other and stopped to open their cell phones and look at them. Soon, everyone showed a puzzled look. Holy shit, what's going on here? Why is Main Street closed? It's a bit sudden. Is the Traffic Police Brigade going to have a special drill? Looks like it's time to hurry home. There was a lot of chatter among the walkers, none of them understanding what was going on. Just then, drip-woo drip-woo drip-woo, drip-woo drip-woo drip-woo. The loud and clear sirens sounded throughout the street, instantly attracting the attention of all pedestrians. Many people have noticed that the originally congested Main Street now has a lot fewer cars all of a sudden, with the few scattered cars left still moving toward the curb. Attention all citizens! Attention all citizens! From now on Main Street, no lingering is permitted. Please retreat to the sidewalks on both sides of the road. For your safety, please do not push or shove. Thank you for your cooperation. Repeat 4. Hearing this horn, all the citizens looked over towards the end of the road with curiosity. Rumble. A violent vibration sounded, and the crowd then saw that a black heavy armored vehicle was coming towards them in the distance. On the armored car, there was also a heavily armed vigilante standing. The armored car opened the way in front, followed by dozens of police cars. On both sides of these police cars, there were hundreds of police motorcycles following, and they were coming in with their sirens blaring loudly. Seeing this scene, all the citizens revealed shocked expressions. Geez, isn't that an armored car? Armored cars are out in force. What's going on here? Crap, a police drill? This is the first time I've seen so many police cars. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on here? This is too much of a fight, isn't it? OMG. It's going to be scary. The citizens became more and more curious, backing away while talking nervously. Tens of thousands of people gathered on both sides of the road, black and full of heads. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the city. Chief Lin and a group of traffic police officers were guarding the intersection and were looking at the scene in front of them with shocked faces. The crowd's eyes went wide, their bodies stiffened, and they just stood there motionless. Rumble, rumble, clunk, clunk, clunk. The vibrations of the truck came from far away, getting closer to them, especially the truck at the very front, which had appeared in front of them. Hiss. Seeing these trucks up close, Chief Captain Lin and a dozen of his team members sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At a glance, these trucks were at least as tall as 7 or 8 meters. That is, the height of one wheel was comparable to a battle limousine. Now parked in front of them, it was as if a steel beast was standing in front of them. It was so intimidating. After all the trucks in the lead truck convoy had been stabilized, Chief Captain Lin and the others stood at attention and walked towards the lead big truck. Seeing the presence of a traffic cop, the driver of the lead truck frowned with some concern. He rushed out of the car. Hello? We are being ordered to deliver building materials to the uninhabited area of Cocasilia. Chief Captain Lin interrupted the other party and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, we already understand the situation, and we are here specifically to assist you. From now on, we will escort you throughout the entire journey through Nantong City." At that, the driver perked up. "Great, thank you for your help." Chief Captain Lin smiled and said, "We're all working for the country. What's with the pleasantries?" Lin turned his head to look at the truck behind the driver. The left side of the truck is clearly printed Tianfeng Building Materials for big red letters. Chief Captain Lin asked curiously, "Tianfeng Building Materials. Good job, your company is marvelous. I'm afraid there are hundreds of trucks out this time? Where does our company have the power to do that?" The driver laughed loudly and said, "Only the 15 cars in the front are from our company. The other cars are all from other companies. They are from all over the country, all gathered here because of the same goal. Originally, there were only about a dozen of our trucks on the road, and it didn't take long for our convoy to be followed by trucks from other companies. In this way, the trucks gathered more and more. I have been driving for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a big formation." "So it is." Chief Captain Lin raised an eyebrow and shifted to look towards the rear of the convoy. No wonder. He had just wondered which company was so powerful that it had hundreds of trucks in one shot. But it turned out to be the trucking fleet from all over the country that had merged together. When one party is in trouble, 8 parties will support it. What if it's the Kokonushan no man's land? All of us together will have to conquer it. Chief Captain Lin couldn't help but get excited and feel his blood boiling. "Chief Lin," a squad leader walked over and said in a deep voice. A message came from the headquarters that the main roads in the city have been cleared and blocked off, and can be accessed at any time. Chief Lin nodded and ordered, "Depart, escort the building materials convoy into the city." "Yes." All the traffic police responded in unison, looking excited. "Tough luck guys." The lead driver also rushed into the truck and hollered into the intercom, "Attention all of the convoy. The Nantong City Traffic Police Brigade has cleared the road for us. Next, the traffic police comrades will escort us into the city. Let's go." "Roger that. Roger that. Roger that." Rumble, clunk, clunk, clunk. At a command, all the trucks restarted and drove towards the city, led by Chief Lin's convoy. Meanwhile, Main Street. A full 10 minutes had passed since earlier, and the crowds gathered on the sidewalks on both sides of the street were growing. Everyone wants to see a good time. On both sides of the road, a police motorcycle was stationed at regular intervals to prevent people from disturbing the situation. Suddenly, a voice came from the walkie-talkies on all the motorcycle traffic cops. "Attention all traffic police brigade members. Attention all traffic police brigade members. Trucks are about to enter the city. Please maintain order in your area to avoid any disturbance. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. In just a moment, all the traffic police members looked suddenly serious, and they were all pumped up. Citizens, please do not crowd, do not push and shove. Keep a distance between each other. There will be a large truck procession passing by soon. Please parents watch their children. Pay attention to safety. Citizens, please do not crowd, do not push and shove. Keep a distance between each other. There will be a large truck procession passing by soon. Please parents watch their children. Pay attention to safety. The citizens were cooperative, and when they heard the voice of the traffic police, they all subconsciously took 2 steps back toward the back, and parents with small children firmly grasped their children's hands. A large truck fleet? I thought trucks weren't allowed in the city during the day? What's the deal? I thought there was some big shot coming, but it's a truck, so I'm looking forward to it for nothing. Isn't it just a few trucks? Is it necessary to make such a big show? It's too much, isn't it? In the crowd, many citizens began to spit, and many even shook their heads and prepared to leave the place. Their feet have just lifted. Rumble, clunk, clunk, clunk. A violent roar like the roar of a fierce beast came from one end of the street. Everyone had sideways glances towards the source of the sound, looking shocked. What's the commotion? Crap, why is the water in my glass of water shaking? Do you guys feel that the ground is shaking? No, an earthquake? Crap, trucks, so many trucks. A young man in the crowd shouted frantically, and the citizens all looked toward the distance. At this moment, everyone's faces changed violently, revealing disbelief. The street was followed by a large truck, led by several police cars, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Countless trucks are lining up towards the side as far as the eye can see. Each truck was as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, and the loud roar of the trucks made every one of them scared and terrified. The ground was shaking. The crowd looked toward the car with wide eyes. Just see, each truck is loaded with various building materials, such as cement, river sand, steel bars. The crowd also noted that the trucks were not from the same convoy. In just a few moments, they had already seen 4 or 5 different names of building material companies, like the Wunshan Group, the Rust Group, the Ink Kong Group and so on, all from different provinces and cities. At this time, a 60-something-year-old grandfather snapped to his senses, and he raised his voice and said, I understand, these trucks, they're all going to transport building materials to the Kokosali uninhabited area. Hearing Moncler Outlet Online the words, the surrounding citizens came to their senses. Yeah, they did see these trucks loaded with all kinds of building materials, plus the direction they were heading in front of them was indeed the direction of the coconuts as well. Moreover, now, in addition to Academician Qin Yang and their foundation project, there is no IFAST other hair project in the western region. I said it's such a big battle, so it's to deliver building materials to the Kokosali uninhabited area. I admit that I just spoke a little louder. Delivering building materials, it's a big deal, it's a big deal. Bull, I thought no building material companies would respond anymore, but I didn't expect so many at once. This is too much building material. Right, do you really need this much building material to repair a foundation? Do any of these building materials have magnesium phosphate special cement? I read on the news that you have to have this stuff foundation to build it in one day. There must be. Great, now, there is hope. I knew it. With so many building materials companies in the Dragon Kingdom, how could we not produce a magnesium phosphate specialty cement? The citizens around the area got excited and cheered for the team of trucks that had cried. With tens of thousands of citizens surprised and excited, the procession of trucks drove slowly and loudly. In the meantime, no man's land in Kokosisal, peripheral area of the project foundations. At this moment, the masses converging here became more and more numerous, and at a glance, it was black with heads. The silent no man's land turned surprisingly noisy. Everyone is looking forward to the foundation work going well. Many people even traveled thousands of kilometers to see the foundation work being built. However, in addition to anticipation, the crowd had endless worries. It's been so long, why hasn't a truck team come through yet? I'm afraid the foundation won't be built. There are simply no building material companies to answer the call. There's really no time, and if we don't see the space elevator tomorrow, it'll be a real shame for the world. What can be done then? Alas, I said at the time that Academician Qin Yang had spoken too much to death, leaving no room for maneuver at all. Look at it now. What should we do about this? We said the words so full at that time, and now the whole world is looking forward to it. And if it turns out to be messed up, we're afraid that we're going to be scolded to death. That is, Qin Yang is still too arrogant in the end, and really thinks that everything will follow his ideas. Look at those building material companies that don't give a damn about him. Ugh, it's so hard. I'm afraid I won't even have the face to go abroad in the future. Chapter 201 Welcoming the Building Materials Convoy. Meanwhile, Reporters from dozens of media outlets have begun to report on the situation at hand. Hello viewers, I'm Xiao Zhou, a reporter from Tang Training News Network. As of now, we still haven't seen the fleet of vehicles transporting building materials appear. And through the camera we can see that the viewers at the scene are shaking with a very low mood. The time left for academician Qin Yang and the others is really running out. Is it true that no company will transport building materials to the base? As he spoke, the cameraman moved the camera toward the no man's land around the base. In the distance, it was desolate. The sun was burning, and not a single car could be seen. After the report was finished, the cameraman turned off the camera and said with an ugly face, "It's already 12 o'clock, and there is still no response from the building materials company. Xiao Zhou, let's just hurry up and go. It's going to be hot all the time." Reporter Xiao Zhou said in a deep voice, "We can't give up until the last moment. Maybe a building materials company's fleet will come in a while? What are you thinking about? You don't see how long has passed. And magnesium phosphate special cement domestic not any company can produce. Without this thing, that Qin Yang's previous commitment is simply impossible to fulfill. I see. Today the foundation is not repaired." Zhou gave a bitter smile and didn't say anything. Still, she had a firm belief in her heart that a miracle would come eventually. Heaven will surely favor academician Qin Yang. With so many building material companies in the country, how is it possible that none of them responded? She doesn't believe it. Engineering base. In the temporary conference room. The conference room remained in silence and the atmosphere was frozen. The architectural bigwigs of the German San Empire and the Ba'athist state continued to sigh incessantly. Looking desperate, hearing the noisy sounds coming from outside the base, Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at Yuan Fanghua and asked, "Elder Yuan, why is it so noisy outside?" The elder of the genocide said leisurely with a bitter face, "There are a lot of people gathered outside the base. They all want to watch the foundation start with their own eyes. But seeing that the building materials are delayed, everyone is very anxious and wants to see you for a while." At those words, Qin Yang laughed softly. Seeing that Qin Yang was actually still smiling, the chief engineering officer next to him, Ackerman, blushed and was puzzled in his heart. He was really puzzled by how this academician Qin, under such a dire situation, was able to smile. Does he look as if he's in no hurry at all? Why would he not be worried at all? If there were no building material companies to deliver building materials to the engineering base, there would be no way to start the foundation, let alone building it in one day. By then, Qin Yang's previous promise in front of the media reporters would become a joke. Besides, tomorrow could be the time for the space elevator meet and greet, where the eyes of the world will converge. If we don't show the space elevator tomorrow, that scene, he didn't dare to think about. Suddenly, on the left side of the conference table, a head of the D3 Empire finally couldn't help himself and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Mr. Qin, at this time, how can you still laugh? If the foundation isn't built today, not only you, but even our two countries, will be spurned by the world. It's been such a long time, and still no building material company has delivered the building materials. Are you really not worried?" The others in charge nodded, looking anxious. They really couldn't wait any longer. The time left for them was dwindling. Seeing that everything is ready, only need building materials in place, then the construction can start quickly. But I didn't expect to run into problems with building materials. As the person in charge of this project, how could they not be anxious? But Qin Yang even had the face to smile? Geez, how can he still laugh? The project was delayed and strained, and they were in a real hurry. "Yes, Mr. Qin, we don't have much time left. We can't just sit around and wait. Mr. Qin, will those building materials companies come or not? It's already 12 noon. I don't think the building materials will make it." In the conference room, there was a clamor, and the people in charge sighed and looked desperate. Watching the scene become more and more uncontrollable, Aquaman hurriedly raised his voice and said, "Mr. Hill, don't be in a hurry. Everyone calm down a bit. I understand very well how everyone feels right now, but being in a hurry can't solve the problem. Everyone should sit down and discuss. Don't be impulsive." Ouch. Seeing that Aquaman had spoken, the head man named Hill sighed heavily and resumed his seat. With a tired look on his face, he said leisurely, "So what the hell else can we do for the current situation? We can't just keep running out of time." The other heads also spoke in hushed tones. "That's right. Right now we can't count on those building material companies anymore. If you ask me to look at it, we'd better send someone to Qing province to take a look. Maybe we can procure some building materials. What about magnesium phosphate specialty cement? There are no companies that can produce magnesium phosphate specialty cement. Don't even think about foreign countries anyway. There's simply not enough time." "Mr. Qin, I see you're not in a hurry at all. Is it that you know that a building materials company has already started delivering building materials? At these words, the crowd all turned their gazes towards Qin Yang. Yeah, they had just seen Qin Yang smiling. Did he know that a building materials company's car was coming soon, so he's not panicking at all? In the face of the crowd's doubts, Qin Yang did not say anything, but stood up and turned towards the outside of the temporary conference room. This caused the crowd to show a puzzled look. What was this? Is Mr. Qin not going to bother with them? Does he know there's no hope, so he's going to give up? Yuan Fanghua also frowned and left the conference room right after him. Qin Yang, you. At the entrance of the conference room, Qin Yang twisted his head to look at Yuan Fanghua, then looked back at the confused crowd in the conference room and said with a smile, "The building materials convoy is coming. We can't sit down like this anymore. What's going on?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd revealed shocked looks and thought they had heard wrong. Building materials fleet coming? Where's the fleet of building materials? They didn't hear anything, either. This Mr. Qin wouldn't be suffering from hysteria due to stress, would he? Ackerman asked suspiciously. Mr. Qin, the building materials fleet is really coming? That magnesium phosphate specialty cement? Yuan Fanghua also asked suspiciously. Qin Yang, how did you know that a building materials fleet is coming? Could it be that you've secretly contacted the building materials company? Qin Yang smiled and without a word, stepped towards the outside. Inside the conference room, the crowd looked confused, and after reacting, they hurriedly followed quickly. At this moment, the outer area of the base was already in chaos, showing signs of being out of control. Chapter 202 All parties react. Qin Yang appears. Qin Yang, didn't you arrogantly say that you would build it successfully within a day? Now that the building materials are not even available, how are you going to build it? Qin Yang, the project hasn't been carried out until now. Are you going to keep hiding inside and sitting as a shrunken head turtle? I drove 2,000 miles here and this is what I get? Qin Yang, can the foundation be built or not? Can you come out and give us an answer? What's the point of hiding inside? Qin Yang, come out. Qin Yang, come out. Qin Yang, come out. The periphery of the base, it boiled right over. A large number of people gathered at the entrance of the base, calling out Qin Yang's name, looking angry, and they had traveled thousands of miles to this no man's land to see the foundation work begin. As a result, after waiting for so long, the foundation did not react to anything, which made them inwardly anxious. The words spoken before were so strong that it was built successfully in one day. As a result, by now, there are not even building materials. So what the hell is there to build? How excited they were before. How disappointed they are now. In response to the scene, reporters from various media outlets have also begun to report on it. Hello viewers, this is reporter Xiao Peng from the Global News Network. The foundation project has been delayed, causing the audience at the scene to be very anxious. Through the camera we can see that a large number of people have rushed to the entrance of the base, wanting to see academician Qin Yang. At present, the building materials are delayed. Whether the foundation project can be successfully started in the end? Will academician Qin Yang come out again to give everyone an explanation? Let's wait and see. Hello, I'm Song, a reporter from the Boom News Network. At the same time, the headquarters of the Strong Group. In the office, Ma Chang and the bosses of more than 20 building materials companies are watching the live broadcast of the Kokonushin No Man's Land. At this moment, they happen to see the entrance of the base surrounded by the crowds, angrily shouting Qin Yang's name. Seeing this scene, Ma Chang finally couldn't strain himself to laugh coldly. Qin Yang, you must be very anxious now. Without building materials, you will not be able to build the foundation today. Your promise will not be honored. When that time comes, how will you face the people of the Dragon Kingdom move? The other company owners chimed in with a pinch of charm. After watching the live broadcast, Ma Chang took out his cell phone and dialed a number. He had to turn his face from cold to pinching winks as well. Soon the call was answered. On the other side of the phone, however, there was silence. At this, Ma Chang had already gotten used to it. He hemmed and hawed and said respectfully, Minister Chow, have you been watching the news? Everything is developing according to our expectations. The foundation is delayed and the masses can't control their emotions to surround the base. Qin Yang's impression in the hearts of the masses is plummeting. A few seconds later, on the other side of the phone, Minister Chow's voice came through. Well done. That Qin Yang, he won't be able to be complacent for long. That's natural. That's natural. Ma Chang laughed with him. That kid Qin Yang must be in a hurry right now. The foundation won't be built today, and he's bound to become the laughingstock of the world. On the other hand, pretty country. In the luxurious conference room, the chief first man and the bigwigs from all sides were staring at the big screen at the very front. At the moment, the screen is showing a scene from the Kokonushin No Man's Land. where the crowd is surrounding the base. The people looked furious and were clamoring for Qin Yang to come out of the base. The chief first was all smiles, watching this scene and feeling nothing but relief. Humph, this is what happens to arrogance. How dare you threaten to fix the foundation in one day? Delusional. Without building materials, the foundation work can't start. I'd like to see. Do you, Qin Yang, dare to go out and face the masses? Do you really think the building materials problem is that easy to solve? Young and unaware, the space elevator will not be seen tomorrow. Hearing the words of the chief first man, the surrounding scientific research bigwigs all had mixed emotions. They were more worried and regretful than pleased. As it stands now, the building materials problem cannot be solved, and no space elevator can be built at all. This made them regret it, and as researchers, they certainly wanted to see the introduction of the space elevator with their own eyes. However, it had been so long ago, and it seemed that Qin Yang, too, didn't have a good solution to the construction problem. But time waits for no one. They would only feel stupid about the chief first's mindset of watching the fun. Such an attitude will only show that one's pattern is small and one's vision is small. At this time, a scientific research bigwig finally couldn't help himself and stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Sir, this is a good opportunity for us to make a move. We can use this to exchange for space elevator technology. This kind of good opportunity must not be missed." The chief first shook his head and smiled. "Calm down. Be calm. We have the satellite evasion system as leverage. There's no need to panic at all. For now, consider it a joke. When they've built it, we'll ask for the technology. Of course, it's more favorable to us if they can't build it. In short, the advantage is ours." The researcher sighed and could only sit down helplessly. Now, let's just hope that Qin Yang can successfully build the space elevator up. In the meantime, in the office of the Supreme Chancellor of the Pickle Country, Loyalty, Defense Minister Moon Dongjun stepped in, his figure standing straight. The chief looked at Wen Dongjun and asked in a deep voice, "Dongjun, how is it going on Minister Li's side? Have things been resolved?" News has come from Minister Li's side. Due to the lack of building materials, the project hasn't been pushed forward, and now, the masses have fenced off the base. "Ha," the chief said with a cold smile. Well done. The time is almost right. Now immediately notify Minister Li. Prepare to contact Team Qin Yang and use the building materials as a bargaining chip to exchange space elevator technology with them. This time, it's just that they have to give it even if they don't want to. Yes, I'll contact him now. Wise chief. Rumble. There was a rumbling sound and the base gates were pushed open by soldiers amidst the roar of the onlookers. Several heavily armed soldiers stepped forward and stood on either side of the gate. Then, in the sight of the crowd, Qin Yang and a dozen or so engineering leaders walked out slowly. Seeing Qin Yang appear, the onlookers were first stunned, and then they all frantically rushed towards Qin Yang. "Look guys, Qin Yang has finally come out. Could it be that the project is ready to start? What's the point of moving? The building materials haven't even come in yet. Let's just hear what he has to say first." The media reporters struggled to rush out from the crowd and aimed their microphones at Qin Yang. "Academician Qin, does your appearance signal that the foundation project is about to officially begin? May I ask what you would like to say now?" Chapter 203 Building Materials Convoy will definitely come. Facing the reporter's question, Qin Yang calmly said, "There are no plans to start construction yet. What's going on?" Hearing Qin Yang's words, the surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. "No plans to start construction yet? What time is it? And you're not ready to start construction? Why are you out here if you're not going to start? How dare you come out?" Soon there were angry voices from the crowd. "Academician Qin, you are really chilling us. You previously promised to build it within a day, but you haven't started construction until now. You are draining our sense of trust in you. Academician Qin, you didn't come out just to say this, did you? Just tell me, can we start construction today or not? Academician Qin, this is not the time to joke around. Has the building materials problem been solved?" The crowd was agitated and approached towards Qin Yang. They were unable to tolerate Qin Yang's calm and self-contained demeanor. Seeing this scene, Yuan Fanghua next to him hurriedly said, "Calm down, everyone calm down. Our preparations have long been completed, but there is no building materials company to deliver building materials to this side. Without building materials, we can't start construction. We are more anxious than everyone, but the news of the lack of building materials has been sent out for so long, but no building materials company has responded. We can only hope that there will be a building materials company to deliver building materials over here, so that the foundation project can start as soon as possible. Please understand that impulsiveness solves nothing." Upon hearing Yuan Fanghua's words, the crowd fell silent and stepped back slightly. They originally thought that since Qin Yang dared to come out, he must have contacted the building materials company. As a result, no building materials company has responded so far? What can we do about this? A reporter from Chuzhou Observatory raised his voice and asked, "Hello, academician Shin. I am a reporter from Chuzhou Observatory." The call was sent out for so long. No building materials company responded. Do you think there will still be a building materials company to deliver building materials to Cocosilia? Brush, brush, brush. In just an instant, the crowd all set their eyes on Qin Yang, waiting for him to get a reply. Qin Yang's face was always calm as one. He looked at the reporter who asked the question, and then looked at the surrounding crowd, and said very seriously, "The building materials fleet will definitely come." Qin Yang's attitude was very firm and carried an unquestionable tone. "Academician Qin, why are you so confident? If there were really building material companies responding, they should have come long ago, right?" A reporter from Boom News Network questioned. Qin Yang looked solemn, looked around at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Over the past few decades, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom has realized a tremendous takeoff, all of which cannot be separated from the efforts of the scientific research talents, and likewise, cannot be separated from the help of the general public. In the transportation of the Dongfang Hong 8, we encountered a lot of difficulties. It was only with the help of the people working together that we overcame one problem after another, and successfully transported the Dongfang Hong 8 to the experimental base of the Tsangdao. There are countless examples like this. All of us in the Dragon Kingdom have an unwavering heart of love for the past, and we all want our country to become stronger. Now that the space elevator is about to come out, I believe that all the people of the Dragon Kingdom are looking forward to tomorrow. Indeed, we do have a problem right now. Without building materials, we can't build the foundation, and the time left for us is not much. But please believe in the ability of our engineering team, and please believe in the power of our Dragon Kingdom masses. When I say that the foundation will be built in one day, I will keep my word. I believe in the power of the crowd, and I ask you, too, to believe in my power. The building materials fleet, it will be there." As Qin Yang's words fell, the vastness of space, all quieted down at that moment. Everyone's faces showed a look of hope. Building materials fleet, will it really arrive? Can a miracle really happen when it comes down to it? Not to mention that no building materials company can now produce magnesium phosphate special cement, and even if they could, which company would be willing to ship goods to such a dangerous place as Cocosili? If the foundations could not be built today, countless people around the globe would mock them. Thinking about this, the crowd's mood turned heavy again. Words, however impassioned, are ultimately too vapid. That only works if the building materials actually get here. Another reporter from one of the media outlets in the crowd asked a question. "Academician Qin, did you come out from the base just to answer our questions?" Yuan Fanghua and Aquaman also placed their gazes on Qin Yang's face. Before he came out, Qin Yang had said that he would come out to meet the building materials convoy. Did he really think that there would be a building materials convoy coming? Qin Yang said in a deep voice. "Of course not. Answering your questions is only one aspect. On the other hand, I am here to welcome the arrival of the building materials convoy. Whenever the building materials convoy arrives, I will wait until whenever it arrives." The crowd was stunned. "It never comes and you just keep waiting? You don't know if there's going to be a convoy? Then why were you so sure? This is crazy, isn't it?" Yuan Fanghua frowned and quickly said to Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, there's no need to do that. We can inform you when the building materials fleet arrives. You are the chief commander of the space elevator project, so you can't afford to wear out your body." Aquaman also said, "Mr. Qin, I understand your feelings, but as academician Yuan said, the body is important." Qin Yang raised his head to look at the dome of the sky and leisurely said, "Tomorrow, the world must be allowed to see the birth of the space elevator. Therefore, the foundation must be good between today. When I say that the building materials fleet will come, they will definitely come. I'll see to it that they appear before me." Qin Yang's gaze was always firm as one. The scene on the periphery of the foundation is being broadcast globally through the cameras. In front of the screen, countless people heard Qin Yang's words. Inside an internet cafe, a yellow-haired young man shook his head and snorted. "You guys, this guy is starting to talk nonsense again. It's already that time of the year, and he's still saying that it'll be done in a day. How can there be a building materials company going to Kokosia? I think this guy also knows that the mission won't be completed, so he can only hurry out to pretend." Inside a cab, the driver spat as he drove. "It's easy to say, but it's been so long. I think 80% of it is hopeless. Even if this Qingguisher waits until nightfall, it's useless. Not good." The co-pilot's passenger hastened to say. "Don't forget all those aerospace engineers before. All the aerospace engineers in the country came to assemble the rocket. That's not the same. Those aerospace engineers are all eating the country's rice. These building materials companies are all private businesses with profit in mind. And this business is so risky that they wouldn't dare take it. Too bad. I was looking forward to seeing the space elevator tomorrow. Chapter 204 A Miracle Appears. The building materials convoy arrives. Countless netizens watched the live broadcast of the Coconuts engineering base. Some sang the praises, some mocked. Of course, more still despair. At the entrance of the Coco Sicily engineering base, Qin Yang's figure stood straight, gazing at the Gobi beach with a calm expression. Yuan Fanghua, on the other hand, had a tense expression on her face. Half an hour had already passed since they came out. But, still, she hadn't waited for anything. The surrounding crowd of onlookers turned impatient once again. No, do we have to keep waiting? The building materials convoy isn't coming, so it's useless to keep waiting. That's right, to come would have come long ago. Doesn't it smell good for me to go home and blow the air conditioner in this sun? Don't just stand there. Go home. Go home. If I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have come if I had said anything. Olmi was excited for half a day for nothing. Around them, a number of people were pushing towards the outside of the crowd, intending to leave the area. Watching the scene, Yuan Fanghua sighed, looking helpless. He understands the feelings of these masses. He was equally anxious about the delay in the building materials convoy. An engineering head of the D3 Empire came to Aquaman and said with an ugly face, "Chief Engineer Aquaman, there is no point for us to continue to stay here when things have come to this. I've decided to go home to be with my family. They're all waiting for me." Aquaman looked anxious and said in a hurry, "Rill, the construction is about to begin. How can you leave at this time?" Rill said helplessly, "Do you think that the building materials convoy will really come again?" As the crowd said, if they were going to come they would have come long ago. Now that the eyes of the world are focused here, I don't want to be taken as a joke by others. In the end, this is a project of the Dragon Kingdom, so let's hurry up and leave before it's too late. With that, Rill turned toward the base, ready to pack up and head home. At that moment, 3 more heads of engineering teams came toward Aquaman. "Mr. Aquaman, I have decided to withdraw from this project. I'm sorry, I can't wait any longer. I've decided to quit too. The building materials fleet isn't likely to come, and our team can't afford to spend time here." Speechless, Aquaman opened his mouth, but nothing came out. These principals were very loud, so the two of them, Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua, could hear them clearly. Yuan Fanghua hurriedly walked over and said in a deep voice, "This is extremely irresponsible behavior on your part. If you guys leave at this time, if the building materials arrive, how can the foundation project still be carried out?" Hearing Yuan Fanghua's words, one of the persons in charge said in an astringent voice, "It's our honor to take part in such a big project. How could we be willing to leave if the foundation project can start successfully?" But Academician Yuan, do you think the building materials will still come? Our team is here to build the project, not to stand here like fools. So please rationalize. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, in the distance, a thunderous boom exploded across the plains, shaking the sky and the earth. For only a moment, the front of the base turned quiet. Yuan Fanghua, Aquaman, and the heads of the major programs froze violently. The crowd looked at each other, all subconsciously confused. Rumble! It wasn't long before the thunder-like roar sounded again, and this time, the sound seemed to be a little closer to them. This voice. Yuan Fanghua raised an eyebrow and twisted her head to look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, this voice. Qin Yang did not speak as he gazed distantly in the direction the voice came from. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly and a bright smile appeared on his face. Yuan Fanghua and Aquaman and the others also looked towards the distance. Soon after, the pupils of the crowd all shrank violently. On the pale plains, between the rolling yellow sand, a small black dot the size of a basketball appeared in their line of sight, moving rapidly in their direction. At this moment, the crowd boiled over. Crap, is this the building materials fleet coming? Really? It's really coming. Here? Yuan Fanghua's heart thumped. He hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie. At this moment the hand holding the walkie-talkie was trembling slightly. "Chang, hurry up and fly the drone to see what is moving towards us." Soon a young voice came over the intercom, reporting to the Patriarch, "A large wave of trucks is coming towards the base." "That's right, a big wave. There must be hundreds of them?" "How much?" Yuan Fanghua was shocked. "Hundreds?" A few minutes later, as they got closer and closer to the crowd, those so-called black spots finally revealed their true colors. "It's the truck." A large wave of trucks was rolling up the dust and smoke towards them, the ground shaking and roaring wherever they passed. Watching the scene, everyone's complexion was agitated and they felt their blood spurting. OMG, it really is a truck coming. Crap, how did so many trucks come all at once? Can someone tell me how many are coming? Can't count them all. Can't count them at all. Woohoo! Academician Qin Yang didn't lie to us. the building materials convoy is really here. They're really here. People rejoice. Some people were in tears and bawling, while others were hugging each other with tears of excitement. The building materials fleet really did come. And they waited for a miracle. Acumen that I had a few heads who were ready to leave before were dumbfounded and shocked beyond words. What did they see? The building materials fleet is here. And, not a few, dozens, it's fucking hundreds of them. This is called no building materials company will come? This is called no magnesium phosphate special cement? Aquaman looked agitated as he turned his head to look at Qin Yang. Is this the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom? Is this where Mr. Qin's confidence lies? No wonder he's been so calm since the beginning. Just as everyone's eyes were on the truck procession to the east, a middle-aged man suddenly roared excitedly. There are also trucks, quickly look where. There are also trucks coming from the northwest. And, brush. In just a moment, the crowd hurriedly looked toward the northwest again, and their eyes widened. At this moment, to the northwest, the same wave of trucks was speeding in with a roar. Some people with good eyesight saw the Cloud Sky Group logo on the car and immediately roared with excitement. This is the fleet of Yun Tian Group, that biggest building materials company in Liangqing City. Ah ha bull, good job Cloud Sky Group. So many trucks. You call this a caravan that will come without building materials? All open your eyes and see what the fuck is this? Chapter 205. All hands assembled to meet the caravan. Here it comes, the building materials convoy is finally here, ha ha ha. Yuan Fanmua's face flushed red as he cried out in excitement. A look of exhilaration also appeared on Aquaman's face. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Mr. Qin was right. The building materials fleet actually came. Is this the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom? The several people in charge who were ready to quit before also hurriedly walked to Qin Yang's side and said with great embarrassment, Mr. Qin, it was us who underestimated the power of the Dragon Kingdom. We thought that the building materials caravan would not come, but we didn't expect the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom to make us marvel. Here, I apologize to you for our extremely irresponsible behavior earlier. Sorry, Mr. Qin, we were too impulsive just now. Mr. Qin, we won't back out again. And since the building materials are already in place, we'll definitely do our best to build out the foundation in one day. Qin Yang looked at these people in charge in front of him. His face didn't look the slightest bit angry as he smiled and said, I can understand that you guys chose to quit just now, but now that the building materials are in place, next, it's going to be hard work for all of you. No hard work. I'll notify everyone at the base and start moving, Aquaman said excitedly. As he spoke, Aquaman took out his walkie-talkie and ordered, Xiao Wang, immediately notify all the engineering staff at the base that the building materials convoy has arrived, and that all the staff will immediately gather at the entrance of the base, and move fast. Soon, broadcasts sounded from all sides of the base. Emergency notification. Urgent notice. The building materials convoy has arrived. All engineers are requested to gather quickly at the base entrance. Emergency notification. Urgent notice. The building materials convoy has arrived. All engineers are requested to gather quickly at the base entrance. Emergency notification. Urgent notice. The building materials convoy has arrived. All engineers are requested to gather quickly at the base entrance. Tap tap tap. After 3 consecutive broadcasting sounds, inside the base, all the engineers showed excitement and ran towards the entrance of the base. At the same time, in the outer area of the base, in the crowd, a loud and clear voice came out. I say everyone, this building materials fleet is already in place. Let's also hurry back. Don't even spectate here. We can't affect the advancement of the project. That's right. We can't help much here anymore. We mustn't delay Academician Qin and the others. Everyone spread out. The building materials convoy is coming this way. The crowd was very cooperative and all retreated towards the back in a neat and orderly manner. It kept backing up a long way to make sure it wouldn't delay the work before stopping to continue to watch. Everyone looked thrilled beyond measure, looking at the rushing caravan in the distance with an excited expression. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Within a short time, a company of hundreds of construction engineers wearing uniforms and steel helmets appeared at the entrance to the base, standing consciously in small squares. Aquaman nodded in satisfaction at the sight. In the distance, the onlookers who saw the scene were shocked. Good man, how come all these architects are whole like the army? The team, too strong, right? After all, the top architects are really not comparable to ordinary architects in the private sector. With these architects out there, I'm relieved that the foundation will be built by the end of the day. Meanwhile, the major media outlets have taken the opportunity to begin their exciting coverage. Hello viewers, I'm a reporter from Solon News Network. Through the camera I believe you can see that at the entrance of the base, there are already hundreds of construction engineers assembled. and our long-awaited foundation project is finally going to officially begin. Dragon Nation bullish. The Dragon Nation is awesome. Hello viewers, I'm a reporter from the Southeast News Network. At this time in the wilderness, there are hundreds of trucks carrying building materials running. Yes, that's right, hundreds of them. Each truck is as tall as a 2- or 3-story building. It's shocking, it's just too shocking. Watch the news. Just watch Chuanshu Observation. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Zhou, a reporter from Chuanshu Observation. Right now there are a large number of trucks heading towards the base. Who still dares to say that there are no building materials convoys that will deliver building materials to the base? Who dares to question the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom people? At this time, the engineering team has all assembled, just waiting for the building materials to be in place. The foundation project will officially start. Hello dear viewers, this is... The atmosphere was electric as media reporters from all over the country clamored for coverage. There were even crowd runway cameras, excitedly shouting, "Academician Sheen is bullish, Dragon Country bully." More and more of the crowd then began to hoot and holler. Academician Sheen is bullish, the Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Compared with the previous cold and low, the atmosphere of the scene is now so hot that it is going to explode. At the same time, the people who were watching the live broadcast in front of the screen also revealed shocked expressions. In front of a restaurant, 2 takeout workers who had argued not long ago converged again to wait for their meals. One of the delivery men had a horrified look on his face when he saw the convoy of trucks that looked like a steel torrent approaching vastly through the live stream. How is it possible? How is this possible? Obviously no building material companies responded. How did so many trucks come all at once? A smug look appeared on the face of the nearby delivery man as he sneered. All I can say is that you know nothing about the cohesion of our country. I told you that the building materials fleet would definitely arrive. Inside an internet cafe, the yellow-haired young man watched the live broadcast on the computer, and the cigarette clutched in his mouth fell on his pants leg. Crap, what the hell? So many trucks? Which building materials company is so bold? It's all fucking fake, isn't it? Isn't there no magnesium phosphate specialty cement? Are these people at the base gate? Military, human or architects? Inside the live broadcast room, countless Dragon Country bold pop-ups flew by, quickly covering the entire screen. The yellow-haired young man sat in his chair, his face full of stupefaction. Some cab. Ha ha ha, it's coming, finally. Passengers laughed with excitement while watching the live stream. I told you, a country as big as ours can't be stymied by building materials. Holy shit, how many trucks does this have to be? Next to him, the driver who was driving looked confused. He quickly asked, "Brother, what did you just say?" "The truck is here?" Passenger excited point said. That's right, Coco Sicily uninhabited area project base. Came a big wave of trucks. This time the project can finally start. No building materials company responded before. How come all of a sudden the building materials fleet has arrived? That magnesium phosphate special cement how the hole? But even if they arrive, I'm afraid it's too late now. After such a long delay, it probably won't be completed today. Master, should we make a bet? I believe that the foundation can definitely be fixed today. Do you believe me? Chapter 206, Despair and Excitement. Strong Group Headquarters. Shit. Damn. Can someone tell me where the hell all these trucks came from? Ma Chang's face was clouded and he growled. On the screen, the building materials bosses of the major companies looked at the angry Ma Chang, not daring to speak, looking at the convoy of trucks rushing towards the engineering base like a torrent of steel on the live broadcast screen. Ma Chang's heart trembled in disbelief. He really didn't understand how so many trucks could still show up in Kokonusha when he had clearly given the word. Which building materials company was so bold as to dare to stiffen their strong Sheng group? Brush. Ma Chang's icy gaze shifted to the secretary next to him, grimacing as he asked in a cold voice. Speak. Which company is so bold as to dare to cross the line with Xiangsheng? I'm going to make this company play out immediately. The secretary trembled with fear. She lowered her head and said with a trembling voice, Mr. Ma, according to my understanding, this is not a company's fleet. It is a joint fleet of dozens of building material companies from all over the country. What do you mean? Dozens of them? Combined fleets? Ma Chang stared with wide eyes and a shocked expression, thinking that he had heard wrong. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Jingle bells. Just as he was about to continue talking, the phone on his desk rang. Hearing the phone ringing, Ma Chang's heart snapped, his entire body shook, and his heart turned incredibly flustered. Ma Chang raised his trembling hand and hurriedly picked up the phone. The moment the phone was connected, Minister Chao's icy voice immediately rang out. How do you explain the truck convoy thing? I asked you to do something and this is the answer you give me? Minister Chao's voice was low and hoarse, and Ma Chang could feel the anger coming from the other side of the moving phone. If he was in front of Minister Chao at this moment, the other party was afraid of tearing him apart. Ma Chang's mind was flustered and his face was white as he said in a trembling voice, Minister Chow, I have always done things according to your commands, but I really didn't expect that surprisingly. There would be so many building material companies that dared to defy Qianxing's will. They are bold. Minister Chow said angrily, didn't expect it? Ma Chang, I don't think you need to work on your Qianxing group anymore. Ma Chang's face changed. His legs softened. He cried and said hurriedly, Minister Chow is sorry. You have a large amount of adults. Just forgive me. Strong Shang Group is the foundation of most of my life. It can not be destroyed. You don't worry. Even if there is a fleet of cars going. So what? You don't forget. They don't have magnesium phosphate special cement. Without this thing, they don't want to be completed today. Do you fucking think I'm as stupid as you are? Do you really think those trucks aren't loaded with magnesium phosphate special cement? Our previous cooperation ends here. Toot toot. The phone was hung up. Minister Chow. You can't. Hello, Minister Chow? Hearing the beeping sound on the phone, Ma Chang sat on the sofa with a look of despair on his face. Done. It's all over. The strong group is going to be cut off in his hands. Obviously everything is fine. How come all of a sudden? Woo woo. In the meantime, Pickle Country. In the office of the Supreme Commander. Siba. This Minister Chow is a waste. Watching the live feed on the big screen, the chief's face was grim to the core. Breathing heavily. It was thought that through his operation, he would make Qin Yang's team's plan fail, but I didn't expect that. After spending so much effort, the plan still failed. What was even more unbelievable to him was that not only did a fleet of building materials go to Kakazilla, but also so many trucks at once. Defense Minister Li. What's the situation on Minister Moon's side? Defense Chief Li looked serious and said in a deep voice. Minister Wen replied back that Minister Chow has broken off contact with us, and it seems that he wants to leave us alone. Chief, Minister Chow's plan failed. We should dispose of him as soon as possible to prevent implicating us. No. The chief sat on the sofa and said leisurely, with such a big move, perhaps the opposite side has already made some guesses, and we must not make another move now. Things have come to this, we can only wait and see if there are other opportunities. Yes, Chief. Pretty country. In the conference room. On the big screen in front of the conference room, images of trucks rushing through the uninhabited area of Kokokali are being shown at the moment. The conference room was quiet, and the chief first man's face was incredibly serious. The dozens of experts around the conference table also had the good sense not to speak. At this moment, Director Shiman broke the stiff atmosphere and said in a deep voice, Sir, even though Team Qin Yang is now waiting until they have a fleet of building materials, after all, it has already been delayed for so long, and it's basically impossible to get the foundation built today. Upon hearing this, the chief first shook his head helplessly and sighed. As much as I hate to admit it, the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom is truly shocking. Director Shiman also nodded his head with deep understanding, and then, he continued. However, the various tasks of the space elevator, after all, have not yet been completed. If the construction of the foundation is not good today, coupled with other tasks, tomorrow, I am afraid that I will not be able to see the birth of the space elevator. The chief first man looked at the big screen, let out a deep breath, and said leisurely, let's hope so. Shiman, this young man called Qin Yang is indeed a marvelous talent. Over the past few days, he's brought us shock after shock. For now, let's just wait and see what happens. And when they build the space elevator, we'll wash the obstacle avoidance system as a bargaining chip to exchange technology with them. Upon hearing this, Director Shiman nodded and said no more. It was clear that the chief first man had lost his sharpness. No man's land in Kokozili, in the engineering base. At full speed, these trucks were getting closer to the engineering base. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers once again boiled over. Finally arrived. Just now I felt that these trucks are very big. Good result. This close-up is even bigger than I imagined. This is afraid that it must be 2 or 3 stories high. Right, brothers and sisters? I've probably counted at least 400 of these. Holy shit. Yuntian Group. Bei Group. Junshan Group. It turns out that these trucks are not owned by a single company. They are the combined fleet of building materials companies from all over the country. Bull. This is the cohesion of our Dragon Kingdom. When one side is in trouble, the 8 sides will support. All good. Snap. The crowd snapped and applauded and roared with excitement. As he watched the 400 or so trucks getting closer and closer to the base, Qin Yang couldn't hold back his excitement. He took a step out and smiled as he walked towards the very front. Chapter 207, The Power of Faith. Not long after, a row of trucks had docked in front of Qin Yang and the others, rolling up dust and smoke as the loud roar gradually died down. Click, 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 click. Under the attention of all the people, a series of door opening sounds rang out. followed by dozens of drivers from the leading cars of the major building materials companies stepping down from their cars and walking towards Qin Yang. Mr. Qin Guosher, Liancheng City Yuntian Group has responded to the call and has prepared 100 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, which arrived at the base smoothly. Please instruct. Mr. Qin Guosher, and City West Water Group has delivered 5 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, 10 tons of sand, and 10 tons of steel. Please instruct. Mr. Qin Guosher, 8 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement from the Gan Province's Bayi Group has been delivered. Haitian Group of Guang Province, 5 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, 20 tons of river sand, and 35 tons of steel. The crowd goes wild with a little cheer at every report, and the whole place boils over. Qin Yang wore a smile on his face as his heart stirred. It's been a bumpy road and a hard day's work. Thank you all for transporting the building materials over. Next, our foundation project will be able to officially start. All of you. You're all the credit. Qin Yang looked at these drivers in front of him and raised his voice to praise them. All the driver masters laughed up. It was their honor to be praised by Qin Guosher. Sir Qin, these are what we should do. The space elevator project concerns the future of the Dragon Kingdom. As a dragon, we are duty-bound. That's right, Qin Guosher. I'm sure we'll be able to prove our strength to the world tomorrow. Shi Qin, you're the one who's really working hard. Mr. Qin Guosher, now that the building materials are in place, surely we can fix the foundation today, right? Qin Yang nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, this is natural. Before the end of today, everyone will definitely see the completion of the foundation project. Great! Hundreds of drivers were excited and cheered. Suddenly, the chief leader of the Yuntian Group walked up to Qin Yang and made you take out a paper and pen from his pocket, handing it to Qin Yang with an excited look on his face. It is? Qin Yang was dumbfounded. The general leader of Yuntian Group scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Qin Guosher, truth be told, our Yuntian Group's president Yun is your loyal fan, and due to the company's business being so wrapped up in her business, she couldn't make it here in person, so she asked me to ask you to sign an autograph for her when she meets you. In addition, Ms. Yun has decided that the building materials of our Yuntian Group will be given to the base for free. As the consul general's words fell, a laugh rang out all around him. Qin Yan also laughed. Surprisingly, it's being given away for free? Cloud Sky Group is really a big company, so it's for an autograph. Ha ha, this is the charm of Qin Guosher. Even the president of the Cloud Sky Group has fallen for Qin Guosher. Qin Yang took the paper and pen, and he said with a smile while signing, if you guys are giving it away for free, then I won't sign this name. You have traveled a long way to deliver the building materials here. We are already very grateful. The remuneration, we will definitely pay. Remember to tell your general manager Yun when you get back that I appreciate her feelings, and I'm thankful for her help with the base project. Qin Yang finished writing and handed his signature to the consul general of the Cloud Sky Group. Seeing that Qin Yang's handwriting was as strong as a stunning dragon, the consul general's eyes immediately lit up. What a beautiful handwriting Shitsi Qin has written. The other drivers also came over, and when they saw Qin Yang's handwriting, they looked marveled and complimented him. Academician Qin not only has outstanding achievements in the field of scientific research, he even writes so beautifully. What other surprises are there for Qin Guosher that we don't know about? Hearing the crowd's continuous praise, Qin Yang became a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said, you all are too kind. I can't thank Qin Yang enough for everyone transporting the building materials here. After saying that, Qin Yang's face was serious as he bowed towards all the drivers in front of him. Qin Yang's action could have startled the drivers. Qin Guosher, this can't be allowed. Sir Qin, this is all what we should do. Sir Qin, you are too kind. The drivers hastily waved their hands and stepped back, and a wave of warmth welled up in their hearts. Afterwards, Qin Yang turned his head to look at Aquaman and said in a deep voice, Mr. Aquaman, since the building materials are already in place, it's time to start our project. Next, we will have to trouble you guys. Aquaman had been impatient for a long time, and when he heard Qin Yang's words, he looked incredibly excited. He was confident in the strength of their engineering team, and as long as the building materials were in place, within a day only, they could certainly build the foundation successfully. So, he turned to the engineering team and ordered, attention all departments. Attention all departments. The building materials are in place. Immediately carry out the inventory work and prepare to start the construction. Yes. Soon the engineers came to the truck and began to work on unloading and clearing the truck. Not long after the building materials sent by the major companies were counted, the liquidator came to Qin Yang and hurriedly reported, Reporting to Academician, the counting of building materials is complete. The major building materials companies have sent a total of 200 tons of magnesium phosphate special cement, 120 tons of river sand, and 85 tons of steel. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang looked startled as he exchanged glances with Yuan Fanhua next to him before turning his head back to the liquidator and said incredulously, "How much magnesium phosphate specialized cement has been delivered?" 200 tons. The look on the liquidator's face was also agitated. After reconfirming, a look of excitement surfaced on Qin Yang's face. It is important to know that the foundation for the construction of the Dubai Tower only used 30 or 40 tons of cement in the first place. Now, they have 200 tons here, which is more than enough. With that much cement, it's enough to build 2 more foundations. 200 tons. Yuan Fanhua watched the back of the liquidator as he left, and then turned his head to look at the fleet of trucks lined up, his heart stirring. Honestly, he had previously shared the crowd's thoughts that there would be no building materials convoy coming, which at one point caused him to despair. But now, the building materials fleet not only came, but also sent so many magnesium phosphate special cement, which is simply too much surprise. Now, the foundation work can finally be officially started. Yuan Fanghua's heart, in a rare moment, relaxed a bit. This is the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Yuan Fanhua still looked at Qin Yang with great curiosity and asked with great puzzlement, "Qin Yang, why do you firmly believe that the building materials convoy will definitely arrive?" "Because of faith." Qin Yang gazed at the Baroness in the distance and said leisurely, "Whether it's the scientific researchers or the general public, we all carry the same belief in our hearts. And it's because of the strong belief of the scientific researchers that the space elevator can go from being envisioned to becoming a reality. Similarly, when the people's beliefs come together, the building materials problem will no longer be a problem." Chapter 208 Foundation Work Begins. The engineers spent the next hour working with the master driver to unload the cement from the truck. An engineer then brought out the mud tanker and started mixing the cement. 20 mud tankers in a row were working on the mixing at the same time, and it was a stunning scene. After that, dozens of excavators and bulldozers also began to work intensely. According to the pre-established plan, these excavators and bulldozers will have to dig down along the ground to a depth of 30 meters, and only after the construction of the site can the construction of the valve foundation be officially carried out. Engineers came and went, working in a well-organized manner according to the dividend. The surrounding crowd showed excitement as they saw that the foundation work had finally begun. "Crap, this speed is too fierce. At this rate I think it can really be built by the end of the day. No wonder Academician is so confident. This is not a problem with building materials. Now I'm afraid that a large part of it has been repaired. We should not have questioned Academician before. This is the power of our dragon nation. There is nothing that can't be done when all the people are united. Worthy of a national engineer. That's awesome." On the outskirts of the base, tens of thousands of people cried out in excitement, their blood spurting. There were constant shouts. "Academician is bullish. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome." The voice resounded in all directions, and all the people watching the live broadcast in front of the screen began to clench their fists and shout, "Academician is bullish. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome." At this moment, in front of the engineering base in the uninhabited area of Kokozali, the media reporters are also excited to report. "Hello viewers in front of the screen. I'm a reporter from Boom News Network, and I'm sure everyone in front of the screen at this moment is as excited as I am. That's right, after a tense wait, now the foundation work finally started. As you can see now, in front of the base, there are hundreds of engineers as well as many mud tankers, excavators and other large equipment working at full speed. At this rate, I'm sure our foundation work can be completed today. Such an exciting moment. Please join me in cheering for Academician team in front of the screen. Academician, you guys are the best. Go for it. Friends of the audience everyone. I am the Flower House reporter Lamb. I am now in front of the foundation project site. I really too excited. In this less than an hour's time, we can already see that the foundation project has entered into a white-hot stage. Hundreds of engineers are in order, cooperating very well. Now, who still dares to say that our foundation project can't be completed? Who still dares to question the cohesion of our Dragon Kingdom? Hello viewers in front of the screen. I'm a reporter for Chidu News Network. Hello viewers, this is Solo News. Come. At the same time, in the major provinces and cities of the Dragon Kingdom, countless people were sitting in front of the television or holding their cell phones to watch the live broadcast. Everyone cheered with excitement when they saw the foundation work begin. The husband is standing on the couch in the home of a neighborhood resident, bouncing with excitement and snapping his hands together. Academician, awesome. You're all good. I'm sure you guys can do it. Go for it. The wife came out of the kitchen and was shocked to see her husband in this state. Oldly, why are you acting like a child? Is the sofa a place to jump? See how excited you are. What's going on? The husband whooshed down from the sofa and hugged his wife, saying excitedly, "Wife, the foundation project of the Coco Sicily uninhabited area has finally begun to start construction. Construction has begun. Wife." His wife's face was happy, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at the TV, and her expression changed to excitement when she saw the image of the foundation being started on the screen. It's really starting to move. Great. This is a bit too fast. Academician's team. Marvelous. Inside the dormitory of a double-tier university. It's great that construction has started. It's a go. A chubby boy suddenly just sat up from his bed, crying and growling excitedly on his cell phone. The other 3 housemates were dumbfounded when they saw Fatty in this state. "I say, Fatty, what are you doing here? You scared me." Fatty had an excited look on his face and said in a hurry, "Stop playing around and hurry up to watch the news. The foundation project of the Coco Sicily no man's land has already begun to be constructed. The foundation is already under construction." At that, the other 3 housemates were instantly unsettled. Crap, seriously, that fast? So the building materials have arrived? Which company delivered the building materials? Academician Chin and the others are awesome. The trio hurriedly turned on the live newsfeed and watched, only to see the periphery of the engineering base, surrounded by tens of thousands of people. They are pulling banners and shouting excitedly. The scene is loud and powerful. On the other side, hundreds of engineers are maneuvering bulldozers, excavators, and other kinds of large machines in intense work. Fatty said with a big smile, "Do you know how many trucks carrying building materials came in this wave? Hundreds of them came. There are fleets of building materials coming from all over the country. Don't mention how shocking it is, with the speed at which construction is moving now. I believe that construction can definitely begin today. Academician Chin is so awesome." The 3 housemates ranted wildly as they watched the live stream. "Great, we get to see the space elevator tomorrow. Academician Chin is my idol. He's really too strong. Aha, Academician Chin is awesome." Liangcheng City, Yuntian Group. In the office, looking at the live broadcast image on the screen, Yun Yu's pretty face negatively showed a smile and relaxed. So it turns out that apart from our Cloud Sky Group, there are actually so many building material fleets going. It's a good thing that the time is not too late. The foundation project can finally start. I hope Lao Chao hasn't forgotten about the autographs. The assistant next to him suddenly asked, "Mr. Yun, we don't have to worry about the foundation project now, but that the strong group lied about the report. Will the above punish them?" Yun Yu's beautiful eyes shrunk as she said thoughtfully, "With just one Xiangxing group, they don't have such big guts. I feel that Xiangxing is most likely being used as a gun by a certain power. No matter what, once the lies are actualized, the strong Shang group will definitely be finished. The most important thing right now is the advancement of the foundation project. Tomorrow can be the meet. Even if Qin Yang intends to pursue the matter, it will have to be after the space elevator meet." Yun Yu looked at the huge machine that was roaring in operation in the live broadcast screen and smiled softly. "Qin Yang, I'll help you with all my might if I can. I'm sure we'll see the space elevator at tomorrow's meet and greet. Right? I'm sure you can make it." Chapter 209 Rocket Assembly completed. Commander Sang's confusion. No man's land. Coco Cecil. Engineering base. Time passed quickly, and in a flash it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Not only did the surrounding crowds not leave, but they gathered more and more, all watching the construction of the foundation work with excited looks. Rumble. The machines are roaring and the engineering team is working furiously. As the two of them, Qin Yang and Yuan Fanghua, watched the scene in front of them, smiles appeared on their faces as a sense of anticipation welled up within them. It's finally come to this. The foundation will be completed today, and tomorrow, they will officially present the space elevator to the world. After countless trials and tribulations, they finally waited for this day, saw a glimmer of hope. Tomorrow, they will surely give the whole world a shock. Over the years, how many researchers have exhausted their efforts day and night, so to speak? Is not this moment now? Jingle bells. Suddenly, Yuan Fenghua's cell phone rang and he hurriedly answered the call. "Hello, this is Yuan Fenghua." "Okay." Hearing the voice on the phone, Yuan Fanghua smiled and said to Qin Yang, "Qin Yang, the Dongfeng Hong No. 8 launch vehicle has been assembled." "Ha, it seems that you have to go back." As Yuan Fenghua's words fell, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Qin Yang's face. Finally assembled. It was faster than he thought it would be. The top group of aerospace engineers in the Dragon Kingdom had come together, and their strength was truly extraordinary. Looking at the foundation project that had already carried out a large portion of the work in front of him, Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Elder Yuan, the foundation project has almost reached the finishing stage. So next, this place will be handed over to you." Yuan Fanghua hurriedly nodded his head and said excitedly, Don't worry about it, leave the work here to me. You hurry back. What's going on over there is equally important. Qin Yang's heart surged. Patriarch, we've worked so hard for so long and given so much, and we've finally come this far. It's been worth everything we've done along the way. After looking forward to this for so many years, tomorrow, we'll finally get to see the space elevator. Time is flying by. Yuan Manhwa looked at the soon-to-be-built foundation in front of her. The corners of her eyes turned moist, and she felt a lot of emotions in her heart. Not long after, a helicopter flew out from the base and stopped at a location not far from Qin Yang. After realizing that Qin Yang was leaving, Aquaman also rushed over to personally see Qin Yang off. Aquaman's hand and Qin Yang's hand were merely held together as he said with incomparable respect, Mr. Qin, coming to the Dragon Kingdom this time is definitely the most correct decision I've ever made. To be honest, when I saw that the building materials were delayed, I regretted coming here a little bit, and I thought that it would be absolutely impossible to build the foundation successfully within today. But in the end, the building materials were not only delivered, but they were also delivered in such large quantities. Mr. Qin's outstanding commanding ability has left me in awe, and the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom has likewise left me in awe. Qin Yang lightly smiled and said, Thank you for your recognition. It's thanks to your engineering team that this foundation project has been able to make such rapid progress. Next, I still have to ask for more of your trouble, so Qin Yang would like to thank you here. Wherever, don't worry Mr. Qin. I promise to complete the mission. On the other side, the crowd of onlookers saw the helicopter appear and gasped. Look guys, there are helicopters. Is this to pick up Dr. Qin Wushi and leave? No, right? The foundation work isn't even finished yet. There's no way Qin Wushi would leave at this time, right? It could be that something has come up over at the Tsangdom's experimental base that requires Qin Wushi to go back? I know, it must be that the rocket is assembled and needs Dr. Qin to go back and inspect it. We'll definitely be able to see the space elevator tomorrow. Qin Wushi is awesome. Qin Wushi, we love you, Mr. Qin. At that moment, all the crowd started waving at Qin Yang and shouting his name in a wave of sound that shook the heavens. Everyone is looking forward to that moment tomorrow. Qin Yang, who was about to board the helicopter, smiled and waved at the crowd before entering the cabin. Rumble. Soon, the propeller spun rapidly and the helicopter flew up smoothly, and then got faster and faster, and soon disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Meanwhile, in the experimental base of the vault, at this moment, in the rocket assembly workshop, all the scientific researchers and scholars in the base, as well as hundreds of aerospace engineers were seriously checking the problems of the assembled Dongfang Hongno 8 launched vehicle to make sure that there were no risky problems with it. Click. At this moment, the elevator door opened and Qin Yang took a step towards the workshop. Behind them, 2 staff members followed closely. When Commander Zhang saw Qin Yang appear, he immediately revealed a look of excitement, and he hurriedly walked to Qin Yang in front of him in a small and natural manner, respectfully saluting. Commander Qin. Qin Yang waved his hand with a smile on his face, and then turned his head to look at the Dongfang Hongno 8 launch vehicle that had already been assembled in front of him. The Dongfang Hongno 8, the largest carrier rocket ever developed by the Dragon Kingdom, was as tall as a 4-story building in just one rocket head. In front of the steel beast, human beings appear to be very small. The completion of the Dongfang Hongno 8 launch vehicle represents another big step forward in the field of aerospace research in the Dragon State. Looking at the huge rocket in front of him, Qin Yang's eyes were radiant. It can be called a miracle that such a large amount of work was assembled in less than a day. And this miracle was created by the aerospace engineers of their Dragon Nation. Qin Yang smiled broadly and said, Commander Zhang, you guys are marvelous. You guys assembled it faster than I expected. Everyone worked hard. Commander Zhang hemmed and hawed. Commander-in-Chief Qin, this is our part. It's not hard work. Immediately afterward, Commander Zhang's complexion tightened up and asked in a deep voice, Chief Commander Qin, I heard that there seems to be a problem with the building materials over at the Foundation project? That. Qin Yang nodded and said with a smile, there were indeed some problems at the beginning, but they have all been resolved. The Foundation project has entered the finishing stage, and it will be officially completed before the end of today. How is your work? Completed? Look at my memory. Commander Zhang slammed his head. He came over with the intention of reporting on the scene, but he almost forgot about it. So, he hurriedly said, the rocket is now undergoing a risk check, and when the check is indeed complete and there are no problems, it will be ready to launch. What about the cables? Have the space elevator cables been laid out inside the load bay? It's not set up yet. Commander Zhang shook his head. There was still a lot of confusion when it came to the cable. Commander Zhang hurriedly asked, Chief Commander Qin, You plan to launch the space elevator's cable from space towards the surface to link with the foundation. But what if it deviates midway? Hearing Commander Zhang's question, Qin Yang smiled slightly. Qin Yang did not feel surprised that Commander Zhang asked such a question. After all, Commander Zhang's main task was to be in charge of directing the aerospace engineers to assemble the rockets, and he didn't know much about the overall plan of the space elevator room. So, Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "It's normal that you don't understand this aspect. Let's go to the office and talk." Qin Yang glanced at Commander Zhang, then walked over in the direction of the elevator. Commander Zhang followed closely behind and hurriedly followed up. It wasn't long before the office. Qin Yang took out a whiteboard and drew some conceptual diagrams as well as parsing on it. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang turned his head to look at Commander Zhang and slowly said, "At first, everyone thought that our plan was to link between the cables of the space elevator and the surface of the Earth, after which the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle would be launched into space. In fact, this is not the case. The cable of the space elevator is subject to too many external forces, even if the material of the cable is made of graphene superconductor, which is a very strong and stable material, but there will also be some wear and tear due to the pull of the Dongfang 8 rocket as well. Given this situation, I decided to do the opposite. Launch the cable portion of the space elevator as well as the small rocket directly on the Dongfang 8, or more precisely, the small rocket and cable on the satellite." Speaking here, Qin Yang purposely paused to give Commander Zhang some time to react. Seeing the puzzled look on Commander Zhang's face, Qin Yang smiled and was continuing. After the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle is successfully launched into space, after the separation of the booster's first and second stage, fairing, and so on, the satellite carrying the small rocket and cable will be able to smoothly enter the orbit and dock with our Dragon God space station. At that time, the cables of the space elevator will be launched from the Dragon God space station towards the surface to link up with the Earth's foundation. Surprisingly, hearing this, Commander Zhang's face was filled with a shocked look. Chief Commander Qin's idea that they were planning to launch the cables of the space elevator from the Dragon God space station towards Earth? Just how do you do a rocket launch in a space station? That's just not going to happen. Back then, Commander Zhang had personally participated in the Dragon God program, so he was no stranger to space stations. The Dragon God space station was composed of 3 core modules: the Sky Dragon Core Module, the Dragon Dance Experiment Module, and the Dragon God Experiment Module. Speaking of launch, Commander Zhang quickly thought of the Dragon God Experiment Module. The Dragon God Experiment Module is paired with the most advanced aerospace research technology and was launched via the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle. After years of research by aerospace researchers, it has been equipped with space satellite launch technology. But that's launching satellites, not rockets. They're not the same at all. Launching from the space station. How does that solve the launch pad problem? Is it possible to ensure sufficient and adequate fuel? Also, after the small rocket is launched back to Earth, how can we be sure that it will be stably linked to the foundations of the Kokonushan uninhabited area? But if one thing goes wrong in between, the space elevator project is going to end in failure. The more he thought about it, the deeper Commander Zhang's frown became as he looked at Qin Yang and asked in a deep voice, "Commander-in-Chief Qin, for the Dragon God space station I do understand. The Dragon God space station can be used to launch satellites. However, wanting to launch a cable with a rocket in the middle of space, this is afraid impossible to do, right? I understand Commander Zhang's concern, but," Qin Yang smiled confidently and said slowly, "but Commander Zhang's knowledge of the Dragon God space station is already in the past. And right now, the Dragon God experiment module has long been working on building a temporary small launch orbit. There's no complete implementation. It's just insider information right now. This is actually building a launch orbit already?" Commander Zhang looked at Qin Yang with a shocked face, and then, the shock transformed into a strong look of surprise. If he was able to build the launch track out, the problem he had just feared would no longer be a problem. At this moment, Qin Yang's voice sounded once again. In addition, regarding the fuel issue and the positioning issue, there is even less need to worry about these 2 points. Since we have formulated such a plan, these 2 points, naturally, are also under consideration. Commander Zhang, early tomorrow morning, the space elevator project will officially enter the final implementation. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Commander Zhang finally relaxed. His worries just now were undoubtedly all overdone. How could such an obvious problem not have occurred to Commander-in-Chief Qin? The space elevator is something he worked on. Commander Zhang put away his worries and said with an excited face, "Tomorrow, we can finally see the space elevator. Chief Commander Qin, I can't wait." "Ha ha, me too." Qin Yang laughed out loud. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door outside. Not long after, a scientific researcher walked in with an excited face and said excitedly, "Commander-in-Chief Qin, Commander Zhang, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle has been inspected. The load compartment cables and the rocket have been piggybacked, and the testing phase is complete. The rocket has been transported to the launch pad. Please ask Chief Commander Qin and Commander Zhang to review it. Upon hearing the report, Qin Yang and Commander Zhang both showed excitement on their faces. Good. Hard work everyone. Commander Zhang, let's go. Hundreds of researchers were busy in the control room. A rocket launch. No small feat. Before each rocket launch, researchers conduct meticulous inspections and tests to ensure that the rocket can be launched safely. The gate opened and Qin Yang and Commander Zhang stepped in. Upon seeing Qin Yang, hundreds of researchers greeted him with enthusiasm and excitement. Good day, Commander-in-Chief Qin. Good day, Commander Qin. Good day, Commander Zhang. Qin Yang looked around in all directions and faced the many researchers, waved his hand and said with a big smile, "Tough job everyone." Everyone continued to do their work. Don't mind me. Then, Qin Yang turned his head to look at the monitoring screen at the very front of the control room. Through the screen, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle can be seen standing on a towering rocket launch pad. The words Dongfanghong 8 are clearly visible. Tomorrow, the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle will be officially launched. Looking at the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle, Commander Zhang could hardly hide his look of anticipation. Worthy of being our country's current largest launch vehicle. It's so domineering. Tomorrow's liftoff must go smoothly. Commander Qin, what time is the launch tomorrow? Should we make a public announcement in advance? Wait a minute, Qin Yang said in a deep voice. The estimated time is tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Let's wait for the completion of the foundation project in Coco Clay. And then, at that time, we will announce the news to the public. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang turned his head to look at the hundreds of researchers in the control room. Gentlemen, it's been a long time of hard work for all of you. Because of everyone's hard work, we were able to get to this point today. Tomorrow, the space elevator is going to undergo its final implementation. And the moment that everyone has been waiting for is finally coming. We've given so much over the years to the space elevator project. What are we doing for? For the motherland's space science and technology to realize the takeoff. Our country can become rich and strong, in order to let the human footsteps towards the vast universe, into the era of the big universe. The more critical the moment, the more we can't take it lightly. Next, everyone still can't slack off. Time is limited. Everyone must be well prepared for tomorrow's rocket launch. Please. Qin Yang's words caused all the researchers present to look agitated, and they stood up, facing Qin Yang, and responded in an uplifting manner. Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief Qin, we promise to complete the mission. Don't worry, Commander Qin, we'll make sure to do our preparations. Tomorrow, surely we can see the birth of the space elevator. Commander Qin, we'll sure. All the researchers waved their fists and were full of energy. Seeing this, Qin Yang was also infected as he waved his fists and roared with fighting spirit. Cheer up, we're going to make it. Everyone is looking forward to that moment tomorrow. Qin Yang's eyes flashed. When the space elevator was completed tomorrow, he would be able to properly accompany Duo and the mother and daughter duo. Qin Yang smiled faintly and murmured, Duo, what Dad promised you before, he will definitely do it. At the same time, 1 kilometer outside the experimental base of the vault, a webcaster is sitting on a hill and broadcasting live. Bai Xiaosong faced the netizens in the live broadcast room. His face flushed red and said excitedly, Brothers, I can't believe it for a million years if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Our Dragon Country people are really too awesome. Hundreds of trucks, all of them are transporting building materials. Holy shit, it's too strong. I didn't believe in Academician Shin's promise before, but now if I dare to question Academician Shin again, I'll directly lift him up. Brothers, before the end of today, the foundation can definitely be completed. You can rest assured. On the screen, a large wave of Academician Shin is bullish. Dragon Country is bullish pop-ups flashed. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosong saw that a netizen called Huachenyu is not as handsome as me, and clamoring for battle is not as handsome as me wanted to apply to connect with him. White Ogura agreed straight away. Anchor, even if the foundation can be constructed, but don't forget, there are still rockets. If the rockets can't be assembled, it's going to be the end of the line. Hearing this netizen's words, Bai Xiaosong frowned slightly and said, This, I don't know. Forget it, I am ready to go home. There is no point in being here. Anyway, let's hope the rocket can be assembled soon. I believe everyone is looking forward to seeing the space elevator tomorrow as much as I am. Okay. Brothers, don't send gifts. I'm going off the air. Bye. Bai Xiaosong stood up and was about to turn off the live broadcast when he subconsciously glanced towards the launch pad of the distant base. This glance directly caused his entire body to tremble. Crap! Bai Kokora exclaimed as he rubbed his eyes and looked back at the launch pad. He wasn't wrong. At some point, On the rocket launching pad, there was suddenly a huge rocket with a snow-white body. On the rocket, the words Dongfang Hong 8 are printed in large letters. East, Oriental Red 8. Crap, brothers, it's Dongfang Hong 8. With an excited look on his face, Bai Xiaozong hurriedly pointed his cell phone in the direction of the launch pad and continued to broadcast live. Family, who knows, I was just about to get off the air and leave. And look at this, the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle has been set up on the launch pad. Aha, I'm so excited. The netizens in the live broadcast room also saw the huge rocket on the launch pad at this moment. And from afar, they all felt incredibly shocked. At this moment, the live broadcast instantly boiled over. The heat climbed, and the number of viewers began to grow at a terrifying rate. 50,000, 60,000, 80,000, 150,000, 300,000. In an instant, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already reached 600,000, and it was still climbing by leaps and bounds. Countless pop-ups blacked out directly covering the entire screen. Seeing the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle appear on the launch pad, the netizens were not calm and exploded collectively. Worried about rocket assembly? Worry my ass. The rockets are on the launch pad now. I'm so fucking excited. This is too fast. It was assembled in less than a day? Crap. Did I read it right? This is really the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle. Bullish, cowardly, assembled. Surprisingly, it's really assembled. These aerospace engineers aren't all bound to the system. I'm afraid? Is this the Dongfang Hong 8? Could it be another rocket? That's right, it's the Dongfang Hong 8. I saw the writing on the rocket. Thousands of real. As in fake Dongfang Hong 8 rockets. Aerospace engineers are awesome. Let the world take a good look at what is the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. Brush. The live broadcast room had been completely flooded with pop-ups and gifts. Bai Xiaozong cheered. Families, brothers, you all saw it, right? That's the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle. That's right, it took our aerospace engineers less than a day to assemble the rocket. And tomorrow, we can definitely see the space elevator. Definitely. Please brothers all click and pay attention. Tomorrow, we'll witness the birth of the space elevator together. The popularity of the live broadcast room is getting higher and higher. And many netizens are making slices of the live broadcast recordings and sending them to major video platforms. For a moment, the whole internet exploded. The news that the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle had been assembled instantly dominated the hot searches on all major platforms. Countless netizens were shocked beyond belief. Originally, most netizens felt that it was impossible to complete the rocket assembly in one day for this matter. With such a huge amount of work, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to do so, and 10 days and half a month would be normal. But, on the contrary, it was really assembled in one day. Countless netizens felt like they were dreaming. It was unreal. I can't believe it was actually assembled in one day. It's so awesome. This is the speed of the Dragon Kingdom. The speed of the Dragon Kingdom that chills the world. Here, I would like to sincerely apologize to Qingguisher. I'm sorry, it's my pattern that's small. It's me who underestimated our country's aerospace engineers. The speed is too fast. Dragon Kingdom. Awesome. Yenjing University. In the conference room, dozens of experts and professors in the field of aerospace continue to gather for a lively discussion on topics related to the space elevator project. Suddenly, one of the experts saw the hot news about Dongfang Hong 8 on a short video and stood up with an exclamation of surprise. Great news! Great news! Gentlemen, Dongfang Hong 8, the Vostok Red 8 launch vehicle has been assembled. As the expert's words fell, the conference room was immediately thrown into a frenzy. On the faces of many experts and professors, there was a look of disbelief. It's been less than a day since the rocket components were delivered to the Cthulhu experimental base, and this is already assembled? That's a little too fast, isn't it? Dongfang Hong 8 is the biggest launch vehicle in Dragon Kingdom now. The amount of work to assemble it is huge, but it turned out to be assembled so quickly? Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Professor Xue was astonished. His pupils contracted, and he thought he had heard wrong. You said that the Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle is assembled? That Qin Yang, how did he do it? As he spoke, Professor Xue and the other experts and professors hurriedly took out their cell phones and began to look at them. There is no need to search at all, as all the major platforms are now full of news related to Dongfang Hong 8. Professor Xue looked at a picture displayed on his cell phone. The huge Dongfang Hong 8 launch vehicle stood on the launch pad. Professor Xue was filled with shock and stood up violently. It's really assembled. This is surprisingly true. Something as big as the Dongfang Hong 8 was assembled in less than a day? Qin Yang, marvelous. Professor Xue did not hide his praise for Qin Yang. Right now, he had a kind of admiration for Qin Yang. This kid may be young, but he's got a knack for doing what he does. The other experts and professors followed suit and praised them. and all of them had a look of excitement and joy on their faces. The latter is fearful. It's really a fearful later generation. This Qin Yang is young in age, but his skills are great. Looks like we'll really get to see the space elevator tomorrow. Now, I'm in awe of this young man. It's too much. Tomorrow, the world will be watching. Humph. Just as the crowd was immersed in joy, Professor Shui suddenly let out a cold snort, causing the room to instantly turn quiet. Prof. Shui looked around at the crowd and said with a stern face and a deep voice, I say, aren't you all a bit too happy too soon? The rocket is indeed assembled. But don't forget that there's still the foundation of Kokoja. If the foundation cannot be completed today, then tomorrow. I advise you guys not to talk too much. First wait for the foundation to be built. At this time, Professor Chen bristled and said in a raised voice, I say, old Shui, do you really need to do that? The rocket has been assembled and everyone is happy about it. Why are you pouring cold water on it? Can't you be more optimistic? Professor Shui was unmoved and continued. Optimistic my ass. The space elevator project is not trivial. We must look at things with a rigorous attitude. Without reaching the final step, we absolutely cannot relax. I certainly hope everything goes well. The conference room was silent as everyone looked at each other. In the meantime, pretty country. In the conference room. Fark, the rocket is assembled? How is this possible? The chief first man looked at Director Shiman next to him, his face filled with disbelief. If he remembered correctly, the rocket components were delivered to the experimental base in the early hours of this morning, right? How long has it been since then? And Qin Yang's team has even assembled such a large rocket? How the hell did they do that? Director Shiman didn't dare to go and meet the first person's eyes as he said in a trembling voice, Sir, it's true. Now, the news has spread across the Dragon Kingdom's network. Please look at the big screen. As he spoke, Director Shiman had already transmitted the screenshot to the multimedia. The image shows a huge white rocket standing on a towering launch pad, and on top of the rocket, the words Dongfang Hong 8 are boldly pronounced. At this moment, in the conference room, all the scientific research bigwigs showed shocked colors and all marveled. How in the world did the Dragon Aerospace Engineering team do that? Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the Dragon Kingdom has to be strong. Really strong. When are we going to have that kind of speed? It may not be impossible to do something like this if we, the pretty country, also gather all the top aerospace engineers. Humph, almost there. Are you not aware of how lazy our engineers are? This is nothing short of a miracle. Now, I'm beginning to believe that the Dragon Kingdom will really be able to demonstrate a space elevator. Tomorrow, alas, there is no one left to stop the Dragon Kingdom. The space elevator program, is it finally going to go from being a vision to a reality? Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the chief first man's face became increasingly gloomy. He snorted coldly and said in a chilling voice, a bunch of fools. Even if the Dragon Kingdom has assembled the rocket, so what? Have you forgotten that the foundations of Kokonusha are still under construction? Even if it can be built today, will the quality of the foundation made by rushing the work really be able to carry the space elevator? That Qin Yang, as long as he doesn't make any stupid mistakes, won't be able to implement the space elevator tomorrow, or at least the day after tomorrow. Hearing the chief first's words, the crowd's expression once again dimmed. The chief first man was right. The foundations made in such a hurry, for the quality of which they were really not complimentary. You know, the foundation is going to be used to link the cables of the space elevator. If the quality is not up to par, the whole space elevator project will be lost. So is it true that they won't see the space elevator tomorrow? Same time, Pickle Country. In the office of the Supreme Commander. M.O., in less than a day, Dragon Kingdom's rocket was already assembled? So, the Dragon Kingdom will really be able to demonstrate a space elevator tomorrow? Next to him, Defense Chief Wen looked serious and silent. At least, after the failure of the plan for foundation building materials, that Minister Chow disappeared as if he had disappeared and went into complete hiding, apparently afraid. Earlier, they were expecting to use building materials to exchange for space elevator technology. But in the end, it was a lost cause, and they still underestimated the strong cohesion of the opposite country. Next, they'll have a hard time finding new leverage, so to speak. Commander, right now, what should we do? There's not much time left for us. Since that's the case, why don't we just do nothing and make a joint effort with the pretty country, directly destroying the space elevator program, and see if they still dare to ostracize us? Shut up, the chief roared, his face very grim. Defense Minister Wen, are you stupid? We can get our hands dirty on some small things, but the bottom line between nations should never be touched. Remember, never think like that again. Defense Chief Wen bowed his head slightly, but couldn't help but say, but, Chief, if. The chief waved his hand to signal the defense chief Wen to shut up. Then he said in a deep voice while tapping his fingers on the table, that's all. It's just a matter of taking one step at a time. You go out first. Yes, Chief. Defense Minister Moon shook his head and finally could only sigh and leave the office. Meanwhile, inside the Cthulhu's experimental base, time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was 42 minutes past 10 in the dead of night. Inside the main control room, crews are divided across the maneuvering stations and are working furiously. Qin Yang was not idle either, and was making some preparations for the launch of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle. Jingle bells! Jingle bells! Suddenly, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and picked up the call. The call was from Yuan Fenghua. On the other side of the phone, Yuan Fenghua's voice soon came over with a joyful color. Hello, Qin Yang, the engineering mission has ended, and the foundation has been officially constructed. When he heard the words, construction completed, a strong color of excitement appeared on Qin Yang's face. Everything was progressing according to his plan, and the foundations were successfully constructed before 0 hour. The starter Tang program is finally coming to its final step. Qin Yang laughed out loud and said excitedly, Great, Elder Yuan. I'll return to the base immediately after I'm done with things on my side. Yuan Fenghua continued to ask, Qin Yang, the foundation project has been completed. Is it time to notify the Science Union to release the official news? Qin Yang responded quickly after a little thought. No problem. You can release it now. Okay, I'll contact them. After hanging up the phone, the joy on Qin Yang's face still hadn't faded, and his entire body glowed. Soon, on the internet, 2 official emergency notices were released on the official website of the Science Union. Dragon Country Space Elevator Program officially launched emergency notice, according to the latest news from the Tsang Dome Experimental Base. China's space elevator technology pre-preparation work has been thoroughly implemented. Is now notified that it will be tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. The official launch of the space elevator program. The Science Alliance will be united with hundreds of authoritative media at home and abroad for the entire live broadcast. Urgent notice of the launch of the Dongfanghong 8 rocket mission. China's Dongfanghong 8 carrier rocket has made preparations for the launch. Will be officially launched tomorrow from 6 o'clock. In order to ensure that the rocket can be successfully launched into the air, from 5 o'clock in the morning of tomorrow, Liancheng City's airspace is set up as a temporary air restriction zone. In the temporary air restriction zone, it is prohibited to all organizations, units, as well as individuals to carry out airborne landing and flight activities. These 2 emergency notices have just been sent out, and major media platforms such as Sheep TV, Tongue Training News, and Global News have been retweeting them. 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, 9 million. Soon there were over 10 million retweets and comments. The entire network instantly boiled over. Everyone was excited and roaring wildly with excitement. Great, we'll finally get to see the space elevator tomorrow. God, do you know what I'm going through these days? So looking forward to tomorrow. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The Dragon Kingdom is bullish. Tomorrow, give the world a little shock. An official notice has been released. Does this mean that the foundations of the Kokonushan no man's land have been successfully constructed? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? Definitely. The foundation is definitely fixed. Academician Qin didn't deceive us. The foundation was really built in 1 day only. That's a little too fast. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The internet went into a frenzy, and reality, likewise, turned up the heat over the topic of space elevators, neighborhoods, shopping malls, schools, internet cafes. At this moment, no matter where they are, there are people discussing space elevator-related topics. At the same time, Yenjing University, in the conference room, dozens of experts and professors were silent, all worried about whether the space elevator could be introduced tomorrow. Suddenly, drip, 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 everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. The crowd froze at first, then hurriedly took out their cell phones and looked at them. Soon, the large conference room turned noisy. This. What am I seeing? The official launch of the space elevator program tomorrow? Has the foundation been built? Really? This is a rumor, right? It seems real. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? Professor Shui, take a quick look. Everyone set their eyes on Professor Shui, looking at the message displayed on his cell phone. Professor Shui's eyes widened and he stood up violently, unable to believe what he was seeing. A notice has been issued. This is an indication that the foundation of the Kokonushan no man's land has been completed? Is the speed really that fast? Professor Shui clicked around on his phone and realized that the news first came from the Science Union. He looked excited and slammed the table, laughing. It's true. The news released by the Science Alliance is definitely true. One of the experts quickly asked. Then Professor Shui, let's have this meeting. Professor Shui hurriedly said. The meeting is officially over. And now, I decided to head to the Cacao Sicily engineering base, and I'm going to witness everything in person. Professor Shue's words fell, and the crowd was shocked. What, Prof. Shue, you are planning to travel to Kokosia? Professor Shue, this can't be allowed. We can watch it live. It's so convenient to watch it live. I say, old Shue, are you crazy? Do you know what Kokosilia is? You're not fit enough to do that. Prof. Shue did not listen to everyone's persuasion, and he was very determined. Alright, all of you, stop talking. I have to go to Coco Sicily. This kind of historic moment, I must personally go and witness it. At the same time, I also want to meet this young man called Qin Yang. Do whatever you all like. Don't stop me. When he says go, Prof. Shue is unambiguous. With that he turned and left the conference room without anyone stopping him. The conference room was wide-eyed. Professor Shue is like a different person. Why is he suddenly so reckless? Then should we go and take a look too? Go for it. Prof. Shue is right. It's better to be there to see such a historic moment in person. Now, take me one. After seeing the emergency notice issued by the Science Union, all the experts and professors in the Dragon Kingdom were nonplussed and set off for Kokosilia, Red Willow City, Northwest Military Region Headquarters. In the office, the Chief of General Staff had just returned from his inspection and had just sat down when the phone rang. He rushed the call through. Hello, is this the Chief of General Staff of the Northwest Military Region? An urgent order from the higher-ups to immediately mobilize troops to the engineering base in the uninhabited region of Kokosilia, and to be responsible for maintaining the safety situation of the space elevator throughout tomorrow. When he heard the voice on the phone, the Chief of General Staff's eyes widened. Do you mean that the space elevator will be officially launched tomorrow? That's right. The Chief of the General Staff looked agitated and uplifted. That's great. Shinguosher and the others did it. We'll finally see the space elevator tomorrow. Since his superiors had given the order, he must have indicated that the foundation of coconuts had been successfully constructed, and everything was ready for tomorrow. The efficiency of this is simply amazing. As long as the space elevator is successfully launched tomorrow, the Dragon Kingdom will surely shock the world. This will be a big step forward in the history of aerospace for the Dragon Kingdom and even the world. The Chief of General Staff looked sharp, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, yes, guarantee to fulfill the mission instructed by the higher-ups. After hanging up the phone, the Chief of General Staff rushed out of the office. Not long after, at the Northwest Military Region Headquarters, a loud and clear alarm bell rang out. Troops assembled urgently. Dozens of helicopters and hundreds of armored vehicles were ready to move towards the target location. Meanwhile, in a certain home in Red Willow City, a couple was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Rumble. Knock. 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 Outside the window, there was suddenly a violent roar from the sky and the road, and the couple looked at each other in disbelief. Honey, why do I hear helicopters? The wife asked, looking out the window. I heard that too, but where's a helicopter at this hour? As they spoke, the couple walked over to the window and looked toward the outside. Soon, both men had shocked looks on their faces. At some point in the nighttime streets, an army green armored vehicle actually appeared, roaring forward. In the sky, a helicopter was flying ahead at a rapid pace, in the same direction as the armored vehicles were moving. This is an armored car and a helicopter? What is happening here? Honey, I'm scared. The wife exploded and rushed to hug her husband. The husband seemed to think of something and his eyes lit up with excitement. Wife, don't be afraid. The helicopters and armored vehicles, they're all going to the Coconuts engineering base. They're preparing for the space elevator to come out tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll see the space elevator. Galia. In the office of the Supreme Commander. What happened? So urgent? In the office, the chief was leisurely sipping tea while his secretary stood in front of him with an anxious face. The secretary hurriedly reported, Chief, urgent news. The Dragon Kingdom has announced that the space elevator will be officially launched tomorrow, with a global simultaneous broadcast. Chieftain, the Dragon Kingdom is full of confidence here. The secretary looked incredulous. Before, she didn't believe in Qin Yang's promise at all. 3 days? There's no time to spare. But now that the Dragon Kingdom has dared to issue an official notice, it is undoubtedly signaling to the world that they are ready. Tomorrow, the space elevator is really coming out. Is it true what you say? The Dragon Kingdom has officially announced it? The chief jerked to his feet, his face astonished. Chief, 1,000 times over. The secretary nodded, then hurriedly handed the computer to the chief. Seeing the latest news released by the Science Union on the computer, the face of the leader of the Gallic nation moved. It's a news release from the Dragon Science League, so it must be true. The leader of the Gallic Kingdom looked agitated, his face flushed with excitement. Great, it's really great. Quickly notify the people from NASA to assemble at the top conference room tomorrow and watch the live broadcast together to welcome the space elevator to the world. Yes, Chief. Meanwhile, Sakura Country. the head of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, accompanied by his assistants and ministers, was walking towards the residence. At this moment, the Cherry Blossom Nation's leader had a look of excitement on his face, his eyebrows flying. Just a short while ago, he had seen the news released by the Dragon Science Alliance that the space elevator was about to come out, so how could he not be excited? Chief, this is incredible. Will the space elevator really be able to come out tomorrow as promised? Behind the chief, a scientific leader in the aerospace field asked in a deep voice. The leader of the Sakura Nation laughed out loud and said, "This news was released by the Science Union. If they didn't have absolute confidence, they wouldn't have sent out a notification at all." At this point, another researcher asked, "Chief, if the Dragon Kingdom successfully builds a space elevator, can we build our own space elevator like them in the future?" The chief took a step and turned his head to this researcher. "If it was before, I would have been skeptical and worried, but after attending that symposium, I'm completely convinced that Qin Yang will do what he says he's going to do. He shared the technology with us, so as long as they can succeed, we can naturally succeed as well. This person, Qin Yang, is marvelous." A host of ministers as well as researchers nodded their heads. This person, Qin Yang, was beyond their reach in terms of both strength and breadth of mind. They only hated that Qin Yang was not born in their country. Infant state. In the imperial cabinet, the room was lavishly decorated. Queen Elizabeth was lazily leaning back on a sofa, talking to a few nobles who had arrived. At this time, a minister ran in hot and bothered, saluting, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Kingdom has announced that the space elevator will be officially launched tomorrow, and at that time, there will be a simultaneous live broadcast around the world." At those words, Queen Elizabeth sat up with a surprised look on her face. "Oh, they really are something, to actually do it tomorrow. It's really something to look forward to." The Queen then looked at the minister and said in a deep voice, "We absolutely cannot miss this live broadcast feast. Pass on my order to gather everyone in the Cosmic Bureau to watch the entire live broadcast." "Yes, pretty country." In the conference room, shit, the chief first man stormed out. After learning the news that the Dragon Kingdom had announced the official launch of the space elevator tomorrow, the chief first man turned instantly annoyed. Earlier, he also threatened that the space elevator would never come out tomorrow because of the quality of the foundation work. But I didn't expect that the other party would hit him in the face so quickly, not only announcing the news of the space elevator coming out, but also saying that there would be a global simultaneous broadcast. How dare they? No, I don't believe it. This must be a conspiracy by the other side. Aren't they afraid that something will go wrong with the foundation when the time comes? Are you all mute? Why don't you say anything? Damn it. Kimchi country. Inside the top-secret technical seminar room. At this moment, all the scientific and research gurus in the aerospace field of the Pickle country are gathered together. Behind these research gurus stood many young people, all of whom are outstanding talents with significant potential in the aerospace field in the Kimchi country. The large conference room was noisy. I can't believe that the Dragon Kingdom actually did it. 3 days? Gosh, this is a miracle. The chief must be very angry right now. Alas, what a pity. We are isolated by the other side, and we can't get the technology even if the space elevator program succeeds. What exactly does the chief mean by gathering us all together? It can't be. It's to look at other people's jokes, right? Stop it. The chief is coming. Just as the crowd was talking, the door to the conference room was opened by a staff member, and then the leader of the Kimchi Kingdom stepped in with a cold face, and behind him, the chief of defense of the moon followed closely. The chief stood in the chief position and looked around at the people present. The conference room instantly turned quiet. Immediately after that, the chief said aloud, "Gentlemen, the Dragon Kingdom will officially implement the space elevator technology tomorrow. At that time, they will conduct a globally synchronized live broadcast. I have gathered you all here for the simple purpose of watching this live broadcast together. All of you are outstanding talents in our country's aerospace field, and I hope that you will be able to learn some relevant technology in space elevator at that time. It's true that we've been blacklisted by them from acquiring space elevator technology. However, is our research team really inferior to theirs? What they can do we can do as well. Space elevator technology. We must master it." Snap. As soon as the chief finished speaking, Defense Minister Moon began to lead the applause with a smile on his face. This was followed by a flurry of applause. Some people were touched by the chief's words and showed signs of exhilaration. However, more people were stiff, and in their hearts, they cursed the chief's ancestors. "You're the chief. Can you use your head? You don't know the level of your own people, do you?" If they could learn about space elevators by watching a live broadcast, if they had that ability, then they would have developed space elevator technology themselves a long time ago. What are you thinking? It's simply delusional. After a pause, the chief continued, "Tomorrow's live broadcast is of vital importance to us. Please make sure that everyone launches 12 points of spirit to watch it carefully. Since they are unwilling to share the space elevator technology with us, we will get it with our own strength." As the words fell, many of the scientific research bigwigs had their faces twitch and were speechless for a while. The chief was a little too confident in them. The news that the space elevator will be officially displayed tomorrow is spreading around the world, still questioned by a number of countries, though most are cheering with excitement. They are looking forward to tomorrow with great anticipation. Cool City. Outside the Cthulhu flame launch, the heat continues to build online and offline. It's just as loud. There were a lot of crowds that were starting to pile in towards the city of Ryujo. They wanted to witness the launch of the Dongfanghong 8 carrier rocket. This would represent the first step in the space elevator project, which has finally taken the first step in the plan. They want to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. Rocket launches are allowed to be watched and photographed by the general public, but of course, only within officially demarcated safety zones. However, because the dome's experimental base was being built in the middle of the vast Gobi Desert, not too many crowds, other than avid space fans, had come to watch the rocket launches in the past. For example, Anchor by Xiaotsong is an extremely avid space fan, and he goes to almost every rocket launch, but this time was different. The launch of the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle represented the first step of the space elevator program, an important moment to be remembered in history, and many people gathered here early. The desolate Gobi Desert is always deserted. Today, however, it was a packed house, with many of the crowds having set up their tents and cameras in advance in preparation for the viewing. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, but there were still a lot of people still coming towards the direction of the base one after another. Seeing the Dongfanghong 8 standing on the launch pad of the base, all the people who came to the scene turned agitated. "Ah, Dongfanghong No. 8, is this the legendary Dongfanghong No. 8 carrier rocket? I used to feel amazing just watching it on TV, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, this is too shocking. This time, it's not in vain. This rocket is too big, isn't it? Such a big rocket. How on earth was it assembled in one day? The aerospace engineers of our Dragon Kingdom are too powerful. How shocking would it be to see a rocket of that size launch into the sky? Families, who gets it? I can't wait to see the space elevator in its entirety now. Tomorrow, the history of world aerospace will enter a whole new page. The Dragon Kingdom is awesome." The scene was hot with excited roars from the countless people who had arrived at the scene. Everyone is looking forward to the arrival of the moment when the space elevator comes out tomorrow. It is natural that such a prestigious scene is not without a netizen anchor. At this moment, there were then many network anchors gathered together, chatting to the cell phones in front of them and the fans in the live room. "Old Ironsides, old Iron Men, brother now but you have arrived at the observatory on the periphery of the base. Where are your gifts? Quickly brush up, you see, there are too many people here. Brothers, we're waiting for tomorrow. Swipe your gifts and we'll witness history together tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's do it." White Ogura roared as he held his cell phone up and waved it around, showing the scene to the live audience. Meanwhile, the live broadcast was once again flooded with pop-ups and gifts. "Crap, this is too many people. I'm getting dense phobia. Anchor, hurry up and find a good spot and take us with you tomorrow. The scene is exploding. I wonder if there's room for me to rush over there now. Brothers, don't mope. If you want to come, hurry up. I'm right here at the observatory. It's killing me. Anchor, I heard that this rocket launch is a very important step in the space elevator program. What exactly is the situation? Brother, I was in seclusion before. I don't quite understand." Being live broadcasting by Xiaotsong was attracted attention by a pop-up screen. He hastily explained, "This is called a glance of a thimble. Identified as the brother of the snow. I say you have nothing to close what you almost missed the history, you know? In fact, I don't know much about this aspect, but according to my guess the Dongfanghong 8 launch vehicle is responsible for launching the cable linked to the Foundation into space to dock with the space station, which is a crucial step in the space elevator program." Upon hearing by Xiaotsong's words, some netizens soon questioned them. "Anchor, there's a problem. Since the cables of the space elevator have to be linked to the Foundation first, the rocket should be launched in Kokonusha. It shouldn't be here at the Tsong Dome experimental base. Launching here, how else can the cable be linked to the Foundation of Kokonusha? Yeah, it's supposed to be launched from Kokonusha. What's going on here? Let's just watch and be done with it." Academician Shin and the others must have their plans. Seeing the pop-ups from the fans, by Xiaotsong's expression froze. People are right. Since the cable has to be linked to the Foundation first, the rocket should have been launched in the uninhabited area of Kokonusha. But there are no launch pads built in the Kokonusha no man's land. And besides, the rocket is now inside the Cthulhu launch site, from which it must have been launched. There's something really wrong with this. For the doubts raised by everyone, by Xiaotsong hurriedly explained that Everyone calm down first. I just said. This is just my personal guess. The state in the end how to plan. I do not understand. Anyway, at this point, academician Qin Yang, they certainly will not be negligent. Everyone can rest assured. Right? Next, let's not think blindly, and look forward to the introduction of the space elevator tomorrow. Same time, Cthulhu Experimental Base. Runway. In the sky, a small airliner was landing towards the airport runway. Within a short time, the airliner came to a smooth stop on the runway. The hatch opened and a group of crew members carrying camera equipment lined up and walked out of the airliner cabin. Among them, there was a very pretty-looking girl who attracted particular attention, only to see that all of these people had the same press card hanging on their chests. The press card of Dragon Sheep TV. This is the special plane for the Dragon Kingdom's Sheep TV crew. It is not surprising that the Sheep TV film crew appeared here, because in the past, for every project works of the aviation base, Sheep TV would send a special film crew to film and record. Not to mention that this time the space elevator project is even more relevant to the whole country and even the whole world, so it can be said to be pivotal. Seeing the experimental base in front of them, all of the reporters on the film crew were all excited, and were very much looking forward to the work to come. Soon, a staff member from the base brought the crowd into the space base's building, the other side, inside Qin Yang's office. After working for a whole day and finally completing the preparations for the Dongfang Hong 8, Qin Yang entered the office full of fatigue and sat down on the sofa with his butt, his whole body having a sense of powerlessness. He had done what needed to be done, and everything, it all depended on tomorrow. For 6 whole years, they, the researchers, had expended countless efforts, and now, finally, it was the moment of harvest. Tomorrow, the space elevator will be born in front of the whole world, and it will be an era-changing event. Just thinking about it made Qin Yang feel incomparably exhilarated. Qin Yang, who was full of fatigue, didn't realize that the outside world had completely boiled over and countless people were excited to the point of madness. Qin Yang was lying on the sofa, looking forward to the launch of the space elevator tomorrow while thinking about his wife and daughter. When the space elevator comes out, he will be able to fulfill his promise to his daughter Daodu. The appearance of Lin Qingran's mother and daughter surfaced in Qin Yang's mind, and he unconsciously revealed a smile. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside the door. Qin Yang retrieved his thoughts and sat up. Come in. Soon, Commander Zhang walked in and looked at the tired Qin Yang and said with a smile, Commander-in-Chief Qin, sorry to bother you. Mrs. Lin has brought your daughter to see you. After saying that, Commander Zhang walked to the side, and in Qin Yang's dumbfounded gaze, Lin Qingran pulled her daughter Daodu towards the office. Seeing the arrival of his wife and daughter, Qin Yang's face instantly revealed a look of surprise, and all the fatigue on his body seemed to be swept away at this moment. Daddy, Mommy and I came to see you. Daodu waved at Qin Yang and smiled sweetly. Qingran, what brings you guys here? Qin Yang laughed out loud as he directly stood up and fiercely swept the mother and daughter into his arms. Qin Yang hugged the mother and daughter tightly, and his entire body relaxed at this moment. As far as he was concerned, mother and daughter were all he had. Commander Zhang, who was standing in the doorway, looked at the cozy scene in front of him and burst out laughing. For the space elevator project, Chief Director Qin exhausted his efforts and paid too much, and now, finally, he can have time to get together with his family. In order not to disturb the sweet warmth of the family of 3, Commander Zhang quietly closed the office door and left. Inside the office, it was only after a long time that Qin Yang sent his arms away. Looking at the mother and daughter in front of him, a sense of happiness filled Qin Yang's entire body. Seeing Qin Yang filled with exhaustion, Lin Qingran was incomparably heartbroken. Look at you. How bad do you look? Originally I thought you should be resting, but Daodu missed you so much that she pestered me to come and see you. How are you? Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm quite fine. Just now I was thinking about you guys, and then you guys came haha. Daodu, did you miss Daddy? Did you behave yourself when Daddy wasn't here? Daodu said loudly. Yes, Daodu listens to Mommy very well and especially Mrs. Daddy. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang rubbed his little girl's head and said with a big smile, Daddy misses you guys too. At this time, Daodu handed Qin Yang the insulated lunchbox he was carrying in his hand. Daddy, Mommy made you a meal. It smells so good. Mommy is worried that you're too busy and won't eat well. And Daodu was worried about Daddy, especially seeing him too. Qin Yang received the insulated lunchbox and looked at Lin Qingran again. His nose was sore. He slightly lowered his head and kissed Lin Qingran on her forehead. Qingran, I miss you so much. Hearing Qin Yang's sweet words, Lin Qingran's cheeks slightly blushed as she softly said, I also miss you so much and am worried about you. Daddy, are you crying? Did Daodu say something wrong? Daodu saw the tears in Qin Yang's eyes and quickly asked, Daddy's not crying. Daddy's happy now. Qin Yang wiped away the tears in his eyes and said with a smile, Daodu, you guys will sleep with Daddy tonight. Tomorrow, Daddy has a big gift for you. Now, let's eat first. Qin Yang pulled Daodu towards the sofa. Then he opened the insulated lunchbox and took out the meal inside and placed it on the table. 3 dishes and 1 soup, meat and vegetables, all of which were home-cooked dishes that Qin Yang liked to eat. Qin Yang was already hungry, and when he saw the meal on the table, his eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to eat. As she watched Qin Yang wolf down his food, Lin Qingran had a heartbroken look on her face. You eat slowly, don't hurt your body. Let me ask you, did you not eat properly again in the past 2 days? Qin Yang said with a smile as he ate. Work is too busy. And how can their cooking be as good as yours? Qin Yang ate very quickly. The wind rolled up. The rice on the table was quickly wiped out by him. Qin Yang burped and a happy smile appeared on his face. Seeing Qin Yang finish eating, Daodu beside him hurriedly asked, Dad, you just said you have a big gift. What big gift? Are we going to be able to go to space? Qin Yang picked Daodu up, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, Yes, Daddy said that he would definitely do what he promised you. The space elevator will be officially launched tomorrow, and by then, Daddy will be able to take Daodu to space. Wow, it's so great and awesome. Daddy's so good. Daodu exclaimed in excitement, his little face red. Next to him, Lin Qingran looked at this cozy scene and smiled. At this time, Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at Qin Yang and asked, Earlier, I saw on the internet that there was a lack of building materials for the foundation project in Kokoja. Has the problem been solved? The foundation project could not start without building materials, and she was worried for Qin Yang. It's been resolved. Qin Yang slowly said, It's true that we couldn't start the construction at first because we didn't have any building materials, but fortunately in the end, a building materials company delivered the building materials and a lot of them. The foundation project of Coco has been perfectly completed, and on our side, the Dongfeng Hong No. 8 carrier rocket has also entered the launching state. In the early hours of tomorrow morning, the space elevator is going to be officially implemented. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Lin Qingran had a look of astonishment on her face. It was unbelievable. In just 2 days, Qin Yang and the others had already done so much. Although she didn't know much about these things, she could think that Qin Yang must have put in a lot of effort in order for the space elevator project to start smoothly. Of course, the efforts of other researchers must have been involved as well. It was through the efforts of all of them that the present miracle was achieved. Lin Qingran's heart was stirred with pride for his country. It seems that the eyes of the world are now on us. Exactly. Qin Yang nodded and said in a deep voice, The space elevator is an epic-making great project that all countries are paying close attention to. Tomorrow, there will be a global simultaneous live broadcast, and at that time, all countries around the world will be able to see the entire process of the space elevator's launch. In addition, tomorrow, after the work on this side is implemented, I will take you and Daodu to Coco Silicon. Why do you want to go to Kokonusha? Lin Qingran froze. Doesn't Qin Yang need to supervise the rocket launching work over here? You'll see tomorrow. Qin Yang said with a smile and did not explain. Knock knock. Outside the office, there was another knock on the door. Come in. The door to the room opened, and Commander Zhang reported. Chief Commander Qin, the young TV reporters have arrived and want to interview you for a bit. If it's inconvenient for you, then let them wait outside first. Cheap TV reporter? Qin Yang hesitated slightly. Cheap TV reporters came a long way. Now let them wait is not very appropriate. But Qin Yang really do not want to be separated from his wife and daughter around. Seeing that Qin Yang was hesitating, the understanding Lin Qingran knew what Qin Yang was thinking in his heart. She quickly said, It's not easy for the reporters to come all the way here, so you should go. Daodu and I will wait here for you. Qin Yang nodded, letting you turn your head to Daodu and said softly, Daodu, there are reporters, uncles and aunts outside who want to interview Daddy. You play here with Mommy first and Daddy will come over to pick you up in a little while. Okay? Can Daddy not go? Daodu wants Daddy with him. Daodu jumped into Qin Yang's arms and started dropping pearls. Lin Qingran hugged Daodu over and said in a warm voice, Baby good boy. Daddy he will come to us soon. Daddy will finish his business so that he can properly accompany us all. Doesn't Daodu want to go to space with Daddy? Bean wants to. Daodu wiped off his tears and said crisply, Daddy you go. Daodu won't cry anymore. However, you have to come back quickly to accompany us. Oh. Qin Yang nodded, letting you turn your head to Daodu and said softly, Daodu, there are reporters, uncles and aunts outside who want to interview Daddy. You play here with Mommy first and Daddy will come over to pick you up in a little while. Okay? Can Daddy not go? Daodu wants Daddy with him. Daodu jumped into Qin Yang's arms and started dropping pearls. Lin Qingran hugged Daodu over and said in a warm voice, Baby good boy. Daddy, he will come to us soon. Daddy will finish his business so that he can properly accompany us. Doesn't Dodo want to go to space with Daddy? Bean wants to. Dodo wiped off his tears and said crisply, Daddy, you go. Dodo. Dodo won't cry anymore. However, you have to come back quickly to accompany us. Oh, good. Daddy promises to be back soon. Xin Yang patted his chest and assured him. Then, he looked at Lin Qingran again. Qingran, I'll leave first. You guys have a good rest here. If there's anything, just call Little Li. You've met him before. I know. Go in peace. Xin Yang nodded, put on his jacket and left the office. Same time, Coco Cecil No Man's Land Engineering Base. Although the foundation work has been completed, at this moment, hundreds of engineers are still carrying out detailed and careful inspections of the foundation to ensure that there are no problems. The large foundation is in the shape of a triangular polygon, and the whole body is made of magnesium phosphate special cement poured with more than 30 steel-reinforced columns of more than 20 meters long. It is well known that triangles are in solid form, and foundations built in this way are the strongest. And in the center of the foundation, there was a special device linking cables, with cables attached underneath its interior to energize the cables so that the transport pods could be driven up. Although the foundation work had been completed, around it, there were still a lot of people watching. Moreover, due to the news released by the top management that the space elevator would be officially launched tomorrow, the crowd gathered here not only didn't decrease, but instead grew. Even more traffic than outside the Dongfanghong 8 launch site. At the moment, although it is already past zero, the temperature is cold, but this does not stop the enthusiasm of the masses. Great! The foundation work has finally been completed. The Dongfanghong 8 is also ready, just waiting for tomorrow. Academician Qin is awesome. Academician Qin left earlier, and it really was to review the Dongfanghong 8. Now, I'll see who still dares to question Academician Qin. I wonder if Academician Qin will still come over. Isn't this nonsense? Academician Qin will definitely come over. When the work over there is done, he'll definitely come over. On the other hand, in the temporary conference room in the base, Yuan Fanghua and Aquaman and the others were sitting around the conference table and were conferring on the current situation. Yuan Fanghua looked around the crowd and said in a deep voice, "How's the foundation inspection going? If there are any problems, they should be resolved in time. The space elevator is going to be officially launched tomorrow, so it absolutely must not be sloppy." Although the foundations had now been built, and over at the dome's base, the rockets were already in place, Yuan Fanghua not only didn't relax, but instead became even more nervous. They had paid so much for the space elevator, and at this critical moment, there must not be any problems, and all hidden dangers must be eliminated. Ackerman said, "Please rest assured, Academician Yuan, that there is no problem with the foundation. I can assure you of that." "That's good." Yuan Fanghua nodded, and immediately after, he continued, "After the obvious cables are linked to the foundation, we still have to build the transportation capsule, which is very important. At that time, the transportation pod must be firmly built on the cable. Even one screw and one pulley must be stabilized, and it must be checked several times. Otherwise, the space elevator will be a foregone conclusion." Upon hearing this, all of the people present turned serious, nodding their heads solemnly and keeping Yuan Fanghua's words firmly in their hearts. If something went wrong with the transport capsule during the liftoff of the space elevator, it was bound to cause a chain reaction. The space elevator would surely end in failure, and all of their efforts would have been forfeit. By then, the cables, the transport rockets, and the transport pods will have to be rebuilt. So absolutely, positively nothing can go wrong. Ackerman looked at Yuan Fanghua, his face solemn, and said in a deep voice, "Academician Yuan, we assure you that we will inspect it carefully to ensure that there won't be any problems. Rail, you are the inspection team leader. The task of inspection must be done well." "Yes." On the left side of the conference table, a thin-faced blonde man responded faintly. Yuan Fanghua twisted his head to look at Rail on his left, and seeing the other party's look of indifference, he said to Aquaman, "He's the inspection team leader?" Aquaman nodded and said, "That's right. Please rest assured that Rail, although he seems aloof, is very conscientious and responsible in his work, and is a reliable person." Yuan Fanghua nodded. Jingle bells. At that moment, Yuan Fenghua's cell phone rang. He rushed to the phone. "Academician Yuan, a group of scientists have come outside and want to see Academician Qin. The leader is surnamed Shui, and seems to be a professor from Yenjing University." "Old Shui?" Yuan Fanghua froze. "This guy was outside the base?" "No, isn't it true that the old guy never took the space elevator seriously?" Yuan Fanghua let out a light laugh and said, "Got it. I'll be right over." Hanging up the phone, Yuan Fanghua turned his head to look at Aquaman and said, "Mr. Aquaman, I'll have to ask for more of your attention for the rest of the day. I still have something to do, so I'll go out for a while. Yuan Fanghua then left the temporary conference room. On the other side, at the base entrance, a group of old men were walking towards the base. These weren't just any old men. They were all bigwigs in the scientific community of the Dragon Kingdom. Some of them were professors in aerospace and aviation, some in architecture, and professors in astrophysics and physics also came. Today, they gathered together and came to the Coconuts engineering base together just to meet Qin Yang, as well as wanting to witness the implementation of the space elevator with their own eyes. Professor Shui looked eager and couldn't wait to see Qin Yang. He would love to spend some time with this legendary young man. Soon, Professor Yuan Fanghua came over. Seeing Professor Shui, he laughed out loud and said, "Old Shui, you're no longer staying well in Yanjing. Why did you run here?" Seeing Yuan Fanghua, Professor Shui's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Old man Yuan, I've missed you, ha ha ha." The two shook hands excitedly. Afterwards, Professor Shui hurriedly asked, "Old man Yuan, can the space elevator really be implemented tomorrow? I still have some unsteadiness in my heart." In fact, earlier, Professor Shui was not optimistic about the space elevator project, which he thought was unlikely to succeed. However, with the implementation of the space elevator related project step by step, his heart began to appear hopeful. He saw hope. If the space elevator could really be realized, it would be enough to change the whole era. Humanity will enter a new era. Hearing Professor Shui's words, Yuan Fanghua patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old Shui, what's so insubstantial? Currently, all the preparations for the space elevator are ready, just waiting for the space elevator to be officially inaugurated tomorrow. Tomorrow, the whole world will witness the birth of the space elevator." Receiving Yuan Fanghua's affirmative reply, Professor Shui and the other professors all showed excitement and fiery looks. "Ha ha ha, when the space elevator comes out tomorrow, we will usher in a new era in aerospace. Terrific, it's truly remarkable. The space elevator project has been proposed for so many years, and with other countries unable to build it, we did it. This young man, Qin Yang, is truly remarkable. Qin Yang is worthy of the name of a national scholar, and having him around is a blessing for our country. In the future, I'll see how the great pretty can still strut in front of us. I wish I could see this young man. He must have gone through a lot of trials and tribulations along the way." Hearing these professors praising Qin Yang, Professor Shui couldn't stop nodding his head. He was very impressed with Qin Yang. At the age of 20-something he had made such a great achievement. As one of the professors said just now, it is a blessing for the country to have Qin Yang. Professor Shui couldn't wait to meet Qin Yang now. "I say, old man Yuan, why are you the only one out? Where is Qin Yang? I want to meet this young man." Yuan Fanghua smiled and said, "Old Shui, Qin Yang isn't here. He's at the Tsang Dome experimental base, and he can't come over until tomorrow after the successful launch of the Dongfanghong 8 rocket. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to see him." Upon hearing this, Professor Shui felt some regret. It seemed that he was still a bit late and couldn't meet Qin Yang earlier. However, it was good that Qin Yang would still come over tomorrow. The rocket launching work over at the Tsang Dome's base was equally important. Anyway, besides meeting Qin Yang, he had wanted to be here to witness the implementation of the space elevator. "In that case, the big guy will wait here," Professor Shui said to the group of professors behind him. Yuan Fanghua looked at the crowd and hurriedly said, "You can't wait here even if you're waiting. Let's go. I'll arrange a room for everyone to rest." Under Yuan Fanghua's leadership, Professor Shui and the others all headed towards the base observatory at the Dongfanghong 8 launch site. White Ogura had a live stream on and was chatting with his fans. "Families, don't look at this side of the launch site, but there are even more people on the other side of the Kokonushan. I'm sorry, but Kokozali is a very bad place, and it's cold at night, so those who dare to go to that place are too strong. It seems that in order to witness the launch of the space elevator, everyone is trying their best." Everyone in the live room was also talking about it. Space elevator, this is a big project that is enough to change the world. Global attention. It's normal to have the current scale. Now the whole of the Dragon Kingdom is paying attention to this. It's unbelievable that such a sci-fi project as a space elevator can actually be realized in reality. I'm not dreaming, am I? That said, have you guys ever thought about what happens if the space elevator has an accident halfway through its implementation? Don't crow about it. It's come this far. It would be too desperate to fail. I can't stand it. It's quite possible. After all, this is the first experiment. And which great invention in history succeeded on the first try? Seeing this comment, Bai Xiaozong hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. We have to trust Academician Qin. The space elevator has cost Academician Qin and the others countless hours of effort. and they will definitely conduct a meticulous inspection of all aspects, so there will definitely be no problems. Hearing by Xiaozong's words, someone in the live broadcast commented, "That being said, even if you check it, can you guarantee that there will be no mistakes? A project of this magnitude is no laughing matter. I know everyone trusts Academician Sheen, but it's impossible for Academician Sheen to do everything. That's right, every major engineering aspect, but if there's a single mistake, the space elevator will have to play out. And now, we can only pray that there are no accidents." Hands clasped together. "Okay, don't stop here to pray. Brothers, quickly go to the Sheep TV broadcast room. 5 minutes later we'll be live on the interview with Academician Sheen. In addition, tomorrow Sheep TV reporter will also follow the entire whereabouts of Academician Sheen. Go, go, go." Suddenly, a netizens page pop-up instantly attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room. "I'm going, Sheep TV live? Sheep TV wants to interview Academician Sheen? Then I have to go and take a look. Bye bye Yulu. Hooray, finally I can see Academician Sheen again." Seeing the news that Sheep TV was going to interview Academician Sheen, a large part of the live broadcast ran out of people, and the numbers are still falling by leaps and bounds. Bai Xiaozong looked stupefied. "Families, I'd say you're slipping away too fast, aren't you? Numb nuts, I'm going too." On the other side of the room, Sheep TV live. The live broadcast hadn't officially begun yet, but the number of people in the live broadcast room, however, began to explode up by leaps and bounds. 50,000, 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 900,000. In just a few minutes, more than 1 million netizens had gathered in the Sheep TV live broadcast room. Moreover, the numbers are still growing by leaps and bounds, with no intention of stopping at all. Netizens were squatting in the live stream, eagerly awaiting the next interview. It was already after 1 a.m., but the netizens were still full of enthusiasm, and the comments and pop-ups were constantly scrolling in the live broadcast room. It's really the official live broadcast of Sheep TV. In the end, when to interview Academician Sheen. I can't wait. I heard that GoTV is going to follow Academician Sheen's whereabouts tomorrow. It's awesome that we have to look at GoTV at the critical moment. Ordinary media can't have this qualification, right? Academician Sheen, I love you. Seems to see Academician Sheen boing boing. First of all, I'm straight. Then, Academician Sheen, I like you. Sheep TV dads, hurry up and get on the air, please. The netizens were in high spirits, waiting for the broadcast to start. Meanwhile, inside a cheap rental house, a skinny boy was sitting in front of his computer and was clicking on the avatar of the official Goat Vision number without stopping, trying to get into the live streaming room. But, currently there are more people in the live room. Loading failed. Please try again later. Currently there are more people in the live room. Loading failed. Please try again later. Currently there are more people in the live room. Loading failed. Please try again later. Seeing the prompts that kept appearing on the screen, the skinny boy was about to explode with anger. He was still a bit slow to react, and now the live room was full. He couldn't get in. Crouch, give a face. I want to enter the live broadcast. I want to see Academician Sheen. Fucking piss me off. Inside an internet cafe, a middle-aged man came to the internet cafe ready to surf the net, only to find that the players here weren't playing games, but were all clicking on some kind of live streaming page. The middle-aged man looked puzzled and turned his head to look at the webmaster inside the bar, only to find that the webmaster was clicking on a certain livestream just like the group of players, with a maniacal expression. I say, webmaster, what's the situation? How come all these are watching live and no one is playing the game? The webmaster kept clicking the mouse, and said in a loud voice, crouching old brother, you still don't know? Sheep TV will be live interview with Chin Yang Chin Academician, and, in the tomorrow but also the whole follow the whereabouts of the Chin Academician. The whole network is boiling. Now Sheep TV live room has been full. Everyone wants to squeeze in to see the live-it. Tramp. How to get in. Sheep TV interviewing Academician Sheen? For only a moment, the middle-aged man's brain roared violently. Crap, he had to see it. Definitely can't miss it. Webmaster, hurry up and get me a machine. Hurry hurry hurry. Inside a cab, the driver, Lao Nyo, had just finished dropping off his guests and was eating while clicking furiously on the avatar of Goat Vision Live. However, there is no way to get into the live stream. The old ox looked very ugly and anxious. How many people must be in the live room? And how come they can't get in? Nuts. Can't squeeze in and still watch the hammer. Not watching. Big deal. Watch the recording. The old ox sighed. But immediately afterward, he pressed on in his heart. This was an exclusive interview with Qingguisher. How could he miss it? The old bull clicked on the official Goat Vision number again and slammed on the avatar. This time, he did not have much hope. But the familiar loading failure prompt did not appear. but the page changed. Into the Sheep TV broadcast room. The old ox hurriedly rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it, and then he roared with excitement. "Tay grandma, I'm finally in, ha ha ha, cough cough cough." In the comments section, there were pop-ups, and many of the netizens who had just come in were trolling. "Ha ha ha, got in. Little lord, I got in. Heaven forbid. Family, who understands?" The cell phone almost blacked out and pressed scrap, but it's coming in. Attention families, it's the last minute, and in 1 minute the broadcast will begin. Meanwhile, the Cthulhu experimental base, main control room, 3rd floor supervisor's desk. The staff in the main control room is separated by a layer of soundproof glass. Here, Qin Yang met the female reporter from Sheep TV. In front of the camera, after seeing Qin Yang, this female reporter, however, showed some nervousness. After all, the one standing in front of her now was the youngest and greatest scientist in the Dragon Kingdom, the creator of the space elevator, Qin Yang. "Hello." Qin Yang smiled faintly and shook hands with the female reporter, signaling that the other party did not need to be nervous. The female reporter said somewhat shyly, "Mr. Qin, I'm honored to meet you here. I am your loyal fan. Over the years, you have made outstanding contributions to the country in the field of scientific research, and I greet you on behalf of the entire Sheep TV program team. You are a hero of the country." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, you're too kind. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. I also welcome you on behalf of the entire staff of the Tsang Dome experimental base." Qin Yang looked gentle and his voice was full of magnetism, which made the female reporter less nervous and eased her emotions. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Our interview will begin soon." The space elevator, with its epoch-making significance. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom are looking forward to the introduction of the space elevator. Next, we will ask some questions about the space elevator project, and we hope to get your answers. Okay. Qin Yang nodded, his expression serious. The female reporter turned her head to look at the photographer, only to see him wave at her, signaling that he was ready. After making sure that there was no problem on the photographer's side, the female reporter officially prepared for the interview. And at this moment, the number of viewers within the Goat Vision live broadcast room had already exceeded 100 million people, reaching a terrifying 145.32 million people. Although the live broadcast hadn't really started yet, the comments and pop-ups in the broadcast room had already reached a terrifying number. Suddenly, the originally dark live broadcast room suddenly became bright. The screen appeared, and the figures of Qin Yang and the female reporter duo appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In just a moment, the entire live broadcast room was abuzz. "Crap, the live stream is on. It's on, brothers. It's Qin Yang Qingguosher. Everyone look. It's Qingguosher. Mom, I'm so excited. I finally see Qingguosher again. Qingguosher is so handsome. This is the state of vegetarian face on my mom yet. Much more handsome than many popular male stars. Mr. Qin, I want to marry you. Brothers, I'm so excited. Mr. Qingguosher is really too handsome, and he's so good at scientific research. I'm a guy, I want to marry him. Dr. Qin, you have worked hard. On behalf of our whole family, I send you my highest regards. Qingguosher is awesome." In the comments, there was a flood of praise for Qin Yang. The live broadcast officially began, and the female reporter looked to the screen and began to greet the viewers in the broadcast room as well. "Hi, hello viewers in the live broadcast room. I'm Little Flower, a reporter from Goat TV. In these decades, under the efforts of our scientists, our country has made outstanding achievements in the field of aerospace. From Dongfanghong 1 to Dongfanghong 8, China's development in the field of aerospace is gaining momentum. Now, our country will step into a new era under the leadership of a great scientist. Our country's aerospace field will enter a new chapter." Standing beside me now is the creator of the Dongfanghong No. 8 launch vehicle and the developer of the space elevator project, Qin Yang Qingguosher. Friends of the audience, please let's all cheer for Academician Qin. Welcome Academician Qin. As the female reporter's words fell, Qin Yang smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello everyone, I'm Qin Yang." Qin Yang smiled like a big boy next door without a bit of a stance. This smile, this voice, made the viewers in the live broadcast room boil over once again. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, we love you. Sir Qin, the space elevator project will be a complete success. Sir Qin, you are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a blessing for the country to have you. In the future, we will definitely become better and better because of your presence." Looking at the countless comments and pop-ups within the live broadcast, the female reporter smiled, pointed the microphone at Qin Yang and officially began her interview. "As far as I know, Sir Qin, the idea of a space elevator was proposed as early as 30 years ago, but after experiments by various countries, None of them succeeded. And now, you have successfully developed a space elevator, which can be said to have created history. What do you have to say about this? Qin Yang nodded, then slowly said, "That's right. The space elevator idea was first proposed by the father of the Bear Country spaceflight, the famous aerospace scientist Barkov. During the last period of his life, he was inspired by the Eiffel Tower, and he wondered if mankind would be able to build a tower tall enough to extend all the way into space, in which case we wouldn't need to launch rockets, but would only need to ride on the elevator of this tall tower, thus crossing over the gravity into the universe. When Father Balko's idea was born, it attracted many famous scientists in the field of aerospace. However, decades have passed and scientists from many countries have conducted experiments based on this idea, but they all ended in failure. Having been attracted to this vision of Father Balko as a student, I aspired to make this vision a reality. I knew it would be difficult, but I chose to do it anyway. And well, I was lucky. In the past 6 years, with my efforts and those of countless researchers, we have finally developed a space elevator, and we have finally done what no one else has done. History will be made by us." Qin Yang's words caused the viewers in the live broadcast room to be moved to tears. The word, tearful, kept drifting across the pop-up screen. Tears. It turns out that Qin Guosher already had this idea when he was a student. Awesome. It's marvelous that Qin Guosher dares to think and act. This is the gap between us and the Qin soldiers. People go to school thinking about building space elevators, and we just focus on playing games. A few words, but behind this is the great effort made by the Qin soldiers. The suffering involved is not enough for outsiders to understand. A generation of nationalists. Well deserved. The female reporter kept nodding her head, a look of reverence on her pretty face. Your contribution to the Dragon Nation deserves to be remembered by all Dragon Nation people. We are proud of your existence. The space elevator is such a huge project, this must have encountered many difficulties. What was your attitude in the face of these difficulties, and how did you solve these difficulties? Qin Yang said in a deep voice. That's right. It's impossible to say that such a huge project as the space elevator hasn't encountered difficulties. During the process, we did experience many difficulties. From the structure of the space elevator to the selection of materials for the components. From the research and development of the Dongfang 8 launch vehicle, the selection of materials for the cables, to the technology of ultra-long distance radio supply, we have encountered a lot of difficulties, which we have explored, groped for, and moreover failed, but we have never given up. And all of them were eventually perfectly solved under our efforts of delving into the problem. What is my attitude in the face of difficulties, you ask? That is to believe in myself, never give up, and fight harder and harder. During these 3 days of preparation, we likewise encountered great problems. For example, the Dongfang 8, as our Dragon country's largest launch vehicle at the moment, trying to put it together in a short period of time was no easy task. But with the full help of our Dragon Kingdom's aerospace engineers and the public, we were able to assemble it in less than a day. Right now, the Dongfang 8 is standing on the launch pad, ready to be launched into space at any time. In addition, the foundation project in Kokonusha, the first difficulty we encountered was the loose geology of Kokonusha, and later, we changed the construction concept inspired by the Tibai Tower. Later, we also encountered problems with building materials, but fortunately, in the end, many building material companies from all over the country dispatched building material fleets to Kokokoko, which at one time exceeded our expectations. In the face of unity and faith, the so-called difficulties are not worth mentioning. The space elevator could not have gotten this far without the dedication and support of the researchers as well as the people. Here, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all of you. Inside the live feed, the comments were scrolling like crazy. Woohoo! Mr. Qin is right. In the face of unity and conviction, difficulties are not worth mentioning at all. As long as everyone is united, nothing is invincible. Qin Guosher always remembers what the people have given. He remembers everything. When I was transporting the Oriental Red 8 before, I even worked with the guys to tear down the toll booths. Unbelievable. People like Qin Guosher, before there are still black people to spray. How dare they? Now, let's see, give any black guy dare to come to the line? Good job. Sir Qin, you are a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was infected by Qin Yang's words. Listening to Qin Yang's narration, the female reporter's eyes reddened slightly. Along the way, Qin Guosher, they encountered too many difficulties. Behind the flowers and applause, they paid too much. Although all these difficulties were brushed aside by Qin Guosher, the trials and tribulations involved were simply unimaginable to ordinary people. At that moment, behind the cameraman gestured at the female reporter. The female reporter understood. It was now close to 2 o'clock in the morning, and tomorrow could be the occasion of the official launch of the space elevator. So Qin Guosher should be allowed to have a good rest. Thus, the female reporter collected her mind and said to the live camera, "Viewers, tomorrow, Guisher will also be presiding over the space elevator. So in order not to delay Guisher's rest, we have to end the interview here. Tomorrow, this station will conduct a tracking report on Guisher and witness the whole process of the implementation of the space elevator together with everyone. So please look forward to it." At this time, the female reporter aimed the microphone at Yang again. "Mr. Sheen, is there anything else you would like to say to the audience before this interview officially ends?" Yang revealed a look of emotion. Tomorrow is the official launch of the space elevator, and time is flying by. Having finally come this far, all the trials and tribulations encountered in the past seem to become worthless. Facing the camera, Yang smiled and said, "Tomorrow, the space elevator will finally be officially launched. And tomorrow, please join me in witnessing this historic moment. Witness the arrival of a new era. Tomorrow, we won't see each other again." Inside the live room, the comments once again rolled up frantically, and all the viewers perked up. "Tomorrow, we won't see each other. Academician Sheen must rest well. His body is the most important thing. Tomorrow, looking forward to meeting you. I can't wait to see the space elevator. Tomorrow, we're going to witness the dawn of a new era with Academician Sheen. Academician Sheen. Awesome." Inside the office, Yang carefully pushed open the bedroom door. The room was quiet as Lin Qingran lay on the bed holding Daodu. Daodu had already fallen asleep long ago, while Lin Qingran noticed the returning Yang, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. "When did you fall asleep?" Yang walked to the window and looked at the sleeping Daodu with a doting smile on his face. Lin Qingran whispered, "Just now. It's tiring, isn't it? Hurry up and rest." Looking at the tired Yang, Lin Qingran had a heartbroken look on her face. "Okay, I'm going to sleep. You sleep too." Yang leaned over and kissed Lin Qingran's red lips, then turned his head towards the outside. He's going to sleep on the couch so as not to disturb his wife and daughter's rest. In the meantime, no man's land in Cecil. Inside the engineering base, the night was dark, but the lights were still shining brightly in the engineering base. By this time, most people were asleep. Tomorrow is the day the space elevator officially comes out, and they must rest up and be ready for tomorrow. However, in an assembly tent deep in the base, Czech team leader Rail and 6 team members were busy in front of a transport pod. The transport capsule was cylindrical in shape, about 2 meters long and 3 meters high, and was made of space rocket composite metal. Utilizing this metal ensures that the transport pods are light in weight, yet tough enough to be used. A team member reported, "Team leader, the inspection is complete. All devices in the transport bay are in order." Rail responded, "It's getting late. You guys go to bed. I'm doing one last check. The transportation module is the most crucial part and absolutely nothing can go wrong with it." "Team leader, I'll take an early break too." The 6 members of the group nodded, relieved, and turned to leave the tent. After a hard day's work, it's the wee hours of the morning and they can finally go to bed. When the group had left, it was only to see Rail suddenly sitting on his butt in front of the transport pod, looking apprehensive, his heart pounding. Jingle bells. That's when his cell phone rang. After seeing the caller's number, Rail's complexion tightened significantly and he hurriedly picked up the phone. "Hey, this is Rail." Soon, a man's voice that could be icy came from the other side of the phone. "How's it going, Rail? Time is limited and you must do it soon. You have to realize that your family is in my hands, and it's up to you if they survive."